Chapter 1. Douluo Continent, Tang Bufan of Hallowed Sect I. In the heart of the Douluo Continent, 300 miles east of the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, lies a secluded valley surrounded by majestic mountains. The gray stone edifices, resembling formidable castles, seamlessly blend with the peaks dominating the landscape. The grand entrance of the castle bears three powerful characters. Hallowed Sect. This is the current stronghold of the illustrious Hallowed Sect, the foremost sect in the world, a far cry from its former glory. In the courtyard of the Hallowed Sect, all disciples convene for their monthly assembly, presided over by the sect leader, Tang San, alongside the 5 remaining elders of his generation. They commence a discourse urging each disciple to diligently cultivate their skills, striving for the day when they can emerge from seclusion and restore the sect's former splendor. At the rear of the crowd stands the extraordinary 5-year-old Tang Bufan, alongside a group of 3rd-generation disciples, attentively absorbing the teachings of the leader and elders. This group of disciples ranges from those in their teenage years to mere toddlers. Amidst the throng, Tang Bufan stands out distinctly, his intelligent eyes radiating a light of contemplation, setting him apart from his peers. Lost in thought, a subtle, enigmatic smile graces his lips. He is none other than Tang Bufan, once a master of the earth, a peak innate powerhouse. In the face of the 7th celestial thunder, he had been reduced to ashes, losing consciousness. To his astonishment, he found himself not dead, but reborn, a phenomenon that defies comprehension. After the initial fear, shock, and disorientation subsided, he gradually found his composure. In this life, he retained the name Tang Bufan, a name imbued with the hopes of his parents. This pleased him immensely, for he had carried this name for 30 years in another world, finding it deeply familiar. He learned the language of this continent at the tender age of 1, displaying remarkable agility and strength. He had never lost a skirmish against his older cousins, earning the title of king of the children, as none under 6 could best him, much to his parents' delight. Through diligent reading and study, he quickly gained a foundational understanding of this continent. This realm is called Douluo Continent, starkly different from his previous Earth. Here, individuals cultivate an energy known as soul power, which manifests in myriad forms. It is said that those who reach the pinnacle of cultivation can ascend to godhood and attain immortality. Upon encountering this account, he was filled with exhilaration, pondering whether the unfulfilled aspirations of his past life might find realization in this one. Moreover, unlike Earth, which languished in an age of spiritual decline, nearly everyone here possesses the potential to cultivate. Thus, Tang Bufan secretly commenced the practice of his former lives' techniques. Whether it was due to his rebirth or the culmination of his previous lives' spiritual essence, his soul in this life was remarkably potent, even manifesting mental energy at birth. Though still in its nascent stage, he could already turn his gaze inward. From the age of 1, he began sleeping apart from his parents. During the day, he refrained from overt displays of prowess, dedicating himself to acquiring knowledge and poring over sect literature, indulging in mischief only occasionally by sparring with his cousins. At night, he diligently practiced the techniques of his former life. Perhaps due to his superior physical constitution compared to his past life, his progress in cultivation far surpassed that of his previous existence. He had named the internal cultivation technique from his past life Great Zhou Tian Hunyuan Gong, which comprises 9 levels. Attaining the 9th level would signify the same realm he reached previously, peak innate level. Each level necessitates the unblocking of the 12 meridians within his body, totaling 108 meridians to be opened. Ultimately, he would be capable of traversing the heavens and the earth. In his prior existence, he had already achieved transient flight thanks to his robust internal energy, akin to a celestial being. He deduced that breaking through the innate realm would enable him to truly soar through the air, riding the winds. As he pondered this, he felt a deep yearning. Though only 5 years old, he had already mastered the 1st level of Great Zhou Tian Hunyuan Gong, with a surging internal energy coursing through the 12 delicate meridians, forming a miniature cycle of energy. However, despite his relentless efforts, he found himself unable to break through the pinnacle of the 1st level, which perplexed him, as he had encountered no such bottleneck when he reached the 6th level in his previous life. Upon reflection, he speculated that the unique cultivation civilization of this world, including martial spirits and soul rings, might be the cause of his stagnation. In Douluo Continent, every individual possesses a martial spirit, which varies greatly in form. Some are animal spirits, others plant spirits, and some even weapon spirits. The disciples of the Hallowed sect possess an exceptional weapon spirit, known as the Hallowed hammer. It was through this hammer that the ancestors of the Haotian sect established their unrivaled reputation as the foremost sect in the world. Soul rings, on the other hand, are formed from the concentrated energy of slain soul beasts. A soul master at a bottleneck can ascend in rank simply by absorbing a soul ring, equivalent to breaking through a barrier. This knowledge was gleaned from books, and he had confirmed it with his parents in this life. Thus, he concluded that the inability to advance in his great Zhou Tian Hunyuan Gong was likely linked to martial spirits and soul rings. However, martial spirits do not awaken until the age of 6, and he still had to wait a year for his own awakening. At that moment, the sect leader and the 5 elders concluded their speeches, and the assembly dispersed. The disciples of the Haotian sect scattered in every direction, the young children eagerly returning to their parents. As they passed by Tang Bufan, their expressions were quite complex. Some hid behind their parents, casting fearful glances at Tang Bufan. These were the ones he had bested in their youth, leaving them with lasting shadows. Others, slightly older, felt a surge of indignation and even contemplated confrontation, though the sect forbade such actions. While the sect permitted sparring among disciples, it was strictly regulated. Those below 6 and above 6 were treated as entirely different categories. Those above 6 had awakened their martial spirits, and since the Haotian hammer is a top-tier weapon spirit, disciples of the Haotian sect typically awaken with innate soul power of level 4 or higher, with exceptional individuals reaching levels 8 or 9, and occasionally, even full innate soul power. Thus, the sect mandated that disciples with awakened martial spirits were not allowed to engage in combat with those who had not yet awakened. Consequently, those older disciples who had once been bested by Tang Bufan felt quite frustrated, as they could no longer spar with him after awakening their martial spirits. Every encounter with Tang Bufan ignited their resentment. Tang Bufan, however, remained unfazed, having previously held back in their encounters. Even after they awakened their martial spirits, he felt no fear as long as they had not obtained soul rings. Once a soul ring was acquired, their strength would significantly increase, along with the acquisition of soul skills. Having yet to engage in combat, he could not guarantee he would emerge victorious. Soon, a young couple approached the man around 30. The woman slightly younger. They were Tang Bufan's parents, Tang Zheng and Su Xiuqing. They held Tang Bufan's delicate hand, offering apologies to numerous clan brothers, as he had indeed sparred with many of them. Most of the clan brothers laughed heartily, for they were all kin, and childhood squabbles were hardly taken to heart. Before long, nearly 100 individuals had departed, just as sect leader Tang Xiao and the 5 elders approached. Chapter 2, Douluo Continent, Tang Bufan of Haotian Sect 2. Tang Zheng and Su Xiuqing quickly greeted the sect leader and the 5 elders, genuinely puzzled as to why they had come. As the sect leader, Tang Xiao had reached the pinnacle of 92 levels as a titled Douluo, while the elders were all above level 80, serving as the backbone of the Haotian sect. Standing beside his mother, Tang Bufan curiously scrutinized Tang Xiao and the others, feeling a mix of nervousness and excitement as he beheld the continent's top powerhouses up close for the first time. Tang Xiao, towering nearly 2 meters tall, exuded an aura of strength. Even when suppressing his soul power, Tang Bufan felt an undeniable pressure emanating from him, intuitively sensing his formidable prowess. Tang Xiao chuckled lightly. Tang Zheng, your son is quite remarkable. Even I and the elders have heard of his commendable deeds. Tang Zheng's face flushed with embarrassment. Sect leader, little fan, is only 5 years old. He is still quite mischievous. I will certainly discipline him when we return. Tang Xiao waved his hand dismissively. You misunderstand my intentions. I'm not blaming him. In fact, I find him quite lively. The atmosphere within the clan has grown rather serious in recent years, and his presence lightens it. I have high hopes for him and look forward to his martial spirit awakening in a year. The second elder, grinning, added, we need more disciples like him in the Haotian sect. His vibrancy will motivate the other disciples to cultivate. The other 4 elders, though varying in expression, seemed to concur with the second elder's sentiment. Tang Zheng and Su Xiuqing exchanged bewildered glances. Tang Xiao and the others simply advised, nurture him while we anticipate his future performance. With that, the 5 departed, leaving Tang Zheng and his family momentarily stunned. Tang Bufan maintained a composed exterior, yet inwardly he was perplexed. Had they discovered his secret? That shouldn't be possible. Tang Zheng regarded Tang Bufan with a mock scold. You little rascal, I told you to tone it down, why won't you listen? Tang Bufan's eyes twinkled as he cleverly retorted, I haven't been mischievous at all. They were the ones bullying me, just because they're older. Besides, neither the sect leader nor the elders blamed me. What? You little brat. You're using the sect leader and elders to pressure me? Just wait and see how I handle you. Tang Zheng exclaimed, though the smile tugging at his lips betrayed him. Tang Bufan would certainly not submit easily. Instead, he swiftly turned and made his way home, leaving Tang Zheng in pursuit behind him. Nearby, Su Xiuqing observed the playful interaction between father and son, a smile of happiness gracing her face. She had no choice but to follow the two back home. Within the Haotian sect's castle resided the second generation of disciples, as well as the elder generation of the sect. The third and fourth generation disciples lived in stone houses constructed behind the castle. At merely 5 years of age, Tang Bufan still resided with his parents. However, once he turned 6 and underwent his martial soul awakening, he too would move into the stone houses alongside the third generation disciples. He had long expressed a desire to live in the stone houses, yet his mother insisted that he must wait until he turned 6. Upon returning to the castle, Tang Bufan headed to the study to peruse books, delving into soul, bistro, and the comprehensive history of Douluo Continent. He read everything he could find, as his remarkable memory allowed him to recall everything he encountered. His parents busied themselves in the kitchen, and the warmth of such a life was truly comforting. As spring transitioned to autumn, a year passed in this manner. At last, Tang Bufan turned 6, reaching the age for martial soul awakening. During this past year, his cultivation had not ceased. Even if he could not break through, his internal energy seemed to have become more robust and refined. In the study, Tang Bufan extended his right hand, revealing a sword-shaped birthmark on his palm. This sword-shaped birthmark bore a striking resemblance to the sword-shaped ornament that had hung around his neck in his previous life, leaving him to ponder whether there was a connection between the two. Having spent 6 years in the Douluo Continent, he remained perplexed about how he had survived under the heavenly thunder. Yet, gazing at this sword-shaped birthmark, a chilling suspicion began to brew within him. Quickly, he shook his head, dismissing thoughts of his rebirth. As for Earth, he seemed to have no lingering attachments, for in his previous life, he had been an orphan raised by his master, who had passed away many years ago. On a fine morning, all disciples of the Haotian sect gathered once more in the front courtyard. Aside from the necessary assembly, they would also conduct martial soul awakenings for the younger disciples. The Haotian sect held awakening ceremonies every 6 months, and today, 3 individuals were set to awaken their martial souls: Tang Bufan, Tang Feng, and Tang Ming. The numerous clan members quickly dispersed, leaving the space for the 3 of them. Sect Master Tang Xiao and the 5 elders looked on expectantly at the 3 children, particularly focusing on Tang Bufan. In the next moment, Tang Xiao stepped forward, intending to personally assist the 3 in awakening their martial souls. Tang Bufan felt a twinge of surprise, for this was the sect master of the Haotian sect, one of the few titled Douluo on the continent. With a slight smile, Tang Xiao retrieved the prepared soul stones and soul power crystal ball. Soon, a hexagonal shape emerged on the ground, with 6 black soul stones positioned at each corner. As disciples of the Haotian sect, they were not unfamiliar with this scene. Tang Bufan exchanged glances with Tang Feng and Tang Ming, ultimately prompting Tang Ming to step into the hexagonal formation first. Tang Xiao smiled slightly and waved his hand, channeling 6 streams of potent soul power into the 6 soul stones. In the next instant, a layer of golden light emanated from the stones, forming a faint golden barrier that enveloped Tang Ming. Following this, golden light points ascended from the soul stones, entering Tang Ming's body. Initially, Tang Ming felt a hint of nervousness, but he quickly calmed himself. Then his body began to tremble, prompting Tang Xiao to command, "Extend your right hand." Tang Ming promptly complied, gently extending his right hand. In an instant, the golden light points that had entered his body surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a pitch-black hammer in his grasp. It was not an illusory apparition, but a tangible entity. The hammer's handle was approximately half a foot long, while the head was cylindrical, resembling a miniature forging hammer. However, upon its dark surface, a unique radiance shimmered, with faint patterns spiraling around the cylindrical hammerhead. This was the esteemed weapon martial soul passed down through the Haotian sect since antiquity, and the surrounding disciples of the Haotian sect beamed with smiles at the sight of the hammer. Tang Xiao cast a satisfied glance at Tang Ming, instructing, "Rein in your martial soul with your mind and prepare for the soul power test." Tang Ming was naturally aware of how to retract his martial soul. Having been taught by his parents long ago, yet, being his first time, he took a while to successfully return the Haotian hammer to his body. In the background, Tang Bufan observed the scene thoughtfully, realizing that this was indeed the Haotian hammer martial soul. It seemed likely that his martial soul would also be the Haotian hammer. The only uncertainty was the level of his innate soul power. Subsequently, Tang Ming pressed his hand atop the blue soul power crystal ball, with Tang Xiao controlling the lower half. Soon, the blue crystal began to glow, radiating outward until it reached approximately 70% of the entire soul power crystal ball, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 3. Martial Soul Awakening Part 1. The Hallowed sect disciples surrounding them were astonished by this spectacle. His soul power has reached level 7. Even Tang Xiao and the 5 elders were highly satisfied with Tang Ming's potential. Though the Hallowed hammer was a top-tier weapon martial soul, it was exceedingly rare for innate soul power to exceed level 7. When Tang Xiao had awakened his martial soul, his innate soul power had only reached level 8, while Tang Hao had achieved level 9. With Tang Ming's innate soul power at level 7, he possessed tremendous potential and could reach the level of a soul Douluo in the future. Observing Tang Ming's ecstatic expression, Tang Xiao gestured for him to step down. Tang Ming's cheeks flushed with excitement as he dashed over to Tang Bufan's side, exuding a sense of pride. "Boss, Tang Feng, my innate soul power is at level 7. How about that? Not too shabby, right?" Tang Bufan regarded him with disdain, lightly patting Tang Ming's shoulder, prompting a startled yelp from him. "Just a mere level 7, and you're already so boastful? Do you believe that both I and Tang Feng possess higher innate soul power than you?" Tang Ming winced at the pain and quickly dodged Tang Bufan's hand, having learned from experience just how heavy his older brother's hand could be. "I can accept that your innate soul power exceeds mine, but as for Tang Feng, I refuse to believe his soul power could surpass mine." Tang Feng, unable to tolerate Tang Ming's arrogance, snorted softly, "We shall see." With that, Tang Feng, feeling somewhat apprehensive, approached the hexagonal formation. In truth, he lacked confidence that his innate soul power would surpass that of Tang Ming. While it was true that the Hallowed hammer was a top-tier weapon martial soul, and disciples of the Hallowed sect generally awakened with innate soul power above level 4, the reality was that levels 4 and 5 constituted the vast majority, with level 6 being scarce, and level 7 and above exceedingly rare. Before long, Tang Feng stepped into the formation under the watchful eyes of everyone. Tang Xiao once again waved his hand, channeling 6 streams of soul power. Soon, Tang Feng was enveloped in golden light, and numerous golden light points gathered once more, ultimately coalescing into an identical Hallowed hammer in his right hand. Before Tang Xiao could issue a command, Tang Feng instinctively retracted the Hallowed hammer with his mind, prompting Tang Xiao to nod in approval. In the next moment, Tang Feng took a deep breath and approached the sect master, gently placing his right hand on the blue soul power crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball erupted with a brilliant blue light, even more intense than that of Tang Ming. Forging is undoubtedly a monotonous and exhausting endeavor. However, Tang San perceives it as a rigorous test of his physical endurance. 11 days have elapsed, during which he has meticulously counted each strike of his hammer. The sheer strength of his body alone is insufficient to wield the hammer effectively. He requires the assistance of the Xiantian Gong. His total energy reserves allow him to deliver approximately 100 strikes. Once his energy is depleted, he sits cross-legged on the ground to recuperate, and as soon as his internal strength is restored, he resumes his relentless hammering. This process transcends mere physical training. The repeated cycles of expenditure and recovery serve as an invaluable refinement of both his Xiantian Gong and his willpower. Regrettably, the first barrier of the Xiantian Gong stands as an impenetrable fortress. Despite Tang San's unwavering diligence and considerable talent, he remains unable to transcend into the second level. Nevertheless, his efforts are not in vain. Although he has not broken through the Xiantian Gong, his internal energy has become more resilient through the process of forging the iron block, and his recovery speed seems to have improved slightly. After 11 days, Tang San has delivered over 8,000 strikes, and the iron block has significantly diminished in size, now less than 1/3 of its original volume. With increased physical training and an augmented diet, his physique has grown sturdier, as if a latent power is gradually being infused within him, resulting in a diminishing consumption of internal energy during the continuous forging process. Moreover, when he channels all of his internal strength, his power amplifies considerably. Upon delivering 1,000 strikes, the iron block has undergone noticeable transformation, having shrunk considerably. Despite glowing red from the charcoal fire, one can discern that the impurities within have diminished significantly. The phrase tempered into steel resonates in Tang San's mind, further solidifying his resolve to complete the monumental task of 10,000 strikes. He is now tantalizingly close to achieving this goal. Tang San's unwavering determination astonished Tang Hao. In his eyes, it was inconceivable that his son, despite possessing innate strength, could endure beyond 3 days. The hammer's handle, deliberately coarse to prevent slipping, inflicted considerable friction against the palm with each swing, undoubtedly causing immense harm. Yet, he observed that while Tang San was engaged in genuine forging, his tender little hands appeared completely unchanged. Not even a single blister had formed. Chapter 1, Douluo Continent. The otherworldly Tang San, Part 4. Tang San did not wish to lose this father, nor did he want his past to be revealed to others. Thus, he naturally refrained from disclosing to Tang how that he was cultivating the Tang sect's mystic jade hand to wield hidden weapons proficiently. The fundamental requirements are the harmonious integration of vision, strength, and intention. As the saying goes, when the heart directs, the eyes follow, and when the eyes perceive, the hands act. Consequently, the training methods within the inner sect of the Tang sect place immense emphasis on the enhancement of vision and strength. The purple extreme demon eye, practiced during the fleeting moment when the purple aura rises with the dawn, significantly augments one's visual acuity. The mystic jade hand renders the palm extraordinarily resilient and provides immunity against any toxins. Mastery of these two abilities is essential for disciples of the inner sect of the Tang sect. Although Tang San's proficiency with the mystic jade hand was still far from sufficient, he was capable of safeguarding his palms from developing blisters. With a little more effort, he would soon accomplish his goal. Tang San vigorously swung the iron hammer in his hand. Yet, amidst this monotonous endeavor, his heart remained restless. His understanding of this world was still quite rudimentary, for it was merely a small village. This world was known as Douluo Continent, where two great empires existed, or perhaps more aptly described as two alliances. Within these two empires, vast territories were feudalized to numerous nobles, each possessing formidable armed forces. One of these empires was the Heaven Do Empire, where Tang San resided, while the other was the Southern Star Luo Empire. The Fasnuo province lay at the border of the two nations, and the city of Nanning, adjacent to Holy Soul Village, was situated less than 200 miles from the Star Luo Empire. Tang San, through his conversations with the villagers, learned that in the Douluo Continent, there exists no martial arts akin to those of his own world. Instead, there is a phenomenon known as the martial soul. It is said that every individual possesses a unique martial soul, and a rare few have the ability to cultivate theirs, thus entering a profession known as Soul Master. The most esteemed vocation across the continent is that of the Soul Master. An illustrious example is the legendary Soul Sage, who emerged from the Holy Soul Village a century ago. The title of Soul Sage is bestowed upon soul masters who attain a certain level of mastery. Martial souls are categorized into two primary types, weapon souls and beast souls. As their names suggest, those whose martial souls are based on tools are classified as possessing weapon souls, while those whose martial souls are derived from animals are identified as having beast souls. Comparatively, weapon souls encompass a broader spectrum, with the majority of individuals being endowed with weapon souls. Moreover, the proportion of weapon souls that cannot be cultivated is greater than that of beast souls. Tang San once encountered a villager whose martial soul was a hoe, an evidently untrainable manifestation. Nevertheless, this individual managed to plow the fields with a speed that surpassed that of ordinary villagers. This was all that Tang San knew. For everyone possesses their own martial soul, and he too was eager to discover what his would be. Would it be a weapon-type soul or a beast-type soul? And would it be capable of cultivation? In the Douluo Continent, individuals awaken their martial souls at the age of 6, and in just a few days, Tang San would reach that milestone. Unbeknownst to him, he felt an obscure connection between his inability to break through in his Xiantian skill and his martial soul. While Tang San was not particularly interested in becoming a soul master, he was determined to become a master of hidden weapons at the inner sect level of the Tang Clan, which necessitated the cultivation of inner strength. Tang Hao, are you busy? Just as Tang San was diligently working towards his goal of forging 1,000 times, he heard a frail voice from outside. It was afternoon, and Tang Hao was engrossed in his work, crafting farming tools, and merely responded with a grunt. Tang San, filled with curiosity, stepped out of his room and was greeted by an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s. He was tall and slender, yet exuded a vibrant energy. His attire was immaculate, and his hair was neatly arranged, presenting a stark contrast to Tang Hao. This man was none other than Old Jack, the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Little San, come here and let Grandpa have a look at you. Old Jack beckoned with a wave of his hand. This village chief was a kind-hearted soul, respected by all the villagers. In the difficult days of Tang San's family, he had often brought them food. Hello, Grandpa Jack. Tang San approached the elder with reverence, bowing respectfully. He held those who had shown him kindness close to his heart. Tang Hao replied coolly, Is there something you need? Village chief? Although old Jack was not even 10 years his senior, he insisted on assuming a seniority over him, which always left Tang Hao feeling somewhat irked. Old Jack appeared to have grown accustomed to Tang Hao's demeanor. Tang Hao, he remarked, little San will soon be 6, won't he? He should participate in this year's awakening ceremony. Tang Hao glanced at Tang San and replied nonchalantly, then let him participate. On which day? Old Jack responded. In just 3 days. I shall come to fetch him then. His gaze at Tang Hao clearly implied that if he were to rely on him for transportation, it would likely lead to delays. Tang Hao nodded slightly and ceased to pay any further attention to the village chief. Tang San inquired with a hint of curiosity. Grandfather Jack, what is the awakening ceremony? Old Jack replied earnestly. Each of us possesses a unique martial soul, and around the age of 6, we must undergo the awakening ceremony. With a martial soul, our abilities in certain areas are enhanced. Even the most ordinary martial souls can be of assistance. Should you be fortunate enough to possess an extraordinary martial soul and pursue cultivation, you might even aspire to become a soul master. The awakening ceremony occurs only once a year, and I cannot allow you to miss it. It is the esteemed steward from the martial soul branch of Notting City who personally assists the children of our village in their awakening. When speaking of the title of Grand Soul Master, a glimmer of envy was unmistakably present in Jack's eyes. Tang San had only a vague understanding of the concept of soul masters, having merely heard of it. Seizing the opportunity, he naturally would not let it slip away easily and inquired, what does Great Soul Master mean? In the second chapter, The Inferior Martial Soul and Innate Full Spirit Power, Part 1. Old Jack displayed evident patience towards Tang San. In his eyes, the most sensible child in the village was undoubtedly the one before him. It was hard to imagine how such a well-behaved son could emerge from such a father. The title of Great Soul Master denotes a rank among soul masters. Soul masters represent the most noble profession across the entire Douluo Continent. They can be formidable warriors or possess exceptional support abilities. Regardless of the type, soul masters are ranked according to the same system of titles. Each soul master possesses their own martial soul power, classified into 10 distinct ranks based on its strength. Initially, those who just begin their journey are referred to as soul apprentices. Once their martial soul awakens, everyone becomes a soul apprentice. Should their martial soul be capable of cultivation? Upon reaching the 11th level of soul power, they ascend to the next title, that of Soul Master. The rank of Great Soul Master is the third in this hierarchy, signifying a soul master of considerable strength. The complete list of 10 titles is as follows: Soul Apprentice, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Scholar, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Douluo, and Title Douluo. Our Douluo Continent derives its name from this very ranking system. Legends suggest that those who reach the 9th level or above as Title Douluo can bestow upon themselves a title, rendering them nearly invincible. With a glimmer of pride in his eyes, old Jack remarked that a century ago, their holy soul village had produced an 8th-ranked soul saint. A rarity not only in the entire Notting City but also throughout the entire Fasinio province. Beside him, Tang Hao scoffed, "Old Jack, that is merely a legend." Seemingly provoked, old Jack erupted with anger, exclaiming, "What do you mean by legend? Legends are born from facts. Tang Hao, you have been in the village for 6 years. You should understand the esteemed position of that soul saint in our hearts. If I hear you insult the esteemed soul saint again, I shall expel you from the village. Do you think I would willingly come to your wretched abode if it were not for little San?" Tang Hao, however, remained unperturbed, continuing to strike the farming tool in his hands as though he had not heard Jack's words. Jack shot him a fierce glare before turning to Tang San. "You must never succumb to despair like your father. Very well, I shall take my leave now. I will return in 3 days to fetch you." With that, old Jack stormed out of the blacksmith shop. "Father," Tang San called out. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at him. And upon seeing the frostiness in his father's eyes, Tang San found himself swallowing back the words he had intended to say. He lowered his head and retreated to his room to continue his arduous task of striking the iron 1,000 times. As night fell, and after dinner, Tang Hao wiped his mouth and instinctively headed outside, a routine for him to indulge in the consumption of the most inferior ale. "Father, wait." Tang San, having no time to tidy up the dishes, called out to Tang Hao. "What is it?" Tang Hao replied impatiently, his gaze piercing into Tang San. Although Tang Hao had never laid a hand on him, for reasons unknown, Tang San held an innate fear of this father figure, even with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes. He could not alter this sentiment. "I have completed the 1,000 strikes," Tang San announced. "Oh?" The spark in Tang Hao's eyes seemed to brighten a fraction. "Bring it to me." "All right." Tang San hurriedly dashed back to his room and soon emerged, cradling a chunk of iron. The iron was entirely black, its shape irregular. Yet every surface gleamed with a remarkable luster, hints of dark light shimmering through. The piece was approximately a quarter of the original mass of iron. And with the application of his Xiantian gong, Tang San found it effortless to carry. Tang Hao grasped the obsidian iron block in his hand and scrutinized it closely before his eyes. Do you now comprehend the words I have spoken? Tang San nodded, acknowledging that through relentless forging and refinement, even the most inferior metals can be transformed into superior quality. Father, are you imparting this wisdom to me? Tang Hao discovered that his son had been a source of continual astonishment in recent days. Return the iron block to me, and you may continue, he instructed. When you have forged it down to the size of a fist, bring it back for my inspection. With that, he turned and exited the house. Contrary to his earlier promise of teaching Tang San how to forge after a mere 10,000 strikes, he now seemed to have reneged on his word. However, Tang San remained unfazed, preoccupied instead with his father's words. Fist-sized? He pondered. Could such a substantial block of iron truly be reduced to that size? Although it was now only a quarter of its original volume, Tang San understood that with each successive strike, the density of the iron would increase, making further reduction increasingly challenging. To forge it down to the size of a fist would certainly require far more than just another 10,000 blows. What does it mean to be forged 1,000 times? A spark of determination ignited in Tang San's eyes as he deftly slipped into his room. Soon, the rhythmic sound of hammering resonated once more within the forge. 3 days swiftly elapsed, during which Tang San continued his daily ascents to the mountaintop to perform his customary exercises. Upon returning home, aside from preparing meals, he dedicated himself to the art of forging, engaging in a fierce contest with the raw iron. Each day, his striking speed increased. The Xiantian skill facilitated a rapid recovery of his stamina, enabling him to sustain this relentless forging endeavor. Little San, your grandfather has come to fetch you, old Jack announced. Arriving punctually at the forge, perhaps due to his disdain for Tang Hao, he did not enter, but instead called out to Tang San from outside. Tang San cast a glance at his father, Tang Hao, who had just finished breakfast. With a cool demeanor, Tang Hao said, "Go ahead. Do not delay the preparation of lunch." Chapter 2. The Useless Martial Soul and Innate Full Soul Power, Part 2. Tang San responded affirmatively and then stepped out of the blacksmith shop. Under the guidance of old Jack, he followed him to the center of the village where the spirit hall resided. This so-called spirit hall was merely a slightly larger wooden cabin. Given that every individual possessed a martial spirit, each year children underwent martial spirit awakening. Thus, one could witness the presence of spirit halls in every corner of the Douluo Continent. However, these were merely branch halls with varying levels of hierarchy. This year, there were 8 children in Holy Soul Village undergoing martial spirit awakening, and under old Jack's guidance, Tang San was the last to arrive. The village children held Tang San in low regard, as the tendency to favor wealth over poverty was not confined to the nobility. It was even more pronounced among the common folk. Furthermore, Tang San, having lived 2 lifetimes, was well over 30 years of age and naturally preferred not to associate with these children. For him, any surplus time was better spent on cultivation. As a result, he had no childhood companions. In addition to the village chief Jack and the 8 assembled children, there was a young man present in the spirit hall. Appearing to be in his 20s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, strikingly handsome. He wore a white uniform complemented by a black cloak, and emblazoned on his chest was a soul character the size of a fist. This was the standard attire for personnel directly affiliated with the spirit hall. On his left chest, there was an emblem engraved with the image of a long sword, the 3 intersecting swords symbolizing the 3rd rank title of Great Soul Master, indicating that this attendant from the spirit hall was a battle spirit master. Greetings, esteemed battle spirit master. I must trouble you this time, old Jack said respectfully. Bowing to the young man. The young man's demeanor revealed a hint of pride as he slightly inclined his body in acknowledgement, stating, I have little time. Let us begin now. Very well, old Jack replied. Children, this is the battle spirit master from Notting City. He will guide you in awakening your martial spirits. You must cooperate well with the master during this process, as your grandfather hopes to see one of you become a soul master. The young man, somewhat impatient, remarked, You recite the same lines every year. Do you think becoming a soul master is so easy? I have visited 6 villages, and not one has possessed a person with soul power, nor a suitable martial spirit. A shadow of sadness flickered in old Jack's eyes as he sighed. Indeed, only the heirs of the major sects find it easier to become soul masters. For us ordinary folk, it is exceedingly difficult. Shaking his head, he exited the spirit hall. The young man's gaze fell upon the 8 children before him. As an inspector from the spirit hall, assisting ordinary people in their martial spirit awakening was an obligatory duty he had long since grown accustomed to. Children, stand in a line, he instructed, adopting a much gentler demeanor towards them. The 8 children positioned themselves, with Tang San standing on the far left. His stature was somewhat smaller compared to the other children of his age. The young man smiled and said, "My name is Su Yuntao, a level 26 Great Soul Master, and I shall be your guide. Now, I shall awaken the martial souls of each of you, one by one. Remember, do not be afraid, regardless of what transpires." As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened his package on the nearby table, revealing 2 items, 6 obsidian spheres, and a gleaming azure crystal orb. He arranged the 6 black stones into a hexagonal formation upon the ground and gestured for the first child on his right to stand within it. "Fear not. Close your eyes and attune yourself to the sensation," he instructed. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Su Yuntao's eyes. Amidst the astonished gazes of the children, he proclaimed, "Spirit of the lone wolf, manifest." A faint azure light emanated from the center of his brow, ascending and weaving into his hair. Originally dark, Su Yuntao's hair transformed into a silvery hue as it rapidly lengthened, the same color appearing on his exposed hands. Simultaneously, his physique seemed to swell significantly, exuding a powerful muscular presence. The specialized attire of the Martial Soul Hall, renowned for its elasticity, did not tear despite his increased size. His eyes glowed a haunting green, and sharp claws extended from his fingertips, glimmering with an eerie luminescence. 2 luminous rings emerged from beneath his feet, swirling upward toward his crown. One was white, the other yellow, an unsettling sight indeed. Among the black stones stood a boy who, witnessing Su Yuntao's transformation, let out a terrified shriek and instinctively attempted to flee. Su Yuntao, with his fearsome green gaze, seized the boy firmly, admonishing, "Stay still. I told you not to be afraid. This is my martial soul, the lone wolf. Should any of you become a soul master in the future, you too will wield similar powers." The only one who appeared somewhat untroubled was Tang San, albeit he immediately focused his energy upon observing Su Yuntao's transformation. Beneath his astonishment lay a profound curiosity. The emergence of gray fur and green eyes were unmistakable wolf traits. Could it be that upon the manifestation of a martial soul, one transforms into a wolf? No, that cannot be right. It must be that one acquires the abilities akin to that of a wolf. The profession of soul master should ideally harness the capabilities of one's martial soul to their fullest potential. For the first time, Tang San discovered an undeniable curiosity towards the vocation of soul master, and he found himself increasingly eager to uncover the nature of his own martial soul. Su Yutao swiftly clapped his hands, channeling 6 faint green lights into 6 black stones embedded in the ground. Instantly, a shimmering layer of golden radiance emanated from these stones, forming a delicate golden barrier that enveloped the previously distressed child within. In the second chapter, titled Useless Martial Souls and Innate Full Soul Power, Part 3, an inexplicable transformation occurred. The child, who had been wailing just moments before, fell into a serene stillness the instant the soft golden glow encased him. Standing there in a daze, golden specks of light began to float from the black stones, entering the boy's body. He trembled slightly, attempting to call out. Yet no sound escaped his lips. "Extend your right hand," Su Yuntao commanded, his emerald eyes fixed on the boy with an authoritative gaze. The child instinctively stretched out his right hand, and in an instant, a torrent of golden light surged forth, materializing into a scythe that appeared in his palm. This scythe seemed to possess a tangible essence rather than being merely a figment of light. Su Yuntao furrowed his brow. It was a tool martial soul. Can a scythe be wielded as a weapon? It might suffice, albeit barely. As the golden light gradually receded, the boy stared, astonished, at the modest scythe in his hand. Feeling somewhat bewildered, "Your martial soul is a scythe, a tool martial soul. Come, allow me to ascertain whether you possess soul power." Even a tool martial soul can undergo the training of a battle soul master, provided it has sufficient attacking capability, Su Yuntao explained. "Master, what should I do?" the boy asked timidly. "Reclaim your martial soul with your mind. In the future, when you wish to summon it, you must do so through your thoughts," Su Yuntao instructed. The boy struggled for quite some time before managing to withdraw the scythe. Su Yuntao then presented a blue crystal ball to him, motioning for him to place his right hand upon it. The contrast between the boy's delicate hand and Su Yuntao's rugged paw was striking. Moments later, Su Yuntao, with a hint of disappointment, declared, "You possess no soul power." You cannot become a soul master. Please step aside. The same scene unfolded repeatedly. As 5 more children awakened their martial souls, each revealing implements such as hoes and scythes, none exhibiting a beast martial soul, and all deemed void of soul power by Su Yuntao. Finally, it was the turn of the 7th child, the last before Tang San. Despite appearing fatigued from the continuous exertion of soul power, Su Yuntao was determined to guide all 8 children through their awakening process. As golden specks converged once more, this time, a transformation occurred. A delicate blue blade of grass materialized in the palm of the girl, gently swaying with an ethereal grace. Tang San faintly sensed that this blue grass seemed familiar to him. Soon, he recollected that this type of grass was known as blue silver grass, ubiquitous in the village. Much like the common grass in his former world. Aside from its remarkable vitality, it held no other significant properties. It was merely the faint golden light enveloping the girl that had obscured his immediate recognition, though it was not a farming tool. The disappointment in Su Yuntao's eyes was all the more pronounced. It was a worthless martial soul, lacking offensive capabilities, defensive strength, or any supportive function. Blue silvergrass epitomized the standard form of a useless martial soul. As he spoke, he followed protocol and presented the blue crystal ball to the girl. And as he had anticipated, no soul power manifested. Finally, it was Tang San's turn. Without needing Su Yuntao's prompting, he stepped into the center of the 6 black stones. As Su Yuntao infused his soul power into the stones, the soft golden light illuminated once more. Warmth enveloped him, as though he were cradled within a cozy world. An indescribable comfort washing over him. It was no wonder that the children previously wrapped in this golden glow had their emotions stabilized so quickly. The warm essence seeped into his being, and Tang San distinctly felt a subtle fluctuation in his Xian skill's internal energy. Almost immediately. Under the gentle pull of this warm energy, something within him seemed to shatter, and a surge of warmth rushed toward his palm. Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly sparkled. For within the golden light, the number of golden specks appearing this time surpassed the cumulative total of all the previous children. He sensed that a remarkably powerful martial soul was about to emerge, and excitement was palpable in the air. For those like him, responsible for the awakening of ordinary people's martial souls at the Spirit Hall. Awakening a child of extraordinary potential and bringing them into the Spirit Hall would yield significant advantages in evaluations, greatly aiding in promotions. However, Su Yuntao's hope was soon dashed. Tang San instinctively raised his right hand, and what he beheld was a shade of blue. This particular hue had manifested for the 2nd time today within the village's Spirit Hall. Blue silvergrass. Identical to that of the girl from earlier, a quintessential manifestation of a useless martial spirit. Su Yuntao, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Another useless martial spirit. It appears that this time, the Holy Spirit Village has wasted its time." He gestured for the children to depart. The earlier surge of golden light had instilled in him a profound sense of hope, yet it ultimately culminated in mere blue silvergrass, leaving Su Yuntao somewhat displeased. "Uncle, you have yet to conduct my spirit power test," Tang San interjected, observing Su Yuntao's intention to stow away the blue crystal ball. Without turning around, Su Yuntao replied, "There is no need for a test. I have yet to encounter anyone with spirit power from blue silvergrass. Please, let me try, Uncle," Tang San insisted. The warmth brought by the golden light coursing through his body evoked a peculiar sensation, as if the open door signified a subtle transformation in his Xian skill. He was also eager to discern the differences between his internal energy and the martial spirits of this world. Momentarily taken aback, Su Yuntao turned to meet Tang San's calm yet resolute gaze, pondering to himself that this child seemed somewhat extraordinary. "Very well," he conceded. "Testing your spirit power will not consume much time." As he spoke, he extended the blue crystal ball towards Tang San. Following the method previously taught by Su Yuntao, Tang San focused on retracting his blue silver grass into his body, discovering that it was not a challenging task. By managing his energy as he did with the Xian skill, he could achieve it. He also perceived that the emergence of the blue silver grass seemed to coincide with the surge of his Xian skill, as though the delicate blue grass had been forged from it. As his palm made contact with the blue crystal ball, Tang San's body shuddered violently. To his astonishment, the ostensibly beautiful blue crystal ball possessed an immense attraction, as if his internal energy had found an outlet and surged forth uncontrollably. He yearned to break free. Yet the overpowering pull rendered him unable to escape. Equally astonished was Su Yuntao, who had initially believed that this would merely be a routine spirit power test in the Holy Spirit Village. Suddenly, the blue crystal ball illuminated, a resplendent blue light swiftly expanding from a mere point, transforming the orb into a radiant gem. A subtle blue halo emerged, indescribably enchanting. According to traditional testing procedures, the mere flicker of light from the crystal ball indicated the presence of spirit power within the tested individual. The dazzling brilliance emanating from the blue crystal ball could only signify one thing. My heavens, it is innate full spirit power. Azure light radiated once more from Xiao Wu, causing the crystal ball to eject Tang San's hand. At that moment, his gaze towards the boy transformed entirely, akin to one beholding a marvel. Tang San naturally noticed that his situation differed from that of the other children during the test, and he curiously inquired, "Uncle, what is innate full soul power?" Xiao Wu stared at him in a daze, instinctively explaining, "When one awakens their martial soul, in addition to the form of the martial soul determining its strength, the amount of soul power is also of paramount importance. Most individuals possess no soul power upon awakening their martial soul, much like the few children before you. They are destined to never become soul masters. However, even the slightest presence of soul power allows for cultivation through meditation. During the awakening of the martial soul, the quantity of soul power is critical, as it determines the starting point for a soul master's cultivation. The higher the innate soul power, the faster the subsequent cultivation progresses. And naturally, with a higher starting point, one will outpace others. The term innate full soul power refers to the highest level of soul power achievable at the time of martial soul awakening. Highest soul power? Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu, his mind racing. He was uncertain about the nature of his soul power, but he was certain that the blue crystal ball responsible for the assessment absorbed his internal energy from the Xiantian skill. Could it be that his internal energy had transformed into soul power in this realm? Perhaps due to the profound impact of Tang San's innate full soul power. Xiao Wu tirelessly continued, "Our martial soul ranks are structured such that every 10 levels corresponds to a title. Once one's martial soul is awakened, they are automatically referred to as a soul master, albeit at the first level. The ranks are distinguished based on the strength of the martial soul. The so-called innate full soul power means that after awakening, one's soul power can reach the innate maximum level of 10. I have never encountered anyone with innate full soul power. When I awakened, I only possessed second-level soul power." At this moment, Tang San had regained his composure. Having finally encountered a genuine soul master, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He hastily inquired about his lingering doubts. "Is it true that innate soul power can only reach level 10? Is there no possibility of exceeding that?" Xiao Wu's azure aura coalesced as he retracted his martial spirit. "Certainly not. The enhancement of a soul master's strength is not a straightforward endeavor. Each advancement to a new title necessitates not only that one's soul power reaches the zenith of the preceding title, but also requires the acquisition of a soul ring. Without a soul ring, no matter how diligently you cultivate, you cannot ascend to the next title. For instance, as you are currently at full innate soul power, your soul power cannot advance further through mere meditation. You must first obtain a soul ring. Only upon entering the next tier can you continue your cultivation." Tang San suddenly realized, "The soul ring, is it the halo you just had? You are at level 26, hence you possess 2 soul rings." Xiao Wu nodded, affirming, "Indeed. That is correct. Your situation is quite exceptional. Possessing innate full soul power is a prodigy seldom seen in a century. Alas, it is truly regrettable to think that you have a useless martial soul. Even if your martial soul were merely an agricultural tool, it would undoubtedly surpass the worthless blue silver grass." He did not continue his sentence, yet Tang San vaguely grasped his meaning, as if a veil shrouding his heart had been lifted. Tang San has always been a contemplative individual. In his previous life, he was so, and in this life, he remains the same. According to Xiao Wu, if soul power is indeed interconnected with one's inner strength, then the inner strength cultivated after arriving in this world transforms into soul power. The reason he cannot ascend to the second realm of his Xiantian skill is due to the so-called soul rings. In other words, if he wishes to make further progress, he must acquire soul rings like a soul master. But what exactly are soul rings? Tang San was eager to continue his inquiries. Yet Xiao Wu had already picked up his bundle and made his way outside. As the door swung open, old Jack, with a look of apprehension, greeted Xiao Wu. "Master, how is it? Is there any possibility that a child from our village could become a soul master this year?" Xiao Wu glanced at him, sighed, and replied, "There is one, but alas." Jack's eyes reflected a mixture of uncertainty and hope, prompting him to ask tentatively, "Master, who is it?" Xiao Wu elaborated, "Among this year's 8 children, only one possesses soul power, and it is even innate full soul power. Unfortunately, his martial soul is blue silver grass." Understanding dawned on Jack. "Blue silver grass? Innate full soul power? My heavens. The disappointment etched on Jack's face was even more profound than Su Yuntao's. Having served as village chief for many years, he understood the significance of innate full soul power, yet to find it manifested in the blue-silver grass martial soul was disheartening. Master, is there truly no way to cultivate with blue-silver grass? Jack inquired, his brow furrowed. Su Yutao sensed old Jack's emotions and, feeling less prideful than before, patted him on the shoulder. It's not entirely impossible to cultivate, but tell me, what do you think blue-silver grass might evolve into as the martial soul develops? A useless martial soul is ultimately just that. Even if one becomes a soul master, they would likely be a useless soul master. It is indeed a pity regarding the innate full soul power. Well, I must take my leave now. I have to visit the next village. Su Yuntao departed without waiting for Tang San to ask further questions. Left without Su Yuntao, Tang San rushed to old Jack, eager to ask the pressing question that consumed him. Grandpa Jack, what is a soul ring? How does one obtain a soul ring? Old Jack, still pondering Su Yuntao's words, instinctively replied, I'm not quite sure what a soul ring is, but to obtain one, it seems one must hunt soul beasts. That is a perilous endeavor. Only soul masters would undertake such a task. Chapter 3, Twin Martial Souls, Part 1. Oh, soul rings, soul beasts. These two novel terms echoed continuously in Tang San's mind. Although he could not be certain of his conjecture, the bottleneck in his Xiantian skill suggested that the soul ring was evidently a breakthrough point. At that moment, Jack returned to the present, looking down at Tang San in astonishment. Little San, you're not the one Master mentioned. The boy with innate full soul power and the blue-silver grass martial soul, are you? Tang San nodded and replied, It is I. Old Jack crouched down, gazing into Tang San's eyes. Little San, I never anticipated your talent to be so remarkable. Alas, you have such a father, who did not bestow upon you a worthy martial soul inheritance. Otherwise, who knows, you might have truly become the second soul sage in our village. Tell me, dear boy, are you willing to attend a specialized school to learn the methods of soul master cultivation? Only there will you find the most accurate knowledge regarding martial souls. At this moment, Tang San had developed a profound interest in martial souls, particularly due to their connection with his own Xiantian skill. Yet, he refrained from providing a definitive answer. Grandpa Jack, I must consult my father about this. Jack, struck by a sudden realization, acknowledged that no matter how mature the child appeared, he was still merely a child and needed to seek Tang Hao's counsel. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Despite his reluctance to confront that disheveled man, the prospect of nurturing another soul master from the village outweighed his reservations. Come, little San, let Grandpa escort you home. Old Jack first sent the other children back, allowing their parents to collect them, before leading Tang San back to the blacksmith shop. In the morning, it was Tang Hao's customary nap time, and the forge was enveloped in silence. Tang Hao. Old Jack paid no heed to whether Tang Hao was asleep. His disdain for the untidy blacksmith was palpable, were it not for the remarkably low prices of the farming tools he crafted. Jack would have long desired to expel Tang Hao from the village. As he called out for Tang Hao, his gaze wandered about, initially seeking a chair to sit upon. However, upon surveying the dilapidated furniture, he lacked the courage to pull one over. He was no longer young and certainly did not wish to risk a fall that could lead to injury. Who was making such a ruckus? Tang Hao's voice, laced with irritation, emerged as he parted the curtain and stepped out. His eyes first fell upon his son before shifting to Jack. What brings you here, old Jack? Jack retorted with impatience. Today marks your son's martial soul awakening. Do you not grasp its significance? Other families have both parents accompanying their children, yet here you are. As per usual, Tang Hao seemed to disregard Jack's sarcasm entirely, as his gaze shifted once more to his son. Xiao San, has your martial soul awakened? What is it? Tang San said, Father, it is the blue-silver grass. Blue-silver grass? For reasons unknown, Tang Hao, who had always shown little interest in external matters, suddenly trembled upon hearing these three words, and a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. Only Tang San noticed the change in Tang Hao's expression. Old Jack naturally paid no heed to the demeanor of a disheveled blacksmith. He stated directly, though it is blue-silver grass, little San possesses innate full soul power. Tang Hao, I have made a decision. This year's scholarship spot in the village will be granted to little San, enabling him to study at the primary Soul Master Academy in Notting City. The travel expenses will be covered by the village. Blue-silver grass, blue-silver grass. Tang Hao murmured repetitively, suddenly lifting his head, his eyes reflecting a resolute brilliance that Tang San had never witnessed before. He spoke solemnly. No? What did you say? I must have misheard, Jack said, digging into his ears and staring incredulously at Tang Hao. You should recognize how precious this opportunity is. Even though our Holy Soul Village has produced a soul sage in the past, there is only one spot available each year. Other villages often share a single spot among 2 or 3 of them. Do you understand? This is a remarkable chance. Perhaps Little San will become someone extraordinary in the future. Tang Hao cast a cold glance at Jack. What use is a person of high status? All I know is that if he leaves, no one will cook for me. Blue silvergrass, what do you believe it can cultivate into? It is merely a worthless martial soul. Old Jack retorted fiercely, yet he possesses innate full soul power. As long as he acquires a soul ring, even the most inferior one, he will immediately become a soul master. A soul master? Do you understand? Our village has not seen a soul master in many years. Tang Hao remarked calmly. This is your true intention, isn't it? When I say it is impossible, it is indeed impossible. You may leave now. The fury within old Jack had already reached its zenith. Tang Hao remained in a languid demeanor, remarking that there was no need for such volume. As his hearing was intact, I have stated that you may take your leave. Grandfather Jack, please do not be upset. I have decided against pursuing the abilities of a soul master. Father is correct. The blue silvergrass is merely a worthless martial spirit. I appreciate your kindness. Though Jack harbored a profound disdain for Tang Hao, he held a strong affection for the understanding Tang San. His fervent anger gradually subsided, and with a deep sigh, he declared, Good child, grandfather is not angry. With that, he turned to depart. Tang San hurriedly saw him off. While his father could choose to disregard the matter, Jack, being the village chief and having treated him well, would not neglect the courtesies owed. Jack paused at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, turned to look at Tang Hao, and spoke earnestly. Tang Hao, your life may soon reach its conclusion, but young San is still but a child. Do you not believe it is your duty to provide him with a means to survive? Do not hinder him from becoming a soul master, at the very least. He shall not endure the same misfortunes as you. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. There are still 3 months remaining until the enrollment period for this year's Notting Academy of Soul Masters. Chapter 3, Twin Martial Spirits, Part 2. Tang San bid farewell to old Jack, feeling a tinge of melancholy within him. After all, the soul rings mentioned by Su Yuntao might pertain to his breakthrough in the Xiantian skill. However, he did not let it show, for he believed that opportunities still awaited him. As he slowly made his way back to the blacksmith shop, he noticed that Tang Hao, unusually, did not retreat to his room for more rest, but instead sat in a chair, eyes closed in quiet contemplation. Father, why not return to your room for a bit more sleep? I shall prepare lunch. Tang Hao remained with his eyes closed, softly remarking, Do you not also feel a sense of disappointment? Do you wish to become a soul master as well? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. It's all right, father. Becoming a blacksmith is also a fine choice. It can sustain us just the same. Did you not promise me that you would teach me how to forge farming tools? Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes, and in them, Tang San discerned a surge of excitement. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Hao's right fist had clenched tightly, revealing a trace of an extraordinarily frigid aura on his aged visage. What use is a soul master? What significance does it hold? Even if one possesses not merely a useless martial soul, but the most formidable of martial souls, what can even the mightiest of soul masters accomplish? They remain but a mere waste. Tang Hao was filled with fervent emotions, his body trembling in agitation. In a fleeting moment, Tang San discerned a glimmering essence in his father's eyes. Rushing forward, Tang San grasped Tang Hao's fist and implored, Father, please do not be upset. I shall refrain from becoming a soul master. I will remain by your side and cook for you. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao's excitement surged and dissipated just as swiftly. He calmly requested, Release your martial spirit for me to see. Very well, Tang San nodded, raising his right hand. Within him, the Xiantian art quietly stirred, allowing him to feel the unique flow of warmth merging with the technique. A soft blue radiance materialized in his palm. And in an instant, a small sprig of blue-silver grass emerged. Gazing in awe at the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand, Tang Hao was momentarily entranced, gradually regaining his composure. His eyes flickered with fluctuating brilliance as he murmured, Blue-silver grass. Indeed, it is blue-silver grass. Just like hers. Suddenly, Tang Hao sprang to his feet and turned to walk towards the inner chamber. The abrupt motion nearly caused Tang San to stumble, and the blue-silver grass martial spirit in his hand vanished on its own. Father. Tang Hao waved his hand impatiently, signaling for silence. With that, he lifted the curtain and stepped into the inner chamber. However, I possess another martial soul. Tang San articulated his uniqueness following today's awakening of his martial soul. This was a question he had refrained from posing to Su Yuntao and Jack, as they were merely outsiders. The grand principles of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record. First tenet: never allow those whom you cannot fully trust to discern the true extent of your abilities. Tang San, having long since memorized the Xiantian treasure record, unwaveringly adheres to this principle. Suddenly, the door curtain was thrust aside, and Tang Hao reappeared in the outer chamber, his countenance now marred by an expression of profound shock. It was evident that his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had recently shed tears. Tang San remained silent, mirroring his earlier gesture of raising his right hand. As he slowly elevated his left hand, this time it was not a radiant blue light, rather, a subtle black glow erupted from his palm, coalescing into a peculiar object that materialized in his grasp. It was a hammer entirely enveloped in darkness, the handle measuring approximately half a foot in length. With a cylindrical head resembling a diminutive for reasons unknown, the instant this hammer appeared in Tang San's hand, the atmosphere within the room grew stifling. As if he were unable to bear the weight of the small hammer, his arm gradually descending. His complexion had paled considerably, unlike the blue silver grass, which required little of his inner strength. This black hammer, upon its emergence, nearly drained Tang San of all his energy. He could merely muster the effort to maintain a grip on the handle. Although it appeared diminutive, its weight far exceeded that of a conventional forging hammer. In a swift motion, Tang Hao advanced towards Tang San, seizing his hand that clutched the hammer and bringing it before him. Tang Hao's grip was powerful, alleviating the strain that had burdened Tang San's arm. As Tang Hao clasped his hand, a warm sensation of blood connection surged through Tang San, evoking a profound comfort within him. "Father, is something amiss?" he inquired, gazing at the black hammer. The fervent brilliance that had previously vanished reignited in Tang Hao's eyes, revealing the revelation of dual martial spirits. "It is indeed dual martial spirits. My son, my son." With a sudden movement, Tang Hao enveloped Tang San in a tight embrace, his strong arms encircling him protectively. Tang Hao's chest was broad, perhaps a result of his long tenure as a blacksmith. Despite appearing somewhat languid on the surface, his muscles had not diminished with the passage of time. His embrace emanated warmth. The sense of security derived from paternal love is irreplaceable by anything else. Father Tang San found himself momentarily stunned. In his recollections, this seemed to be the first time Tang Hao had embraced him in such a manner. The small hammer in his hand felt increasingly heavy, and although Tang San relished the warmth of paternal affection, he was far more concerned about inadvertently dropping the hammer and striking his father. "Father, I can hardly hold on any longer," Tang San could not help but utter. Tang Hao released his arms and withdrew them. As the dark light dissipated, the weight vanished. Tang San felt puzzled. That hammer was evidently formed from the fusion of his Xiantian skill and a unique force within him. Yet, why was he unable to lift it? Even more astonishing was the fact that after summoning that small hammer, he found that his internal energy had been depleted by 70 to 80%. Chapter 3, Twin Martial Souls, Part 3. Tang San had never witnessed such a vivid expression on his father's face. As a myriad of complex emotions danced across Tang Hao's features, after a lengthy pause, he slowly uttered a profound statement. "Remember, in your future, you must always safeguard your right hand's grasp with the hammer of your left hand. Forever." Tang San nodded in confusion. Tang Hao rose from his seat and, without a backward glance, retreated to the inner chamber. As he prepared lunch, Tang San reflected on the martial soul world he had encountered that day. The notion of twin martial souls seemed to be a rare phenomenon. Otherwise, his father's astonishment would not have been so pronounced. It appeared that his hammer martial soul had evoked a profound reaction within him. However, what weighed more heavily on his mind was the relationship between the martial soul and the Xiantian skill. If that soul ring were indeed the key to breaking through the limitations of his Xiantian skill, then he must find a way to acquire a soul ring to test this hypothesis. During lunch, Tang Hao appeared unusually withdrawn, his appetite noticeably diminished compared to usual, and his gaze frequently drifted toward Tang San, as if he were deliberating something significant. After finishing their meal, Tang San instinctively began to clear the dishes, but was halted by Tang Hao's voice. "Let us not tidy up just yet. Little San, I must ask you, do you wish to become a soul master?" Tang San paused for a moment, casting a glance at Tang Hao. Reluctant to deceive his father, he hesitated briefly before finally nodding in agreement. Tang Hao sighed, his face appearing a touch more aged. "Ultimately, you must choose to embark on this path." With that solitary remark, he retreated back to his room. Tang San discerned that while his father Tang Hao expressed a sense of disappointment, there was an overwhelming semblance of solace in his demeanor. It was evident to Tang San that his father harbored many unspoken sentiments. After tidying up the dishes, Tang San retreated to his chamber to resume his endeavors. The rhythmic clinking of the forging hammer against the iron block resonated through the air. Although he was uncertain when he would successfully shape the wrought iron into the size of a fist, as per Tang Hao's specifications, this method of forging proved significantly beneficial in enhancing his mastery of the Xiantian skill, as well as contributing positively to his physical conditioning. Tang San had begun to experiment with wielding the hammer using as little internal force from the Xiantian skill as possible, thereby enabling him to sustain his strikes for an extended duration during each successive blow. As the afternoon progressed, and he had struck the iron over 300 times, feeling that he had removed some impurities from the metal, the door curtain lifted, and Tang Hao entered. It appeared that he had not engaged in crafting agricultural tools that afternoon, for Tang San had not heard the familiar sounds of his father's work. "Father," Tang San addressed him, instinctively pausing his hammering. Tang Hao made a gesture for him to continue, then stepped aside and stood silently, merely observing him. Tang San continued to swing the hammer, his garments thoroughly soaked in perspiration. With his current internal energy, he was still inadequate to acclimatize to the prevailing temperature. Not to mention that this task was undeniably one of strenuous physical exertion. The rhythmic sound of striking resonated continuously. Tang San's diminutive frame appeared disproportionate to the iron hammer in his grasp, yet with each swing, the hammer cut through the air with a fierce momentum. Tang Hao pondered inwardly, considering the innate strength bestowed upon him, coupled with his exceptional soul power. It was no wonder that he could wield a heavy hammer at such a tender age. Perhaps old Jack's words held truth. He should not allow his own despondency to hinder the child's growth. The path ahead is one that he must tread alone. Observing Tang San, who was drenched in sweat, Tang Hao finally resolved himself. "Pause for a moment," he said. Tang San set down the iron hammer in his hand, breathing slightly heavy, and quietly activated the Xiantian skill within him to restore his physical strength. Tang Hao approached Tang San, took the iron hammer from his hand, and then glanced at the glowing red iron block in the furnace. "With strikes like yours, it would take even a year to transform it into the size of a fist." Tang San raised his head to gaze upon his towering father and inquired, "What should I do?" Tang Hao spoke coldly. "Tell me, when you wield the forging hammer to strike it, which part of your body exerts force first?" Tang San pondered for a moment and said, "It should be the waist, right? By engaging the waist to drive the back, and then using that momentum to lift the forging hammer with the arms?" Tang Hao neither affirmed nor denied Tang San's statement, continuing to inquire, "Apart from the brain, what is the most vital part of the human body?" Without hesitation, Tang San replied, "The heart. Both the heart and the brain are equally capable of being instantaneously fatal. However, while the brain is safeguarded by the skull, the heart is merely encased by skin and muscle." As a disciple of the Tang sect, he possessed a profound understanding of human anatomy, knowing that piercing an enemy's heart with a hidden weapon is the most effective and succinct method of delivering a fatal blow. Tang Hao paused for a moment before speaking. "Then tell me, how many hearts does a person possess?" Tang San gazed at him in astonishment, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Is it necessary to mention how many hearts a person has?" "Answer me," Tang Hao said coldly, his imposing figure and aura rendering Tang San somewhat breathless. "1. Tang Hao shook his head and said, "No, you're mistaken. Remember, a person's heart comprises 3, not 1. 3? Tang San gazed at Tang Hao in astonishment, unable to comprehend his meaning. Tang Hao turned the forging hammer in his hand and gently tapped Tang San's calves with the handle. "Here. The muscles in a person's calves are akin to a second and third heart. If one wishes to unleash their full potential, it is essential that all 3 hearts operate in unison. Therefore, the source of strength does not originate from the waist. Rather, it begins with the 3 hearts. When the heart within your chest beats rapidly, the power should commence from the calves, ascending through the thighs, traversing the waist and back, and finally releasing through the arms. This is the essence of a full-force strike. The heart generates power, with the waist serving as the axis. Observe. Chapter 3, Twin Martial Souls. 4. Tang Hao slightly raised the forging hammer in his hand, causing Tang San to retreat a few paces. Simultaneously, he reversed the orientation of the hammer and, with a low shout, pivoted his body, his feet firmly anchored to the ground. The exposed calves outside his tattered trousers instantly tensed, rendering him akin to a ferocious tiger poised to pounce. With a powerful thrust of his legs and a rotation of his waist, the forging hammer was brought back with an imperceptible force, culminating in a resounding clang as it struck heavily upon the glowing red iron. Tang San could distinctly perceive that this was merely a process of exerting physical strength. Tang Hao possessed no internal energy, nor did he release any martial soul power. It was entirely a manifestation of corporeal might. The previously incandescent iron block had been crushed to the extent of nearly one-third of its volume, with its deformation being strikingly evident. By channeling the strength of his calves, he unified his body's force into a cohesive whole, achieving maximum power. The iron hammer remained in Tang San's hands, prompting him to take a turn. All right. Tang San had never contemplated that there existed such nuances in forging. This technique of exertion was not merely applicable to smithing. It could undoubtedly be integrated into his own Tang sect martial arts. Grasping the hammer's handle with both hands and emulating Tang Hao's previous stance, Tang San fixed his gaze intently upon the glowing iron block. The Xiantian skill gradually commenced its circulation, penetrating deep into his calves. As his feet firmly anchored themselves to the ground, Tang San bellowed with vigor, channeling the strength of his legs and the essence of the Xiantian skill simultaneously. The power surged from his calves, swiftly radiating throughout his body as his waist twisted, propelling energy through his back, shoulders, and finally into his arms. He acutely sensed that his strength had become unprecedentedly formidable. It was as if his body were about to be lifted into the air by this overwhelming force. When the hammer struck the anvil with precision, it produced a resounding clang. Tang San's entire body was lifted off the ground by the force of the hammer's swing. Taking a staggering step forward, the hammer rebounded, and although his hands were unharmed thanks to the protection of the Xuanyu hand, his arms were momentarily numbed by the impact. Fortunately, the timely activation of the Xiantian skill alleviated the sensation of discomfort. The results were evidently notable, despite Tang San's youth and the supplementary effects of the Xiantian skill. The impact of this blow was not as pronounced as that of Tang Hao. Nevertheless, compared to his previous strikes, this one was powerful enough to counter several of his earlier attempts. Observing Tang San's movements, Tang Hao refrained from expressing any judgment. But a flicker of astonishment in his eyes revealed that Tang San had exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated that Tang San could master such a technique in such a short span of time. Little did he know, Tang San had been diligently honing the Tang sect martial arts, possessing not only a foundation in the Xiantian skill, but also skills like controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, along with ghostly shadows and the Xuanyu hand, which greatly enhanced his coordination beyond that of his peers. His innate perceptiveness further facilitated his grasp of the technique, of course, as it was his first attempt. His execution was still somewhat unrefined. Father, did I do well? Tang Hao nodded slowly, inquiring if one understood the function of the heart. The muscle most utilized by humans is the calf, which serves as the very source of all strength. Mastering the power derived from the calves can significantly amplify one's might. With that, Tang Hao approached the bellows and took a seat. Extracting a cast iron apparatus from beneath it, two objects resembling foot pedals, he connected them to the bellows, gripping the apparatus with both hands. The role of the bellows in the forging process is paramount. Sufficient combustion of metal enhances its malleability, thereby strengthening its resilience. Every piece of metal, regardless of its impurities, possesses an intrinsic spirit. Should the temperature falter, or if excessive force causes it to shatter during forging, even remelting and reforging will yield mere scrap. Thus, when one strikes the iron block with full force, maintaining an appropriate temperature is crucial. Operating the bellows also requires the engagement of the calves. This not only conserves energy, but also maximizes the bellows' efficacy. With both feet planted upon the pedals, he suddenly exerted force from his legs, propelling his entire body backward in a swift motion. His arms naturally followed, pulling the bellows handles. As his legs transitioned from straight to bent, he returned the handles to their original position. This rhythmic motion enabled the bellows to function at full capacity. Although Tang Hao's movements appeared unhurried, each action brought forth the bellows' capabilities to their utmost, creating a unique harmony between his body and the apparatus, as flames surged from the furnace, turning the iron block a brilliant red. Now, you take your turn at the bellows, mimicking my earlier actions, Tang Hao instructed, relinquishing his position to Tang San. Drawing upon his previous experience with the hammer and keen observation, Tang San quickly grasped the technique for operating the bellows from Tang Hao's former position. Though somewhat awkward at first, with careful attention, he initiated each exertion from his calves. Indeed, as Tang Hao had indicated, not only was energy conserved, but the results were vastly improved compared to before. Tang Hao, wielding Tang San's forging hammer, spoke softly. Swinging the hammer with all your might allows your strength to be fully expressed. However, the recoil from a single strike can impose a significant burden on oneself. If one lacks the proper technique to guide it, not only is there a risk of self-injury, but a portion of the force may dissipate. Failing to impact the metal effectively. Pay close attention to my movements. This will be pivotal in determining whether you can forge this piece of pig iron into the size of a fist within a short time. Taking a deep breath, Tang Hao's eyes became intensely focused. As Tang San manipulated the bellows, the entire iron block glowed a fiery red, with blazing flames rising and rendering the room exceptionally hot. Chapter 3, Twin Martial Souls. 5. Tang Hao moved with an elegance that belied the ferocity of his actions. His motions appeared no different from before. He coordinated his legs with his waist with his back, and his back with his arms. With a resounding clang, the iron hammer struck the iron block. As the hammer rebounded due to the force of impact, Tang Hao executed a sudden turn, channeling the power from his calves. The rebounding hammer was deftly swung into the air, cutting through with a fierce gust, and once more a thunderous crash echoed as it descended upon the iron block. This strike was not only executed with remarkable speed, but also possessed a force seemingly greater than the first. The hammer soared high into the air, and Tang Hao's movements synchronized perfectly with the hammer's ascent. At the precise moment when the hammer reached its apex, he propelled it in a circular motion before bringing it down once more with formidable might. Tang San's eyes sparkled with realization. This was undoubtedly a technique of leveraging force, utilizing the rebound generated from the collision of the hammer with metal to empower his next strike. His movements were executed with flawless coordination, maximizing the avoidance of any harm from the recoil, instead transforming that force into a relentless barrage. Beginning from the second strike, each blow surpassed Tang Hao's full strength, yet remained firmly under his control. Tang Hao's movements became increasingly swift as the forging hammer struck the iron block with a rhythm akin to a master craftsman at work. The iron block transformed under the relentless blows, and astonishingly, Tang Hao's precision was remarkable. With each strike, as the iron approached half its original thickness and began to flatten, he would deftly redirect the hammer to the edges, prompting the block to flip. This technique ensured that the iron endured his strikes uniformly, rather than being merely crushed into a disc. In the blink of an eye, 36 strikes had been delivered. With a flourish, Tang Hao spun the forging hammer 3 times in the air before dissipating its energy and standing poised, not a hint of fatigue evident upon his countenance. As if the vigorous exertion had been performed by another, the iron block had transformed significantly, visibly diminished in size, with impurities now barely discernible to the naked eye. This was the epitome of true blacksmithing skill. What a beautiful display of hammering technique. Have you grasped it? Tang Hao gazed at Tang San, who was diligently operating the bellows. Tang San pondered for a moment and remarked, I comprehend the principle of leveraging strength, yet it appears to be far from straightforward. Tang Hao spoke calmly. To achieve my level, there is but one path. Practice makes perfect. Moreover, remember this, when striking a piece of ordinary metal, it is at its most fragile when it is laden with impurities. During such times, you must temper your force. As the impurities diminish, you may gradually increase your strength to maintain the effectiveness of your strikes. The control of your force is paramount. Practice diligently. Do not blindly augment your power and speed, for precision holds equal importance. At the very least, you must be aware of where your hammer will land. Otherwise, what uses great strength? As the forging hammer returned to Tang San's hand, Tang Hao turned to leave. The father had kept his promise, indeed teaching him the art of forging. From the wisdom imparted by his father, it was evident that every profession harbors its own secrets, complexities that are far from simplistic. Over the course of the next half-month, Tang San devoted himself to the forging technique Tang Hao had taught him, which involved leveraging force through his strikes. Despite his mastery of the crane control and dragon capture techniques to aid in force management, and the assistance of the purple extreme magic eye to ascertain the precise location of his strikes, the method of forging proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated. Given that each strike required full force, controlling the power was inherently difficult. Coupled with the need to balance his body while striking at the desired location made the task exceedingly arduous. With each additional strike, the requisite control increased, and the constant rotation of his body not only induced dizziness but also rendered the management of each strike's force increasingly difficult. Fortunately, the iron he had been hammering had been subjected to his blows for quite some time, resulting in a significant reduction of impurities, making it less prone to shattering. Otherwise, under the unpredictable weight of his forging hammer, it would have likely broken long ago. However, throughout this practice, Tang San experienced subtle but significant advancements in the application of the Xiantian skill. as well as in the coordination of crane control and dragon capture, the Xianjade hand. In the purple extreme magic eye. From the first day, when he could barely manage 2 strikes without veering off course, to today, after half a month. He had attained the ability to strike accurately 7 times in succession upon the iron block. His progress was unmistakable, and with each powerful blow, the iron block diminished in size, yielding daily results. This improvement was inextricably linked to the technique of generating force from his calves, which significantly conserved the energy expenditure of the Xiantian skill, allowing Tang San more time to operate the bellows and engage in forging. His father had once wielded 36 strikes with apparent ease, while he could manage only 7, leaving him to wonder when he might reach his father's level of mastery. Whenever Tang San contemplated this, his motivation for practice surged. In recent days, he seemed to have momentarily forgotten about his martial soul and soul rings. Even pondering the technique of wielding a hammer while practicing the purple extreme magic eye on the mountaintop in the early mornings. 3 months swiftly passed. And when Tang San was able to strike continuously with the hammer for 13 blows, Tang Hao began to instruct him in the art of forging. Tang Hao's teaching method was straightforward. He would first demonstrate the process, then allow Tang San to replicate it. As long as he showed some understanding, Tang Hao would permit him to practice independently, offering minimal verbal guidance except at crucial moments. Because of this, whenever Tang Hao provided insight, Tang San remembered it distinctly. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San in a Different World, Part 1. In the early morning, Tang San returned from the mountain, invigorated and ready to prepare breakfast. During this period, due to his daily use of the purple extreme magic eye and continuous practice in the mornings, he had made significant progress compared to before. He could now discern the subtle movements of mosquitoes flapping their wings within a 10-meter range. If it weren't for the bottleneck in his Xiantian skill, he believed his advancements in other areas would have been even more remarkable. Transforming a 50-centimeter square piece of pig iron into the size of a fist had once seemed impossible, yet he accomplished this feat a fortnight ago. He had mastered the forging technique taught by Tang Hao, allowing him to strike the hammer 24 times in succession, each blow precise and controlled. Although Tang Hao never offered praise, Tang San could tell from the rare glimmers of satisfaction in his father's gaze that he had achieved a minor success in his hammer technique. To progress further, however, he understood that relentless practice was essential. As he approached the entrance of his home, a contented smile graced his face as he gently touched his wrist. Adorning it was his first creation since arriving in this world, a masterpiece crafted entirely by his own hands. It was a sleeve arrow, the most rudimentary type of mechanical hidden weapon in the Tang sect. The essence of crafting a sleeve arrow lay in the power of the mechanism and the intricacy of its design. The sleeve arrow Tang San had made even featured a safety mechanism, ensuring that accidental harm was impossible. Typically, a set of sleeve arrows comprised 3 arrows and a sleeve tube, and the one he wore was no exception. The materials for this sleeve arrow were derived from the piece of pig iron he had spent nearly 100 days forging. Upon completing the task assigned by Tang Hao and reducing the iron to the size of a fist, he was astonished to discover that the once impure pig iron had transformed into a genuine mother iron. In his previous life, not even the finest master blacksmith of the Tang sect could have achieved such a transformation from ordinary pig iron to mother iron. Yet in this world, it had become a tangible reality, an extraordinary feat in itself. The sleeve arrows adorning Tang San's wrist were meticulously crafted from that piece of mother iron. And the production of these arrows, including the 3 4-inch projectiles, consumed the entirety of the precious metal. While Tang San may falter in the art of forging, falling short of Tang Hao's prowess when it comes to the creation of ingenious concealed weaponry, not even Tang Hao, let alone anyone else on the entire Douluo Continent, could rival this prodigious talent of the Tang sect's outer disciples. Ordinary sleeve arrows typically possess a range of approximately 15 meters. However, the arrows fashioned by Tang San boast an effective striking distance that exceeds 30 meters. This effective striking distance refers to the linear distance post-launch, where the arrows retain their lethal potency. Despite possessing only 3 sleeve arrows, Tang San's craftsmanship is remarkably exquisite. Each arrow is adorned with 3 blood grooves. Had it not been for their limited quantity, you might have contemplated equipping the arrowheads with barbs. The diminutive 4-pointed tail fins ensure that the arrows fly with exceptional stability. The conical tips bear spiral markings, endowing the arrows with enhanced penetrative power upon release. In the realm of concealed weaponry design and fabrication, Tang San relentlessly pursues perfection. Even if this merely constitutes a set of ordinary sleeve arrows, Tang San understood that he was still quite young, and his Xiantian skill had yet to break through its limitations. If he were to encounter an ordinary person, he would not be particularly concerned. However, should he face a soul master like the formidable Pixel Yuntao, who could wield a martial soul, his own strength would be woefully insufficient. Nevertheless, with this sleeve arrow in his possession, the situation was markedly different. Tang San felt a surge of confidence, believing that with this weapon, he could contend with any soul master whose prowess was not overwhelmingly superior. The Tamen Xiantian Treasure Record, General Principles, Article 2. What constitutes a hidden weapon? A weapon that is employed in secrecy to vanquish adversaries is deemed a hidden weapon. If the enemy is aware of your intention to utilize it, then it ceases to be a hidden weapon and is instead regarded as an overt weapon. Tang San would certainly not allow his concealed weapon to become overt. And Tang Hao had never inquired about what he had done with that piece of iron mother, thus this tube of sleeve arrows remained his solitary secret. Upon entering the house, the fragrant aroma of porridge wafted towards him, a daily routine he was already accustomed to. "Father, it's time for dinner." Tang San called into the inner room. Strangely, unlike every other day when he would emerge at the sound of dinner, Tang Hao did not appear today. Tang San's heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that his father was ill? He hurriedly rushed into his father's room, taking 2 steps at a time. Tang Hao was not in the room. It seemed to be the first time in years that he had not indulged in a leisurely slumber. As Tang San pondered what Tang Hao might be up to, he returned. "Xiao San, where did you go this morning?" Tang Hao inquired nonchalantly. Tang San remarked, "I am going out to exercise." Each morning, he would indeed venture out for a run. This cannot be deemed a falsehood, for he truly did go to work out. Well, Tang Hao did not delve further into the matter and simply stated, "You need not practice forging today. Pack your belongings. For tomorrow old Jack will escort you to Notting City." Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Nottingham? What was the purpose of going there? The last time he visited Nottingham was approximately a year ago, when old Jack ventured into the city to procure some goods and took him along to broaden his horizons. Tang Hao cast a glance at him and said, "Do you not wish to learn the abilities of a soul master? Old Jack will take you to the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy to become a working student. There, you will acquire the knowledge you seek." Upon hearing his father's words, Tang San's heart raced with sudden intensity, an indescribable thrill washing over him. The inability to break through the Xiantian skill had long been his greatest source of frustration, and the soul rings of a soul master evidently presented an opportunity. "Father, what has prompted this change of heart?" Tang Hao retorted, "So, will you go or not?" Tang San said, "However, if I go, there will be no one to prepare meals for you." At this moment, he comprehended that the reason his father had risen so early today was indeed to seek out the village chief, Jack. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San from Another World, Part 2. Tang Hao spoke coldly, "Do I still need to take care of you? You may go. This is the path you have chosen. Each year, there is one quota for the Holy Soul Village, and not utilizing it would be a waste. The forging techniques I have imparted to you will enable you to find an apprenticeship at any blacksmith shop in the city, and the tuition and living expenses should suffice." Despite Tang Hao's indifferent demeanor, Tang San felt his eyes welling with emotion. Over the past few months, although Tang Hao's attitude towards him had remained unchanged, as he taught him the art of forging, this tall and aged man increasingly evoked a paternal sense within him. While he yearned to acquire knowledge about soul masters, he also felt a twinge of reluctance to part from his father. Tang Hao said, "My agreement for you to go to Notting is contingent upon certain conditions. You must accept my terms before you can depart." "I agree," Tang San replied without a moment's hesitation. Tang Hao furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you so willing to acquiesce without even inquiring about my request? As a man, one must honor their commitments. Do not be one who gives promises lightly." Tang San remarked with a sense of ease, "Regardless of what my father requests of me, I shall comply. He undoubtedly has my best interests at heart." Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Although Tang San spoke with casual ease, it was precisely that inherent trust that stirred a subtle shift in his emotions. "Regardless of how you cultivate your soul power in the future, I need you to promise me that you will not bestow a single soul ring upon that hammer-like martial soul, nor allow anyone to witness its manifestation. Above all, do not let anyone discover that you possess dual martial souls. Can you accomplish this?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "What about the blue-silver grass martial spirit?" Tang Hao stated, "You may freely utilize the blue-silver grass martial spirit, engage in its cultivation, and apply any soul rings without concern. The dual martial spirits do not necessitate both to rely on soul rings for the enhancement of soul power in order to continue their cultivation. As long as one martial spirit possesses a soul ring, the bottleneck for the elevation of soul power will dissipate." Tang San inquired, "So, Henceforth, I shall exclusively wield the blue-silver grass martial soul. Is that correct? Tang Hao nodded, stating that unless faced with a life-threatening situation, the hammer should not be employed. Very well, I promise you, Tang San replied solemnly. For him, the practice of cultivating his martial soul or the choice of soul rings was inconsequential. What mattered was finding a way to break through the bottleneck of the Xiantian art. His Tang sect's hidden weapons did not require the assistance of a martial soul. While others might perceive the blue-silver grass as a useless martial soul, Tang San had never felt disheartened by it. He understood that with sufficient training, the Tang sect's hidden weapons could indeed inflict harm, and this was not mere rhetoric. The blue-silver grass, formed from soul power, which is essentially the internal force of the Xiantian art, could manifest nearly limitless hidden weapons if the internal energy was adequate. All right, let's eat, Tang Hao said. Their home, though not entirely destitute, lacked in resources, leaving Tang San with little to prepare. He merely tidied up his patched clothing, which he considered sufficient. However, on this day, he did not heed Tang Hao's advice to focus on packing. The sounds of forging continued to resonate in his room. Tang San understood that in order to craft various hidden weapons in the future, he must rely solely on himself. And the forging techniques imparted by his father required diligent practice, until he reached the pinnacle of hidden weapon mastery. The quality of the weapons themselves would play a decisive role, especially for superlative hidden weapons like the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, where precision was paramount. This day felt unusually prolonged, marking the first time since arriving in this world that Tang San felt restless. He held a mixture of anticipation and trepidation towards the outside world. Whether at the Tang sect or in Holy Soul Village, he had never ventured out for practical experience, rendering him no different from a child. He pondered what wonders the outside world might hold for him. After dinner, Tang Hao casually mentioned he would be going out for drinks, seemingly unchanged from his usual routine. He instructed Tang San not to disturb his sleep in the morning when he departed. At dawn, Tang San sat atop a large stone on the mountain, delicately holding a leaf in his hand. His eyes shimmered with a violet hue, perhaps due to his recent increase in physical strength. The progress of his purple extreme magic eyes was accelerating. He could observe even the minutest details of the leaf's veins with clarity. He recognized that his purple extreme magic eyes had begun to enter the realm of subtlety. Unlike the 9 levels of the Xiantian art, the purple extreme magic eyes possessed only 4 tiers: observation, subtlety, seed, and vastness. The requirement for disciples of the inner Tang sect was to reach the level of subtlety, which was adequate for utilizing hidden weapons. Having started his training early and benefiting from the residual innate energy present at his birth, he had already developed a sense of subtlety at merely 6 years of age. However, he was also aware that nearly every disciple within the inner circle of the Tang sect had attained the nuanced realm of the purple extreme demon eye. Yet, even including the sect leader, Master Tang, none had progressed to the subsequent level of the purple extreme demon eye. After reaching the nuanced stage, the cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye would slow significantly, and the continuous absorption of the eastern purple chi each day could not merely be attributed to sheer willpower. Thus, it was rare for Tang sect disciples to continue their cultivation after entering the nuanced realm. Legend has it that there was once an elder in the Tang sect whose purple extreme demon eye reached the realm of the mustard seed. But he did not achieve any remarkable feats. He merely saw more clearly than those in the nuanced realm. This elder had been cultivating the purple extreme demon eye for over 30 years. As the internal energy of the Xiantian skill surged, it suddenly infused into a leaf, which, under the influence of this energy, became rigidly straight. With a flick of his right hand, Tang San sent the leaf spiraling outward, slicing through the air as if it were a projectile. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San in a Different World, Part 3. Yet, the leaf only traveled a mere meter before it could no longer maintain its rotational momentum, for it had lost its firmness, and upon departing from Tang San's fingertip, the effect of the Xiantian skill's internal energy dissipated. His power was still too feeble. With a helpless shake of his head, Tang San rose to his feet. It was time to return. Today, he would leave the village, and he could not foresee when he would next visit this mountaintop. With a push of his toes against the ground, he summoned the strength of his calves and activated the Ghost Shadow mysterious track as he descended the mountain. The familiar aroma of porridge wafted through the air. This would be his final opportunity to prepare a meal for his father before leaving, and naturally, Tang San would not be remiss in his duties. He glanced at the fire beneath the pot and added a bit more water to the porridge, ensuring that his father would have warm porridge upon waking. Old Jack had already arrived, perhaps due to his journey to Notting City. He dressed in new attire today. appearing even more sprightly. "Little San, let us go. Your lazy father won TB waking up," Jack called out to Tang San. Tang San gestured for silence to Jack, saying, "Grandfather, please lower your voice. Father despises disturbances while he slumbers." As he spoke, he extracted a piece of charred wood from the hearth and inscribed several lines upon the ground. He cast a lingering glance at his father's door before shouldering his burden and quietly departing with Jack. His familiarity with the written word was limited. Most of his knowledge stemmed from the occasional glimpses he caught during the village's private school sessions. Nevertheless, thanks to the foundation laid in his previous life, he had acquired a grasp of some fundamental characters. As the door curtain was lifted, a tall figure emerged from within. Tang Hao exhibited no signs of drowsiness. As he approached the entrance, he could faintly discern the frail figures of old Jack and Tang San. Tang Hao stood motionless until the figures of Tang San and the village head, Jack, completely vanished from sight. He remained there for a while, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly recalling something, Tang Hao turned and walked back to the blacksmith shop, casting his gaze upon the words Tang San had left on the ground. They were simple yet poignant. "Father, I have left with Grandpa Jack. Please take care of yourself and drink less. The porridge is in the pot. Do not forget to eat." His attention shifted from the words on the ground to the nearby iron pot. Tang Hao rushed over, sweeping the lid off the pot with a swift motion, and grasped it with both hands. As Tang San had just added water, the porridge had yet to reach a boil, yet Tang Hao disregarded this and began to pour the contents into his mouth, swallowing greedily. Unbeknownst to him, a veil of moisture had formed in his eyes. As they walked along the path, Tang San quietly followed old Jack, occasionally glancing back toward the village. "Xiao San, do you miss the village, or is it your drunken father you are reluctant to leave behind?" Jack inquired with a gentle smile, ruffling Tang San's hair. "Perhaps a bit of both," Tang San replied softly. Jack smiled faintly and remarked, "Compared to my wayward grandsons, you are far more mature. How fortunate it would be if you were my grandson. That drunken fool, Tang Hao, truly is lucky. Do not dwell too much on this. The world outside is vast and full of opportunities. Once you reach the academy, you will make many friends and acquire a wealth of knowledge. When you earn the title of Soul Master, the nation will grant you a monthly stipend, and your family's circumstances will certainly improve." Tang San, having lived 2 lives, gradually regained his composure while listening to Jack's words, and an insatiable yearning for the outside world stirred within him. He inquired, "Grandpa Jack, could you tell me about the academy? What exactly is that place?" Jack smiled gently and replied, "The academy is, of course, a place of learning. Although I have never attended one myself, I am quite familiar with its essence. Our village has an annual quota for a work-study student. Yet it has been many years since anyone ventured to pursue, and one only needs to cover their own meals. You can earn your sustenance by performing simple tasks at the academy, such as cleaning the classrooms. In essence, the experience of a work-study student is nearly equivalent to a free education. Conversely, attending as a paying student is a luxury that we impoverished folk cannot afford." Tang San remarked, "Father instructed me to seek employment at a blacksmith shop upon my arrival at the academy." "You? Working at a blacksmith's shop? What a ludicrous notion." Old Jack retorted, his irritation palpable. "You are hardly more than a child, barely taller than a forging hammer. What blacksmith would accept you as an apprentice? Moreover, the profession of a blacksmith is often undervalued, and the remuneration is hardly substantial. Your sole focus should be on your studies at the academy. However, if you were to achieve some success there, perhaps your inebriated father could manage to save a few coins for you. The Intermediate Soul Master Academy does not offer positions for working students, and attending it requires a considerable financial investment. Merely relying on the Soul Master subsidy will not suffice." Given Tang San's innate full soul power, old Jack had already begun to regard him as a soul master. Tang San looked at Jack with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Is there still a Junior Soul Master Academy? What distinguishes it from the Intermediate Soul Master Academy?" "Both are educational institutions, and they should impart knowledge related to soul masters. Correct?" Old Jack patiently elucidated, "Certainly, there is a significant difference. The Junior Soul Master Academy primarily teaches foundational knowledge along with various cultural subjects. It only admits children whose martial spirits have just awakened, with a curriculum lasting 6 years. By the age of 12, if a student lacks promising potential, they may merely become an ordinary soul master. However, if they exhibit considerable potential, most will opt to further their studies at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, continuing their education until the age of 18. The curriculum at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy is more profound, yet the difficulty of the subjects increases considerably. If one fails to meet the Academy standards, they cannot graduate successfully, which sets it apart from the Junior Soul Master Academy. Chapter 4. The First Hidden Weapon of Tang San in Another World. Part 4. Tang San inquired, if there are primary and intermediate levels, then there must surely be an advanced level as well? Old Jack nodded, a glimmer of envy evident in his eyes. Do not even think about entering an advanced Soul Master Academy. It is not a privilege granted to just anyone. In our Tiando Empire, there are only 2 advanced Soul Master Academies, with a combined annual intake of fewer than 100 students. These institutions are the cradles of future success. Graduates from advanced Soul Master Academies are sought after by both the nation and the Spirit Hall, often being bestowed with noble titles. Noble? Such favorable conditions. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Old Jack replied. Being a Soul Master is the most esteemed profession, and advanced Soul Masters are even more revered. They are exceptional talents. Thus, for us commoners, aspiring to rise swiftly by becoming advanced Soul Masters is evidently the best shortcut. However, how many ordinary individuals possess such remarkable martial spirits? Even if they do, without the backing of prominent families, graduating from an advanced Soul Master Academy is a formidable challenge. Why would graduation depend on others' assistance? Tang San questioned. Somewhat perplexed, Old Jack sighed. That is the essence of disparity, the gap between the impoverished and the affluent, the commoners and the nobility. The requirements for graduating from a primary Soul Master Academy are quite simple. One merely needs to reach level 10 with their martial spirit and, under the guidance of Academy instructors, acquire a soul ring to successfully attain the title of Soul Master. This is not particularly difficult. Any child with awakened martial spirit power can achieve it. It is said that advancing from level 10 to level 20 is the easiest progression for a Soul Master throughout their lifetime. However, the situation is markedly different at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. To graduate from here, one must reach level 20 with their martial spirit and obtain a second soul ring to earn the title of Great Soul Master. The leap from level 10 to level 20 is a milestone that many Soul Masters never attain. Furthermore, after reaching level 20, acquiring a soul ring necessitates relying on one's own strength to hunt soul beasts, which is exceedingly perilous. For those hailing from noble families, accompanied by family warriors, the risks are significantly mitigated. Yet, for commoners like us, we must depend solely on ourselves. The graduation criteria for advanced Soul Master Academies are even more stringent. One must break through the 30-level threshold, acquire a 3rd soul ring, and elevate from the title of Great Soul Master to that of Soul Venerable. It is said that level 30 is a critical juncture. Surpassing it allows one to be recognized as a formidable Soul Master, a true noble. Failing to do so makes the journey exceedingly arduous. Moreover, there seem to be specific restrictions regarding obtaining a soul ring at level 30, the details of which you will surely learn at the Academy. In any case, the actual number of graduates from advanced Soul Master Academies appears to be less than 1/3. After hearing Old Jack's words, Tang San began to form a foundational understanding of the teachings regarding Soul Masters in the Douluo Continent. Grandpa Jack, did you not mention that there are as many as 10 titles for Soul Masters? If those graduating from advanced Soul Master Academies are titled Soul Venerables, how are the subsequent titles attained? Old Jack smiled wryly. How am I to know? Surpassing the title of Soul Respecter, those are indeed significant figures. Take, for instance, the Soul Sage who once emerged from our village. He was directly supported by the state. I have heard it said that the cultivation of Soul Masters becomes increasingly arduous and perilous as one progresses. How many can truly attain the pinnacle existence of a titled Douluo? It can even be argued that I cannot ascertain whether such figures exist in the current era of the Tiando Empire and the Xinghua Empire. Old Jack possesses only a rudimentary understanding of Soul Masters. His insights lack depth. Tang San comprehended that this knowledge could only be gradually explored within the confines of the Academy, particularly regarding soul beasts and soul rings. The journey from Holy Soul Village to Notting City was not extensive. The two traveled for half a day, pausing briefly to consume some provisions. By afternoon, the distant city wall came into view. Although Notting City is not particularly large, its proximity to the border of the Tiando Empire necessitated robust fortifications. After undergoing inspection like the other travelers, Tang San and Old Jack entered Notting City. Little San, Old Jack said, I will escort you to the Academy and then return home. While you are at the Academy, be sure to heed your teacher's instructions and never venture outside the Academy unaccompanied. When the semester concludes, I shall come to fetch you. By then, it will be nearly time for the new year. Tang San, having left home for the first time, felt a tinge of anxiety in his heart. He instinctively inquired, "Grandpa Jack, are you leaving so soon?" Old Jack replied with a wry smile. "The inn is not a place for people like us to afford. You must strive hard. When I next see you, I hope you have become a soul master. That way, the entire Holy Soul Village will take pride in you." The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is situated to the west of Notting City. After inquiring with several passers-by, Old Jack finally led Tang San to its entrance. In the distance, they beheld a grand archway, measuring 20 meters wide and over 10 meters tall, constructed from sturdy rock. Beneath it stood 2 iron gates, dark and imposing, which Tang San recognized were forged from fine iron. Through the bars, one could glimpse winding paths leading inward, flanked by towering trees. At the center of the arch, for large characters, read Notting Academy. The very sight of the Academy's entrance underscored the significance of the Soul Master profession in the Douluo Continent. And this was merely a junior academy. As Old Jack and Tang San approached the gates, they were promptly halted by a young gatekeeper. "What do you want? This is no place for country folk like you," he sneered. While Old Jack's attire was considered quite respectable in Holy Soul Village, it appeared utterly rustic in Notting City. Drawing disdainful glances from the gatekeeper, Old Jack quickly forced a smile and said, "Young brother, we come from Holy Soul Village. This child is one of the work-study students sent from our village this year. What procedures do we need to complete?" The gatekeeper frowned, responding in a sarcastic tone. "Can a grasshopper produce a golden phoenix? Does a small village really have someone with soul power? The academy hasn't had work-study students in many years. You aren't trying to pass off as something you're not, are you?" A flicker of anger crossed Old Jack's eyes, but he swallowed his pride and presented the proof issued by the Deacon Su Yuntao from the Spirit Hall. The gatekeeper took the document, scrutinizing it closely. "Blue silvergrass? An innate full soul power? How absurd. I've been a gatekeeper here for 4 years and have never heard of a student with innate full soul power. This child's martial spirit is blue silvergrass. How could it possibly be full soul power? I suspect this proof from the Spirit Hall is forged." Even Old Jack, known for his good temper, could no longer contain his frustration. "You are deliberately making things difficult. Fine, wait here. I will go find the deacon from the Spirit Hall." He turned to Tang San and said, "Let us go." It was clear that the proof from the Spirit Hall was genuine, and the gatekeeper was aware of that. However, those who come to enroll new students typically offer some form of courtesy, especially those from humble backgrounds. The notion that the King of Hell is lenient while the little demons are troublesome encapsulates this truth. Old Jack, hailing from a rural background, despite being a village chief, was scarcely acquainted with such intricacies. The doorman felt a twinge of unease. Should the Spirit Hall's personnel truly arrive, it was far beyond his capacity to manage. Nevertheless, he also believed that the Spirit Hall's representatives would not deign to confront 2 mere country bumpkins at the academy. With a heavy heart, his words inevitably lost their charm, referring to the Holy Spirit Village as little more than a beggar's enclave. "What did you say?" Old Jack abruptly turned, the doorman's words striking at his greatest pride. It was the very reason he had quarreled with Tang Hao in the past, and now, hearing such disdain from an outsider was unbearable. He strode back, glaring fiercely at the doorman. The doorman, taken aback by Old Jack's fierce demeanor, instinctively stepped back, mentally chiding himself for being frightened by an old man. "What? Are you dissatisfied? I merely stated that you come from a beggar's village, which is hardly erroneous. Look at this little miser. His clothes are nothing but patches. I suggest you find a place to beg instead. Our Notting Academy is no charity house. Begone, begone." As he spoke, the doorman raised his left hand to push against Jack's chest, intent on shooing them away. Just as Old Jack's anger surged, a slight figure suddenly interposed itself between them. This figure, too, raised an arm, its delicate hand barely reaching the doorman's, and with a forceful motion, pushed the doorman's left hand aside. Simultaneously, the slender figure stepped forward, placing its foot precisely behind the doorman's left foot, while its right hand lifted to join the left, pinning the doorman's wrist downwards. Originally, this strike was meant to land at the crook of the doorman's left arm to incapacitate him, but due to the figure's diminutive stature, it could only grip the doorman's wrist. The movement was swift as the body leaned forward, the hands simultaneously pushing against the doorman's abdomen, with the doorman's left foot obstructed. Despite the foot being small, it was sufficient to achieve the desired effect. With a sudden pressure to his abdomen and a lack of balance, the doorman fell to the ground with a thud. "Xiao San." Jack stared, dumbfounded, at the person who had stepped in front of him. The one who had acted was none other than Tang San. The technique he employed was not even a secret art of the Tang sect, but merely a simple move from his original world, known as pushing the window to gaze at the moon. Of course, due to his stature, it was modified. It could not strike the opponent's arm as intended, and instead of pushing against the chest, it landed on the abdomen. Nonetheless, the outcome remained effectively the same. Though Tang San may be diminutive in stature, his strength is undeniably formidable. The months spent wielding the hammer have not been in vain, even without employing the Xiantian skill. He effortlessly knocked down the doorman. "You insolent brat, seeking your own demise." The doorman, humiliated by being toppled by a mere child, reacted with fury and scrambled to his feet, intent on confronting Tang San. Just then, a somewhat hoarse voice interjected, halting the doorman's advance. Momentarily taken aback, the doorman's expression swiftly transformed from one of rage to one of obsequiousness, an astonishing shift, as he bowed and greeted the newcomer. "Master, you have returned." Tang San turned his head to behold a man of medium stature, slightly gaunt, who had seemingly appeared at their side without notice. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair styled in a side part. His countenance was rather ordinary, and he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a unique aura. His eyes, when opened and closed, conveyed a sense of languor and despondency. The master merely cast a sidelong glance at the doorman, disregarding him, and addressed old Jack. "Good sir, may I have a look at the proof from the spirit hall?" Old Jack, being a man of the village, was adept at reading people. From the doorman's expression, he discerned that the middle-aged man before them held a significant position within the academy, especially given the esteemed title of master. He promptly handed over the proof in his possession. The master examined the document, then shifted his gaze to Tang San, scrutinizing him from head to toe. For reasons unknown, despite the master's gaze lacking sharpness, Tang San felt as though he were being seen through entirely. "The proof is indeed authentic, good sir," he continued. "On behalf of the academy, I apologize for the earlier incident. I shall take charge of this child." Chapter 5, The Master? The Teacher? Part 1. Having received an apology from a figure who was at least a soul master, old Jack's vanity was immensely gratified. He hastily waved his hands, saying, "No need for apologies, no need at all. We were also at fault. Master, I entrust this child to you. Xiao San, go inside with the master. But be sure to be obedient." Tang San nodded, yet chose not to speak. Moments earlier, when this esteemed master had intervened to prevent the doorman from rushing towards him, his left hand had already been raised, the safety catch of the concealed dart having been disengaged. Had the master's words come a heartbeat later, it is conceivable that a short arrow would have found its mark in the doorman's throat. The comprehensive overview of the Tang Sect Xiantian Treasure Record, Article 3, asserts that one must identify adversaries as foes. If they possess the means to bring about one's demise, one must show no mercy, for leniency will only invite further troubles. In Tang San's perspective, taking action against an elder like Jack, coupled with his harsh demeanor, had already set him on a path towards self-destruction. Furthermore, Tang San was utterly confident that no one who could possibly accuse him of murder. The silent dart of the Tang sect travels with remarkable speed, leaving only a fleeting shadow, a feat beyond the capabilities of a mere steward to evade. After Jack offered a few more pieces of advice to Tang San, he finally took his leave. The master cast a fleeting glance at the steward, marking the first and last warning. Should there be a repeat of such behavior, his position would no longer be tenable. His voice, hoarse yet calm, carried an undeniable authority that left no room for rebuttal. The steward, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly complied and stepped aside. The master then turned his gaze to Tang San, managing to conjure a faint smile, though the rigidity of his facial muscles rendered the expression somewhat unflattering. He took Tang San's hand, saying, "Let us proceed inside." The master's hand was soft and dry, providing a comforting sense of trust to Tang San. Under his guidance, Tang San finally entered the academy. "Thank you, master," Tang San expressed gratefully. "Master? I am not a teacher of the academy," the master replied, glancing down at Tang San with a mild tone. "Not a teacher? Did you not just say you represent the academy?" The master shook his head, usually impatient. Today he exhibited an unusual degree of tolerance, forcing another unappealing smile and countering, "Who says one must be a teacher of the academy to represent it?" Tang San suddenly realized, "I understand now. You must be the principal or a leader of the academy." The master chuckled and replied, "You, a mere 6-year-old child, are indeed quite clever. However, you have still guessed incorrectly." Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Then who are you?" The master replied, "I am merely a guest here, indulging in the hospitality. Like everyone else, you may call me master. That is how I am addressed by all. I have even forgotten my own name." The proof from the spirit hall states that you are called Tang San, correct? Tang San, you must understand that the meanings of master and teacher are worlds apart. Henceforth, do not mistake them. Unless, at this point, his words trailed off, yet his eyes sparkled with fervent intensity. Unless you truly wish for me to be your teacher, will you teach me to cultivate my martial spirit? Tang San asked. The master halted in his tracks and faced Tang San. Are you willing? Tang San naturally came to a halt, gazing upwards at the master before him. Observing closely from such proximity, he noted that the master's mouth was somewhat large, and his lips rather thick. He remained silent, neither consenting nor declining. The master regarded Tang San's wide-eyed expression, and that rigid smile reappeared. Indeed. You are a clever child, he mused. The silence bore two significances. 1, a reluctance to outright refuse, lest he offend the master, and 2, an unspoken inquiry into why he should pledge himself as a disciple. The master, reminiscent of old Jack, raised his hand and ruffled Tang San's hair. Noting his exceptional talent and keen intellect, it seems I must be resolute as well. After all, you are the third individual in a century to possess twin martial spirits. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San was taken aback, his gaze shifting as his left wrist discreetly lifted, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The master, maintaining his composed demeanor, smiled and said, Are you curious as to how I discerned you possess twin martial spirits? As he spoke, he shook the certificate given to him by old Jack. It is precisely due to this document. Perhaps others might overlook its subtleties, but if I were to miss it, I would not be worthy of the title master. I have previously investigated 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass martial spirit, of which only 16 possess soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Among those 16, none surpass the first level of soul power, yet you, astonishingly, possess innate full soul power at level 10. According to one of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits I have studied, the magnitude of innate soul power correlates directly with the quality of the martial spirit. Clearly, the blue-silver grass cannot suffice. Thus I am confident that you harbor another martial spirit, and one of formidable strength. Tang San's gaze gradually settled into tranquility as he argued, Every rule has its exceptions. Why can I not be one of them? The master nodded thoughtfully, replying, Indeed, every rule has its exceptions, yet your martial spirit is blue-silver grass, which clearly disqualifies you from being one of those exceptions. In the past century, while twin martial spirits have manifested only twice within the Heavendo Empire and the Starluo Empire, there have been 19 individuals endowed with innate full soul power. I have meticulously studied each of their martial spirits, and none were anything short of formidable. The youngest among them has already attained the rank of Great Soul Master. Of the 14 who inherited their powerful martial spirits through family lineage, 5 are anomalies. Their origins are not noble, yet they possess innate full soul power. This anomaly arises from the existence of mutated martial spirits. Based on my years of research into mutated martial spirits, I can assert that no martial spirit has been found to mutate into something else when paired with blue-silver grass. Therefore, I can confidently affirm that my judgment is sound. What exactly is a mutated martial spirit? Tang San inquired. The master patiently elucidated. This requires an understanding of how martial spirits are inherited. A person's martial spirit is directly linked to that of their parents. The most common scenario is the inheritance of either the father's or mother's martial spirit, which is known as familial martial spirit inheritance. However, some exceptions arise, referred to as mutated martial spirits. These too originate from the parents' martial spirits, but due to a certain degree of mutation between the father and mother's spirits, the inherited martial spirit may manifest a mutation, resulting in a new type of martial spirit. Mutated martial spirits can possess great strength and may even exhibit innate full soul power. Yet, the vast majority of them tend to be weaker. Mutated martial spirits are akin to the offspring of consanguineous unions. The likelihood of producing a fool is high. Yet there exists the potential for the emergence of a sage far surpassing the ordinary. Tang San nodded slightly. Suddenly, he took a step back, creating distance between himself and the master. He then knelt on both knees and bowed 3 times in deep respect. This time, it was the master who was taken aback. What are you doing? He inquired. Master, Tang San reverently addressed, please accept me as your disciple. The master smiled, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face as he bent down to lift Tang San up. You foolish boy, why must you bow your head to pay respects? Do you not know that such gestures are reserved for kings and parents? A simple bow will suffice. Evidently, the customs of the Douluo Continent differed from those of Tang San's previous life. Nonetheless, he did not consider his formality excessive and solemnly asserted, once a teacher, always a father. You are deserving of my homage. The Tang Clan's teachings on etiquette are exceedingly rigorous, and the imprint of such upbringing has long been deeply engraved in Tang San's heart. The master gazes at Tang San with profound emotion, declaring, once a teacher, always a father. It seems I have indeed made the right choice. The notion that subtle signs reveal significant truths, that details determine success or failure, resonates deeply. Although their time together has been brief, the master has already developed a considerable understanding of this young boy. Come. I shall take you to the administrative office for your registration. The master once more clasped Tang San's hand, his normally dry palm now slightly perspiring from excitement. The nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, contrary to its outward appearance, and the dormitory situated to the east of the playground. Despite being merely a junior academy, the standards imposed on the students are quite stringent. Even those residing adjacent to the academy must live on campus to adhere to uniform management. The administrative office is located on the ground floor of the main teaching building. Attended to by a teacher who appears to be in his 60s, along with 2 young instructors under the age of 30 assisting him. The master placed the documentation on the desk and addressed the senior teacher, Director Su. This is a work-study student sent from Holy Soul Village this year. I kindly ask you to assist him with his registration. Director Su beamed with a smile, responding, Master, what brings you here? It's a rare visit. Please, have a seat. The master shook his head and told Tang San, you will register here on your own. These teachers will guide you through the process. I shall take my leave for now, but I will come looking for you later. Tang San nodded and respectfully said, Goodbye, Master. The master smiled gently, ruffling his hair before turning to leave. Upon hearing Tang San's address toward the master, Director Su seemed intrigued. Young man, he inquired. You refer to the master as your teacher? He is not one of our academy's instructors. Tang San said, but he is my master. Director Su was taken aback. You apprenticed under the Grandmaster? His expression was somewhat peculiar, a blend of amusement that he struggled to suppress. Tang San inquired, Is there anything amiss, teacher? Director Su shook his head repeatedly, smiling as he responded, No, not at all. I never anticipated that the master would take on a disciple. However, you remain a student of this institution, and you must continue to adhere to the rules and regulations of the academy. Do you understand? Tang San nodded slightly. The 2 young teachers beside Director Su did not possess his composure. One of them picked up the proof from the spirit hall, glanced at it, and chuckled. You must be Tang San. As a teacher of this academy, I feel compelled to remind you that a master is not someone to be chosen lightly. Every soul master, regardless of whether they graduated from this institution, is permitted to acknowledge only one master. Failing to adhere to this will result in societal scorn. Do you truly believe that the Grand Master is a suitable choice? Oh, I see you possess innate full soul power. What a pity, though, that your martial spirit is merely blue silver grass. Upon seeing the words innate full soul power on the proof, the expressions of the teachers present transformed from surprise to regret upon learning that it was blue silver grass. Tang San gazed curiously at the 3 faculty members before him, questioning the appropriateness of the situation. Director Su shot a glare at the young teacher beside him and remarked, Though the master possesses a rather eccentric disposition, he is, in many respects, an invincible figure in the realm of martial spirits. After all, your martial spirit is also blue silver grass. There is no harm in taking him as your mentor. Very well, this is your belonging, provided by the academy at no cost. You will reside in room 7 of the dormitory building, where the supervising teacher will arrange your duties as a work-study student. Off you go. Thank you, Tang San replied, accepting the items handed to him by Director Su. He bowed politely before departing the academic office. As he stepped out, he faintly overheard the voice of the young teacher from earlier discussing the master within the office. Chapter 5, The Master? My Mentor? Part 3. Indeed, the master is invincible, albeit in a theoretical sense. Naturally, it hinges on whether those theories can be realized. Director, I recall the master once spoke of the 10 core competencies of martial spirits. It was utterly ludicrous. Enough. The master is a friend of the principal and should not be disparaged. While no one has validated his theories, neither has anyone disproved them. In the world of martial spirits, the master is a renowned figure. That is not quite right, Director. He is more akin to a notorious jester. Everyone regards him as nothing more than a farce. Hearing the discourse within, Tang San's pace briefly faltered before he continued onward. A hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips, not directed at his newly acknowledged mentor, but rather at the 3 educators in the office. Could one truly be considered a joke for deducing from a mere document that they possessed twin martial spirits and asserting that one of them was exceedingly powerful? Theoretical invincibility? What I presently require is precisely theory. The Master's strength cannot be imparted to his disciples. What he can bestow is knowledge. It is a pity these individuals fail to grasp even this fundamental concept, despite their roles as educators. The dormitory building was singular and easily identifiable. It housed both students and faculty alike. As old Jack had said, the number of individuals capable of becoming soul masters is exceedingly scarce, particularly in a remote city like Notting. The academy's population of students and teachers was modest, rendering a single dormitory sufficient to accommodate all. The student dormitory consisted of merely 7 rooms, as the junior soul master students were predominantly young. To facilitate better management, students of each grade resided within a large dormitory. Each grade at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy contained roughly 40 students. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory comprised 7 large dormitory rooms for students, each overseen by a designated teacher. Room 7 stood out among the others, characterized by its inferior conditions, specifically allocated for work-study students. After all, the academy is not a charitable institution. Although the tuition fees for work-study students have been reduced, their treatment cannot be as favorable as that of regular students. The 7th dormitory is also the only residence that accommodates individuals of mixed ages, regardless of their academic year. All work-study students reside here. As Tang San approached the entrance of the 7th dormitory, he was greeted by the cacophony emanating from within. The door stood ajar, and he peered inside. The room was spacious, measuring nearly 300 square meters, furnished with a total of 50 beds. However, only 11 of these were adorned with bedding. At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were creating a lively uproar within. Tang San knocked on the door, and the children engaged in conversation immediately shifted their gazes toward him. Among them, an older boy, observing Tang San's patched attire, approached him. This boy towered over Tang San by nearly 2 heads and possessed a robust physique for his age. Standing before Tang San, he looked down at him and inquired, "Are you the new work-study student?" A faint smile of benevolence graced Tang San's face. "Greetings. I am a work-study student from Holy Soul Village. My name is Wang Xing, and my martial soul is the Battle Tiger. I aspire to become a formidable soul master, and I am also the leader here." "Young man, what is your name, and what is your martial soul?" "My name is Tang San, and my martial soul is Blue Silver Grass." "Blue Silver Grass? When did the Blue Silver Grass martial soul become capable of cultivation?" Wang Xing feigned an expression of utmost astonishment, prompting the children in the dormitory to erupt in laughter. Regarding Tang San with the same bemusement one might reserve for a fool, Tang San still wore a smile. "Could you please make way?" he requested. Wang Xing disregarded Tang San's words and replied, "Little San, I am the boss around here. From now on, you must listen to me. Do you understand?" Tang San's smile gradually faded. "My name is Tang San, not Xiao Sanzi. While my elders affectionately call me Xiao San, I do not take offense. Such endearments are harmless. However, the person before me, this so-called leader, is evidently attempting to assert his dominance." Wang Xing raised his hand and pushed Tang San on the shoulder, causing him to stumble back a few steps. "I shall call you Xiao Sanzi, and what of it? Are you dissatisfied?" Tang San smiled gently, shaking his head lightly as he placed his school uniform on a nearby bed. Just as Wang Xing was perplexed by his actions, he suddenly realized that Tang San had vanished before him. The other students clearly witnessed Tang San's astonishing speed as he took a step forward, appearing directly behind Wang Xing. Without glancing back, he bent his right arm and delivered a sharp elbow strike to Wang Xing's side, while simultaneously positioning his right foot deftly in front of Wang Xing's right foot. Before Wang Xing could even register what had transpired, he was sent sprawling out of the dormitory, teetering on the brink of falling. Fortunately, his lower body strength was commendable, preventing him from crashing to the ground. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an embarrassing predicament. "You little brat, how dare you strike me?" Wang Xing fumed, turning to charge at Tang San with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountains. Tang San merely hoped to navigate his forthcoming academic life without encountering excessive troubles. At the very least, to preserve the sanctity of his daily existence. Thus, he firmly believed it was imperative to teach this boss before him a lesson. This was akin to the adage of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. As Wang Xing lunged towards him, throwing a punch aimed at his chest, Tang San did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, stepping forward to meet Wang Xing. This stride positioned him directly in front of Wang Xing, while with his left hand he guided and with his right he redirected, executing a simple yet effective maneuver. Wang Xing felt as though his right fist was being drawn by an extraordinary force, altering its trajectory. Concurrently, an immense strength surged from Tang San's right hand, and his foot was deftly tripped, causing his body to be hurled backward once more. This time, maintaining balance was far more challenging. The straightforward actions of Tang San had already incorporated the Tang sect's ultimate skill, the control crane and capture dragon technique. By harnessing Wang Sheng's own force along with his own, Wang Sheng fell onto a bed with a resounding thud. If the first incident could be attributed to chance, then repeatedly throwing Wang Sheng out was evidently no mere coincidence. The other children regarded Tang San with increasingly altered expressions. A deep, guttural roar erupted from Wang Sheng's throat, a sound that should not have belonged to a child. A faint yellow glow began to emanate from him, and his body, which had just landed on the bed, immediately sprang back into action, exhibiting speed and strength far beyond his previous capabilities. His martial spirit. He had summoned the power of his martial spirit. This thought flashed through Tang San's mind in an instant. Yet, what difference did it make? As Wang Xing's hands reached out to grasp his shoulders, Tang San too lifted his hands, forming claws to meet Wang Xing's grip. With his toes pointed inward and knees slightly bent, he assumed a standard horse stance, embodying the posture of a skilled martial artist. The two pairs of hands, differing in size, locked together. If the previous encounter had relied on technique, the present moment had transformed into a contest of sheer strength. Wang Xing was evidently incensed by Tang San's actions, a snarl creeping onto his face. At this juncture, he had unleashed the power of his martial spirit, the battle tiger. Though he understood the necessity of refraining from genuinely harming Tang San, he was resolute in using his strength to subdue this impudent boy who had embarrassed him so thoroughly. With the ferocity of a tiger's claw, Wang Xing was entirely convinced that, armed with his position among the top 5 in strength within the academy, overpowering this boy before him would be a trivial endeavor. But was it truly so? Though Tang San was diminutive in stature, he wielded the forging hammer nearly 1,000 times each day, demonstrating a strength far from ordinary. At the very moment Wang Sheng exerted his power, he distinctly felt that the hands, which were evidently several sizes smaller than his own, were as solid as steel. In an instant, an overwhelming victory in strength was achieved. As Tang San exerted pressure with both of his thumbs, Wang Sheng experienced a tingling sensation in his palms, realizing that his soul power was entirely suppressed by his opponent. Following this, Tang San leaped backward while still grasping Wang Sheng's hand. As Wang Sheng had already been descending from the air, Tang San's sudden retreat caused him to lose his balance. He watched in horror as Tang San's knee loomed larger before him, and a cry of alarm surged within him. As Tang San's knee approached Wang Sheng's nose, Wang Sheng realized that, even without considering Tang San's inherent strength, the sheer weight of his own body crashing down would likely shatter his nasal bridge. In that fleeting moment, a pang of regret welled up within him. Just as he anticipated delivering a devastating blow to his opponent, Tang San suddenly released his grip. With an advantage in strength, he effortlessly withdrew, simultaneously transforming his bent right knee into a powerful kick that struck Wang Xing's chest. This was a swift kick, characterized by a short range of motion but an explosive force that was undeniably potent. Even though Tang San redirected much of his kicking power into a forceful push, the impact remained formidable. The students in the dormitory watched in awe as Wang Sheng's body uncontrollably executed a backflip in midair, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed, sprawled on the ground. Although the Tang sect is renowned for its expertise in hidden weapons, it is, in fact, equally proficient in the art of grappling. This prowess is often overshadowed by the dazzling allure of its concealed armaments. The technique of controlling the crane and subduing the dragon is not merely a manifestation of physical strength. It embodies an exceedingly formidable method of restraint, with its techniques of dislocating joints and breaking bones being particularly ruthless. Naturally, Tang San would refrain from employing such tactics in this instance. This time, Wang Sheng suffered a severe fall, struggling for quite some time before managing to rise from the ground. His gaze towards Tang San was now a tumult of astonishment and fury. After all, he was merely a 12-year-old child, and when confronted with someone stronger than himself, his fear outweighed any impulse to act rashly. Tang San picked up his school uniform. "May I pass now?" he asked. As he approached, Wang Sheng instinctively stepped aside to clear the path. Tang San found a bed not far from the entrance and placed his uniform upon it. "Wait, did you just use a soul skill?" Wang Sheng inquired cautiously. Soul skill? This term was not unfamiliar to Tang San. What exactly is a soul skill? Wang Sheng scratched his head and responded, It's a technique employed through one's martial spirit. But is your martial spirit truly the blue-silver grass? Raising his right hand, a faint blue luminescence emanated from his palm, serving as a testament to the dormitory's occupants that he was not being deceitful. Upon hearing the term soul skill, the other students, though intimidated by Tang San's prowess, gathered around. Is it really a soul skill? Incredible. Even Brother Wang Sheng is no match for him. Tang San shook his head, declaring that it was not a soul skill, but merely a technique of combat. Do we not have any betting here? A student, only slightly older than Tang San, cast a downcast gaze and replied, "We are merely work-study students. Our tuition has already been waived. How could we possibly have betting? We all brought our own from home. If you wish, you may use mine for now." Tang San waved his hand and replied, "No need. Thank you. I will find a way myself." Wang Sheng approached Tang San and inquired, "Why did you show mercy just now?" He had studied at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy for 5 years. If he could not discern that Tang San's change of kick was intended to prevent severe injury, then his learning would indeed have been in vain. Tang San replied calmly, "We are classmates, not foes." A complex glimmer flickered in Wang Sheng's eyes. "I apologize for my earlier behavior. Every work-study student who arrives here must confront such challenges. We, as work-study students, are often looked down upon by other trainees. Therefore, it is imperative that we unite. I merely hope that you, as a newcomer, can stand together with us." Tang San smiled gently and said, "So, are you intending to give me a demonstration of your authority?" Wang Sheng's face flushed, revealing a hint of endearing innocence. "It is you who has truly given me a lesson in authority. However, you are indeed remarkable. You must have just turned 6, haven't you?" Tang San nodded slightly. Chapter 6. My name is Xiao Wu. The Dance of Dance, Part 1. Wang Sheng pulled aside a student in front of the bed without any hesitation and sat down beside Tang San. "Tang San, having defeated me, you shall henceforth be the leader of our 7 dormitory." Tang San hastily waved his hand and said, "I come here to learn." Wang Sheng, with a serious expression, replied, "This is the rule. The one with the strongest fist is the leader. Do you think being a leader is an easy task? I am not being modest with you." As he spoke, he rolled up the sleeves of his school uniform. Tang San was astonished to discover that his arms bore no less than 7 or 8 dark purple bruises. Wang Sheng, with a wry smile, explained, "These were acquired just yesterday upon our arrival at the academy. We, the work-study students, hail from impoverished backgrounds, and the other dormitory members frequently bully those of us in the 7th dormitory. As the leader of our dorm, it is my duty to stand up for my brothers. I would gladly pass this responsibility on to you." The other students nodded in agreement, casting hopeful glances at Tang San. A sense of justice is indeed a fundamental trait of a hero. Protecting the weak is naturally encompassed within this virtue. Tang San, having received extensive education in this regard during his time in the Tang sect, felt compelled to respond, "Very well. I shall not stand idly by while my dorm mates are bullied." At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from outside. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" Everyone turned simultaneously towards the entrance, their eyes widening in astonishment. A charming young girl stood at the door, seemingly of similar age and height to Tang San. Her delicate face, flushed with a rosy hue, resembled a perfectly ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Despite her simple attire, she appeared impeccably tidy. Her long black hair was styled into a braid that cascaded down to her waist, and her large, sparkling eyes radiated curiosity. In her hands, she cradled a brand new school uniform. The boys in the dormitory, taken aback by the sudden appearance of such a beautiful girl, stared in wide-eyed amazement. Tang San could not help but whisper to Wang Sheng, "Is it permissible for both genders to reside here?" Wang Sheng nodded, lowering his voice in response. "We are all merely children. The dormitories here do not differentiate by gender. It is said that such distinctions will only arise at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. It is rather peculiar. Last year, there were no work-study students, yet this year we have 2. He then urged, "Come on, show her who is in charge." Perhaps that isn't necessary," Tang San replied, taken aback by the predicament he faced just after being designated as the leader of the so-called 7th dormitory. The thought of intimidating a girl was beyond his capabilities. The girl at the entrance blinked her large eyes, observing that no one inside acknowledged her presence. She then looked up at the sign labeled 7th dormitory and broke into a charming smile. "Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, as in dance." Wang Sheng jabbed Tang San in the back, signaling him to adhere to the dormitory's rules. In a moment of resignation, Tang San rose to his feet and approached the girl. "Greetings, I am Tang San." He found it quite difficult to utter the title of leader in this place. So with a flash of inspiration, he said, I am the dormitory head here. You may simply call me by my name. May I inquire as to what your martial spirit is? Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes and replied with a smile, my martial spirit is a rabbit. A charming little white one. And yours? As she smiled, her face revealed two delightful dimples, an enchanting sight that was simply irresistible. Tang San remarked, does that not mean you are my natural adversary? My martial spirit is the very sustenance of yours, blue silver grass. Having never engaged in conversation with a girl, he found himself rather anxious, having spent his days in the Tang sect solely immersed in the art of hidden weapons. Xiao Wu chuckled softly, you are quite amusing. Are you refusing me entry? Well, you see, he explained. There is a custom in our dormitory. Newly arrived work-study students are required to showcase the prowess of their martial spirits. Therefore, I wish to spar with you. Tang San quietly reassured himself that sparring was not akin to bullying. If he remained cautious and avoided causing her harm, it would be in keeping with the traditions of their dormitory. Xiao Wu regarded Tang San with a peculiar expression. Are you certain? Tang San nodded affirmatively. Xiao Wu set her school uniform aside, her face brimming with excitement. All right, let us begin. Before Tang San could fully grasp the situation, her right leg bent at the knee, and with a swift motion, her toes shot forward, aimed directly at Tang San's chin. While the force appeared minimal, the speed was astonishing, catching Tang San off guard. He swiftly shifted his body to the left to evade the incoming kick while simultaneously reaching for Xiao Wu's ankle with his right hand. His right foot instinctively stepped forward, his shoulder pressing against Xiao Wu's chest in a classic Iron Mountain lean. Under normal circumstances, if Xiao Wu were to be pressed against in such a manner while balancing on one leg, she would undoubtedly tumble to the ground. However, Tang San was quite adept at gauging his strength. He had already resolved that should Xiao Wu lose her balance, he would be swift enough to catch her, and his lean would exert minimal force. As long as it was deemed a sparring match, that would suffice. The other students were intently observing the exchange between Tang San and Xiao Wu, with Wang Xing watching Tang San's movements, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as he diligently memorized the techniques. He noted that while Tang San's maneuvers were remarkably succinct, they were undeniably effective. Yet, the unfolding events did not adhere to Tang San's anticipated script. As Tang San's right hand deftly grasped Xiao Wu's ankle, he suddenly felt a slip, and the grasp he believed to be assured faltered unexpectedly. In an instant, Xiao Wu's leg, which had kicked through empty air, was swiftly positioned across his shoulder. In response to Tang San's oncoming right shoulder, she gently blocked with her hands, leveraging her right foot against Tang San's shoulder, while raising her other leg to elegantly ascend to his opposite shoulder. At this moment, the scene appeared quite peculiar. Xiao Wu's legs were intertwined around Tang San's neck, utilizing the force of his shoulders' forward momentum, with her upper body leaning backward and her palms firmly planted on the ground. Her supple legs coiled around Tang San's neck like springs, propelling him backward with unexpected force. Fortunately, as Xiao Wu was still young and clad in trousers, the outcome would have been quite different had she been wearing a skirt. Tang San had never engaged in any physical confrontation with a girl before. When Xiao Wu's leg first coiled around his neck, he could have reacted in various ways. However, as her leg lifted, the hem of her pants naturally slipped down a bit, exposing her slender calf against his neck. The smoothness of her skin, characteristic of a girl's softness, momentarily stirred turmoil within him, causing his response to lag. As Xiao Wu supported herself with her hands on the ground and simultaneously exerted force with her legs, it was too late for Tang San to withstand her strength. After all, the human neck is inherently fragile, and he was but a child. To rely solely on his strength in such a situation could easily lead to injury. Thus, he had no choice but to allow Xiao Wu to throw him off. Tang San observed that Xiao Wu's method of exerting her strength by pushing against the ground with her legs bore a striking resemblance to the technique his father had taught him, which involved utilizing the calves for powerful strikes. As he fell backward onto the ground, the impact was negligible due to Xiao Wu's relatively modest strength, combined with the protection afforded by his Xiantian skill, ensuring he remained unscathed. Having deftly regained her footing, Xiao Wu turned around, a playful smile gracing her lips as she regarded him. Rising to his feet, Tang San was not one to succumb to defeat easily. He understood that losing was not an excuse for carelessness. He recognized that Xiao Wu had shown him mercy when she flung him away. Had she chosen to exert her full force, the entanglement of her legs around his neck would have posed a far more perilous threat than a mere fall. This technique was unfamiliar to Tang San. In his previous world, he had never encountered anything quite like it in martial arts. Yet, he realized the inherent danger of such a maneuver. Had his reactions been swifter, striking Xiao Wu at such close range would not have been a daunting task. I concede. Might you enlighten me about the technique you employed? Tang San inquired, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. He mused to himself that he might just be the shortest reigning leader in the history of the dormitory. Xiao Wu replied with a cheerful demeanor. I call this technique soft skill, a skill that harnesses the flexibility and resilience of the body. At that moment, the onlookers from the dormitory were left utterly astonished. Particularly Wang Sheng, who had already been bewildered by Tang San's earlier victory over him. Now, witnessing the elegant young girl's decisive triumph over Tang San, his eyes widened in disbelief. He pondered to himself, why are all the work-study students this year so extraordinarily formidable? Tang San had no particular thoughts regarding the position of the dormitory leader. He stated, according to the dormitory rules, if you defeat me, you shall become the dormitory leader. The chief among us. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, swiftly replaced by overwhelming delight. The leader? That sounds quite enjoyable. Very well. I shall be your leader from now on. It seemed that the student worker was rather promising. Xiao Wu chose a bed beside Tang San, unloading her belongings and placing her school uniform alongside them. Could someone enlighten me about our academy situation? She inquired, gazing at the silent group. At this moment, the other students gradually emerged from their astonishment. Xiao Wu's earlier display of prowess in effortlessly throwing Tang San had instilled a sense of trepidation within them. It was Wang Sheng who stepped forward. We, the student workers, are primarily responsible for maintaining the cleanliness of the academy. Our specific tasks are assigned by the teachers in charge of us. The academy comprises 6 grades, each with its own class. Leader, you and Tang San are newcomers. Hence you should be in the 1st grade. The rest of us are at least in the 3rd grade. I'm advancing to the 6th this year. Classes are held every morning, with self-study in the afternoons. Typically, there are 2 classes in the morning, one focusing on cultural knowledge and the other on martial souls. As student workers, we often have some tasks in the afternoon, which allows us to earn a little income for our meals. Wang Sheng provided a brief introduction to the other students. Among the student workers, he possessed the most exceptional innate martial soul. Not only being a beast martial soul, but also the formidable king among beasts. His soul power had reached level 9, and upon reaching level 10, he would be eligible to participate in spirit beast hunts upon graduation to acquire soul rings and enhance his title. After absorbing Wang Sheng's words, Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San and asked, Tang San, what level is your soul power? I sensed that your strength seemed quite formidable. Tang San did not conceal the truth, for his outwardly perceived martial soul, the blue silver grass, was deemed the most ineffectual. However, he possessed innate full soul power, endowing him with considerable strength. Innate full soul power? The students gasped in astonishment. Wang Sheng, feeling a sense of equilibrium within himself, acknowledged that Tang San's soul power surpassed his own, making his victory quite justified. In the absence of soul rings, soul power played a pivotal role, elucidating the disparity in their strengths. Wang Sheng brimmed with confidence, contemplating that his martial soul, the battle tiger, would surely prevail over Tang San's blue silver grass once he too attained soul rings and ascended to the rank of a soul master. At that moment, Xiao Wu blinked her eyes and murmured something softly. Just then, a teacher in his 30s entered the room, inquiring whether there were any new work-study students. Tang San and Xiao Wu simultaneously rose from their respective beds. The instructor, possessing an unremarkable appearance, and held a bundle of bedding in his arms. Which one is Tang San? Tang San hurriedly stepped forward. The teacher said, My name is Mo Hen. You may address me as Teacher Mo Tang San. This is the bedding that the master has prepared for you. Tang San accepted the quilt. Although its fabric was not extravagant, a refreshing aroma wafted through the air, revealing its pristine condition. Additionally, there was a pillow, indicating that the master had indeed considered his needs thoroughly. Chapter 6. My name is Xiao Wu. The Dance of Life, Part 3. Mo Hen stated, Tang San, you and Xiao Wu are first-year work-study students, and from now on, you shall be responsible for the cleaning of the garden on the southern side of the playground. You will receive 10 copper soul coins each day, remember? You must clean daily. Particularly, ensure that all debris is thoroughly removed. Failure to comply will result in deductions from your wages. Should any negligence occur, the Academy reserves the right to expel you. Do you understand clearly? Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded in unison, indicating their understanding. Mo Hen remarked, Tomorrow marks the opening ceremony of the school. Classes will officially commence the day after tomorrow, with the first-year students attending class in room 1 on the ground floor of the teaching building. You need only attend punctually from the day after tomorrow onward. Regular duties will resume then, and I will conduct periodic inspections. Very well, you may take your leave for now. Wang Sheng, as the eldest here, kindly explained the rules to them. Embracing the bedding in his arms, Tang San felt a surge of warmth, and the somewhat rigid visage of the master surfaced in his mind, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. The work-study students, hailing from humble backgrounds, exhibited greater maturity than their noble counterparts. A few perceptive students quickly chimed in, "Boss, you may use my mattress. I can manage with just half a quilt." Another added, "No, boss, take my quilt instead. I can make do with the mattress." Xiao Wu glanced at the tattered bedding of these work-study students. While it couldn't be deemed excessively filthy, it was certainly worn and ragged. Furrowing her brow, she said, "Please refrain from calling me boss. It makes me feel ancient." Wang Sheng replied, "That simply won't do. It's the rule." Xiao Wu countered, "If I am indeed the boss, then my words should constitute the rule. Henceforth, you may refer to me as Sister Xiao Wu." As she spoke, her gaze finally settled on the bedding in Tang San's hands. "Tang San, shall we discuss this matter?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Xiao Wu was likely eyeing the bedding in his possession. He was not a miserly person, yet this bedding had been recently gifted to him by his master, leaving him with a tinge of reluctance. However, he recognized that Xiao Wu was a girl. "What shall we discuss?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Your bedding appears quite spacious. It shouldn't pose a problem for two individuals to share. How about we push the beds together, allowing us both to benefit?" "Ah? Share?" Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu, his maturity far exceeding that of a mere 6-year-old. Although both he and Xiao Wu were still quite young, the notion of sharing a bed felt inappropriate. The age-old adage of propriety between genders echoed in his mind. Xiao Wu huffed dismissively, "What is so wrong with that? I don't mind at all. Why should you be concerned? Are you afraid I might assault you?" It is often said that girls mature faster than boys. Yet this particular girl was merely 6 years old. Tang San was rendered speechless, while the other students observed them with a mix of envy and amusement, most wearing smiles but refraining from uttering a word. Hurry up and bring the bed over. Aren't you quite strong?" Xiao Wu urged with a hint of impatience. Tang San instinctively pushed his bed beside Xiao Wu's. Xiao Wu took the bedding from his hands and first laid out the mattress on the bed. This bedding was designed for adults and was indeed quite large. Although it could not completely cover both beds, it covered more than 70%. Xiao Wu placed her bundle at the seam where the two beds were joined and remarked, "Place your bundle here too. This will be our boundary. If you cross it, don't blame me for being impolite." Watching Xiao Wu establish the boundary, Tang San felt a sense of relief and quickly nodded, placing his bundle alongside hers. Only then did Xiao Wu cover it with a blanket, thus forming a simple double bed, albeit with a clear division. Wang Xing remarked, "It's time for lunch, Xiao Wu. Tang San, shall we go together?" Upon hearing the mention of food, Xiao Wu immediately sprang up with excitement, asking, "What delicious dishes do we have?" Wang Xing and the other work-study students exchanged glances and chuckled wryly, stating, "What good food can we work-study students expect? We can only grab some cheap meals at the cafeteria to make do." Tang San shook his head and said, "You may go, but I shall remain. Our home is in dire straits. Tang Hao has squandered his money on wine. To stave off hunger, I have prepared some coarse cakes, which should suffice for the time being. After I commence work the day after tomorrow, I shall receive my wages." Observing the patches on Tang San's clothes, Wang Xing subtly grasped his implication and did not press the matter further. "Sister Xiao Wu, shall we depart?" Xiao Wu's excitement suddenly faltered as she inquired, "Does dining require expenditure? Is it that sole currency?" Had it not been for her considerable strength, Wang Xing might have lost his temper. Was it necessary to mention that one must pay for a meal? Who would offer a complimentary lunch? Nonetheless, he could discern that their newly appointed leader was likely as financially constrained as Tang San. With a flourish, Wang Sheng declared, "No worries. Allow me to cover your meal expenses for the next couple of days. Tang San, from now on, we shall be comrades in the same dormitory. Let us go together. If it comes to that, you may treat me when you have the means." Tang San hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. He had always been indifferent to money, and Wang Xing's straightforwardness resonated with him. Xiao Wu, too, was instantly beaming, casting flirtatious glances at Wang Xing. However, recalling her delicate techniques, Wang Xing maintained his distance from her. When she had previously tossed Tang San aside, a smile had graced her face as she struck. Who could predict when she might become overly enthusiastic and inadvertently turn her attention to him? Alongside Tang San and Xiao Wu, a group of 11 departed from the 7th dormitory, making their way to the dining hall under Wang Xing's guidance. The dining hall, situated within the academic building, required them to traverse the entire playground. At this moment, the playground was bustling with activity, as numerous students clad in the academy's uniforms headed toward the academic building, clearly intent on dining. The cafeteria of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was quite spacious, capable of accommodating over 300 individuals, including 6 classes and their teachers. A long queue had already formed at the cafeteria service windows. The dining hall was divided into 2 levels, with the first floor alone offering 300 seats. Chapter 6. My name is Xiao Wu, The Dance of a Dancer Part 4. Isn't that the group of misers led by Wang Sheng? Upon entering the cafeteria, an unpleasant voice echoed through the air. As Tang San turned his gaze towards the direction of the voice, he beheld a group of senior students positioned on the staircase between the first and second floors, casting condescending looks down upon them. The speaker was a seemingly handsome boy of around 11 or 12, whose eyes glimmered with palpable disdain as he gestured towards Wang Sheng, mocking him as a pauper destined to never dine on the second floor. On their way to the cafeteria, Wang Sheng had already informed Xiao Wu about the rule that the leader of the 7th dormitory would stand up for the work-study students, to which Xiao Wu had readily agreed. Now, confronted with provocation, her temper flared. Who did they think they were, and what made the second floor so special? A work-study student beside her whispered in her ear, "The second floor is an exclusive dining area with a separate menu. The prices are exorbitant. We truly cannot afford it." Xiao Wu, possessing a stature comparable to Tang San's, had previously been concealed behind Wang Sheng, but as she stepped forward, the students on the staircase naturally took notice of her. The speaking boy's eyes brightened instantly. What a beautiful little girl, but alas, she is just a work-study student. Wang Sheng, I am heading to eat now. Consider yourself fortunate this time, he declared, as the group ascended the staircase towards the second floor. Xiao Wu, ready to chase after them, was abruptly halted by Tang San's firm grip. Let it be. We are here to dine, he insisted. Xiao Wu cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, questioning, Are you truly so afraid of confrontation? Tang San did not provide an explanation and simply walked to the end of the line to join the queue for food. Tongmen's regulations state that all disciples must avoid provoking unnecessary conflicts. However, should they encounter a blatant aggressor, they are permitted to retaliate with formidable force. Viewed through the lens of adulthood, the students within this academy, regardless of their individual temperaments, are merely children. Tang San, as a mature individual traversing through time, possesses no desire to engage in rivalry with those barely entering their teenage years. Nevertheless, the personality exhibited by Xiao Wu has garnered the admiration of Wang Sheng even more. At that moment, Tang San spotted an acquaintance and hurried over. Teacher, have you come to dine as well? It was none other than the master. He nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, Have all the items been tidied up? Tang San respectfully nodded and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for the bedding, teacher. The master patted his shoulder and replied, Come with me to the second floor for a meal. Afterwards, I shall show you around my place. Tang San shook his head and replied, No, teacher, I prefer to dine with my roommates. He had never aspired to be an unconventional individual. The master did not insist further. He nodded and said, Very well, your choice is indeed wise. Go ahead. Wait for me at the cafeteria entrance after your meal. With that, he ascended to the second floor without delay. For some reason, Tang San felt a resemblance between the master and his father. Although his father spoke little while the master was more loquacious, they both exuded a unique aura. This was especially evident in the master, whose demeanor retained a certain gravity even when he smiled. Wang Sheng approached Tang San and inquired, Do you know the master? Tang San nodded and said, He is my teacher. Wang Sheng, with a peculiar expression, replied, Really? You take him as your master? His abilities are rather lacking. In our academy, he merely holds a guest position. It's rumored that he remains here due to his good relationship with the dean. To put it bluntly, he is just someone living off the generosity of others. It is said that he is nearly 50 years old and has yet to surpass the rank of a great soul master, with his martial spirit only at level 29. It seems unlikely that he will ever achieve a breakthrough in his lifetime. Tang San lifted his head, gazing sternly at Wang Sheng. If you do not wish to spar with me again, I implore you not to unjustly criticize my master. This is the first time, and I hope it shall be the last. I appreciate your kindness, but I believe it is unnecessary for you to treat me. With that, he turned and strode towards the cafeteria's exit. Wang Sheng, taken aback by Tang San's intense reaction, stood there in a daze. Xiao Wu and the other students nearby were equally bewildered by his response. The saying, once a teacher, always a father, was not merely a platitude for Tang San. Having taken a great master as his mentor, he harbored genuine respect for him. Had the disparaging remarks about his master come from anyone other than the relatively well-regarded Wang Sheng, Tang San might have resorted to violence without hesitation. Wang Sheng, feeling somewhat frustrated, muttered, "How perplexing. This boy must be odd." Xiao Wu watched as Tang San's silhouette disappeared, noting that although he still wore tattered clothing, his slight frame seemed to exude an unexpected sense of stature. After consuming some dry rations with plain water, Tang San soon returned to the cafeteria, this time standing quietly at the entrance, awaiting his master. Numerous passers-by cast curious glances in his direction, yet he appeared oblivious, his eyelids lowered, ignoring them altogether. After waiting for what felt like half an hour, the master finally emerged from the cafeteria, accompanied by a middle-aged man of similar age, dressed in a long robe. The man appeared handsomer than the master, with a slightly protruding chin and a gentle smile gracing his face. "Come along, Xiao San," the master greeted Tang San, who stood at the entrance. The middle-aged man chuckled. "So this is your newly accepted disciple?" The master nodded in affirmation. The man then patted the master's shoulder, saying, "Very well, I wish you success. I shall take my leave." With a final glance at Tang San, he turned and departed in another direction. The master's abode was situated in a modest room on the top floor corner of the dormitory, measuring roughly 30 square meters. The interior was simple, but a bookshelf occupying 2 walls, filled with various tomes, captured Tang San's attention. Chapter 6. My name is Xiao Wu. Dance Part 5. The master retrieved a paper package from his pocket and handed it to Tang San. "Here, eat this. It is crucial to nourish your growing body. For the food here is quite inadequate." Tang San paused for a moment, then unwrapped the paper package to reveal 2 chicken legs and a steamed bun, still warm to the touch. "Teacher, go ahead and eat quickly. I have something to discuss with you once you finish your meal. We cannot afford to waste the precious time of youth," the master said with a calm yet serious demeanor. The coarse bun was not particularly filling, but with a hearty appetite, Tang San swiftly consumed all the food provided by the master. The master poured a glass of water for him, and then took a seat at his desk. "You are 6 years old, possessing innate full soul power and dual martial souls. Release your other martial soul. I wish to observe it." Tang San nodded slightly. Since the master was already aware of his dual martial souls, there was nothing left to conceal. He raised his left hand, and a surge of black light erupted, coalescing once more into a modest hammer. Due to the training he had undergone during his time before arriving at the academy, his physical strength had improved significantly, allowing him to grasp the hammer without feeling excessive strain. Upon seeing the hammer in Tang San's hand, the master abruptly rose from his seat, his eyes alight with intense excitement. Fixated on the hammer, he murmured, Tang San, with the surname Tang. "All right, now, please retract your martial soul. Do not reveal it in front of others lightly. Without my permission, never attach a spirit ring to this martial soul in the future. This is something you must remember." Tang San gazed at his teacher with a hint of surprise, recalling that his father had once said the same thing. Why can't this martial soul be endowed with a soul ring? The spark of excitement in the master's eyes gradually faded. "What is it that your father does?" Tang San was the village blacksmith. "A blacksmith?" The master's gaze was somewhat peculiar as he sighed and shook his head. A blacksmith and a hammer are indeed a perfect match. However, it is not yet the time to divulge everything to you. For now, you must remember that the restriction on using this martial spirit and the addition of a soul ring is solely for the sake of your future. You must keep this in mind. With these words, Tang San's trust in the master deepened, as both his father and teacher had emphasized the same. "I will," he replied. The master continued, "Tomorrow marks the opening ceremony, and the day after, formal classes will commence. However, for you, this is merely a delay. The urgent matter at hand is to ensure your martial spirit can continue its cultivation. After accepting you as my disciple this morning, I reflected deeply, and first thing tomorrow, you shall leave the academy with me. I will guide you in seeking a suitable soul ring, enabling you to advance to the level of a soul master." Upon hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. Only by obtaining the soul ring could he ascertain whether his Xiantian skill was constrained by it. The master's approach aligned perfectly with his intentions, and he promptly agreed with enthusiasm. The master continued, "I shall take care of matters at the academy, so you need not worry. During our journey, I will instruct you on the knowledge of soul spirits." Tang San, what are your thoughts on your blue silvergrass soul spirit? Tang San remarked, "Everyone claims it to be a worthless martial soul. However, I believe that everything possesses a certain purpose and unique characteristics. Even the most commonplace blue silvergrass should be no exception." The master nodded in satisfaction and responded, "Indeed. Each martial soul has its own distinct attributes. In my research, low-ranking martial souls constitute a significant portion, and I have always maintained that there are no useless martial souls. Only inept individuals. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a quest to seek out your soul rings. Thus, it is imperative that you now determine the direction of your martial soul's development. Tang San was taken aback. What does the direction of soul evolution mean, teacher? The master explained, this requires an understanding of the classification of soul powers. Broadly speaking, there are two main categories, beast spirits and tool spirits. Plant-type spirits fall under the category of tool spirits as well. For instance, both of your spirits are classified as tool spirits. The primary distinction between tool spirits and beast spirits lies in their manifestation. When a beast spirit is utilized, it bestows the power of the beast upon the user, resulting in an embodiment effect. This fusion of the human form with the beast spirit enhances one's strength, enabling the execution of attacks through the unity of human and spirit. Conversely, tool spirits operate independently from the body. Therefore, tool spirits tend to provide more auxiliary support compared to beast spirits. For example, if your spirit were the common rice we consume, it could serve as a source of nourishment. Moreover, since it is formed from soul energy, its efficacy would surpass that of ordinary rice. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, can martial souls be consumed as well? The master nodded affirmatively and replied, food-type martial souls can indeed be ingested. Consequently, high-ranking food-type weapon soul masters are always highly sought-after talents within the military. The sustenance provided by a food-type weapon soul master of over level 30 is sufficient to nourish 100 warriors, significantly reducing the consumption of resources in the army. Tang San, in a state of perplexity, remarked, I still do not comprehend. The master, with patience, responded, the principle is, in fact, quite simple. Food serves as a source of energy for all living beings, and soul power is a form of energy as well. When soul power can transform into energy that can be absorbed by individuals, it becomes indistinguishable from actual sustenance in terms of its necessity for the human body. Tang San listened with a sense of vague comprehension, yet he grasped the overarching notion. Primarily, weapon spirits are generally utilized for auxiliary purposes, correct? The master remarked. Nothing is absolute. Some possessors of weapon spirits can also become battle soul masters. For instance, if your weapon spirit is a sword, which can be wielded as a weapon, you too could become a battle soul master. What is referred to as divine artifacts outside is essentially a battle soul master who has cultivated their weapon spirit to its pinnacle, thus earning the title of a divine artifact. Although there exists a distinction between weapon soul masters and battle soul masters, there are indeed some commonalities between the two. Each soul master has a developmental trajectory encompassing various categories such as culinary, reconnaissance, combat, healing, and control, among others. Therefore, prior to acquiring a soul ring, you must first determine the future direction of your weapon spirit's development. The cultivation of a soul master's weapon spirit must proceed in a singular direction. Chapter 7, Xiao Wu, Part 1. In essence, when you obtain a soul ring in the future, strive to acquire a soul ring with similar abilities. It need not be identical, but the general direction should align to avoid conflicts among your soul rings that could hinder your own strength. At this juncture, a faint smirk appeared on the master's face as he continued, many believe that blue silvergrass is a worthless weapon spirit, yet through my extensive research over the years, I have discerned that blue silvergrass possesses its own unique significance. Had the soul power generated during its awakening not been excessively feeble, it would not have been impossible to become a battle soul master. Tang San nodded and said, Master, you are a renowned expert in the study of martial souls. Since you possess such profound knowledge of blue silvergrass, I humbly seek your guidance. The master, not one to be overly formal, recognized that in his eyes. Tang San was merely a child, and thus his request was merely symbolic. The moment the subject of martial souls arose, the master's demeanor visibly transformed with excitement. He nodded slowly and remarked, based on my conceptual framework and comprehensive analysis of blue silvergrass, I recommend that you develop your abilities in the direction of control-type martial arts. The control type can be regarded as a battle spirit master, or even as a tool spirit master, existing in a delicate balance between the two. Control type? Tang San inquired. What capabilities does this entail, master? The master responded. A control type soul master utilizes their martial soul to restrict opponents, thereby achieving either supportive or offensive objectives. For instance, consider your blue silvergrass. Although it may seem inherently weak, it is not devoid of advantages. Does blue silvergrass truly possess advantages? After awakening his martial soul, Tang San had meticulously observed the natural form of this grass, but found nothing remarkable, merely its vigorous vitality and its ubiquity. The master raised his right hand, extending a finger as he continued. Firstly, the usage of blue-silver grass incurs remarkably little soul power consumption, even lesser than that of food-type martial souls. This characteristic allows you to utilize it extensively, relying on your own soul power. Tang San nodded, acknowledging the wisdom of his master. Indeed, the consumption of soul power when releasing blue-silver grass in minimal amounts is virtually negligible. However, should it be infused with martial spirit, only when the blue-silver grass reaches a length exceeding 10 meters does it impose a slight burden on his soul power. The master then extended a second finger, stating that, secondly, the blue-silver grass is exceedingly ordinary, which greatly enhances its deceptive potential, particularly against those soul beasts of lesser intellect. Even if one were to summon their martial spirit in proximity to them, they may remain oblivious. He raised a third finger, continuing, thirdly, the developmental avenues of blue-silver grass are abundant. Owing to its inherent simplicity, it can evolve in various directions. And its inherent frailty ensures that it does not reject any soul rings of differing attributes. Can a martial spirit truly reject a soul ring? Tang San inquired, astonished. The master replied, certainly, if the attributes of one's martial spirit are antagonistic to those of the soul ring. An aversion will arise when attempting to attach the soul ring to the martial spirit. For instance, beast martial spirits find it exceedingly difficult to incorporate soul rings imbued with toxins. While martial spirits are indeed energy entities, they also represent, in a certain sense, a form of life, an alternate manifestation of the host's existence. Imposing a toxic soul ring would likely result in the host being poisoned. Rarely does a beast martial spirit possess the ability to absorb toxins without transferring them to the host. However, the blue-silver grass is different. Being a plant and inherently weak, it finds it quite effortless to absorb toxins. As he spoke, he raised a fourth finger, adding, in your case, there is yet another advantage, your innate full soul power. The primary reason no formidable blue-silver grass soul master has ever emerged in Douluo Continent is that the soul power bestowed upon a host upon awakening the blue-silver grass martial spirit is exceedingly minimal. Innate soul power correlates positively with the speed of postnatal cultivation. A naturally weak soul power makes it exceedingly difficult to ascend to higher echelons, rendering the hunting of soul beasts increasingly challenging in the later stages of cultivation. Yet you are different. You possess innate full soul power. Regardless of whether this soul power is derived from the blue-silver grass or another martial spirit, it does not impede your ability to utilize it with the blue-silver grass. Thus, cultivating the blue-silver grass will undoubtedly be advantageous for you. Tang San secretly marveled. Acknowledging the wisdom of his esteemed master, his decision to take him as a mentor was undoubtedly astute. It was remarkable how such an ordinary blue-silver grass could reveal so many advantages through his meticulous analysis. This underscored the depth of his research into martial souls. The notion posited by some instructors that such an erudite martial soul researcher was merely an eccentric theorist was utterly ludicrous. The master's emotions were clearly stirred. As he continued, after my thorough investigation, it is evident that the blue-silver grass martial soul is most advantageous when developed towards the domain of control. The grass is pliable, allowing for versatile manipulation into various forms. The simplest application is to utilize it as a binding rope to ensnare foes. Tang San remarked, yet, the blue-silver grass is so fragile, it breaks with the slightest tug. How can it possibly restrain anyone? The master replied, this is precisely the direction for your development. You should focus on the control system, concentrating your soul ring choices on two aspects. First, resilience, and second, toxicity. As your soul power increases, your martial soul will also grow stronger. Once you infuse more soul power into the blue-silver grass, it will become far more durable than its natural counterpart. With the added effects of the soul rings, ensnaring enemies will not prove difficult. Furthermore, if the blue-silver grass possesses a toxic effect, it will inherently possess offensive capabilities as well. At that moment, Tang San comprehended the concept of restraining foes while incorporating poison. If the blue-silver grass could indeed achieve this, his hidden weapons would no longer target moving targets, but fixed ones. Naturally, all of this hinged upon his understanding of the relationship between soul power, soul rings, and his Xiantian skill. After all, his so-called innate full soul power was derived from his cultivation of the Xiantian skill, not from the awakening of his martial soul. Chapter 7, Xiao Wu Part 2. Unbeknownst to Tang San, the hammer among his two martial souls was meant to bestow him with soul power. However, Due to the blue-silver grass, some negative mutations had arisen between the two martial souls. Additionally, the fusion process of his cultivated Xiantian skill with his martial soul seemed to obscure the manifestation of soul power during the awakening. Even if soul power existed, it would not be evident, as he had already attained innate full soul power. Before acquiring any additional soul rings, his soul power could not continue to elevate. The master took a sip of water and decisively stated, "You may return for now. I shall visit your dormitory tomorrow morning." "Understood," Tang San replied. Leaving the master's chamber, he found himself in a state of lingering calm. The master's explanations were far clearer than any prior discourse he had encountered regarding martial souls. Throughout the afternoon, through the master's elucidation, he gained a foundational understanding of the profession of soul masters. Soul masters are categorized into two primary types: battle soul masters and weapon soul masters. Within these categories, there are further subdivisions such as food type, control type, battle type, and healing type, among others. The strength of a soul master is intricately linked to their soul rings and soul power, representing a mutually reinforcing growth process. This encapsulated Tang San's current understanding. He realized that to acquire further knowledge of soul masters, he must continue his studies under the master. The prospect of the master swiftly guiding him to obtain a soul ring filled him with great joy. Once he secured his first soul ring, regardless of the circumstances, he would ascertain the relationship between his Xiantian skill and the martial souls of this world. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found it deserted, with no one in sight. Having consumed 2 meals at noon, he felt no hunger despite the twilight encroaching. Lying on his bed with closed eyes, he meticulously recalled the teachings of the master, striving to ingrain them deeper in his memory. The fatigue from the day's travels overtook him, and before he knew it, he had succumbed to slumber. "Hey!" Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, a sudden sound jolted Tang San from his slumber. Although his cultivation was still modest, his alertness remained keen. Instinctively opening his eyes, he beheld a charming visage before him. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San and remarked, "It's not even evening yet, and you're already asleep. Will you still be able to sleep tonight?" Tang San hurriedly got up, feeling somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Xiao Wu was lying on the dividing line between their 2 beds, gazing at him with a cheerful smile. Tang San then realized that the students had all returned. He sat up, gesturing towards the dividing line in the middle, and remarked, "You have crossed the boundary." Xiao Wu giggled and replied, "So what if I have? I am a girl, and you should accommodate me, right? Of course, you absolutely must not cross the line." Observing her rosy cheeks, Tang San felt an urge to pinch them, yet he ultimately restrained himself. "Do as you wish," he said. "Xiao Wu, I may need to step out tomorrow, though I am unsure how long I will be gone. I just wanted to give you a heads up." "Step out? Where to?" Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Tang San did not conceal his intentions. His teacher had informed him that his soul power had reached its zenith, and it was imperative for him to acquire his first soul ring promptly to continue his cultivation. He was preparing to embark on a quest to find a suitable one. Xiao Wu, serving as the head of the 7th dormitory, was also unaware of the duration of his absence, so it was only natural for him to inform her. This was, of course, also related to the conflict he had encountered with Wang Xing earlier that noon. At present, he lacked the inclination to address Wang Xing. Upon hearing Tang San's intention to seek a soul ring, the expressions of the other students, save for Xiao Wu, instantly transformed into envy. For soul masters, nothing is more significant than progression. Although the difference between a 10th level soul master and an 11th level soul master is merely 1 tier in soul power, the disparity in strength and status is vast. This contrast becomes increasingly pronounced at higher levels. Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and remarked, "You intend to leave even before classes have commenced. Is the soul ring truly of such paramount importance?" Before Tang San could utter a word, Xiao Wu discerned a peculiar atmosphere enveloping them. The other work-study students regarded her with expressions akin to those one might reserve for a monstrous entity. Were soul rings significant? Surely, that was a rhetorical question. For soul masters, there exists scarcely a matter of greater importance than the soul ring. "If you must go, then go," she declared. "However, what shall become of our responsibilities as work-study students? Should you depart, the burden of our tasks will fall solely upon my shoulders." Xiao Wu glared at Tang San. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Tang San, with a sense of helplessness, suggested, "How about this? For the next few days, I shall trouble you to take on a bit more responsibility. Upon my return, I will ensure that all remaining tasks for this semester will be credited to me, and you shall receive half of the remuneration, as usual. What do you think?" Given his physical prowess, tidying up a garden was hardly a challenge for him. He was quite astonished by Xiao Wu's delicate skills and hoped to find opportunities to continue sparring with her in the future. He was not one to take undue advantage of others. A hint of a smile finally graced Xiao Wu's lips. All right then, it's settled. Tang San's evening meal remained a simple flatbread. As dusk descended, all the work-study students had already settled on their beds, commencing their cultivation of soul power. Unlike ordinary students, the diligence required of work-study students was significantly greater. Despite their perhaps mediocre talents, the cultivation of their martial souls was essentially their only avenue for a prosperous future. Through careful observation, Tang San noted that the postures these students adopted during their martial soul cultivation resembled his own meditative practices, with faint waves of soul power emanating from their bodies, though he remained uncertain about the true nature of their training methods. Only Xiao Wu was restless. She refrained from cultivating and, as soon as Tang San finished his flatbread, insisted on taking a stroll outside. In the past, Tang San would have been focused on practicing the Xiantian skill. However, having reached a bottleneck and with the Ziji demon eyes only trainable at dawn, he could not withstand Xiao Wu's urging and reluctantly accompanied her out of the dormitory. The weather during this season was particularly pleasant, with the air cool yet devoid of chill. As night fell, the sky became clear, and the stars shone brightly overhead. Chapter 7. Xiao Wu, Part 3, Little San. Look. There are so many stars in the sky, Xiao Wu exclaimed, bouncing with youthful exuberance, embodying the vivacity typical of her age. She affectionately referred to Tang San as Little San rather than Sanzi, and being a girl, he felt no inclination to correct her. With a hint of resignation, he asked, "Did you pull me out just to stargaze?" At that moment, few students or teachers could be seen outside the dormitory, and later, Tang San would come to learn that training in the dark was a tradition among soul masters. Xiao Wu laughed, "No, of course not. I want to have another match with you. During the day, I struck first, which could hardly be considered fair play. You seem a bit dissatisfied with the outcome, so I'll grant you another chance." It was rare to encounter a girl as combative as Xiao Wu, yet this characteristic perfectly suited Tang San's tastes. Instantly invigorated, he replied, "All right, let us do this." With a playful smile, Xiao Wu playfully scratched her cheek with her finger, teasing, "Don't start crying if I knock you down this time, okay? Are you ready?" Seeing her adorable demeanor, Tang San momentarily lost his train of thought but quickly regained his composure. "Come at me," he said. "Here I come," she declared, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she approached Tang San. Indeed, she was coming, but it did not appear to be an attack. Tang San furrowed his brow and inquired, "What are you doing? Wasn't this supposed to be a sparring session?" At that moment, Xiao Wu had approached him to within less than a meter. Although they were still children with relatively short limbs, Xiao Wu continued to advance, losing the opportunity for a leg attack. From the perspective of their martial spirits, Tang San understood that since Xiao Wu's spirit was that of a rabbit, her greatest strength lay in her legs, which had already been evident during their earlier encounter. Now that she had forfeited her position for a leg strike, what was her intention? Xiao Wu nodded and replied with a smile, "Indeed, I have come to spar with you." Just as Tang San was mulling over his confusion, Xiao Wu suddenly tossed her head back, her scorpion braid transforming into a dark shadow that darted toward Tang San's neck. Was such a tactic permissible? This was the first time Tang San had witnessed an attack using hair. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant against Xiao Wu's assault, as her scorpion braid whipped towards him. He promptly stepped back, raising his left hand to grasp her hair. If he could control her braid, Xiao Wu would be rendered powerless. Xiao Wu's hand rose in unison with her braid. As Tang San's hand approached, he was startled to see her hand already lifted. Just before his hand could touch her long hair, Xiao Wu suddenly tilted her head back, allowing her braid to glide past Tang San's palm. While her own hand made contact, her hand was soft and smooth, and Tang San was astonished to discover that her arm had an uncanny ability to twist, not only ensnaring his hand but also swiftly extending to wrap around his arm. Meanwhile, her other hand lifted as well, similarly coiling around her other hand, while the raised scorpion braid descended like a third hand, ensnaring Tang San's neck. Xiao Wu's arms appeared delicate, yet possessed remarkable resilience. Despite Tang San's strength, he found himself unable to break free from her grip. He attempted to leap backward with force, yet Xiao Wu's body seemed to float alongside him as if it were made of cotton. Even the most exquisite evasive maneuvers proved ineffective in this moment. To evade Xiao Wu's scorpion braid, Tang San abruptly tilted his head back and leaned backward, employing a technique akin to an iron bridge to evade her. Simultaneously, he could no longer restrain the power of his Xiantian skill, channeling energy into his arms. mindful not to harm Xiao Wu and thus using only 50% of his strength. However, unbeknownst to him, as he exerted his power, Xiao Wu's hands suddenly released their hold. Immediately, Tang San felt a tremendous force surge from his waist, leaving him unable to maintain his balance as he toppled backward. Thud. Tang San fell onto his back, and Xiao Wu's small hands landed precisely on the joints of his shoulders, rendering his arms numb and powerless. At that moment, she gazed down at him, brimming with delight. "How's that? Do you concede?" Xiao Wu asked, her face alight with joy. If Tang San had felt little upon being toppled by Xiao Wu the first time, this time he was thoroughly vexed. In terms of raw strength, she seemed considerably weaker than him. Yet, her unorthodox fighting style was truly perplexing. Tang San, lacking in combat experience, found himself at a disadvantage. Unwilling to yield? Come again, he thought, glancing at Xiao Wu, feeling a surge of defiance. With a triumphant smirk, Xiao Wu replied, "Do you want more? But I shan't grant you the opportunity. If you have the capability, break free first." How could he escape with his shoulder joint under control? The flow of his Xiantian skill had been obstructed. "What are you all doing? Hurry up." An incongruous voice rang out amidst the crowd. Both Xiao Wu and Tang San turned their heads in unison to see a female teacher storming towards them, fury evident in her expression. Xiao Wu's face flushed crimson as she hastily leapt away from Tang San, who seized the moment to spring to his feet. The teacher approached, her voice rising in anger. "What is going on between you two?" Tang San believed that as a boy, he should step forward to explain, but before he could utter a word, Xiao Wu had already interjected, saying, "Teacher, we were merely sparring." Chapter 7. Xiao Wu, Part 4, Sparring? Lying on the ground, sparring? What kind of behavior is that? How are your parents educating you? It seems you must be first graders this year. At such a tender age, you are already engaging in flirtatious banter. What will become of you when you grow up? The teacher's reprimands echoed in their ears like the crackling of beans, and Tang San stole a glance at Xiao Wu, who was also looking at him and playfully sticking out her tongue. Upon hearing the teacher mention parents, Tang San could not help but exclaim, "Teacher, we truly were sparring with our soul skills." The term soul skills was something he had just heard from Wang Xing earlier that day, and he felt it was an apt application of his learning. The female teacher cast a disdainful glance at him and replied, "You have only just entered the academy. What soul skills could you possibly possess? If you are going to fabricate a story, at least make it plausible. Come, accompany me to the academic office." "No, we want to go," Tang San and Xiao Wu responded almost in unison. Tang San earnestly stated, "Teacher, we are genuinely engaged in a sparring session of soul skills. If you wish, we can demonstrate for you." Xiao Wu confidently patted her chest and added, "Let me take the lead. Teacher, if you have any doubts, I can spar with you as well." Before the female teacher could respond, Xiao Wu had already leapt into the air, showcasing the agility of her rabbit spirit. She soared impressively over a meter off the ground, her hands reaching directly towards the teacher's neck. The unexpected height of her jump startled the teacher, prompting her to instinctively raise her arms to defend against Xiao Wu's advance. Tang San secretly chuckled, realizing that this teacher was likely to suffer a disadvantage. He was uncertain of Xiao Wu's full prowess, yet he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Although his Xiantian skill had not advanced, his inherent strength, combined with the peak of the first level of Xiantian skill, rendered him a formidable opponent. Even if he faced an adversary with slightly superior power, they would certainly not match the skills of Tang Sect's techniques. Xiao Wu had just defeated him, and her soul abilities were so peculiar and enigmatic that anyone encountering them for the first time would undoubtedly be at a loss. Indeed, the female teacher's hands were almost immediately ensnared by Xiao Wu's arms. Subsequently, her scorpion braid lashed out, perfectly wrapping around the teacher's neck. In this Junior Soul Master Academy, the teachers generally possessed abilities akin to Great Soul Masters, typically around level 25. Generally speaking, Soul Masters below level 30 were unlikely to possess their own soul abilities. These teachers were far from capable of matching Tang San's combat techniques. Confronted with two first-year students, the female teacher could not entertain the thought of utilizing her martial soul. Furthermore, being a tool soul master primarily focused on support, she was at a distinct disadvantage after just one exchange. Xiao Wu's scorpion braid accurately ensnared the teacher's neck, while her arms bound the teacher's hands. Her legs shot out simultaneously, landing squarely against the teacher's abdomen. As these actions unfolded almost in unison, she forcefully leaned back, pulling the scorpion braid in her hands back. A faint white light flickered around Xiao Wu. The teacher gasped in surprise, losing her balance. Xiao Wu's hands promptly released their grip, executing a backflip, propelling the teacher's body a considerable distance. Xiao Wu was far less gentle with the teacher than she had been with Tang San, sending the teacher sprawling over 3 meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Even though the teacher had sole power to protect her, she found herself momentarily dazed, unable to discern direction. Approaching the fallen teacher, Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes innocently and asked, "Teacher, are you all right?" The teacher, gathering her soul power, struggled to rise. Her gaze fixed on Xiao Wu with a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. Soul abilities, indeed. It was unmistakable, otherwise. How could a girl so young possibly have thrown her aside? Moreover, when Xiao Wu had ensnared her, her hands had suddenly become extraordinarily supple. A clear indication of a martial soul's enhancement. Who exactly was this girl? While the teacher might dismiss Xiao Wu, she believed she could subdue the child using her martial soul. However, she could not ignore the girl's origins. Typically, powerful soul masters on the continent inherited their martial souls through family lineage. Possessing soul abilities at such a tender age suggested the extraordinary nature of her martial soul. A wave of unease washed over the teacher. She was merely a great soul master, while this child might very well be backed by a formidable soul master sect. That was certainly not a matter to be trifled with by a soul master of her humble origins. You, all of you, in the future. Practice should not take place on the playground. Ensure there is a teacher present for protection, understood? The female teacher succinctly instructed before leaving in a rather disheveled state. Determined, she resolved to investigate the background of this girl the following day. As she watched the teacher's figure recede, Tang San quietly inquired of Xiao Wu, "What was that move you executed just now? It seemed rather formidable." With a hint of pride, Xiao Wu replied, "I held back, otherwise the consequences could have been quite severe. It's called the rabbit kick eagle, and it is my most cherished technique." At this point, she abruptly regarded Tang San with caution. "Why are you asking so intently? Are you planning to devise a countermeasure for the future?" Tang San shook his head helplessly and said, "You are clearly judging a gentleman's heart with the mindset of a petty person." Xiao Wu retorted angrily, "How dare you call me a petty person? Then let us continue our sparring." Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu, unable to suppress a bemused expression. It seemed that this girl had developed a penchant for teasing him. However, since they were to engage in a spar, he felt no trepidation. With a subtle beckoning of his finger, he invited her to come forth. Xiao Wu, positioned beside him, swiftly countered with a palm strike aimed at him. Having learned from previous encounters, Tang San was resolute not to allow her to ensnare him so easily. He was well aware that, when dealing with an opponent like Xiao Wu, who excelled in close combat, the most effective strategy was to create distance. In a flash, he evaded her attack, retreating several meters away. Chapter 7, Xiao Wu Part 5. With a huff, Xiao Wu declared, "As for speed, do you truly believe I would fear you?" She leapt into action, lunging towards Tang San with fervor. Tang San smiled faintly. This time, he was indeed well prepared. If he were to allow Xiao Wu to easily throw him out again, all his years of training would have been in vain. A subtle hue of purple flickered in his eyes as he instinctively activated the purple extreme devil eyes. Under the influence of the purple extreme devil eyes, Xiao Wu's movements appeared to slow down considerably in his perception. With a deft step, he glided 2 meters away, perfectly evading Xiao Wu's assault. As even her long braids and legs could not reach that distance, Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback. Known for her agility, she perceived Tang San's speed as unremarkable. Yet it was precisely sufficient to evade her advance. For her, her expertise in soft techniques required contact with her opponent's body to be effective. However, this time, Tang San did not grant her such an opportunity. Naturally, Xiao Wu was unwilling to concede. With a nimble flip, she accelerated, pursuing Tang San with fervor. Tang San took a deep breath, channeling his Shantian skill down into his legs, as he gracefully maneuvered around Xiao Wu on the empty playground, employing the ghost shadow perplexing step. The technique was remarkably exquisite, though his movements appeared unhurried. Each step was imbued with profound wisdom. Regardless of Xiao Wu's speed or the direction from which she approached, he consistently shifted at the most opportune moments, denying her the chance to close the distance. This was, in essence, the true mastery of the Tang sect. Its practitioners did not need to engage in direct confrontations with their foes, for their expertise lay in the art of hidden weapons. By seamlessly blending lightness skill with concealed projectiles, the disciples of the Tang sect wielded their ultimate advantage. The two engaged in a game of pursuit and evasion, covering half the playground in mere moments. Xiao Wu was beginning to feel winded yet found herself unable to catch up with Tang San. "Hey, that's unfair. If I can't catch you, I won't chase anymore." she declared, standing there with her hands on her hips, her large eyes glaring at Tang San. We are sparring, not playing hide and seek. What are you doing hiding like that? If you have the ability, why not attack me? Tang San smiled faintly. All right, but do take care. As he spoke, he casually picked up a few stones from the edge of the playground and held them in his palm, launching one towards your left shoulder. One stone had already soared away. Xiao Wu let out a soft grunt, her body swaying to the right to evade. Meanwhile, he aimed for your right shoulder, left calf, and right calf. 3 stones flew from Tang San's hand simultaneously. The first stone was indeed aimed at Xiao Wu's left shoulder, and at that moment, she perceived that the 3 stones seemed to be flying in one direction, pondering to herself that this fellow must be deceiving her. Rather than retreating, she surged forward with sudden acceleration towards Tang San, her hand shielding her chest. After all, they were merely pebbles. She could swat them away with ease. However, to her astonishment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Just as the stones were about to reach her, allowing her to swat them down, the 3 pebbles suddenly diverged, tracing 3 arcs as they flew in different directions. With the distance so close, it was too late to react. Oh no, oh no. The 3 stones struck precisely at Xiao Wu's right shoulder, left calf, and right calf. Although Tang San did not infuse the Xiantian skill into the stone, he struck her directly, causing Xiao Wu to feel a sharp pain. You dare to hit me with a stone? Unbeknownst to her, this was the first time Tang San truly faced an opponent using hidden weapons since arriving in this world. The technique he employed was the Lao Yin Fun Fei from the Xiantian treasure record, a seemingly simple maneuver imbued with remarkable finesse. Due to the constraints of the Xiantian skill, Tang San could only manage a couple of techniques from the hidden weapons unraveled, with Lao Yin Fun Fei being the one he had mastered most proficiently. Is it permissible for you to throw me, but not for me to retaliate with stones? This time, you lost. Not counted, not counted. Let's go again. Xiao Wu firmly believed that as long as she was prepared, she would not be struck by Tang San again. Xiao Wu, do you want more? Then come on. The sparring continued for an extended period. As for the outcome, when Tang San departed from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy with his master the following morning, he was still murmuring, nothing beats hitting a moving target. That night, however, nothing extraordinary transpired between them, as they were both utterly exhausted from their training. At dawn, while most of the faculty and students of Nodding Academy remained in slumber, 2 figures, one tall and one short, exited the academy gates. Master, where are we going to find soul beasts? The duo consisted of the master and his disciple, Tang San. We are heading to the Soul Hunting Forest, located 400 miles northeast of Nodding City. It is a place where the Empire breeds soul beasts. We are sure to find one suitable for you. Today, the master donned a set of vigorous attire that added a touch of gallantry to his appearance, though his rigid countenance still conveyed a sense of disharmony. Breeding? Can soul beasts really be bred? Master, please enlighten me about soul beasts. The master nodded and replied, naturally. High-level soul beasts cannot be bred, but lower-level ones can. Soul beasts are essentially wild creatures endowed with soul power. The longer they exist, the stronger they become. Thus, we typically categorize soul beasts into 5 levels based on their age: 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul beasts. As the name suggests, a soul beast that has cultivated for over 10 years is classified as a 10-year soul beast, and so forth. The classification of soul rings mirrors that of soul beasts. Soul rings of different ages are easily recognizable by their colors. Among them, the soul ring of a 10-year soul beast is white, a 100-year soul beast is yellow, a 1,000-year soul beast is purple, a 10,000-year soul beast is black, and a 100,000-year soul beast is red. The soul beasts raised by the state for soul masters to hunt are predominantly 10 and 100-year beasts, with 1,000-year beasts being quite rare. Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Devices. The Bright Moon Over 24 Bridges. Part 1. Master, the longer a soul beast has cultivated, the stronger its power becomes, and the effects of its soul rings improve. In what ways does this strength manifest? Tang San inquired. The master's rigid face broke into a characteristic, albeit unattractive, smile. That is an excellent question. The distinctions among soul rings produced by soul beasts of varying ranks primarily lie in their attributes conferred upon the soul master and the potency of the skills they bestow. For instance, if we consider a quantitative perspective, should your blue-silver grass martial soul pursue a path of control-type soul master, acquiring a 10-year soul ring that aligns with your attributes would enhance your control over the blue-silver grass by 10. Conversely, should you obtain a 100-year soul ring, your control would be augmented by 100. This pattern continues accordingly. Therefore, whenever feasible, all soul masters endeavor to seek out more formidable martial souls. Tang San, filled with confusion, inquired, "Does this not imply that individuals with greater power can obtain superior soul rings?" The nobles could undoubtedly leverage their familial strength to hunt for more formidable soul rings for themselves. A glimmer of appreciation sparkled in the master's eyes. The fact that you have contemplated this indicates your careful consideration. However, the reality is far more intricate. In truth, the prerequisites for acquiring a soul ring are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, it is imperative that the soul beast be slain by the individual in question for them to receive the corresponding soul ring. The soul ring exists for only a fleeting moment. If it remains unbound to the individual within the span of an hour, it will lose its efficacy. Secondly, soul beasts are creatures of immense pride and will never permit themselves to be captured. Should they be grievously injured by an adversary, they would rather self-destruct than fall into captivity. This reality negates the scenario you have presented. Even if one were to enlist others to hunt a soul beast, if they themselves do not deliver the final blow, obtaining the soul ring would prove exceedingly difficult. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. The wisdom of humanity surpasses that of soul beasts. The most effective method for hunting soul beasts is to assemble a group and strike the final blow oneself, thereby securing the soul ring. Hence, it is true that nobles and those with influence possess certain advantages in the pursuit of soul beasts. However, the ease with which they may acquire soul rings does not necessarily render them more formidable than ordinary soul masters. No one can be certain whether the attributes of the encountered soul beast are the most suitable for them. While the level of the soul beast is indeed significant, the compatibility of its attributes is equally crucial. Even the finest soul ring will yield no beneficial effect if it counters one's own martial soul. Instead, it may prove detrimental. Most importantly, each soul master faces limitations on the absorption of soul rings at various stages. For instance, as a mere level 10 soul practitioner, your current soul power permits you to absorb at most the soul ring of a century-old soul beast. Should you aspire to absorb a millennium-level soul ring, the outcome would be catastrophic. Your body would be unable to withstand the power, leading to annihilation. During the process of absorbing a soul ring, no external force can offer assistance. One must rely solely on oneself. Consider this. Those who require the help of others to hunt the soul beasts they need likely lack the resilience of spirit. It is conceivable that even absorbing a soul ring that is well suited to them and within their level could result in devastating repercussions. Tang San, remember this. The world is fundamentally fair. To attain what you desire, you must exert commensurate effort. Resorting to shortcuts is the folly of the incompetent. My research into the theory of martial souls aims solely to ease the journey for soul masters in their endeavors, allowing them to grow stronger under equal conditions. Do you comprehend? Tang San nodded earnestly. He was not one to resort to underhanded tactics. Rather, he believed in the steadfastness of achieving his goals through diligent effort. The master, guiding Tang San, did not hasten to leave the city, but instead made their way deeper into it. "Master, are we not supposed to exit the city?" he inquired. The master replied, "Before hunting soul beasts, we must prepare certain supplies, and we cannot embark on foot. Although 400 miles is not excessively far, it is prudent to utilize our time efficiently." As the sun gradually ascended from the east, the streets of Nodding City began to fill with pedestrians. Today was one of the rare occasions when Tang San did not practice the purple extreme magic eye with the aid of the purple energy. The preparations the master mentioned were not complicated. He procured 2 leather pouches specifically designed for carrying water, each capable of holding 5 liters of fresh water. Additionally, he acquired some cured meat, flatbreads, and fruits, gathering them into 2 substantial bundles. While Tang San could comprehend these necessities, the master also purchased an item that left him bewildered: 20 pounds of white radishes. His current task was to carry them. For Tang San, the weight was manageable. However, walking 400 miles posed a challenge. Fortunately, after gathering these supplies, the master promptly hired a horse-drawn carriage within the city, offering the driver 5 silver soul coins. The currency exchange on the Douluo Continent operates as follows. 1 gold soul coin is equivalent to 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 100 copper soul coins. A single gold soul coin suffices to cover the living expenses of a typical 3-member household for several months, roughly equal to Tang San's earnings from 3 years of work at Nodding Academy. The profession of a soul master is deemed the most prestigious on the continent, with income being a significant factor. Even a soul master progressing from soul scholar to soul master receives a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin, sufficient for a modest living. Of course, this only covers basic needs. indulgence remains out of reach. As a soul master ascends to higher levels, particularly beyond the Great Soul Master rank and into the Soul Venerable realm, registration with the Spirit Hall grants them direct nobility conferred by the state, allowing them to become the lowest tier noble barons. The higher the strength, the greater the noble title, leading to an increase in income. Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Devices. The Night of the 24 Bridges Under the Bright Moon, Part 2. This was Tang San's inaugural experience riding in a horse-drawn carriage. Despite the occasional jolt, the novelty of the journey piqued his interest, prompting him to frequently lift the curtain and gaze outside, observing the bustling throngs of people and the myriad of shops. He couldn't help but feel a yearning for the world beyond. In this lifetime, he was destined for a path far more complex than in his previous existence. He pondered how he would fare upon entering society. Xiao San, this is for you. The master's calm voice roused Tang San from his reverie. When he turned to look at the master, he noticed a beautiful belt had mysteriously appeared in the master's hand. The belt was entirely black, adorned with subtle dark stripes that were nearly imperceptible upon casual inspection. It was uniformly embedded with 24 pieces of milky white jade, each no larger than an adult's thumbnail and perfectly round. The warm luster of the jade indicated its exceptional quality. Thank you, master. Tang San accepted the gift without hesitation, recalling that it was customary for elders to present a token of goodwill upon receiving disciples. The master's gesture of gifting him this belt held similar significance. The master continued, "This belt has accompanied me for many years, yet it has remained hidden for a long time. I hope it will shine brightly in your hands in the future." Upon grasping the belt, Tang San immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. It felt as though numerous faint currents of energy flowed through it, with the belt serving as a conduit and the jade stones as reservoirs. 30 years ago, when I first acquired it, I was unaware of its name. However, through my extensive research, I have come to regard it as a top-tier soul guide device, primarily for storage. By channeling your soul power into it, each jade piece can provide 1 cubic meter of storage space, facilitating the keeping of various items. The term soul guide device was entirely new to Tang San. Though he did not yet grasp its full meaning, the master's explanation sent ripples of excitement through him. With 24 jade pieces, he contemplated the potential for storing 24 types of hidden weapons. His eyes gleamed with fervor, and his desire to enhance his Xiantian skill reached an unprecedented height. He yearned for the inner strength to master the use of these weapons immediately. With this belt, he need no longer worry about the storage of his hidden weapons. Before Tang San could inquire further, the master preemptively elaborated. A soul guide device, as the name suggests, is an apparatus that utilizes martial soul power. Such artifacts are rare and typically lack offensive capabilities, as soul masters do not require weapons. These devices can be likened to cultural relics. The methods of their creation and origin have long been lost to time. This belt was obtained during an adventure with a few friends and was allocated to me as a reward. It holds little value for me, but you will likely find it useful. Perhaps you should give it a name. Gazing upon the 24 lustrous jade stones, Tang San instinctively recalled a renowned line from a past life, the moonlit night at the 24 bridges. Let us christen it the moonlit night at the 24 bridges. The master paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his rigid visage, which betrayed no emotion, before he nodded slightly and remarked, "It is a beautiful name, albeit somewhat lengthy." Tang San secretly sighed. Perhaps this could be considered a faint reminiscence of his previous life. The master stated, "Utilizing it is quite simple. Infuse your soul power into the jade stone, and you will sense the existence of its space. If your reflexes are sufficiently swift, the items within will seemingly materialize out of thin air. However, to master its characteristics, you must practice diligently. This will be one of your future tasks." Without needing further elaboration from the master, Tang San understood the significance of honing his skills in retrieving items from the 24 bridges moonlit night, and he promptly nodded in agreement. Initially perplexed by how the master intended to carry all these items into the soul-hunting forest for the purpose of hunting soul beasts, he realized that with the 24 bridges moonlit night, such concerns would no longer pose an issue. During their journey, he began to practice controlling the retrieval of items from the 24 bridges moonlit night under the master's guidance, using the white radishes as practice material. The 400-mile journey was neither excessively long nor particularly short, and it wasn't until noon the following day that they finally arrived at their destination, the soul-hunting forest. As Tang San disembarked from the carriage, he found the soul-hunting forest to be entirely different from his expectations. In his mind, a forest should be imbued with the essence of nature, serene and tranquil, with fresh air and sparse human presence. However, The soul-hunting forest, at least from its exterior, resembled a bustling marketplace. Surrounding the forest were vast constructions, or rather, shops. Various shouts and calls echoed in the air, as simple pathways crisscrossed through the lively atmosphere, prompting Tang San to furrow his brow. With the hand order, we have 2 spots left for hunting strength-type soul beasts, and we're still waiting for 7 people for hunting agility-type soul beasts. 10 gold soul coins. Such announcements resonated throughout the marketplace, where most shops were selling an array of weapons, armor, and various food supplies. The master guided Tang San into what could be considered a small town's marketplace, and he understood why I had procured everything in Nodding City beforehand. Tang San shook his head. The master pointed to the prices displayed in the shops for here. Prices are inflated by at least a factor of 2. You might wonder why such a lively atmosphere exists outside a forest. The answer is simple. Where there are soul beasts, there is profit. This is especially true in forests where soul beasts are nurtured by the state. Soul masters constitute a wealthy community, and there are countless individuals eager to profit from them. Master, what did those shouting about forming groups mean? Chapter 8. Soul Guidance Devices. The bright moonlit night over 24 bridges. Part 3. The master explained, hunting soul beasts is no simple task. Some inherently powerful soul beasts, even with a relatively short cultivation period, possess formidable offensive capabilities. The concept of group hunting soul beasts involves multiple individuals cooperating to hunt the specific soul beasts they require, thereby acquiring soul rings. With the assistance of others, one only needs to land the final blow on the soul beast. This method is the most common and safest way to hunt soul beasts across the continent. However, is forming a group truly that easy? At this point, the master gazed at the shouting soul masters with a hint of disdain in his eyes. A truly exceptional soul-hunting team should consist of at least 5 components: a food-type soul master responsible for supplies, a recovery-type soul master tasked with restoring health and soul power, an agility-type battle soul master in charge of reconnaissance, a strength-type battle soul master to bear the brunt of attacks, and an attack-type battle soul master to eliminate the enemy. Only a team comprising these 5 components can be deemed complete. Moreover, the synergy among team members cannot be cultivated in a day or 2. It requires a gradual process of cooperation that spans several years. More importantly, the members of the same team must possess absolute trust in one another. Without this unwavering trust, they risk instantaneous collapse in the face of danger. Tang San asked in astonishment, why was there such a defeat? Was it due to insufficient strength? The master shook his head and replied calmly, in the future, you may have the opportunity to join a group like this. When selecting a team, you need not concern yourself with the abilities of other members. However, one thing you must always bear in mind is that you should be able to present your back to anyone within the group you choose to join. Tang San still did not fully comprehend the master's intent, yet the master offered no further elaboration. He led him deeper into the bustling market. Despite the clamor and chaos of the marketplace, when they emerged into the expansive forest, Tang San could not help but feel a sense of awe. The towering trees bore witness to their age, and surrounding the forest was a formidable steel fence, adorned with numerous sharp spikes on one side. The fence stood over 10 meters high, appearing exceedingly robust. Furthermore, beyond the fence, a contingent of 100 soldiers patrolled the area. These soldiers, clad in full iron armor and wielding long spears, exhibited a disciplined military demeanor. The sight of 100 iron warriors assembled together instilled a sense of foreboding. The master spoke softly, the soul-hunting forest, under confinement, is not a place for just anyone to enter. Only soul masters who possess a decree issued by the Spirit Hall are permitted to enter the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts. Although there are those who attempt to infiltrate, their fates are seldom favorable. These soldiers serve merely as the outer defense. Within the soul-hunting forest, there exists a specialized enforcement team from the Spirit Hall, ready to inspect decrees at any moment. Those individuals are merciless. Tang San inquired, Master, is the soul-hunting forest under the jurisdiction of the Spirit Hall or the state? The master's expression shifted slightly, and he gestured for silence, indicating that such inquiries should not be made outside. I shall elucidate the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the state at a later time. Acquiring the command token is not particularly arduous. Initially, one must gain the recognition of the Spirit Hall, demonstrating that you have indeed reached the pinnacle of a certain level of strength, necessitating soul rings for advancement. Moreover, a minimum of 3 noble endorsements is required. As he spoke, the master produced a token, dark and mysterious in material, adorned with a design composed of 3 distinct shapes. At its center was a downward-pointing sword, flanked by a hammer on one side and a peculiar beast that Tang San had never encountered on the other. Noticing the curiosity in Tang San's eyes, the master handed the token to him. Remember this emblem, it is a unique mark of the Spirit Hall. Within the Spirit Hall, there are 6 variations of these marks. The differentiation among the tokens is straightforward, based solely on the designs they bear. The lowest tier token features merely a sword, symbolizing the martial spirit of a former chief executive of the hall. A higher tier token is distinguished by an additional hammer beside the sword, representing a once mighty elder of the Spirit Hall. Tang San's ability to draw inferences from one example is indeed commendable. Teacher, these 2 individuals must hold significant positions within the Spirit Hall. However, I have previously heard that beast martial souls are more powerful than weapon martial souls, and these 2 soul masters should belong to the latter category. The master gently patted Tang San's head and replied with a smile, those who claim that weapon martial souls surpass beast martial souls evidently lack a profound understanding of martial souls. The strength of any martial soul hinges on 2 critical factors: the amount of soul power attached during its awakening and the methods and processes of subsequent cultivation. Perhaps, below the 30th level, beast martial souls possess a slight advantage due to their ability to be directly attached to the user. However, at higher levels, there is essentially no distinction between the 2. Strength is solely determined by personal cultivation. This hand token I possess is a 3rd-tier insignia from the Spirit Hall. With it, one can generally access most of the soul-hunting forest within the Heaven-Do Empire, provided that no 10,000-year soul beasts have been encountered therein. Unlike the first 2 types of tokens, which must be returned to the Spirit Hall upon the completion of a soul beast hunt, this one can be held for a lifetime. The emblem showcases a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, a top-tier existence among beast martial souls. Although its owner does not belong to the Spirit Hall, the family it represents is held in great esteem by the Spirit Hall. For some reason, when the master spoke of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, an indescribable sense of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Tang San inquired, are the 3 higher-level tokens merely markers for an additional type of martial spirit? The master nodded and replied, precisely. These 6 martial spirit markers symbolize 6 formidable soul masters and represent 6 powerful families. 3 of these families reside within our Tiando Empire, while the other 3 are located in the Xinglua Empire. Chapter 8, Soul Guidance Devices, The Bright Moonlit Night Over the 24 Bridges, Part 4, as they spoke. The master led Tang San to the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. Upon seeing the 3 markings on the token, the captain of the inspecting soldiers immediately displayed a look of reverence, swiftly commanding his men to clear a path for the master and Tang San to enter. He did not even inquire why such a young child as Tang San was permitted to enter the soul-hunting forest. Upon passing through the iron gate into the depths of the forest, all the clamor seemed to fade away, and the air finally became as fresh as Tang San had envisioned, providing a refreshing sensation for the mind and spirit. Once inside the forest, the master did not hasten forward, but instead took a moment to quietly observe his surroundings. Tang San appeared to suddenly recall something. Master, may I inquire about the titles of the 6 individuals you mentioned earlier who are esteemed by the Spirit Hall and have had their tokens inscribed? Are they soul saints, Douluos, or perhaps titled Douluos? The master regarded Tang San with a profound gaze. They are titled Douluos, and indeed, they are the 6 most formidable titled Douluos. Formidable? A flicker of excitement crossed Tang San's eyes. The master sighed softly, even among those of the same rank. Varying soul rings and distinct martial spirits lead to vastly different strengths. These 6 titled Douluos are undoubtedly the epitome of power. Even if other soul masters manage to cultivate beyond level 90 and enter the realm of titled Douluos, their status remains unshaken. For you, this is still a distant reality. Now, we must prepare to enter the forest. From this moment on, do not stray a step from my side. Yes, master. The previously despondent expression on the master's face suddenly brightened. He clasped his hands before his chest and swiftly spread them apart. Come forth, Luo Sanpao. With a soft puff, a faint purple soul power emanated from the master's palms, and Tang San felt a surge of soul power radiating from him. Before Tang San stood a creature. Indeed, it resembled a creature akin to a dog, yet its size was more comparable to that of a pig. Exceeding 1.5 meters in length, its girth was similarly substantial. Its fur was a pale purple, with drooping ears and large, deep blue eyes that blinked gently. Exuding a tender gaze, its plump body wiggled, causing its ample rear to sway from side to side. The 4 short, stout legs belied the slowness of its movements. Atop its head was a round, protruding bump whose purpose was unclear. Upon its emergence, it rushed toward the master, nuzzling its large head against his leg. Two rings of light rose beneath the master, dancing around him, both manifesting in yellow, unmistakably indicating a century-old soul ring. Xiao San, were you not curious about my martial spirit? This is it. You may call it Luo San Pao, or simply San Pao. Luo San Pao seemed to comprehend the master's words, directing its large eyes toward Tang San with a hint of endearment. Master, is this your martial spirit? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. But, isn't the manifestation of beast martial spirits supposed to be an embodiment? The nature of Luo San Pao, whatever it may be, clearly transcended the confines of a beast martial spirit. Luo San Pao appeared somewhat disgruntled and let out a couple of gruff barks at Tang San. A flicker of bitterness crossed the master's face. You see, my martial spirit is a mutated one. Do you recall when I spoke of martial spirit mutations? San Pao is an example. However, its mutation has evidently taken a rather unfortunate turn. When it first awakened, my soul power was merely at a half-level standard. Otherwise, how could it have ended up like this? Regardless of my efforts, I will never surpass level 30 in this lifetime, destined only to theorize about martial spirits. Long before Tang San heard the rumors surrounding the master, he understood that the master was a person of unwavering dedication. His commitment to his martial spirit mirrored Tang San's own devotion to hidden weapons. This is precisely why Tang San never regretted taking the master as his mentor. Perhaps it is a case of kindred spirits recognizing one another. I apologize, master, for bringing up your sorrowful memories. The master shook his head in self-deprecation. It is of no consequence. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Now, allow me to introduce you to San Pao. Its name derives from the peculiar sound it makes, akin to a gentle clattering, and its attacks are limited to merely 3 strikes, hence the name San Pao. San Pao, lead the way. The plump San Pao ambled forward, its rotund body swaying, yet its movements remained surprisingly agile as it sniffed the air. The master, his soul rings shimmering with brilliance, guided Tang San to follow closely behind San Pao, venturing deeper into the soul-hunting forest. San Pao possessed a keen sense of smell, adept at detecting the presence and strength of soul beasts. Although it had become diminutive due to its mutation, its energy consumption was minimal, allowing me to keep it released for extended periods. This is for you. The final strike against the soul beast must be yours to execute. The master produced a resplendent short sword from within his robe and handed it to Tang San. The sheath of the sword was a clear azure, adorned with 7 sparkling sapphires. The hilt featured a piece of milky white jade, measuring 1 foot and 2 inches in length, though it remained sheathed. A chilling aura could be felt when held. Having traveled a short distance, San Pao suddenly halted, its large eyes fixed on a particular direction, emitting a couple of its characteristic clattering sounds. A creature resembling a feline appeared within its line of sight, perched on a tree and vigilantly observing the master and Tang San. The master smiled calmly and remarked, "It is a 10-year-old spotted cat. San Pao, do not disturb it. Let us proceed." The master never forgot to impart wisdom to Tang San as they continued forward, explaining, "The spotted cat you just saw belongs to the Felidae family of soul beasts. While it possesses a strong propensity for aggression, it will not strike unless provoked. If a soul master were to choose a Felidae soul beast as their first soul ring, it would indeed be a commendable choice. Do not underestimate that small spotted cat. Should it be a 1,000-year-old specimen, even if we were tenfold in number, we would scarcely survive its assault." Chapter 8, Soul Guidance Device. The moonlit night of 24 Bridges v. Tang San pondered a significant question. "Master, how can one discern the strength of a soul beast, or its age?" The master replied, "Identifying the prowess of a soul beast is not particularly challenging. Observe that solitary bamboo ahead. It is a type of soul beast, belonging to the plant category. It is beneficial to you. The bamboo is inherently resilient. While its offensive capabilities may be modest, its defense is commendable. This is a 10-year-old bamboo, as its height does not exceed 10 meters. Only those surpassing 10 meters can be classified as a century-old soul beast. Generally speaking, the assessment of soul beasts primarily hinges on their size and the color of the soul power they wield during an attack. The hue of the soul power correlates with strength. For instance, a 10-year soul beast emanates white soul power, while a century-old one exhibits yellow, and so forth. However, when confronting an unknown soul beast, it is prudent not to gauge its soul power. Should it exceed your capacity, you may face catastrophic peril. "Master, should we hunt this bamboo?" Tang San inquired. The bamboo appeared unremarkable, merely drawing attention due to the towering trees surrounding it rather than a bamboo grove. Its body swayed gently, with the bamboo strips dancing in the breeze. The master responded, "Not for now. If there are no more suitable options, then it may be our last resort. The selection of a soul ring must be approached with caution. Each soul ring is irreplaceable. A soul master can absorb the soul ring from a century-old soul beast, specifically those from beasts aged under 423 years. I have meticulously studied the growth journeys and failures of numerous soul masters. 423 years is the upper limit that the first soul ring can withstand. Thus, I hope your first soul ring will be as close to this limit as possible. The master's research on martial souls is always astoundingly precise. Tang San felt an immense fortune in having such a mentor. Even though both soul rings from a century-old beast and those from a 900-year-old beast share the same hue, the attributes they confer differ vastly. Pursuing the pinnacle of soul rings while ensuring safety is an essential lesson for every esteemed soul master. As they continued onward, the master conducted a vivid practical lesson for Tang San. With the keen sense of the martial soul, the three canons, even the concealed soul beasts would be uncovered one by one, perhaps due to the fact that these beasts predominantly belong to the 10-year tier. Their predatory instincts were not particularly pronounced. The master patiently introduced each soul beast's name, characteristics, and methods for discerning their age. Glancing upward at the sky, the master, "It seems we shall be spending the night within the soul-hunting forest. Let us find a suitable camping spot." After searching for some time, although several soul beasts met the criteria, the master remained unhurried, patiently continuing the quest. The chosen campsite was a depression, surrounded by a myriad of towering trees. The master retrieved a large glass bottle from a wrist-mounted soul tool and handed it to Tang San, instructing, "Sprinkle this around evenly." Understood. Tang San took the bottle, which contained a powdery substance that emitted a somewhat pungent odor. With a slight twitch of his nose, he discerned that it was akin to the medicinal substances from his previous life, specifically similar to realgar, renowned for its expertise in hidden weapons and poisons. The Tang sect had equipped him with considerable knowledge, even as an outer disciple. During his search for soul beasts, he had encountered numerous toxic herbs within the soul-hunting forest, which he could identify. He had placed these herbs into the 24 bridges under the bright moon, and while his master's knowledge of martial souls was indisputable, his understanding of the non-soul power of these toxic plants paled in comparison to Tang San's accumulated wisdom from 2 lifetimes. Particularly, many of these toxic herbs required specific combinations to unleash their venomous properties. After scattering the powder, Tang San returned the bottle to his master. "Do you understand why I instructed you to disperse this around the periphery?" The master inquired, his expression grave, embodying the role of a teacher assessing his pupil. Given that Tang San could identify the powder's nature, it was hardly a stretch for him to deduce his master's intentions. Without hesitation, he replied, "It serves 2 purposes, to mask our own scent and to repel creatures such as snakes, insects, and rodents." The master nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "Precisely. This is known as snake repellent powder, and essential for any adventurer. Remember, in the forest, particularly one inhabited by soul beasts, avoid fire whenever possible. While most wild animals and soul beasts are afraid of flames, there are a few exceptionally powerful soul beasts that are drawn to it. Encountering them could be fatal unless your own cultivation is sufficiently robust." As dusk descended, the forest was anything but tranquil. The sounds of chirping insects, singing birds, and the roars of wild beasts echoed through the air. Without a fire, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. After a modest dinner, the master and disciple leaned against a large tree to rest. The master proved to be a diligent teacher, showing great concern for Tang San's development. Even as night fell, he reiterated the soul beasts he had introduced to Tang San during the day, ensuring that the knowledge would be firmly ingrained in his mind. Tang San's memory is quite remarkable, and coupled with his first encounter with the soul beasts, the novelty deepens his recollection. Any occasional inaccuracies in his responses are promptly corrected by the master. "Little San, do you understand why I emphasize the significance of cultivating as a soul master during one's youth?" The master's voice, deep and hoarse, carries a hint of melancholy. Tang San shook his head, awaiting his teacher's explanation. Chapter 9, The First Soul Ring of Blue Silver Grass, Part 1. The training of a soul master is an exceedingly crucial journey prior to the age of 20. It can be said that achievements before this age determine future successes. Reaching the 30th level represents a pivotal threshold. If one crosses this threshold before turning 20, their future prospects will be boundless. Conversely, failing to do so means one may never leap over it. Youth is an advantage. It is the essence of potential. Therefore, you must not squander even a minute. Your first and second soul rings can still be aided by your teacher. But when the time comes for you to acquire your third soul ring, your teacher may be powerless to assist you. it will then rely solely on your own efforts. The cultivation of soul power cannot be accomplished through shortcuts. It can only be enhanced through meditation to channel one's own soul power. Although you possess the innate advantage of full soul power, complacency is not an option. Otherwise, you will not deserve to be my disciple. Suddenly, the voice of the mutated martial soul, Luo Sanpao, echoed with a series of calls. The martial soul is inseparable from its host, and the master immediately sensed something amiss, springing into action and gazing in a particular direction. By now, the sky had completely darkened, and faintly, over a dozen ghostly green light points were advancing towards them. It is the Hellhound. The master's voice resonated with a hint of solemnity, yet devoid of panic. Xiao San, do not move here. Luo Sanpao continued to emit its threatening calls, seemingly warning the approaching entities. Unbeknownst to the master, a hint of purple flickered in Tang San's eyes, rendering the entities in the darkness vividly clear to him. There were 6 wolf-like soul beasts, each measuring around 6 meters in length, their bodies cloaked in a steely gray hue, with the ghostly green glow emanating from their eyes. They were steadily advancing towards Luo Sanpao. The creature's presence seemed to instill a sense of unease within them, as they maintained a semi-arc formation while approaching. The master scoffed softly. A pack of level 10 pups dares to disturb me. Luo Sanpao let out a low growl, and the sound of inhalation roared forth like a tempest. Its already plump belly expanding at an astonishing rate, resembling a balloon gradually inflating. The master raised his hand, unleashing a yellow halo that enveloped Luo Sanpao. With a grave command, he declared, "Release thunderous flatulence, Luo Sanpao." Luo Sanpao's bright blue eyes suddenly shone brilliantly, and the yellow halo surrounding it transformed into a luminous screen. Its rotund form leapt into the air, astonishingly soaring to a height of 5 meters, twisting in midair. And a thunderous explosion erupted instantly. Unbeknownst to the master, he had already acquired 2 masks, promptly handing one to Tang San while donning the other himself. Tang San instinctively donned a mask, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Luo Sanpao's actions. With a thunderous roar, a yellow energy shield was suddenly unleashed, enveloping all 6 10-year-old spectral wolves in its embrace. The bodies of the wolves were hurled into the air like discarded burlap sacks, landing more than 10 meters away, with 2 of them colliding against a tree trunk, emitting mournful cries, yet unable to rise again. The remaining wolves tumbled on the ground, and through his purple extreme demon eye, Tang San clearly discerned blood flowing from their mouths and noses, a testament to the ferocity of the prior shockwave. Amidst a chorus of whimpers, apart from the 2 incapacitated wolves, the others swiftly fled. At this moment, the master, unwavering in his role as a mentor, reminded Tang San that wolves and dogs share a similar anatomical structure, often referred to as having copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. Their midsections are their most vulnerable points. As he spoke, the master strode forward, revealing a short knife in his hand, which he deftly used to slice the throats of the 2 immobile spectral wolves, subsequently sprinkling them with a powder to mask the scent of blood. Observing intently, Tang San noted that with the demise of the 2 10-year-old wolves, a faint circle of white light began to rise from their bodies, ethereal and shimmering in the air, seemingly on the verge of dissipating at any moment. This was the soul ring, a manifestation of his kills. Should his soul power reach the requisite threshold for advancement, he could absorb these rings to facilitate his ascension. The method involved drawing the soul rings to himself with his soul power and immediately entering a meditative state to absorb their energies. A delicate purple glow emanated from the master's hand as he beckoned towards one of the soul rings produced by a spectral wolf, which then floated gracefully around him, yet did not penetrate his being. My current soul power is insufficient for advancement, thus the soul ring cannot be absorbed. Within an hour, it shall disperse on its own. He explained. Xiao San, hand me 2 white radishes. Tang San, feeling along his waist, retrieved 2 white radishes from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges and handed them to the master. The master casually tossed them towards Luo Sanpao, who, with an excited series of sounds, quickly devoured the radishes. The peculiar traits of the mutated martial soul transcended ordinary martial soul theories. Sanpao could consume food to mitigate the consumption of Tang San's soul power. Moreover, it possessed only a limited attacking prowess, necessitating immediate replenishment after each use. Does Sanpao only eat white radishes? Tang San inquired. The master cast a bittersweet glance at him and replied, as you have observed, Sanpao's method of attack is rather unorthodox. Without a mask, you would surely find the odor unbearable. Even soul beasts cannot endure it, which explains the rapid retreat of those spectral wolves. White radishes are unparalleled in their ability to stimulate such effects. With the two radishes, after approximately half an hour, Sanpao will regain the use of one attack. Chapter 9, The First Soul Ring of Blue Silvergrass 2. Is this really acceptable? Tang San found himself on the verge of laughter. Yet the hint of bitterness in his teacher's gaze restrained him from expressing it. He could only imagine how awkward it must be to possess a martial soul that employs flatulence as a means of attack among soul masters. Given the master's proud disposition, it was clear that such a reality weighed heavily on his heart. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent calls pierced the silence, and the bitterness in the master's eyes was swiftly replaced by a glint of cold light as he grasped Tang San's hand. The surroundings fell into an eerie stillness, and a faint rustling sound distinctly reached Tang San's ears. There was a vague hint of metallic scent in the air, not overly pungent, but laced with a subtle sweetness and the fragrance of tea. Tang San's nose twitched, and he instinctively exclaimed, "Toxic substance." The master waved his right hand, enveloping both of his halos around Luo Sanpao, vigilantly gazing in the direction from which the rustling sound emanated. Tonight was proving to be unusually tumultuous. The rustling ceased, and Tang San invoked the Xiantian skill, pushing the purple extreme demon eye to its limits as he peered into the shadows. Dimly, he perceived a dark green serpent head rising amidst the underbrush, its ruby-like eyes fixed upon them, perhaps deterred by the effect of the realgar powder. It refrained from advancing further. "Master, over there." Tang San pointed towards the direction of the serpent's head. At that moment, the master had no time to ponder how Tang San could see what he could not. Swiftly, he retrieved a fire stick from his wrist soul tool and hurled it towards the ominous direction. The fire stick ignited in the wind, illuminating the area as it tumbled through the air, allowing the master to finally discern the presence of the serpent's head. He gasped, "It's a mandrake serpent. What is such a ferocious creature doing at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? I hope it's merely a decade old." The serpent, seemingly incensed by the fire stick, slowly raised its head, emitting a hissing sound directed at Luo Sanpao. Yet, the influence of the realgar powder lingered, and ultimately, it did not advance. The master spoke solemnly, "The venom of the mandrake serpent is exceedingly potent. It not only induces paralysis but also wreaks havoc on the body's nervous system. It stands as one of the most terrifying beings among poisonous attribute soul beasts. Its body is incredibly resilient, impervious to ordinary blades. Only its mouth and eyes are vulnerable. However, the mandrake serpent is exceptionally adept at safeguarding these weak points and possesses astonishing speed. Its most dreadful trait is its aggressiveness. It almost always attacks upon encountering humans. The realgar powder may not restrain it for long. It is merely biding its time for an opportunity." Tang San did not feel fear due to the master's introduction. In his previous life within the Tang Clan of Bashu, he had encountered a multitude of serpentine species. Although the mandala snake was not among them, he was certainly not lacking in experience when it came to dealing with snakes. The venomous nature of this serpent was evident from its pointed head, while the robust neck indicated that its vulnerability was not located at the 7-inch mark. However, the method of attack employed by this spirit-empowered serpent remained a mystery. The master pulled Tang San behind him and said, "Little San, allow me to impart a principle to you. When the rings are abundant and the bones numerous, unleash your skills with fervor. When the rings are few and the bones scant, flee without hesitation. Here, rings refer to soul rings, and bones refer to soul bones. I will explain soul bones to you later. In essence, when your soul rings and soul bones significantly outnumber those of your opponent, you must rely on your soul skills and soul power to launch a full-scale assault, utterly vanquishing the enemy. Conversely, if your soul rings and soul bones are markedly inferior in number, do not hesitate, flee immediately. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. Pride pales in comparison to survival. If this mandala snake is a 10-year soul beast, we might stand a chance. If it is a 100-year beast, we must escape at once." With urgency, the master commanded Luo Sanpao to launch an attack. The yellow halo gleamed once more as Luo Sanpao, amidst frantic inhalation, propelled himself upward. Although he had consumed a white radish, his previous attack against the nether wolf had not yet fully recuperated, and he was left with the strength for only 2 strikes. Amidst the thunderous roar, Luo Sanpao unleashed a tremendous shockwave from his explosive release. Despite the mandala snake's remarkable speed, Luo Sanpao's attack was area effective, leaving it no opportunity to evade. A colossal serpent was hurled from the ground, sent soaring through the air. "Run!" The master cast a fleeting glance at the mandala snake that had been launched away, his thoughts swiftly shifting. The training age of the mandala snake was directly correlated to its size. Before evolving into a 1,000-year soul beast, for every additional year of cultivation, its length would increase by 1 centimeter. The body of the mandala snake that had been flung away exceeded 3 meters in length, nearing 4 meters, indicating it had nearly reached 400 years of cultivation. The master did not believe that his strength as a 29th-level Great Soul Master could contend with such a soul beast, especially considering that his own martial spirit was not particularly formidable. A chilling cry pierced the air as Tang San, being pulled forward by the master, glanced back to see that the mandala snake, having been struck by Luo San Pao, appeared unscathed. As soon as it landed, it coiled and surged forward with astonishing speed, its whip-like body bouncing off the ground like a spring with each contact, rapidly closing in on Tang San and the master. Luo San Pao matched their pace, his large eyes reflecting sheer panic. Release a smokescreen, and lull Luo San Pao into slumber. The master unleashed yet another formidable move. Luo San Pao spiraled through the air, and with a soft sound, a plume of yellow gas erupted from its plump posterior, enveloping the space around it. The master's 2 soul rings, capable of bestowing the effects of thunderstrike and hypnosis upon Luo San Pao, were now fully activated. Chapter 9, The First Soul Ring of Blue Silvergrass, Part 3. The mandala serpent swiftly darted through the yellow mist, yet it was not ensnared by the hypnosis. As a creature of exceptional toxicity, it possessed a resistance to toxins far superior to that of ordinary soul beasts. Thus, its speed was only slightly diminished. Having expended all 3 of its attacks, Luo San Pao's form had notably shrunk, leaving no time to replenish its energy with a carrot. The 2 soul rings returned to the master, his soul power shimmering as it reached its zenith. Grasping Tang San's hand, they surged forward with a velocity reminiscent of a shooting star, hoping to evade the mandala serpent's relentless pursuit. The master was acutely aware of the mandala serpent's temperament. This ferocious creature bore a significant flaw, a lack of patience. Should it fail to capture its prey within a certain time frame, it would readily abandon the chase. However, the mandala serpent they faced today exhibited an unusual tenacity, perhaps incited by the gaseous emission from Luo San Pao and the yellow powder. As it relentlessly pursued the master and Tang San with astounding speed, drawing ever closer. San Pao block it. At the master's command, Luo San Pao, with its rotund form, charged toward the mandala serpent in an attempt to obstruct its advance. Yet, the serpent, not only swift but also remarkably agile, deftly evaded the collision and sank its fangs into Luo San Pao. With a cry of anguish, Luo San Pao plummeted toward the ground. The master waved his hands, and Luo San Pao transformed into a violet light, reintegrating into his body. At this moment, despair enveloped the master. The echoes of his life experiences reverberated in his mind. He yearned to question the heavens about the misfortunes that had plagued him throughout his existence. Why? Why had fate been so cruel? Even young Tang San had been drawn into this calamity. Just as the master teetered on the brink of hopelessness, feeling the coldness of the mandala serpent's venomous fangs, he suddenly noticed a movement from Tang San, whose left hand brushed against his waist. Without a backward glance, Tang San flung something behind him. A robust white radish soared forth, striking the mandala serpent with a resounding thud. The soul beast, which had been mere moments away from launching its attack, hesitated, allowing a brief reprieve as the distance between them widened. The ability to discern sounds and locations was merely a rudimentary skill within the Tang sect. Yet Tang San had mastered it. The subsequent scene left the master awestruck. S left hand continuously swept across his waist, launching white radishes one after another. Although the force was insufficient to harm the mandala snake, it consistently obstructed the creature's advance just as it was about to catch up with them. Such precision and technique. The master observed that each time flung a radish, his left hand was positioned with the thumb tucked inward, palm facing down, and the other 4 fingers extended together. The motion was both succinct and effective. Despite a hint of panic on his youthful face, he appeared to be devoid of fear. In his previous life, anyone from the martial world would recognize this technique, known as the flicking arrow, a fundamental skill of the Tang sect's hidden weapon. It employed the inertia of the arm's swing to launch projectiles. This method, while not particularly intricate, proved remarkably effective in the current dire situation. Even though 20 caddies of radishes was considerable, S speed in executing the flicking arrow was commendable. And soon the stock from the 24 bridges on a bright moonlit night had been entirely depleted. At this pivotal moment of life and death, was acutely aware of the consequences of being ensnared by such a massive soul beast, endowed with formidable power, speed, and toxicity. The time for concealing one's strength had long passed. Suddenly, he released the master's hand, spun gracefully in the air, and raised his left hand, unleashing a streak of black light that shot forth silently. The meticulously crafted sleeve arrow was finally deployed for the first time. At this moment, Tang San's eyes had completely transformed into a deep violet hue. With the power of the purple extreme magic eyes, he could perceive every movement of the mandala snake with exquisite clarity. The creature's reflexes surpassed Tang San's expectations. The dart, aimed at the left eye of the mandala snake, was evaded as its body twisted adeptly in midair. The serpent lowered its head just in time, narrowly avoiding a fatal hit. However, the dart's velocity was astonishing, and it still struck the creature. With a sharp clang, sparks erupted from the mandala snake's resilient scales. The intense pain elicited a guttural cry from the creature, echoing its distress. Tang San inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. The hidden crossbow bolts, propelled by a clever mechanism, exhibited both speed and power. However, they lacked finesse, delivering only straightforward assaults upon his adversary. This is a common flaw inherent to mechanism-based concealed weapons. Nevertheless, he was astonished by the formidable defense of the mandala. It is worth noting that although he possessed merely 3 concealed bolts, each was forged from iron and imbued with exceptional projectile force, yet they failed to inflict any genuine harm upon the soul beast before him. Enraged, the mandala serpent's scales began to shimmer, the deep green surface illuminated by a subtle golden hue. Its speed surged dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, it lunged towards Tang San. Tang San suddenly loosened his grip, yet the master had already instinctively dashed forward over 10 meters. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. It was too late to save Tang San now. At this critical moment, however, Tang San's heart became remarkably calm. He channeled his Xiantian skill throughout his body, entering a state of tranquility akin to still waters. As he beheld the menacing open maw of the mandala snake, he felt no panic. With a deft motion of his right hand, the short sword bestowed upon him by the master flipped into his palm. Chapter 9. The First Soul Ring of Blue Silver Grass, Part 4. The mandala snake, in terms of both speed and strength, was beyond Tang San's current capabilities to confront. As the serpent's head lunged forward, Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, his body swaying slightly as he shifted 3 feet to the side. He understood that he had but one chance. Should he fail, the mandala snake would never fall for his ploy again. In this crucial moment, he acted decisively, channeling nearly all of his Xiantian skill into his hands. A flickering blue light surged from his palm, and with a draw and a thrust from his left hand, he repositioned himself once more under the influence of the ghost shadow perplexing steps. The mandala snake sensed an unexpected force pulling at its side, causing its head to uncontrollably twist. At that moment, as it lunged toward Tang San with its mouth agape, a brilliant blue light seemed to materialize from thin air, patiently awaiting its target. Just as the serpent's head turned, mere moments before its jaws could close, the nearly 4-meter-long body of the snake abruptly stiffened as the short sword, measuring around 1 foot and 2 inches, completely plunged into its mouth. In the next instant, the mandala snake's body convulsed violently, sending dust and debris flying across the ground. Wherever its solid form swept, shrubs and small trees were ravaged as if caught in a tornado, branches and leaves scattering in disarray. After delivering that powerful thrust, Tang San, utilizing the ghost shadow perplexing steps, swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the sweeping tail of the mandala snake. The saying goes, a centipede, though dead, does not stiffen, and Tang San, well acquainted with the nature of snakes, certainly did not assume the mandala snake would perish instantly. Xiao San. The master's urgent call jolted Tang San from his thoughts. He realized that everything he had just done was now inevitably laid bare before the master. His soul did not belong to this world, and such knowledge could not be allowed to reach anyone else. What to do? Should he silence the master? Tang San believed that, with the silent arrow's lethal force and uniqueness, he had at least a 70% chance of succeeding. However, how could he possibly follow through with such an act? The master was his teacher. Despite their brief acquaintance of only a few days, he had already earned Tang San's heartfelt respect. With no other recourse, he resolved, feigning a deliberate stumble, Tang San rolled onto the ground. The master quickly reached out to catch him. After all, he was a level 29 Great Soul Master. Though his martial spirit was somewhat lacking, his soul power remained intact, and he supported Tang San. Xiao San, are you all right? Teacher, you frightened me to death. Why didn't the snake pursue us? The master gazed intently at the mandala serpent, which was wreaking havoc in a terrifying manner, chiding. Why did you suddenly let go just now? Do you have any idea how perilous this is? In truth, the master did not perceive as much as Tang San had imagined. After all, it was the dead of night, and he lacked the visual acuity of Tang San's purple extreme magic eye. In the darkness, the master only vaguely discerned Tang San's body retreating and the glimmering light upon the blue short sword. He did not even notice the sharp sound of the crossbow bolt striking the sand serpent. I do not know what happened. My hands were sweaty, and it seemed to slip suddenly. Master, I was flailing the short sword you gave me, and it appears I struck that serpent, he said, raising Tang San's hand, which was indeed clammy with cold sweat. The master could surmise that Tang San had indeed pierced the mandala serpent, and it was quite likely that he had struck a vital point. Otherwise, how could such a ferocious and vindictive soul beast possibly cease its pursuit? Do not approach. Let us wait and see. Serpent-type soul beasts possess an incredibly tenacious vitality. They are not easily vanquished. Tang San gasped heavily, not out of pretense, but due to sheer exhaustion. Confronted by the formidable mandala serpent, he had exerted all his strength in that fleeting moment. Had his technique, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, failed to draw the serpent's head towards him, the outcome would have been drastically different. This harrowing experience prompted Tang San to resolutely decide to arm himself with every possible means upon his return. Until he mastered the Xiantian skill, various mechanical traps and concealed weapons would evidently be the optimal choice, an area in which he excelled. The master and disciple cautiously observed from a distance as the mandala serpent, after its frenzied struggles, gradually succumbed to calmness. Its body twisted upon the ground, shattering the flora beneath it and exposing the earth below. The master presented Tang San with a sword, a short blade of 1 foot 2 inches. Although it was not lengthy, it was sufficient to pierce the serpent's brain, inflicting a mortal wound. As the serpent's thrashing became increasingly feeble, the master finally exhaled in relief, his expression transforming from panic to exuberance. Wonderful. This is truly splendid. Xiao San, your spirit ring is within reach. Teacher, what do you mean? Are you referring to this serpent? Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. The master nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed, it is. Before reaching a millennium in age, the mandala serpent would grow 1 centimeter for every year of its life. This serpent had nearly reached 4 meters in length, indicating it boasted roughly 400 years of cultivation, just at the threshold for a soul master to absorb their first spirit ring. Given your innate full soul power, absorbing its spirit ring should pose no issue. But, teacher, Tang San queried, my martial spirit is a plant, while this mandala serpent is a beast-type spirit beast. Can I truly make it a spirit ring? Won't there be a conflict? At this moment, the master, now relaxed, radiated confidence. One of the 10 core competencies I have proposed in the realm of martial spirits is the theory of martial spirit mimicry. A plant martial spirit does not necessarily have to absorb the spirit rings of plant spirit beasts, nor are beast martial spirits precluded from absorbing plant spirit rings. Under various conditions, these two can indeed be mutually absorbed. As I previously mentioned, one of the significant advantages of the blue-silver grass is its non-exclusivity. Due to its inherent weakness, it does not reject any attributes conferred by spirit rings, but rather passively integrates them. Therefore, absorbing the mandala serpent's spirit ring will pose no problem. And do you recall what kind of spirit ring we sought? Tang San's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as he envisioned the addition of a resilient effect, preferably one imbued with toxicity. Indeed, these 2 attributes were possessed by the mandala snake. The master cast a profound gaze upon his disciple and remarked, whether they be ordinary soul masters or those from the spirit hall. My theory of the 10 core competitive advantages is met with derision. None believe it. Previously, no soul master has dared to absorb soul rings of different types to enhance their own abilities. Little San, would you be willing to attempt it? Although I hold absolute confidence in the theory, it has never been tried. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. The reason my 10 core competitive advantages remain merely theoretical rather than factual is that no one has been willing to put them into practice. In the master's eyes, Tang San glimpsed fervor. Due to the mutation of his martial soul, the master would never become a formidable soul master in his lifetime, yet he remained unwaveringly dedicated, pouring his entire existence into the study of martial souls. For such a person, Tang San felt profound respect, not only for the master himself but also for the fruits of his research. Teacher, allow me to be the one to put your theory into practice. I believe in the validity of your research. The mandala snake's body began to grow still, its vital essence pierced by a sharp blade. Even with its tenacious life force, it could not escape the clutches of death. Faint yellow orbs of light began to coalesce above the mandala snake's form. Unlike the 10-year phantom wolf soul ring that Tang San had previously encountered, the yellow halo produced by the mandala snake was distinctly clear, radiating brilliance far surpassing that of the phantom wolf's ring. Even without physical contact, one could vividly sense the immense energy contained within. Hearing Tang San's words, the master's eyes shimmered with satisfaction. "Little San, let us commence." Tang San nodded slightly. Raising his right hand, he stifled the overwhelming weakness coursing through him and gradually concentrated the remnants of his soul power into the palm of his hand. A faint blue aura enveloped him as the blue-silver grass sprouted from his hand, exuding a delicate breath of life that swayed gently with the fluctuations of his soul power. "Come forth, my first soul ring. You shall determine whether I can master the profound techniques of the Tang sect and whether I can inherit my teacher's hopes." Under the allure of the soft blue radiance, the century-old mandala snake soul ring began to float slowly towards Tang San. The master fixed his gaze on the approaching soul ring, his voice resonating with authority as he commanded, "Sit cross-legged and focus on your martial soul." Tang San settled into a meditative position, focusing his attention on the essence of his right hand's martial soul. At that moment, as the century-old mandala serpent soul ring drew near, he felt an unprecedented and formidable pressure, causing a subtle crackling sound to emanate from his bones. Soon, the yellow ring hovered above his head, offering him no opportunity to react. Suddenly, the yellow ring constricted, transforming into a solid golden band, no larger than a bracelet, which seamlessly encircled the blue-silver grass martial soul resting in the palm of his right hand. Tang San felt as though his right hand had plunged into molten lava. An overwhelming surge of searing energy rushing in, the intense heat instantly flooding his body, causing his internal organs to burn with an unbearable fire. His body trembled violently, a reaction he could not suppress. No matter how fiercely the power of the soul ring assailed his form, he reminded himself to remain vigilant. Only then could he harness the soul ring's power more effectively in the future. This was the last piece of wisdom imparted by the master that lingered in his mind. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, and his consciousness was wholly immersed in that scalding ocean. The internal energy of his Xiantian skill seemed to ignite in response to this sudden influx of power, with the heat radiating throughout every corner of his being. Tang San felt as though he could breathe fire if he opened his mouth. Such overwhelming power. The rushing energy of the soul ring instantly baptized his body. Yet he found it peculiar that this searing energy did not obliterate his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Suddenly, a light flickered in his consciousness. It seemed he beheld himself enveloped in a sea of flames, and at the very center of this inferno, a solitary blue-silver grass swayed gently amidst the flames, impervious to their ferocity. Tang San felt an overwhelming joy, as this seemed to be the realm of inner vision within his internal energy. In his previous life, he had been too advanced in age when cultivating the Xiantian treasure record, and had never experienced such a state. To his astonishment, it manifested while absorbing the first spirit ring. Under the scorching flames, the blue-silver grass began to transform. The originally slender blades of grass elongated and widened, and the light blue hue deepened into a profound shade. The deep blue blades unfurled in the ocean of flames, dancing with akin to countless serpents weaving through the fire. The pale blue grass began to morph into a deep blue, adorned with delicate black patterns that mirrored those on the body of the mandala serpent. Suddenly, a surge of heat rushed forth, and Tang San felt as though the intense warmth was melting his very being. In the next moment, he distinctly heard a crisp crack, followed by a wild dispersal of that heat, which then coalesced into a milky white stream. The once meandering brook transformed into a small river, flowing gently, where the searing pain had vanished, replaced by a soothing comfort. Success had been achieved. Elation flooded over him once again. He was intimately familiar with that shattering sensation, reminiscent of breaking through the first bottleneck of the Xiantian skill. The fusion of internal energy and the power of the spirit ring transformed into a more formidable force, spiraling rapidly around his meridians and gradually flowing into his dantian. Just as Tang San had surmised, upon entering this world, his Xiantian skill had, in an almost imperceptible manner, formed a peculiar resonance with the spirit power of a soul master. Each level of the Xiantian skill corresponded to a title of a soul master. By acquiring this first spirit ring, he had finally shattered the bottleneck of the first level of the Xiantian skill. Certainly, his current strength was not merely a simple transition to the second level of the Xiantian skill. He now possessed the power of a martial soul, which the Tang sect lacked, alongside the skills bestowed by the first spirit ring. The indescribable sensation of exhilaration that accompanied the absorption of the spirit ring was akin to floating on air, free from gravity, as if reaching the pinnacle of bliss. Every one of his 36,000 pores opened wide. Tang San endeavored to quell the tumultuous excitement within his heart. The breakthrough of the Xiantian skill, aided by the soul ring, revealed to him the trajectory of his future development. He understood that, irrespective of the circumstances, his existence in this world would inevitably be intertwined with the martial soul. The soul power was synonymous with the internal energy of Xiantian skill, and his path was destined to be that of a soul master. Naturally, he belonged to the Tang sect as a soul master. As Tang San gradually opened his eyes, the sky had already brightened, and the vibrant vitality of a new day seemed to beckon to his very. Tang San lowered his gaze upon himself and noticed that his physique had seemingly undergone some transformation due to the acquisition of the soul ring. His once diminutive stature appeared to have gained a slight height, and his shoulders had broadened a tad. Moreover, a lustrous sheen now graced his skin. With each movement, a sense of powerful grace enveloped him, so comforting that he need not exert any effort to test it. He instinctively understood that not only had his internal energy shattered its previous limitations, but all aspects of his physical capabilities had also experienced a remarkable enhancement under the influence of the century-old mandala serpent's soul ring. Master, he thought, awakening to the realization that he was eager to share his success with his mentor, for the theory of soul beast mimicry had proven effective throughout the entire fusion process. Despite enduring considerable pain, he felt no sense of conflict. However, when his gaze fell upon his master, he was taken aback. The master lay motionless on the ground, his body seemingly stiffened, unyielding. Surrounding him and Tang San was a circle of sulfur powder, mirroring the previous state of their campsite. Master, what has happened to you? Tang San's heart raced with urgency as he swiftly rolled over to his mentor's side, aiding him to an upright position. Upon seeing the master's face, he blurted out, "Poison." A dark aura enveloped the master's previously rigid visage, and he appeared to be drawing in more breath than he was exhaling, his body stiff and devoid of sensation. How could the master be poisoned? With this question lingering in his mind, Tang San suddenly sensed something amiss with his mentor's body and hastily pulled back the sleeve of his right arm. To his dismay, he observed that the master's right arm had swollen to 3 times its normal size, the skin stretched taut and transformed into a vivid purple hue. Fortunately, a cloth band had been tightly tied around the base of his upper arm, clearly a makeshift remedy the master had employed upon realizing he had been poisoned. Nonetheless, despite the majority of the toxin remaining contained, he still lay unconscious, revealing just how formidable the poison. A flash of insight illuminated Tang San's mind as he connected the dots regarding the cause of his master's poisoning. Previously, when they were pursued by the mandala serpent, the master's martial soul, the 3-headed cannon, had been bitten by the serpent, precisely on the right foreleg. The master had swiftly retracted it at that moment. The bond between a beast martial soul and its host is inseparable. Even if the master's martial soul were a variant, the same principle applies. A poisoned martial soul equates to a poisoned host. The master, wholly devoted to assisting Tang San in absorbing the soul ring, had disregarded his own safety. Once Tang San entered a meditative state, his soul power could no longer contain the toxin, resulting in its eruption. In contrast, weapon martial souls possess an advantage in this regard. Toxins that taint weapon martial souls do not adversely affect their hosts. Fortunately, the master had managed to halt the spread of the toxin. Otherwise, Tang San would have been at a loss. After feeling the pulse in his mentor's left hand, he silently exhaled in relief. The toxin had not yet reached his heart. There was still time to save him. Having been raised in the Tang sect, Tang San was all too familiar with how to deal with poison injuries. At that moment, he cast aside any concerns about whether the flames might attract soul beasts. Swiftly, he summoned some dry twigs and leaves from his surroundings, igniting a pile of firewood with a fire starter. Then, he tore off the sleeve of the master's right arm and, using the short sword bestowed upon him by the master, dug a small pit in the ground. After retrieving clean water, he meticulously washed the blade. As the campfire gradually blazed brighter, Tang San repeatedly roasted the short sword over the flames before dragging the master's body beside the pit, allowing his right hand to hang over it. Taking a deep breath, Tang San flipped his wrist, executing 3 swift strikes with the sword on the master's pulse points, the crook of his arm, and under his armpit. Instantly, 3 streams of dark purple blood, exuding a strong metallic scent laced with a hint of tea fragrance, gushed forth like small rivers into the prepared pit. Chapter 10. The First Soul Ring Skill, Part 2. Tang San placed one hand on the master's chest, channeling the inner strength of the Xiantian skill he had just enhanced. With his left hand, he deftly pressed against 4 vital meridians at the master's chest, preventing the spread of the toxic gas. Meanwhile, his right hand began to gently massage the master's chest, utilizing his internal energy to stimulate the circulation of qi and blood within the master's body, gradually guiding the toxins to a single location. As the pinnacle of the Tang sect's internal cultivation techniques, the Xiantian skill possessed formidable detoxifying properties. It was not a brute force of energy, but rather an exquisitely delicate flow, penetrating the master's body like fine threads, leaving no lingering harm. As Tang San unfastened the master's outer garment, he meticulously observed the black aura enveloping him. Under the influence of the Xiantian skill, this dark energy gradually coalesced, flowing towards the master's right arm. At this moment, Tang San had yet to remove the bandages from the master's arm. The toxic blood began to ooze out, and the master's swollen arm slowly receded, its skin gradually regaining a normal hue. A look of anguish crossed the master's face, accompanied by the emergence. As the purplish-black blood diminished, vibrant red blood began to surface, and the master's arm took on a pallid appearance. Only then did Tang San carefully unwrap the bandages from the master's arm, swiftly expelling the final remnants of poison with a surge of internal energy. Before promptly sealing the blood vessels in the master's arm, he tore strips of cloth from his own attire to bind the wound. His initial reluctance to remove the bandages stemmed from a concern over excessive blood loss, given the significant duration of the master's poisoning. With the toxins eliminated, Tang San was now drenched in perspiration. Despite having entered the second level of the Xiantian skill, his strength had not yet reached its peak. The method he employed to assist in detoxification was particularly taxing on his internal energy and vitality, and the sense of power derived from absorbing the soul rings now felt somewhat diminished. Tang San carefully washed the master's arm with clear water, then buried the small pit filled with toxic blood with soil. This completed his task. Subsequently, the master remained in a deep coma for 3 full days, during which he endured a relentless fever. Each day, Tang San could only administer small sips of water to him, to provide the master with some nourishment. He even fashioned a small pot from a piece of tree trunk and boiled some dried meat in clear water to make a broth. Given that they were in the soul-hunting forest, Tang San dared not stray far from the master. Fortunately, their luck held, although the occasional soul beast passed by. They were mostly 10-year-old soul beasts, not particularly aggressive, and thus posed no real trouble for Tang San. What has happened to me? When the master finally regained consciousness on the 4th day, it was midday. His frail body was devoid of strength, and he felt as though the world around him was spinning, rendering him disoriented. Even lifting a hand felt like an arduous task. "Master, you are awake," Tang San exclaimed, rushing to the master's side and channeling pure internal energy into him. With the aid of the Xiantian skill, the master's spirits were lifted somewhat, and his eyes gradually began to focus. "Little San, am I still alive?" The master gazed at Tang San with a hint of astonishment. Tang San nodded and said, "Master, you have lived well. However, I fear you may need to rest for a considerable duration this time." The master awkwardly tilted his head and glanced at his right arm, murmuring, "It was you who saved me, wasn't it?" Tang San scratched his head and said, "When I was a child, my father taught me simple methods to deal with poison injuries. At that time, seeing you in a coma, I could only give it a try. One must always take a chance. After all, even a dead horse can be treated as a living one. Is it inappropriate to refer to a teacher in such a manner?" The master managed to force a faint smile, though his already rigid visage, compounded by his current pallor, rendered this smile more unsettling than a frown. Living, after all, is an eternally beautiful endeavor, even for a proud master who has devoted his entire life to the study of martial souls. Tang San chuckled softly and said, "Master, please take a moment to rest. I shall prepare some hot meat soup for you. Once you awaken, a few more hours of rest will allow you to consume some solid food. It will also enable us to depart from the soul-hunting forest sooner, as the conditions here are rather harsh, and the humid air is not conducive to your recovery." The master seemed to suddenly recall something and inquired, "Xiao San, have you succeeded?" For him, the theories he had dedicated himself to were of greater significance than life itself. Tang San smiled and said, "Master, rest assured. I have succeeded. Look." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and a faint white light shimmered upon his skin. Immediately, deep blue silver grass surged forth from his palm. A distinct yellow halo ascended from beneath his feet, swirling around his body in a graceful dance, a hallmark of a first-ring soul master. Previously, the silver grass had a width of less than half a finger, but now it had expanded to the breadth of 3 fingers, its leaves significantly thicker, adorned with peculiar patterns. Dozens of strands of silver grass rapidly spread outward, the tips of the leaves lifting as if a dozen mandala snakes were foraging in search of sustenance. The silver grass was devoid of the pungent scent associated with mandala snakes, instead exuding a subtle aroma of tea, a fragrance that, while enchanting, was laced with peril. The master's eyes sparkled with intense excitement, and he restrained his enthusiasm, inquiring, "How is its resilience?" Tang San, demonstrating through action, responded to the master's query. One of the strands of silver grass, having detached from his palm, suddenly soared upwards, entwining itself around a small tree with a trunk the thickness of an arm. The other end returned to Tang San's hand, and with a vigorous pull of his right hand, the trunk of the small tree bent downwards, while the silver grass remained taut, showing no signs of breaking. Excellent. This is truly remarkable. It seems my judgment was entirely correct. The silver grass has become resilient after absorbing the mandala snake's soul ring. If I am not mistaken, it should also possess some degree of the mandala snake's venom. However, what is its current skill? Chapter 10. The first soul ring skill. 3. After a soul ring is acquired. The skills associated with a martial soul must undergo a process of mutation before they manifest. Different martial souls will produce entirely distinct skills from the same soul ring, conversely. Skills will vary significantly even among soul rings of differing ages. Thus, despite the Master's extensive research into martial souls, he could not ascertain precisely what effect Tang San's first soul ring would yield. Tang San said, "Teacher, over the past few days I have experimented with some weaker 10-year soul beasts. You were indeed correct. The blue silver grass has inherited certain toxic traits from the mandala snake. However, it lacks the lethality of its venom and instead possesses the paralyzing effect of the mandala snake's toxin. This effect requires direct contact to take hold. While the toxicity is not exceedingly potent, its restraining capabilities are quite pronounced. The skill of the blue silver grass is entanglement. By harnessing my soul power, I can ensnare the enemy's body, rendering them immobile." As he spoke, Tang San wielded his soul power to activate the skill of the blue silver grass he had released. All at once, more than a dozen deep blue leaves erupted from the underbrush, swiftly coiling around a robust tree trunk. The leaves spiraled forth, covering an area of 10 square meters, leaving no chance for evasion within this range. In an instant, the numerous strands of blue-silver grass had tightly ensnared the great tree. A glimmer of contemplation shone in the master's eyes. Indeed, he mused, this is characteristic of control-type soul masters. If you could collaborate with a powerful attacker, the efficacy of your martial spirit would be greatly enhanced. A control-type soul master aims to manipulate the opponent's actions, restricting them as much as possible. The purpose of this entanglement skill lies precisely in that, coupled with its paralyzing effect. Unless the enemy possesses a soul ring that surpasses yours by 2 levels, it would be nearly impossible for them to break free from this entanglement. Xiao San, we have succeeded. The mention of martial spirits invigorated the master, who, despite his severe injuries, radiated excitement, his eyes sparkling with life. The most notable feature of the blue-silver grass's entanglement skill is its suddenness. Tang San had discovered that within a 50-meter radius, he could launch an attack from any position with the blue-silver grass, an ambush that is nearly impossible to anticipate. Particularly in a forest abundant with vegetation, the blue-silver grass finds optimal concealment. Tang San prepared another pot of meat broth and carefully chopped the thoroughly cooked dried meat to feed to his master. With sustenance in his stomach, the master's recovery speed began to accelerate. However, they were compelled to prepare for their departure from the soul-hunting forest, as the provisions and water they had brought were nearly depleted after several days. This was achieved despite Tang San's diligent efforts to conserve their supplies. The master had yet to regain his ability to move, thus he was carried out of the spirit forest on Tang San's back. Due to their considerable size difference, the master's legs dangled awkwardly along the ground. Utilizing his extraordinary strength and inner power, Tang San, guided by the master's instructions, painstakingly made his way out of the forest, ultimately returning to the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy by carriage. Throughout the journey, whether while caring for the master or during the process of carrying him from the forest, the master never uttered a word of thanks. Yet, the gaze he cast upon Tang San seemed to transcend that of a mere disciple fulfilling his master's dream. It reflected a depth of emotion that should have been present in Tang Hao's eyes. The adage once a teacher, always a father resonated profoundly within the master's heart. After several days of recuperation and Tang San's meticulous care, when they returned to the academy, the master could, with Tang San's assistance, manage to walk unsteadily. However, Tang San estimated that the poison the master had endured had severely weakened his vitality, and full recovery would require at least a month. The master held a guest position at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy and maintained a cordial relationship with the principal, yet he had no family. During this time, Tang San naturally assumed the responsibility of caring for his teacher, a duty he had contemplated thoroughly even before their return. He had even mapped out a daily regimen for the master's care while they were on the road. At that moment, it was the morning class time for the students, and the academy was enveloped in a tranquil silence. Tang San assisted the master directly to his room, helping him settle onto the bed. At last, we are home, master. You can finally rest well. During this period, it is imperative that you prioritize your recovery and avoid exertion. If you need anything, simply instruct me. The master nodded silently and replied, I never anticipated I would escape death this time. My physical recovery is of little concern, but your training must not falter. Additionally, there is something you must do. Little San, please retrieve the second book from the left on the third shelf of the left bookcase for me. Understood. Tang San complied, bringing forth a substantial tome that intrigued him due to its lack of a title. The master did not take the book from Tang San's hand but declared, This book contains my research on cultivating soul power. Although soul power is cultivated through meditation and the circulation of one's own energy, the techniques involved are manifold. It details which routes of operation are most conducive to enhancing strength and what types of martial souls are best suited for cultivation in various environments. During this period when I cannot personally guide you, you must not become lax. Yes, Tang San respectfully acknowledged, though he had yet to open the book. A profound sense of astonishment welled within him. Following his recent breakthrough with the soul ring, he had attained a comprehensive understanding of martial spirits. In his interpretation, this so-called soul power was essentially a form of internal energy. However, the majority of practitioners merely operated it in a haphazard manner, devoid of any systematic approach. Chapter 10. The First Soul Ring Skill. 4. Tang San possesses the cultivation method of Xiantian Gong, which will undoubtedly enhance his training speed beyond that of most soul masters in the future. According to the master's insights, the technique he has been researching seems to parallel the operational pathways of internal energy cultivation. One must ponder the immense effort the master has invested to reach such a level of understanding. It is essential to recognize that Xiantian Gong is the culmination of countless generations of painstaking experiences from the Tang Clan's ancestors, while the master stands alone in this endeavor. Furthermore, you should make your way to the Soul Hall in Nodding City. Simply inquiring along the way will lead you to its location. Situated in the central area of the city. There, you will undergo a Soul Master assessment, which will serve to evaluate your soul power and officially register you at the Soul Hall. This will enable you to receive a monthly stipend, freeing you from the necessity of continuing as a working student. Tang San carefully placed the book given to him by the master into the mystical belt known as the 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. The essence of this belt was crafted from an unknown material, possessing an extraordinary elasticity that allowed it to shrink to a minimal size, just enough for Tang San's youthful form to barely encircle his waist. Yet, when fully extended, it could comfortably accommodate even a robust figure of 4 feet in girth, maintaining a consistent width throughout. At this moment, clad in the uniform of the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, Tang San secured the belt around his waist, and his demeanor transformed entirely from when he first arrived at the academy. Indeed, attire shapes one's presence. While he may not be conventionally handsome, he exuded a clean and refreshing aura. Master, please rest for a while. I shall return with food at noon, he said as he stepped out of the master's room, just in time to hear the school bell signaling the end of class. The lessons at Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy were brief, and after the midday break, there would be half an hour of respite before the cafeteria opened. With class concluded, Tang San decided to return to the dormitory to greet his roommates and inform them of his return before venturing out again. However, upon entering the dormitory, he was astonished to find it utterly deserted, devoid of any presence. His bedding remained untouched, lying alongside Xiao Wu's, separated only by a small bundle. Has no one returned after class? Tang San pondered, a sense of curiosity stirring within him. He turned and exited the dormitory, making his way to the playground. The last few students emerging from the adjacent classroom building were strolling towards the dormitory in small groups. Just as Tang San was preparing to visit the Soul Hall for his Soul Master certification, he faintly overheard some older students mention the term work-study students. With a sense of urgency, he focused his mind, honing his inner strength to discern their conversation. Those work-study students are quite foolish, daring to challenge the formidable Xiao Wu from the 6th grade. I doubt we will see them in class tomorrow. That is not entirely fair. The work-study students do have some grounds for their challenge. Rumor has it that a new first-year student has joined them, a young girl of remarkable talent. All the work-study students refer to her as Sister Xiao Wu. It seems she instigated this challenge herself. The stakes are quite high. If Xiao Wu wins, all work-study students will become his subordinates, but if they win, Sister Xiao will be revered as the sister of our entire academy. These work-study students are undoubtedly courting disaster. How powerful can a first-year girl truly be? Xiao Lauda is one of the few 6th graders who has achieved the rank of a soul master. It appears that Xiao Lauda will soon have an entourage. Listening to the conversation of the two upperclassmen, Tang San felt a tightening in his chest. Although his acquaintance with Xiao Wu was brief, he had gleaned enough insight into her character to know that this seemingly delicate girl possessed a fiery temperament that belied her gentle appearance, revealing a spirited and somewhat audacious nature. Furthermore, coupled with the remarks made by Wang Sheng regarding the mistreatment of work-study students, he could be certain that the assertions made by these two senior students were indeed true. Tang San, being one of the work-study students, could not simply stand by while his roommate was bullied. "Excuse me, senior brothers, could you tell me where Boss Xiao and those work-study students are?" he inquired of the two upperclassmen. The taller of the two seemed momentarily taken aback and responded, "What do you want? Do you wish to meddle, Junior? Boss Xiao has enough manpower. Judging by your appearance, you must be in your 2nd or 3rd year. I advise you against getting involved. You might get hurt unintentionally." From Tang San's tidy attire and the quality belt adorning his waist, the two students clearly could not discern his identity as a work-study student. "Seniors, I merely wish to observe from a distance," Tang San said, refraining from revealing his true status. "They must be dueling in the woods behind the academy." Upon receiving this accurate information, Tang San sprinted towards the rear of the academy. The so-called back mountain of the academy was not within the confines of Notting Academy, but rather a small hill located just beyond the back gate of the institution. Noticing that the surroundings were devoid of anyone except for the academy, Tang San promptly unleashed his ghost shadow perplexing track and dashed up the hill. The forest was eerily silent, not indicative of tranquility but rather imbued with a palpable tension. All the other work-study students stood behind Xiao Wu, while facing them was a group of over 20 upperclassmen. At the forefront stood a tall figure clad in the uniform of Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Though still bearing a youthful visage, he exuded a semblance of maturity. He appeared to tower over Xiao Wu by at least half a head and was quite handsome, yet the disdain etched upon his face marred any sense of harmony. "Little girl, you still have time to regret your decision. Of course, I wouldn't mind having another pet rabbit. Your martial spirit is a rabbit, is it not?" Chapter 10. The First Soul Ring Skill, Part 5. Xiao Wu, undeterred, matched his disdain with her own, her expression equally contemptuous. However, her disdain, coupled with her rosy complexion, lent her an air of endearing charm. She pointed at him, saying, "Boss Xiao, are you afraid? If you are, you can become my subordinate." Laughing boisterously, Boss Xiao feigned nonchalance. "Me, afraid? I say, Wang Sheng, have all you work-study students lost your minds, bringing such a little girl to challenge me? How ridiculous. Little girl, you should inquire about who Boss Xiao is. Even in Notting City, I could walk sideways without anyone daring to stop me, let alone within the academy." Xiao Wu, clearly growing impatient, interjected, "Enough talk, let us begin. What are your terms for the fight?" With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Boss Xiao replied, "Fear not. I 1T bully you. You have 10 people here, so we shall field 10 as well. We will take turns to compete. If one participant wins, they can continue to face the next opponent until one side has been entirely defeated. To ascend to the rank of leader among the students, Boss Xiao was no fool. In fact, he was quite astute. Although outwardly, Xiao Wu appeared to present little threat. However, the formidable Xiao Lauda had been clashing with Wang Sheng for quite some time, and he was well acquainted with Wang Sheng's character. If this young girl before him lacked any real prowess, how could Wang Sheng possibly acknowledge her as the representative of the work-study students? Even if this girl possessed considerable strength, she was merely one among a group of senior students, all of whom were not to be underestimated. The work-study team had only Wang Sheng to boast of any significant capability, and now, with this girl, their numbers scarcely reached 2. If he instructed his subordinates to wear them down completely, he wouldn't even need to intervene himself. Victory in this conflict was already assured. The duel appeared ostensibly fair. Yet was it truly equitable? Wang Sheng discerned Xiao Lauda's intentions, but before he could voice his concerns, Xiao Wu had already exuberantly declared, "All right, it's settled then. Who among you will be first to step forward?" At this point, it was too late for Wang Sheng to dissuade Xiao Wu from agreeing. Xiao Lauda gestured with his chin to the subordinate behind him, and a tall senior student immediately advanced. Gritting his teeth, Wang Sheng implored, "Sister Xiao Wu, allow me to go first." He recognized this senior, having faced him in duels before, each ending in disastrous defeat. This student wielded a formidable weapon, a long staff. Yet it was far from ordinary. Xiao Wu, embodying the demeanor of a capable leader, nodded in acquiescence to Wang Sheng's request. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward to face his opponent. "Lu Long, let us see what you've got." A yellow glow enveloped Lu Long as a staff over 2 meters in length materialized in his grasp. "Wang Xing," he declared. "If I don't leave you lying down for a few days today, I won't bear the surname Lu." Before Wang Xing could respond, Xiao Wu interjected with a playful remark. "If you lose, you can be called the withered flower and fallen willow from now on." Lu Long's expression darkened, and without further ado, he lunged forward, swinging the staff down upon Wang Xing. Wang Xing, too, summoned his soul power, letting out a fierce roar, standing firm as he crossed his arms to meet the incoming strike. The impact resonated with a dull thud. Wang Xing staggered back 2 steps, his arms charged with soul power, recoiling as he attempted to grasp Lu Long's staff. Despite the protective aura of his soul power, the moment of contact left a crimson mark upon his arm. Bruising was inevitable. Lu Long smirked. "You never learn, do you? This is my martial soul." In a flash of light, the end of the staff that Wang Xing had seized suddenly vanished, and the staff thrust forward, striking directly at Wang Xing's chest, propelling him backward. Wang Xing's fighting spirit was undeniably fierce, and his strength evidently surpassed that of his opponent. However, he was at a disadvantage due to the absence of a soul ring, which prevented him from manifesting his martial soul. Though boosted by soul power, his agility remained wanting. Faced with an adversary wielding a long staff spirit, he was rendered utterly helpless, outmatched by the principle of an inch longer, an inch stronger. He leapt into the air, his roar echoing once more, only to be swiftly struck back down by the staff. Nevertheless, Wang Xing possessed a robust constitution, having endured numerous beatings over time. His resilience far surpassed that of the average student. Although he found himself in a precarious position, it was no trivial task for his opponent to incapacitate him. Before Xiao Wu and Tang San arrived at Nanning Academy, he had been the sole protector of the work-study students. Lacking any skill, they would have been bullied into submission long ago. Wang Xing was indeed too impulsive. In direct confrontation, he found it impossible to close the distance. And only at close quarters could he hope to triumph over his foe. As Xiao Wu furrowed her brow in concern, a soft voice suddenly whispered in her ear. Turning her head, delight sparkled in her beautiful eyes as she exclaimed, "Tang San, you're back." Standing beside her was indeed Tang San, who, after traversing the Academy's rear mountain, had witnessed the scene unfolding in the woods. Silently, he approached Xiao Wu, his modest stature allowing him to go unnoticed by the members of the opposing faction. Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu, yearning to express something, yet he restrained himself. Xiao Wu discerned his hesitance and wondered, "What is it? Does he wish to accuse me of being impulsive?" Tang San shook his head and said, "As students engaged in work-study, we cannot always be subjected to bullying. This method of challenging the leader of the students can indeed be seen as a definitive solution. You have done well. However, you should have waited for my return before issuing such a challenge. That would have increased the likelihood of success." Chapter 11. Xiao Wu. It turns out you are truly a rabbit, Part 1. Xiao Wu shot a glare at Tang San. The mere recollection of the last time she was struck by a rock filled her with indignation. "Wait for what? Who knows when you'll return? They are already bullying us." That scoundrel, the so-called leader Xiao, had the audacity to demand that I become his pet rabbit. If I can endure that, then I shall cease to be called Xiao Wu. Tang San furrowed his brow, contemplating the vile thoughts that such a young child could entertain. It seemed imperative to teach them a lesson, to make them aware that the work-study students were not to be trifled with. With this resolution, he brushed his fingers against his waist and shifted his gaze towards the battlefield. At that moment, Wang Xing bore numerous bruises, his roars growing increasingly feeble. While his opponent remained unscathed, toying with him like a cat with a mouse, Wang Xing's method of attack was too predictable. Seizing the opportunity before his soul power was entirely depleted, he launched a final offensive. He took a couple of steps to gather momentum and lunged at Lu Long, resolved to leave a mark on his adversary, no matter the cost. Lu Long, familiar with Wang Xing's intentions from their prior encounters, sensed the impending assault, and his expression turned grave. He wielded his long staff, delivering a succession of 3 strikes aimed at Wang Xing's head and shoulders. If he could thwart Wang Xing, now at his last gasp, a subsequent attack would be impossible. Just then, Lu Long felt as though his hands were momentarily stung by a mosquito, causing his assault to falter. This brief hesitation exposed a critical flaw in his well-calculated attack. Although the first strike landed on Wang Xing's head, the latter charged forward defiantly, causing Lu Long's subsequent blows to miss entirely. For a spirit master wielding a long weapon, being engaged at close quarters by a beast spirit master is nothing short of catastrophic. Even with a slight advantage in strength, Lu Long faced a dire outcome. With a resounding thud, Wang Xing's tiger claw struck Lu Long's head, sending him hurtling into the air. Following this, he executed a swift maneuver, his right leg delivering a heavy strike akin to a tiger's tail against Lu Long's back, crashing him forcefully into the ground. Unlike Wang Sheng, who boasted remarkable resilience, Lu Long's soul power was concentrated in his staff, leaving him vulnerable. The full force of Wang Sheng's assault rendered Lu Long unconscious upon impact. Wang Sheng let out a triumphant roar, as if expelling years of pent-up frustration. Xiao Lao, initially engrossed in the spectacle of Lu Long mocking Wang Sheng, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Lu Long was among the top 3 in strength within his ranks, and had he not possessed his first spirit ring, victory would have been uncertain. Xiao Wu mockingly remarked, "Indeed, a withered flower is but a withered flower, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. What say you, Xiao Lao?" Xiao Lao waved his hand, instructing his other subordinates to pull Lu Long aside for urgent medical attention. As mere junior spirit master students, their limited soul power posed no real threat to life. The first round is counted as our loss. Lingfeng, you're up next. The second individual dispatched by Xiao Lao was a diminutive senior student, with a small nose and eyes, his slender frame betraying his 12 years of age. Instead, it seems as though they are of the same age as Xiao Wu and Tang San. Call Wang Xing back. I shall take the stage. Tang San whispered in Xiao Wu's ear. Xiao Wu possessed keen insight. He could easily discern that the second opponent was an agile soul master, perfectly suited to counter Wang Xing. Given Wang Xing's prior exhaustion of soul power, his defeat was all but inevitable. Wang Xing returned to the sidelines. Allow Xiao San to take over. You may rest now. At that moment, Wang Xing had yet to fully recuperate from the exhilaration of his victory over Lu Long. And upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, he realized that Tang San had returned without his notice. He was acutely aware of his own condition, despite having triumphed over Lu Long. He genuinely lacked the strength for further combat. Little did he know that had it not been for Tang San's discreet intervention, launching 3 small stones to impede Lu Long's attacks, he would never have achieved his earlier victory. Are you a work-study student? Lingfeng inquired, regarding Tang San with a gaze that betrayed uncertainty. Tang San merely nodded at him, urging him to make his move. Although Lingfeng was slight of build, he was still taller than the first-year Tang San. This duel determined who would ascend to the position of the leading student, and he no longer hesitated. After casting one last glance at Tang San's belt, he leaped into the air, executing a graceful somersault, arms outstretched, gliding 2 meters towards Tang San's head. Tang San quickly discerned the nature of his opponent's martial spirit. The Master's teachings over the past few days had not been in vain. This student named Lingfeng was an agile battle spirit master, and his beast martial spirit must be a flying creature. Given his unassuming appearance and method of attack, it was unlikely to be an eagle, thus it must be a swallow or a crow. As Lingfeng lunged towards him, Tang San remained utterly still, as if his opponent were non-existent. Lingfeng's speed was remarkable. Among the 6th-grade students, he was renowned as the fastest, a close ally of Xiao. His movements were exceedingly nimble, and just as he was about to reach Tang San, he unexpectedly performed another somersault, altering his trajectory to appear behind Tang San. With both arms swinging, he aimed for the sides of Tang San's neck. Even as Lingfeng vaulted over him, Tang San did not flinch. In the face of an unknown adversary, maintaining composure was the wisest choice. If this had taken place before acquiring his first soul ring, Tang San might not have been so audacious. However, ever since he obtained the first soul ring, his speed, strength, and reflexes had undergone a significant transformation. The most acute abilities of the Tang sect disciples were their sensitivity and reflexes, with speed being one of their foremost advantages. Who could he possibly fear in terms of swiftness? Lingfeng, in midair, changed his form, relying on surprise. Seeing Tang San as merely a 1st or 2nd-year student, he felt a tinge of contempt, preparing for a decisive strike to force Xiao Wu into action. Yet, just as his palms were about to clamp down on Tang San's neck, Tang San moved. With a swift motion akin to a phoenix nodding, he evaded Lingfeng's grasp. As he leaned forward, his right leg shot back with a force that seemed to defy the laws of motion, never once glancing behind him. As still as a maiden, as swift as a startled rabbit, Tang San executed this principle to perfection. The explosive speed of his movement was so rapid that few among the onlookers could even comprehend it. Tang San's heel made intimate contact with Lingfeng's chin, causing him to execute a 3rd somersault in midair, followed by a series of consecutive backflips. With a resounding thud, he was forcefully sent sprawling several meters away, following in Lu Long's footsteps, and fell unconscious. His chin had been dislocated from the strike by Tang San. This was still without Tang San channeling his internal energy. Otherwise, That kick could have easily shattered his jaw. The reverse single-leg kick, a fundamental technique in martial arts, combined with Tang San's keen instincts, achieved the effect of incapacitating his opponent in an instant. The senior students on Xiao Da's side widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the reality unfolding before them. Among this group, Ling Feng ranked just below Xiao Da in strength, yet he had been knocked out by a seemingly first or second-year student, without even having a chance to unleash his signature attack. Xiao Da muttered, "Damn, is the world changing? How is it that the younger generation is so formidable?" Upon hearing Ling Feng hit the ground, Tang San slowly retracted his right leg, raised high, and calmly declared, "Next." Xiao Da was astonished, and the work-study student Xiao Wu was equally surprised. Having sparred with Tang San multiple times, she could clearly see that he had made significant progress. Moreover, she noticed that Tang San, when entering combat, exhibited a striking transformation from his usual gentle demeanor. Typically, he appeared as a mild-mannered child, but in battle, his movements became exceedingly fierce. Wang Xing, disregarding his own injuries, erupted in gleeful laughter at the sight of Ling Feng being sent flying by Tang San's kick. "What do you think, Xiao Da? Are you convinced? Our Tang San didn't even use his soul power. I suggest you concede to avoid further suffering." Xiao Da, with a grim expression, stepped forward. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, he found it imperative to take the stage himself. He questioned whether anyone on his team was stronger than Ling Feng, and if morale could not be restored swiftly, there was no point in continuing the remaining duels. Only by decisively defeating this young opponent and subsequently defeating Xiao Wu could he salvage their pride. Xiao Da regarded Tang San with a cold gaze. The disdain that once graced his features had vanished, replaced by gravity. Xiao Qinyu, a 6th-year student, possessed the martial soul of a wolf and was an 11th level One-Ring Soul Master. Announcing one's martial soul and rank is a sign of respect towards an adversary. As he spoke, a layer of azure light emanated from his body. Amidst the flickering blue glow, his muscles began to swell, his eyes gradually shifting to a pale green, and his arms slowly raised, claws extended, with nails sharpening. A circle of white soul rings rose from beneath his feet, signifying the manifestation of his martial soul. As the leader of the students, Xiao Qinyu displayed his astuteness. While many at Notting Academy were aware of his martial soul, the enigmatic nature of Tang San's martial soul remained a mystery to him. First, one must declare their martial spirit, primarily to ascertain the nature of Tang San's spirit prior to engaging in combat. This enables one to prepare accordingly. Tang San had heard from his master that the tradition of announcing one's martial spirit is a gesture of mutual respect and skill exchange, typically observed unless one holds their opponent in utter disdain, unconcerned about the possibility of eternal enmity. I am Tang San, a 1st-year student, with the martial spirit of Blue Silvergrass. I am an 11 level One-Ring Soul Master. As Tang San proclaimed his martial spirit to be Blue Silvergrass, the senior students behind Xiao Qinyu erupted into laughter, their prior tension dissipating immediately. They scarcely registered the level Tang San had announced. Blue Silvergrass is widely recognized as a feudal martial spirit across the continent, despite Tang San's considerable strength. The disparity in their martial spirits rendered any concerns about Xiao Qinyu, who was a tier above, utterly unfounded. What level did you just say? Xiao Qinyu, unlike his careless subordinates, was unable to discern Tang San's level amidst the raucous laughter. 11 level One-Ring Soul Master. As he spoke, a faint white light emanated from Tang San, and with a lift of his right hand, the ethereal blue silver grass sprouted forth from his palm, cascading around him. A vibrant circle of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, swirling rhythmically around his form. The emergence of the yellow soul rings struck the senior students like a resounding slap, and their laughter was immediately stilled. Several gaped at Tang San in astonishment, as though he were a creature of legend. A century-old soul ring, Xiao Qinyu gasped in shock. The color white signifies a 10-year soul ring, while yellow indicates a century-old soul ring. The impact of a soul ring differing by a mere level can be decisive under equivalent soul power conditions. How is this possible? The manifestation of soul rings on Tang San's body shattered the students' preconceived notions about martial spirits. Being a 1st-year student implies an age of merely 6 to 7 years. Achieving the status of a Soul Master at such a young age had never occurred in the annals of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Moreover, his spirit was deemed a useless one. Blue Silvergrass. Boss, just eliminate him. He is merely a blue silvergrass. What does it matter if his soul ring is impressive? One senior student could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Fool, silence yourself. Xiao Qinyu bellowed, interrupting his subordinate. Merely a blue silvergrass? Xiao Qinyu mused. It was far from that simple. While blue-silver grass may be regarded as a feudal martial spirit, it takes on a different significance upon reaching the soul master level, especially with the presence of a century-old soul ring. This could not have been achieved without assistance. If someone aided him in acquiring such a soul ring and in attaining the soul master realm, what formidable power must lie behind this first-year lad? Xiao Qinyu's father was the lord of Nodding City. Otherwise, he would not have been able to act so brazenly within the academy, where even the teachers seldom intervened in his affairs. Having observed his father's various behaviors in the realm of politics since childhood, he inevitably absorbed a hint of that political atmosphere. Thus, he first thought of Tang San's origins. His father had repeatedly cautioned him that in this world, certain prominent families are absolutely untouchable. They can be even more formidable than the imperial royal family. While the royal family might still concern itself with matters of face, those esteemed families require no such consideration. Angering them could lead to catastrophic consequences. Are you truly a working student? Xiao Qinyu could not help but inquire. Tang San nodded faintly. Upon activating his soul ring, a surge of power coursed through him, igniting a fervor within his veins. He yearned for a worthy opponent to gauge the extent of his newfound strength. It was a moment of inevitable confrontation. Xiao Qinyu remained vigilant, aware that even in triumph over this first-year student, he must not inflict harm. If Ling Feng's assault was characterized by agility, then Xiao Qinyu's was an explosive display of dominance. With the possession of a soul ring, his strength far surpassed that of Wang Sheng, whose martial spirit, though that of the King of Beasts, paled in comparison under the disparity of soul ring levels. As Xiao Qinyu lunged, Tang San's demeanor shifted. He could no longer afford the same leisure he had shown against Ling Feng. The presence of a soul ring fundamentally altered the nature of the encounter. As Xiao Qinyu propelled himself forward, the soul power emanating from him enveloped an area of 3 square meters around Tang San. A testament to sheer force devoid of technique, merely a clash of raw power. A clash of raw power? Indeed? Then let it commence. Although the Tang sect disciples were not known for their brute strength, Tang San was eager to ascertain the true extent of his Xiantian skill. He gathered his energy, palms meeting in front of his chest, and slowly pushed forward to meet Xiao Qinyu's wolf-like claws. Xiao Qinyu's followers wore expressions of triumph, convinced that the century-old soul ring would be of little help to someone foolish enough to confront their leader's claws with his bare hands. They had witnessed firsthand how Xiao Qinyu, empowered by his martial spirit, shattered stone with the force of his dual claws. Xiao Qinyu hesitated, contemplating whether to unleash his claw strength, confident that it could easily crush Tang San's palms, thus concluding the contest. Yet, he pondered the potential consequences of such an action. The speed of the assault was astonishing. Before Xiao Qinyu could resolve his thoughts, his claws met Tang San's palms with a resounding impact. A deep thud resonated, and beams of azure and white light erupted simultaneously, sending a shockwave that destabilized the ground beneath the onlookers. Tang San stood there, his feet firmly planted and immovable, while Xiao Qinyu swayed slightly, shaken back. Almost instinctively, Xiao Qinyu's claw-like hand lunged towards Tang San, overcome with anger and surprise from being outmatched in soul power. He had forgotten all restraint. However, what astonished Xiao Qinyu even more was about to unfold. As his claw grasped Tang San's hands, he felt an undeniable hardness akin to iron. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not constrict even a fraction. In an instant, Tang San pried his hands free, and with a swift motion, seized Xiao Qinyu's wrist, preventing him from being pushed back. With a forceful tug, he propelled himself forward, his right shoulder crashing directly into Xiao Qinyu's abdomen. Xiao Qinyu's sizable form was sent flying, landing 3 meters away, just as his subordinates prepared to cheer. They were taken aback to see their leader toppled. Their perception of Tang San shifted dramatically. Was this youth even human? The lustrous jade hue gradually receded from Tang San's hands as he assessed that his Xiantian skill's inner power surpassed his opponent's soul power by 11 levels. He remarked nonchalantly, "I have matters to attend to and no time to play. Let us conclude this." With that, the blue-silver grass surged forth unexpectedly from beneath Xiao Qinyu, spiraling upwards. Before he could react, it had ensnared his legs tightly. "What is this?" Xiao Qinyu exclaimed in shock. He struggled with all his might, but the upgraded blue-silver grass proved exceedingly resilient. No matter how he fought, he could not break free. Chapter 11. Xiao Wu, so you are truly a rabbit. Tang San gradually approached Xiao Qinyu, declaring, "There is no need to test your strength any further. Escape is beyond your reach. My first soul ring is the mandala snake, which imbues my blue-silver grass with its resilience. Naturally, it also carries a trace of the mandala snake's venom. If you believe you still possess the strength to fight, I would not mind allowing you to sample the taste of the mandala snake's poison. Oh, and by the way, I shall not provide an antidote. At that moment, over a dozen strands of blue-silver grass rose behind Tang San, their leaves hovering ominously, reminiscent of mandala snakes poised to strike. A wave of fear began to wash over the senior students, causing Xiao Qinyu's subordinates to retreat uncontrollably. Although they might not have encountered the mandala snake, they had certainly heard of its terror. Who would willingly confront such a dreadful venom? Do not unleash the snake venom. I concede, Xiao Qinyu admitted. Despite being the leader among the students, at merely 12 years of age, he too was susceptible to the fears of a child and found himself utterly flustered. In truth, while Tang San's blue-silver grass was indeed toxic, being merely his first soul ring and not derived from a more powerful mandala snake, the venom it possessed was only paralyzing in nature and not lethal. Yet, how could Xiao Qinyu dare to test that on himself? The blue-silver grass silently receded from beneath Xiao Qinyu's feet as Tang San displayed a familiar gentle smile that the students knew well. Since you have conceded, let us proceed as you had previously agreed with Xiao Wu. Xiao Qinyu stared blankly at Tang San, pondering, should I acknowledge you as my leader or her? He could hardly fathom that Xiao Wu's strength could surpass that of Tang San. A 6-year-old soul master was beyond his comprehension. Tang San smiled and said, of course. Xiao Wu is your superior. I am no match for her. Otherwise, I would be the head of the 7th dormitory, not her. Huh? Xiao Qinyu's mouth formed an odd shape. Thinking to himself, you are already so formidable, and she is even more powerful? Are you both truly only 6 years old? Xiao Wu slowly approached Tang San, gently patting his shoulder and striking a pose reminiscent of an authoritative elder sister. You performed admirably, little San. You've worked hard. Tang San chuckled softly and said, the teacher has assigned me some tasks. You can handle the rest on your own. From now on, you shall be the queen of the academy. Xiao Wu playfully punched Tang San on the shoulder and replied, all right, you go ahead. I will take care of the rest. With that, her gaze shifted to Xiao Qinyu. What? Are you still unconvinced? Very well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wu, a first-year work-study student with the martial spirit of a rabbit. And I am a level 12 one-ring battle spirit master. Not only Xiao Qinyu, but even Tang San, who had yet to leave, was taken aback. It was only now that he realized Xiao Wu was also a spirit master, and moreover, she was one level higher than him, given their similar ages. Could it be that she too possessed innate full spirit power? Xiao Wu was enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, under the soft red light. Her eyes began to shift to a scarlet hue, her ears elongated gracefully, adorned with soft white fur that stood upright. Her stature seemed to increase slightly, and a gentle aura of spirit power swirled around her. The spirit ring that rose beneath her feet was astonishingly the same as Tang San's, a yellow 100-year spirit ring. Xiao Qinyu slapped his forehead with determination. Sister Xiao Wu, I concede. From now on, you shall be the queen of our Nodding Junior Spirit Master Academy. Everyone, come forth and pay your respects to Sister Xiao Wu. A level 11 of blue-silver grass was indeed formidable, particularly when compared to a level 12 one-ring battle spirit master with a 100-year spirit ring. Xiao Qinyu knew without a doubt that he was no match for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, basking in a sense of pride as she watched the senior students bow before her, cast a sidelong glance at the dazed Tang San. Aren't you supposed to be busy? Why are you still here? Just because you possess innate full spirit power, does that mean I cannot as well? Tang San was jolted from his reverie, casting a careful glance at Xiao Wu. He reached out to gently caress her soft, long ears and nodded, Xiao Wu. So you truly are a rabbit. The sensitivity of her rabbit ears manifested as her martial soul, causing a delightful blush to bloom on the young girl's fair cheeks. She raised her hand in an attempt to strike him, but Tang San swiftly fled. Leaving Xiao Wu to manage the aftermath, Tang San emerged from the academy. His spirits buoyed. Aside from his concern for his teacher's toxic injury, everything else surpassed his expectations. The issue regarding the cultivation of Xiantian Gong had finally been resolved, and he had acquired the skill of blue-silver grass entanglement, marking a significant advancement in his strength. Tang San was confident that with relentless effort, the Xiantian Gong would surely progress by leaps and bounds. Within a decade, if he could reach the 5th level of Xiantian Gong, it would be a considerable achievement, enabling him to wield most of the hidden weapons documented in the Xiantian treasure record. Hadn't his teacher mentioned that many martial soul families had their sects in this world? What was to stop him from re-establishing the Tang sect in this foreign realm? On the Douluo Continent, whether in the Heaven-Do Empire or the Starluo Empire, the Spirit Hall in any city would serve as its iconic edifice. A mere inquiry to a passerby led Tang San effortlessly to the location of the Spirit Hall. Having already delayed time by assisting a work-study student in a duel, he needed to return to bring lunch to his teacher. Thus, he hurried to the spirit hall, eager not to waste any more time. Halt. Young one, this is the spirit hall. You cannot wander in recklessly, a guard called out as Tang San approached. The spirit hall in Notting City was an impressive domed structure, with a facade exceeding 100 meters in width and soaring 20 meters high, divided into 3 levels. The entire building was a rich brown, and the emblem on the main entrance bore only a single long sword. From the master's earlier explanation, Tang San understood that the presence of only one symbol indicated that the spirit hall in Notting City was of the lowest rank. Chapter 12. The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique. Part 1. The 2 guards at the entrance appeared to be around 20 years of age, their aura of soul power barely perceptible, suggesting that they had yet to reach the level of soul masters. It was evident that Notting City was indeed remote. The rank of the spirit hall reflected the city's insignificance within the Heaven Do Empire. Good day, sir. I am a first-year student from the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, and my teacher has sent me here to assess my martial soul level, Tang San said, indicating his academy uniform to the guards. Upon noticing the emblem of Notting Academy on Tang San's attire, both guards instinctively revealed glimmers of envy in their eyes. The guard who had spoken earlier replied, I see. You may enter. Go to the reception hall on the 1st floor and seek Master Matthew. He will assist you. Thank you. Tang San responded with a nod and promptly entered the Hall of Spirits. The envious gazes of 2 guards followed him as he made his way inside. One of them remarked, if only I had been able to attend Notting Academy back then, perhaps I too would be a soul master by now. Ah. Notting Academy must possess its own tools for testing soul power. They only come here for advancement. Why has this child come to our Hall of Spirits? The other guard shrugged. Who knows? He is but a child. Perhaps his teacher sent him here with a message, though they cannot say it outright. The grandeur of the 20-meter-high dome was awe-inspiring. As Tang San stepped into the main hall of the Hall of Spirits, he was immediately enveloped by its magnificent atmosphere. The ceiling was adorned with murals, each small square depicting various soul forms. The background shimmered in resplendent gold, evoking a sense of opulence intertwined with an ancient charm. Surrounding the Hall of Spirits were enormous crystal windows, through which sunlight refracted and illuminated the murals, creating a dazzling spectacle that was almost mesmerizing. Where's the reception hall? Tang San pondered, having been swept up in the ambience of the grand hall. As he began his search for his destination, he noticed that the hall was not particularly crowded. Only a few servants were busy tidying up. Just as Tang San was contemplating how to locate the reception hall and whom to ask for directions, he spotted a familiar face, the Grand Soul Master Su Yuntao, who had once assisted him in awakening his soul and who possessed the lone wolf spirit. Tang San approached with quick steps. At that moment, he noticed that Su Yuntao was accompanied by a female soul master, tall and voluptuous, with a countenance that could be deemed above average. The two were engaged in light-hearted banter, completely oblivious to the little figure of Tang San drawing near. Master Su Yutao, Tang San called out. Only then did Su Yutao acknowledge his presence. The female soul master exclaimed, What brings such a small child to our spirit hall? Is he perhaps another young noble here for a soul awakening? Su Yutao, not recognizing Tang San at first glance, had encountered countless children during their soul awakening sessions. And Tang San's current attire was no longer as shabby as before. Who are you? Su Yuntao inquired, his expression one of confusion. Tang San hastily clarified, Master Su Yuntao. I am Tang San, the one with the blue-silver grass martial spirit that you awakened during your visit to Holy Spirit Village. The one born with innate, full spirit power. Ah, it's you. What brings you here? Su Yuntao immediately recalled Tang San, as innate full spirit power was indeed quite memorable. Tang San remarked, My teacher has sent me to the spirit hall for an advancement assessment, and to test the value of my spirit power. Su Yuntao was taken aback. Have you already obtained your first spirit ring? So soon. This uniform is from Notting Academy. Right? Truly, it is the finest institution in Notting City. Your teacher is indeed quite responsible. Su Yuntao's female companion appeared somewhat displeased at being overlooked. Yuntao, aren't you going to introduce me? Observing her discontent, Su Yuntao hurriedly responded, Cici, this is the child I mentioned to you, the one with innate full spirit power. It is unfortunate that his spirit is blue-silver grass. Otherwise, his future would be limitless. He has already acquired a spirit ring. Thus, he is considered a member of the Spirit Masters. Please wait here for me while I take him to Master Meisuna in the reception hall. Upon hearing Su Yuntao describe Tang San as possessing innate full spirit power, CC's eyes brightened momentarily. However, Upon learning that this innate full spirit power was associated with the blue-silver grass, her expression shifted from surprise to a hint of disdain. She nodded and said, "Go ahead, I'll wait for you here." "Thank you." Xiao Wu left a favorable impression on Tang San, being regarded as a responsible attendant within the spirit hall. He led Tang San up the stairs to the second floor of the spirit hall, where Tang San observed a series of rooms lining the corridor and could directly see the grand hall below. It was evident that this was the operational center of the spirit hall. Eager to return to Cici, Xiao Wu quickly approached a door, entering without knocking. "Who is this?" Bursting in unannounced, an elderly voice called from within. The room was bright, and behind a large desk sat an elderly man dressed in neat spirit master attire, adorned with a standard three-sword insignia, indicating his rank as a great spirit master. "Ah, it's you, Yitao. How clumsy you remain. A spirit master's training requires focus. A more composed character is beneficial. Otherwise, you may find yourself, like me, unable to cross the threshold of the 30th level." Xiao Wu responded with a hint of exasperation. "Master Macia Nua, please spare me the lecture. This child is here for an advancement assessment. I appreciate your assistance." Clearly, Xiao Wu shared a good rapport with the old spirit master. Master Macia Nua chuckled, but when his gaze fell upon Tang San, he appeared somewhat surprised. "Yutao, are you certain this child is here for an advancement assessment and not for spirit awakening?" Xiao Wu smiled wryly. "I am indeed certain. This child's spirit was awakened by me. He is the one I mentioned, possessing innate full spirit power, albeit with the blue-silver grass as his spirit. He has already obtained a spirit ring, so I must trouble you." Glancing at Cici, who was still waiting, he added, "I must take my leave." With that, he patted Tang San on the shoulder and hurriedly exited. Watching Xiao Wu depart, the elderly spirit master Macia Nua shook his head in resigned amusement. Another young man blinded by love. Alas, Cici is not suited for him. That girl's heart is far too vast. How could you possibly confine it? Tang San stood before Master Mithuno's desk, feeling a slight urgency as he listened to the master's murmuring. "Greetings, Master Mithuno." Mithuno smiled at Tang San and replied, "Child, there is no need to call me master. I am hardly worthy of such a title. You may simply refer to me as Grandfather Mithuno. At 81 years of age, I should certainly qualify as your elder." The kindly and affable tone of the elder instantly endeared him to Tang San, who quickly responded, "Hello, Grandfather Mithuno." Mithuno smiled gently and said, "Come, let me guide you through the advanced assessment. You are a very polite child. It is a pity, however, that your martial spirit is merely blue-silver grass." As he spoke, Mithuno took Tang San's hand as if he were leading his own grandson, and they exited his office, walking down the corridor towards the inner sanctum of the spirit hall. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, 3 imposing archways loomed before Tang San. Mithuno remarked with a smile, "This is the spirit laboratory where advanced assessments are conducted. Come, my child." With that, he opened the leftmost door and ushered Tang San inside. Upon entering the room, Tang San was enveloped by a peculiar sensation. The internal energy of his Xiantian skill seemed to pulse in harmony with an unusual rhythm. The chamber was expansive and lofty, spanning approximately 200 square meters, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window providing ample illumination. Tang San swiftly discerned the source of his internal energy's fluctuation. Embedded within the surrounding walls were 5 black stones, each the size of a fist, seemingly composed of the same material that Xiao Wu had once utilized to awaken his martial soul. The ground beneath him bore a colossal insignia resembling a token, with a long sword descending directly towards the entrance of the chamber. This emblem mirrored that which hung outside the martial soul hall. Master Matthew, the esteemed soul master, observed Tang San's attention to the ground's intricate patterns and smiled. "We stand here in the most rudimentary of martial soul halls, often referred to as a martial soul branch. Across the continent, even the smallest towns host establishments akin to ours. Above the branches lie the martial soul subhalls, and ascending further, one reaches the martial soul main hall. Only large cities can boast such a level. The capitals of the 2 great empires house the 4th-tier martial soul sacred halls. The 5th tier is the Hall of the Pope, the most revered sanctuary within our martial soul hall. Beyond the Hall of the Pope lies the legendary Douluo altar, accessible only to soul masters who have attained the Douluo rank. This hallowed ground serves as the ultimate destination for all soul masters registered above the Douluo level within the martial soul hall, a place of aspiration for every soul master. The 6 tiers of the martial soul hall that Master Matthew spoke of corresponded precisely with the 6 symbols described by his mentor, and Tang San comprehended the significance. Thank you for sharing this knowledge, Grandfather Matthew. Shall we commence? Master Matthew chuckled gently, remarking, the youth of today, so impatient. Very well, let us begin. Manifest your martial soul and unleash your soul rings. Tang San stepped firmly into the center of the intricate floral pattern on the ground. He raised his right hand, focusing his mind and spirit as the internal energy of the Xiantian skill flowed in harmony with the warmth emanating from his blue-silver grass martial soul, gently surging from his palm. The robust leaves of the blue-silver grass surged forth, quickly cascading down to the ground. A brilliant 100-year-old mandala serpent soul ring rose from beneath Tang San's feet, moving rhythmically around his body. Originally adorned with a gentle smile, Matthew's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon witnessing the blue-silver grass emanating from Tang San's palm. Is this the blue-silver grass? A faint blue light flickered in Tang San's eyes, a distinctive effect of his blue-silver grass martial spirit. Is there a problem, Grandfather Matthew? Matthew rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not mistaken. His attention shifted to the yellow soul ring surrounding Tang San, an ancient one, indeed. No wonder the blue-silver grass exhibited such remarkable changes. My child, I have yet to learn your name. I am Tang San. Matthew exhaled slowly, calming the excitement within him. I can assure you that you have an excellent mentor at the Nodding Academy. However, it is quite a feat for the instructors there to assist you in hunting a 100-year-old soul beast. It is a pity that the potential of the blue-silver grass is rather limited. Otherwise, you might have truly become a great soul master. Considering your martial spirit has only recently awakened a few months ago, Matthew picked up a yellow crystal ball from the nearby table and approached Tang San. Infuse your soul power into this, and let me see what level you have attained. Theoretically, you should be at level 11. Before Matthew could finish his sentence, the crystal ball in Tang San's hands glowed with a soft yellow radiance. The light was not particularly intense, yet it was remarkably clear. This is soul power at level 13. Matthew gazed at Tang San as if he were an extraordinary creature. Could it be that the strength of the soul ring itself had contributed to the increase in soul power? Yet, it should not have surged by 2 levels. My child, could you enlighten me as to which soul beast you hunted to acquire this soul ring? Chapter 12. The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Part 3. Tang San did not conceal the truth, stating, it is the mandala snake. Matthew was taken aback. It was no wonder, indeed, that the most troublesome of the low-level soul beasts was the mandala snake, particularly one that had lived for a century. It was understandable that such an effect would arise. However, something seemed amiss. Your martial soul is evidently of the plant type. How could you possibly harness a soul ring from an animal type? My dear child, you must be mistaken. Previously, Zhao's group was merely comprised of children, lacking a profound understanding of martial souls. In contrast, this Matthew, having worked in the Spirit Hall for decades, was acutely aware of the fundamental rules regarding soul rings and quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Tang San shook his head and replied, Grandfather Matthew, I did not misspeak. Why can't a plant-type martial soul utilize an animal-type spirit ring? Under certain conditions, this is indeed achievable. My teacher refers to it as the theory of martial soul mimicry. Matthew's expression changed drastically, and he inquired, Pray tell, who is your teacher? Tang San said, Everyone refers to him as the Master. The Master? Is he not the one who once published the 10 core competencies of martial souls, only to later be expelled from the Martial Soul Hall? How could he possibly be in our Nodding City? Upon hearing Matthew's words, Tang San was taken aback to learn that the Master had origins in the Martial Soul Hall, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Matthew's expression turned grave. Tang San, would you be willing to join the Martial Soul Hall? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Grandfather Matthew, am I not here to register at the Spirit Hall? Matthew shook his head and replied, No, it is not the same. Registering at the Spirit Hall is a task that the majority of soul masters must undertake in order to receive the subsidies allocated by the state. However, joining the Spirit Hall signifies becoming a soul master exclusive to the hall itself. The cultivation of soul masters will then be conducted directly at the schools established specifically by the Spirit Hall. Tang San shook his head and said, That is unlikely. I have already commenced my studies at the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Matthew sighed and replied, Indeed, we are a step too late, even within our Spirit Hall. It is not customary to forcibly recruit individuals from the academy. It is regrettable. This is all the fault of that brat Su Yuntao. He should have brought you directly to the Spirit Hall. I fear that even the master would not consent to your joining the Spirit Hall, after all. Tang San smiled gently and remarked, It cannot be said that way. If I had arrived at the Spirit Hall, I might not have obtained such an excellent spirit ring. Would you not agree, Grandpa Matthew? Matthew paused momentarily, then chuckled. You make a valid point. Well then, your advancement assessment has concluded. From this moment onward, you shall be a distinguished spirit master of the Tiando Empire. Welcome to the ranks of spirit masters. Henceforth, you may collect a subsidy from the Spirit Hall each month with the badge I will provide you shortly. The monthly subsidy for a spirit master is 1 gold spirit coin. When you reach the Great Spirit Master level, the subsidy will increase to 10 gold spirit coins. I will promptly report the matter concerning animal spirit rings applied to plant-type spirits. As Tang San departed from the Spirit Hall, he found himself adorned with a specially crafted badge, emblematic of the Spirit Hall. The badge was circular, inscribed with his name on the reverse, while the front bore 2 interwoven thorns, symbolizing the rank of a spirit master. Even Tang San, who hailed from a blacksmithing background, could not discern the metal from which this badge was forged. Exiting the Spirit Hall, Tang San hurried towards the direction of Nodding Academy, guided by Matthew's instructions. He chose a shortcut, allowing him to save at least half the time. Just as he was nearing the academy, he suddenly heard a familiar sound. His steps halted involuntarily. Clang, clang, clang. The unmistakable sound of a hammer echoed from a blacksmith shop, characterized by its imposing yet somewhat rugged structure, resonating with rhythmic strikes. From the outside, this blacksmith shop was considerably larger than his family's, bustling with numerous patrons. The sight of the forge prompted memories of his father's words. Tang Hao had once advised him to seek work in a blacksmith shop to supplement his living expenses. However, with his current duties as a work-study student, did he still have the time to labor here? Having grown up in a blacksmith shop, Tang San held a sentimental attachment to the profession. He cast a lingering glance at the forge before sprinting towards the academy. Master S' health was steadily improving, and with the funds given by Master, Tang San purchased some food from the cafeteria to share a meal with him. Master was now able to walk and insisted that Tang San need not concern himself with his care, advising him to attend classes regularly and to study the book Master had provided him. After leaving Master S' room, Tang San returned to the work-study dormitory. This time, the 7th dormitory was far from empty. The students were present, animatedly discussing various matters. Xiao San, you're back. Xiao Wu greeted him while reclining on the bed, her back supported by the shared blanket she had with Tang San. Xiao Wu, lead me to the areas we ought to clean, he said. As promised, from today onward, the cleaning duties shall rest upon me. Keeping one's word is fundamental to being a person, and I have always upheld this principle well. Xiao Wu shot him a glance and replied, what need is there for cleaning? I'll let you off this time. You won't have to clean anymore. Tang San was taken aback and inquired, why? Xiao Wu, with a hint of playful pride, replied, do you think I, your little sister Xiao Wu, achieved this without effort? That rascal Xiao Qinyu has arranged for someone to handle all the tasks for us work-study students. We won't have to lift a finger anymore. Yet we will still receive our salaries. You contributed quite a bit as well, so I suppose I can let you off this time. Although Tang San remained true to his promises, he was by no means a pedantic individual. With a light chuckle, he remarked, that sounds quite agreeable. Henceforth, you shall be known as Sister Xiao Wu of the entire Nodding Academy. Xiao Wu propped herself up, embracing her knees, her rosy cheeks radiating curiosity as she gazed at Tang San. What was the outcome of your assessment at the Spirit Hall? She inquired. Tang San declared, it is accomplished. I am now a Soul Master. In Chapter 12, The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Part 4, the other students around him displayed glimmers of envy in their eyes. Though it was merely envy, the scene of Tang San's overwhelming victory over Xiao Qinyu today was indelibly etched in their minds. Even Wang Xing held him in high regard, pondering that even if he were to acquire a soul ring, he might not be able to triumph over him. Curiously, Xiao Wu inquired, what advantages does becoming a Soul Master confer? Surely it cannot be merely an empty title. Tang San chuckled softly and remarked, there are indeed some benefits. At least in the future, my meals will be more sumptuous. Soul Masters receive a monthly stipend of 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin? Such a substantial amount. Xiao Wu now comprehended the significance of money. Although Xiao Qinyu had already mentioned that he would cover the expenses for the working students' meals, having her own funds was certainly preferable to relying on others. As she spoke, Xiao Wu leaped off the bed, brimming with excitement, and dashed outside. Xiao Wu, where are you off to? I'm going to register as a Soul Master. Just think of how much delicious food I could buy with 1 gold soul coin. But there is no need to rush. How can I not be in a hurry? Have you forgotten today is the end of the month? If I go now, I might even secure 2 gold soul coins for next month. However, could you at least put on your shoes first? Uh, ultimately, Xiao Wu hurried off to the spirit hall, and Tang San couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pondering that Grandpa Mazayuno would likely be astonished once more, especially considering that Xiao Wu was a genuine beast martial soul battle master, far surpassing his own meager innate abilities, no longer needing to work as a student laborer. Tang San's mind immediately recalled the crisp sound of hammering. Village Chief Jack had once mentioned that attending the Intermediate Soul Master Academy would entail considerable expenses, and many items at home needed replacement. Thus, earning extra money was undoubtedly advantageous. Furthermore, it was his father's wish. More importantly, it was only at the blacksmith shop that he could arm himself. Through the process of personally forging hidden weapons, Tang San discovered that when an apparatus was entirely crafted by his own hands, his familiarity with it intensified significantly. Tang San, I apologize for what happened that day. You're not still angry, are you? While Tang San was lost in thought, Wang Xing approached him with a sincere expression. Gazing at Wang Xing's honest smile, Tang San shook his head and replied with a smile, How could I? I've long forgotten about it. Brother Wang Xing, I need to step out for a while. I may not return until evening. Wang Xing nodded and said, Go ahead. By the way, congratulations on becoming a soul master. Tang San smiled and said, It won't be long before you also break through. Upon exiting the nodding academy once more, he felt a slight weariness after returning with the master. He had not had a proper rest and had engaged in several rounds with Xiao Qinyu and his companions. Even though his Xiantian skill had reached the second level, the fatigue still lingered. Nevertheless, he knew he had to visit the blacksmith shop. If necessary, he could simply start working from tomorrow. What troubled Tang San the most was the fear that he might not be accepted as a small blacksmith. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Tang San stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, a wave of warmth enveloped him, a commonality in any blacksmith's workshop, though the temperature in his family's dilapidated forge was notably lower. Upon entering, he found himself in a spacious hall where various finished iron tools hung on the right side. Here, it was not merely agricultural implements. There were also numerous armors and weapons. After all, in this world, soul masters were a rarity and weapons were still in demand, naturally commanding a higher price than farming tools. Gazing at these weapons, Tang San couldn't help but reminisce about his previous life as profession. Back then, the concealed mechanisms crafted by the Tang sect were the cornerstone of its income. The Tang sect had many rules, although it sold concealed weapons to the outside world. It only offered non-lethal and ordinary items, with the true secrets remaining undisclosed. Despite this, the secret weapons produced by the Tang sect were still in high demand in the martial world. He pondered, if he were to establish a factory for crafting concealed weapons in this world, what kind of fortune might he amass? Young lad, what brings you here? If you wish to purchase something, fetch an adult. Quickly leave, it's dangerous here. Just as Tang San was deep in thought, a booming voice interrupted his reverie. Looking up, he saw a burly man with a bare torso, muscles rippling beneath his dark skin, exuding strength. He wielded a large casting hammer, sweat glistening on his forehead. Hello, sir. I am here to inquire if you need an apprentice, Tang San replied, his youthful voice clear and bright. Despite the cacophony of steel striking steel within the forge, his words were distinctly heard by everyone present. Most of the blacksmiths paused their work, turning to Tang San with kind smiles. Blacksmithing was one of the humblest professions, often undertaken by those from impoverished backgrounds, relying on strength and skill for sustenance. Though their appearances were rugged, they were generally quite benevolent. The large man who had spoken earlier sized up Tang San with a scrutinizing gaze and said, Young one, stop fooling around. It's best you leave. This place is unsafe. Do you really look the part of a blacksmith? Besides, we do not hire apprentices as young as you. You probably couldn't even lift a casting hammer. Ha ha. Tang San then realized that he was still clad in a neatly pressed school uniform. Indeed, how could he possibly work as a blacksmith dressed in such attire? My apologies. Sir, I shall return shortly, he said before turning on his heel and dashing out. The blacksmith's shop was in close proximity to Nodding Academy. And by the time Tang San returned, he had changed into his usual clothes, a patchwork of large and small patches. In this ensemble, he could certainly dine at any establishment without the need for makeup. Upon entering, Tang San did not seek out anyone else but approached the robust man he had encountered earlier. Sir, do you think I am now fit to be an apprentice? The burly man was momentarily taken aback by Tang San's motley attire. Little one, are you jesting with me? Tang San replied earnestly, Of course not, uncle. Allow me to explain. I am a work-study student at the Nottingham Academy, and I have time available every afternoon. My father is the blacksmith in our village. Ever since I was a child, I have learned the art of forging from him, and I wish to come here to earn my keep. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the burly man's expression softened immediately. Being of humble origins himself, he felt a surge of sympathy. Moreover, the fact that this boy was studying at Nottingham Academy added to his admiration. He said, "Very well. If you wish to come, then come. You can help us with odd jobs, serving tea and water. I trust you can manage that. However, the pay won't be substantial, but you will be well fed." "What do you say?" "Sure, that sounds great," Tang San exclaimed joyfully, promptly agreeing. The blacksmiths exchanged friendly smiles with Tang San. But the burly man shot them a glare and said, "What are you all staring at? Don't you have work to do? Hurry up. Tonight I shall treat everyone to some ale." Upon hearing the burly man's words, the blacksmiths were instantly invigorated, each one lifting their hammers to resume their tasks with renewed vigor. The burly man raised his own forging hammer, working on the raw iron before him, and said to Tang San, "My name is Xiao San, with Xiao meaning stone. You may call me Uncle San. This blacksmith shop has been passed down through my family. From now on, while you work here, I will provide both your lunch and dinner, and I will also give you 10 copper soul coins, equivalent to 1 silver soul coin. If business is good, I may give you a bit more. Oh, by the way, what is your name?" "Uncle San." "My name is Tang San." "Tang San. Haha, splendid. We both have San in our names. It seems we are destined to meet. Which village do you hail from?" Tang San said, "I hail from the Holy Soul Village." Xiao San replied, "You just mentioned that you learned the art of blacksmithing from your father since childhood. Given your tender years, what could your father possibly teach you?" Tang San remarked, "Of course I can forge, Uncle San. Do not be deceived by my small stature. I possess strength, and casting pig iron is well within my capabilities." Xiao San erupted into hearty laughter, addressing the gathered brothers. "Our new lad claims he can forge as well. Do you believe him?" The blacksmiths erupted into laughter, for Tang San appeared no older than 6 or 7, having only grown slightly taller after acquiring his first spirit ring. Externally, who could possibly believe he was capable of forging? Feeling underestimated is always an unpleasant experience. Tang San insisted, "Uncle San, I truly can forge. If you doubt me, allow me to demonstrate." Xiao San paused his work, resting the casting hammer on the ground. "Very well, if you can lift this hammer, I shall believe you," he said, extending the handle towards Tang San. With the hammerhead resting on the ground, he was unconcerned about Tang San potentially dropping it. "Uncle San, you are removing impurities from this piece of pig iron, correct? Allow me to assist you," Tang San stated as he accepted the hammer's handle from Xiao San. The hammer, clearly larger than those used by others, was noticeably taller than Tang San himself, a testament to Xiao San's innate strength. At that moment, he became the center of attention in the blacksmith shop, the onlookers wearing expressions of amusement. However, their laughter quickly dissipated as Tang San lifted the casting hammer with ease, raising it from a horizontal position in front of him. The hammer was approximately 30% heavier than an ordinary casting hammer. Once the hammer was off the ground, Tang San began to assess its weight. Although it was heavier than he expected, he could still manage it even before acquiring his spirit ring, let alone now. As he slowly hoisted the hammer, Xiao San's eyes widened in astonishment. "Such strength! Truly, he is the son of a blacksmith," he exclaimed. Tang San's gaze was fixed intensely upon the molten iron in the furnace, and he exhaled deeply before seizing Xiao San's casting hammer with fervor. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he summoned the strength of his calves, pivoting his body halfway. The massive hammer arced gracefully through the air, landing with a resounding thud upon the piece of raw iron. The loud clang transformed the smiles of all the blacksmiths into expressions of astonishment. Following the hammer's rebound, Tang San executed a swift turn, raising the hammer once more, delivering an even more thunderous strike upon the glowing iron. "Uncle San, please assist me with the bellows." "The temperature is insufficient," Tang San stated rapidly, his third strike already in motion. This time, the casting hammer swung with greater urgency, creating a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. Xiao San, being an experienced blacksmith, understood the dire consequences of inadequate heat and promptly crouched beside the bellows, pulling it with all his might. The subsequent scene would remain etched in the memories of the blacksmiths present for a lifetime. The heavy casting hammer seemed to possess a life of its own in Tang San's hands, tracing rhythmic circles in the air, akin to a symphony of strikes echoing throughout the forge. Unbeknownst to them, Tang San's hands had transformed to a luminous white, and with each metallic chime, the raw iron danced beneath the hammer's relentless blows. As Xiao San exerted himself to operate the bellows, his gaze remained fixated on Tang San's vigorous hammering, his astonishment beyond mere words. The other blacksmiths were well aware of the weight of Xiao San's hammer and understood the arduous nature of sustained strikes. Particularly, with each blow from Tang San being heavier than the last, the challenge was monumental. With a final resounding clang, Tang San completed his last strike, spinning in place twice to dissipate the momentum of the hammer before allowing its head to descend back to the ground, sending a ripple of awe through the forge and its craftsmen. 27 strikes and uninterrupted barrage had transformed the previously unyielding piece of iron, which, while its shape remained unchanged, had diminished in size overall. Tang San achieved feats that Xiao San believed he could also accomplish, albeit requiring a full day to do so. It is noteworthy that Xiao San had officially been a blacksmith for 15 years. Observing the slightly breathless Tang San, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Xiao San stammered, could it be the chaotic wind hammering technique? The most formidable continuous forging technique in blacksmithing? Chaotic wind hammering technique. What is that? Tang San inquired, puzzled. Xiao San, his cheeks flushed with excitement, explained, the chaotic wind hammering technique is a method of continuous striking and forging, utilizing momentum to flawlessly manifest the strength of a blacksmith. It is said that the most skilled blacksmiths can deliver 81 consecutive strikes, shaping a piece of raw iron into their desired form. Most importantly, the chaotic wind hammering technique is the most powerful casting technique for eliminating metallic impurities. I had thought it was lost to time, yet here it is before me in your hands. Chapter 13, A Father's Message, Part 1. Is it truly the chaotic wind hammering technique? Tang San's mind conjured the image of his father's weary figure. Could it be that his father was originally an exceptional blacksmith? Third uncle, I cannot ascertain whether this is indeed the chaotic wind hammering technique. It is what my father taught me. Xiao San exhaled deeply, bursting into hearty laughter. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. The previous employment terms are rendered void. For now, you shall receive the same wages as everyone else, 1 silver coin a month. If business flourishes, we will discuss a commission. Thus, Tang San officially became a member of Xiao San's blacksmith shop, embarking on a fulfilling life. The courses at the academy held little significance for him. The master's teachings were far more valuable than the foundational theories presented by the academy's instructors. He meticulously studied the book the master had given him. And as he had anticipated, the soul power cultivation methods proposed by the master bore a strong resemblance to the pathways of internal energy cultivation. However, this was merely the master's theoretical design, and compared to genuine internal martial arts practices, there remained a considerable gap, let alone the refined techniques of the Tang sect's Xiantian skill. Xiao Wu successfully attained the title of Soul Master, and after being recognized as Sister Xiao Wu by the Academy, her life as a work-study student became much more leisurely. Each morning, Tang San would rise with the dawn to cultivate his purple extreme magic eyes, attend classes in the morning, work at the blacksmith shop in the afternoon, and listen to the master's teachings in the evening. Nighttime was reserved for practicing the Xiantian skill. Each day was profoundly fulfilling for him. In Xiao San's blacksmith shop, Tang San quickly earned the respect of his peers. Xiao San entrusted him with the task of refining metals, and during his leisure time, Tang San utilized discarded scraps to begin his venture into crafting hidden weapons. Of course, he only manufactured components at the blacksmith shop. The true assembly would take place upon his return to the academy, thanks to her formidable strength and the assistance of Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Wu rapidly became the acknowledged leader among all the students at the noting Junior Soul Master Academy. Her life was significantly more relaxed than Tang San's, at times. She even skipped classes altogether, and Tang San rarely witnessed her training regimen. Yet, Xiao Wu's strength has been steadily ascending. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy operates on an academic year that spans a full 12 months, during which students are prohibited from returning home, although family members may visit. Tang San, more than once, yearned for his father's arrival, yet as the semester drew to a close, he had not caught a glimpse of Tang Hao. Fortunately, his life was sufficiently fulfilling, leaving little time for nostalgia. Regarding the Spirit Hall, shortly after Tang San underwent his Soul Master assessment, representatives from the Spirit Hall visited Nodding Academy to speak with the Master. The Master did not disclose the content of their conversation, nor did Tang San inquire. However, the extra smile gracing the Master's face led Tang San to speculate that the relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Master had undoubtedly improved significantly. Xiao Wu, tomorrow marks the beginning of our holiday. Will you be returning home? Tang San inquired as he busied himself with packing his belongings. A full academic year had elapsed, and he was finally able to visit his father. Earlier that afternoon at the blacksmith shop, he had secured permission from Xiao San to take leave. He had even purchased a brand new forging hammer, intending to present it to his father. since Tang San's joining of Sure San's blacksmith shop. The quality of the weapons and equipment produced had ascended to a new level, resulting in a flourishing business. Tang San's salary had now reached 5 silver soul coins per month, which was equivalent to half of the Soul Master subsidy. Xiao Wu leaned against her bed, a hint of melancholy reflecting in her eyes, starkly contrasting her usual vivacious demeanor. I shall not return home. Perhaps I will remain at the academy. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. It had been a year, and you haven't returned home to visit? Suddenly, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, Xiao San, is your home far from the academy? How about I accompany you back for some fun? After all, Wang Sheng and Xiao Chun you have all gone to participate in the Intermediate Soul Master Academy examination, leaving me without anyone to play with. Tang San smiled gently. After a year of companionship, he had come to understand Xiao Wu quite well. This lively girl always exhibited a demeanor that suggested a penchant for mischief. When she feigned gentleness, she resembled an adorable doll. However, when she unleashed her fury, the title of Sister Xiao Wu was certainly deserved. Countless students within the academy had already experienced her wrath. My family is rather impoverished. I have little to offer you, Xiao Wu said, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at Tang San with her large eyes. You are so frugal with your monthly allowance that you hesitate to spend it. Yet you fear hosting me? Tang San, with a gentle smile, extended his right hand and remarked, speaking of subsidies. It suddenly occurs to me that someone seems to owe me 6 silver coins. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face displaying a touch of embarrassment. A monthly subsidy of 1 gold coin is certainly not an insignificant amount. However, her spending habits are rather extravagant, as she indiscriminately purchases whatever catches her eye without consideration of its utility. Now that she possesses her own bedding, there is no need for her to share with Tang San. Having never been adept at managing finances, she has developed a habit of borrowing from Tang San whenever her funds run low. It's merely 6 silver coins. Once I receive my subsidy, I shall repay you. But you haven't yet answered. Are you willing to allow me to accompany you? Tang San smiled and said, if you wish to go, then go ahead. However, my father does possess quite a temper. Without a hint of concern, Xiao Wu replied, but I am so charming. He is bound to like me. As she spoke, she playfully winked at Tang San, adopting an endearing demeanor, while others might be deceived by her appearance. Tang San had witnessed her volcanic temperament far too often and could only shake his head in resignation, completely unfazed by her antics. There is no need to employ your beauty against me. Fortunately, you are only 7 years old. Were you a bit older, you might truly possess the qualities of a vixen. Chapter 13, A Message from Father, Part 2, A Vixen? What is that? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. Tang San chuckled, remarking that it was a type of spirit beast that had attained sentience, specifically designed to entice men. Xiao Wu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze towards Tang San shifting to one of peculiarity. In an instant, her emotions surged, and she exclaimed, you dare to call me a vixen? I challenge you to a duel. As she spoke, she sprang from her bed, claws at the ready, lunging towards Tang San. The other students had long grown accustomed to this spectacle. The playful skirmishes between Xiao Wu and Tang San had become a familiar routine. Should there ever be a day devoid of their playful banter, it would likely leave their peers feeling unsettled. The following morning, as Tang San set forth on his journey, he was accompanied by a lively young girl clad in the uniform of Notting Academy, departing from Notting City and heading towards Spirit Village. The past year had been profoundly fulfilling for Tang San, marked by a sense of satisfaction as he broke through the bottleneck of the first stage of the Xiantian skill. Through relentless dedication to his training, he made significant progress. According to his estimations, he had now reached the upper mid-level of the second stage, his soul power approximating levels 16 to 17. Within the academy, the only individual whose soul power could rival his was Xiao Wu, although he rarely witnessed her training. Their comparisons in soul power often revealed them to be closely matched. At times, Tang San would hold a slight advantage, while on other occasions, Xiao Wu would surpass him. Despite their youth, neither was willing to concede, making their sparring sessions inevitable. Initially, senior students like Xiao Chenyu and Wang Sheng occasionally joined in. But as Tang San and Xiao Wu's soul power surged, none dared to intrude upon their duels. After all, who would wish to remain a mere punching bag? Thus, while Xiao Wu was ostensibly the leader of all students at Notting, in reality, Xiao Chenyu and others would refer to Tang San affectionately as Little Sango. Tang San and Xiao Wu engaged in a friendly spar, with Tang San often finding himself at a disadvantage. Xiao Wu's myriad of attack techniques, particularly her fluid movements, evoked the sensation of a soft rice cake. In the absence of their soul rings, Tang San was nearly destined to lose, even with the use of soul rings. His reliance on the entangling and paralyzing effects of blue-silver grass would only result in a stalemate at best. He refrained from employing the hidden weapons he had secretly practiced, as their lethality was too great and could easily cause injury. Moreover, he hoped to hone his close combat skills during these exchanges with Xiao Wu. Perhaps due to their mutual role as sparring partners, they both progressed commendably in their combat abilities. The instructors at the academy had grown indifferent to their training, and despite being first-year students at Notting, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already garnered a reputation as prodigies. How much further? Xiao Wu inquired casually, glancing around. Not far now. Do you see that mountain over there? Our holy soul village is right at its foot. Tang San replied, excitement bubbling within him. If it weren't for the academy's strict curfew and nightly room checks by the teachers, he might have already rushed home to see his father. It had been a year since their last meeting. Father, how have you been? Perhaps due to his past as an orphan, Tang San cherished familial bonds all the more in this life. He touched the 24 bridge Mingwen knight at his waist, which contained the forging hammer he had brought for his father, fresh clothes, and even a few bottles of fine wine. The small village where he had lived for 6 years was now in sight, and an inexplicable emotion began to well up within him. If he were to encapsulate his feelings in a single phrase, it would be, how wonderful it is to feel at home. Even if that home consisted solely of himself and his father. Soon, they entered Holy Soul Village, with Tang San's home located at the village's edge. He pointed to the dilapidated sign atop the roof and smiled at Xiao Wu. Look, that is my home. With home now within reach. Tang San felt a surge of exhilaration, quickening his pace as he nearly leaped the last few steps to the entrance. The door remained ajar, just as it had been when he left, a habit of his father, Tang Hao, for there was little of value in the blacksmith shop to be stolen. Father, I'm back, Tang San shouted exuberantly. Xiao Wu had never witnessed such exuberance from Tang San before. She curiously observed him from behind. In her memory, Tang San was a gentle friend, usually quiet, yet perpetually busy with various tasks. It was only during their sparring sessions that she glimpsed his serious side. Even in defeat, he had never displayed anger or excitement. As he called out, Tang San hurried inside. Everything seemed unchanged. The blacksmith shop was as chaotic as ever. Perhaps even messier than before, with an array of disordered items strewn about, yet this disorder brought him a sense of warmth. Oh, Xiao San, you're back. A gentle voice resonated. A figure emerged from within. Upon seeing him, Tang San momentarily froze. Grandpa Jack, you are here too. Where is my father? The person who stepped out was none other than Elder Jack, the village chief of Holy Spirit Village. A faint smile of bittersweetness graced his face as he handed a piece of paper to Tang San. Take a look at this. It was left by your father. I came to find him this morning, intending to have him accompany me to welcome you, only to discover that you had already returned. A wave of apprehension washed over Tang San as he hurriedly accepted the paper from Elder Jack and lowered his gaze to read. The page bore only a few hastily scribbled lines, yet the handwriting exuded a rugged boldness. Chapter 13, A Father's Message. 3, Dear San. By the time you read this letter, I will have departed. Do not seek me. It is futile, though you are still young. You possess the ability to care for yourself. A fledgling eagle must unfurl its wings alone to soar higher and sooner. Do not worry about me. You have inherited much of your mother's delicacy in your character. Your father is a man of little worth. As you grow, I must reclaim what is rightfully mine. One day, we shall meet again, father and son. I wish for you to become strong, yet I also wish for you to remain humble. Your path is yours to choose. Should you ever find the profession of a spirit master unworthy, return to Holy Spirit Village, and like me, become a blacksmith. Take care. Tang Hao. Gazing at the paper in his hand, Tang San found himself utterly frozen, his heart brimming with joy suddenly dissolving into an abyss of helpless despair. Father, why did you have to leave? Old Jack, observing Tang San's dazed expression, sighed with a wry smile. Tang Hao departed without a hint of forewarning. Just the day before, he came to me to forge some farming tools. With his absence, we must now seek another blacksmith. This fellow, truly, is exceedingly irresponsible. Tang San gradually came back to his senses. Grandpa Jack, are you saying that father just left in the past couple of days? Old Jack nodded. Yes. He must have departed only recently. Little San, do not be disheartened. Such a father is not worth your sorrow. Come with Grandpa, let us go to my home. Tang San silently shook his head, carefully folding the paper in his hands before placing it within his bosom. Thank you, Grandpa Jack, but my home is quite disordered, so I shall not invite you to stay. I need to tidy up a bit. Old Jack was taken aback. He did not expect the young Tang San to issue a dismissal. With a sigh, he replied, "Very well. However, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out." With a resigned shake of his head, he turned and walked outside. Once old Jack departed, only Tang San and Xiao Wu remained in the blacksmith shop. Tang San, choosing not to speak, began to organize the cluttered room, meticulously arranging each item within. Strangely, the usually lively Xiao Wu maintained her silence, moving beside Tang San to quietly assist him in placing things in order, fetching clean water from the external tank to help wipe away the dust within the room. At the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy, the master was engrossed in a book in his chamber, feeling an emptiness as Tang San returned home. Despite not voicing it, the bond he had cultivated with this disciple over the course of a year deepened within him. Even this morning, as Tang San departed, he hesitated, contemplating whether to visit his home, yet ultimately dismissed the thought for reasons he could not clearly articulate. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door. The master furrowed his brow. Typically, aside from Tang San, no one else would come to see him. "Come in," he said, setting down his book with a calm demeanor. The door opened, revealing a tall figure entering from outside. Dressed in a simple gray robe, his disheveled black hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his weathered face bore the marks of time, with murky eyes that seemed to reflect the twilight of life, incongruous with his roughly 50 years of age. "Greetings, master." The newcomer spoke in a low, somewhat hoarse voice. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the moment this individual crossed the threshold, the master instinctively tensed, his soul power subconsciously radiating throughout his being. "Who are you?" he asked slowly, rising with a hint of confusion in his gaze. The gray-clad man replied coolly, "It seems we haven't seen each other in 20 years. Given my current appearance, it's no wonder you fail to recognize me. My name is Tang Hao." "Tang Hao?" The master's usually tranquil expression shifted dramatically, his eyes narrowing in focus as he fixated on the man before him. His hands gripped the table, fingers turning pale. As he stammered, You are Hao?" Tang Hao waved his hand to silence the master, stating coldly, "There is no need to mention past titles. In those days, we had crossed paths on a few occasions. Others may perceive you as merely a madman, yet I understand that you are a person of unwavering dedication." The master's emotions gradually settled, his rigid features subtly shifting, indicating that my conjecture was indeed correct. "You are, without a doubt, the father of the third child. He has returned home, so what brings you here?" Tang Hao nodded slightly and spoke calmly. "It is precisely because he has returned home that I find myself here. I am aware that you have taken him as your disciple. As a father, I should have come to meet you long ago. I must take my leave now. And my only concern is for him, thus I hope to entrust Xiao San to your care." "You are leaving? Where do you intend to go?" "He is your son," the master said, glaring fiercely at Tang Hao, his gaze tinged with intensity. Tang Hao remained as cold as ever. "He is also your disciple. I must leave, for there are numerous matters that require my attention. He will not find joy in following me. I have no additional demands. His life is his own to shape. It has been 10 years since I departed from this world, and now he has matured. There are certain things I must attend to." The master took a deep breath. "And I cannot ascertain what has transpired with you, yet I can perceive that Xiao San is deeply attached to you. Do you not think it would be exceedingly cruel to leave him in this manner?" Tang Hao spoke softly. "He has chosen to embark on an extraordinary path, and to remain with me would be an act of cruelty towards him. I have said all that I wish to convey. No matter the time, please remember, he is my son." Upon uttering these words, Tang Hao raised his hand, and with a resounding clatter, a dark black token fell onto the table before the master. This token bore a striking resemblance to the one the master had presented when he brought Tang San into the soul-hunting forest. Yet this one was adorned with a total of 6 intricate designs. Chapter 13, A Father's Message, Part 4. With a thud, the door closed, and Tang Hao's towering figure had vanished. The master stood motionless before the door for a long while. Eventually, he slowly lowered his gaze to the token, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he realized, to his astonishment, how much his idol had changed. As the sun dipped low in the sky, 2 petite figures sat side by side in front of the blacksmith shop, clad in identical attire, quietly sharing the moment. The remnants of sunlight enveloped them in a gentle crimson glow, as if branding their forms with a circle of golden red. The girl on the left turned her head to glance at the boy, resting her chin on her hands, yearning to speak, but ultimately refrained. It was the boy who broke the silence, gripping a brand new forging hammer in his hand. "Xiao Wu, thank you. Thank you for what?" Xiao Wu inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Thank you for always being by my side," Tang San replied, lowering his gaze to the ground, his eyes clouded with a distant haze, yet no tears fell. Xiao Wu chuckled softly, playfully shoving Tang San's shoulder with considerable force, nearly toppling him. Don't be so gloomy. Your father has merely stepped away for the time being. One day, you will see each other again. Perhaps his departure is intended to aid your growth, to make you stronger. If you continue in this manner, wouldn't that betray his heartfelt intentions? A wry smile flickered across Tang San's face. Perhaps he understood. Yet why did he deny me the chance to see him one last time? Xiao Wu, do you comprehend? My father was my sole family. Without him, home no longer exists. Xiao Wu tossed her head, allowing her long, scorpion braid to cascade before her. Without a father, you still have me as your friend. If you must seek a relative, I wouldn't mind being your sister. Come now, call me Sister Xiao Wu. I wish to hear it. Everyone else does. You are the only exception. Observing Xiao Wu's charming demeanor and her rosy cheeks illuminated by the golden hues of the setting sun, Tang San couldn't help but smile. In moments of profound vulnerability, having someone to share the burden is truly a beautiful thing. If you are willing to be my sister, I have no objections. If my memory serves me correctly, although we are the same age, you seem to be a few months my junior. I was born in January, while you arrived in August, am I right? Not a chance. I shall only be the sister, not the younger sibling. Xiao Wu retorted playfully, raising her hand to lightly tap Tang San on the head. Tang San's figure flickered as he leaped forward, positioning himself 3 meters in front of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, come with me up the mountain. I wish to show you something. Tang San's expression was grave, as if he had made a significant decision. Xiao Wu ceased her playful antics, her delicate face revealing a touch of obedience as she nodded at him. Tang San took the delicate hand of Xiao Wu and ran towards the hill outside the village. Their shadows gradually elongated on the ground under the glow of the setting sun. Tang San and Xiao Wu ran all the way to the mountaintop before finally pausing. Even while exerting himself to the utmost in his cultivation of the Xiantian skill, he could not help but breathe slightly heavier. Standing at the summit, facing the setting sun, Tang San's eyes were already veiled in hues of purple. Xiao Wu, this is the place where I practiced in the past. I have a serious question to ask you, and I hope you will respond earnestly. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and replied, do you realize that you now resemble those old fellows back at the academy? Tang San slowly turned around, gazing intently at Xiao Wu. Would you be willing to be my sister? I truly wish to have another family member. Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, Tang San interrupted her. Please allow me to finish. I possess nothing. You have witnessed the circumstances of my family. I am but a destitute commoner. I cannot offer you wealth or power. You too are born with immense soul power. Yet your background seems to harbor a tale of its own. I have never inquired, for I feared that the chasm between our origins might prevent us from even becoming friends. However, I sincerely desire a sister like you. Though I cannot provide the privileges of nobility, I can offer you my unwavering promise. I shall forever protect my sister, ensuring that she endures no harm. As she beheld the glimmer of tears in Tang San's eyes, Xiao Wu's own began to redden. What if one day, many people wish to take my life, and they are foes you cannot defeat? A faint smile suddenly graced Tang San's face. Let them first step over my corpse. Xiao Wu fell silent, and Tang San did not speak further. The crimson hues of the sunset gradually faded, and at that moment, the stars began to twinkle silently in the sky. Brother. With a simple word, Xiao Wu shattered the tranquility that enveloped them. The tears she had been suppressing finally cascaded down her cheeks, and Tang San, trembling, took her hand. Thank you, sister. Their father had departed, yet he had gained a sister. Tang San gazed up at the heavens, silently vowing his lifelong promise to the stars above. As night descended, the two children sat atop the mountain, feeling the gentle breeze of the peaks, gazing at the stars and the moon. The serene atmosphere and the fresh air enveloped them in comfort. Can I not call you brother? Xiao Wu turned to look at Tang San beside her. Tang San was taken aback. Why? A faint blush appeared on Xiao Wu's face. After all, I am the leader of all the students at Notting Academy. With suddenly having multiple older brothers, how will they perceive me? Tang San smiled. Very well, you may still call me Xiao San. As long as I know in my heart that you're my sister, what does the title matter? As he spoke, Tang San raised his hand and pulled down his sleeve, removing the concealed crossbow from his left wrist. We are now bound as siblings. And though I possess little of value, I offer you this for your protection. It is my very first creation. Xiao Wu gazed curiously at the wrist crossbow that Tang San handed to her. What is this? Chapter 14. The Malevolent Eyes of the White Tiger. Daimu Bai Part 1. Tang San smiled faintly and said, I call it the sleeve arrow. Or it may also be referred to as the silent sleeve arrow. By merely activating the switch, the 3 small arrows within can be released under your control. You may launch a single arrow or release all 3 at once. Due to the minimal sound produced upon activation, it is difficult for the opponent to detect, thus proving to be highly effective when facing adversaries of comparable strength. Xiao Wu, astonished, inquired, "How come I have never seen you employ such a device during our previous sparring sessions?" Tang San smiled faintly and said, "Fool, we are classmates and friends. How could I wield such a lethal weapon against you? Do you recall the time I struck you with a stone? Did you think that was mere coincidence? Look, there is a mosquito." Following the direction of Tang San's finger, Xiao Wu gazed 3 meters away, where indeed a mosquito buzzed past, barely discernible in the moonlight. "If I told you I could hit its left wing without causing it harm, would you believe me?" Xiao Wu fixed her gaze upon him and asked, "Are you joking?" A flash of purple light flickered in Tang San's eyes as his right hand suddenly rose. A faint shadow swiftly vanished, and the mosquito disappeared into thin air. Grasping Xiao Wu's hand, Tang San urged, "Follow me." He led her to a large tree not far away and halted. Without the need for Tang San to explicitly indicate, Xiao Wu could clearly see a 3-inch-long steel needle gleaming under the starlight, embedded in the tree trunk. It appeared as if something was struggling fiercely against it. Leaning closer, Xiao Wu was taken aback, nearly gasping in surprise. Impaled on the needle was a mosquito, its left wing pierced and firmly affixed to the tree. Yet the insect remained lively, evidently unthreatened by its predicament. "How did you accomplish this?" Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San in astonishment. Had she not been with him throughout? She might have assumed this was a premeditated arrangement. Tang San withdrew the steel needle, and when he opened his palm once more, the needle had vanished. "This is my secret," he proclaimed, "which I refer to as a hidden weapon. Even my father is unaware of it. I merely wish to convey that I possess the ability to protect my sister." Ever curious about new experiences, Xiao Wu eagerly shook Tang San's hand, exclaiming, "Good brother, could you teach me as well?" Tang San smiled wryly and remarked, "With your propensity for violence, if you were to master concealed weapons, I shudder to think how many would suffer the consequences. Moreover, mastering these hidden arms is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. The sleeve arrow I bestowed upon you is a type of concealed weapon. Focus on mastering its use first. Learning the Tang sect's concealed weapons is no simple task. The foremost requirement is a foundation in the Xiantian skill. Given that Xiao Wu's soul power is already formidable, it is evidently infeasible for her to retrain in Xiantian skill." Tang San quietly resolved to create a series of mechanical concealed weapons to equip her in the future. That would suffice for now. Tang San personally adorned Xiao Wu's left arm with the concealed crossbow, meticulously adjusting its size to ensure a perfect fit against her slender arm. He then elucidated the usage of the silent crossbow in detail, allowing her to practice several times. Xiao Wu immediately developed an affection for this precious gift. As she moved aside to test the crossbow, Tang San slowly raised his gaze towards the celestial stars, murmuring to himself, "Father, are you truly afraid that I will not grow strong by your side? Rest assured, I shall strive diligently to cultivate my abilities and become a true man. One day, I shall make you proud." It has been 6 years since I departed from the Tang sect, yet I will always remain a member of the Tang sect. In this world of Douluo, I am determined to elevate all that the Tang sect represents. Suddenly, his alabaster hands flicked outward, releasing a multitude of silken threads of silver light that soared into the sky, while a purple brilliance filled his eyes. 5 years later, in the kingdom of Bottlenecks, situated to the south of the Tiando Empire and bordering the Fastna province, it is, in name, a kingdom, yet its expanse is merely 3/4 that of the Fastna province. A vassal of the Tiando Empire and one of its 4 great kingdoms. The king of Bottlenecks, Kandera, is a cousin of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, Okura. To the south of the kingdom of Bottlenecks lies a direct border with the Stardo Empire, thus, among the 4 great kingdoms of the Tiando Empire. Bottlenecks boasts the most formidable military strength, effectively serving as the gateway to the Tiando Empire. Originally, the Tiando Empire comprised 10 provinces. But following the division into 4 great kingdoms, 6 factions emerged. The empire directly controls 5 provinces, with each of the 4 kingdoms governing one, alongside a duchy that occupies the smallest province in the eastern part of the empire. On the surface, all 4 kingdoms and the duchy are subjected to the rule of the Tiando Empire. However, in reality, these 5 nations have long since become states within a state, enjoying complete autonomy aside from necessary tributes. Were it not for the imperial family wielding substantial military power, internal strife might have erupted long ago. The Stardo Empire shares a similar situation. Thus, while both empires appear formidable, they are, in truth, on a decline. It is uncertain when the entire landscape of the continent might suddenly shift. Within the Kingdom of Balak are two cities of paramount importance. The first is the capital city of Balak, where King Kandera resides, serving as the political and economic heart of the entire kingdom. The other city is Soto, located in the prosperous Lima Plain, renowned as the granary of Balak. Both cities are heavily garrisoned, representing the kingdom's critical strongholds. Soto is a large city, evidenced by its Spirit Hall, which is designated as a Level 3 Spirit Master Hall. At this moment, just past noon, under the scorching sun, two young individuals entered through the western gate of Soto. They appeared to be merely teenagers, carrying no luggage, a boy and a girl. In Chapter 14, the malevolent gaze of the white tiger, the boy, dressed in simple attire, seemed to be around 12 or 13 years old, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. He wore a tidy light blue outfit, complemented by a belt adorned with 24 jade stones. His shoulder-length black hair hung loosely, and although he was not conventionally handsome, he exuded a warm and approachable aura, always wearing a faint smile. If the boy radiated an air of tranquility and ordinariness, the girl beside him was anything but commonplace. Her silky black hair was neatly braided into a long scorpion tail, cascading past her calves. She was slightly taller than the boy, clad in a snug pink top that accentuated her developing figure. Her slender waist, delicate and enviable, evoked admiration from countless women. With naturally arched eyebrows and a pair of sparkling, large eyes set upon a slightly rounded, rosy face, she was not only beautiful but also possessed an endearing charm that made the term cute seem tailor-made for her. The boy, standing beside her, was overshadowed by her ethereal brilliance. The girl raised her hand to wipe the faint moisture from her forehead and remarked with a hint of complaint, "We have finally arrived at the Sachuo city. I cannot fathom what the master was thinking. Several intermediate soul master academies have expressed their unconditional willingness to accept us. Yet he insists that we take the entrance exam at this dilapidated institution that lacks even a clear grading system." The boy smiled gently and replied, "The master asked me to take the exam, but not you. It was your choice to accompany me. Fortunately, the Kingdom of Barak borders the Fastno province. Otherwise, you would have more to complain about." The girl shot him an exasperated glance. "You ungrateful soul. I am doing this for you. After all, you are my brother. Anyway, the exam is not until the day after tomorrow. You must accompany me to explore the Sachuo city for 2 days to make up for the emotional trauma inflicted upon my tender heart." The boy chuckled. "The illustrious big sister of the Nodding Academy for 6 consecutive years, and yet you claim to have a tender heart? I wonder how your little followers would react if they heard you say that." This boy and girl were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had journeyed from the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy. After 5 years, they had successfully graduated from Nodding Academy. Given their talents, the Academy had intended to recommend them directly to an Intermediate Soul Master Academy, and several prestigious institutions had sent invitations, providing ample options. However, the master had instructed Tang San to decline all offers and to take the entrance exam at a renowned academy named Shrek located to the south of Sachuo City. After 6 years of guidance, Tang San held the master in high regard, akin to that of a father, fully understanding that the master's intentions were undoubtedly for his benefit. Thus, he readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. 6 years have elapsed, and the bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu has grown as intimate as that of siblings. Tang San chose this place, and naturally, Xiao Wu followed suit. Upon leaving the academy, the master informed Tang San that he would be visiting the imperial capital and would subsequently seek them out. The 6 years spent in Nodding have been exceptionally fulfilling for Tang San. His days were filled with morning classes, afternoon labor, and evening cultivation, leaving him with scarcely any spare time. At the age of 12, he no longer appeared as frail as he once did. His daily toil at the blacksmith shop has endowed him with a robust physique, although he may not seem particularly imposing. Beneath his fitted attire lies a body brimming with explosive strength. Xiao Wu pouted and asked, "Regardless, will you agree or not?" Tang San chuckled softly and replied, "As you wish. However, having traveled such a considerable distance, are you not weary? Should we not first seek a place to rest? It is nearing noon. Let us dine before continuing." Xiao Wu smiled and responded, "Now that sounds reasonable." Tang San rarely contradicted her, ever since they had established their sibling bond. He had consistently taken on the role of a protective older brother, despite his busy schedule. The unintentional displays of concern he exhibited were a source of great comfort for Xiao Wu. Soto City was significantly larger than Nodding City, and naturally, it was much more bustling. Soldiers patrolled the streets, and throngs of people moved about incessantly. The two first had a light meal before embarking on their search for accommodation. Not long after, Xiao Wu spotted a charming hotel. The establishment boasted 3 stories. While it was not overly large, its exterior was adorned in a vibrant rose-red hue, and the architectural style resembled that of a colossal rose, captivating all who beheld it. "Rose Hotel," Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing. "Let us stay here." Tang San nonchalantly remarked, "I shall heed your words." Over the past few years of labor, coupled with the subsidies from the Spirit Hall, he had managed to amass a modest fortune. Xiao Wu was never concerned about the amount of money she spent liberally and, in an effort to avoid frequent overdrafts, entrusted all her earnings to Tang San. With him managing her finances, she could save a little. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, the first sensation was an enchanting fragrance of roses. A soothing aroma imbued with a hint of allure that invigorated both body and soul. The hotel's interior design featured only 3 colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm, unique, and elegant atmosphere that easily endeared itself to visitors. Tang San approached the counter and requested, "Could you kindly arrange 2 rooms for us?" The attendant behind the desk quickly rose to his feet, glancing at Tang San and then at Xiao Wu, a glimmer of envy evident in his eyes. "Sir, are you truly certain you wish to reserve 2 rooms?" Tang San nodded slightly, pondering if anything was amiss. The server's gaze revealed a hint of ambiguity. "I'm sorry, but we only have 1 room left." Chapter 14, The Malevolent Gaze of the White Tiger, Dai Mubai, Part 3, 1 room? Tang San furrowed his brow. In his 2 lifetimes, he had shared a bed with Xiao Wu during their childhood without much thought, but now, as they both had matured into adults, he was acutely aware of the proprieties surrounding male-female interactions. The server emphasized, "Indeed, there is only 1 room available. However, rest assured, our accommodations are quite spacious and well-appointed. Ample enough for 2. As he spoke, he offered Tang San an enigmatic glance, one that was untranslatable yet suggestive. Naturally, Tang San could not decipher it. Xiao Wu, unperturbed, exclaimed, "Then 1 room it is. We always shared a dormitory at Notting. Haven't we? What is the difference? We could save some money for beautiful clothes." Tang San shook his head in resignation. He was not an obstinate person. If necessary, he could simply sleep on the floor, as he typically engaged in cultivation at night, which he considered the finest form of rest. "Very well, please proceed to register this room for me." Just as the attendant was preparing to assist Tang San with the formalities, a sudden voice interrupted the proceedings. "I believe this room rightfully belongs to me." Tang San and Xiao Wu turned simultaneously to see 3 figures approaching them from behind, making their way towards the counter. Among them were 2 young women and a man. The 2 girls, adorned in vibrant attire, appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, tall and slightly surpassing Xiao Wu in height. What was most astonishing was their striking resemblance. They were indeed identical twins. However, Tang San's gaze did not linger on the enchanting duo but was drawn to the young man who walked at their center. Standing approximately 6 feet tall, he towered over Tang San by half a head. Despite his youth, he seemed even younger than the 2 young women flanking him. With broad shoulders and a strikingly handsome visage imbued with a hint of resoluteness, his long golden hair cascaded down his back, reaching nearly to his waist. Unlike curls, his hair fell straight and smooth. What captivated attention most were his eyes, an eerie pair, each possessing a dual pupil. His deep blue gaze exuded a chilling coldness, emanating from the depths of his being. As he blinked, a flicker of malevolence sparkled within, and a mere glance from him felt as though one were being sliced by a sharpened blade. Such a strikingly handsome face, paired with such eyes, rendered him a focal point wherever he might be. Tang San's immediate impression upon seeing him was that he was formidable. The twin girls each linked arms with the man, who paid no heed to Tang San. As his gaze swept over Xiao Wu, a peculiar glimmer flashed in his eyes, but it was fleeting. Upon reaching the counter, the young man addressed the server. "You must be new here. Are you not aware that a room should always be reserved for me?" The server hesitated momentarily before cautiously inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" With a hint of impatience, the dual-pupiled man retorted, "Call your manager." The server felt a chill in the presence of his penetrating gaze and hurriedly rushed to summon her superior. Tang San said indifferently, "This elder brother. It appears that we arrived first." The man with the dual-colored eyes didn't even bother to turn his head, merely responding coldly, "So what?" He had never been one to offer explanations to anyone. Tang San's temperament could be described as relatively gentle, yet Xiao Wu was not easily intimidated. In a swift motion, she positioned herself beside Tang San and, with an air of defiance, commanded him to leave. The enigmatic man with dual pupils finally turned to face them. his icy and malevolent gaze fixating on Xiao Wu. He nodded slightly, intrigued, stating it had been quite some time since anyone had dared to address him in such a manner, noting the fluctuations of soul power emanating from them. He surmised they must be soul masters. Very well, then, he declared. Let us see if you can withstand my prowess. Should you prove capable, I shall take my leave. Otherwise, I implore you to demonstrate how one might roll away. As the dual-pupiled man spoke, the twin girls beside him erupted into a fit of giggles, seemingly unperturbed by the confrontations, and obediently released their hold on his arm, retreating to the sidelines. At that moment, the waiter returned, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman, clearly anxious. He had overheard the exchange between the dual-pupiled man and Tang San, and with a sense of urgency, he interjected, "Let us resolve this amicably, please. Do not resort to violence." The dual-pupiled man cast a sidelong glance at him. "Manager Wong, it appears your business acumen has improved." Manager Wong wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing a smile as he replied, "Young Master Dai, please do not misunderstand. It is my subordinate's fault. This young man is new and unaware of the rules. I sincerely apologize. I shall arrange a room for you immediately." Turning to Tang San and Xiao Wu, his expression softened with regret. "I must apologize, esteemed guests. That room was reserved by young Master Dai. I kindly ask that you consider seeking accommodation elsewhere." If it were up to Tang San, he would have acquiesced, for with so many hotels available, it mattered little to him to switch locations. However, Xiao Wu's temperament thrived on chaos, and she was not so easily swayed. "We refuse to yield. What will you do about it? Do not assume we are easily bullied just because of our age." Young Master Dai let out a cold scoff. "You think it will be so simple to walk away after insulting me?" Manager Wong, visibly distressed, pleaded with young Master Dai, whose eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity. "Enough of this banter. Any losses incurred shall be my responsibility." Having been the dominant figure at Notting Academy, Xiao Wu could not tolerate the arrogant demeanor of her adversary and was ready to charge at him. Tang San firmly grasped Xiao Wu's shoulders, insisting, "Let me handle this." Xiao Wu, expressing her dissatisfaction, retorted, "Why? I can do it myself. Even his mother wouldn't recognize him after I'm through." Tang San furrowed his brow and remarked, "As a young lady, you ought to speak more decently. Have you forgotten what I previously mentioned? I shall always protect you. This matter is for men alone." He refrained from allowing Xiao Wu to intervene, partly due to his awareness of the formidable strength of their opponent, fearing for her safety. Moreover, if defeat were inevitable, he would rather endure disgrace himself than allow Xiao Wu to be humiliated. Chapter 14. The malevolent gaze of the white tiger upon hearing the words, "I will always protect you." Xiao Wu's expression softened from anger as she cast a glance at Tang San and replied, "Then you must be cautious. There is no need for bickering. As I said, the two of you should face him together." Dai Xiao impatiently interjected. Tang San, composed and unhurried, stepped forward 2 paces, seeking guidance. A sinister glimmer flickered in Dai Xiao's eyes as he abruptly raised his right fist, charging forward with a fierce intent aimed squarely at Tang San's chest. His movements were remarkably straightforward, devoid of any ostentation, yet Tang San's expression shifted, for the momentum of his opponent's punch had reached its zenith in both power and speed. How could one achieve such prowess without extensive combat experience? At this critical moment, retreat was not an option for Tang San. To withdraw would only inflate his adversary's momentum, amplifying the force of the strike. Thus, rather than retreating, he advanced. With a swift motion, his right foot propelled him forward, covering a distance of 3 meters, effectively closing the gap between him and his opponent. Tang San's intent was clear, to disrupt the rhythm of Dai Xiao's attack. With a similar motion, he launched his right fist, which transformed into a lustrous milky hue. A resounding thud echoed as Dai Xiao's forward momentum abruptly halted, while Tang San, unable to maintain his stance, stumbled back 4 or 5 steps before regaining his balance. A flicker of astonishment crossed Dai Xiao's features. He had clearly not anticipated that this youth, appearing several years younger than himself, could withstand his punch. Most astonishing to Dai Xiao was the sensation in his own fist. Despite possessing the upper hand in terms of offensive power, he now felt an excruciating pain in his right hand, as if Tang San's punch were forged from an unyielding alloy of bronze and iron. How could Tang San not be astonished? It is essential to note that his fist not only harbors the internal energy of the Xiantian skill, but also embodies a strength that belies his age. Years of labor as a blacksmith have endowed him with a power that far surpasses that of an ordinary individual, coupled with the characteristics of the Xianyu hand. These 3 formidable advantages coalesce, yet he still faced defeat. His opponent's strength was formidable, not in a wild and reckless manner, but rather as a concentrated force, as if all power had coalesced into the size of a fist. The instantaneous shockwave unleashed caused Tang San's internal energy and blood to surge tumultuously. Well, to withstand a blow from me, you have earned the right to be my adversary. Dai Xiao's voice rang out coldly as he propelled himself into action. This time, his assault was far from simple. He leaped from the ground, soaring towards Tang San in an instant. His limbs extended in an unusual manner, seemingly riddled with openings. Yet they moved with a subtle finesse, as though an infinite array of follow-up strikes awaited. Tang San's expression had turned notably grave, his knees slightly bent, and his toes pointed inward. With a sudden exertion of his calves, his left arm circled inward while his right arm pushed outward, striking a peculiar pose. This particular move, a hallmark of Dai Xiao's prowess, was renowned. Regardless of how his opponent might defend or retaliate, he possessed a plethora of countermeasures. What appeared to be a series of seemingly flawed movements concealed profound and intricate offensive techniques, transforming all his limbs into lethal weapons. However, just as he was poised to unleash his assault, an invisible force surged from below. This power, thick and viscous, lacked a formidable impact, yet was remarkably resilient. With no means to leverage his body in midair, Dai Xiao found himself unexpectedly veering off his intended path, his attack rendered aimless. What manner of force was this? A fleeting sense of astonishment flickered through his mind. Yet, his extensive combat experience served him well, twisting his waist midair. He executed a horizontal rotation and landed firmly on the ground. At that precise moment, Tang San launched his attack. The timing was impeccable, coinciding with Dai Xiao's feet touching down the very moment he was least capable of exerting force. Utilizing the ghost shadow perplexing steps, which appeared as 3 fragmented strides, Tang San had already positioned himself beside Dai Xiao, striking simultaneously with both palms towards Dai Xiao's shoulders. In that instant, a glint of malice flashed in Dai Xiao's eyes as all 4 pupils seemed to gleam brightly. Exhaling sharply, he retracted his shoulders while his fists surged forth, rising sharply towards the bend of Tang San's arms. The ferocity of his punches reverberated through the air, a testament to the immense power contained within. Simultaneously, Dai Xiao's right leg shot up, directly aiming for Tang San's chin at such close quarters, showcasing his remarkable flexibility. Whether through his fists or his leg, should any of his strikes land, Tang San would undoubtedly find himself incapacitated, given Dai Xiao's superior offensive strength. Yet, could Tang San allow this to transpire? Let us not forget, this was Tang San's primary offensive maneuver. As Tang San's palms, aimed at Dai Xiao's shoulders, lost their target with the retreat of Dai Xiao's shoulders, he did not withdraw his hands. Instead, he swept downward, invoking the same pliable force Dai Xiao had previously sensed. Instantly, Dai Xiao's powerful arms were redirected outward, his thunderous fists narrowly missing their target as they passed by Tang San's arms. Concurrently, Tang San advanced with his left foot, pivoting his body to strike Dai Xiao's chest with his shoulder. This sidestep adeptly evaded the kick Dai Xiao had unleashed, as if everything were meticulously calculated. At this juncture, with Dai Xiao's foot firmly on the ground, he found himself devoid of any escape. With his attack thwarted by Tang San's deft maneuver, he quickly descended into a disadvantageous position. With a resounding thud, Tang San's shoulder collided forcefully with Dai Xiao's chest. Amidst the astonished gasps of the observing twin maidens, Dai Xiao's body was sent hurtling backward, arching in midair as he executed a backflip, soaring 5 meters before finally landing. Tang San did not pursue further. Instead, he quietly observed Dai Xiao as he fell to the ground. From the contact with his opponent's chest, he realized that he had not gained much advantage. Chapter 14. The Malevolent Gaze of the White Tiger, Dai Mubai, Part 5. In the instant of impact, Dai Xiao's pectoral muscles suddenly became as hard as iron. Although his superior strength sent Dai Xiao flying, Tang San felt a sharp pain radiate through his shoulder. Dai Xiao's expression darkened. He had to concede that he had underestimated his opponent. The youth before him, appearing several years his junior, possessed a strength far beyond his expectations. Shall we continue? Tang San inquired calmly. Dai Xiao's eyes glinted with mischief. Of course. Very well, you have compelled me to use my soul power, which signifies my defeat in this contest. However, I cannot leave without a proper duel. Regardless of the outcome of our subsequent matches, this room is yours for today. The gleam in Dai Xiao's eyes was not one of anger or hatred, but rather a peculiar radiance that could best be described by the phrase "a heart delighted at the sight of the hunt." At that moment, his gaze resembled that of a man admiring a breathtaking beauty, his shoulders trembling slightly as he raised his arms. Tang San's eyes gradually brightened as he realized that Dai Xiao before him had undergone a profound transformation. If he had previously exuded an icy disdain, now he radiated a fervent battle intent. The white tiger now manifested. A fierce, pale light erupted from him as Dai Xiao extended his arms to the sides. Chest puffed out. His bones crackled audibly, muscles swelled dramatically, straining against his attire. Each muscle became distinctly visible beneath the fabric, and even the air around him seemed to vibrate with unrest. His once golden hair instantaneously transformed into a striking black and white, predominantly white with a few conspicuous strands of black interspersed. For faint lines emerged on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. His hands underwent the most significant change, enlarging to nearly double their previous size, covered in white fur. As his fingers flexed, short, dagger-like claws extended and retracted from his palms, each claw resembling a blade, measuring a full 8 inches in length and glinting with a chilling luminescence. Dai Xiao leaned forward, his eyes transforming into a deep, profound azure, evoking the image of a relentless killing machine. Beneath him, 3 luminous rings of light rose in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings revolved, a surge of soul power emanated, creating a palpable pressure. 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu gasped, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. She wished to join Tang San in battle, but he held her back. In the context of soul rings, white denoted 10 years. Yellow represented 100 years, and purple indicated 1,000 years. The young man, known as Dai Xiao, astonishingly possessed 3 soul rings, one of which was a millennium old. Remarkably, he appeared to be only 3 or 4 years older than Tang San and Xiao Wu. The presence of 3 soul rings indicated that Dai Xiao's level exceeded 30, signifying he was a soul master and a formidable battle soul master with a powerful beast martial soul. Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger, level 37 battle soul master. Your guidance is requested. Amidst the overwhelming aura of dominance, Dai Xiao declared his martial soul and level, signifying an official challenge. Faced with such immense pressure, Tang San began to transform as well. The latent violent impulse within him surfaced, and his eyes shimmered with a faint purple hue as he slowly raised his right hand. A surge of deep blue light suddenly swelled, and a cluster of deep blue grass sprouted from his palm. Each blade appeared slender, yet was adorned with serpentine patterns. The grass shifted from its previous flat form to a cylindrical shape, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the fine, dense thorns covering each blade. A milky white light emanated from Tang San, causing the deep blue grass to expand as if provoked by some unseen force, rapidly thickening to the girth of a human arm, resembling a vine-like entity. The obsidian serpent pattern shimmered with a faint luminescence, gracefully coiling around Tang San's form like a multitude of great serpents. 2 circles of yellow spirit rings simultaneously ascended from beneath his feet, spiraling above his body. Tang San, a master of the blue-silver grass, stood at the esteemed rank of a level 29 weapon spirit master. Pray, enlighten me, he requested. Dai Mubai, his hair now transformed to match the hue of his brows, raised an eyebrow. Is your spirit merely the blue-silver grass? Tang San recited the master's original words. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Dai Mubai was the second strongest martial soul that Tang San encountered since his arrival at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Only the Academy's principal, who had assisted him in obtaining his second soul ring at the master's invitation, had previously demonstrated the prowess of a level 42 weapon soul master. However, that principal was already well into his 50s, while the young Dai Mubai appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years of age. It was no wonder that Tang San had suffered setbacks during their initial clash, despite relying on his strength, inner power, and the Xianyu hand. The disparity in power was absolute. This individual before him could be deemed the most formidable opponent Tang San had ever faced. He understood all too well the significance of a single soul ring difference, particularly given that the opponent's 3rd soul ring was of a millennium grade. The attributes and skills it conferred were beyond the capabilities of his 2 rings. In this battle, Tang San felt no sense of assurance. Perhaps only by unleashing his most hidden abilities might he stand a chance of contending. Indeed, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. Allow me to experience the peculiarities of your blue-silver grass martial soul. Dai Mubai moved. Once his martial soul was manifested, he seemed to transform entirely into another being. As his white hair billowed, his body, brimming with explosive power, had already reached Tang San. Simultaneously, The sharp claws extending from his fingers lunged toward Tang San's body. Chapter 14. The Evil-Eyed White Tiger, Dai Mu Bai, Part 6. Tang San retreated with remarkable swiftness, employing the ghost shadow perplexing track to narrowly evade Dai Mu Bai's assault. Simultaneously, his blue-silver grass martial soul sprang into action, unleashing spirals of dark blue, robust vines that surged towards Dai Mu Bai from all directions. Meanwhile, Tang San himself seemed to meld into the very vines, vanishing without a trace. Dai Mu Bai's malevolent gaze flickered with intensity as his entire being became enveloped in a torrent of soul power. With vigorous movements of his hands, he swept aside the encroaching vines. Initially intending to sever the thick tendrils formed by the blue-silver grass, he was taken aback to discover their incredible resilience. Even with his 37th level soul power infused into his tiger claws, he could only penetrate halfway into the vines, unable to completely sever them. Once the tendrils escaped the grasp of his claws, they swiftly began to heal. A faintly sweet fragrance of tea wafted through the air, and the seemingly boundless vines continued to surge from every angle. Despite the significant enhancement of his strength and speed under the influence of his martial soul, Dai Mu Bai found himself unable to break free from their grasp. Is this truly blue-silver grass? He pondered, astonished. He had never anticipated its formidable capabilities. His opponent, possessing one less soul ring than himself, could momentarily entrap him with the blue-silver grass. If their soul rings were equal, the outcome of this battle would be far less certain. Dai Mu Bai was never known for his patience, but his competitive spirit was particularly fierce. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted, transforming his malevolent gaze into a brilliant white. From the 3 soul rings adorning his body, the first ring flared with intensity, creating a protective white barrier that repelled the surrounding vines. Shortly thereafter, the second soul ring illuminated, and a colossal orb of white light coalesced, accompanied by Dai Mu Bai's thunderous roar as he expelled it from his mouth. The abilities bestowed by his first 2 soul rings were the White Tiger Barrier and the White Tiger Radiant Wave. As they activated in unison, they unleashed a terrifying force. From an external perspective, Dai Mu Bai appeared ensnared by the massive vines. Yet just as Xiao Wu exhaled a sigh of relief, an explosion of white light erupted from the gaps between the vines, followed by a resounding detonation. The vines formed by the blue-silver grass shattered instantly, and a powerful shockwave ravaged the Rose Hotel's Grand Hall. The martial soul and its host were one, and Tang San's complexion turned pale, forcing him to take a step back to regain his balance. As the white light gradually receded, it revealed Dai Mu Bai's imposing figure, while the shattered blue-silver grass began to reform around Tang San, albeit in diminished numbers. Tang San, the beast martial soul, boasted an inherent attack power far superior to that of a weapon martial soul. Though your blue-silver grass has exceeded my expectations, it ultimately cannot restrain me. Tang San smiled faintly and said, that is not necessarily the case. Suddenly, the second spirit ring on Tang San's body radiated with brilliance, causing Dai Mu Bai to momentarily stiffen. A dense network of vines had inexplicably manifested around him, and as the light from Tang San's second spirit ring intensified, the vines surged forth, ensnaring Dai Mu Bai's form tightly. Though the thorns on the vines were merely an inch in length, their relentless constriction inflicted excruciating pain throughout Dai Mu Bai's body, while he realized, to his dismay, that his limbs were beginning to grow numb. Long before Tang San had even reached the 20th level, the master had already conceived of the spirit beast from which his second spirit ring would be derived. Tang San's second soul ring was derived from a soul beast known as the Ghost Vine, a plant-type entity with a maximum absorption age of 764 years. The Ghost Vine soul ring that Tang San acquired possessed a cultivation age exceeding 600 years. The Ghost Vine is a terrifying plant-type soul beast, renowned for its potent neurotoxic properties. Once pricked by its sharp thorns, the toxin is immediately released, ultimately transforming into a purulent substance that nourishes the Ghost Vine. Moreover, what instills fear in soul masters is the parasitic ability of the Ghost Vine. During an attack, it releases countless minuscule seeds that directly parasitize the enemy. Provided that the Ghost Vine has sufficient energy or that these seeds absorb enough nutrients, they will begin to flourish within the host, and once the neurotoxin spreads, the effects are devastatingly similar. To acquire this 600-year-old Ghost Vine soul ring, even the esteemed Dean of Notting Academy, a formidable soul master of level 42, exerted tremendous effort. Utilizing his own martial soul, which was a natural counter to the Ghost Vine, he managed to subdue it, allowing Tang San to deliver the final blow. Upon obtaining the Ghost Vine soul ring, Tang San experienced a significant enhancement in all his attributes. The blue-silver grass became remarkably resilient, adopting an appearance reminiscent of the ghost vine while retaining its original color and patterns. Furthermore, his toxin evolved into a neuroparalytic agent, significantly amplifying its efficacy. Even the scent that dissipated into the air was capable of producing tangible effects. The soul ring skill bestowed upon Tang San by the ghost vine was the ability to parasitize. With the infusion of soul power, the parasitic capacity of the ghost vine was magnified beyond its original capabilities. Under the influence of soul power, the parasitic seeds would instantaneously grow, ensnaring the enemy in a manner that left them defenseless. It can be described as an exceptionally insidious control skill. The resilience of the dual-ringed blue-silver grass was evident when Dai Mubai, at level 37, found himself unable to sever it even with the white tiger's blade. He had underestimated Tang San and the blue-silver grass, ultimately falling into their trap. Observing the astonishment in Dai Mubai's eyes, Tang San remarked, "My blue-silver grass is toxic. You must have inhaled some earlier. When you unleashed your soul power to break free from my entanglement, it accelerated the circulation of your blood, allowing the toxin to act more swiftly. Thus, while you may not feel its effects immediately, your skin has begun to exhibit signs of paralysis, rendering you unaware of the parasitic blue-silver grass seeds. Therefore, you have lost." Dai Mubai gazed at Tang San, his entire body, save for his head, now ensnared by the blue-silver grass. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. "Well played, blue-silver grass. If I were like you, possessing only 2 rings, I would indeed have lost. My body has become paralyzed, making it difficult to escape the grip of the blue-silver grass. However, I possess 1 additional ring than you. It is time for you to witness the power of my 3rd soul ring skill." A purplish halo instantaneously illuminated the surroundings, causing the air around Dai Mubai to warp and distort. His wicked gaze abruptly transformed into a deep crimson hue. In the following moment, the blue-silver grass entwined around him began to swell, and with a thunderous roar, all the blue-silver grass that had ensnared him, including the parasitic blue-silver grass seeds, shattered into powder. Remarkably, Dai Mubai's body underwent a second transformation. Tang San inhaled sharply, astonished by the prowess of the Millennium Soul Ring. Chapter 15. The Art of the Millennium Soul Ring, the Transformation of the White Tiger. As Dai Mubai found himself ensnared by Tang San's second skill of the blue-silver grass, he finally unleashed the ability granted by his 3rd soul ring. Before Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai transformed once more. His already formidable physique, enhanced by the white tiger spirit, swelled further, muscles grotesquely bulging as his upper garments burst apart, revealing the terrifying contours of his musculature. Most peculiarly, black horizontal stripes appeared on his skin, resembling the hide of a tiger, were it not for the absence of fur. His tiger paws enlarged, with gleaming silver blades protruding from them, while a resplendent golden aura enveloped his entire being, as though he were gilded. His blood-red eyes radiated a sanguine gleam, exuding the regal aura of a beastly monarch. Although Tang San could not discern the implications of this transformation, he recognized that as a 3rd soul ring, and one derived from a millennium spirit, its effects must be extraordinary. Sensing the impending threat, Xiao Wu promptly activated her own soul ring. Much like Tang San, 2 yellow rings materialized around her, and her adorable white ears perked up. At that moment, her already exquisite form appeared even more graceful, with her lines softening. The effects of beast spirit possession varied. Dai Mubai's white tiger spirit rendered him more formidable and domineering, while Xiao Wu's rabbit spirit bestowed upon her a gentler silhouette and elongated legs, mirroring the characteristics of her namesake. Tang San was unaware of the soul beast from which Xiao Wu's soul ring derived. During their 3rd-year vacation, with the assistance of the master and dean of Nodding Academy, Tang San acquired his 2nd soul ring, while Xiao Wu had returned home. Upon her return, she possessed a 2nd soul ring, a century-old one. Azure-black tendrils of blue-silver grass shot forth from around Tang San, as the martial spirit need not emanate solely from the palms. The spiked vines surged through the air, obscuring Dai Mubai's vision as they aimed to ensnare his limbs and neck. Driven by Tang San's own soul power, the entangling skill of his 1st soul ring was now executed to its utmost limit. In the midst of his offensive, Tang San grasped Xiao Wu, who was poised to charge forward, shaking his head in disapproval. The conflict between men must be devoid of external interference, otherwise, it would invite disdain from the opponent. Despite his appearance of merely 12 years, Tang San possessed a psychological maturity that comprehended this truth deeply. Moreover, although he sensed the cold, domineering aura emanating from Dai Mubai. He felt no animosity. As Tang San held Xiao Wu back, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he emitted a low, muffled groan. 10 silvery beams crisscrossed the air, and the rapidly entwining blue-silver grass abruptly halted mid-flight. Immediately, the remarkably resilient blue-silver grass disintegrated into powder, dissipating into the air. Dai Mubai, with his imposing stature, strode steadily towards Tang San, his tiger claws brandishing gleaming silver blades, exuding an astonishing pressure. Your blue-silver grass is indeed impressive. Its tenacity surpasses my expectations. Even with my usual soul power, I cannot sever them in a single strike. However, what I am currently employing is my third soul ring skill, the White Tiger Vajra transformation. To acquire this soul ring, I endured countless trials and ultimately hunted a 1,000-year-old golden titan tiger spirit beast. It not only significantly enhanced my strength, attack, and defense, but also bestowed upon me the skill of White Tiger Vajra transformation. Dai Mubai halted his advance 10 meters away from Tang San and Xiao Wu, refraining from launching further attacks. My White Tiger Vajra transformation can maintain its form for half an hour. During this time, my resistance to abnormal states, as well as my attack power, defensive capabilities, and overall strength, will double. With my 37th level soul power, under such augmentation, your toxins are insufficient to harm me. Although your soul skills are exquisite and your control-type martial spirit is commendable, you ultimately remain at a disadvantage. This exemplifies the absolute disparity in power. The crimson light in Dai Mubai's eyes flickered, and suddenly, his robust muscles began to contract, the red glow dissipating quietly. The effects of the White Tiger martial spirit receded gradually. At this moment, Dai Mubai appeared somewhat amusing. His attire was in tatters, his shirt completely torn while his trousers bore significant damage, having been shredded by the spiked blue-silver grass that had ensnared him earlier. As his eyes returned to normal, Dai Mubai cast a profound glance at Tang San and Xiao Wu. I believe we shall meet again soon. Should anyone trouble you at Shrek Academy, invoke the name of Dai Mubai, the evil eye White Tiger. With that, he waved at the pair of twin beauties and strode out of the hotel. Xiao Wu could not help but call after Dai Mubai's retreating figure. How did you know we were heading to Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai paused, responding coldly. You must be around 12 years old, right? At such an age, possessing soul power above level 20. What else would you be doing at this time if not registering at Shrek Academy? 12 years old? 12 years old? I am already 15. Tang San. I will be waiting for you at Shrek Academy. As the last word faded, Dai Mubai had already exited the hotel. Watching him leave, Xiao Wu huffed in discontent. This person is truly perplexing. He clearly does not seem like a good person. Tang San, even when we reach Shrek Academy, we must avoid any dealings with him. Chapter 15. The 1,000-Year Soul Ring Technique. White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Part 2. Tang San smiled faintly, his gaze fixed in the direction of Dai Mubai's departure. Why? One might wonder. I find him rather agreeable. Though he may appear somewhat aloof on the surface, he possesses a refreshing forthrightness. Xiao Wu retorted with irritation. Agreeable? I believe that is a grave misjudgment. Tell me, what noble intentions could he possibly have in bringing two young ladies to a hotel room, engaging in lewd revelry? Or is he to be considered a good person? As for the so-called evil eye White Tiger, I would say he resembles more of a lascivious tiger. Tang San furrowed his brow and remarked, Xiao Wu, I have noticed that your knowledge is expanding considerably. Xiao Wu, oblivious to the hint of dissatisfaction in Tang San's eyes, responded with a sense of pride. Of course, let us not forget that I am the leader of the students at Nodding Academy. With a reluctant shake of his head, Tang San replied, I shall refrain from commenting on Dai Mubai's personal preferences. However, judging from our recent encounter, he possesses commendable qualities in various aspects. His strength surpasses ours. Yet he does not abuse his power. Not only did he offer us his room, but it also seemed that he intended to look out for us during our time at the academy. Xiao Wu, perplexed, inquired, by the way. He kept mentioning that we are 12 years old and he is 15, and he also claimed that he had already lost. What does all of this mean? Tang San remarked. Before he utilized his martial soul, he confessed to having already lost. This admission stemmed from two factors, my technical superiority over him, and, perhaps more significantly, our age difference. Subsequently, after we both summoned our martial souls, he reiterated his previous statement, placing further emphasis on our age disparity. If my conjecture holds true, at the age of 12, his capabilities were likely inferior to our current prowess, hence his claim of defeat. My mentor once articulated that a gifted soul master experiences critical growth in the years leading up to 20. A mere year's difference can result in substantial disparities in cultivation, with a 3-year gap between us. The difference in strength is not as pronounced as our ages might suggest, thus his perception of defeat reflects his competitive nature. Suddenly, Xiao Wu, having retracted her martial soul transformation, whispered, "Brother, if he had truly bested you just now, would we have been forced to leave?" She had not forgotten the earlier boastful words of Dai Mubai. Tang San spoke calmly. "Even if I were to roll away, it would be solely on my own accord. This is precisely why I refrained from allowing you to intervene." He was indeed correct. The disparity created by a single soul ring was monumental, regardless of soul power. The attributes conferred by the soul ring, or the skills derived from his Millennium Soul Ring, all surpassed our capabilities. Even after employing the White Tiger's diamond transformation, the combined strength of the two of us might still fall short against him. Could I truly bear to watch you be cast aside? If he insisted on such a course of action, I would have no choice but to fight to the death alongside him. In terms of raw power, I may not match him, but should it come to a desperate struggle, I held a 70% certainty that I could take him down with me. Having uttered these words, Tang San strode purposefully towards the counter. Fortunately, his skirmish with Dai Mubai had not endured for long. After employing the White Tiger's diamond transformation, Dai Mubai did not unleash his full might, or else the Rose Hotel would have suffered far greater damage than mere decorative disarray in its hall. Xiao Wu watched Tang San approach the counter, lowering her head as she softly repeated his earlier words, to fight to the death, for the sake of dignity. Manager Wang peered cautiously from behind the counter, a smile quickly spreading across his face as he noticed Tang San's approach. "Young man, you are truly impressive. Even Dai Xiao has relinquished his room to you. Thankfully, you seem unharmed. Otherwise, we would be at a loss for explanations." Amidst the chaos of the Tang San hall, he forced a wry smile and inquired, "Manager, how much will it cost to restore this place?" Manager Wang hastily shook his head and replied, No. It is not your concern. Mr. Dai has previously stated that all of this will be charged to him. He is our esteemed VIP client and only requires to settle the account later. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to both of you, and I am relieved that no harm befell you. Therefore, I have decided to waive 3 days' rent for you. Should your stay with us not exceed 3 days, there will be no charge. As he spoke, he handed a resplendent golden key to Tang San, his face adorned with an apologetic smile. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He was not overly concerned about the hotel's losses, for Dai Mubai was evidently a man of means. However, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of a discount on the room charges, as he had contributed to the disruption in the lobby. How could he accept such generosity? "Let us pay the full price," he insisted. Manager Wang hastily shook his head, exclaiming, "That is simply not acceptable. You have already endured considerable inconvenience. The greatest assistance you could offer us is to visit our establishment frequently whenever you have the opportunity. The rooms for the 2 gentlemen are located on the top floor, marked by the sign of the Red Ocean." Tang San, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded and said, "Thank you very much." After enduring a series of trials, he felt a twinge of exhaustion and turned to lead Xiao Wu upstairs. Upon reaching Soto City, he had engaged in a fierce match with Dai Mubai, and both the mental strain and depletion of his internal energy necessitated a period of rest. After all, the repeated destruction of his blue-silver grass by Dai Mubai had significantly drained his energy. Watching the two ascend the staircase, Manager Wang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Murmuring to himself, "At last, it is resolved." He then turned to the innocent-looking waiter beside him and sighed, "It's all my fault for neglecting to inform you. The other rooms are manageable, but the Red Ocean must not be casually occupied by others. It has been reserved long-term by young Master Dai." The waiter replied, "Manager, the daily fee for our Red Ocean is a hefty 10 gold soul coins. Are you truly allowing those 2 children to stay for free? Today's youth are indeed quite bold. They are merely 12 or 13 years old." "Less chatter. Be cautious of your words," Manager Wang retorted with a hint of irritation. "What do you understand? Soul masters are beings of immense nobility. Did you not see that both children already possess 2 soul rings? At such a tender age, they are already great soul masters, with unlimited potential for the future. They might even be descendants of a prominent family, not someone we can afford to offend." Chapter 15, The 1,000-Year Soul Ring Technique, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, Part 3. The decor of the Rose Hotel was immediately endearing, with a simplistic yet comfortable color scheme, complemented by the faint fragrance of roses that infused the air, providing a sense of tranquility. At the innermost part of the top floor, Tang San located the doorplate for the Red Ocean. There were only a few rooms on the top floor, each with names like Blue Enchantress, Pink Tenderness, Yellow Sincerity, White Purity, and Green Parting. Only at the very end was the Red Ocean. He later learned that the names of the doorplates also represented various shades of roses. The door itself, painted in a vibrant red, was adorned with exquisite dark red crystal rose decorations. Beside the crimson crystal roses, there was an inscription that read, Red Ocean, the ocean of love. Even Tang San, usually oblivious, sensed an oddity in the atmosphere. Turning to Xiao Wu, he noticed her gazing back at him, and she awkwardly remarked, "This hotel can't possibly be a place specifically for couples, can it?" Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, snatched the key from Tang San's hand, and declared, "Who cares? As long as we have a place to stay." With that, she boldly opened the grand door and stepped inside. Tang San followed closely behind Xiao Wu as they entered the room, but unexpectedly, Xiao Wu came to an abrupt halt, causing him to gently collide with her back. Cushioned by her tender form, "Why have you stopped?" he inquired, hastily retreating a step to widen the space between them. Even as he posed the question, he already discerned the answer. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the moment he beheld the room's interior, he was engulfed by a profound sense of astonishment. The room was spacious, with the living area alone exceeding 50 square meters. Within the grand hall, every piece of furniture gleamed in silver, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. The vibrant crimson carpet was adorned with raised motifs of red roses. What astonished them most was the enormous heart shape, crafted from countless rose petals. Situated in the center of the hall, this magnificent heart, nearly 2 square meters in size, must have required at least 1,000 roses to create. Suspended above was a delicate satin ribbon, inscribed with the words, 1001, you are my only one. In addition to this spectacular display of 1,001 roses, elegant vases filled with fiery red roses adorned every corner of the room, permeating the air with the rich fragrance of roses, enchanting and intoxicating in its allure. Tang San forced a smile and remarked, "It seems I was right. No wonder Dai Mubai brought a girl to this place. Xiao Wu, if you dislike the scent, I can ask the waiter to remove these flowers." At this moment, Xiao Wu had also awakened from her astonishment. She turned her head and shot Tang San a glance, her beautiful eyes brimming with enchantment. "Brother, you are truly foolish. Is there any girl who doesn't adore roses? With such a lack of insight, how will you ever find a wife in the future?" Tang San touched his nose and thought to himself, "I am but 12 years old. It seems a tad premature to speak of such matters." Xiao Wu stepped forward, picked up a rose, and brought it closer to her nose to inhale its fragrance. The room was beautifully adorned, and he realized that he had begun to develop a fondness for this place. "Brother, shall we come here often in the future?" Tang San furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is so good about this? We are siblings. What does it mean for us to be in such a place?" With a sigh, he added, "Well, traveling has tired us out. Let us take a moment to rest." As he made his way towards the bedroom, Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue behind him. Yet she followed closely in his wake. Upon entering the bedroom, they were once again taken aback. As expected, the room contained nothing but a bed. However, this bed, which occupied nearly half of the room's area, was shaped like a heart. Delicate pink curtains cascaded from the ceiling, draping over the space above the heart-shaped bed, imparting an ethereal and dreamlike beauty to the setting. Tang San turned to Xiao Wu and remarked, "I have come to realize that listening to you and coming here was indeed a mistake. You may rest here, while I shall take my leave to the sofa outside." Xiao Wu did not attempt to stop him. Instead, she cheered joyfully and leapt onto the plush heart-shaped bed, bouncing and tumbling in unrestrained delight. Observing her exuberance, a faint smile involuntarily graced Tang San's face, for a little girl is, after all, still a little girl. He casually closed the bedroom door behind him and settled cross-legged on the sofa outside, promptly commencing his cultivation and meditation. Over the past few years, although Tang San's life had been rather monotonous, it had instilled within him commendable habits. His strength had not only increased, but his resolve had also grown more steadfast. Despite being only 12 years old, he bore the demeanor of one far more mature. Of course, the description spoken by Xiao Wu could be interpreted as a sign of premature aging. The pure essence of the Xian Tiangong circulated gently within him as Tang San's mind began to replay the details of his battle with Dai Mubai. Reassessing the confrontation, clarifying the gains and losses during the skirmish, was an essential quality that his master had taught him every battle soul master must possess. In his daily practice, he had mostly sparred with Xiao Wu, but this time he faced a different opponent, one who was indeed stronger than himself. Though the engagement was brief, It offered significant benefits to Tang San's combat experience. With myriad martial souls in existence, it was crucial to engage with soul masters who possessed various abilities. His recollection gradually focused on the moment Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger transformation. Tang San pondered the extent to which the attack would be enhanced. While the defensive capabilities seemed to emit a golden aura akin to a protective barrier, within his assortment of hidden weapons, there were several designed to counter such barriers. He wondered if they might prove effective against him. The blue-silver grass was not Tang San's foremost weapon. It was, in fact, his hidden weapons that constituted his true strength. Over the years, with the enhancement of his inner power, his proficiency with hidden weapons had also surged significantly. Among the myriad of techniques he had mastered, there were many types of concealed weaponry he could now wield. However, he remained ever mindful of the teachings contained within the Xian Tian Bao Lu. He would never resort to their use unless faced with dire circumstances. This was his secret, one that even Xiao Wu could only grasp partially. Chapter 15. The Thousand-Year Soul Ring Technique. White Tiger Transformation, Part 4. Tang San's cultivation this time persisted for an extended duration. During this period, he only ventured out briefly with Xiao Wu for a modest dinner. His prolonged training was primarily due to his Xiantian skill reaching the equivalent of the late stage of soul power level 29, with the threshold of level 30 nearing. Thus, he exerted himself diligently in hopes of swiftly breaking through to level 30 to seek his third soul ring. Additionally, his recent encounter with Dai Mubai was a significant motivating factor. Dai Mubai had effectively reminded Tang San that even the most refined techniques require formidable strength to support them. In the initial phase of their battle, when neither had summoned their martial souls, Tang San, utilizing the finesse of his control crane and seize dragon technique alongside the characteristics of the Xianyu hand, managed to gain a slight upper hand over Dai Mubai. However, once Dai Mubai manifested his martial soul, the White Tiger, Tang San found the effectiveness of his technique severely diminished. This exemplified the disparity in their strengths. Upon meticulously analyzing Dai Mubai's prowess, Tang San realized that the most effective way to fundamentally overcome him was to expedite the enhancement of his soul power, bringing it closer to that of Dai Mubai. At the very least, he needed to possess a third soul ring skill to contend with him. Even hidden weapons, when supported by a higher level of Xiantian skill, would exhibit significantly enhanced power. Little San, brother, come play with me, all right? Don't you feel stifled staying cooped up in the room all the time? Early in the morning, Xiao Wu seized the opportunity while Tang San was having breakfast to voice her complaints. Tang San smiled and said, I am quite different from you. Your innate talent is extraordinary. Even with minimal training, your strength continues to ascend. As for me, I must strive tirelessly like a clumsy bird taking flight. You have seen for yourself how formidable Dai Mubai is as a member of Shrek Academy. With such prowess present, there may well be a second or even a third individual of equal caliber. Shrek Academy is not akin to our former Nodding Academy. It will no longer be a realm governed solely by your word. If I do not endeavor to enhance my own strength, how can I ever fulfill my promise to protect you? Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction, choosing silence, yet firmly grasped Tang San's arm. Her large eyes brimmed with a melancholic yearning, conveying a silent ultimatum. Unless he consented to accompany her outside, she would not release her hold. Tang San found himself utterly at a loss, and with a resigned nod, he said, All right, we need to register at Shrek Academy tomorrow anyway. I'll accompany you for a stroll later, but we must return by noon. I cannot allow any interruptions during my training this afternoon. Very well, replied Xiao Wu, her melodious voice brimming with delight, as the shadow of melancholy in her eyes vanished as if by magic. Her acting skills had reached a level of remarkable proficiency. The service at the Rose Hotel was impeccable. As Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped outside, they chanced upon a waiter pushing a cart laden with fresh roses. Upon inquiry, they discovered that the red roses adorning the Red Ocean Room were replaced daily. While roses may not hold significant value individually, in substantial quantities, their worth certainly accumulates. Tentatively, Tang San inquired about the room rate, only to realize what a sagacious decision it was to accept the complimentary offer from Manager Wong for the next few days. Once outside the Rose Hotel, Tang San asked Xiao Wu, Where would you like to go? With an indifferent expression, Xiao Wu replied, Anywhere is fine, as long as we don't stay cooped up in the room. Back and nodding, she was always surrounded by a throng of followers, living like a little. Although the former leader, Xiao Chenyu, had long graduated to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, his family's influence in nodding was considerable. He held Xiao Wu in genuine admiration, which led his family to look after her, allowing her to thrive in nodding's lively environment. Accustomed to the bustle, She felt somewhat out of place with only Tang San by her side. The pair strolled into the city, and Soto City, true to its stature as a main city, displayed a vibrant scene even in the morning. The pace of life here was markedly faster than the leisurely atmosphere of Notting, with passers-by often appearing. An array of shops dazzled the eye, and after Xiao Wu dragged Tang San through several clothing stores, he found himself feeling a bit dizzy. Fortunately, Xiao Wu fully embraced the art of window shopping, merely browsing without purchasing, thus sparing their shared wallet from depletion. Prices in Soto City were at least 30% higher than those in Notting, particularly evident in goods, although the quality was somewhat superior. This disparity stemmed from Notting being a border town. Were it a small inland city, it would pale in comparison to Soto City. "Hey, Xiao San, look over there," Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed in wonder. Outside, she typically called Tang San Xiao San, reserving brother for moments when they were alone, claiming it as their little secret. Tang San was indifferent to such nicknames and let her have her way. "What as another clothing store?" he asked. "Miss, shouldn't we find a place to have lunch and then head back?" He pointed toward the sun, now high in the sky. Xiao Wu, tugging at his hand and skipping joyfully, urged, "Look, over there. It seems to be related to Soul Masters." Tang San followed the direction of her finger and noticed a modest shop not far away, yet its signboard was strikingly unique. The sign bore a circular emblem adorned with several distinct symbols. While the meanings of these symbols might elude the average person, both Tang San and Xiao Wu were well aware of their significance. The symbols resembled those found on the Spirit Hall's token, a sword, a hammer, and a blue electric Tyrannosaurus. When combined, these three emblems matched the special token of the Spirit Hall possessed by their master. The appearance of such symbols on a shop's sign was perplexing. Chapter 15, The Technique of the Millennium Soul Ring, White Tiger Vidra Transformation, Part 5. "Let us investigate," Tang San suggested, leading Xiao Wu toward the shop. The door was ajar, revealing a dimly lit interior. As they stepped inside, a peculiar wave of energy immediately captured their attention. It bore a resemblance to the energy present in the Spirit Hall, albeit at a diminished intensity. Thanks to their master's teaching, Tang San understood that this was due to the presence of soul-guiding devices. These devices emanated soul power, if not bound to an individual's soul power through usage. They would release their energy outward. Generally, soul-guiding devices lack offensive capabilities and serve primarily as simple aids, yet they remain exceedingly rare. The few that have survived the ages could be considered antiques, as their methods of creation have long been lost. Inside the shop, there was but a solitary individual, and no counter in sight. The walls were adorned with various items, all appearing quite aged and lacking any semblance of value. The lone figure reclined in a wooden chaise lounge, eyes closed, swaying gently with the chair's motion. He appeared to be in his 50s, yet his physique was robust. The chair creaked under his weight, producing a series of groans. This man possessed a distinctive visage, with a jutting chin, broad cheekbones, and a somewhat flat face, resembling an eagle's hooked nose. If one were to liken his appearance to an object, it would be akin to the sole of a shoe. Though his eyes were shut, an air of cunning seemed to linger about him. He wore black-framed crystal glasses, with a rigid square frame that imparted an odd impression. Tang San and Xiao Wu entered the shop, yet they failed to awaken him. He continued to breathe evenly, swaying gently in his recliner. Xiao Wu, filled with curiosity, looked around and asked, "Tang San, are these all soul-guiding devices?" Tang San's gaze shifted from the middle-aged man to the objects adorning the wall. To speak candidly, he remarked, "I cannot ascertain unless I test each one with my soul power. Mere observation is insufficient." As he spoke, he approached the wall, his eyes settling upon a crystal roughly the size of a human head. His gaze momentarily became fixated. The crystal appeared rather unremarkable, transparent in nature, yet it harbored large patches of dark yellow impurities within. It was positioned nearest to the door. Yet, it was this very crystal that caused Tang San's heart to race, and his eyes sparkled with an intense brilliance. He never anticipated encountering such a crystal in this particular shop, at such a location. Tang San's transformation did not escape Xiao Wu's notice. "What are you doing with this worthless crystal? I fear it would be a challenge to find one even more inferior than this. This crystal lacks luster, has poor transparency, and bears no accompanying hue. Amethyst is undoubtedly the most precious." To Xiao Wu's astonishment, Tang San nodded affirmatively, declaring, "I intend to purchase this crystal. I merely wish to ascertain its price." "Not a merely 100 gold soul coins," a languid voice, tinged with a magnetic rasp, responded. It was uncertain whether the speaker's slight lisp contributed to the indistinctness of his words. Fortunately, with only Tang San and Xiao Wu present, and the shop enveloped in tranquility, they were able to discern his speech clearly. Tang San remained silent. Yet Xiao Wu abruptly turned her head, exclaiming, "This wretched crystal demands 100 gold soul coins. You might as well resort to thievery." The middle-aged man reclining in the chair opened his eyes, but did not rise from his seat. 100 gold soul coins is already the most reasonable price here. If you wish to purchase, then pay. If not, kindly take your leave. With that, he closed his eyes once more. Enraged, Xiao Wu was about to confront him. But Tang San restrained her, saying, "Very well, I shall buy it." Over the years, Tang San had accumulated a modest fortune, as his daily expenditures were minimal. And most of his income had been saved. Particularly after reaching the Great Soul Master level, the monthly stipend from the Spirit Hall increased to 10 gold soul coins. Now, with both his and Xiao Wu's combined assets, they possessed over 700 gold soul coins. "Tang San, are you all right?" Xiao Wu raised her hand to touch his forehead, ensuring he did not have a fever. Tang San cast a discreet glance at Xiao Wu, subtly shook his head, and with a delicate motion of his right hand, brushed against the pouch at his waist, revealing a bag containing 100 golden soul coins. He then turned and presented it to the middle-aged man. The man, without even opening his eyes, replied, "Your funds are insufficient." Tang San remarked, "This is indeed 100 gold soul coins." The middle-aged man's indistinct voice replied coolly, however, "My crystal is priced at 200 gold soul coins." At this point, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming, "You are attempting to swindle us. Just a moment ago, you stated it was 100, and now it has transformed into 200. No wonder your business is failing." "Xiao San, we shall not make a purchase. Let us depart." Tang San shook his head at Xiao Wu and inquired of the middle-aged man, "Are you certain you will not alter your offer? That piece of crystal might hold little significance for others, yet for him, it was more precious than any rare treasure. He would not hesitate to part with even 1,000 gold soul coins if it meant acquiring it." The middle-aged man languidly replied, "Very well, 500 gold soul coins. And no further negotiations. Pay up if you wish to take it. Otherwise, kindly leave." From 100 to 200, and now from 200 to 500. Even Tang San's patience began to wane. He stowed away his coin pouch and said to Xiao Wu, "Let us depart." Xiao Wu shot a fierce glare at the middle-aged man, feeling it was high time they left. Dealing with such a cunning individual was an affront to their intelligence. Chapter 16. The Golden Dragon Whisker Needle, Part 1. Tang San could certainly afford 500 gold soul coins. But he and Xiao Wu were preparing to apply to Shrek Academy, where financial resources would be essential once they were accepted. The tuition fees of Shrek remained an unknown, and he could not let his financial situation jeopardize their chances of enrollment. After all, they were no longer students eligible for tuition waivers. With a lingering glance at the murky crystal, Tang San sighed inwardly, resolving to seek another opportunity in the future, and turned, "If your departure is due to insufficient funds, I could accept 200 gold coins for now, allowing you to pay the remainder gradually, 10 coins each month. However, an interest rate of 10% will apply." Xiao Wu found herself increasingly irritated by the man's glib tongue. "What a swindler! Why don't you just go away?" she thought. She was prone to impulsiveness, yet Tang San was not easily swayed. He paused at the middle-aged man's words, contemplating the offer. 10 coins per month? How could he possibly know my income as a great soul master? Tang San was certain that during their previous encounters, the middle-aged man had not released even a trace of soul power. It was inconceivable for him to ascertain the strength of his and Xiao Wu's soul power. If he could deduce their martial soul levels under such circumstances, then this individual would indeed be formidable. While Dai Mubai exuded an aura of brilliance, this seemingly shrewd merchant was shrouded in an unfathomable mystery. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's shoulders and gently shook his head, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively. He then retraced his steps back into the shop, approaching the middle-aged man before him to conclude the transaction. Xiao San expressed her discontent with a sharp call, but Tang San raised his right hand behind him, indicating for her to remain silent. The middle-aged man's eyes finally opened once more, and he found himself gazing closely at Tang San. His attention was drawn to the belt around Tang San's waist. Where did you acquire that belt?" he inquired. Tang San felt a stir within his heart. This was a gift from my esteemed teacher. "Do you recognize this belt?" The middle-aged man rose from his reclining chair. Gazing intently at the 24 bridges of the bright moon night adorning Tang San's waist, his eyes flickering with an unusual light, remaining silent for a considerable time. "Surely, you do not intend to alter the price again?" Xiao Wu chimed in irritably, peering out from behind Tang San. The peculiarity in the middle-aged man's gaze gradually faded. "You are indeed his disciple. You may take that crystal with you. Tang San secretly breathed a sigh of relief, his right hand gliding over the surface of the moonlit night at the 24 bridges, retrieving 2 bags of gold coins which he handed to the middle-aged man. From now on, I shall deliver 10 gold coins to you each week. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively and reclined back into his chair. No need. The crystal is a gift to you. It is hardly of any value. You may leave now. Do not disturb my slumber. Gift? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The disparity in the middle-aged man's demeanor was striking. He had previously demanded exorbitant sums, yet now he was offering something for free. Subconsciously, Tang San began to understand that this seemingly cunning man must have some acquaintance with the master. While Tang San was lost in thought, Xiao Wu unceremoniously cradled the crystal in her arms. Tang San, let us depart. We wouldn't want certain individuals to regret their decisions. Tang San looked at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation, saying, how can we casually take someone else's belongings? Good sir, perhaps you could kindly state a price. The middle-aged man, reclining in his chair, began to sway once more, this time remaining utterly silent and ignoring him entirely. Tang San glanced at the crystal cradled in Xiao Wu's arms, then shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man. True to his usual temperament, he would typically dismiss such a crystal. However, this particular piece was of immense significance to him. Should he let this opportunity slip away, allowing someone else to acquire it, he would likely rue the decision for the rest of his days. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind like lightning, ultimately leading him to quietly place the 2 bags of gold soul coins on the ground before departing the shop with Xiao Wu. It was only after their exit that the middle-aged man reopened his eyes. The cunning expression faded from his face as he murmured to himself, his disciple has unexpectedly arrived in Soto City at this hour with such soul power. It seems they are bound for Shrek Academy. Oh, master, are you not going to evade me this time? Once outside the peculiar shop, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, Tang San, why is it that you are so intent on acquiring this crystal? I have never seen you yearn for anything as much as this. Its quality is so poor. What use could it possibly serve you? Tang San took the crystal from Xiao Wu's hand, swiftly concealing it within his 24-bridge moonlit night when no one was watching. Grasping Xiao Wu's hand, he urged, let us depart. We shall discuss matters further at the hotel. The two had not even paused for lunch, as Tang San hurriedly led Xiao Wu back to the hotel. At that moment, he was brimming with excitement, his palms slick with perspiration from holding Xiao Wu's hand. Although Xiao Wu often exhibited a playful demeanor, she became quite obedient when Tang San was serious, following him back to the Rose Hotel. Once they reached the room, Tang San swiftly drew the curtains and instructed, come, follow me to the bedroom. Xiao Wu, perplexed, complied, and Tang San closed the curtains tightly and secured the door, unable to mask the exhilaration on his face. A hint of obsession flickered in his expression, and a slight flush crept onto his cheeks. Xiao Wu instinctively adjusted her attire, a troubling thought crossing her mind. Could he be influenced by the hotel's ambience, succumbing to primal instincts? No, that cannot be. He is merely 12 years old. What am I thinking? He is my brother. How could I entertain such impure thoughts? Chapter 16. The Golden Dragon Whisker Needle of the Bored Crystal, Part 2. Tang San was utterly oblivious to the whimsical thoughts that swirled in Xiao Wu's mind due to his peculiar actions. He delicately retrieved a crystal, roughly the size of a human head, from the enchanting scene of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, and placed it gently upon the bed. With tender care, he caressed the uneven surface of the crystal, as if it were the most cherished treasure. Xiao Wu was well aware that Tang San was not a man given to impulsiveness, thus, his deep reverence for this crystal hinted at some hidden significance. She crouched beside him, patiently awaiting his explanation. It was not the amethyst that held the greatest value within the crystal, Tang San finally uttered after a prolonged silence. Curiosity sparked within Xiao Wu as she inquired, then what kind of crystal is truly precious? Tang San said solemnly, this is a hair crystal. A hair crystal? What is that? Xiao Wu gazed at him in astonishment, as this term was entirely unfamiliar to her. It was no surprise that she was unaware of it. The concept did not originally belong to this world, but was brought by Tang San from the Tang sect. During his time at the Tang sect, aside from being responsible for crafting mechanical traps and concealed weapons, Tang San also assisted inner disciples in forging various hidden armaments, gaining profound knowledge of the materials used in such weapons and an array of precious substances. A hair crystal refers to a phenomenon wherein certain natural crystals, under specific conditions and external influences, develop golden filament-like structures within them. These golden threads are known as crystal hair or hair gold, resembling the hair of the crystal itself. Regardless of the crystal's color, if it contains even a single strand of crystal hair, its value surpasses that of the finest natural crystals. Crystals that possess crystal hair are termed hair crystals. Although Xiao Wu was easily impulsive, she was also quite astute. Observing the large crystal stone in Tang's, she remarked, "You cannot be telling me that this is a hair crystal. I see no golden threads, and I have never heard anyone mention such a thing. Even if it were true, it would be of no use if no one recognized it. Spending 200 gold coins on this seems hardly worthwhile." Tang San smiled and said, "No, this is not a piece of spirit crystal, but rather a superior variant known as bored crystal." Xiao Wu, intrigued, inquired, "What exactly is a bored crystal?" Tang San patiently elucidated that the golden threads within the crystal are generally sparse and haphazardly arranged. However, certain crystals that have existed for an exceptionally long time may exhibit an increase in the quantity of these golden threads. When the number of golden threads reaches a certain threshold and congregates within the crystal, resembling a golden plate, such a crystal is referred to as a plate crystal. Due to the abundant and orderly arrangement of the golden threads within, plate crystals are regarded as the pinnacle of all crystals. Although this particular crystal appears murky on the surface, a closer inspection reveals the subtle glimmers of gold within. The golden plate is obscured by the impurities on the exterior of the crystal, yet I am nearly certain that it contains tens of thousands of golden threads. This marvel is only possible in plate crystals that have existed for at least 100,000 years. Not to mention 200 gold soul coins. Even if I had 20,000 gold soul coins, it would undoubtedly be worth it. My desire for it is not for the sake of resale for profit, but rather for its unique significance. Tang San did not explicitly reveal the significance of this moment. Rather, he extracted his forging hammer from the enchanting scene of the 24 bridges under the moonlit night. This hammer, considerably larger than those typically wielded by blacksmiths, had remained unchanged since its initial use at the Shursen blacksmith shop. "Xiao Wu, step aside," Tang San commanded in a low voice. Xiao Wu complied, moving to the side as Tang San placed the piece of crystal upon the ground. A faint, ethereal glow began to emanate, flowing from his hands into the forging hammer. His expression grew increasingly grave as, in an instant, he summoned the full extent of his Xiantian arts. "Xiao San, what are you doing?" Xiao Wu gazed at him in astonishment, sensing his intent, yet unable to comprehend the rationale behind his actions. With a sudden surge of power in his legs, he pivoted, unleashing the first strike of the chaotic hammering technique, infused with all his internal energy. The hammer blazed with a radiant white light as a series of explosive sounds echoed through the air. The massive hammer had descended heavily upon the crystal. Instinctively, Xiao Wu covered her ears. With a thunderous crash, the entire Rose Hotel trembled, and the sharp sound of shattering filled the air as, under Tang San's relentless assault, the crystal was reduced to a fine powder. However, as the crystal transformed into dust, a strange phenomenon unfolded. Countless golden specks erupted from within, scattering throughout the bedroom adorned with a heart-shaped bed, casting a shimmering golden sheen over the entire room. Startled, Xiao Wu quickly summoned her soul power to shield herself from the golden particles. Fortunately, the force of their ejection was mild, causing her no harm. The dazzling display of golden light was mesmerizing, accompanied by a melodious tinkling sound as the specks collided with walls, windows, and even landed upon the heart-shaped bed, enveloping the entire chamber in a radiant golden glow. While the crystal lay in ruins, Xiao Wu noticed that as the golden light began to descend, the floor and bed were now adorned with a layer of golden particles, tiny, uniformly sized grains resembling rice, each perfectly round and glimmering with a soft golden hue. Subconsciously, she picked one up and squeezed it, discovering that while the golden grain was somewhat soft, it was remarkably resilient, impervious to her soul power. "Brother, these couldn't possibly be pure gold, could they? Even if they are, they wouldn't surpass the value of your 200 gold soul coins." Tang San was exhilarated. Truly exhilarated. Upon arriving in this world, it was the first time his emotions soared to such heights, even surpassing the excitement he felt when he first obtained the initial soul ring that allowed the Xiantian skill to break through its limitations. Chapter 16, The Golden Dragon Whisker Needle, Part 3, for he was finally about to acquire a concealed weapon that ranked among the top 10 in the Xiantian treasure record, and of such exceptional quality. Even during his time in the Tang sect, no one possessed such high-quality materials to forge this concealed weapon. "Little Wu, quickly, help me gather all these golden particles. Not a single one should be overlooked. I will explain everything to you shortly." As he spoke, Tang San took the lead, utilizing his inner strength to execute the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. He swept across the floor of the room, drawing all the golden particles to his palm, which he then placed into an empty space within the 24 bridges moonlit night. Before long, a sudden knock resonated from outside. Esteemed guest, pardon the interruption. Tang San understood that the impact of his previous strike had manifested. Fortunately, he had concentrated his force upon the crystalline board, utilizing vibrational energy, which spared the ground from any damage. What is it? He inquired. The attendant replied, moments ago, there was an unusual sound within the hotel. Esteemed guest, did you happen to hear it? The attendant had been dispatched by Manager Wang to inquire, as such a commotion was not something an ordinary person could produce. Tang San replied calmly, we have heard, yet remain uncertain of the circumstances. In pursuit of the treasure at hand, he felt compelled to utter this small. The server refrained from further inquiry, recognizing the boundaries of permission before him. The quantity of golden particles exceeded Tang San's expectations. He meticulously examined every nook and cranny, striving not to overlook a single golden fragment. With great care, he collected them all into his 24-bridge Mingwenite, estimating conservatively that the hall contained no fewer than 20,000 golden particles. Brother, what is it that has you so agitated? Xiao Wu inquired, holding the final golden grain delicately in her palm as she gazed at Tang San. With all the treasures secured, Tang San finally exhaled in relief. He pinched the golden particle from Xiao Wu's hand and continued, do you remember the hidden weapons I mentioned? The golden strands within the crystal can be fashioned into a remarkably formidable concealed weapon, naturally formed. The sheer abundance of gold within this particular crystal has solidified my intent to collect this weapon. Behold, he said, opening his palm to reveal the golden particles. As the energy of his Xiantian gong surged, a milky white glow enveloped his hand, revealing a curious spectacle. The golden particles, under the influence of his inner strength, began to elongate slowly. In mere moments, they transformed into a thread as fine as a hair, several times thinner than a strand of hair, extending over 3 inches in length. Fortunately, its golden hue made it easily distinguishable in Tang San's palm. This is the golden thread you speak of, Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. Tang San nodded and said, indeed, this is the golden thread. Once it is removed from the protective embrace of the crystal, it will instinctively curl up, forming a minuscule particle. Only with the infusion of soul power can it metamorphose back into the golden thread. Should the infusion of soul power cease, it will revert to its curled state. Xiao Wu, perplexed, inquired, what significance does this hold? Tang San smiled faintly, continuously channeling his inner strength as he picked up the golden hairpin. He pricked it lightly against his fingertip, and in an instant, a droplet of blood gradually emerged. The hairpin, being so slender, had a tip far sharper than that of a needle, and its piercing power, when infused with soul force, became remarkably potent. Given its diminutive size, one can only imagine the consequences should it penetrate the human body. As he spoke, Tang San withdrew his inner strength, transforming the hairpin back into its original golden bead form, and with a simple motion of his hand, the golden bead vanished into thin air. Xiao Wu, observing from such close proximity, failed to discern how Tang San had made the hairpin disappear. Tang San smiled faintly, raising his right hand, and with a sudden flick of his middle finger, a slender beam of golden light stealthily flashed by, silently merging into the quilt upon the bed. An eerie phenomenon occurred. As the golden thread penetrated, the quilt began to twist rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, a prominent bulge had formed. The golden thread was extraordinarily possessing remarkable elasticity, and once it was deprived of the support of soul power, it would instinctively coil back upon itself. Xiao Wu suddenly comprehended the situation. She lunged onto the bed, grasping the distorted bulge of the quilt, and with a firm squeeze, a glimmer of golden light emerged. Pinching the luminous thread with her nails, she endeavored to infuse it with her soul power, slowly extracting it. With a soft chime, the golden particles reappeared in the palm of her hand. If this were to strike a person, Tang San remarked faintly, it is easy to imagine. Moreover, I can assure you that once it penetrates the human body, you will certainly be unable to locate the source from which it can be extracted. The only way to remove it would be to excise the entire bundle of contracted muscles. At last, Xiao Wu comprehended why Tang San yearned so desperately for this shard of crystal. This sinister and terrifying concealed weapon was unlike anything she had ever seen or even heard of before. Brother, this weapon is exceedingly cruel. Xiao Wu realized that her voice trembled slightly as her mind began to conjure images of the horrifying effects it would unleash upon entering the human body. Tang San grasped the golden particles in Xiao Wu's hand and remarked, I call it the dragon whisker needle. In this world, the malevolence of a weapon is not determined by the weapon itself, but rather by the wielder. When employed for righteous purposes, it serves justice. When wielded for nefarious, it brings about wickedness. If it is used to punish the vile, what could be more fitting? What he did not articulate was that the Dragon Whisker Needle ranks 8th among the concealed weapons in the Xiantian treasure record. And it is by no means the most sinister among needle-like hidden weapons. After all, unless it strikes a vital point, the Dragon Whisker Needle is not lethal. In the 16th chapter, the description of the Dragon Whisker Needle in the annotations of concealed weapons states that it is specifically designed to penetrate the inner energy defense, requiring significant internal power to unleash. It catches the enemy off guard, inflicting immense suffering. However, the materials needed to forge it are rare, and it consumes a great deal of internal energy, necessitating sufficient reserves for sustained use. With Tang San's current internal power, he can only ensure that the Dragon Whisker Needle retains its striking force within a 3-meter range. Beyond that distance, it will retract due to insufficient internal energy before it even reaches its target. Furthermore, as the distance of the attack increases, the demand for internal power escalates. Such a formidable and domineering concealed weapon is not easily wielded. At last, he possesses a concealed weapon that ranks among the top 10 within the inner sect. Tang San felt a surge of confidence, within a certain range. Even Dai Mubai's white tiger transformation would be unable to withstand the piercing assault of the Dragon Whisker Needle. Tang San's nails are not particularly long. Yet each one conceals a dragon beard needle, making him a formidable assassin in close combat. However, the dragon beard needle is not his most coveted concealed weapon. The top 3 secret weapons in the ranking of concealed armaments require the Xiantian skill to reach at least the 7th level before they can be wielded, which necessitates prolonged and diligent cultivation. Little San, do you know what I'm thinking? Xiao Wu's large eyes blinked playfully, causing Tang San to feel. What are you thinking? Tang San inquired. Xiao Wu giggled and replied, I was pondering whether I should forfeit my soul power to learn this concealed weaponry from you. Your assortment of gadgets is truly fascinating and delightfully intriguing. Tang San found himself momentarily speechless, pondering the playful nature of the hidden weapons, which were, after all, lethal instruments. The concealed armaments of the Tang sect could hardly be described merely as amusing. Observing Tang San's expression of resignation, Xiao Wu chuckled softly and said, To put away that long face, I was merely jesting. I would never squander the soul power I have painstakingly cultivated. Painstaking? You? Tang San gazed at Xiao Wu as if he had discovered a new world. Xiao Wu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and annoyance, retorted, What are you staring at? Do you doubt my dedication to training? You simply haven't noticed it. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Tang San couldn't help but burst into laughter. Having acquired a precious crystal, he was now the proud owner of his first inner sect-level concealed weapon, which greatly uplifted his spirits. The following morning, the two departed from the Rose Hotel, where they had stayed for 2 days, exiting Soto City through the southern gate, en route to their intended destination. The Rose Hotel had left a commendable impression on Tang San, though he found the prices rather steep. As he and Xiao Wu left the establishment, they noticed that the damages in the lobby had been fully repaired. Regarding Shrek Academy, Tang San and Xiao Wu were somewhat uninformed. The master had simply instructed Tang San to continue his studies there, offering no further elaboration. Yet, from the master's expression at the time, Tang San could vaguely sense that there was something extraordinary about the connection between this academy and the master. Considering their ages, Tang San and Xiao Wu ought to be attending an intermediate Soul Master Academy. Yet, given their current abilities, they were not merely on the brink of graduating from an intermediate academy. Even an advanced Soul Master Academy seemed within reach. If Shrek Academy were merely an intermediate Soul Master institution, was there truly a reason to come here? Tang San was convinced that Master would never act without purpose. Since he had brought him here, there must be a profound reason behind it. Xiao San, do you know where Shrek Academy is? He inquired. Beyond Soto City. If one follows the road southward, they will find vast expanses of farmland along both sides of the thoroughfare. The title of Soto City as the granary of the Barak Kingdom is certainly not without merit. However, aside from the extensive agricultural fields, there appears to be no structures resembling an academy within sight. The address Master had provided indicated that Shrek Academy would be visible shortly after exiting the southern gate of Soto City. I'm not entirely certain of the specifics, but let us continue southward. We are bound to find it eventually. Since Dai Mubai is a student of Shrek Academy, it undoubtedly exists. Brother, Xiao Wu suddenly called out in a sweet voice. Tang San appeared to fully comprehend her intention and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, You are no longer a child. It's not as if you cannot move. Xiao Wu giggled playfully and replied, Regardless, You are my brother." As she spoke, she took a running leap and suddenly lunged towards Tang San. Tang San had long since grown accustomed to her actions. With a gentle lift of his hands and a slight forward lean, he effortlessly secured Xiao Wu upon his back. Her petite frame was as light as a feather, posing no burden to him. Moreover, Xiao Wu's cultivation was on par with Tang San's, so she did not tire easily while walking, yet she delighted in the whimsical pleasure of being carried by him. Joyfully, she pointed out various sights around them, her laughter ringing like silver bells in the air. In these moments, a warm sensation blossomed within Tang San's heart, a warmth reminiscent of home. The physical closeness fostered a profound sense of intimacy, filling him with a sense of completeness, a reassurance that he was not alone. 6 years had elapsed since he first departed from Holy Soul Village to study at the Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy, and in that time, he had not seen his father. Tang Hao had been gone for 6 long years, not only absent, but also completely out of touch. During the quiet hours of the night, thoughts of his father would stir a dull ache in Tang San's heart. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, the yearning for familial bonds remained an insatiable desire. In his heart, Xiao Wu filled the void left by Tang Hao's departure. He cherished her deeply, as if she were his own sister. Back in Nuoding, Tang San's only respite came from watching Xiao Wu. Whatever she did, he would silently observe, savoring the warmth that blossomed within him. Her radiant smile, brimming with sunshine and genuine joy, perpetually infected Tang San's heart. Even the most tedious training faded away at the sight of her beaming face. In Chapter 16, The Gold Dragon Beard Needle, Xiao Wu exclaimed, "Brother, look over there. There's a small village." When being carried by Tang San, her sweetness shone through, and she affectionately addressed him as brother rather than simply calling him Xiao San. Tang San followed the direction indicated by Xiao Wu's finger and beheld a small village approximately a mile ahead. With the keen perception afforded by his purple extreme magic eyes, he discerned that the village comprised roughly 100 households, a scale somewhat smaller than that of Holy Soul Village. Encircling the village was a wooden fence, seemingly erected as a safeguard against wild beasts. At the entrance of the village, a considerable number of people appeared to be gathered, their purpose shrouded in mist. Tang San smiled and said, "Let us inquire about this matter. Perhaps the villagers will know the whereabouts of Shrek Academy. A Soul Master Academy should be quite renowned." Xiao Wu playfully pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Brother, let us quicken our pace." Tang San, with a hint of annoyance, playfully smacked her pert backside and exerted a slight force with his feet, hastening towards the direction of the village. As they approached, both Tang San and Xiao Wu sensed that something was amiss. A considerable gathering of individuals, predominantly youths of similar age, awaited at the village entrance, most accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. To their astonishment, they noticed a somewhat tattered sign hanging from an archway constructed of wood, inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Beneath these characters, a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature could be seen. Greenish in hue, it possessed a certain The elderly man at the table bore a similar green circular badge on his chest, presumably the emblem of Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu leapt down from Tang San's back, her eyes wide with surprise as she gazed at the sign, then turned to look at Tang San, both feeling a sense of bewilderment. Even the Nuoding Junior Soul Master Academy was significantly larger than this, and it was evident that this resembled an ordinary small village. The wooden archway was not only diminutive but also smaller than a third of the Nuoding Academy. Could this truly be called a Soul Master Academy? Brother, could it be that the Master has made an error? I cannot help but feel that this does not resemble an academy at all. Could it possibly be a deception? Tang San offered a wry smile and remarked, "Now that we are here, let us observe further." At that moment, in front of them stood approximately 100 registrants, many of whom wore furrowed brows, clearly harboring sentiments akin to those of Xiao Wu. Among the youth in line ahead of Tang San, a boy was accompanied by his parents. The boy's mother exclaimed, "Is this truly the so-called Soul Master Academy? The institution that claims graduates can become viscounts of the empire?" The father, somewhat uncertain, replied, "This is what the people from the Spirit Hall asserted. It should not be erroneous, right? Yet, this academy appears rather dilapidated." The boy retorted, "Father, I do not wish to attend this school. It is far too embarrassing. I would rather enroll in the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a genius in the primary academy." The father furrowed his brow and said, "Since we are already here, let us wait a while longer. Perhaps this is a form of trial. The true academy may not be located here." Such dialogues were undoubtedly prevalent among the crowd, as disappointment was vividly etched on the faces of most youths and their parents. Tang San's gaze lingered not long upon the applicants before him. Instead, it was fixed on the forefront of the queue, where the registration was taking place. Under the enhancement of the Xiantian skill, both his sight and hearing sharpened, allowing him to faintly perceive the dialogue occurring there. Seated behind the desk, the elder responsible for accepting registrations appeared lethargic. His attire, if one were to speak generously, was merely simple, resembling that of a village elder, even less spirited than old Jack from Holy Soul Village. At that moment, a youth approached the desk. The elder, in a languid tone, stated, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in that box." The boy's father promptly retrieved 10 gold soul coins and deposited them into a box constructed from a few nailed wooden planks. Extending his hand, the youth complied and presented it before the elder, who pinched his hand twice, shook his head, and declared, "Your age does not meet the requirements. You may leave." The boy paused, turning to glance at his father, for it was rare to find a child of his age, barely in his teens, as mature as Tang San. His father quickly interjected with a smile, "Master, my son has just celebrated his 13th birthday. Surely, you could make an exception?" The elder, growing impatient, replied, "Do not impede those behind you. Are you unaware of the Academy's rules? We only accept children under 13. Anyone exceeding that age will not be admitted. You may leave." The boy's father protested, "What about our registration fee?" The elder brusquely remarked, "Once registered, it is non-refundable." The father, barely containing his anger, retorted, "You are clearly swindling us. Refund our registration fee, or we shall not depart. Had we known that this so-called Shrek Academy was so decrepit, we would not have come." The elder cast a sidelong glance at him and coolly instructed, "Move by. Someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Handle it." Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground, asserting, "If you wish to reclaim your fee, you will have to confront me first." This individual was Dai Mu Bai, previously obscured by the crowd, unnoticed by Tang San. Unlike the day Tang San and Xiao Wu had encountered him, his expression now bore a hint of resignation. Without further ado, Dai Mu Bai summoned his soul power, manifesting 3 soul rings, 2 of 100 years and 1 of 1,000. The surging soul power generated an invisible pressure in the air, and his cold, piercing gaze fell upon the father and son. Chapter 17. The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 1. Among soul masters, soul rings always held the most persuasive power. Witnessing Dai Mu Bai's 3 soul rings, including one of a millennium, the boy's father turned pale, muttering a curse of misfortune before hastily dragging his son away. Dai Mu Bai returned to his previous position, casting a cold, threatening glance at the remaining applicants and their parents. The oppressive aura of his 3 soul rings far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. At this moment, he no longer resembled a debauched young master, but rather appeared as a henchman. As this scene unfolded, the queue of waiting individuals diminished by a third, as none were inclined to squander their money, particularly given the unremarkable exterior of Shrek Academy. Another young applicant approached the elder, accompanied by his parents. The mother, brimming with confidence, placed 10 gold coins into the wooden box, while the boy obediently extended his hand. The elder grasped his hand, casting a dim gaze upon the youth, and remarked, "Just turned 12. Release your martial soul, let me see it." The boy nodded, and a pale green soul power emanated from within him, a century-old yellow soul ring pulsating around his body. The aura of the century-old soul ring was distinctly potent. As his martial soul manifested, a thick vine spiraled around him. This martial soul bore a resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass, though it was not grass at all, but a type of vine akin to Tang San's second soul ring, the ghost vine, albeit devoid of its toxic properties. The elder shook his head and declared, "Not qualified. You may leave." The boy's parents, who had initially exuded confidence, froze in disbelief upon hearing the elder's verdict. The mother could not restrain her curiosity and asked, "Why?" "My son is a top student at the junior academy. Did you not see his soul ring is a century old? Few soul masters possess such a ring." The elder replied coolly, "While the first soul ring is indeed a century old, he is merely an ordinary person." The boy's father furrowed his brow and said, "I do not comprehend your meaning." The elder, growing somewhat impatient, rose from behind the table, addressing both the boy's parents and those waiting in line. "If you wish to enroll at Shrek Academy, you must first understand the rules. Coming here without comprehension is merely throwing away your registration fee. There is still time to reconsider. Do you understand the significance of the name Shrek Academy?" Most of the applicants bore blank expressions after hearing the elder's words. The elder coldly stated, "Shrek is a type of monster, an exceedingly peculiar existence even among soul beasts. The meaning of our Shrek Academy is, in essence, Monster Academy. In other words, we only accept monsters, not ordinary individuals. Anyone over the age of 13 or possessing a soul power below level 21 should not waste their time. Tang San initially shared Xiao Wu's sentiments of disappointment towards the Shrek Academy. However, upon hearing the elder's words, his intrigue was piqued. An academy that exclusively admits monsters? The term monsters could also imply geniuses, could it not? As he pondered this, the elder suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura, causing both Tang San and Xiao Wu to tremble uncontrollably. A rich crimson light burst forth from the elder, and a long staff adorned with countless intricate patterns materialized in his right hand. Most astonishingly, 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, their dazzling brilliance instantly capturing the attention of all present. The soul rings were colored 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, representing a 10-year soul ring, a 100-year soul ring, 3,000-year soul rings, and 1 10,000-year soul ring. This elder, who appeared to be an ordinary farmer, turned out to be a formidable soul emperor, exceeding level 60. 60. Such a level is exceedingly rare, even within the entirety of the Barak kingdom. As the elder's staff struck the ground, a deep, resonant sound reverberated, causing nearly everyone to stagger momentarily. He waved dismissively at the dumbfounded family in front of him and signaled for the next applicant. The light from the soul rings diminished, and all traces of soul power vanished in an instant, returning the elder to his previous languid demeanor, as if the soul emperor's presence had never belonged to him. If some parents had felt disgruntled by the elder's remarks before, they now bore expressions of trepidation. Who would dare to offend a soul emperor? Particularly one possessing a 10,000-year soul ring? It is crucial to understand that in times of war, the strength of a soul emperor could equate to that of 1,000 exceptional warriors. The disdain and contempt that parents and applicants had previously held were swiftly extinguished. If a teacher responsible for admissions possessed strength beyond level 60, how formidable must the faculty of Shrek Academy be? Yet, soon, many parents exhibited expressions of regret, quietly escorting their children away, to reach level 20 soul power by the age of 12, as the elder had indicated. Indeed seemed a standard achievable only by true monsters. In the blink of an eye, the line that once numbered over 100 had dwindled to merely a handful of applicants. The elder appeared unperturbed by the number of students, continuing his admissions process. Those who remained clearly possessed confidence in their ability to pass the elder's scrutiny. The subsequent applicants boasted soul powers exceeding level 20 and bore 2 soul rings. After paying the admission fee of 10 gold coins, the elder informed them that they had successfully passed the first stage of the entrance examination and could proceed to the second stage within the academy. Parents were not permitted to accompany the candidates into the academy. Chapter 17, The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 2, Watching the Preceding Applicants. Xiao Wu's mood transformed into one of excitement as she whispered into Tang San's ear. This academy seems quite intriguing, especially that statement from the teacher about only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. It's simply magnificent. Tang San smiled and remarked, "Now, you no longer doubt the teacher's attitude, do you? This Shrek Academy is truly extraordinary." Having moved to the forefront of the gathering, they were able to observe closely the figure of Dai Mubai seated behind the elder. Not only was Dai Mubai responsible for overseeing the event, but he was also tasked with escorting the successful candidates into the academy. At this moment, he finally spotted Tang San and his companion, a faint smile gracing his otherwise stern visage as he nodded in acknowledgement. With a gesture toward the elder, he spread his hands, feigning helplessness, clearly conveying that the registration depended solely on their own efforts, and he was unable to assist them. As they exchanged glances, a soft gasp suddenly drew Tang San's attention. The elder in charge of the registration wore an expression of uncertainty, standing before a young girl who had just withdrawn her outstretched hand. This young lady was unaccompanied by any guardians, standing alone, clad in a simple white dress. She exuded a sense of purity. Her neatly cropped hair framed her face, and she stood about half a head shorter than Xiao Wu. With her back turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu, her features remained concealed, yet the delicate skin visible at her neck suggested a remarkable fairness. "May I inquire if I have passed the preliminary examination?" The girl's voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a certain boldness. Yet it resonated with a soft gentleness that evoked a tender sensation. Tang San could discern from Dai Mubai's gaze towards the young girl that she must possess extraordinary beauty. For the glimmer in Dai Mubai's eyes had transformed from mere coldness to a wolf-like intensity of a rather colorful sort. The astonishment etched on the old man's face gradually subsided as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are your family members aware of your presence here?" The young girl did not respond directly to his question. Instead, she smiled and remarked, "It is said that education knows no bounds. As long as I meet the Academy's criteria, you have no reason to reject my admission, do you?" The old man appeared to hesitate momentarily before gesturing to Dai Mubai. Instructing, "Take her inside." The wolf-like gleam in Dai Mubai's eyes swiftly vanished, restoring his icy demeanor as he led the young girl into the academy. The remaining candidates quickly passed the old man's initial assessment, and it was finally time for Tang San and Xiao Wu to take their turn. At that moment, Dai Mubai, having escorted a few applicants, returned to stand beside the old man. Tang San suddenly noticed that Dai Mubai's gaze had transformed, fixated intently on a point behind him. As if he had glimpsed something utterly astonishing, Tang San instinctively turned around, and although he did not lose his composure as Dai Mubai had, his heart still trembled slightly. Behind him and Xiao Wu, there remained only one candidate, a girl who seemed to have arrived not long ago. She appeared to be even younger than both him and Xiao Wu, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders and her face slightly bowed. Her height was comparable to that of the girl in the white dress, and her skin was similarly fair. However, this girl exuded a distinctly different aura. Contrary to her voluptuous figure, her expression was markedly aloof, emanating a genuine chill that was pure and untainted, her black eyes devoid of even a hint of warmth. Contrasting sharply with her otherwise beautiful visage, her limbs were elongated and well-proportioned, with her hands hanging naturally at her sides, and the deathly coldness she radiated was, "Are you registering or not? If not, don't block the way," an elderly voice snapped, pulling Tang San back to reality. He felt a sharp pain in his hand and turned to find Xiao Wu glaring fiercely at him. "We will register together." Tang San gritted his teeth against the pain and placed the 20 gold soul coins he had prepared into the wooden box, extending his hand alongside Xiao Wu's. The elder first scrutinized Xiao Wu's hand, nodding in approval. "Your age is suitable." However, when his hand moved to Tang San's, a sound of surprise escaped him once more. The elder, seemingly skeptical, squeezed Tang San's hand a few more times, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. He looked up at Tang San and inquired, "Have you practiced any soul skills?" The reason he squeezed the hands of the registrants was to discern their true age through the bones in their palms, a method that could not be faked. Yet, when he squeezed Tang San's hand, it was exceptionally pliable, making it impossible to ascertain the condition of his bones. Tang San felt a shiver run through him, nodding in acknowledgement. The elder furrowed his brow and instructed, "Lift your calf." Tang San followed suit, lifting his calf and resting it upon the table. The elder, through the fabric of his trousers, pinched his calf a few times, causing Tang San to immediately feel a wave of soreness and numbness. The elder nodded in approval and remarked, "Your muscle development is commendable, and your bone age is appropriate. Now, release your twin martial spirits." Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, simultaneously channeling their inner soul power. Blue and red radiance ascended in unison, while their century-old soul rings spiraled upward. Rabbit ears sprouted forth, and soft white fur adorned Xiao Wu's hands, her figure elongated gracefully. The martial soul, the jade rabbit, manifested. In Tang San's palm, the most ordinary blue-silver grass began to sprout, rapidly transforming into the same vine he had wielded during his battle with Dai Mubai. Infused with the effects of the spirit ring, the elder cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Wu, but his gaze soon settled upon Tang San, astonished to see blue-silver grass. Could it truly evolve so swiftly? Tang San smiled faintly and remarked, "Master, is it not true that you only accept monsters here? Does that mean I qualify as one?" Chapter 17, An Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 3. A rare smile appeared on the old man's face. "Indeed, you are quite the little monster. Mubai, please lead them inside." "Certainly," Dai Mubai replied, approaching Tang San with a smile, though his gaze seemed to linger on something behind him. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, Tang San and Xiao Wu entered Shrek Academy, which was situated in that very village. Dai Mubai remarked, "I knew you would pass smoothly. The subsequent test should pose no challenge for you." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance back toward the entrance of the academy. Xiao Wu retorted, "What are you looking at? Are you hoping to cause trouble for some poor girl?" Dai Mubai frowned and replied, "You don't understand. I sensed a presence from that girl that resonates closely with mine. Not only is it similar, but there is also a harmonious quality to it. Encountering a soul that complements one's own is exceedingly rare. However, should it occur, the strength of our soul powers would multiply when combined. This is what we refer to as the martial soul fusion technique." Xiao Wu burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So? You mean that girl's martial soul must resemble a tigress?" A hint of embarrassment crossed Dai Mubai's face as he conceded, that is a possibility. Upon entering the village, the wooden structures that greeted them could only be described as simple and unadorned. After a short walk, Dai Mubai led them to an open space surrounded by wooden houses. This area, approximately 500 square meters in size, was situated right in the heart of Shrek Academy. The candidates who had passed the preliminary examination were lined up ahead, their evident soul power fluctuations causing the air to tremble irregularly. Dai Mubai pointed to the queue of candidates ahead, saying, "You will take the second examination here. The teachers will instruct you on what to do. I must step out for a moment. If that girl's martial soul truly aligns with mine, I will do everything in my power to win her over." With that, Dai Mubai hurriedly departed, while Tang San and Xiao Wu followed his instructions and joined the line behind the other candidates. At that moment, a soft, melodious voice rang out. "Sausages for sale. Come and have a look. Don't miss out as you pass by. Oscar sausages, delicious and sweet. Affordable and generous in quantity, just 5 copper coins each." Enjoying an Oscar sausage guarantees an easier passage through the entrance examination. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their heads to see a vendor not far away, pushing a cart and calling out to passers-by. The enticing aroma of meat wafted from the cart, drawing a few students who had begun to queue up to make their purchases. Behind the cart stood a man clad in simple gray attire, his hair neatly cropped, and his face adorned with a full beard. Yet he possessed a pair of large, captivating peach blossom eyes, which roamed with particular interest over the girls in the line of examinees. Naturally, Xiao Wu was not exempt from his gaze. It was hard to believe that such a soft, delicate voice could emerge from the lips of a man whose appearance was so robust. And Tang San said to Xiao Wu, "There are still a few people ahead. You didn't have much for breakfast. Would you like to have a sausage?" Xiao Wu tilted her head and replied, "It smells quite good. Let's give it a try." Tang San nodded slightly, instructing Xiao Wu to stand in line while he approached the direction of the food cart. As he drew closer, he noticed that the sausage vendor was of similar height to himself. The cart bore a wooden sign affixed to it, inscribed with the words "Sausage Specialty." Upon seeing a customer approach, the vendor immediately greeted him with warmth, exclaiming, "Would you care for a sausage? Oscar brand sausage, honest and fair to all ages. The flavor is guaranteed to please." Tang San smiled and said, "Uncle, could you please give me 2? The vendor's expression suddenly became rigid. "What did you just call me?" Tang San was taken aback as he addressed the merchant as uncle. "Is there a problem with that?" The vendor replied with a wry smile. "Indeed, there is a problem, a significant one at that. My dear brother, I am merely 14 years old. How can you possibly refer to me as uncle?" "Wait, you are only 14? Tang San exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the individual before him. The vendor affirmed, "Indeed, I am Oscar, 14 years of age, a first-year student at Shrek Academy. You cannot judge my youth based solely on the thickness of my hair." Tang San was momentarily speechless as he gazed at Oscar's thick, bushy beard, pondering silently that mere abundance of hair could not conclusively indicate maturity. "Are you truly only 14? Tang San could not restrain himself from inquiring. Oscar nodded affirmatively, stating, "Of course, I am a student of the academy. You can ask anyone, and they will confirm that I am indeed 14. Tang San mused to himself. Truly befitting of the Monster Academy, a mere 14-year-old lad, yet his facial hair had grown to such an extent, undoubtedly a remarkable anomaly. Oscar retrieved 2 bamboo skewers from his cart, impaling them with sausages measuring a good 10 centimeters in length, which had been roasting over the charcoal grill atop his cart, emanating an enticing aroma. Tang San produced a silver coin and handed it to him, saying, "Senior, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness." Oscar replied in a gentle tone, "No worries at all. Just be sure to visit my sausage shop more often." Tang San replied briskly, "No problem." Just then, Dai Mubai approached with the last student who had registered, the icy young girl whom he had been observing intently for quite some time. Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Oscar instantly wore a pained expression. "Boss Dai, would you like to have a sausage?" "Go to hell," Dai Mubai retorted, shooting him an irritated glare. "You are truly bringing shame to the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once not to sell sausages within the academy. Do you wish to make everyone nauseous?" "Tang San, this sausage is inedible." Tang San inquired with a hint of confusion. "Why?" Dai Mubai's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "Oscar, produce a new sausage." Oscar's demeanor immediately shifted to one of embarrassment. "Boss Dai, isn't that unnecessary? After all, we have been classmates for several years." This might instill resentment in the new junior. In Chapter 17, The Academy That Only Accepts Monsters, Part 4, Dai Mubai scoffed and said, "I merely offered Tang San a word of caution. He is my brother, and I cannot allow him to be deceived by you. Hurry up, lest I be compelled to take matters into my own hands." Clearly intimidated by Dai Mubai, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand and, with a somewhat awkward tone, uttered, "I have." A brilliant yellow light suddenly coalesced in his palm, and 2 yellow rings ascended from beneath his feet. Shortly thereafter, a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's grasp appeared in his hand. When Tang San heard Oscar's phrase, "I have," he became momentarily stiffened. The ambiguity of the statement was overwhelming. Setting aside the quality of the sausage and whether it was edible, he found himself hesitant to consume it, particularly since it was intended as a gift for Xiao Wu. Sensing the growing ire in Tang San's gaze, Oscar hastily explained, "I had no other choice. When utilizing a food-type martial spirit, one must employ various soul incantations to effect changes in the food." That phrase was merely the incantation, not something I intended to proclaim. Moreover, I assure you, the quality of my sausage is impeccable. Indeed, a monster, he thought. Tang San found himself both amused and exasperated. Fortuitously, he had refrained from eating that sausage, for it would have been a tremendous embarrassment. The frigid girl brought in by Dai Mubai merely cast a cold glance at Oscar before proceeding toward the line. Oscar shrugged innocently at Tang San, lamenting, "Alas, such a delectable sausage, and yet no one dares to indulge." Dai Mubai shot him a warning glare. "Be cautious. If you wish to sell sausages, do so outside the academy." Turning to Tang San, he added, "Come, I will guide you through the examination." Upon their return to the line, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San's empty hands and asked, "Where is my sausage?" Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged a glance, unable to contain themselves any longer, and burst into hearty laughter. The cold young girl stood behind Xiao Wu, a flicker of amusement crossing her eyes as she softly remarked, "Boring." Xiao Wu, perplexed by their laughter, wondered what was amiss. Was the sausage not delicious? Tang San gently placed his hand over Xiao Wu's mouth and drew her closer, whispering the events of earlier into her ear. Upon hearing his words, her charming face flushed a deep crimson. "You boys are truly incorrigible. How could there be such peculiar martial souls?" Dai Mubai chuckled and replied, "This is indeed a monster academy. Naturally, martial souls are as diverse as they come. However, Oscar is quite a unique specimen even among us. His martial soul possesses no offensive capability, yet it is considered exceptional among food-related martial souls, as it provides meat. Unfortunately, the incantations he utters when manifesting his martial soul are rather distasteful. Anyone who knows him would certainly refrain from consuming the sausages he produces. Perhaps due to his food-based martial soul, his hair is considerably more abundant than the average person's, and if he neglects to shave for a day, he ends up looking like this. Thus, he has earned the nickname Uncle Sausage around the academy, while he refers to himself as the sausage specialist this time." Even Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle, finding the title Uncle Sausage quite amusing. Dai Mubai patted Tang San's shoulder and said, "Let us proceed. I will guide you through the examination. There is no need to wait in line." Tang San remarked, "This doesn't seem right." To which Dai Mubai responded, "Fear not, I am not swayed by favoritism. This is the treatment you rightfully deserve." As he spoke, he led the two towards the front of the line. The official overseeing the second round of examinations was an older instructor. Prior to this moment, Tang San had yet to observe the nature of the examination due to his previous errand to procure sausages. Dai Mubai approached the instructor, whispered a few words in his ear, and gestured towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. The instructor nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well. You may take them directly to the fourth round. If they pass, they will be accepted." Returning to Tang San and Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai prepared to escort them deeper into the academy. However, the candidates waiting in line were not pleased. A male candidate voiced his concerns. "Teacher, what is the meaning of this? Why are they permitted to bypass the earlier rounds and proceed directly to the fourth test, while we must endure each stage?" The elder instructor replied calmly, "If your soul power exceeds 25 levels, you too may directly enter the fourth round without wasting time here. However, your current assessment reveals a soul power of only 21 levels, thus you must pass each stage sequentially." The male candidate, perplexed, questioned, "Their soul power exceeds? That is impossible. We are merely 12 years old. How could such high levels exist?" Those standing here all possessed soul power exceeding 21 levels and were not older than 13. In the original junior academy, individuals like them were undoubtedly the center of admiration. Yet upon arriving at Shrek Academy, they faced numerous setbacks, naturally leading to a shift in their emotions. Dai Mubai snorted derisively, asserting, "Just because you cannot achieve it does not mean others cannot. When I entered the academy, my soul power was already at 25 levels. Tang San, show them your soul power. As he spoke, he retrieved a white crystal from the table and tossed it to Tang San. The testing crystal varied in color according to the level. This particular white crystal was designated for testing soul powers below 30 levels. Should the soul power exceed 30 levels, the crystal would shatter under the strain. Tang San finally comprehended why Dai Mubai remarked that passing this examination was a deserved reward for them. Clearly, this stage was responsible for assessing the accuracy of the contestant's soul power. At that moment, he remained silent, accepting the white crystal and directly infusing it with his inner strength from the Shantian skill. In an instant, a brilliant white light emanated from, causing the white crystal to shimmer with a diamond-like radiance. The intense brilliance filled every corner of the crystal, unmistakably symbolizing his imminent ascension to level 30. The teacher in charge of the assessment displayed a hint of playful amusement, suggesting that Shrek Academy was about to welcome yet another remarkable prodigy this year. With a smile adorning his face, Tang San extended the crystal in his hand to Xiao Wu, unwilling to allow others to speak, as he held unwavering confidence in her abilities. Once again, a brilliant white light erupted, silencing the murmurs of the other candidates. Their gazes towards Tang San and Xiao Wu transforming into expressions of astonishment. Achieving the formidable level of 29 soul power at the tender age of 12, was such a feat even attainable by mere mortals? However, the title of monster was not exclusively reserved for Tang San and Xiao Wu. A clear voice broke the silence. Teacher, I believe I should also be exempt from the second and third rounds. The speaker was a young girl who had previously passed the initial registration test, leaving the instructor of the first round in a state of disbelief. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu finally beheld her countenance, a bobbed haircut framed an exquisitely pale and delicate face. Though her physique was not as strikingly voluptuous as that of the icy girl, it exuded a harmonious elegance, giving her an ethereal presence reminiscent of an educated noblewoman. If the last girl to enter resembled an imposing iceberg, then this girl was akin to a warm spring breeze, her gentle smile captivating everyone around her. She approached Xiao Wu with a smile and nodded at her, prompting Xiao Wu to instinctively hand her the crystal. Once more, a radiant white light manifested. Although not as intense as that of Tang San and Xiao Wu, it still surpassed the threshold of 25 soul power, estimated to be around 26. Just as she intended to inquire with the testing instructor about her eligibility for direct passage to the fourth round, she suddenly realized that the crystal in her hand had vanished. Another figure had silently appeared beside her, and the brilliant white light flared again, more potent than when she had infused it with her soul power, indicating a level of 27 soul power. The newcomer was none other than the cold girl who had followed Dai Mubai to this spot. The testing instructor's face displayed an unmistakable astonishment. Monsters appeared every year, but this year was particularly remarkable, presenting 4 in one go. Very well, it seems I might have prospects for a salary increase, he mused. Mubai, please escort these 4 to the fourth round. Yes, Dai Mubai replied respectfully, casting a complex glance at the cold girl before turning to lead them further into the academy. This time, no other candidates dared to voice objections. Their prowess had spoken volumes. Among the 4 candidates, only Tang San and Dai Mubai shared a relatively amicable. As they walked together, Tang San inquired, Brother Dai, are there only 4 rounds in the entrance examination? Dai Mubai nodded and responded, Indeed, there are 4 rounds in total. You have already experienced the first round, which serves to eliminate candidates with soul power below level 21 or those older than 13. This round filters out the majority. The second round involves soul power assessment and martial spirit evaluation. Merely possessing formidable soul power is insufficient to guarantee future potential. This round primarily assesses the martial spirit. Only those with martial spirits that demonstrate significant developmental potential and a correct training trajectory may advance to the third round. Of course, exceptionally unique or peculiar martial spirits may also qualify. It was precisely in this manner that Xiao Ao was initially selected. As for Dai Mubai's words, Tang San found them quite comprehensible, for the master had imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding this matter. The same martial spirit, when guided along varying developmental paths, can yield disparate achievements in the future. This second round primarily serves to assess the inherent strength of the martial spirits of the candidates, as well as to determine if there are any conflicts between the first 2 soul rings that might impede future cultivation. Dai Go. But my martial spirit is blue silver grass, which is widely regarded as the least promising martial spirit in terms of potential for development. Why? Dai Mubai chuckled heartily and replied, There is no need for such modesty. Am I not aware of your capabilities? The Academy has a stipulation. If a candidate's soul power exceeds level 25, then regardless of the martial spirit they possess, they may directly advance through the second and third rounds of evaluation. Just as sheer strength can overcome numerous obstacles, even if one's martial spirit is of inferior, possessing significantly higher soul power can still enable one to become a formidable soul master. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Wu inquired, "What does the third round entail?" Dai Mubai explained, "The third round assesses the candidate's proficiency in utilizing their martial spirit. Mere possession of soul power and developmental potential is in. One must also demonstrate control over their martial spirit. The higher the level of the martial spirit, the more challenging it becomes to manage, and complications may easily arise. Should a candidate fail to achieve a certain level of control over their martial spirit, it would indicate a lack of diligence on their part. Such students are not ones we would accept." Tang San immediately grasped his meaning. Dai Mubai was correct. Some martial souls were incredibly difficult to control. Take his second martial soul, that peculiar hammer, for instance. Its weight was tremendous, and as his soul power increased, so too did the hammer's mass. Tang San pondered that even employing the chaotic wind hammer technique, in peak condition, he could only wield that hammer 3 times. Before Xiao Wu could inquire further, Dai Mubai directly explained the fourth trial, which tested practical combat experience. Some students possessed commendable martial souls and displayed decent control over them. However, having grown up in noble households, they were sheltered from the realities of the outside world, let alone the rigors of battle. Such students were not admitted to the academy. The esteemed principal had declared that those who were coddled should be excluded. Chapter 18, The Immovable King, Xiao Wujing Part 1. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, the four accompanying him fell silent for a moment, yet it was Xiao Wu who could not hold back and spoke first. "Are you selecting students or prospective wives? This is rather stringent. No wonder the teacher at the entrance mentioned that you only accept monsters here. It seems that only extraordinary individuals could pass these 4 assessments. May I ask how many students currently attend Shrek Academy? How many can be enrolled each year?" This time, a wry smile appeared on Dai Mubai's face. Since its establishment 20 years ago, Shrek Academy has admitted a total of 42 students. On average, that's just over 2 each year. If all 4 of you are accepted this year, it would indeed set a record. Prior to this, the Academy had not enrolled any students for 2 years. Presently, including myself, there are only 3 students studying at the Academy. 3? Aside from the cold young girl, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the graceful girl exclaimed simultaneously. Dai Mubai chuckled self-deprecatingly. Across the entire Douluo Continent, we can be considered the only academy where the number of teachers exceeds that. Even if we admit you all, our student count will never surpass that of the faculty. Tang San remarked, "How can the academy possibly survive under such circumstances? Without a steady influx of students, there should be no revenue." Dai Mubai replied, "Otherwise, do you think the academy would be situated in such a small village? It is precisely due to a lack of funding. If my family hadn't provided some sponsorship, the academy would have likely closed its doors last year. If we fail to recruit students again this year, then the 3 of us currently enrolled will become the final batch of Shrek Academy. Then why doesn't the academy relax its admission requirements?" The delicate girl inquired, perplexed. A hint of respect appeared on Dai Mubai's face as he responded. "The esteemed principal has stated that it is better to have fewer students than to accept the unworthy. Regardless of circumstances, even if Shrek Academy were to close, we shall never admit those lacking potential, only the extraordinary. Are you aware of the graduation criteria of the academy? We are neither a mid-level soul master academy nor a high-level one, for our standards differ significantly. We only accept students under the age of 13, and they must possess exceptional talent. Moreover, the graduation requirement is to surpass level 40 before the age of 20 and reach the rank of soul master to be eligible for graduation. To date, the academy has admitted 62 students, yet only 14 have truly graduated. Each of these 14 has left the academy to become noteworthy figures in the world. Among them, the most distinguished has ascended to the position of the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope in authority. The others who did not graduate were unable to reach level 40 before turning 20 or perished while hunting soul beasts. The principal has stated that those who do not achieve level 40 should refrain from embarrassing themselves." As he concluded, Dai Mubai's emotions evidently intensified, revealing the deep respect he held for the principal of Shrek Academy. Tang San smiled and said to Dai Mubai, "I feel fortunate to have arrived here." Dai Mubai sighed and replied, "The royal family of the Barak Kingdom initially intended to sponsor the academy, but they insisted that the graduates must pledge their allegiance to the royal family, a request that was outrightly rejected by the esteemed dean. Our Shrek Academy has always been at odds with other institutions, facing considerable ostracism, which has led to our current predicament. Tang San suddenly felt an intense desire to meet the esteemed dean spoken of by Dai Mubai. He was eager to discover the nature of the individual who had steadfastly dedicated 2 decades to establishing such an academy. Upon arrival, Dai Mubai came to a halt. They had reached a new clearing, significantly smaller than the previous trial area, measuring only around 200 square meters. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was dozing in a chair. "Teacher Xiao, I have brought the candidates for the 4th assessment," announced Dai Mubai. Is it true that there are participants for the 4th trial this year? And 4 of them, no less?" The middle-aged man blinked his bleary eyes, gazing in astonishment at the 4 youths before him, as if encountering something truly extraordinary. Dai Mubai continued, "Not only have these 4 reached the 4th trial, but they have also been exempted from the 2nd and 3rd assessments." Xiao Wuji's eyes brightened as he stood up from his seat. Though his stature was modest and his appearance rather unremarkable, he exuded a remarkable solidity. Standing slightly shorter than the 12-year-old Tang San, he nonetheless possessed a robust presence. His broad shoulders resembled a fortress, and his attire could hardly conceal the formidable muscles beneath, which seemed to be forged from steel. Despite his amiable expression, his imposing physique naturally emanated a powerful aura. All 4 have surpassed level 25, quite impressive. It appears there are indeed many little prodigies this year. This is the final trial. Should you succeed in my assessment, you will officially become members of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not easily passed. Practical experience is essential for every soul master, and my evaluation will focus on your capabilities in this regard. His gaze, warm and inviting, swept over Tang San and his companions. "I am Xiao Wuji. Since you 4 have been exempted from the 2nd and 3rd assessments, I shall personally engage with you. You now have the time it takes to burn an incense stick to familiarize yourselves with one another and strategize. After this period, the test will commence. The challenge involves your collective defense against my attacks for the duration of an incense stick. If even one of you can endure until the end, you will pass. I urge you to understand that attempting to take shortcuts will be futile. No one can escape this area through sheer speed. Furthermore, relying solely on individual strength will not suffice to withstand my onslaught. Coordination and teamwork are your only paths to success." Chapter 18. The Unmoving King Xiao Wuji, Part 2. "Teacher Xiao, this seems rather unfair," Dai Mubai hesitantly remarked. Xiao Wuji shot him a glare, replying, "What is unfair about it? The dean is absent, and I am the highest authority here. What I say goes. Now, I will light the incense. You have little time, so prepare yourselves. Xiao Bai, you may inform them of my strengths to give them some insight." Having uttered these words, it was as if he conjured a stick of incense from thin air. With a deft pinch of his fingers at the tip, he ignited the incense with remarkable ease. In a mere flick of the wrist, the incense was firmly planted in the ground, standing resolutely without a trace of tremor. Having accomplished, Xiao Wuji returned to his chair, closed his eyes, and resumed his slumber. Tang San and his companions did not harbor any particular feelings regarding the testing method proposed by Teacher Xiao. Instead, it was Dai Mubai, with a serious expression, who urged the 4 of them to come closer. They gathered around him as he solemnly stated, "This time, I cannot assist you." He had not anticipated that Teacher Xiao would take matters into his own hands. Xiao Wu chuckled and remarked, "Could it be that this Teacher Xiao is also a formidable soul emperor like the teacher at the entrance?" Dai Mubai shook his head and replied, "No, that's not the case." Xiao Wu continued with a smile, "Then there's nothing to fear. After all, the 4 of us nearly possess the strength of level 30. With 4 against 1, as long as the disparity in strength isn't too great, we should be able to hold out for at least the duration of a stick of incense, shouldn't we?" Dai Mubai glanced at her, his gaze resembling that of one looking at a fool. "If you believe that Teacher Xiao's attack can be so easily thwarted, you are gravely mistaken. Indeed, Teacher Xiao is not a soul emperor at the 60th level. He is a soul sage at the 76th level, with a beast martial soul and a battle soul. He serves as the vice president of the academy, his overall strength only second to that of the president." The pupils of Tang San and his companions simultaneously constricted, registering the astonishing revelation of a level 76. In their minds, they could scarcely comprehend that, despite their own inadequacies below level 30, even a soul sage could navigate the battlefield with ease amidst a sea of adversaries. Xiao Wu, in disbelief, remarked, "He possesses a level 76? Yet he appears significantly younger than the teacher at the entrance." Dai Mubai replied with an air of nonchalance, "Age has never been a true measure of capability. Time is of the essence. I shall briefly inform you of Teacher Xiao's specialized abilities. You must promptly devise a strategy to counter him. Otherwise, you will be fortunate if you can withstand even the initial wave of his assault for more than a mere incense stick restoration. The expressions on Tang San and his companions grew solemn, for confronting a formidable soul sage of level 76 was no trivial matter. In the legends surrounding the Holy Soul village from which Tang San hails, there once existed a soul sage. However, that was merely a fable. Yet here stands a soul sage before them, poised to serve as their examiner. Daimubai offered a wry smile, explaining that originally, Teacher Xiao was merely responsible for overseeing the fourth trial, and their opponent should have been him. As long as they could endure for the duration of an incense stick's burn against him, they would be deemed successful. Little did he know that today, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao had chosen to intervene personally. Teacher Xiao's martial soul was the formidable Great Strength Diamond Bear, a powerful beast martial soul. With no apparent weaknesses, his defensive capabilities were incredibly daunting. Even soul masters of the same rank found it exceedingly challenging to breach his defenses and inflict harm upon him. Although speed was not Xiao's forte, the disparity in soul power between him and the students rendered it impossible for them to outpace him in that regard. Xiao's greatest strengths lay in his offensive might and defensive prowess, earning him the moniker Immovable King within the academy. It was not only the four of them. Even with his own inclusion, they might struggle to withstand a single incense stick's worth of Xiao's onslaught. At that moment, Daimubai could only hope that Xiao would not approach his attack with utmost seriousness. The phrase "no weaknesses" succinctly encapsulated Xiao Wujia's formidable nature. Suddenly, a short-haired, graceful girl gasped in realization he was indeed the immovable King Xiao Wujia, missing from the continent for a decade. It was astonishing to discover that he had become a teacher at Shrek Academy. In the past, Xiao Wujia had clashed with the Spirit Hall, which sought to punish him, only for him to break free from the onslaught of 16 bishops. Eventually, that incident faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Spirit Hall were all formidable soul emperors, at least at level 60. At that time, Xiao Wujia was likely only in his 60s as well. Now, he must be even more powerful. Daimubai nodded silently, stating, "At the very least, I have never witnessed Teacher Xiao unleash his full strength. Therefore, I suggest you prepare yourselves." Among Xiao's 7 spirit rings, the first 2 were of a century's age, the third and fourth were millennia, while the final 3 were all 10,000-year rings. Furthermore, all 7 rings augmented both attack and defense. One can only imagine the terror he embodies. Now, take a moment to introduce yourselves, sharing your names and abilities, so that you may strategize on the best way to withstand Teacher Xiao's examination. Tang San was the first to speak, introducing himself as a control-type soul master with the martial soul of blue silver grass at the 29th level. Next, Xiao Wu chimed in, stating her name and revealing that she possessed the beast martial soul of a rabbit, also at the 29th level, specializing in attack. The girl with short hair hesitated for a moment before introducing herself as Ning Rongrong, a support-type soul master with the martial soul of the 7 treasure at the 26th level. Lastly, the aloof girl spoke in a cold tone, identifying herself as Zhu Qing, a speed-type soul master with the beast martial soul of the Nether Cat at the 27th level. Once the 4 had introduced themselves, including Daimubai, their gazes converged upon one individual, the short-haired girl, Ning Rongrong, who had captured the attention of the others. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, "Your martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile. Does this mean you hail from the 7 treasure glazed sect?" The 7 treasure glazed tile, a martial soul passed down through generations, is a rare heritage possessed only by the direct descendants of the 7 treasure glazed sect throughout the entirety of Douluo Continent. In Chapter 18, titled The Unmoving King Xiao Wujia, Part 3, the master succinctly evaluated the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul with a single phrase. It is the most formidable auxiliary martial soul, the finest companion for all battle-type soul masters. Among the 6 symbols of the Spirit Hall, one of the 3 not represented on the Master S token is the 7 treasure glazed tile, underscoring the immense prestige of this sect within the martial soul community. Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue and said, "Stop staring. I'm no different from ordinary people. I snuck away from home. Let us first overcome the challenges before us. My martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile with 2 soul rings, capable of enhancing speed and strength attributes for everyone by approximately 30%. This enhancement can be sustained for the duration of an incense stick's burn. A 30% enhancement is already a commendable figure. Yet Tang San understood that the reason the master regarded the 7 treasure glazed tile as the most powerful among auxiliary martial souls lies in its unique ability. With each increment, not only is an additional attribute enhanced, but all previously enhanced attributes receive a further 10% boost. Thus, if Ning Rongrong's soul power were to reach above level 30, she could not only augment an additional attribute, but all enhancements would escalate to 40%. This pattern continues, enabling her to potentially amplify 7 attributes by 80% upon reaching level 70. Such an effect is terrifying. With a soul master wielding a 7 treasure glaive, one could almost double their own strength in an instant. The more powerful the soul master, the more pronounced the enhancement effect of the 7 treasure glaive. In both empires, wherever a soul master from the 7 treasure glazed sect appears, they instantly become the focus of pursuit by all soul master organizations, drawing the attention of thousands. Fortunately, the enhancement effects of the 7 treasure glazed tile do not stack, meaning that if 2 soul masters wield, only the one with the higher soul power will produce an effect. The primary weakness of the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul is its lack of offensive capability, necessitating protection from battle soul masters. However, there are certainly many willing to become protectors of the 7 treasure glazed sect, including at least 2 top-tier soul masters. Known as titled Douluos, the 7 treasure glazed sect undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 sects on the continent. As for the enhancement effects of the 7 treasure glazed tile at levels 80 and 90, only the core members within the sect are privy to such knowledge, remaining one of the greatest secrets of the 7 treasure glazed sect. Dai Mubai took a deep breath and remarked, "Your 4-member combination is quite with no overlapping martial souls. How you choose to defend against Teacher Zhao's attacks is entirely up to you." Tang San pondered for a moment and said, "Ning Rongrong will be responsible for supporting the 3 of us, while Xiao Wu will take the lead in offense. I will focus on controlling Teacher Zhao's attacks as much as possible, simultaneously assisting Xiao Wu in her frontal assault. Zhu Zhuqing, I kindly ask you to engage from the flank, utilizing your speed for distraction." Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, and Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Tang San before giving a slight nod, acquiescing to his strategy. Given the limited time, they could only resort to such straightforward tactics. As for the outcome, it would only be revealed through actual combat. Regardless, they had never encountered an opponent of such formidable strength, and only through engagement would they comprehend the extent of their adversary's power. "Are you ready?" Zhao Wujin's resounding voice echoed, prompting the 4 to turn and observe. The incense on the ground had burned down to its end. "Teacher, we can begin," Dai Mubai affirmed with a nod towards Zhao Wujin before stepping aside to watch the battle unfold. Although this was an unequal confrontation, as a fellow power-type soul master, he would not miss the opportunity to learn from Zhao Wujin's prowess. Zhao Wujin stood up once more, clasping his hands together and flexing his wrists. The sound of cracking bones resonating ominously, intensifying the invisible pressure in the air. He conjured another stick of incense, but before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already initiated her move. The 7 treasures glazed tower spun gracefully in place, radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors from her being. As the vibrant light converged, a magnificent 7-colored pagoda, over a foot tall, materialized in the palm of her right hand. The shimmering brilliance exuded an aura of nobility, and with a smile on her face, Ning Rongrong appeared almost ethereal. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, swirling around her. The 7 treasures have a renowned title, Power. The first soul ring ascended, enveloping the 7-colored pagoda. Under Ning Rongrong's guidance, 3 beams of colorful light simultaneously emanated forth, each encasing Tang San and his companions. Instantly, a warm energy surged through their bodies, filling them with a sense of invigoration, as if their very soul power was boiling over in a torrent. Zhao Wujin observed Ning Rongrong with a hint of surprise, realizing that among this year's candidates, there was indeed one from the 7 treasures glazed tile family. "Impressive, impressive. Old Flander will surely be thrilled by this," he mused, as he lit the incense in his hand and casually tossed it to the ground. The 7 treasures have a second renowned title, Speed. Another trio of colorful beams floated forth, activating Ning Rongrong's second soul ring. The newfound lightness of her body caused Tang San to feel as though he had shed all weight, silently praising the 7 treasures glazed tower for its well-deserved reputation as the foremost auxiliary martial soul. The simultaneous increase in speed and strength by 30% instantly made him feel a surge in his power. At that moment, Zhao Wujia moved, not towards Tang San and his companions, but instead half-squatted, his fists crashing down towards the ground. Chapter 18. The Immutable King Zhao Wujia 4. Not good. Tang San exclaimed softly. In that instant when Xiao Wu launched his attack, he understood his opponent's intent. The master had once stated that if one were to encounter a soul master from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the first priority must be to neutralize the soul master without delay. Xiao Wujia's assault was clearly not aimed solely at Ning Rongrong. Nonetheless, his intention to unleash an area attack was evidently to disrupt the auxiliary effects of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile. A blue-black vine suddenly lashed out, devoid of thorns, as it merely imbued Tang San with the effects of his first spirit ring. The vine wrapped around Ning Rongrong's waist with lightning speed, and as Tang San leaped, he lifted Ning Rongrong into the air alongside him. A dull roar echoed as the earth trembled violently, unleashing a wave of earthy vibrations towards Tang San and his companions. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing reacted swiftly. Xiao Wu leaped forward while Zhu Zhuqing darted from the side, gracefully evading the shock. Tang San almost leaped simultaneously with Xiao Wu, their heights of ascent nearly identical. Xiao Wu, now, Tang San commanded, raising his hands in a forward push at his chest. Xiao Wu did not need to see. She instinctively knew the position of Tang San's hands. After 6 years together, they had developed an unspoken. With the tips of her toes pressing against Tang San's palms, she propelled herself like an arrow towards the descending Xiao Wujie. Attack was indeed the best form of defense. Being passive would allow Xiao Wujie to harness his full strength, leaving them no chance. It was better to attack in place of defense, perhaps buying them some time. Seeing that his fists pounding the ground yielded no effect, Xiao Wujie instead wore a smile. As Xiao Wu lunged at him, he did not evade. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back, feigning an attitude of allowing her to strike. Xiao Wu would not let such an opportunity slip by. Mid-air, she curled her body, rolling forward, and just as she approached Xiao Wujie, she unfurled herself. In that brief moment, she had completed the process of spirit possession, her feet aiming for either side of Xiao Wujie's neck. 2 dull thuds resonated simultaneously as Xiao Wu's feet landed precisely on Xiao Wujie, yet he did not budge an inch. With a grin, he remarked, "Is that all the strength you have, little girl?" Xiao Wu huffed coldly. "No strength, is it? Then allow me to show you what true strength looks like." Her feet seemed to be glued to Xiao Wujie's shoulders, with her toes suddenly curling inward, delicately touching the carotid arteries on either side of his neck. With all her might, she twisted her slender form, causing it to whirl in the air. It appeared that merely the strength of Xiao Wu would be insufficient to propel Xiao Wujie's body. However, at that moment, she was not alone in her efforts. Xiao Wujie suddenly felt an intense tightening throughout his entire body, as sharp, thorny vines had crazily ensnared him, wrapping thoroughly around his arms and legs. The vines tightened excessively, releasing a potent paralyzing toxin. Simultaneously, the vines rising from the ground thrust his body upward, lifting his feet off the ground. No matter how great one, without solid ground beneath their feet, stability becomes elusive. As a result, Xiao Wujie's body began to spin in midair under the guidance of Xiao Wu's feet. At that moment, he was enveloped by Tang San's blue-silver grass, resembling a large, blue-black zongzi, with the assistance of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda. The soul power exhibited by both Tang San and Xiao Wu had surpassed the 30 level threshold. Xiao Wu's body rapidly rotated in the air before abruptly flipping backward, forcibly lifting Xiao Wujie's body along with her. With her hands pushing against the ground, she executed a scissor kick. Had this been an ordinary person, their neck would have been instantly snapped by Xiao Wu's feet, culminating in a devastating fall onto their head. With a vigorous backward flip, Xiao Wu exerted her full strength in this maneuver. Spinning around is quite delightful. Xiao Wujie's voice resonated through the air. Suddenly, Xiao Wu felt her rapidly spinning body stiffen, her feet unable to continue propelling her opponent beneath her. A powerful force surged forth, yanking her backward from her intended flip. With a loud crash, the vines encasing Xiao Wujie shattered simultaneously, scattering in all directions, as his feet firmly regained contact with the ground. At that moment, a slight change flickered across Xiao Wujie's face. He let out a low roar as his body swelled dramatically. His already formidable muscles nearly doubled in size, and his height surged by a meter in an instant, rendering him exceedingly robust. 7 dazzling soul rings materialized around him, precisely as Dai Mubai had described, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, a terrifying array of 7 soul rings adorning him. A series of sharp, crisp sounds erupted from behind Xiao Wujie. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Wu lightly tapped her toes on Xiao Wujie's shoulder, her supple body gliding down his back. Her scorpion tail snaked down, coiling around Xiao Wujie's left ankle like a nimble serpent, exerting force in unison. The cacophony of sharp sounds emanated from Zhu Zhuqing's assault. As she initiated her strike, her speed was fully revealed, proving her prowess as an agile attack-type soul master, a velocity that even left Dai Mubai in awe. The most terrifying aspect was that Zhu Zhuqing's every movement was utterly silent. She emerged stealthily and struck, devoid of any energy emissions or the sound of soul power piercing through the air. After Dai Mubai manifested his martial spirit, his fingers transformed into razor-sharp tiger claws. While Zhu Zhuqing, upon her own martial spirit's manifestation, bore cat-like claws that were akin to lethal spikes. In the 18th chapter, titled Unmoved King Xiao Wu v. After her transformation, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes changed colors simultaneously. Her left eye turned a deep emerald green, while her right glimmered with a clear azure hue. Her long hair flowed smoothly down her back, and as she moved, a faint illusion trailed behind her, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint her exact location. Her assaults were remarkably incisive, with her claws targeting vital points, compelling Xiao Wu to unleash his own martial spirit. Zhu Zhuqing's timing was impeccable, striking just as Xiao Wu exerted his strength to shatter Tang San's blue-silver grass and momentarily relaxed after retrieving Xiao Wu's body. Her offensive power would have been insufficient to breach Xiao Wu's defenses. However, once Xiao Wu completed his martial spirit manifestation, Zhu Zhuqing's attacks became considerably less effective. Xiao Wu's physique resembled forged steel. Even under the full force of her cat-like claws, she could merely puncture the fabric of his clothing. Xiao Wu's graceful techniques faced their first setback. Regardless of her exertion, she could not budge Xiao Wu's form in the slightest. Even after she executed a backward flip and struck at the joint of his leg, it yielded no results. Panic surged within Xiao Wu. Yet she found herself utterly powerless against her opponent. In truth, it was not that Xiao Wu's techniques were weak, but rather that they were entirely countered by Xiao Wu's capabilities. The skill granted by her first soul ring required her to control her opponent with the flexibility of her body to unleash its lethal effect. However, the disparity in strength between her and Xiao Wu was insurmountable. Even with Tang San's assistance, she could not hope to restrain him. Unless her soul power could approach Xiao Wu's level, her graceful techniques were rendered ineffective against a soul master so focused on brute strength. As the blue-silver grass was severed, Tang San's complexion paled instantly, yet he hesitated not for a moment. With a swift stride, he charged forward, thick vines reappearing around Xiao Wu, momentarily hindering his movements. This was the second soul ring skill of the blue-silver grass, known as Rebirth, taking effect at that crucial moment. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San positioned himself before Xiao Wu, while Zhu Zhuqing silently materialized behind him. With one claw aimed at his throat and the other at his ear, she targeted the most vulnerable areas of the human body. Before Xiao Wu could escape the grip of the blue-silver grass, Tang San unleashed a powerful punch towards his chest. Xiao Wu laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by the blue-silver grass, and instead, he puffed out his chest, clearly eager to gauge the extent of Tang San's strength. A glimmer of light flickered in Tang San's eyes, and Xiao Wu's laughter abruptly ceased, for he was astonished to realize that Tang San's seemingly full-force punch, which had struck his chest, felt as light as a feather. The sensation arose from the concentration of soul power at the forefront of his chest, leading him to feel as though he had misapplied his strength. While the combined might of Tang San and Xiao Wu was indeed insufficient to move Xiao Wu's formidable, the scenario would be entirely different if it were his own power at play. Tang San's right fist suddenly transformed into an open palm. In an instant, as Xiao Wu miscalculated his force, he executed the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, which caused Xiao Wu's body to falter forward. Simultaneously, he thrust his right foot forward, striking at the tip of Xiao Wu's toes. Even with Xiao Wu's formidable soul power, he found himself losing balance in such a precarious situation. Tang San's timing was no less remarkable than that of Zhu Zhuqing. With the adeptness of his technique, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, he effectively harnessed both his own strength and that of Xiao Wuqi to elevate the latter's body. With a commanding shout, Tang San exerted his might, abruptly lifting Xiao Wuqi off the ground. For the first time, Xiao Wuqi was entirely airborne, granting Xiao Wu the opportunity to unleash. Her long legs swiftly entwined around Xiao Wuqi's waist, while her hands grasped his ankles. The first soul ring on her body radiated with brilliance as she spun Xiao Wuqi in the air for 3 vigorous rotations, positioning his head downward for a forceful descent towards the earth. Although Zhu Zhuqing's prior assault had not inflicted significant damage, it had inadvertently disrupted Xiao Wuqi's reflexes. United in their efforts, the trio finally manifested a successful strike. Just as Xiao Wu was about to crash Xiao Wuqi to the ground, a thick vine of blue-silver grass entwined around her waist, lifting her as Xiao Wuqi plummeted headfirst, executing a fierce rotation before colliding with the ground. The impact was tremendous, causing Xiao Wuqi's massive form to embed itself deep into the earth. As Xiao Wu gracefully descended, she landed atop Tang San's shoulder. Balancing herself with one foot on his right shoulder, arms extended for equilibrium, panting heavily. Having expended all her energy in that last, she reflected that without Tang San's ingenious maneuvering, she would have been unable to execute her intricate technique, which combined the powers of 2 soul rings into a devastating throw. Tang San, did we strike too hard? Xiao Wu inquired, her voice tinged with nervousness. Tang San shook his head. Teacher Xiao had yet to employ his soul skills. He cast a glance at the incense on the ground nearby, which had only burned down a third. However, after their coordinated assault, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had exerted themselves to the utmost, employing all their abilities. The blue-silver grass that had taken root in Xiao Wujia's body was swiftly retracted by Tang San. He certainly did not wish for his blue-silver grass to be destroyed once more by his adversaries. Although the soul power consumed by the blue-silver grass was minimal, its continual destruction significantly drained Tang San's own soul power. With his arms planted firmly on the ground, Xiao Wujia hoisted his head up. Previously unnoticed, his appearance following the manifestation of his martial spirit was now evident. His entire form was enveloped in a thick layer of brown fur, towering over 2.5 meters in height, with muscles bulging prominently. His brownish-yellow eyes emanated an imposing aura, while 7 soul rings pulsated rhythmically around his body. Chapter 19. Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 1. Xiao Wujia's hands had transformed into heavy appendages, resembling oversized fans. As Tang San had remarked, Xiao Wujia had not yet summoned his soul power. In fact, he had not even considered manifesting his martial spirit before Zhu Zhuqing sought out his weakest point to strike. For a formidable soul sage of level 76, the few soul masters in their 20s were exceedingly feeble. He merely wished to frolic with these youngsters, to stretch his limbs, as it were. Yet, overconfidence often incurs a price, his underestimation. Combined with the fact that Tang San and his companions had significantly surpassed the 30-level threshold under Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda's enhancement, along with their flawless coordination achieved without prior practice, led to Xiao Wujia experiencing an unexpected setback. Brushing the dirt from his head, Xiao Wujia remarked with irritation, "By the heavens, I feel like an 80-year-old mother whose child has collapsed. It seems I must take you a lot more seriously. Xiao Bai, why are you laughing? Come find me for practical lessons tomorrow." Dai Mubai, who had been secretly chuckling at Xiao Wujia's disheveled appearance, found no humor in the situation after hearing Xiao Wujia's words. "All right, children, let's continue." Xiao Wujia strode purposefully towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, whose previous synergy had left a profound impression on him. "Xiao Wu, meteor hammer?" Tang San called out sharply. Xiao Wu sprang from Tang San's shoulder, this time leading with her foot as she lunged forward to kick Xiao Wujia's head. Simultaneously, dozens of blue-silver grasses surged forth from around Tang San, coiling toward Xiao Wujia from various angles. Xiao Wujia raised his hand to strike at Xiao Wu, but unexpectedly, she altered her trajectory before reaching him, causing his palm to swipe through empty air. Xiao Wu zipped past him, delivering a kick to his shoulder. The so-called meteor hammer was, in fact, a variation of the hidden weapon meteor hammer. Tang San controlled Xiao Wu's agile movements in the air using the entanglement of the blue-silver grass to launch their assault. Regrettably, the formidable defensive prowess of Xiao Wujia proved insurmountable. Despite his lack of distinctive agility, penetrating his defenses was no trifling matter. The conventional concealed weapons are categorized into 4 major types: hand-thrown, mechanically launched, tethered, and poison-spraying. Weapons such as the meteor hammer, crimson lasso, and flying claws belong to the tethered category, while they may lack the enigmatic qualities of other weapon types. Their offensive power and unique effects are unmatched by any other concealed weapon. Xiao Wujia was momentarily taken aback by a kick, and a flicker of seriousness finally graced his hazel eyes. These children were destined to become his students, should he allow them to continue in such a manner. He risked losing face, thus compromising his ability to instruct them in the future. Zhu Zhuqing was not idle. As she observed Xiao Wujia charging toward Tang San and his companion, the 2 yellow soul rings adorning her began to glow simultaneously. Her blue and green eyes narrowed, pupils transforming into vertical slits as she accelerated silently, propelling herself into the air. Enveloped by her soul power, she spun rapidly, hurtling toward Xiao Wu. Within her swirling form, claw shadows danced, revealing her second soul skill, the ghostly 100 claws. Utilizing her swift rotation and the piercing sharpness of her claws, she unleashed a flurry of attacks upon her adversary in a matter of moments, targeting the same spot with astonishing ferocity. At the precise moment Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly 100 claws struck Xiao Wu's back, the kick from Xiao Wu landed as the ghostly 100 claws acted like a rapidly rotating serrated gear, slicing into Xiao Wu's back with remarkable speed. A roar erupted, and a fierce glint ignited in Xiao Wu's eyes as he clenched his fists. Among his 7 soul rings, the first yellow ring illuminated instantly. A blinding burst of golden light erupted forth, sending Zhu Zhuqing, who had just executed the ghostly 100 claws, soaring through the air with a pained cry. Daimubai, swift as the wind, appeared beneath her, catching her in his embrace, only to discover that Zhu Zhuqing had been rendered unconscious, her arms dislocated from the force of impact. Xiao Wu also suffered the repercussions. After landing a kick on Xiao Wujia, she was promptly lifted by Tang San's blue silver grass, just as Xiao Wujia retaliated. The blue silver grass that sprang forth from Tang San ensnared Xiao Wujia's form at that very moment. Within the blinding golden light, all efforts were rendered futile. Although Xiao Wu did not suffer the same close proximity as Zhu Zhuqing, she too was sent flying by the shockwave. As the blue silver grass, whether in direct contact or not, was repelled within a 3-meter radius of Xiao Wujia, with those in close proximity shattering entirely. 3 muffled groans resonated simultaneously. The most severely affected was Zhu Zhuqing, followed closely by Xiao Wu. The violent shockwave forced Xiao Wu to expel a mouthful of blood midair, her body succumbing to a wave of numbness as she was drawn into Tang San's arms by the blue silver grass, though Tang San bore the lightest wounds. Feeling merely a fiery torment within from the pull of the blue silver grass, the injury inflicted upon Xiao Wu shattered his composure, and Xiao Wujia's technique was none other than his primary soul ring skill, the immovable king body. Despite being merely a century-old soul ring, the efficacy of a soul skill varies significantly when wielded with different levels of soul power. With a formidable soul power of 76, the ability granted by this century-old soul ring proved to be remarkably effective. The combined offensive and defensive nature of the skill swiftly dismantled the trio's joint assault. This epitomized true strength, the authentic prowess of a soul sage. Ning Rongrong felt an urgent pang of anxiety. The incense had only burned just past the halfway mark, and although her 7 treasures glazed pagoda conferred various auxiliary attributes, healing was not among them. She possessed only 2 soul rings, and the effects they provided were, no matter how desperate she felt, it was of no avail. As the 19th chapter unfolds, Tang San's concealed weapon, Part 2, Xiao Wujia's speed suddenly accelerated, seemingly traversing the distance to Tang San in a single stride. His colossal hand rose, and simultaneously, his second soul ring glowed with brilliance. With a hearty laugh, his palm transformed into a golden hue, expanding to twice its size, and struck directly toward Tang San. At that moment, Xiao Wu remained cradled in Tang San's embrace. He could not allow her to shield him from this impending blow and hastily pulled her aside. Yet, this seemingly simple action deprived him of the chance to evade. Just then, Xiao Wu's second soul ring illuminated, and her eyes turned a vivid crimson, fixated intently on Xiao Wujia. Xiao Wujia felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Startled, his descending palm slowed, and his soul power diminished significantly. As golden light radiated from his eyes, he realized, to his astonishment, that she possessed a soul skill of the illusionary kind. The crimson glow in Xiao Wu's eyes clashed with the golden light in Xiao Wujia's, and before a sound could escape his lips, he collapsed into Tang San's arms, blood spilling from his mouth and nostrils. Tang San instinctively seized the opportunity presented by the brief respite, employing the ghost shadow perplexing steps to evade Xiao Wujia's attack range. Xiao Wujia's palm did not descend with intent to harm. He harbored no desire to injure these children. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out urgently, hastily channeling his Xiantian skill into Xiao Wu's body. Yet, Xiao Wu remained utterly unresponsive. Xiao Wujia did not pursue further. Instead, he stood firm and remarked, "She is unharmed." Although confusion-type soul skills are effective, the disparity in soul power between her and me is too great. Consequently, she suffers a backlash from her own soul power, resulting in this outcome. It is akin to how the poison attached to your blue-silver grass proves ineffective against me. Allow her to rest for the night. She will awaken restored by morning. Shifting his gaze to Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wujia smiled and said, "I trust one need not intervene further." Little girl from the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, you have lost. You and your companions are simply inadequate. Unable to withstand even a single incense stick's worth of my power. This exemplifies the gap in our abilities. Cradling the soft form of Xiao Wu, Tang San slowly raised his head, his dark eyes devoid of emotion, yet profoundly deep. He gently turned, approaching Ning Rongrong, and requested, "Might I trouble you to care for Xiao Wu for a moment?" Ning Rongrong hesitated briefly, retracting her Seven Treasure Glazed Tile martial spirit and accepting Xiao Wu into her embrace. While her martial spirit was auxiliary in nature, as a soul master, her physical capabilities surpassed those of an ordinary person, making it no burden to hold a girl like Xiao Wu. Having entrusted Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong, Tang San turned his attention back to Xiao Wujia. Xiao Wujia paused, taken aback. "What? Do you wish to continue? I fear you would be unable to withstand even a single strike from me. My second soul ring skill, the mighty Vajra Palm, is not so easily resisted." Xiao Wujia certainly would not dismiss these four children from entering Shrek Academy merely because the incense had not yet burned out. Quite the opposite was true. The prowess exhibited by these children filled him with surprise. Each possessed distinctive strengths, and astonishingly, they could coordinate so harmoniously without prior practice. Their futures held boundless potential. Compared to the Academy's 3 existing students, they were only stronger, not weaker. The slight harshness in his final words stemmed from a desire to prevent these children from developing arrogance due to their innate talent. There have been instances in Shrek Academy's past where pride had hindered progress. Xiao Wujia wished to steer these promising youths away from such a path. However, he had not anticipated Tang San's return. This show of courage alone greatly impressed Xiao Wujia. Tang San shook his head and replied, "I do not wish to continue with the current examination." Xiao Wujia, displaying a hint of disappointment, responded, "So, does this mean you concede?" Tang San shook his head once more, saying, "No, I wish to engage in a serious duel with you. Let us start anew. Please, light another incense stick. If I can endure for the duration of this incense, then I implore you to allow the 4 of us to simultaneously enter the Shrek Academy." Xiao Wujia observed Tang San with a smile that was both enigmatic and amused, responding, "And if you fail to endure, do not forget. The 4 of you joined forces earlier, yet ultimately faced defeat. Tang San is capable of making decisions for himself, and even for Xiao Wu in the present moment, however. He cannot make choices for the other 2 individuals." He turned to face Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing. At this moment, Zhu Shuqing's dislocated arm had been set back in place by Dai Mubai, and she had regained consciousness, albeit with a faint breath. Although she wished to avoid remaining in Dai Mubai's embrace, she found herself devoid of the strength to rise. Ning Rongrong offered a slight smile to Tang San, saying, "Tang San, we are comrades. My father has always taught me that we must not abandon our companions. If need be, we shall depart together. After all, we have already failed the assessment. The academy in the imperial capital will surely not turn us away." Tang San turned his gaze towards Zhu Shuqing, who seemed to lack the strength to speak yet mustered the resolve to nod at him. Although this was their first encounter, the trust of a companion bestowed upon Tang San an unparalleled strength. He turned around to face Xiao Wujia once more, declaring, "If I am to be defeated, then we shall depart together." Xiao Wujia, observing the children before him, grew increasingly fond of them and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Very well. Let me see what hidden powers you possess to withstand my assault." "As you wish." The 3rd incense stick was reignited and placed into the ground beside them. Tang San stood there with an unsteady posture, his entire being slowly accumulating power. At this juncture, he harbored no intention of concealing his true strength. The sight of Xiao Wu injured and unconscious had profoundly affected his emotions, filling him with an overwhelming sense of guilt. As an elder brother who had failed to protect his sister, what right did he have to bear the title of brother if he could not seek justice for her? In Chapter 19, Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 3, although it was their first encounter, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing's unyielding trust compelled Tang San to reveal his true abilities. As for Dai Mubai, for reasons unknown, Tang San felt an inexplicable sense of trust towards the young man whose soul power surpassed his own. Tang San vividly recalled a phrase from the comprehensive outline of the Xiantian Baolu: "Never attempt to masquerade as a pig to eat a tiger, lest you truly become a pig." It was only now that he fully comprehended the essence of this saying. Had they not been confronted by a teacher from Shrek Academy, but rather by an adversary, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Xiao Wu to escape unscathed. Moreover, had he failed to unleash his true prowess, he would have lived with regret for eternity. Thus, Tang San resolved to no longer conceal his strength. He wished to gauge his abilities against the formidable Xiao Wu, known as the Unmoving King. Without the augmented power and speed provided by the seven treasures, Tang San distinctly felt a slight heaviness in his body, his arms trembling as he endeavored to acclimate to his current state. Simultaneously, his hands began to take on a pearlescent white hue, as if they were crafted from jade. A gentle flow of energy seemed to circulate between his 10 fingers. With his head bowed, he concealed the fact that his eyes had transformed into a deep purple. Xiao Wu perceptibly sensed a subtle shift in the aura. Although his soul power had not visibly increased, an inexplicable sense of danger emanated from the child, who was merely at the 29th. Xiao Wu found it hard to believe that a mere boy could evoke such trepidation within him. He activated his first soul ring ability, and strode purposefully toward Tang San. His pace was unhurried, yet each step resonated with a remarkable steadiness, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath him. "Be cautious, Teacher Xiao," Tang San suddenly exclaimed, lifting his head sharply. The purple light in his eyes flared intensely, startling Xiao Wu and causing him to falter momentarily. After all, an attack based on the allure of one's gaze was one of the most challenging soul techniques to resist. He had nearly fallen victim to it during his previous encounter with Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu soon realized that the purple light in Tang San's eyes held no offensive intent. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Tang San's hands, which had been hanging by his sides, gracefully ascended to his waist. With a series of sharp sounds, 10 beams of icy light erupted from his fingertips, each aimed with precision at Xiao Wu's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, groin, and abdomen. Each of the 10 attacks targeted a vital point, none striking the same location. The piercing sound of the projectiles startled Xiao Wu. Among all his attributes, agility was his weakest, although his speed slightly improved with his martial spirit activated. His large stature and formidable defense typically led him to prefer a direct confrontation with his opponents. Faced with the sudden and remarkably accurate onslaught of 10 icy beams, Xiao Wu reacted swiftly, raising his bear-like paws, one to shield his eyes and the other to protect his lower body. Letting out a low growl, he unleashed his full soul power, activating the Unmoving King technique to its utmost potential. After Tang San unleashed 10 beams of chilling light, his body did not falter in the slightest. With the grace of a ghostly shadow, he swiftly retreated. 10 explosive sounds erupted almost simultaneously, as the 10 beams of light struck Xiao Wu's form. However, enveloped in the formidable golden light, they were all deflected back, inflicting no harm upon Xiao Wu whatsoever. Tang San was inwardly astonished. It is noteworthy that he had launched 10 penetrating bone nails, which are considerable in weight among small concealed weapons. Coupled with his internal energy and the penetrating nature of the nails, it was astonishing that they had not inflicted even the slightest harm on Xiao Wu, highlighting the formidable strength of Xiao Wu's defenses. Daimobai's assertion that he exhibited no flaws was indeed not without merit. With a swift turn of his body, he unleashed another barrage of over 10 glinting projectiles. No flaws, you say? A glimmer of coldness flickered in Tang San's eyes. The so-called absence of flaws was merely an illusion, as every part of Xiao Wu's form was rife with vulnerabilities. Only by exploiting a singular weakness could he seize his opportunity. As he retreated, Tang San's hands danced like butterflies flitting amongst blossoms, flicking and launching successive streams of cold light, targeting the vital points on Xiao Wu's body. The astonishment within Xiao Wu surpassed that of Tang San. This was the first time he had encountered such an opponent. He realized that if their strengths were equal, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. The projectiles Tang San deployed were not only precise but also simultaneously assailed numerous distinct locations, rendering evasion exceedingly challenging. With a flurry of assorted hidden weapons, willow leaf blades, locust stones, golden money darts, and penetrating bone nails, Tang San unleashed a tempest of attacks. Some flew straight, others at angles, while some circled behind. Yet their ultimate target remained singular, Xiao Wu's body. Xiao Wu sensed the formidable penetrating power of these projectiles, without fully activating his immovable king body. He too could easily sustain injuries. However, through rapid engagement, Xiao Wu believed he had gauged the offensive capabilities of Tang San's concealed weapons. Bathed in the radiant golden light of the immovable king body, he strode boldly towards Tang San. As Xiao Wu charged, raising his immense Vajra palm, Tang San remained unperturbed. With a swift shift of his feet, he retreated rapidly, while his blue-silver grasp began to spread and obstruct Xiao Wu's path. Although the resilient blue-silver grass could not fully impede Xiao Wujie, it could certainly delay him momentarily. The omnipresent tendrils ensnared Xiao Wujie's feet, slowing his advance and conserving Tang San's internal energy whenever possible, thanks to the blue-silver grass and his ghostly movement. While Tang San's absolute speed did not match that of Xiao Wujie, the latter found himself unable to catch up, with the mighty Vajra palm striking only at empty space. Chapter 19. Tang San's Concealed Weapons, Part 4. Having discharged the first round of hidden weapons, Tang San did not continue his assault with them. Instead, he maneuvered throughout the arena, deftly evading Xiao Wujie's strikes. Tang San's decision to confront Xiao Wujie alone stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, his concern that hidden weapons might inadvertently harm others, and secondly, the greater freedom of movement afforded to an individual, devoid of any reservations. At that moment, the spectators surrounding the duel were utterly captivated, particularly during the segment when a flurry of concealed weapons erupted from Tang San. Awe filled their hearts. Whether it was Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, or Dai Mubai, they could not help but shudder inwardly, realizing that had they been in Xiao Wujie's position, they might have already fallen victim. Tang San's hidden weapons are extraordinarily diverse, and their flight paths are exceedingly peculiar, making evasion a formidable challenge. Even Ning Rongrong, hailing from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and possessing extensive knowledge, could not discern the origin of these weapons or their familial attack style. Yet, she could undoubtedly sense their formidable power. The incense burned unnoticed, and within a short span, a third of its length had already been consumed. Xiao Wujie, who was in pursuit of Tang San, suddenly halted his steps and exclaimed with a chuckle, "Well, you little monkey, you are indeed quite slippery. Do you think you can buy time this way? It won't be so easy." With that, he activated the third spirit ring technique, gravity enhancement. The purple thousand-year spirit ring on Xiao Wujie's body suddenly expanded, not infusing its power into him, but rather cascading downward, directly merging with the ground. In an instant, Tang San felt as if his feet were ensnared in a quagmire, and his body became inexplicably heavy, as though his weight had doubled. In stark contrast, Xiao Wujie appeared unaffected, striding towards him with a faint smile in his eyes, seemingly saying, "This time, where do you think you can escape?" What a formidable spirit technique! Under the influence of gravity, Tang San's speed noticeably diminished. Although his ghost shadow perplexing steps were sufficiently exquisite, evading Xiao Wujie's powerful strikes became increasingly arduous. He narrowly dodged several of Xiao Wujie's formidable Golden King palm attacks, catching a glimpse of the burning incense, which had nearly reached the halfway mark. Xiao Wujie felt a twinge of anxiety. Here he was, the formidable king of unmoving, struggling to contend with a mere 12-year-old child. If this news reached the ears of other teachers, it would surely become a source of ridicule. This child was destined to be accepted. However, it seemed time for this examination to conclude. With that thought, Xiao Wujie's fourth spirit ring illuminated once more. The purple light shimmered, and astonishingly, the fourth spirit ring soared out, as if it possessed its own consciousness, swiftly pursuing Tang San's form and encircling him. What does this mean? A shiver ran down Tang San's spine. Yet, upon the encirclement of the purple thousand-year light ring, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Xiao Wujie laughed heartily, declaring, "It is time to conclude. Having compelled me to utilize 4 spirit rings, you have proven your eligibility for acceptance." As his words fell, he exerted force through his robust legs, propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap. Tang San hastily shifted his position, yet to his he discovered that Xiao Wujie's leap into the air seemed to pivot in accordance with his movement, still descending towards him. Unbeknownst to him, this was the 4th spirit ring skill of Xiao Wujie, positional tracking. Once he was locked onto by this ability, Xiao Wujie could instantly close the distance within 100 meters with the force of his leap. While this skill may hold little value for soul masters of other cultivation methods, it proved exceedingly advantageous for the power-oriented Xiao Wujie. By utilizing positional tracking to swiftly reduce the gap between himself and his opponent, he maximized the potential of his strength and it was with the intent to swiftly conclude the battle that he deployed this formidable ability. A glimmer of cold light emanated from Tang San's eyes. It seemed that he had no choice but to advance his plan. Realizing he could not evade the descending body of Xiao Wujie, he resolved to cease his dodging. As Xiao Wujie plummeted toward him, he promptly activated his second soul ring skill, parasitism. Earlier, while the blue-silver grass had obstructed Xiao Wujie's advance, the seeds of parasitism had quietly nestled upon him. Now, with a sudden surge, the blue-silver grass erupted, ensnaring Xiao Wujie in midair. With Tang San chose the moment to unleash his parasitic ability with impeccable timing, precisely at the instant Xiao Wujie's was about to touch the ground. Consequently, Xiao Wujie's would be unable to launch an attack against him immediately upon landing. Tang San raised both hands simultaneously, and a resonant sound echoed as 6 beams of cold light erupted from his sleeves. The formidable crossbow arrows surged forth with a piercing whoosh, hurtling directly toward Xiao Wujie's face. Despite Xiao Wujie's formidable defenses, the sudden emergence of these powerful arrows startled him momentarily, triggering the activation of his unmoved king body. With a resounding boom, amidst the spreading golden light, he not only broke free from the restraints of the blue-silver grass, but also sent the 6 crossbow arrows hurtling away from him. What is Tang San most proficient in? At least up until now, it is certainly not in throwing concealed weapons, but rather in the intricate mechanisms of hidden armaments that he devoted his previous life to studying. The sudden bolt from a crossbow startled Xiao Wujie, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Although his immovable body of the King of Light managed to deflect the bolt, the force of its impact left a stinging sensation on his face, illustrating the tremendous power of the crossbow mechanism. Employing both the control of the crane and the capture of the dragon simultaneously, Tang San leveraged the momentum generated by Xiao Wujie's immovable body to propel himself backward, narrowly evading a palm strike aimed at him. With his arms drawn in and his chest muscles rippling, a resonant hum emanated from Tang San's chest. A spray of glimmering steel needles, enveloped in a thick mist, erupted forth from his chest, perfectly intersecting with Xiao Wujie's assault. Tang San is indeed regarded as a master of concealed mechanisms, crafting hidden weaponry that operates without switches, activated solely by the contraction of muscles, rendering it nearly impossible to defend against. Chapter 19. Tang San's Hidden Weapons, Part 5. The fragrant mist of tea enveloped Xiao, inducing a momentary dizziness that caused the defenses of his immovable king body to wane slightly. In that fleeting instant, Xiao Wujie distinctly felt a sharp. Lowering his gaze, he was horrified to discover that a barrage of steel needles shot forth from Tang San had penetrated the defenses of his immovable king body, embedding themselves into his chest. A paralyzing agony surged through his nerves into Xiao Wujie's brain. Poison. A wave of shock coursed through Xiao Wujie's mind. He hurriedly summoned the strength of his immovable king body, attempting to forcibly expel the steel needles from his body. However, the toxins had already infiltrated his system, propelled by the dual forces of respiration and circulation. The Tang sect is renowned not only for its concealed weapons, but also for its unparalleled mastery of poisons. Although Tang San has had limited opportunities to gather toxins in recent years, he made no waste of the mandala snake he encountered earlier. The venom extracted from the snake's fangs was applied to a concealed weapon located on his chest, which proved invaluable at a critical moment. This weapon, known as Hiding Sand Shooting Shadow, is among the few of his concealed weapons capable of breaching protective energy barriers. However, Xiao Wujie's immovable king body possesses formidable defensive capabilities, and the 64 steel needles shot forth from Hiding Sand Shooting Shadow could merely penetrate his skin. Yet, this was sufficient. Although the mandala snake's toxin was inadequate to incapacitate Xiao Wujie, it compelled him to divert a portion of his soul power to contain the toxin's spread, affording Tang San a much-needed respite. Nonetheless, Xiao Wujie's momentary pause did not facilitate Tang San's escape. Instead, he charged directly at Xiao Wujie, with all 10 fingers flicking simultaneously. 10 delicate beams of golden light flashed through the air, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. As a master of concealed weapons, timing the release of such projectiles is paramount, and Tang San executed this flawlessly, selecting the precise moment when Xiao Wujie had just activated his immovable king body and was momentarily vulnerable. Utilizing the insight granted by his purple demon eye, Tang San could discern every movement of his opponent and even perceive the fluctuations of soul power surrounding Xiao Wujie. How else could he have so adeptly identified his adversary's weaknesses? This is the true essence of the purple demon eye's power. The 10 golden rays forcefully penetrated the defenses of the immovable king body and silently imprinted upon Xiao Wujie's form, burrowing within. Xiao Wujie felt excruciating pain erupting from multiple points on his body. Even with his robust nerves, he could not suppress a gasp, his body spasming in response to the agony. Angered, Xiao Wujie let out a low growl, and his 5th soul ring, glowing with a profound black hue, suddenly illuminated. The intense roar reverberated throughout the entire Shrek Academy. Tang San felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from all directions, compelling his body to uncontrollably surge towards Xiao Wujie's direction. The force surrounding him seemed as if it would crush him to pieces. This power was beyond his capacity to withstand. Xiao Wujie unleashed the fifth soul skill of his formidable golden bear martial spirit, gravity compression. Did Tang San truly yield so easily? Certainly not. With a sudden inclination of his head, a resounding crack echoed as a 7-inch crossbow bolt shot forth from behind him, aimed directly at Xiao Wujie's roaring mouth. Even under the control of his adversary, his precision remained astonishing. The tightly strung crossbow, equipped with a medium-sized bolt, was discharged using the strength of his back muscles. It was a single strike, yet due to the bolt's considerable size and the mechanism's formidable elasticity, its destructive power was immensely potent, far surpassing that of a concealed dart. Simultaneously, Tang San's feet collided, and from the tips of his toes emerged blades extending approximately 3 inches. One foot soared towards Xiao Wujie's throat, while the other silently targeted his vulnerable underbelly. Despite being at a disadvantage, his ability to execute such a counterattack was nothing short of terrifying. The rapid firing speed of the tightly strung crossbow left Xiao Wujie with no time to raise his hands. The formidable bolt pierced through the defenses of his immovable king form, hurtling directly toward his mouth. In that critical moment, Xiao Wujie displayed the formidable combat experience of a soul sage, remaining unfazed. He clenched his teeth just in time to catch the crossbow bolt in his mouth. The impact was tremendous. Although he managed to hold on to it, his teeth were jolted loose. Simultaneously, a sweet aroma emanated from, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. The tightly strung crossbow had but a single bolt, and how could Tang San refrain from enhancing it in some manner? The hollow bolt contained a small quantity of mandragora snake venom, which would be released upon being compressed within an enemy's body. At that moment, although the bolt had not penetrated Xiao Wujie's flesh, the pressure exerted by his teeth provided sufficient force, delivering the venom unceremoniously into him. With a spitting sound, Xiao Wujie expelled the bolt, while simultaneously using his hands to deflect Tang San's foot strikes, forcing Tang San into close proximity. "Are you a hedgehog?" Xiao Wujie roared. However, the venom from the mandragora snake had rendered his tongue slightly numb, causing his words to be somewhat slurred. Having never suffered such a setback since his time in the Soul Master realm, fury flickered in his eyes, and he was poised to retaliate. Yet, Tang San's onslaught was not yet concluded. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wujie, a hammer suddenly materialized in Tang San's left hand, a small, pitch-black hammer. Once Xiao Wujie had deflected his leg strikes, Tang San swung the hammer toward Xiao Wujie's face. Chapter 20, Oscar's Sausages and Little Sausages, Part 1. It was not over yet. Xiao Wujie, seethed with anger, resolved to teach this little hedgehog. He raised his right hand to shield his face while his left hand struck out towards Tang San's chest. Of course, he did not exert much force in this strike. Having suffered a significant loss, he felt compelled to exact a small measure of retribution as his discomfort lingered. Certainly, at the moment he unleashed this strike, he had already retracted his eternal soul ring skill, gravity compression. Otherwise, Tang San would have undoubtedly been crushed to death by this ability. With a resounding thud, 2 muffled groans nearly echoed simultaneously. Tang San's body was propelled away by a single strike from Xiao Wujie, resulting in a muffled groan that escaped his lips as he soared through the air, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Having exhausted every ounce of his strength and inner energy in prior attacks, he was now on the brink of depletion, hardly able to withstand the force of Xiao Wujie's blow. That he did not lose consciousness from the impact was a small mercy. Daimubai gently placed Zhu Shiqing on the ground before swiftly intercepting the tumbling Tang San. The second muffled groan belonged to Xiao Wujie. Initially, he had assumed that the blow was merely another of Tang San's hidden weapons. Surely, blocking a strike from Tang San would be a trivial matter. However, upon the hammer making contact with his palm, he realized something was amiss. What appeared to be a small hammer packed in immense force. Despite Xiao Wujie's prompt invocation of his soul power, he had been careless, and under the dual afflictions of the mandala snake's venom and his own pain, his soul power proved insufficient. The hammer struck his palm, rebounding to collide with his face, causing blood to flow freely from his nose. As his palm grazed his face, it was as if a dying room had erupted, leaving him with a grotesque visage. The impact left him momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, the small black hammer, having completed its task, vanished without a trace. Tang San, supported by Daimubai, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Despite his serious injuries, anyone observing the surface would never suspect that Zhao Waoji had emerged victorious from their recent battle. This is not to imply that Zhao Waoji lacked strength. After all, he was grappling with a fellow candidate and was somewhat restrained, fearing he might inadvertently harm Tang San. Additionally, he wished to gauge the extent of Tang San's capability. Zhao's prowess lay primarily in brute strength rather than in stealth, and compounded by the suddenness of Tang San's hidden weaponry, which was executed with remarkable precision. Xiao Wuji suffered considerable losses due to his overconfidence. The embarrassment was palpable. Had it been a genuine confrontation, Xiao would have effortlessly dispatched Tang San with the activation of his fifth soul ring ability. The disparity in their strengths was simply too vast. Under normal circumstances, during an examination, Tang San would not have exerted himself so vigorously. However, the sight of Xiao Wu's unconscious form ignited a fierce determination within him. Coupled with the immense pressure exerted by Xiao Wuji, it triggered an explosive response from him. Not only the few individuals awake in that moment, but even Xiao Wu had never witnessed Tang San unleashing his full potential in such a manner. Daimubai, observing Xiao Wuji's bloodied visage, found himself stifling laughter, hastily calling out, Oscar, Oscar, come here quickly. You have business. Amplifying his voice with soul power, he ensured that no one within the academy would fail to hear him. Years later, when Daimubai, now a distinguished leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, was asked who he deemed the most formidable among them, he would answer without hesitation, it is the soft-boned Douluo, Xiao Wu. The reasoning was simple. She was the Achilles heel of Tang San, the thousand-handed Douluo. Directly provoking Tang San might not be perilous, but inciting Xiao Wu and awakening Tang San's wrath would unleash terrifying consequences, transforming him from the thousand-handed Douluo into the thousand-handed Azura. Daimubai, known for his romantic inclinations and humorously dubbed the greatest seducer within the Shrek 7 monsters, had never dared to provoke Xiao Wu. For he was a wise man who wished to avoid the ire of an enraged Tang San. The unfolding scene served as a stark reminder of this truth. Where's the business? Where's the business? Oscar's distinctively soft and slightly excited voice approached rapidly, and soon he appeared before the group. Perhaps in his eagerness, he had abandoned his cart and rushed over single-handedly. Xiao Ao, come here. Daimubai called out to him. Oscar hurriedly approached. Boss Dai, did you call for me? Daimubai nodded and instructed, quickly, bring out some sausages. They're all injured. Oscar's face lit up with joy, 5 copper soul coins for each sausage. And don't forget to settle the bill. With a flourish of his peculiar soul incantation, a delicious-looking sausage materialized in his hand. Daimubai gestured to Tang San, urging him to eat. Although Oscar's words might be somewhat distasteful, the efficacy of his sausages was undeniable. This was a sausage enhanced by his first soul ring, capable of accelerating the recovery of physical injuries. The sausage was of little concern, yet upon recalling Oscar's words, Tang San could not help but feel a tumultuous churn in his stomach. He hastily waved his hand, assuring, my injuries are not severe, I merely feel a bit fatigued. A brief rest will suffice. You should allow him to offer the sausage to someone else. Having said this, he promptly settled into a lotus position, channeling his energy to recuperate. Tang San's abstinence does not imply that others share the same sentiment. For instance, there exists an individual who has suffered great humiliation. Oscar, come here. Bring me a sausage and a small sausage. Xiao Wuji's voice emerged, slightly muddled. It is hardly surprising. For although he managed to suppress the spread of toxins with his pure soul power, the moment he was struck by the poison, his tongue swelled painfully. Oscar blinked his enchanting eyes. Who are you? How did you come to our Shrek Academy, and how do you know my name? Rascal, do you wish to be punished? I am Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji, infuriated, nearly choked, almost spitting blood in his rage. Chapter 20, Oscar's Grand Sausage and Small Sausage, Part 2. Today's misfortune was indeed significant. He merely wished to tend to his wounds swiftly and threaten the few children before him to keep their silence. Otherwise, his reputation as the immovable king would be irreparably tarnished. Oscar was eager to inquire why Xiao Wuji had transformed in such a manner, fully aware of his formidable strength. However, he soon noticed a signal from Daimubai, and being a remarkably astute individual, he promptly masked his astonishment, as if nothing had transpired, and cheerfully approached Xiao Wuji, presenting the sausage he had just conjured, while reciting a soul incantation that left the onlookers both amused and bemused. I possess a small sausage. Though Oscar did not appear lewd in demeanor, his utterance of the incantation rendered him utterly inappropriate. A sausage, no thicker than his pinky, materialized in his hand and was swiftly offered to Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji, unceremoniously, consumed both the sausage and the small sausage, and his complexion improved considerably. Daimubai, suppressing laughter, returned to Zhu Zhuqing's side, only to receive a piercing glare. Zhu Zhuqing was grievously injured, yet unmistakably conveyed through her gaze that if Dai Mubai dared to let that lewd uncle offer his sausage, he would be in dire peril. Dai Mubai gestured helplessly and shook his head, assuring her, "Rest assured, I would never allow you to partake in such things. I could never bear to." Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew cold, and she closed her eyes, refusing to even glance at Dai Mubai. After consuming Oscar's grand sausage and small sausage, Xiao Wujia's complexion brightened significantly. His clothing, severely torn from the earlier battle, was hastily ripped to wipe away the blood from his face. Oscar's grand sausage possessed healing properties, while the small sausage was effective against abnormal states. Both proved exceedingly practical. The paralysis induced by the mandala snake venom gradually subsided. Yet the intense pain caused Xiao Wujia's facial muscles to twitch uncontrollably. Looking down, he observed multiple swollen areas on his skin, each resembling the size of a walnut, from which the excruciating pain emanated. "Teacher Xiao, do we consider this a pass?" Standing aside, the only complete Ning Rongrong among the four candidates pointed behind Xiao Wujia and inquired. Xiao Wujia turned around only to discover that the incense he had ignited had long since extinguished. With a huff of irritation, he conceded that they had passed his test. At that moment, he was unwilling to linger any longer. Being the subject of ridicule was quite uncomfortable. He prepared to depart. "Teacher Xiao, wait a moment." Just then, a somewhat feeble voice resonated, prompting Xiao Wujia to glance back. The speaker was Tang San, who had only recently been recuperating. After a brief respite, Tang San appeared somewhat revitalized and managed to rise from the ground. "Little hedgehog, do you have anything else to say?" "You have already passed my examination," Xiao Wujia remarked, gazing at the youth before him, feeling a tumultuous mix of resentment and affection. Although this boy had caused him considerable embarrassment and inflicted minor injuries upon him, the combat potential and indomitable spirit he exhibited were undeniably extraordinary, setting him apart as a true prodigy. Tang San said, "Teacher Xiao, I sincerely apologize. My earlier actions were impulsive. However, your strength is overwhelmingly formidable, compelling me to exert my utmost effort. Allow me to extract the concealed weapons from your body. They may adversely affect your health." The 10 dragon whisker needles, hidden beneath Tang San's nails, were now embedded in Xiao Wujia's body. And the swelling injuries were not trivial matters easily resolved. Although the dragon whisker needles were crafted from natural golden hair and, despite being metallic, were not attracted by magnets, they had become entangled upon piercing the flesh. Even with Tang San's intervention, he could only remove them if the wounds were fresh. Otherwise, if they penetrated too deeply, the only recourse would be to excise the affected area entirely. Fortunately, Xiao Wujia's immovable Vajra body provided remarkable defense. And given that Tang San's internal energy had waned during the deployment of the needles, they had merely grazed his skin. Had the needles penetrated deeper, rescue would have been impossible. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wujia's expression softened, and a hint of embarrassment colored his aged face, for he was a soul sage. It was rather unseemly to resort to his 5th soul ring against a child scarcely reaching level 30. Nevertheless, this little hedgehog proved to be extraordinarily impressive, with an array of bizarre attacks that truly broadened Xiao Wujia's horizons. Tang San approached Xiao Wujia, first confirming the position of the dragon whisker needle embedded within him. It appeared that the needles were mostly entangled beneath the skin, without penetrating deeply, which brought him a sense of relief. After engaging in a fierce battle with Xiao Wujia, the anger that had once consumed him had dissipated. He felt a tinge of regret. After all, Xiao Wujia was a mentor, not an adversary, and his actions had been somewhat excessive. However, given the overwhelming pressure exerted by Xiao Wujia in that moment, it was impossible for him to hold back. His right hand transformed back to a lustrous jade hue, and his fingers deftly tapped several times on a wound on Xiao Wujia's body. With a swift motion of the control crane and capture dragon technique, a golden needle tip emerged from beneath the skin. Tang San grasped the needle firmly and pulled forcefully, extracting the dragon whisker needle. The agony inflicted by this extraction was profound. Once the needle had burrowed into his body, it coiled tightly, intertwining with his skin and muscles. Even the stoic Xiao Wujia, known for his resilience, could not suppress a grimace as pain coursed through him. Once Tang San had removed all the dragon whisker needles, a thick layer of steam began to rise from Xiao Wujia's body, drenched in sweat from the excruciating pain. Yet, he displayed remarkable fortitude, refraining from uttering a sound. In the ensuing chapter, titled Oscar's Grand Sausage and Little Sausage, Xiao Wujia's wounds began to heal rapidly after consuming another sausage provided by Oscar, alleviating some of the pain he had been enduring. Tang San, having just recovered a scant amount of inner strength, found himself utterly depleted once more, succumbing to unconsciousness without uttering a single word. Fortunately, Oscar was by his side and swiftly caught him in his arms. Xiao Wu, possessing formidable strength, bore only superficial wounds that posed no significant threat, and under the influence of Oscar's sausages and cured meats, he soon regained 90% of his vigor. Observing the unconscious Tang San nestled in Oscar's embrace, Xiao Wu furrowed his brow and instructed, "Mu Bai, you are responsible for accommodating these. Classes commence tomorrow. No one is to touch the weapons scattered about by Tang San. Some may be poisonous. Let him tidy up upon awakening." With that, Xiao Wu turned and departed. As Xiao Wu vanished from sight, Oscar assisted Tang San to lean against Dai Mu Bai, glancing between Tang San and the injured Zhu Qing, as well as the unconscious Xiao Wu cradled in Ning Rongrong's arms. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, "What up with teacher? Is it that time of the month? Why is he taking it out on the new students?" Dai Mu Bai retorted with annoyance, "If you have the guts, raise your voice and let teacher Xiao hear you." He is likely brimming with pent-up frustration, unsure of whom to unleash it upon. "That time of the month? I'd say you're the one who should worry about that. With 30 days in a month, you might get 1 day off, and during February, you'll owe 2 days. Oscar grumbled, "Must you speak so lewdly? There are girls present." Dai Mu Bai shot back, "Please, with your uncle sausage around. How can there be any lack of lewdness? Let us first settle them before we continue this conversation." As they spoke, Dai Mu Bai lifted Zhu Qing from the ground, seemingly oblivious to her icy, murderous gaze. Oscar glanced at Dai Mu Bai and then at Ning Rongrong, muttering, "Why is it that you're holding all the beauties while I'm stuck with a man?" Dai Mu Bai smirked, "That's simply a matter of character." When Tang San finally awoke from his slumber, the sky outside had darkened considerably. As he opened his somewhat dazed eyes, he realized he was lying in a wooden cabin. The room was modest, approximately a dozen square meters, with another bed beside his own. Oscar sat on the edge of the bed, murmuring to himself, "Where's this?" Tang San's voice was hoarse, accompanied by a persistent sensation of emptiness within him. Seeing him awake, Oscar replied, "This is our dormitory. You'll be sharing it with me from now on. Your name is Tang San, right? You were quite impressive today, even making teacher Xiao, a formidable figure, suffer a setback." Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Tang San. "What about Xiao Wu? How is she?" This was the question Tang San was most eager to have answered. "Rest assured, she is fine. She is sharing a room with the beautiful Ning Rongrong. A night's rest should suffice for her recovery. That Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school is truly stunning," Oscar said, swallowing hard, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Tang San propped himself up, aware that after a significant depletion of his internal energy, any lapse in vigilance could prove detrimental to his cultivation. If he did not recover promptly, it could potentially diminish his abilities. "Hey, Tang San, we will be roommates from now on. Shall we get acquainted?" He continued with a self-introduction, "I am Oscar, a rank 29 weapon soul master, with the martial spirit of a sausage. I am affectionately nicknamed Sausage Specialist. You may call me Sausage Specialist Oscar, or simply Little Oscar." Tang San smiled faintly and said, "Isn't that Uncle Sausage?" "Bah, what Uncle Sausage? Tomorrow, I shall shave my beard and reveal to you my handsome and dashing side, like a graceful tree swaying in the wind. Several beautiful junior sisters have arrived at the academy. I cannot afford to remain in this state of despair any longer." That fellow Dai Mu Bai clearly has his eyes set on that ice-cold beauty, so Xiao Wu is yours. I can only reluctantly pursue Ning Rongrong then. Xiao Wu and I are merely friends. Tang San furrowed his brow. Oscar's manner of speaking was somewhat disconcerting to him. Oscar leered with a mischievous grin, saying, "All right. Stop pretending. We're all men here. Who doesn't he understand who? I never expected that at such a young age, you could charm a beautiful girl. With just the two of you journeying to the academy, surely something must have transpired." Boss Dai said that it was because Xiao Wu was injured that you fought so hard against teacher Zhao. You claim you're just friends. Who would believe? Rest assured, I, Oscar, uphold principles. One must take liberties with a friend's wife. Oh, no. I mean, one must not offend a friend's wife. I would never harbor any thoughts about your Xiao Wu. Faced with Oscar's sparkling peach blossom eyes, Tang San found himself momentarily speechless. He could not be bothered to explain further and instead entered a meditative state to restore his inner strength. As night fell, the entire Shrek Academy descended into complete silence. The results of the day's examination, as Dai Mu Bai had predicted, revealed that aside from Tang San and his 3 companions, no other candidates had passed the first 3 rounds. This year marked the most significant enrollment in the Academy's history. As the vice principal, Xiao Wuji naturally had his own quarters, and at that moment, he sat alone in his room, feeling somewhat dispirited. He had changed into clean attire, and his wounds had all healed. Those minor injuries were inconsequential, yet the blow to his spirit was considerable. He had never anticipated that a simple desire to stretch his muscles would lead to such humiliation. In the past, he would have quickly eliminated Tang San without a second thought. However, his current status as a teacher in the academy and Tang San's role as a student forced him to swallow his. Chapter 20, Oscar S. Sausage and Little Sausage, Part 4. At the same time, he held a great admiration for Tang San in terms of talent. This Tang San was even stronger than Dai Mubai. If not for his martial soul being somewhat deficient, he might very well become an unparalleled powerhouse in the future. Clenching his right fist and striking it into the palm of his left hand, Xiao Wujin let out a resigned sigh. What bad luck I have encountered. How did I come across such a little hedgehog? It seems I must properly train him in the future. A jade must be carved to become a gem. As he uttered the last sentence, a hint of wicked amusement crossed Xiao Wujin's face. As Xiao Wujia contemplated how to train Tang San effectively, an abrupt voice abruptly shattered the smile upon his face. It is noteworthy that, as a soul sage of the 76th rank, he stood as a prominent figure within the soul master realm of Douluo Continent. His soul power had grown formidable enough to generate a remarkable aura around his, enabling him to discern the sound of leaves falling within a 100-meter radius. At that moment, however, he felt no presence around him, and the voice that penetrated his ears felt as if it were whispered directly beside him. This level of power rendered Xiao Wujia exceedingly alert. Although he did not recognize the voice, he was certain that the newcomer was at least his equal in strength. Who goes there? He demanded, rising abruptly, his eyes glinting with cold light. Xiao Wujia's reputation in the Soul Master community had not been particularly favorable, and he had accumulated numerous enemies over the years. Though he had found relative peace hidden within Shrek Academy, he never anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable opponent at this moment. Show yourself. I sense your presence, he called out, a faint yet palpable aura locking onto him. Without hesitation, Xiao Wujia leaped through the window, emerging into the outside world. His soul power surged to its zenith as he cautiously remained on guard, attuned to the slightest movement around him. Who is Xiao Wujia? The unmoving king, once notorious for countless killings, found himself provoked by an unknown adversary. Coupled with the pent-up frustration he had harbored throughout the day, rage surged within him. With a powerful thrust of his feet, he swiftly pursued the direction from which the aura emanated. Within moments, he had exited the confines of Shrek Academy and entered a nearby wooded area, where the aura had inexplicably vanished. Come forth. I am aware you are here, Xiao Wujia commanded in a deep voice. Simultaneously, he activated his martial soul, the great strength King Kong bear, as 7 soul rings danced around him, radiating splendorous light. The 3 black 10,000-year rings appeared particularly profound and striking. From behind a large tree, a shadow draped in black slowly emerged. The figure was entirely shrouded in dark garments, even wearing a black hood, revealing only the silhouette of a tall man. Who are you? Xiao Wujia demanded coldly. His martial soul now manifested, he exuded a wild aura, commanding respect without uttering a word of anger. The cloaked figure did not respond directly but merely stated, "It is not every day one encounters the unmoving king in this humble place. I merely wish to engage in a sparring match. It has been a while since I last stretched my limbs." As he spoke, the figure gradually raised his right hand, and a black light coalesced in his palm, transforming into a formidable object. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings silently appeared around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Unlike Xiao Wujia's rings, which moved rhythmically, the 9 soul rings remained still, enveloping the figure entirely. The 9 soul rings are inherently terrifying entities, particularly the last one, which subtly emanates a faint red hue amidst the black. If the master were present, he would undoubtedly discern that, despite both being 10,000-year soul rings, a significant disparity exists. For instance, a soul ring derived from a 10,000-year soul beast cannot possibly equate to one from a 90,000-year soul beast. The crimson undertone signifies that this soul ring has undoubtedly reached the level of 90,000 years. Upon witnessing the figure in black manifest 9 soul rings, Xiao Wujia felt as if a cold wave had splashed upon him, sending shivers throughout his body. As a soul sage, he comprehends the vast chasm that separates high-level soul masters. Once one surpasses level 60, even a single level's difference can yield a notable divergence in strength. On the surface, it appeared that he and the black-clad figure differed by approximately 20 levels. Yet he was acutely aware that the gap between himself and this individual was even greater than that between Tang San and his own soul power. The term title Douluo struggled to escape Xiao Wujia's lips, causing his immovable king form to tremble slightly. If he was a high-ranking entity among soul masters, then a title Douluo epitomized the pinnacle of their kind. The earlier bravado had evaporated, and Xiao Wujia hastily bowed in deference, inquiring which esteemed predecessor had graced them with their presence. He insisted that it was inappropriate for one of his stature to engage in sparring with such a figure. The black-clad man replied nonchalantly, "What difference does it make? You seemed quite adept at bullying those children during the day. I find the sensation of intimidating others rather enjoyable. Allow me to exert my influence upon you as well. Of course, you may perceive this as me taking advantage of the weak, without exuding any overtly aggressive aura." The black figure advanced toward Xiao Wujia, wielding a massive artifact. Xiao Wujia's mind raced. On the continent, title Douluos were exceedingly rare, each one renowned by name. This particular title Douluo evidently possessed a weapon spirit, and those who cultivate a weapon spirit to such a level are exceedingly scarce. Who could this individual be? Suddenly, the black-clad figure halted 10 meters away from Xiao Wujia, declaring, "Since you have arrived, you might as well show yourself. What difference is there between 1 and 2? In a flash, another figure appeared beside Xiao Wujia, instantly easing the tension on his face. "Boss, this esteemed predecessor." The newcomer gestured for Xiao Wujia to remain silent. Confronted with an invisible pressure, the newcomer was compelled to unleash his own martial soul. A pair of enormous wings unfurled from his back, cloaked in feathers, while his orange-yellow eyes, with vertical pupils, glimmered as 7 soul rings, matching Xiao Wujia's color, suddenly manifested, rhythmically orbiting his form. I have encountered the radiant heaven before. Rather than displaying any intent to engage in combat, this individual respectfully bowed to the black figure. Xiao Wujia inhaled sharply. Upon hearing his companion's words, he finally comprehended the identity of the person before him. The heart contracted momentarily, and one couldn't help but wonder when they had offended such a formidable individual. Before me stood the revered title Douluo, the preeminent force within the realm of soul masters. Our martial spirits shared a common lineage, yet my strength paled in comparison to his, akin to a mere flickering firefly against. The figure clad in black spoke coldly. "There is no need for pleasantries. I have come to seek trouble." The cat-eagle martial spirit, at level 78. He was the main combatant of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, Flander. "This Shrek Academy belongs to you, does it not?" Flander nodded and replied, "Indeed, Your Excellency. May I inquire what offense Xiao Wujing has committed against you? Might you grant me a modicum of leniency?" The man in black responded indifferently, "Spare me your words. Step aside. Otherwise, you shall face my wrath as well. Xiao Wujing, I offer you a chance. I shall not employ my martial spirit. If you can endure for the duration of a single incense stick in my grasp, I will depart without further ado. Otherwise, you shall be obliged to fulfill a task for me." Xiao Wujing chuckled wryly. "Your Excellency Hao Yan, I truly do not comprehend how I have. Could you please elucidate?" His intent was clear. He wished for an understanding, even if it meant facing his demise. Yet, Flander, standing by Xiao Wujing's side, unceremoniously stepped aside, evidently unwilling to intervene further. The black-clad individual snorted dismissively. "Do I need to articulate this? If the young one is struck, it is only just that the elder seeks reparation. This is a matter of natural justice. Let us commence." In an instant, the enormous artifact in the black-clad man's hand and the 9 soul rings adorning him vanished, yet in the next moment, he had already closed the distance to Xiao Wujing. The sounds of collision, the surge of energy, muted groans, and cries of anguish echoed through the forest in a cacophony. Flander, with wings unfurled, was unable to bear witness and turned his head away in distress. There was no need to light an incense stick. The entirety of the confrontation concluded within the span of merely 10 breaths. The black-clad man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if nothing had transpired, his garments not bearing a single wrinkle. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Xiao Wujing lay prostrate on the ground, his head swollen significantly, his eyes transformed into dark orbs, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. "Xiao Wujing, do you comprehend now?" The man in black spoke with a detached calm. Only then did Flander dare to approach, assisting Xiao Wujing to his feet. Surprisingly, gratitude adorned Xiao Wujing's face as he expressed, "Thank you, Your Excellency Hao Yan, for your guidance." The black-clad figure nodded at the two, his lips moving as he murmured a few words. Xiao Wujing and Flander exchanged solemn nods, their expressions reflecting earnestness. What transpired earlier was merely compensation. I shall count on your assistance henceforth. The tone of the black-clad man shifted from cold to calm, yet still retained an air of tranquility. Behind the dark mask, a glimmer of warmth flickered in his profound eyes. With the final words spoken, he flickered and vanished without a trace. Xiao Wu stood there, motionless alongside Flander, his body only able to maintain stability with Flander's assistance. Flander, you truly lack loyalty. When asked to stand aside, you simply comply. If it weren't for the fact that the esteemed one bore no ill will, my lifeless body might have already grown cold, Xiao Wu lamented. At that moment, both of their martial souls had been retracted. Standing beside Xiao Wu was a tall, elderly man, his speech slightly tongue-tied. Had Tang San and Xiao Wu been present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as the cunning proprietor from whom they had purchased the crystal for 200 gold soul coins. Flander retorted, "What do you know? If he truly harbored malicious intent, with just the two of us, would we not face death? Are you unaware of his reputation? He who dares to confront even the Pope, what could deter him? He has already stated that upon victory, you are to perform a task for him, which means he would not genuinely harm you. Otherwise, how could you fulfill his request? This is beyond your comprehension." Xiao Wu sighed. "How could I not grasp your meaning? You wish to avoid provoking him. Yet, after enduring such a beating, can you not allow me a moment to voice my grievances? His power is truly terrifying. Even without the enhancement of martial souls, I am still far from his match. I suspect his soul power has surpassed level 95. Drawing perilously close to the 100th level of Douluo. There are likely few who can contend with him across the entire continent." Flander remarked. "Which title Douluo is not formidable. You are fortunate this time. Come, let us return. Though your experience today was harrowing, the guidance you received will greatly benefit you, given your soul power's similarities." As night deepened, the students of Shrek Academy remained oblivious to the tumult that had transpired on this seemingly tranquil evening. As for Xiao Wu's battered visage, recovery would not come swiftly. Chapter 21, The Evil Fire Phoenix, Part 1, Morning dawned. At the break of dawn, Tang San had already risen, as his daily practice of the purple extreme magic eye had become an indispensable routine. Furthermore, there were several crucial tasks he needed to attend to this morning. Stepping out of the dormitory he shared with Oscar, he found the world still shrouded in darkness. After a night of rest, his internal energy had been restored. Following Oscar's guidance, he swiftly made his way to the open space where Xiao Wu's assessment had taken place the previous day, collecting his concealed weapons. These weapons were not easily crafted, and he was reluctant to discard them lightly. Notably, the crossbow bolt adorned with intricate floral designs and the poison needles shot from the shadow of the sands had taken him considerable effort and time to create. Fortunately, most of the concealed weapons he had deployed yesterday were intact. With the keen perception afforded by his purple extreme magic eye, he quickly located each weapon and returned them to their designated places. During his years in Nanning City, Tang San had thoroughly equipped himself, and his battle with Xiao Wu yesterday marked the first occasion he had wholeheartedly unleashed his skills with concealed weapons. As he retrieved his arsenal, he pondered the gains and losses from that encounter. Xiao Wu's defensive capabilities were astonishing. Thankfully, his speed was not overwhelming, and he had not fought with full strength. Otherwise, Tang San would have had no chance whatsoever. How should he contend with such a formidable opponent? If he were to face adversaries of Xiao Wu's caliber in the future, what strategies could he employ to secure victory? A flurry of thoughts raced through Tang San's mind. He recognized that his mastery of concealed weapons was still lacking refinement. Improvement in this area could not be achieved overnight. The concealed weapons ranked among the top in the Xiantian Treasure Records arsenal required formidable internal energy as a foundation. To confront a powerhouse like Xiao Wu with his current capabilities would necessitate one solution: the creation of powerful mechanical concealed weapons. For instance, the three most terrifying mechanical concealed weapons of the Tang sect, the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, the Storm Pear Blossom Needles, and the Peacock Feathers, were all examples. However, crafting any of these was an exceedingly arduous task, with each demanding the utmost in material quality. Under the present circumstances, it was simply unattainable. Moreover, although Tang San had previously crafted all three and possessed considerable experience, recreating any of them would require a minimum of a year. Assuming he could source the materials without difficulty, with a heavy sigh, Tang San shook his head in resignation. Given his current situation, the production of these three concealed weapons was equally unrealistic. It seemed that his only course of action was to diligently cultivate his skills and gradually enhance the power of his concealed weapons. Simultaneously, He needed to arm himself more effectively. He would seek opportunities to concoct some poisons, though the mandala snake venom was rather singular in nature. After retrieving all his concealed weapons, Tang San leaped onto the rooftop of a nearby building, facing the east where the purple aura of dawn was beginning to emerge, and commenced his training. Pressure served as motivation. Following yesterday's battle, he sensed an impending breakthrough from level 29 to 30 in his soul power. Once he could reach the 30th level and, with sufficient time devoted to cultivation, fully cultivate that soul power, he would be ready to hunt the third soul beast, thus acquiring an additional soul ring. By that time, his strength would have undergone a qualitative leap. As the sun rose, Tang San returned to the dormitory. At that moment, Oscar remained cocooned in his blanket, soundly asleep. This morning, he had been roused by Tang San's inquiries about the exam location, still drooling in his slumber. "Little Oscar, wake up," Tang San gently nudged him. "What is it?" "Let me sleep a little longer," Oscar mumbled sleepily. Tang San furrowed his brow and said, "Rise quickly. It is already quite late. Are you not aware that the plans of the day are determined by the morning?" Oscar, somewhat helpless, opened his eyes and gazed at Tang San. "I am not like you all. You are battle spirit masters, whereas I am a tool spirit master, specifically of the food system. My cultivation does not require the same arduous efforts as yours. Brother, I kindly ask you not to disturb me. Allow me to sleep a little longer." Tang San, filled with a sense of helplessness, inquired, "Could you kindly inform me of Xiao Wu's residence? I wish to check on her well-being." Oscar replied, "Upon exiting our dormitory, take a left and walk approximately 30 meters. You will find a wooden cottage. That is where Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong reside. However, I must caution you. The academy has stringent regulations prohibiting male students from indiscriminately bothering female students. Violating this rule could lead to severe consequences. Our Shrek Academy occupies 1/3 of this village, with the remainder being the villagers' living quarters. It is advisable to avoid that area whenever possible. Indeed, Shrek Academy lacks financial resources. The entire institution consists merely of a simple construction occupying 1/3 of the village. The so-called school buildings are merely the former wooden houses of the villagers. Fortunately, due to our proximity to Soto City, procuring goods is relatively convenient." Tang San left the dormitory once more, feeling a slight hunger in his belly. However, in comparison to Xiao Wu, this concern naturally took a back seat. Soon, he arrived outside the dormitory shared by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Should he enter directly? If it were just Xiao Wu, it would be of little consequence. After all, they had lived in the same dormitory for such an extended period and were akin to siblings. Yet, the presence of another girl rendered the situation somewhat awkward. After a moment of hesitation, Tang San ultimately refrained from entering and softly called out, "Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu." He did not have to wait long before the door opened, and Xiao Wu emerged from within, still adorned in the same attire as the previous day. Aside from her slightly pale complexion, she appeared to be quite well. Upon seeing her, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Xiao Wu, are you feeling better?" Xiao Wu gestured for silence, indicating that Rong was still in her training and should not be disturbed. "Let us talk over there," she suggested. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Tang San sensed a subtle change in the way Xiao Wu regarded him today. He could not quite articulate what had shifted. Chapter 21, The Evil Fire Phoenix, Part 2. It turned out that Xiao Wu had awakened from her stupor in the dead of night, and Ning Rongrong, concerned for her well-being, had remained by her side. Once she regained consciousness, she recounted the events that had transpired following the previous day's occurrences. Tang San gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and said, "Yesterday was entirely my fault. I failed to protect you." Xiao Wu shook her head and playfully stuck out her adorable pink tongue. "It was that teacher who was too formidable. How could I possibly blame you?" She replied, "This place is truly different from Nodding. It seems that everyone here possesses remarkable strength. Thankfully, there hasn't been a soul master of the caliber of Contra." Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, "How do you know that there are no soul Douluo-level soul masters in the academy?" Teacher Zhao is merely the vice. Perhaps the dean is of soul Douluo rank? Xiao Wu paused momentarily, then, attempting to conceal her thoughts, replied, "I am merely speculating. After all, how could a soul Douluo find contentment in such a tranquil and remote place?" Tang San did not harbor any suspicions regarding his companion and did not inquire further. He gently grasped Xiao Wu's soft hand and suggested, "Let us seek something to eat. I presume you are hungry as well." "Indeed, I am quite famished," Xiao Wu replied, nodding in agreement. At that moment, she had regained her former vivacity and took the initiative to loop her arm through Tang San's. As newcomers, they were unfamiliar with Shrek Academy, especially after having succumbed to unconsciousness due to battle the previous day. With no other options available, they could only follow the wisps of smoke rising in the distance, attempting to locate a place that offered sustenance. The village was not particularly large, and as they strolled along, they unknowingly wandered beyond the confines of Shrek Academy. While the area around the academy remained tranquil, the villagers on the other side had already begun their daily toil, adhering to the farmers' custom of rising with the sun. They relied on agriculture to sustain their family. Uncertain of where breakfast was being served at the academy, Tang San resolved to procure some food within the village to quell their hunger. As they were about to seek out a farmstead for provisions, they noticed a young man and woman engaged in a heated argument not far ahead. The youthful pair appeared to be quite young. The girl seemed to be around 14 or 15 years of age, possessing an ordinary appearance yet radiating the vitality of youth. Clad in simple agricultural attire, likely the child of a villager. In contrast, the boy she was quarreling with appeared even younger. Seemingly of a similar age to Tang San and Xiao Wu, he was shorter in stature and, though plump, exuded a robust aura. With short hair and small eyes, his chubby cheeks gave him an endearing appearance. Most amusingly, he sported two tiny tufts of hair above his lip, reminiscent of the whiskers of a mouse, suggesting he had only recently begun to mature. The girl regarded the chubby boy with a hint of trepidation in her eyes. "Ma Hongjun, do not seek me out again. I will not be with you any longer." The boy replied in a peculiar tone. "So what? Have I treated you poorly? Why must we part ways?" Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both perceiving the mirth reflected in each other's eyes. It is indeed remarkable how young these children are to be entangled in matters of the heart, discussing breakups at such a tender age. They could not help but pause, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Suddenly, Suehua's face flushed with embarrassment. "You have been kind to me, but I can no longer endure this. We are simply incompatible. You should seek someone else. Moreover, I am several years your senior. I beg you, do not pursue me any longer." The chubby boy, Ma Hongjun, retorted angrily. "What do you mean you can't endure me? I truly do not understand what you girls are thinking. If you wish to break up, so be it. But if you approach me again, I will sever ties completely. Otherwise, it is out of the question." As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Suehua's hand. Suehua recoiled like a frightened rabbit. Yet Ma Hongjun's speed was remarkable, and he managed to seize her hand regardless. "No, please let me go. Are you even human?" Suehua pleaded. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xiao Wu sprang forward, commanding, "Stop." Both Ma Hongjun and Suehua turned to look at her in surprise. The chubby boy blinked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "What a lovely girl. Are you hoping to take her place as my girlfriend? Very well, I accept." "Enough of this nonsense," Xiao Wu exclaimed in fury, delivering a swift kick that severed his grip on Suehua. "You little rogue. How dare you behave so poorly in broad daylight? Do you intend to forcibly take a girl against her will?" At her words, Ma Hongjun's expression darkened. "This is our affair. Mind your own business. If you do not wish to be my woman, then step aside." Xiao Wu, prepared to retaliate, was halted by Tang San, who positioned himself before her. "You are Ma Hongjun, correct? I kindly ask you to cease troubling this young lady." Having learned from the events of the previous day, Tang San was reluctant to let Xiao Wu act impulsively. Moreover, he sensed that this chubby boy was not as simple as he appeared. Ma Hongjun scoffed dismissively. "And who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Looking for trouble, are you?" Tang San's expression darkened as he inquired. "Who are you, old man?" Ma Hongjun twitched his whiskers and retorted, "Mind your own business. I am who I am." Tang San moved, even with his typically gentle temperament. He could not tolerate such humiliation. With a swift motion, he executed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, delivering a kick aimed squarely at the chubby boy's chest. The force behind this kick was both restrained and artfully controlled. Had the boy been an ordinary person, it would have merely sent him tumbling. However, should he possess any extraordinary abilities, Tang San's latent strength could erupt at any moment. As Tang San had surmised, the chubby boy was not to. Without a moment's hesitation, he advanced to meet the impending kick, raising his fists in defense before him, radiating a faint purple glow that unmistakably signified a fluctuation of soul power. Tang San's kick abruptly froze mid-air, transforming into a stomp aimed at the rotund figure's abdomen. The portly opponent reacted with remarkable speed, bringing down his fist simultaneously to strike at Tang San's foot. With a resounding thud, Tang San withdrew his foot, while the hefty adversary stumbled back a few paces. The two seemed evenly matched, with the portly one's soul power appearing to be only slightly inferior to Tang San's. Momentarily taken aback, the stout fellow realized that Tang San was also a soul master. explaining his audacity to meddle. "Allow me to demonstrate true strength," he declared, his voice dropping to a low growl as he invoked the phoenix spirit. At the mention of the phoenix, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a shiver of apprehension. Among beast martial souls, a few were notably formidable, and the phoenix was one such entity, also known as the rainbow bird. The phoenix martial soul not only bestowed the ability to fly upon its bearer, but also endowed them with potent fire attributes, marking it as one of the finest among battle-type martial souls. A violet-red luminescence surged from the stout figure, causing his short hair to elongate and gather at the center, transforming into a mohawk style. While wings did not manifest, the radiant violet-red light emanating from him immediately radiated intense heat. 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath him, extending long feathers from his exposed, robust arms, which had morphed into claw-like appendages. Observing this transformation, Xiao Wu stifled a laugh. Is there really such a thing as a plump phoenix? To me, he resembles a clumsy hen. At that moment, Ma Hongjuan's appearance did indeed strike a comical note. His rotund body adorned with long violet-red feathered arms and erect hair made it hard for anyone to believe he resembled a phoenix, more akin to a portly hen. Seemingly provoked, Ma Hongjun erupted in fury. "Who are you calling a hen?" Raising his arms, his first soul ring flared to life, and he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a thin stream of violet-red flames directed at Xiao Wu. The intense heat warped the surrounding air. The violet flames appeared subdued, yet they shot forth like an extending line of fire. "Be careful," Tang San exclaimed, swiftly using his right hand to summon a blue vine that gracefully coiled around Xiao Wu's slender waist, pulling her aside to evade the fiery onslaught. However, it was evident that Ma Hongjun was not yet willing to relent. The flames from his mouth maintained a 5-meter length, trailing after Xiao Wu like a fiery weapon. Tang San grasped Xiao Wu's hand and swiftly retreated, while several strands of blue-silver grass quickly extended along the ground. Through a brief observation, he discerned that Ma Hongjuan's flames were of an exceedingly high temperature, yet they bore a significant flaw. Their attack range was limited to merely 5 meters. As long as he could restrict Ma Hongjuan's movements, he would not find the confrontation overly challenging. Indeed, just as Ma Hongjun was about to pursue, he felt a sudden stiffness in his feet. His legs had been firmly ensnared by the blue-silver grass. A sharp pain surged through the skin of his legs, followed by an overwhelming sensation of numbness. Startled, Ma Hongjun looked down to see the encroaching blue-silver grass. Without hesitation, he activated the skill associated with his second spirit ring. With a resounding explosion, intense purple flames erupted around him, as his robust form suddenly expanded outward. The blue-silver grass entwined around him, igniting violently upon contact with the purple flames, turning to ashes in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Tang San was taken aback. He realized that Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit seemed to be the very nemesis of his own. Although the blue-silver grass had become exceedingly resilient under the influence of 2 spirit rings, as a plant, it still harbored a profound fear of fire. At least for the time being, Ma Hongjun, engulfed in purple flames, appeared even more formidable. His eyes ablaze with furious fire as he charged towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, flames spewing from his mouth, akin to a deity of fire descending upon the earth. "I'm coming," Tang San exclaimed, but before he could hold on, Xiao Wu had already darted forward. Her fluffy rabbit ears quivered slightly with her rapid movements, her entire being radiating a brilliant red light as her soul power surged outward. Tang San's fingers moved subtly, having already readied several concealed weapons in his grasp. His eyes shimmered with a violet hue, and the moment he sensed that Xiao Wu was in peril, he would not hesitate to act. Although the portly figure before him wielded a formidable martial spirit, Tang San discerned, through their prior encounters, that his soul power fell short compared to his own. He could not possibly withstand Tang San's hidden weapons as Zhao Wuji had done. As Xiao Wu dashed towards him, Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of flames without reservation. The fiery stream carved a circular path in the air, blocking all of Xiao Wu's potential avenues for advancement. "This audacious girl dares to call me a mere chicken. If I don't show her my true prowess, I am not the evil fire phoenix," he thought. Yet, he found her quite beautiful and hoped not to mar her appearance. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the intensity of his flames diminished slightly enough to harm, but not to be fatal. Xiao Wu could sense the temperature of the violet flames decreasing. Was the rotund man showing her mercy? Very well. She would reciprocate with gentleness as well. Just as Ma Hongjun believed Xiao Wu would be ensnared by his first soul ring technique, the Phoenix Fire Line. She suddenly curled her body midair, gracefully twisting as if transcending the limits of human agility, and deftly slipped through the gaps in the flames he had emitted. Upon stretching her form again, she found herself beside Ma Hongjun. What level of strength did Xiao Wu possess? Without employing his hidden weapons, Tang San could merely hope to match her, and he could not allow her to close the distance. Although Ma Hongjun's second soul ring technique, the bathing fire phoenix, provided comprehensive defense coupled with offense, Xiao Wu had already released her soul power, enabling her to withstand his attack effortlessly for a brief duration. As Tang San observed Xiao Wu approach Ma Hongjun, he retracted his concealed weapons, 24 Bridges bright moonlight, for the outcome of the battle had become unequivocal. Indeed, Xiao Wu afforded Ma Hongjun no opportunity to respond. With a swift movement, she positioned herself behind him, supporting herself with her hands while her legs arched upward, clamping around Ma Hongjun's neck as she activated her first soul ring technique, the waist bow. In that instant, her entire form resembled a grand arc, the radiance of her first soul ring enveloping her entirely, and then, with the sudden force of a drawn bow, she propelled Ma Hongjun away. The effect of the waist bow soul technique augmented her waist strength by 100%, enhancing her body's resilience by 50%. After reaching the 10th level of soul power, each additional level increased the enhancement effect by 1%. Thus, upon activating, Xiao Wu was able to amplify her strength by 119%. The explosive elasticity was sufficient to throw any non-strength type opponent below level 50 of soul power. Of course, the efficacy of the waist bow relied on proximity to the enemy. Otherwise, mere strength would be of no. It is hard to fathom how such a slender waist, even less robust than Ma Hongjun's thick thigh, could emit such an immense. Given that Ma Hongjun had subdued his flames, Xiao Wu showed him some mercy, opting not to hurl him directly to the ground, but instead launching him into the air, thus granting him a moment to regain control of his body. However, it was evident that she had overestimated Ma Hongjun's ability to manage his own form. The hefty fellow flailed about in midair, tumbling several times before ultimately crashing to the ground, landing in a disoriented heap. "Stop. Please, cease the fighting." Suddenly, the girl Tsuehua interjected, hastening toward Ma Hongjun. The flames enveloping him seemed to extinguish upon impact, leaving him dazed and struggling to rise. Tsuehua brushed off the dirt from his clothes, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Ma Hongjun grunted in response, "I'm not dead yet. Little rabbit, come again." In an instant, Xiao Wu leaped into the air, swiftly discarding her shoes with a couple of whooshing sounds. Although her soul power mitigated the effects of Ma Hongjun's second soul skill, the shoes that had ensnared his neck became tainted by the purple flames. To her astonishment, she discovered that the purple flames possessed a sticky quality, remaining ignited even upon contact. Reluctantly, she was compelled to cast aside her shoes, standing barefoot on the ground with her delicate, fair feet exposed. "Tsuehua, what is this?" Xiao Wu questioned, puzzled by Tsuehua's evident concern for Ma Hongjun, recalling how he had previously bullied her. Why the sudden shift? Tsuehua pleaded, "Please, don't fight anymore. In truth, Hongjun is a good person. We simply are not suited for one another. Thus, I must part ways with him. You may leave. I will clarify things with him." Fuming, Ma Hongjun retorted, "Don't meddle in my affairs. Step aside." With that, he shoved Tsuehua aside and prepared to charge at Xiao Wu once more. Yet he refrained from using his second soul skill again, mindful of potentially harming Tsuehua. Just then, a surprised voice rang out, "Tang San, fatty, what is going on here?" Tang San and Ma Hongjun simultaneously turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, where they beheld Dai Mubai, clad in white attire and with his hair meticulously arranged, advancing in their direction. Xiao Wu let out a huff, questioning what was happening. "Why don't you inquire of him?" she suggested. "This rotund fellow is bullying a girl in broad daylight. We cannot stand idly by and must teach him a lesson." A sudden smile broke through Dai Mubai's stern countenance as he replied, "Xiao Wu, I believe you are mistaken. Miss Tsuehua, have you found him intolerable as well?" Tsuehua's face flushed crimson as she nodded and promptly turned to flee. This time, Ma Hongjun did not attempt to stop her. He merely wore a look of despondency. Tang San approached Dai Mubai with a look of bewilderment and inquired, "What is going on?" Dai Mubai turned his gaze toward the plump fellow and asked, "Would you prefer to explain yourself, or shall I take the liberty of doing so?" Ma Hongjun cast a sidelong glance at Dai Mubai and, with his head lowered, replied, "You go ahead." Dai Mubai let out a hearty laugh and said, "What is this? The gluttonous one is feeling shy? Very well, I shall convey it on your behalf." With that, he turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu and continued, Do you recall that I once mentioned there are only 3 students in our academy, myself included? Tang San suddenly comprehended. You mean to say that he is indeed Dai Mubai? The latter nodded in affirmation, stating, yes, the chubby one is the 3rd. He was the last to enter the academy before you all. Although I did not witness the earlier events firsthand, I could surmise what transpired. In truth, one cannot entirely blame him. The fault lies with his rather feeble martial spirit. Nonsense. Your martial spirit is the feeble one. My martial spirit is a phoenix. Even if my ancestors' martial spirits were all foul, mine is a phoenix. Haven't you heard? Even in a chicken coop, there can be a golden phoenix. Ma Hongjun retorted with irritation. Dai Mubai's smile remained unchanged. Phoenix, very well, let it be a phoenix then. Tang San, this chubby one's martial spirit is quite peculiar. The dean mentioned that it is a mutated martial spirit. A mutated martial spirit? What kind of martial spirits underwent this mutation? Tang San inquired further. He had heard much about mutated martial spirits from his master. Once a martial spirit mutates, it can only lead to 2 outcomes. It either becomes extraordinarily powerful or is significantly weakened. The master himself had suffered from the tribulations of a mutated martial spirit. Evidently, Ma Hongjuan's martial spirit belonged to the beneficial mutation category. Dai Mubai explained, not even Ma Hongjun himself might be aware. In their village, everyone possesses a martial spirit that is essentially a non-offensive poultry. For some unknown reason, when it came to him, his martial spirit underwent a mutation, endowing him with innate abilities related to flames. He did not enroll in the academy on his own. Rather, he was discovered by the dean in their village 3 years ago and brought here. His age should be similar to yours, due to the mutation of his martial spirit. The chubby one possesses formidable fire abilities, with flames that are not only exceptionally hot but also adhere strongly and are difficult to extinguish. The dean indicated that after the mutation, he indeed has the potential to become a phoenix. However, his martial spirit also bears a significant flaw. While the mutation granted him immense soul power, it simultaneously affected his physical body. Ma Hongjun quickly interjected, the evil fire surges, and I cannot suppress it. Chapter 22, The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flinder, Part 1. Tang San and Xiao Wu were both momentarily stunned, their gazes taking on an exceedingly peculiar quality. Although Tang San possessed considerable knowledge regarding mutated martial souls, he had never before encountered one like that of Ma Hongjun. Tang San glanced at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai nodded and said, indeed, the fatty never imposes on others. That girl, Sui Hua, is indeed his girlfriend. Ma Hongjun, with a hint of annoyance, corrected him. It's the evil fire phoenix. Tang San stared in astonishment, exclaiming, truly, this is the Monster Academy. Even such a mutated martial soul exists. Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a light scoff, she remarked, it seems there are all kinds of people. Ma Hongjun glared at Dai Mubai and said, if I had a face like yours or Xiao Ao's, so alluring that I could date multiple girlfriends simultaneously, would I be in such a predicament? You need not belittle yourself. Don't think I am unaware of your daily escapades, juggling 3 dates with different girls. Dai Mubai, his eyes glinting mischievously, glanced back hurriedly and lowered his voice. Fatty, while one may indulge in food indiscriminately, one must choose words carefully. Keep your voice down. Ma Hongjun chuckled. Aren't you the one who takes pride in your shamelessness? What has changed today? Have you taken the wrong medicine? Dai Mubai shot him a sharp glance. Spare me the chatter. Some things are best left unsaid. If you tarnish my reputation further, do not blame me for being unkind. Tang San could not help but ask. Ma Hongjun, now that you are single, what will you do in the future? Will you cease your cultivation? Ma Hongjun shrugged and replied, what can I do? My life is the most important. Perhaps I should consult the dean to see if he has any solutions. Xiao Wu interjected, where can we eat at the academy? I feel like I might starve to death. Dai Mubai said, follow me. The 4 of them returned to the vicinity of Shrek Academy, where Dai Mubai led them to the cafeteria. The so-called cafeteria was merely an arrangement between the academy and the village, employing a few villagers to manage their meals. Although the breakfast was somewhat simple, the portions were ample, ensuring they would not go hungry. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Ning Rongrong and the cold girl Zhu Qing were already present. Aside from her slightly pale complexion, Zhu Qing appeared to be in good health. Perhaps due to their collaboration the previous day, both girls nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu. Zhu Qing remained her usual aloof self, while Ning Rongrong's expression was noticeably warmer, a smile revealing 2 charming dimples, making her particularly delightful to behold. Ma Hongjun stared at the 2 girls with a somewhat dazed expression, unabashedly swallowing hard. Dai Mubai nudged him with his elbow and whispered, behave yourself. It would be best to suppress your impure thoughts. Ma Hongjun retorted. Why? Are you going to intervene again? I say, Dai boss, even if you were the leader, you should leave some soup for your brothers. Dai Mubai nudged him once more, glancing covertly at Zhu Qing, who seemed oblivious to their antics. Slowly consuming her breakfast with an icy demeanor, Xiao Wu sat beside Ning Rongrong, giggling and whispering something to her. From the surprised look Ning Rongrong cast towards Ma Hongjun, he realized they were discussing him. Feeling somewhat deflated, he slumped down and vented his frustration on the breakfast laid out before him. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and remarked, Xiao Ao is still sleeping in. He's always so lazy. Aside from Xiao Ao, I believe everyone else is here. For the time being, we will all live and study together, so let us get to know one another. Allow me to introduce you. This chubby fellow is another student of our academy, named Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit is, well, a phoenix. Upon hearing the word phoenix, Zhu Qing lifted her gaze, though she merely cast a glance at Ma Hongjun. As her eyes swept past Dai Mubai, an even colder aura seemed to emanate from her. Ma Hongjun then inquired, By the way, Dai boss, I heard that the new student gave teacher Zhao quite a hard time yesterday. Who is it? Dai Mubai replied, You have already crossed paths with him. Fortunately for you, you did not endure the same treatment as teacher Zhao. While speaking, he pointed towards Tang San. Ma Hongjun regarded Tang San with incredulity. Wait a moment, your soul power may be slightly stronger than mine, but it can't be too much, perhaps not even 30 levels. How could you possibly make teacher Zhao suffer? He is a soul sage at level 76. I find that hard to believe. Chapter 22, The Four-Eyed Cat Hawk. Flandra, Part 2. Tang San smiled and remarked, It is merely luck. My strength is my own. I do not require the validation of others. Dai Mubai shared the names and martial spirits of the four newcomers with Ma Hongjun. As for Tang San's true prowess, he refrained from elaborating, merely hinting to Ma Hongjun that it would be wise not to provoke him. Once the introductions were complete, Dai Mubai continued, We shall all live and cultivate together from now on. There is no need for overly formal addresses. With the four of you joining, our academy comprises a mere 7 individuals. Xiao Ao and Fatty call me Big Brother Dai, as I am slightly older than they are. You may address me simply as Mubai. Ma Hongjun, you will be referred to as Fatty. As for Oscar, feel free to call him Xiao Ao or Uncle Sausage. Tang San, may I call you Xiao San henceforth? Tang San nodded, signifying his agreement. Although his acquaintance with Shrek Academy was limited, he already felt a sense of belonging. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun each possessed distinct characteristics, yet none elicited any aversion from him. Before Dai Mubai could introduce himself, Ning Rongrong cheerfully interjected, You may call me Rongrong. That is how my family and friends address me. Her smile remained radiant, and with that simple statement, she effortlessly bridged the gap between herself and the others. Naturally, Xiao Wu's title remained unchanged. However, when Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon Zhu Qing, she stood up and declared, I am full, before turning and walking away. Ma Hongjun, somewhat astonished, turned to Dai Mubai and said, Boss Dai, are you not renowned for your prowess among women? Often dubbed the girl killer? How is it that this new beauty does not even spare you a glance? Dai Mubai offered a wry smile and shook his head. Choosing not to elaborate, Tang San said to Dai Mubai, Mubai, as newcomers, could you enlighten us about the regulations and courses of the academy? Dai Mubai reluctantly pulled his thoughts away from Zhu Qing and replied, There are no extraordinary rules within the academy. In simple terms, one must refrain from pillaging. Yet fighting and gambling are encouraged. Tang San's face revealed a faint smile. Indeed, the Monster Academy lived up to its name, with teaching methods vastly different from those of Nodding Academy. Dai Mubai explained, The instructors believe that combat is the most effective way to hone one's martial soul and that enhancing practical experience is of utmost importance. Gambling, on the other hand, is a mental game that greatly benefits one's psychological resilience, observational skills, and judgment. Of course, moderation is key. Simply put, combat should not be lethal, and one should avoid losing their trousers in gambling. As for the course arrangement, I cannot predict the future, for our curriculum is subject to change at any moment. After all, we are but a handful of students, and the number of teachers even exceeds our ranks. Thus, the Academy adjusts the curriculum based on our individual situations. However, I can assure you that today's most crucial lesson is about collecting fees. The annual tuition for the Academy amounts to 100 gold coins. For you, being great soul masters, this should pose no difficulty. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Xiao Wu could not help but interject. Dai, you mentioned yesterday that the school is impoverished. Why is the academy in such dire straits? The few teachers we encountered were over level 60, and some even surpass 70. Judging by their ranks, the subsidies they receive from the Spirit Hall must be astronomical, surely sufficient to sustain such a small academy. According to Xiao Wu's calculations, the subsidies for Soul Masters amount to 1 gold coin per month, 10 for Great Soul Masters, 100 for Soul Sovereigns, 1,000 for Soul Ancestors, 10,000 for Soul Kings, and for Soul Emperors, it should be a staggering 100,000 gold coins monthly. Not to mention Xiao Wu's presence yesterday. As a Soul Sage, he must be receiving 1 million gold coins a month, a truly daunting figure. Dai Mubai shook his head and replied, "If it were as you suggest, the Academy would indeed have no worries regarding income. However, the reality is quite different. The subsidies from the Spirit Hall are allocated by the Empire and distributed by the Spirit Hall itself. Subsidies are only provided up to the level of Soul Sovereign. Each month, one receives a mere 100 gold coins, as I do now. Once one surpasses the rank of Soul Sovereign, not only do the subsidies not increase, but they also cease altogether. This means that Soul Masters above the rank of Soul Sovereign, including Soul Ancestors, are unable to receive any subsidies from the Spirit Hall. When you go to the Spirit Hall each month to collect your subsidies, there is a soul power test conducted to ascertain whether your soul power exceeds level 40. Upon surpassing the threshold, the subsidies are immediately discontinued. This revelation intrigued Tang San as well, prompting him to wonder why it was so. Shouldn't a higher-ranking Soul Master be deemed more valuable? Daimubai explained, however, we must consider practicalities. Although being a Soul Master is a noble profession, the actual number of true Soul Masters is not large. Yet, it still comprises a considerable group. You must have calculated that if subsidies were distributed according to rank, a Soul Sage would receive 100,000 gold coins monthly, totaling 1,200,000 gold coins annually. Just imagine the enormity of that figure. Let us not delve into other matters. If we were to assess the merit of our esteemed faculty at the Academy in relation to the subsidies they could receive, it is conceivable that, should the Empire distribute funds in full, their annual earnings would rival 1/10 of the total income of Soto City. Such a figure is indeed staggering. Throughout the Empire, although the number of high-ranking Soul Masters is limited, the distribution of subsidies on this scale could potentially destabilize the entire realm. Consequently, the Empire has decreed that subsidies are intended solely to encourage and assist lower-tier Soul Masters in their cultivation, facilitating a swift enhancement of their abilities. Once a Soul Master attains a level above 40, they are deemed sufficiently powerful and may choose to pledge their allegiance to the Empire or enlist in the military. In such cases, the Empire will provide appropriate remuneration. Naturally, Soul Masters retain the autonomy to opt for certain families, which can also yield considerable financial rewards. Chapter 22, The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle, Flandra, Part 3. At this juncture, admiration flickered across Dai Mubai's countenance. Our Academy's instructors are souls unwilling to seek refuge under any powerful entity. Indeed, prior to the establishment of the Academy, they all operated independently. They cherish their freedom and abhor constraints, even regarding the noble titles bestowed by the Empire with disdain. Consider, in such circumstances, what income might they possess? Xiao Wu inquired. Why are they reluctant to accept the titles offered by the Empire? It seems that such titles would confer a certain income. I recall that upon reaching level 30, one could attain the title of Baron, and upon reaching 40, that of Viscount. Beyond that, there are no further titles. Ning Rongrong addressed her query on behalf of Dai Mubai, explaining that accepting a title from the Empire entails an obligation of allegiance. Should war arise, as a noble of the Empire, one must heed the Empire's summons to the battlefield. While the title of nobility appears appealing, it simultaneously serves as a binding constraint. Many formidable Soul Masters eschew noble titles precisely to avoid serving any particular faction. At that moment, a resounding bell echoed from outside. Daimubai promptly rose, stating, "That is the bell signaling the Dean's summons. Fatty, take them directly to the Grand Arena. I shall fetch Zhu. With that, he hastily departed the dining hall. Ma Hongjun observed Dai Mubai's retreating figure and muttered, "It seems that Dai Laoda has undergone a transformation. I have never seen him so concerned about a woman before." Ning Rongrong chuckled softly, retorting, "How old are you? And yet you speak of women?" Ma Hongjun huffed proudly, "Though I am young, I have had my share of experiences. Let us hurry. The Dean does not take kindly to tardiness." As he spoke, a shiver ran through him, evidently recalling past misfortunes. Upon their arrival at the Grand Arena, they found Oscar, still bleary-eyed, already present, munching on a sausage of his own making. Oscar's appearance had undergone a remarkable transformation. The transformation was primarily evident in the absence of the beard on his face. Upon seeing him, Tang San could hardly recognize Oscar, whose visage had been completely altered after shaving off his facial hair. Previously, Ma Hongjun had remarked that both Dai Mubai and Oscar possessed rather effeminate features, a clear expression of jealousy. At this moment, Tang San comprehended the true nature of Ma Hongjun's envy. Dai Mubai was already exceedingly handsome, particularly with his alluring, mischievous eyes that effortlessly drew attention. However, when it came to sheer appearance, he still paled in comparison to Oscar, who now sported a clean-shaven face. Oscar's captivating, deep-set peach blossom eyes imparted an air of profundity. His face resembled polished jade, handsome and harmonious. His well-proportioned eyebrows framed a roguish smile that rendered him akin to a dashing nobleman. Nevertheless, even the most charming nobleman would appear less appealing while gnawing on a sausage. "What happened to your beard?" Tang San inquired as he approached Oscar and pointed at his face. Oscar chuckled, hastily finishing the sausage in his hand, and replied in a hushed tone, "Well, with a few new beauties around, I thought it best to present myself more attractively to catch their attention. This is an area where you lack experience, I presume. Dai Mubai clearly has his eye on that frigid girl, and Xiao Wu belongs to you. The fiery demeanor of Fatty is hardly enticing to girls, so my target is Ning Rongrong. Surely, you want to contest me for her, will you?" Tang San lightly tapped his forehead and inquired, "May I ask, how old are you this year?" Without hesitation, Oscar replied, "I am 14 years old. Why do you ask?" "My father had me when he was just 14. Tang San suddenly realized that if one were to test psychological resilience, Shrek Academy would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Setting aside the instructors, each of the students is a formidable entity in their own right. Even he himself possesses a unique mastery of hidden weaponry that is not of this world, does he not? Dai Mubai arrived with Zhu Qing, who evidently maintained a certain distance from him, and Dai Mubai's expression was notably grim. Oscar, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "It seems that Dai Gu has hit a snag. His usual charm with the ladies may not serve him well this time." As they conversed, a middle-aged man approached from the opposite side of the playground. Upon seeing him, Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique and a distinctive facial structure, a protruding chin, broad cheekbones, a somewhat flat face, and a hawkish nose. If one were to liken his visage to an object, it would resemble the sole of a shoe. Although his eyes were closed, he exuded an air of cunning. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, the frames rigidly square. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't that the shrewd merchant uncle?" Oscar responded, "What shrewd merchant uncle?" "This is our esteemed dean, the founder of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flander. He is a soul sage of level 78, even more formidable than Teacher Zhao. Moreover, he possesses a flying-type beast martial soul, which is quite rare among battle soul masters. The fatty is his direct disciple." Xiao Wu murmured, "Thank goodness he's only level 78. I never expected that the classic phrase, 'we only accept monsters, not ordinary people,' would originate from him." "Uncle Sausage, does our academy have any soul Douluo level soul masters?" Oscar shook his head. "Please call me Sausage Specialist Oscar. Do you think soul Douluo are as common as vegetables? They're exceedingly rare. Across the entire continent, there are fewer than 100 individuals at the soul Douluo level, all supported by the empires and their subordinate kingdoms. As for title Douluo, there are only about 10 combined between the two major empires. They are not easy to come by." Chapter 22, Four-Eyed Cat Eagle Flander, Part 4. Xiao Wu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "That's good to know." Tang San cast a glance at Xiao Wu and inquired, "Xiao Wu, what troubles you?" Xiao Wu shook her head and, with a hint of concealment, replied, "It's nothing. Do you think that unscrupulous merchant will still remember us?" Tang San forced a smile and remarked, "It has only been 2 days. He should not have forgotten, right? However, as the dean, he ought not to hold your offense against you." Oscar chuckled softly and replied, "You are mistaken. Our Dean Flander is notoriously vengeful. Of course, his greatest virtue lies in his fierce loyalty to his own." At that moment, Flander's gaze unexpectedly drifted in their direction, landing squarely on Oscar, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Oscar was taken aback, realizing that his words may have reached Flander's ears, and dread washed over him. Flander approached the 7 students and halted before them. His distinctive, slightly raspy voice resonated. "This year is promising. We have 4 more little prodigies joining us. I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, and I extend a warm welcome to all of you." He continued, "Shortly, each of you will need to submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who handles our finances." "Mubai," he called. Dai Mubai stepped forward, displaying a demeanor of respect, even tinged with admiration for Flander. The dean instructed, We have 4 new juniors. Please ensure that you convey the Academy's rules to them. Afterward, you may return to rest and strive to restore yourselves to peak condition. Our first lesson will commence tonight. Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are exceptions. You two shall accompany me. Oscar's expression soured immediately, reluctantly approaching Flander to pay his respects. His demeanor lightened somewhat when he noticed Ning Rongrong standing beside him. Flander waved his hand, saying, "The rest of you may take your leave. Remember to prepare yourselves before nightfall. Do not blame me for the warning. Our teaching methods differ significantly from others, and you may even encounter dangers." Zhu Zhiqing walked away without a glance back, and this time, Dai Mu Bai did not pursue her. Ma Hongjun quickly disappeared, his speed remarkable as he vanished from sight. Tang San was not in a hurry to depart. He wished to observe how the esteemed dean conducted his lessons. Both Oscar and Ning Rongrong possessed support-type martial souls, which likely accounted for their absence from the evening classes. However, what perplexed Tang San was the reason for holding classes at night. Tang San remained, and naturally, Xiao Wu was in no hurry to depart, standing quietly beside him. Flinder, unperturbed, addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong, stating that each individual possesses their unique method of cultivation. Given the diversity of martial souls, the approaches to training vary considerably. In the Douluo Continent, nearly no two martial souls are identical. Thus, what the Academy aims to impart is not merely the technique of cultivating martial souls, but rather the art of wielding them effectively, preserving oneself during future battles, and aiding comrades. Flinder's words resonated with Tang San, stirring a sense of familiarity. Upon reflection, he recalled that the master had articulated similar sentiments, albeit with greater detail. Oscar seemed to have encountered such notions before, lowering his head noncommittally. While Ning Rongrong nodded in earnest agreement, Flinder continued, addressing them. Both of you are support-type soul masters. One enhances attributes, while the other embodies a food-related martial. Soul masters of your kind require the protection of allies, both on the battlefield and in daily life. Without it, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Oscar, enlighten me. How can a support-type soul master better ensure their safety amidst the chaos of battle? Oscar replied without hesitation. One must remain as shielded as possible behind one's allies, utilizing the surrounding terrain and structures to mitigate risks, while steering clear of perilous zones. Flinder nodded in affirmation, adding, "You speak wisely. However, there is an essential point you overlooked. For a support-type soul master, the ability to retreat is a crucial quality. Those who cannot flee are not adept support soul masters. But what does retreat require? It necessitates stamina. Despite being soul masters with enhanced soul power, your physical capabilities, while superior to those of ordinary individuals, must still be fortified. The adversaries you may face are combat soul masters. Therefore, as support soul masters, physical training is equally imperative. At critical junctures, a single additional step could mean the difference between life and death." Oscar, well acquainted with Flinder, listened as the dean expounded his views, secretly exchanging a wry smile. Today, he realized, there would be no escaping this fate. Indeed, after his lengthy discourse, Flinder nodded to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, declaring, "Your lesson for today shall consist of stamina training. From this moment on, you are to run 20 laps around the entire village. Should you fail to return before lunchtime, your midday meal will be forfeited. You may utilize your martial souls for assistance. Now commence. Oscar, you will lead the way." "Yes," Ning Rongrong replied, dashing out without hesitation. Oscar cast a lingering glance at Tang San and the others standing nearby, before reluctantly following suit. Though the village where Shrek Academy was located was modest, Oscar understood that Flinder referred to the entirety of the village, including the surrounding farmland. A single lap would encompass at least 3 kilometers. 20 laps represented a daunting challenge. With soul power exceeding level 20, completing this task before noon was a harrowing ordeal for a support-type soul master. For soul masters of over 20 levels, traversing such a distance is not an easy feat. As Oscar and Ning Rongrong dashed away, Flander gestured towards Tang San and said, "Follow me alone." Chapter 22, The Four-Eyed Cat Eagle Flander, Part 5. Tang San nodded slightly, simultaneously gesturing with his hand behind him to stop Xiao Wu from following. He then strode forward alongside Flander, making his way into the academy. Flander's office, which also served as his residence, was situated not far from the small training ground where Tang San had engaged in combat with Xiao Wu just the day before. The room was adorned with a simple decor, containing only the essentials. Flander took a seat behind his desk, observing Tang San, a complex glimmer suddenly appearing in his eyes. "How is the master faring?" Tang San nodded slightly and remarked, "The teacher is truly remarkable." Flinder gazed at him with a hint of surprise, inquiring, "You are his student? No wonder he bestowed upon you this belt. The moment I saw you donning it, coupled with your youth, I surmised you would eventually arrive at our Shrek Academy. However, I never anticipated that you would be his apprentice. In the past, he once confided in me that he would cultivate a gifted soul master destined to astonish the continent. It seems you are indeed his chosen one." Tang San raised his hand beneath the luminous moonlight of the 24 bridges, presenting a letter to Flinder. Before his departure, his mentor instructed him to deliver this letter to the dean only after passing the Academy-S assessment and being accepted. Upon hearing Tang San's words, a fleeting sorrow mingled with a hint of a smile crossed Flinder's eyes. His stubbornness remained unwavering, true to his character. "So, this fellow has finally deemed it necessary to reach out to me?" he mused, slowly peeling open the envelope to reveal the pristine letter within. Tang San observed closely as Flinder's hands trembled slightly while unsealing the letter. The contents of the letter remained a mystery to Tang San. He could only watch the myriad of emotions that played across Flinder's face, joy, anger, and a spectrum of feelings that seemed to dance upon his features. "Ah, you old rascal. Do you feel the need to prove something? What is there to prove?" Flinder appeared to slip into a frenzy, muttering incomprehensible phrases. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze sharply to meet Tang San's, declaring, "Since you are his testament, ensure he is not disappointed. Off you go, prepare for tonight." It would not be an easy task. The assignment bestowed upon Tang San by the master had been fulfilled, and although Flinder's demeanor was peculiar, he had little inclination to ponder it further. Following his battle with Xiao Wu, Tang San had unearthed numerous weaknesses within himself. It was more prudent to devote this time to training. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ning Rongrong found themselves running outside the academy. "Oscar, just how far is this lap?" Ning Rongrong's voice carried a note of exasperation. Initially, she was brimming with confidence. Despite being a support-type soul master, her father had always insisted on her physical trainings, echoing sentiments reminiscent of Flinder's prior exhortations. Thus, her physique was commendable, though not on par with battle soul masters. Years of rigorous exercise endowed her with a robust constitution, particularly excelling in running. However, since departing the academy, under Oscar's guidance, she had yet to complete a single lap, and considerable time had already elapsed. At this pace, not only would they miss lunch, but dinner would also be in jeopardy. Moreover, her stamina was waning, making it impossible to sustain such speed. Oscar chuckled wryly. "I mentioned when we set out that this is an impossible task. But do not fret. Two support-type soul masters together should not fear hunger, right? Would you care for a bite?" Ning Rongrong shot him a glance, her youthful countenance imbued with a hint of allure. Oscar felt a sudden softness in his bones under her gaze, and with a sheepish grin, he whispered, "I happen to have a delectable sausage." In a flash, a fragrant sausage appeared in his hand, which he extended toward Ning Rongrong. "This sausage of mine has a first soul ring skill that aids in recovery. It not only accelerates healing but also replenishes stamina. Do you have a taste? With the support of my sausages, I need not concern myself with food, whether I run 20 laps or even 200. Ning Rongrong cast a peculiar glance at Oscar and suddenly uttered an extraordinarily bold statement. "I still have 2 thick slices of bread." After expressing this, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda gracefully emerged, enhancing her agility and propelling her forward with remarkable speed. Oscar was momentarily taken aback. Not only him, but even Tang San and Dai Mubai, present at that moment, would find it astonishing that such an elegant young lady as Ning Rongrong could articulate such a phrase. They were unaware of the role Ning Rongrong played within the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and at that moment, she could no longer contain herself, revealing a glimpse of her true nature. In the grand hall of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, the main seat, facing south, was a grand chair intricately carved from rosewood, adorned with a large piece of jade embedded in its backrest. The jade was a deep emerald green, exuding a gentle warmth, a piece of exquisite warm jade. Seated upon this chair was a man whose visage resembled jade, with a straight nose and square jaw, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Clad in a pristine white robe, he appeared to be in his 40s, his gaze soft and unassuming, resembling an ordinary individual. His silky black hair cascaded down his back, presenting an effortless demeanor devoid of pretense. At that moment, he was observing a young man kneeling before him, dressed in white attire. Reporting to the sect master, "The young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully enrolled," the young man stated respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. "It's perhaps best for this little ancestor to undergo some trials. Otherwise, she might upend the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. What is the situation at Shrek Academy? I beg your pardon, sect master. There is at least one soul sage and several soul emperors within Shrek Academy, and my subordinates are incapable of infiltrating to gather intelligence. However, I have delivered the letter you entrusted to me to the instructors at Shrek Academy. It will certainly reach their principal. A smile graced the middle-aged man's face. Flander, you are indeed an idealistic individual. I am curious to see how you will educate my daughter. Perhaps only by leaving home will that little witch learn some sense. Very well, you may go. Yes, sect master. The young man retreated swiftly. A robust voice resonated throughout the hall, seemingly emanating from all directions, causing the chamber to tremble. Winzy, do you truly trust Rongrong to be on her own out there? Can the teachings of Shrek Academy surpass ours? No, I must go and bring her back. I cannot rest easy with her out there. With this proclamation, an elderly man, his hair white as snow yet with a face as tender as that of a newborn, emerged from the back hall and unceremoniously took a seat beside sect master Ning Fingji. Ning Fingji's expression revealed a hint of resignation. Uncle Jian, considering you and Uncle Long, I cannot allow this girl to remain within the sect any longer. You all indulge her far too much. This young lady has become unmanageable at home. Perhaps a bit of education outside will bring about some change. Uncle Jian expressed his discontent, stating, Who says we have spoiled Rongrong? You only see her playful side and fail to recognize her obedient nature. With many sons but only one daughter, how can you truly bear to part with her? Ning Fingji resolutely replied, Uncle Jian, regardless of the circumstances, I will not seek her out, nor should you or Uncle Long. You need not worry about Rongrong's safety. The principal of Shrek Academy is the foremost among the Golden Iron Triangle, and he would undoubtedly recognize the martial spirit of our 7-treasure glazed tile school. With his protection, Rongrong will be safe. Uncle Jian huffed in anger. If anything happens to Rongrong, I will hold you responsible. Feeling somewhat tense, he decided to find Old Bone Dragon to stretch his limbs. In the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and indeed throughout the entire Douluo Continent, few dared to speak to Ning Fingji in such a manner, and this elder was clearly one of them. Although Ning Fingji appeared to be in his 40s, he had actually surpassed 60 years of age. Ning Rongrong was his youngest child and his only daughter. As night fell, the principal of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat eagle, Flander, stood in the grand arena, observing the 7 students before him. Damubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Mahanjun, and the composed Zhu Zhuqing were all prepared for their evening lessons, brimming with energy. However, Flander's attention was not focused on them, but rather on the other 2 students. Oscar, have you completed your 20 laps? Flander's gaze bore an intensity that made it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. For reasons unknown, Tang San noticed that none of the other teachers had appeared today, including Xiao Wujing. It seemed that only the 7 of them and the principal were present in the academy. Oscar cleared his throat, nodded, and said, Principal, I have finished. Flander snorted. I asked about both of you, not just you. Oscar turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who was gazing back at him with her beautiful, innocent eyes, gritting his teeth. Oscar nodded again. Yes, we have both completed it. Flander smiled, and if Tang San were to evaluate that smile, he would deem it sinister. Very well, Oscar. I did not expect you to embody such a spirit of camaraderie. Come here. Flander gestured to the space in front of him. A hint of a bitter smile crossed Oscar's face, but he refrained from glancing at Ning Rongrong as he strode confidently to stand before Flander. Flander slowly raised his right hand and lightly patted Oscar's shoulder. I appreciate your spirit of camaraderie. Therefore, you shall run another 20 laps and show me just how deep that spirit truly is. Until you finish, you may forego your meal. I have sealed your soul power, so do not attempt to break it. Off you go. Oscar said nothing, merely nodding silently before turning and sprinting outside. Flander's gaze shifted towards Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others. Do you not comprehend why I have taken this course of action? Why I have allowed him to continue running? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, well acquainted with Flander's temperament, remained silent, while Zhu Zhuqing, with her inherently cold demeanor, merely observed him with indifference. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu instinctively nodded. They truly did not understand Flander's reasoning. A chilling smile lingered on Flander's face, for he was deceiving them. Regardless of whether his lies stemmed from a place of camaraderie or some other motive, they were still lies. You are all still children. Deceit is the most reprehensible of virtues. I hope you grasp this. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from Tang San and the others to the innocent-looking Ning Rongrong, who appeared quite pitiful. Tell me, have you completed the assignment I assigned this morning? Ning Rongrong honestly shook her head, replying, I haven't. The distance was too great. And I was hungry. I couldn't endure it. Flender smiled slightly, saying, "So, you ran off to Soto City alone, indulged in a feast, and strolled through the commercial streets, only just returning to find Oscar, correct?" Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. "Were you monitoring me?" Flender's expression immediately turned cold. "As the dean, I must be accountable for every student in this academy. If Oscar lied out of compassion to spare you from punishment, that could be somewhat excusable. However, your transgressions are absolutely unforgivable, leaving the academy without permission, disregarding its arrangements, and allowing a senior to lie on your behalf. None of these actions are befitting of an exemplary soul master. Were this the battlefield, your fate would be singular, military justice, resulting in death." Ning Rongrong frowned, the gentle expression on her face gradually fading away. A slight smirk formed at the corners of her mouth, revealing a hint of disdain and contempt. "This is not a battlefield. It is merely an academy." Flender nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it is merely an academy. But it is my Shrek Academy. Now, I present you with two options. 1. Pack your belongings and leave at once. You do not deserve to be part of this institution. The other, demonstrate to me that you possess the qualifications to remain here and the resolve to abide by the rules in the future." Ning Rongrong smiled. And despite her tender age of 12, she could not deny that her smile was truly charming and beautiful. However, that seemingly harmless grin sent a shiver down the spine. "Flender, who do you think you are?" "Merely a lowly soul sage." Upon hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were taken aback. They had never anticipated that such a seemingly gentle girl would utter such words. At this moment, Ning Rongrong's expression had shifted from gentle to one of disdain, exuding an air of superiority. Flender, unfazed by her words, offered a faint smile and replied, "Indeed, I am merely a humble soul sage, but you, at present, are still leagues away from my level. Even if you are the most gifted disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, you remain but a great soul master. A chasm separates us that cannot be bridged. If you find this place beneath you, I kindly ask you to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like yourself." Ning Rongrong scoffed. "You wish to expel me? That will not be so simple. Now that I am here, I have no intention of departing any time soon. Flender, I advise you to mind your own business, for the consequences of your meddling are beyond your capacity to bear." Flender responded with a calm smile. "If I were afraid of consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my domain, and I hold the authority here." "Dean Mubai," he called. As Mubai stepped forward, his gaze toward Ning Rongrong still filled with disbelief. He vaguely understood that this was Ning Rongrong's true nature, though she had concealed it remarkably well just the day prior. Flender commanded, "Fetch Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings from her room and escort her out. Should she resist, I permit you to employ any means necessary." "Dare you?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hands on her hips, radiating an assertive energy for a 12-year-old. "You are the first to ever speak to me in such a manner." Flender smirked. "Your father may hesitate to discipline you, but I have no such qualms. You are neither my daughter nor my treasure. In my eyes, every student here surpasses you. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul is indeed one of the most formidable auxiliary souls, yet you only bring it shame. You speak nonsense." Ning Rongrong's chest heaved with indignation. All her life, she had known herself to be the most exceptional disciple of her generation in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Despite having several elder brothers, none had achieved the level she did before turning 12, surpassing the 20th rank. Even her father, the sect leader, had declared her the only prodigy in centuries capable of transforming the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile into the 8 Treasure Glazed Tile. Flender's words struck at her pride, and she could hardly bear it. "Am I speaking nonsense? Then tell me, how do you surpass anyone present?" Flender replied dismissively. Ning Rongrong asserted, "I am an auxiliary soul master, and of course, I cannot compare my martial prowess to that of combat soul masters. However, my role on the battlefield surpasses theirs significantly. With my assistance, the overall strength of a soul master team would be greatly enhanced." Flender shook his finger at Ning Rongrong. "No, you are mistaken. Every individual present here would be more effective on the battlefield than you. They possess the potential for survival, while you do not. Given your disposition, you would merely be cannon fodder. Impossible. In our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower possesses a martial soul that surpasses all others. None can compare. Why then do I find myself inferior?" Flender replied coldly, "It is due to your heart. Your restlessness and arrogance have inflated your self-perception. Even your father would not consider himself unparalleled. Without exceptional companions by his side, even an ordinary soul master could defeat him. With your disposition, Do you truly believe you can find a partner to whom you can entrust your back completely? Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback. Although she had been coddled since childhood, resulting in a somewhat peculiar character, she was undeniably astute. Flinder's words, though harsh, resonated with her, leaving her at a loss for a counterargument. Flinder slowly approached Dai Mubai and the others. Due to the exchange of words between him and Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai refrained from taking her belongings. Flinder gestured towards Dai Mubai, stating, "He is 15 years old, with the White Tiger Martial Soul, a battle-type soul master. He possesses dual pupils and is at level 37. Equipped with 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring. He is the youngest student in Shrek Academy's history to reach the rank of soul ancestor at the age of 13. Can you honestly say you could break through the 30-level barrier by that age? If anyone could surpass Mubai, it would certainly not be you." Tang San and Xiao Wu, at merely 12 years old, have already achieved the status of a 29th level Great Soul Master. They are the ones with the potential to exceed Mubai. You witnessed the battle between Tang San and Xiao Wujin. You should be well aware of the gap between a Great Soul Master and a Soul Sage. Though Xiao Wujin did not exert his full strength, the combat prowess displayed by Tang San was evident to you. In terms of genius, they undoubtedly surpass you. Ning Rongrong remained unable to refute this. Flinder's assertions were undeniably accurate. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all possessed greater soul power than she did. Flinder then turned his attention to Ma Hongjun and Zhu Shuqing. Ma Hongjun, your age is comparable to Tang San and Xiao Wu. You entered Shrek Academy at 11. Despite the flaws in your martial soul, your mutated martial soul is a uniquely exceptional beast martial soul. In terms of martial souls alone, few across the continent can rival you. Your soul power is equally formidable, even while you dedicate part of your mental effort to compensating for your martial soul's deficiencies. Zhu Shuqing, your soul power is similar to Ning Rongrong's. However, unlike her, you possess a steadfast and resolute heart. Zhu Shuqing, tell me, what brought you to Shrek Academy? Zhu Shuqing's icy voice responded without hesitation, to become stronger. Flinder continued, what will you do regarding the courses arranged by the Academy? Zhu Shuqing replied, I will execute them without hesitation if they benefit my strength. Flinder calmly stated, Ning Rongrong, did you hear that? Ask yourself, can you measure up to any of them? Here, you are already the weakest presence. What grounds do you have for pride? I dare say that, should you depart from here, in 20 years, each of their accomplishments will vastly surpass yours. Ning Rongrong felt a surge of unwillingness. She truly resented this notion. And what of Oscar? Surely, I must be superior to him. He is merely an auxiliary soul master, a humble food-type soul master at that. He cannot possibly compare to me. Flinder shook his head, stating, no, you're mistaken. If you hold such a belief, then you are gravely misinformed. Oscar's talent even eclipses that of Mubai. Otherwise, why would I have permitted him to enter the academy? Ning Rongrong, I pose but one question to you. Have you ever encountered a food-type martial soul with innate full soul power? Ning Rongrong's complexion paled. No, that cannot be, she gasped. How could an auxiliary martial soul possess innate full soul power? In the realm of soul masters, though those with innate full soul power are rare, they do exist. However, an auxiliary martial soul has never been known to manifest such a phenomenon. Ning Rongrong had always considered herself a prodigy, a remarkable talent. Due to her martial soul reaching the 9th level upon awakening, just a step away from innate full soul power. This was already an exceptional existence among auxiliary martial souls. She never imagined that the somewhat handsome yet awkwardly chanting Oscar could actually possess innate full soul power. Flinder continued calmly, Oscar is an unprecedented existence. His future achievements are boundless, and he may even supplant your 7-treasured, glazed tile school status among auxiliary soul masters. You may choose not to believe my words, but I can assure you, this possibility is quite real. Ning Rongrong stood there dazed. From childhood, she had been nurtured by the adoration of those around her. Coupled with her innate talent, she had been pampered to the utmost degree, always believing herself to be the most exceptional and gifted. Even though her power was not yet formidable, she attributed it to her age. When she witnessed the battle between Tang San and Xiao Wujin, she was already taken aback. Yet subconsciously, she still distinguished herself from Tang San, for their martial soul cultivation did not follow the same path. However, every word from Flinder at that moment pierced her heart like a blade, utterly shattering her most cherished pride. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale, and suddenly she burst into tears. Turning on her heel and running towards her dormitory, Flinder displayed a hint of satisfaction, thinking to himself, if I cannot even manage a 12-year-old girl, I do not deserve the title of the Golden Iron Triangle. Daimubai observed the smile on Flinder's face and cautiously inquired, "Dean, should I assist her in packing her belongings?" Flinder shot him a glare and replied, "Do you wish for this girl to leave? Although Ning Rongrong has been somewhat spoiled, her nature is not ill. Allow her to reflect on her thoughts. Go and summon Oscar back. Tell him I have rescinded his punishment and let him comfort Ning Rongrong." "Understood," Daimubai responded, turning to seek out Oscar. At this moment, his admiration for Flinder grew even stronger. Daimubai, hailing from a prestigious family himself, was acutely aware of the formidable status held by the 7 treasure glazed tile school on the continent. In the entirety of Douluo Continent, there were scarcely 10 titled Douluos, and the 7 treasure glazed tile school claimed 2 of them. Such power was enough to warrant respect from the royal families of the 2 great empires when encountering the sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The fact that Flinder exhibited such audacity, fearlessly reprimanding the favored princess of the sect, could hardly be attributed solely to mere courage. Little did Daimubai know that the esteemed dean held a missive bestowed upon him by the sect master, which served as a formidable talisman in its own right. Otherwise, would Flinder truly act without a modicum of apprehension? Xiao Wu discreetly stuck out her tongue, astonished to discover that Ning Rongrong's true nature was so domineering. Just yesterday, while in the company of Ning Rongrong, she had felt an unusual kinship with her. Yet now, she realized that Ning Rongrong's disposition was even more overbearing than her own. With his hands clasped behind his back, Flinder declared it was time to depart. The outcome for Ning Rongrong and Oscar was evident. Those wishing to remain here for training must adhere to the Academy's rules, attending every class diligently. My words here stand as commands. You shall soon commence your first lesson at Shrek Academy. Each of you will undertake your own courses independently. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. If your performance is lacking, you shall endure the consequences. Chapter 23, The True Nature of the Witch, Part 4. Daimubai quickly returned, nodding to Flinder to indicate that he had sent Oscar to console Ning Rongrong. Flinder waved his hand and said, "Let us proceed. Keep up with me." With that, he deftly propelled himself forward, gliding towards the Academy's exit. The others hurriedly followed suit. Flinder maintained a notably brisk pace, revealing the disparity in strength among the 5 students. Closest behind Flinder was Daimubai, endowed with the most profound spirit power, followed not by Tang San, but by Zhu Zhuqing. Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing steps is remarkable in its intricacy. However, in terms of linear acceleration, it pales in comparison to Zhu Zhuqing, a soul master of the agile attack type. Consequently, both he and Xiao Wu are ranked equally in 3rd place. Ma Hongjun trails behind, yet his performance is not significantly inferior to that of Tang San. Throughout the journey, Flinder remained silent, and neither did Tang San and his companions utter a word, their minds still occupied with the prior dialogue between Flinder and Ning Rongrong. Soon enough, Tang San discerned that Flinder's destination was none other than Soto City. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City is not considerable, and just as they approached the southern gate of Soto City, Flinder's pace began to slow, allowing the 5 students to catch up. Soto City, situated within the borders of the Barak Kingdom, is impervious to external threats, thus its city gates remain open at all hours. The 6 of them entered the city with ease. Although night had fallen, Soto City appeared as if it had just awakened, bustling with even more vigor than during the day. The streets were lined with brightly lit shops, and vendors who only operate at night had also returned to their familiar spots, selling snacks and trinkets. Although Tang San and Xiao Wu had spent 2 days in Soto City, they had never ventured out at night. Tang San was relatively composed, while Xiao Wu, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly observed her surroundings, quietly approaching anything intriguing to get a closer look. Were it not for Tang San's constant grip on her, she might have wandered off. Zhu Zhuqing remained as icy as ever, seemingly indifferent to the world around her, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Flinder before her, untouched by external distractions. Daimubai, exhibiting a restrained demeanor, mirrored Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, though his face lacked her frostiness, revealing an air of natural calmness. In contrast, Ma Hongjuan's eyes darted about, not as curious as Xiao Wu, yet fixated on the most prominent features of the women on the street. From the age of 6 to 60, Ma Hongjun spared no glance, and upon spotting a woman with a more voluptuous figure, he would immediately gulp audibly. Fortunately, he lingered at the back of the group, unnoticed by the others. Suddenly, Flinder halted, glancing at the sky, and murmured to himself, "There is still some time. Follow me." With that, he led the 5 into an unassuming tea house beside the street. The 6 of them gathered around a round table, where Flinder ordered 6 cups of the cheapest tea. Xiao Wu wrinkled her brow at the murky tea before her and asked, "Dean, our first lesson won't be held here, will it?" Of course not, Flander replied. The place for your lessons is over there. As he spoke, he gestured outward. Following his, Tang San observed a vast, towering structure not far from the tea house. From their vantage point, they could only discern its staggering height, nearly 100 meters, casting an imposing shadow in the night. With faint glimmers of light flickering from within, Dai Mubai's expression shifted as he whispered, Dean, are you taking them there on the first day? Flander replied coolly, remember, you are all extraordinary beings, not ordinary individuals. As extraordinary beings, you must adopt extraordinary methods of training. He paused, his tone growing serious. Your martial souls are unique, and each possesses its own training methods. What the Academy can teach you is how to better utilize your martial souls, assist you in acquiring superior soul rings, and gain more practical combat experience, thereby unlocking your inherent potential. Additionally, you will learn about various aspects of martial souls and the circumstances of soul masters on the continent. Among all the knowledge you must acquire, the most crucial is practical combat experience, at the same level and strength. The quantity of practical experience will determine the outcome of a battle. Only through continuous real combat can you enhance your adaptability in battle. Thus, your first lesson will be practical combat, and that place will serve as your classroom. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged a glance. Ma Hongjun refrained from speaking, while a hint of helplessness flickered in Dai Mubai's mischievous eyes. They both clearly understood what sort of place it was. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the icy Zhu Shiqing displayed expressions of confusion. Flander remarked, structures akin to this can only be found in cities of a major city tier. Its grandeur serves as a testament to the prosperity or decline of a city or even a nation. Such edifices are referred to as the Great Soul Arena, named after the city in which they reside. Hence, the one before you is called the Soto Great Soul Arena. The Great Soul Arena is a venue for the combat of martial spirits, the battlefield for soul masters. Both the Heavendo Empire and the Starluo Empire hold the belief that the Soul Arena determines the rise and fall of nations. Tang San furrowed his brows and said, Dean, is not being a soul master the most noble profession? Why then does a place like the Great Soul Arena exist, where the competition of martial souls is displayed like a circus for public entertainment? Chapter 23, The True Nature of the Witch, Part 5. Flander shook his head and replied, No, you're mistaken. While I too harbor no fondness for the Great Soul Arena, I must acknowledge that it undeniably serves as an important venue for showcasing the value of a soul master. You perceive it too simplistically. The Great Soul Arena possesses its own complete system and can be regarded as a unique force. It was jointly established by the 7 most prestigious soul master families across the continent and does not fall under the jurisdiction of the 2 great empires or the Spirit Hall. It may be considered a third-party entity wealthy enough to rival nations. Soul masters who gain fame within the Great Soul Arena become dazzling stars throughout the country, reaping not only substantial profits but also immense renown. Furthermore, the Great Soul Arena is a relatively fair arena here. Even if you were to slay a descendant of a prominent family, you need not fear retribution. This is the essence of its fairness. At this point, a brilliant light gleamed in Flander's eyes. The rank of a martial soul serves as an indicator of a soul master's strength, and soul rings are the best method of expression. However, this does not truly represent a soul master's capabilities. The titles earned through one's own efforts in the Great Soul Arena are the truest reflection of one's strength. Any soul master, regardless of their rank, upon entering the Great Soul Arena is merely represented by the term dual soul. After securing their first victory, they are awarded a badge, and with each subsequent victory, they earn points. Once these points reach a certain threshold, the level of the badge is elevated. This badge symbolizes one's rank within the Great Soul Arena and is universally recognized across all major cities on the continent. The advantages of a higher badge rank are numerous, which I shall not elaborate on here. The levels of the badge are categorized according to the quality of minerals. Starting from the lowest, the Iron Badge, known as Iron Dual Soul, and ascending through copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, to diamond, with a total of 8 levels. Having stated this, Flander's gaze swept over the 5 individuals before him. Your task is to attain at least a silver dual soul badge before graduation. Do you understand? Do not underestimate the difficulty of acquiring a silver dual soul badge. Mubai and Hongjun have already participated in practical battles here for over a year. Mubai, please inform them of the requirements for elevating badge ranks, as well as your battle records. As he spoke, Flander calmly sipped from the inferior tea before him. Having established Shrek Academy for 2 decades, he naturally understood the most effective educational methods to facilitate student comprehension. To captivate their interest is paramount, regardless of the endeavor. If one begins with genuine curiosity, efforts will yield remarkable results. Those fortunate enough to be selected for the Shrek Academy are undoubtedly exceptional children. These so-called monsters or prodigies cannot be educated through conventional methods. Damubai remarked, I commenced my participation in the Soto Great Soul Arena at level 29. Engaging in 56 battles, currently holding a record of 29 victories and 27 defeats. My current score stands at 2. While ascending from Iron Soul to Copper Soul requires 100 points. Each victory garners 1 point, yet a defeat deducts 1 point. Should one achieve a winning streak of more than 5 consecutive victories, each subsequent win will increase the score by 10, if the streak exceeds 10 victories. An additional 100 points is awarded. However, even if one successfully advances to Copper Soul upon reaching the requisite points, a drop of 100 points will result in the loss of that status. Transitioning from Copper Soul to Silver Soul necessitates 1,000 points within the Copper Soul tier. Each victory grants 10 points, while a defeat deducts 10. The ratio for accumulating points during winning streaks remains consistent with that of Iron Soul. Tang San possessed some understanding of Dai Mubai's capabilities and, upon hearing his words, was taken aback. Mubai, with your prowess, you have only 29 victories and 27 defeats? How is that conceivable? Your martial spirit must be a formidable beast among the ranks. Damubai replied with a wry smile, nothing is impossible. The Great Soul Arena is not an easy place to navigate. There are 3 types of competitions here. One is known as a contest, which is of a sparring nature, adhering to the rules I previously mentioned. Participants are grouped by rank or by the number of soul rings. Once you acquire an additional soul ring, you can only partake in the next tier's competition. When I was at level 29, I achieved 4 consecutive victories, and just as I was poised to earn 10-fold points, my strength surged to level 30, granting me a 3rd soul ring. Subsequently, I suffered through more than 10 consecutive defeats, plunging my score into the negative. With 3 soul rings, how could a level 30 compete against foes of level 38 or 39 and hope for victory? To achieve consecutive wins here is feasible only if one participates in competitions as a level 29 for a while, then pauses upon reaching level 30, and resumes at level 39. However, our objective is practical combat, rendering such tactics impractical, and thus my record suffers accordingly. My score is even lower than that of the chubby one. Ma Hongjin interjected, as of now, my record stands at 33 battles, with 21 victories and 12 defeats, totaling 9 points. Flinder glanced at the sky, noting the time. It's about time, let us proceed. I will inform you of the remaining details upon our arrival. Having settled the tea bill, a group of 6 emerged from the tea house, making their way towards the Soto Great Spirit Arena. As they drew nearer, the awe-inspiring grandeur of the arena became increasingly astonishing. When Tang San and Xiao Wu had first arrived in Soto City, they had not ventured to this part of the city, and thus remained unaware of the existence of such an imposing structure within its confines. The Soto Great Spirit Arena is predominantly elliptical in shape, soaring to a height of 120 meters. It encompasses a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas, accommodating up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 exclusive VIP boxes. This arena serves not only as a venue for soul masters to engage in friendly exchanges, but also as a platform for various factions to showcase their prowess. As they approached the Soto Great Spirit Arena, Flinder briefly elucidated some pertinent details about the arena to Tang San and his companions. Here, battles are categorized into 3 types. The first being friendly duels, which prohibit lethal force. The second, life and death combats, employed to resolve irreconcilable disputes. And the third, wager battles, overseen by the arena as the arbitrator, where both parties dispatch an equal number of soul masters to compete, with the victor claiming all that was wagered. Wager battles often serve as a means for the nobility and clans to address significant conflicts. The format of the competitions also comprises 3 variations: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Team sizes are typically negotiated, adhering to the arena's regulations, which generally limit the number of participants to between 7 and 10. Upon entering the Great Spirit Arena, a massive stone tablet immediately captured their attention, etched with a multitude of names. Flinder informed Tang San and the others that these names belonged to those who had perished during spirit battles. Registering for a spirit battle is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to fill out a form detailing their name, age, birthplace, and martial spirit, after which they would receive an initial Iron Spirit badge. Of course, registration also requires a fee of 10 gold coins per individual. Additionally, a spirit power assessment, akin to that conducted by the Spirit Hall, is carried out to determine each participant's level. Daimubai informed the group that every time they come to participate in spirit battles, they must first undergo a spirit power test to ascertain their opponents. Flinder, of course, would not cover their fees, so Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Shiqing each completed their registrations. What left a lasting impression on Tang San was that the staff handling their registration did not mock or express any astonishment at their youthful age. They maintained a demeanor of professionalism and conducted their duties with remarkable efficiency. From these simple details, it is evident that the Grand Soul Arena is no ordinary place. After registration, the participants must undergo a ranking process for their soul battles. Flander led them to the gambling section of the arena and briefly instructed Daimubai before heading into the arena himself. Daimubai informed Tang San and the others that in the Grand Soul Arena, only those who achieve more than 5 consecutive victories, possess a sufficiently high level of soul badges, or are of an exceptionally high rank among soul masters, are permitted to compete in the main arena. As novices, they were relegated to the sub-arena. A victory in a soul battle earns 10 gold coins, while a loss yields no reward. Soon, the 5 of them were sorted. And since they had arrived together, they were placed in the 14th sub-arena of the gambling section. However, Dai Mubai's opponent was a soul sovereign, while Tang San and the others faced opponents of merely the great soul master level. The entire Grand Soul Arena dazzled Tang San with its splendor. The various divisions were meticulously detailed. There were 24 sub-arena, each subdivided into different categories, including the gambling zone and the death zone, with each category further divided into 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Thus, a single sub-arena contained 6 isolated platforms. As for the gambling matches, according to Daimubai, regardless of the level, all gambling battles would take place in the main arena. The operational model of the Grand Soul Arena had achieved a remarkable level of coordination, with varying ticket prices depending on the different soul battle zones. The one-on-one matches in the gambling section, which Tang San and his group were about to participate in, had the lowest ticket prices and attracted the fewest spectators. The soul masters participating in the battles were uniformly arranged in a spacious room to rest while awaiting their turn. Upon their arrival, Tang San and his companions immediately drew the attention of other soul masters, given their remarkably young age. However, despite the astonishment displayed by those present, no one mocked them. Each individual was engaged in meditation, striving to maintain their optimal state in anticipation of the impending battles. Sitting beside Tang San, Xiao Wu whispered, "Brother, I just asked Daimubai. Although each soul master can only participate in 1 gambling match per day, they may compete in different types simultaneously. Since we are all at level 29, we should find it manageable to secure victories at this level. How about we also sign up for a 2-on-2 battle? It would help us reach the required points sooner. What do you think?" Tang San smiled gently and said, "No problem. After all, we're here to enhance our practical combat experience. Acquiring more battle experience is always beneficial." He then conveyed his and Xiao Wu's thoughts to Daimubai, who, naturally, did not object. It seemed as though their words had prompted him to direct his gaze toward Zhu Shiqing. Unfortunately, their martial spirits were not of the same tier, making it impossible for them to form a duo for a 2-on-2 soul battle, and thus he had to relinquish that idea. Daimubai remarked, "Xiao San, why don't you take Xiao Wu to register for the 2-on-2 matches? The battles here should continue for a while longer." Tang San nodded. Prior to entering, he had already observed the location of the registration area for the 2-on-2 matches. Therefore, accompanied by Xiao Wu, he temporarily departed from the 1-on-1 battle arena to register for the 2-on-2 competition. In Chapter 24, the formation of the 3-5 combination Part 2. The registration fee was 10 gold coins, and for each victory, they would collectively receive 10 gold coins. The staff, adhering to their official duties, collected the fee from Tang San and his companion. Since they had already registered their levels, they merely needed to present their Iron Soul badge without the necessity of any additional paperwork. "Please provide a name for your team." Naming the team? Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, realizing that both the 2-on-2 matches and team battles required them to designate a name for their combination, facilitating the introduction by the battle arena host. Tang San pondered for a moment and said, "Let us name it the Sanwa Duo." He incorporated both his name and Xiao Wu's, deeming that the significance was rather trivial. Very well, the Sanwa Duo has now been officially registered. On Tang San and Xiao Wu's Iron Fighting Soul badge, an additional inscription of 4 characters had been etched, reading 3-5 combination. However, it was mistakenly carved as 5 instead of Wu. "Hey, that character is incorrect. It should be Wu, not 5. Xiao Wu expressed her dissatisfaction. The staff replied coldly, "It's your fault for not being clear." To change the combination name, you must re-register the Iron Fighting Soul badge, which will erase all your previously attained achievements. Just as Xiao Wu was about to erupt in frustration, Dai Mubai's voice resonated. Xiao Wu, your one-on-one fighting soul match is about to commence. Tang San gently patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder and remarked, let it be. The 3-5 combination is merely a name. Xiao Wu responded by making a playful face at the staff member before dashing towards the one-on-one soul fighting area. The matchups in this arena were determined by a draw. While other soul masters engaged in combat, those waiting had the option to either spectate or rest. Each zone within the soul fighting arena featured designated areas for participating soul masters to observe the matches closely. Xiao Wu was the first among the 5 to take the stage, prompting Tang San and his companions to choose to spectate. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at a specialized section beneath the audience platform, positioned perfectly to view the entire arena. Despite being a divided soul fighting platform, its size was still considerable, boasting a diameter of 20 meters, providing ample space for the soul masters to showcase their abilities. Unfortunately, the audience surrounding the one-on-one soul fighting stage was sparse, with only about 1/5 of the seats occupied. At the center of the arena stood a middle-aged man clad in a tailcoat. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed in a resonant voice, now, we shall commence the first match of our 14 soul fighting arenas, featuring 2 esteemed soul masters, the Battle Master Xiao Wu, possessing the Beast Martial Soul, Jade Rabbit, versus the Battle Master Qing Bao, who has achieved 2 consecutive victories and wields the Beast Martial Soul, Ironhorn Bull. Will Master Qing Bao continue his glorious streak with a 3rd win, or will the newcomer Xiao Wu emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. He then invited the 2 battle masters to the stage. The audience's cheers were sparse, with only a few calling out Qing Bao's name, while most appeared rather disinterested. A towering figure soon ascended to the soul fighting stage, standing at an astonishing height of around 2 meters, broad-shouldered and robust. His body was clad in a layer of granite-like muscle, with his dark skin showcasing prominent veins resembling serpents coiling across his bare torso. His large, bell-like eyes glinted with fierce intensity, and upon entering the arena, he unleashed a deafening roar that radiated a formidable presence. It was evident that he was a power-type battle master, akin to the immovable King Zhao Wuji. Ma Hongjun, seated beside Tang San, whispered, this formidable fellow seems quite powerful. Do you think your Xiao Wu can handle him? Tang San smiled faintly and said, just wait and see. Xiao Wu's soul abilities were particularly wary of power-type soul masters. But that was only when the opponent's strength far exceeded her own. At the same level, a power-type battle soul master would be nothing more than a fleeting thought in her presence. Before he could finish his sentence, the youthful and exuberant Xiao Wu had already leapt onto the stage. Dressed in a white top and pink pants, her figure still in the early stages of development. Her innocent and beautiful face immediately captivated the attention of many spectators. How old is this girl? What did the host just say? That she is a great soul master? That can't be true. Similar doubts echoed throughout the stands. The audience, known for their sympathy towards the weak, found themselves favoring Xiao Wu, whose appearance was far more appealing than that of the Iron-Horned Bull Soul Master across from her. Qing Bao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Wu, and in a deep voice, he said, little girl, have you come to the wrong place? This is not where you belong. You should go home. With a smile on her face, Xiao Wu, though merely 12 years old, possessed a potent charm when her innocent smile graced her features. This was particularly effective against simple-minded power-type individuals like Qing Bao, evoking a protective instinct within him. Sister, you should step down. It wouldn't be good if you got hurt. Look at how delicate you are. Qing Bao appeared somewhat troubled, awkwardly urging Xiao Wu to concede. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows and twisted her slender waist. Why do you have so much to say? Hurry up and summon your martial soul. Don't blame me for not warning you. Just as Qing Bao was about to speak again, Xiao Wu, whose temper was not known for its gentleness, could no longer contain herself. She dashed towards him with a swift stride. Xiao Wu's speed was remarkable. The distance of several meters was closed in an instant. With a light bounce of her long legs, she launched herself into the air, aiming a kick directly at Qing Bao's neck. Defense is one of the most formidable abilities of a power-type soul master. As Xiao Wu's seemingly effortless kick approached, the simple-minded Qing Bao did not evade. His own speed was insufficient to escape. He thought to himself that this little girl was naive for participating in soul battles at such a young age. He decided to let her strike a few times, believing she would tire and then leave the stage. However, before Qing Bao could fully form this thought, the duel was over in an instant. Xiao Wu's foot made contact with Qing Bao's sturdy neck, the impact lighter than he had anticipated. Rather than bouncing away, her toe hooked around his neck, while her other foot pressed firmly against his solid chest. A pink glow erupted, and two sparkling yellow rings manifested around Xiao Wu, at that moment proving her identity as a great soul master to the audience. On the soul master stand, when Tang San observed Xiao Wu's right foot accurately hooking Qing Bao's neck, a faint smile graced his lips as he softly uttered two words, "Goodbye." As Xiao Wu activated her first soul ring skill, the Bao stance, Qing Bao felt a tremendous force simultaneously strike his chest and the back of his neck. In an instant, he was hurled into the air, as if riding the clouds, propelled by Xiao Wu's agile side flip. Following her landing, she took a quick step forward and leaped to meet Qing Bao's descending form, her feet deftly clasping around his waist. With a twist of her slender waist, she spun mid-air, executing a counter throw that sent Qing Bao's body flying at an angle, causing him to bounce off the protective ropes at the edge of the battle platform and plummet to the ground below with a dull thud. A profound silence enveloped the one-on-one battle arena, with not a single spectator daring to utter a word. Even the host stood agape in disbelief. No one had anticipated that such a fierce battle would conclude so swiftly, especially with a mere girl who appeared to be in her teens emerging victorious. The entire episode was not only rapid but also showcased the elegance of Xiao Wu's Bao stance against her considerably larger opponent. Qing Bao, resembling a robust bull, hadn't even had the chance to unleash his martial spirit before the duel was decided. Due to Qing Bao's courteousness, Xiao Wu had refrained from exerting her full soul power. And given his commendable defensive capabilities, he had managed to shakily rise to his feet. "Sister, you are truly impressive. I concede," he admitted, his honesty shining through, though he was far from naive. The moment Xiao Wu unleashed her power, he sensed her soul strength vastly surpassed his own. Qing Bao was at level 25. Aware of the disparity in soul power and the uncanny finesse of this young girl, he recognized that even if he summoned his utmost strength, victory was unattainable. Xiao Wu retorted with a hint of annoyance, "What sister? You should call me Xiao Wu Jia. Don't you know that the capable are to be revered?" "Oh, Xiao Wu Jia," Qing Bao replied sincerely, his face flushed as he walked away. On the Soul Master spectator stand, Tang San couldn't help but smile at Xiao Wu's words, noting her assertive demeanor once again. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted in response to the impressive performance of the charming young girl, instantly capturing the attention. The applause echoed throughout the arena. Xiao Wu beamed and waved at the stands. The host, now regaining composure, rushed to the battle platform and proclaimed, "Master Xiao Wu emerges victorious, with a record of 1 win and 0 losses. Qing Bao's record stands at 21 wins and 14 losses. Master Xiao Wu, please proceed to the scoring registration after descending from the platform." The pace of the competition was brisk, likely fueled by the brief yet exhilarating display showcased by Xiao Wu and Qing Bao, piquing the interest of the audience. However, to Tang San and the others' surprise, the next duel would feature an internal battle within Shrek Academy, pitting Tang San against Zhu Xing. Zhu Zhuqing cast but a fleeting glance at Tang San before making her way to the battle passage. As Tang San prepared to follow, he was suddenly grasped by the shoulder by Dai Mubai. With a hint of awkwardness, Dai Mubai lowered his voice, "Brother, take it easy." Tang San offered a faint smile and nodded at him before stepping onto the stage through the Soul Arena passage. Two unfamiliar faces greeted him, one of whom was a strikingly beautiful young girl, rivaling Xiao Wu in appearance. Before the battle commenced, the audience erupted into a chorus of cheers. The host briefly introduced the names and soul abilities of both competitors, signaling the commencement of their duel. Tang San politely gestured to Zhu Xing, inviting her to begin. Zhu Zhuqing responded coldly, urging him to give his all, as she wished to gauge the disparity between their strengths. Tang San and Xiao Wujia's battle unfolded, and she acutely realized that she could never match Tang San's prowess. However, her greater curiosity lay in understanding the extent of the disparity between herself and Tang San, both being formidable soul masters. Unlike the previous match, as soon as this duel of souls commenced, both combatants unleashed their respective martial spirits. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes trained. Her left eye became a deep green while her right turned a clear blue. The charming cat ears atop her head perked up slightly, and with a flick of her fingers, sharp claws sprang forth like daggers. She crouched low, her gaze fixed coldly upon Tang San, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. 2 yellow soul rings materialized around her, emanating a chilling and sharp aura that evoked a sense of suffocation. Similarly, Tang San bore soul rings of the same color. Dark blue-black vines spread across the ground, resembling serpents that undulated silently, enveloping an area exceeding 10 meters in diameter around him, nearly claiming half of the battle arena. Tang San gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with an air of calmness, unperturbed and confident despite the fact that their contest had yet to commence. He was acutely aware that victory was already his. As a control-type soul master, he inherently countered Zhu Zhuqing's agile attack style, particularly within the confines of the arena where her nimbleness could not be fully realized. From the outset, the outcome of this battle was devoid of uncertainty. As the blue silver grass began to encroach upon her, Zhu Zhuqing understood that she could no longer afford to delay. With a sudden leap, she propelled herself forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages as she charged directly at Tang San. Chapter 24, The Establishment of the Sanwa Combination, Part 4, at this moment. The audience bore witness to Zhu Zhuqing's entry into the domain of the blue-silver grass, which rose simultaneously from all directions, enveloping both her and Tang San like an immense cage. The first soul ring on Zhu Zhuqing's body flared to life almost concurrently with Tang San's. With the activation of the ghostly shadow strike, Zhu Zhuqing's claws elongated in midair, her body shifting rapidly as her speed doubled, darting diagonally towards Tang San. Anticipating her approach, Tang San executed a simple maneuver. He sidestepped. His eyes now shrouded in a violet hue. He perceived Zhu Zhuqing's form, a feat achievable only through his rigorous practice with hidden weapons. With the purple extreme magic eyes, he was far from oblivious. Just as the ghostly shadow technique allowed him to evade her assault, her claws sliced through the air, narrowly missing him. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Zhuqing found no opportunity to invoke her second soul ring skill. The blue-silver grass, lying in wait, surged forth as she exhausted her momentum. The first soul ring skill, Entangle, was unleashed. An abundance of blue-silver grass ensnared Zhu Zhuqing tightly. Being an ally, Tang San refrained from employing the poisonous thorns of the blue-silver grass. He merely bound her. Nevertheless, the paralysis associated with the first soul ring caused a swift decline in Zhu Zhuqing's soul power fluctuations, effectively concluding their skirmish in that brief interval. Control-type souls masterfully counter agile attackers. Your assaults are insufficient to breach my martial soul's dominion. Tang San, with a gentle countenance, released the blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhuqing remained as aloof as ever. Tang San understood her demeanor, as did she. However, she had not anticipated Tang San's victory to be so composed. At that moment, the realization dawned upon her. Tang San's ability to endure against Xiao Wu was not solely due to his exquisite hidden weaponry. His timing and precision in battle were leaving her with no semblance of opportunity before him. I concede, she uttered, the simplicity of her words resonating with finality as she swiftly turned and exited, mirroring her entrance with equal swiftness. This, of course, does not imply that Tang San was inherently superior to Zhu Zhuqing. Agile attack-type soul masters are inherently adept at lurking in shadows, excelling in ambush, assassination, and reconnaissance. Such direct confrontations within the arena are inherently unfair to agile attackers. If this were amidst a complex terrain, Tang San would find it far from easy to triumph over Zhu Zhuqing. As Tang San emerged from the Soul Master path, he found Xiao Wu waiting for him. After a brief registration of their points, the duo did not return to the one-on-one spectator stance, for they still had a two-on-two soul battle to engage in. The draw had already concluded, and Tang San inquired about their status. It turned out they still had 2 matches before their turn. They chose not to watch the ongoing battles, as their previous skirmish, though swift, had inevitably drained some of their soul power. Thus, they took a moment to rest in the preparation area. The duration of the 2-on-2 soul battles appeared to be considerably longer than the one-on-one encounters. By the time it was their turn to compete, both Tang San and Xiao Wu had fully restored their soul power to optimal levels. They made their way through the Soul Master Passage to the battle, where Tang San took a moment to observe his surroundings. The audience for the 2-on-2 match was at least half full, demonstrating a greater level of enthusiasm compared to the one-on-one section. Their opponents awaited them on the arena floor. The 2-on-2 battle arena was twice the size of the one-on-one arena, accommodating the increased number of soul masters who required more space for their displays of prowess. At that moment, the host was announcing the soul master combinations. In the 5th round of the 2-on-2 competition, the Iron Blood duo would face the 3-5 combination. As they stepped onto the stage, Xiao Wu could not help but murmur, "Why is it always power-type soul masters? Is there not anything a bit more refreshing?" Tang San and Xiao Wu's opponents were 2 young men, both around 18 or 19 years of age, distinguished by their leopard-like features and strikingly similar appearances. They possessed a robust physique that surpassed even that of the previous Iron-Horned Bull Spirit Master. Although they were not bare-chested, their exposed muscular arms clearly showcased their The Iron Blood duo, upon witnessing 2 youths ascend the stage, rubbed their eyes in disbelief. The host momentarily paused, Yet the battle for their presence here indicated they possessed the requisite spirit power level. It seemed that our trio was indeed a remarkable display of youthful talent. As the match commenced, the initial surprise on the faces of the Iron Blood brothers quickly faded. They swiftly regained their composure, taking a step back while simultaneously letting out a low growl. Their movements synchronized as if choreographed. A dense gray light surged from their right hands, and identical weapons materialized in their grasp. Tang San was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the weapon in their hands, as it was strikingly familiar, his own forging hammer, frequently used in the blacksmith shop. However, the hammers wielded by the Iron Blood brothers differed considerably. They were larger in size and adorned with intricate patterns, each bearing 2 yellow rings symbolizing century-old. Though both were power-type spirit masters, Tang San and Xiao Wu quickly discerned that these two opponents were entirely different from those Xiao Wu faced in her previous one-on-one duel. Most importantly, the combat experience of these two was evidently extensive. They did not let their youthfulness lull them. The burly man on the left introduced himself. "I am Iron Dragon." The one on the right followed suit. "I am Iron Tiger." In unison, they issued a warning. Be cautious. Chapter 24. The Formation of the Trio, Part 5. Although weapon spirits do not alter the physical appearance of spirit masters, the simultaneous bellowing of the two muscular men exuded an overwhelming aura of strength. They advanced with nearly identical strides, charging towards Tang San and Xiao Wu with the force of a thunderclap, their hammers raised high. Xiao Wu lightly tapped her toes against the ground, her body lifting gracefully into the air. Tang San supported her with his right hand as she balanced on a shoulder, executing a pose reminiscent of a standing rooster. Having trained together for many years, their synergy was impeccable. As she perched on Tang San's shoulder, Xiao Wu activated her rabbit spirit, her keen gaze fixed on the swiftly approaching adversaries. The moment they exposed a vulnerability, she would unleash her aerial assault with her agile techniques. From Tang San, a cascade of blue-black-blue-silver grass surged forth, transforming into countless tendrils that surged towards the Iron Blood brothers. In a contest of similar levels, once ensnared by the blue-silver grass, the opponents would find no opportunity for escape. This was the formidable strength of control-type spirit masters. The Iron brothers, however, remained unfazed as they beheld the approaching vines, swiftly swinging their hammers in response. The colossal hammer in their hands, seemingly weightless as if it were, was wielded to form an impenetrable barrier. Tang San, through keen observation, discerned that the hammer techniques of the Iron brothers bore a striking resemblance to his own chaotic wind hammer. However, their rhythm lacked the harmony that characterized the chaotic wind hammer, and their force was not as fierce, yet they surpassed his technique and speed. The first soul rings of Tai Long and Tai Hu illuminated simultaneously, as the blue-silver grass ventured into the vicinity of their hammers. Attempting to breach their defenses and initiate its binding skill, it was immediately repelled by the sheer force of their hammers, augmented by a peculiar oscillating power that propelled the blue-silver grass into the air. This oscillation was the Iron brothers' first soul ring skill, effectively thwarting the control of the blue-silver grass. The two brothers, one on the left and one on the right, wielded their hammers to create a steadfast barrier around themselves, pressing forward with remarkable swiftness, seemingly poised to confront Tang San and Xiao Wu. With a commanding shout, Tang San propelled Xiao Wu into the air, launching her towards the rear of the Iron brothers. Meanwhile, he employed the ghost shadow perplexing steps, advancing directly towards the Iron brothers. His eyes shimmered with a violet glow as he raised both hands in unison. Channeling his internal energy into his palm, he struck towards the Iron brothers with hands as radiant as jade, gliding swiftly across the ground as if greased. Instead of engaging the hammers head-on, he artfully guided his hands to the sides of the hammers, gently nudging them, creating a fleeting gap in their combined assault. Seizing this ephemeral Tang San deftly slipped through the opening. The hammers whistled through the air, rustling his garments, yet they failed to make contact. The control crane and capture dragon technique, renowned for its mastery over hidden weapons, proved equally effective as a means of harnessing internal energy. What Tang San had just executed was a manifestation of the principle of using minimal force to yield substantial results. With the guidance of the control crane and capture dragon, the Iron brothers' dense defense momentarily faltered, allowing the blue-silver grass to make its advance. Yet, the brothers, seasoned in combat, swiftly pivoted and once again repelled the blue-silver grass. The weapon soul relied heavily on the power of its instrument. While it could not enhance the host's abilities, the inherent capabilities it bestowed were formidable. The oscillation effect of the first soul ring on the hammer did not even require direct contact with the blue-silver grass. As long as the blue-silver grass encroached within a foot of the hammer's reach, it would be instantly repelled, preventing any chance of binding. As Tang San and his partner maneuvered through the fray, it was at that very moment that Xiao Wu descended from the skies, once again perching upon Tang San's shoulder, her movements mirroring those from before. "Xiao San, let us put an end to them," she chimed with a playful smile. Having experienced countless encounters with Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul, she was well aware of the intricacies woven within its essence. Simultaneously with Xiao Wu's utterance, the second soul ring adorning Tang San suddenly radiated with brilliance. The Iron Brothers, wielding their hammers, froze in place as tendrils of blue-black vines began to sprout from their very forms. This was none other than the second skill of the blue-silver grass, parasitism. Indeed, while their hammer techniques had fortified their bodies with formidable defenses, they had yet to attain an impenetrable state. Under Tang San's adept control, the blue-silver grass relentlessly scattered its seeds through the air, particularly seizing the fleeting opportunity when the Iron Brothers momentarily exposed a vulnerability during Tang San's use of the control crane capturing dragon technique. Although the number of blue-silver grass seeds that had latched onto them was modest, as long as their movements could be temporarily restrained, the external blue-silver grass would undoubtedly execute its entangling abilities. Sensing the paralysis induced by the parasitic blue-silver grass, the brothers beheld a multitude of vines surging toward them. Exchanging glances, they roared once more. Seizing the moment before the parasitic vines fully constrained their actions, they swung their hammers with fervor, executing a swift rotation while simultaneously igniting their second soul rings. To their astonishment, the colossal hammers slipped, hurtling toward Tang San and Xiao Wu. The hammers whistled through the air, producing a piercing sound as they sliced through, warping the very atmosphere in their wake. Enveloped in a gray luminescence, the hammer's sizes surged, doubling in volume, and even from a distance, one could sense the terrifying power. The Iron Brothers unleashed their second soul ring skill, a desperate gamble. Tang San's heart sank, and in an instant, he lifted Xiao Wu's body into the air while swiftly dodging to the side with the Ghost Shadow Phantom steps. Chapter 25. The Might of the Weapon Soul, Part 1. With the second soul ring skill of the weapon soul unleashed in a full frontal assault, despite his confidence in his soul power surpassing that of the Iron Brothers, dared not to take their all-out final strike lightly. However, to his astonishment, the two hammers hurtling towards him suddenly diverged mid-air. One pursued Xiao Wu's ascending figure, while the Iron Brothers' second soul ring skill possessed a tracking effect. At that moment, the Iron Brothers were ensnared tightly by the blue-silver grass, their bodies impaled by its thorns. Succumbing to the toxins within, they were rendered immobile. A glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes as they clung to the belief that their final strike might succeed. If they could bring down Tang San, the entanglement would be effortlessly resolved. What to do? In the blink of an eye, Tang San made his decision. A non-spiked blue-silver grass shot upwards, accurately wrapping around Xiao Wu's slender waist. With a forceful pull, he flung her away at an angle. Just as Tang San had surmised, although the Iron Brothers' hammers could track their target, it was only effective within a limited angle. They did not possess infinite tracking capabilities. He sent Xiao Wu in the opposite direction of the hammers, successfully evading their desperate attack range. Yet, in diverting his focus to Xiao Wu, Tang San found himself with no time to adapt. The other hammer was already upon him as he launched Xiao Wu away. In a moment of peril, the Tang sect's martial skills came to the fore. As the hammer approached, a fierce gust enveloped him. Tang San activated the Shin Jade hands, his body spinning rapidly, channeling all his inner strength into the control crane and seize dragon technique. In an instant, he pivoted and unleashed a flurry of 7 strikes upon the hammer's head almost simultaneously. Under the influence of his Xiantian skill, the hammer was finally deflected a foot away by the control crane and seize dragon technique. Although Tang San's body was hurled backward, he was not struck directly. With a thunderous crash, the hammer fell to the ground, and as Tang San rolled through the air, he coughed up a mouthful of blood before even in the air. Upon witnessing Tang San's injury and bloodshed, Xiao Wu's fury ignited. "Bastards, you seek death." With both hands raised simultaneously, without any sound of breath, for shadows shot forth from her sleeves, targeting the eyes of Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger. Though Xiao Wu could not learn Tang's sect's hidden, she was not lacking in mechanisms. Whatever Tang San possessed, she had a nearly identical set at her disposal. In a moment of furious wrath, disregarding the consequences, he unleashed the silent dart. Crafted by Tang San, this silent dart possessed extraordinary penetrating power. Although Tai Long and Tai, who were robust, a strike to their eyes would not merely result in blindness. The dart's potency was sufficient to pierce through their very brains. At this juncture, Tai Long and Tai Hu were entirely ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass. After employing a desperate skill, their soul power had significant, and the paralyzing toxin had invaded their systems, rendering even the slightest movement a distant hope, let alone evading Xiao Wu's dart. Before the dart could reach them, the gust it generated had already caused their eyes to tingle, instilling a profound dread that whispered of their impending doom. Xiao Wu, no! Tang San cried out urgently, his right hand swiftly drawing from his waist, sending forth 4 glimmering darts soaring through the air. With a series of delicate the 4 darts were deflected mere inches from Tai Long and Tai Hu's eyes. In that critical moment, Tang San had retrieved 4 willow leaf flying knives from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night and flung them forth. While the speed of the flying needles was greater, their weight paled in comparison to the darts, insufficient to thwart their assault. The flying knives were considerably heavier. Fortunately, Tang San possessed the purple extreme magic eye, granting him remarkable vision, combined with his profound understanding of the dart's velocity, which enabled him to save the Tai brothers from peril. Xiao Wu landed gracefully on the ground, her enchanting face flushed with anger as she fiercely glared at the Tai brothers. "What are you doing, Xiao San?" she exclaimed. Tang San shook his head at Xiao Wu, asserting that they too were essential to the defense against their enemies, and that his injuries were not severe. His gaze then shifted to the pale-faced Tai Long and Tai Hu. "We must have emerged victorious in this battle of souls." Tai Long and Tai Hu had little to say in response, quickly nodding in agreement. Tai Long expressed, "We are deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, young brother." Tang San retracted his blue-silver grass, inhaling deeply as a searing pain coursed through his meridians. Fortunately, he had not directly confronted his opponent's attack. Furthermore, the Xiantian Gong, being a superior internal cultivation method of Taoism, provided excellent protection for its practitioner. Years of diligent training had continuously nurtured his internal, and he merely needed to recuperate for a while upon returning home to fully recover. As Tang San and Xiao Wu emerged from the 2-on-2 battle arena, Dai Bai and the others had already completed their duels. It was a day of joy for all, save for Zhu Shuqing, who had been defeated by Tang San. The rest had achieved victory in their battles. Through their 2 duels, both Tang San and Xiao Wu earned 2 points and 20 gold coins each. "Where's Tang San?" inquired of Dai Bai. Dai Bai replied with a hint of resignation. "He vanished without a trace. He instructed us to return once our battles conclude." As the 5 exited the arena, the echo of jubilant cheers still resonated in the air. Although the day's battles did not yield immense reward, Tang San felt he had gleaned significant insights from the confrontations, particularly from his encounter with the Iron Brothers, which unveiled the true might of weapon martial. Each martial soul possesses unique characteristics, and when applied correctly, can yield extraordinary effects. In terms of strength, he and Xiao Wu were evidently superior to their opponents. Yet their overconfidence nearly led to defeat. Tang San recalled the Master's words, "In battles among soul masters, one must first discern the opponent's skills. Failure to do so necessitates a cautious approach. Even low-ranking soul masters may wield lethal soul techniques. You all head back first." Ma Hongjun suddenly, "The dean asked me to visit his shop." Dai Bai, with a hint of amusement on his face, replied, "Then we shall take our leave. Be careful." "Dai, are you coming?" "Not going. Enough with the chatter, let us move." Dai Bai shot him an irritated glance, though his peripheral vision had drifted towards Zhu Shuqing. Ma Hongjun appeared somewhat slow-witted, failing to grasp the implications of Dai Bai's gaze. His chubby face flushed with excitement as he insisted, "Let us go together. Didn't you say women don't count as resources?" Dai Bai could no longer contain his irritation. "Get lost. I don't share your questionable taste." Ma Hongjun huffed in dissatisfaction, but, faced with the glint of anger in Dai Bai's eyes, he opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately chose to retreat. "Dai, what is that lecherous fatso up to?" Xiao Wu inquired. Dai Bai chuckled. "Considering you've labeled him as lecherous, what else could he be doing but indulging his desires?" Xiao Wu retorted, "Is he off to trouble more girls? I seriously wonder if the mutation of his martial soul correlates with his inherent nature." Dai Bai replied, "Trouble is a strong word. Are you not aware that such establishments as pleasure houses exist in this world?" Tang San expressed his disbelief, saying, "Are you suggesting that the dean would take Ma Hongjun to such a place?" He had heard of such establishments in his previous life and was well aware of their nature. Dai Bai replied, "This is unavoidable. Apart from that flaw, Ma Hongjun's martial soul is one of the most formidable among beast martial souls, and as the dean's direct disciple, we cannot allow him to abandon his cultivation or witness his demise." Zhu Shuqing, rarely speaking, remarked, "Men are all filthy. Xiao Wu chuckled and said, Sister Zhuqing, do temper your criticisms. Tang San is quite pure and certainly not like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai retorted with exasperation, all right, your Tang Xiao San is as pure as snow while we are all dirty. Is that sufficient? However, I dare say my taste is far superior to that of the fat one. Xiao Wu immediately adopted a pose of agreement, which left Dai Mubai feeling frustrated. When he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, he found her gaze fixed upon him, her eyes seemingly colder than before. The young girl scoffed and abruptly approached Dai Mubai, asked, your taste is better than his? Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. He realized he had misspoken. Claiming his taste was better than the fat one was not the same as addressing women of a particular profession, regardless of their status, whether they were high or low. What difference did it make in their line of work? Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes filled with disdain and contempt. You're 15? You disgust me. With that, she turned and walked away. As the first chapter is presented, I wish everyone a joyful Lantern Festival, filled with glutinous rice balls and reunion. Chapter 25. The Power of Weapon Martial Souls. Part 2. Since Zhu Zhuqing arrived at Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai had suppressed his feelings, tolerating her presence. At this moment, the usually proud Dai Mubai could no longer contain his inner fury. Stop right there. Zhu Zhuqing ignored him, quickening her pace rather than slowing down. Dai Mubai abruptly raised his right hand, a brilliant white light emanating from his palm. He had never been known for his patience, in fact. His temper was more volatile than anyone else's. Nevertheless, he ultimately restrained himself, the white light flickering away as he let out a breath akin to a tiger's roar. Before following Zhu Zhuqing towards the academy, Xiao Wu blinked and quietly inquired of Tang San, what is happening between them? Tang San shook his head, expressing, based on the circumstances at the time of registration, it appeared that Dai Mubai was previously unfamiliar with Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, he seemed to regard her with a certain distinctiveness. Could it truly be solely due to the potential for their martial souls to synchronize and unleash? If perhaps it would be best for us to refrain from meddling in their personal affairs. Xiao Wu raised her hand and gently touched Tang San's chest. What are you doing? He inquired. With a hint of redness in her eyes, Xiao Wu replied, does it still hurt? You were injured for my sake. Tang San suddenly realized that she was referring to her own injuries. With a gentle smile, she shook her head, reassuringly stating, it's nothing. I'm not so fragile. Come on. Let's hurry and catch up. They're almost out of sight. When Tang San and her companions returned to Shrek Academy, they were astonished to see two figures waiting outside the school's gates. The moonlight was splendid that evening, allowing them to easily recognize that it was Oscar and Ning Rongrong who were waiting there. Ning Rongrong appeared to have regained her composure, her lovely face adorned with a soft smile as she sat on a large stone at the entrance of the academy, swinging her legs in a contemplative manner. In contrast, Oscar's expression was somewhat grim, his brows furrowed as he occasionally cast furtive glances at Ning Rongrong, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly oblivious to the two, strode directly into the academy, heading towards her dormitory without a backward glance. Dai Mubai frowned, the chill in his gaze intensifying. What are you doing here? He queried, his tone icy. Ning Rongrong jumped down from the stone, responding, of course, I've been waiting for you. Why are you so late? Where are the dean and Fatty? Dai Mubai replied coldly, they had matters to attend to. Have you made up your mind? Will you stay or leave? Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong declared, of course, I will stay. How could I leave such an enjoyable place? She scrutinized his expression and teased, what else with that face? Are you a zombie? Did you suffer a setback with Zhuqing? Haha, and I thought Oscar called you a romantic expert. You can't even handle a little girl. Unfettered by her previous reservations, Ning Rongrong showcased her sharp wit, having always been exceptionally intelligent. She discerned much from Dai Mubai's demeanor and openly mocked him. Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he warned, Ning Rongrong, do not provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy. Others may fear your seven-treasure glazed tile school, but I, Dai Mubai, am not intimidated. Anger me, and you might find yourself in peril. Ning Rongrong laughed playfully. Oh, I'm so scared. She puffed out her chest defiantly, challenging, come on, show me what you've got. Unable to contain his fury any longer, Dai Mubai retorted, the white tiger does not show its might, and you dare to treat me like a sickly cat? A powerful aura surged forth, and his spirit power erupted, sending Ning Rongrong hurtling backward in an instant. Oscar rushed forward to catch Ning Rongrong, but the force of the impact caused him to fall to the ground. Mubai? Tang San stepped in front of Ning Rongrong, arms outstretched to diffuse the overwhelming spirit power emanating from Dai Mubai. We are all classmates. Let us not escalate this. Despite Dai Mubai merely releasing his soul power without launching an attack, it still caused a surge of blood and energy within the already wounded Tang San, who secretly marveled at this display. This must be Dai Mubai's true strength, for his 37th rank of soul power undoubtedly surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Ning, having never encountered such humiliation in her life, was taken aback by Dai Mubai's audacity to confront her, although she had not sustained any real injury. The pain radiating throughout her body served as a stark reminder of the reality of the situation. Tears welled in her eyes as she glared at Dai Mubai, rendered speechless. Dai Mubai regarded Tang San, who stood protectively before him, and exhaled slowly, his soul power retracting. All right, little San, I shall afford you some respect. He cast a chilling glance at Ning Rongrong, warning her, remember, this is not your home. Do not provoke me again, for I will not concern myself with your staff. With that, he strode away, heading towards the academy. Tang San. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears and suddenly called out Tang San. Tang San suppressed the discomfort within him and turned to face her. Ning Rongrong spoke fiercely, help me eliminate him, using your unique weapons. If you succeed, you shall be honored as a distinguished guest of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I will reward you with 10,000 gold soul coins. What do you think? Furthermore, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School will provide you with unconditional support from now on. At that moment, any ordinary soul master standing here would undoubtedly be astounded, for the significance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's backing is monumental. As one of the 7 great sects of the present age, the influence wielded by the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is beyond imagination. With their support, any soul master could rise to prominence on the Douluo Continent. Especially for a prodigious soul master like Tang San, the benefits derived from such a formidable alliance are incalculable. Tang San approached Ning Rongrong slowly, gazing deep. Ning Rongrong, he said, in this world, not everything can be acquired through wealth and power. This is merely an academy, and we are but classmates. If you persist in harboring such a mindset and the lofty sense of superiority bestowed upon you by the Seven Treasures, I would advise you to leave this place. Do you even comprehend the immense strength of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Ning Rongrong shot him a defiant glare. Tang San smiled faintly. Having lived 2 lives, how could he be comprehended by the 12-year-old girl before him? What significance did it hold, whether she understood or not? Shrek. Let us depart. With a hint of regret, he shook his head, and together with Xiao Wu, they entered the academy. As they walked away, Ning Rongrong stood frozen in place. If Dai Mubai's domineering presence had incensed her, the pity reflected in Tang San's eyes as he departed struck her even deeper. She had been cherished by the prominent figures of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her self-centered worldview firmly established. Yet today, having faced 3 intense provocations, she found herself questioning, why do they treat me this way? Have I truly erred? Oscar, unwilling to accept that the fault lay within herself, turned her gaze towards him as he rose from the ground. Would you assist me? A hint of melancholy flickered in Oscar's peach blossom eyes. When I first beheld you, you were nothing short of breathtaking. I believe that as you mature, you will undoubtedly blossom into a stunning beauty. Furthermore, the gentleness you exhibited then is precisely what I adore. Thus, I resolved to pursue you relentlessly, regardless of my humble origins as a commoner. While you belong to the prestigious Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, yet, I have realized my folly, an egregious one at that. Folly? Why? Ning Rongrong gazed at him in confusion. Oscar smiled gently, because you do not embody the type I desire. You are not the tree for which I would forsake an entire forest. I am unworthy of the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if I wished to assist you, what would it matter? Am I merely your apologies? But I believe it is best for me to remain true to myself. I am certain you will find many willing to support you within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. My absence will hardly be missed. He had come to a profound understanding. Before Tang San and the others returned, Oscar had keenly perceived the flaws in Ning Rongrong's character. Despite their youth, Oscar had experienced more than one romantic entanglement. Unbeknownst to the new students, beyond his unique martial soul, his intellect was even more formidable. As a wise individual, what choices does one make when aware of insurmountable obstacles? To persist against the odds? No, he was not that obstinate. At times, relinquishment is the wisest course. Observing Oscar walking towards the academy, Ning Rongrong shouted in discontent, "Do you not like me? Are you unwilling to support me?" Oscar halted but did not turn back. Tang San was right. If you retain such a mindset and character, you should leave this place. It truly does not suit you. Moreover, with your current disposition. The concept of friendship will forever remain a distant dream for you. Chapter 25. The Power of Weapon Martial Souls. Part 2. Oscar departed as well. Loneliness, helplessness, disappointment, and sorrow assailed Ning Rongrong's tender heart, and silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. In that moment, she suddenly realized, perhaps she had indeed been mistaken. Had she ever possessed true friends? Among the children of the sect, those of her own age either bowed obsequiously or kept their distance upon seeing her. Behind their backs, they referred to her as the little witch. Was friendship merely a distant aspiration? No. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt a profound panic engulf her heart. This night would undoubtedly be a sleepless one for her. Many years later, when the 7 treasure glazed tile Ning Rongrong reminisced about her youth, she would tell her children of a night, the most agonizing night of her life, which became a pivotal turning point that altered her existence. The dawn arrived. Tang San awoke from his meditation, having established a routine for his morning practice of the purple magic eye. Today, Oscar, instead of sleeping, was engaged in his own training but had yet to fully awaken. Tang San quietly exited the dormitory, gracefully ascending to the rooftop to commence his daily regimen. After a night's rest, the internal injuries he sustained yesterday had mostly healed. Although his internal organs still ached faintly, the pain was no longer severe, and he anticipated a full recovery within a day or two. As he practiced the purple magic eye, the events of the previous day's battle with the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers replayed in his mind, particularly their final assault. Their martial spirits unleashed, they pursued and struck with concentrated force, managing to inflict injuries upon him despite their lower soul power. Had he confronted them directly, he would likely have suffered even greater harm. While it was indeed the brothers' soul skills at play, the techniques employed did not appear overly complex. He pondered whether he could apply a similar method to his own hammer. Although his hammer lacked accompanying soul skills, he was confident that it was significantly heavier than that of the Iron Brothers. Furthermore, with the right angle and utilizing the technique of controlling the crane to catch the dragon, he could potentially track an opponent's movement, effectively wielding his hammer as a concealed weapon. Regrettably, the 2 martial spirits could not be utilized simultaneously. Otherwise, he could have entwined the blue-silver grass around the hammer's handle, transforming it into a meteor hammer. Having contemplated this, Tang San resolved to find an opportunity to experiment with his hammer's martial spirit, how to channel his energy, how to launch the hammer, and the necessary techniques, all of which required practical testing and repeated practice. However, at present, it was inadvisable. The black hammer consumed a significant amount of soul power, and he had yet to fully recuperate from his injuries. Upon concluding his practice of the purple magic eye, Tang San briefly trained with concealed weapons before heading to breakfast. He was the earliest to rise, and by the time he finished his meal, Dai Mubai arrived at the dining hall, his expression grim. He merely nodded at Tang San without uttering a word. Following Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu was the next to appear, followed by Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hong. Tang San reassured Xiao Wu that he was well, allowing her to sit down and eat with peace of mind. Ma Hongjun appeared noticeably refreshed, as if several pounds had been lifted from his frame. Though boisterous, he was perceptive enough to sense Dai Mubai's dark mood and refrained from speaking further, hastily finishing his breakfast. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ning Rongrong had not made their way to the dining hall. "Fatty, you're not going out tonight, are you?" Dai Mubai suddenly inquired as breakfast concluded. "Very well then, stay in the dormitory this evening. I need to step out to find those twins from last time." Dai Mubai replied. Fatty's eyes brightened. "Boss Dai, will you have meat? Is there soup for me?" Dai Mubai retorted tersely. Such matters should be mutually agreeable. Forcing a situation yields no sweetness. As he uttered these words, he deliberately cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing exhibited no reaction. As if she were entirely oblivious to their conversation, this frigid young lady merely sipped the rice porridge before her. The unspoken conflict had not persisted, for the bells signaling the commencement of class rang, prompting everyone to hastily conclude their breakfast and make their way to the ground. Neither the principal nor the teachers had arrived yet, but one figure was already present on the field, Ning Rongrong. Yet, Oscar was still nowhere to be seen. Her delicate and fair visage appeared somewhat haggard, with reddened eyes that betrayed her low spirits. Today, the lesson would once again be conducted by Dean Flanders. Tang San and his companions waited for a full quarter of an hour before the esteemed Dean leisurely made his entrance. Flanders' gaze first settled upon Ning Rongrong, yet he did not address her. Today marked the beginning of the second lesson. Where was Oscar? Had he overslept once more? Tang San hurriedly replied. When I left this morning, he was still in meditation. Perhaps he has entered a deep state of concentration and has not yet awakened. Flander frowned. He cannot miss today's class. Tang San, please go and summon him. As Tang San was about to return to his dormitory, he spotted Oscar hurriedly running towards him from the direction of the dorms. However, his face did not display the panic of someone who was late. Instead, it radiated excitement. Oscar, are you planning to run laps again? Dean Flanders shot him a glance. Oscar quickly shook his head. No, Dean, allow me to explain. I have made a breakthrough. I have reached level 30. What? Not just Flandra, but everyone turned their astonished gazes toward Oscar, including Ning Rongrong. Oscar, being a year younger than Dai Mubai, was merely 14 years old. Achieving soul power level 30 at such a tender age was indeed a remarkable feat. More importantly, Oscar possessed a food-type martial soul, which is among the most challenging types to cultivate. In a certain sense, his accomplishment of reaching level 30 was far more arduous than that of a battle soul master. Moreover, with each advance in the ranks of food-type soul masters, their abilities to provide sustenance significantly enhance. In the Douluo Continent, soul masters above level 30 are already a rarity. If one were to join the military, they would be entitled to the rank of captain, commanding thousands, or even higher. Those above level 40 are exceedingly scarce, while food-type soul masters exceeding level 50 are as rare as phoenix feathers. Soul masters of the food type who attain level 60 are virtually unheard of, even when they do exist. They typically emerge from powerful clans or the spirit hall after many years of cultivation. If a food-type soul master at the great soul master level can sustain the food consumption of 100 individuals, then a soul sage, even one who has just broken through to level 30, can adequately supply over 500 people. As one's level increases, this number continues to rise. Additionally, reaching level 30 signifies that a food-type soul master can provide food with a third attribute, greatly enhancing the support they offer to a team. Flanders' eyes clearly brightened. Good. Good. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the second student to reach level 30. He extended his congratulations on behalf of the academy. At that moment, even Dai Mubai's expression lightened. He approached Oscar and patted his shoulder. Little Oscar, congratulations. Although you reached level 30 slightly after me, as a food-type soul master, you are the most outstanding talent I have ever encountered. Could it be that heartbreak aids a soul master's martial? Little Oscar shot Dai Mubai an awkward glare, then glanced at the tear-streaked face of Ning Rongrong, and with a wry smile, he replied, I've never been in love. So how could I have experienced heartbreak? Please, spare me the teasing. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun stepped forward to extend their congratulations. Ning Rongrong stood in place. Her gaze towards Oscar filled with a complicated expression, while Zhu Zhiqing lowered her head, lost in her thoughts. All right, today's lesson begins now. Flanders' voice drew everyone's attention back from their congratulations to little Oscar. Today's lesson is quite simple. Oscar, you are the protagonist. Each of you, excluding Oscar, must consume at least one sausage crafted from his soul power. What? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise at Flanders' words. Dean, what kind of lesson is this? Flanders proclaimed with an air of authority. This is called adaptive training. I ask you, is life more important or pride? When forced to choose between the two, which would you select? Although Oscar's soul skills may appear somewhat dubious, I previously mentioned that he is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power, possessing remarkable talent. The soul sausages he produces are the finest examples of food-type martial spirits I have ever encountered. During your time at the academy, he is one of you, and you will train together. Should you fail to establish a rapport with him, you will squander the opportunity to work alongside an exceptional support partner. Moreover, this serves as a test of your mindset. If you cannot even accomplish this, how will you survive in the world of soul masters? To survive, one must be willing to do whatever it takes. Do not think twice about consuming a mere sausage. When faced with a life-threatening situation, one should be prepared to eat anything, even rats, cockroaches, or earthworms. Upon hearing Flanders' final words, the three girls in attendance turned pale. Their expressions clearly distressed, especially Ning Rongrong, who felt a wave of nausea wash over her. This lesson is compulsory for each of you. Otherwise, there is no need for you to remain here. Do not doubt my decision. On your very first day here, you were informed that Shrek Academy cultivates monsters, not ordinary individuals. Oscar, commence. The 9,000 character update is complete. I humbly request your monthly votes. At last, the work is officially launched. Here, I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival, filled with joy and reunion. I also wish my readers good health and all the best. Today marks the first day of launch, and I have completed my 9,000 character chapter. From this day forward, Douluo will, like the featured daily updates exceeding 9,000 characters. Thank you to my readers for your unwavering support. If you have monthly or recommendation votes, please cast them for me. Thank you. Chapter 26, Stardo Forest, Part 1. Flanders stood there with a stern expression, embodying an image of unyielding authority, conveying to the students before him that no one would escape scrutiny. At this moment, Oscar was already reveling in delight, his eyes betraying a mischievous glimmer as he particularly attended to Ning Rongrong. If possible, he would have liked nothing more than to embrace Flander and shower him with affection, inwardly exclaiming, "Dane, I adore you." Flander's actions not only fostered a sense of identification among the crowd but also provided Oscar with profound psychological gratification. The mere thought of Ning Rongrong consuming his sausage stirred an exhilarating sensation within him. Oscar extended both of his hands, grinning mischievously as he recited his soul incantation, "Behold, I possess a grand sausage, and I possess a petite sausage." The two sausages, one thick and one slender, appeared in his palms, each boasting a distinctly different flavor. With a playful chuckle, he inquired, "Who will be the first to partake?" In previous lessons, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had encountered similar situations. Though shadows of apprehension loomed in their hearts, they managed to endure. Just as they prepared to step forward to swiftly conclude the day's lesson, a figure boldly interjected. "I shall." With a clear voice, Ning Rongrong strode confidently to Oscar, seizing both the grand sausage and the petite sausage in her hands. No one anticipated that Ning Rongrong would be the first to step forward, causing Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun to pause mid-stride, intrigued to witness whether she would indeed consume Oscar's soul manifestation of sausages. Ning Rongrong's expression remained composed, yet her unwilling eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. After all, she was still a young girl, incapable of completely masking her emotions. Indeed, after a night of contemplation, she resolved to remain. This was not an act of capitulation, but rather a determination to prove herself to all at Shrek Academy. How would she demonstrate this? By surpassing her peers and exhibiting greater soul power. Oscar's ascension to level 30 had further ignited her inner drive, prompting her to be the first to step forth. As she locked eyes with Oscar, an unexpected chill coursed through him. With fierce determination, Ning Rongrong took a hearty bite from the grand sausage, her demeanor almost ferocious. In swift succession, she consumed both the grand sausage and the petite sausage. Initially, she approached the task with a reckless abandon, but upon tasting the food released by Oscar's soul, she was pleasantly surprised by its exquisite flavor. The grand sausage, in particular, transformed into a wave of warmth coursing through her body, revitalizing her after a sleep. She felt a surge of energy, a stark contrast to her previous fatigue. Indeed, Director Flander was correct. Oscar's food-based soul was remarkably exceptional. Having originated from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong was no stranger to food-based soul manifestations and had tasted many. However, none had ever provided such immediate effects as Oscar's grand sausage. Even a food-based soul master of over level 40 would struggle to achieve such results. This was undeniably a matter of soul talent. Oscar's grand sausage bore the restorative effects of his first soul ring, promoting overall recovery. This restoration not only satiated hunger, but also possessed healing properties and replenished vitality. The restorative effects are directly proportional to Oscar's soul power. Tentatively, Oscar inquired, "Are you hungry?" Ning Rongrong turned around, her gaze sweeping across each student before finally resting on Dean Flinder, demonstrating through her actions that she possessed the authority to remain. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun each consumed the sausages and cured meats conjured by Oscar, while Tang San was the fourth to step forward. With a hint of reluctance, he picked up the fourth manifestation of Oscar's martial soul. If a girl like Ning Rongrong could accomplish this, what reason did he have to falter? Embracing this mindset, Tang San quickly devoured the sausages and cured meats. Soon, he experienced sensations akin to those of Ning Rongrong, perhaps even more pronounced. As the sausages warmed his insides, a wave of comfort surged through him, alleviating his internal pain, and he felt an overwhelming sense of vitality. Surprised, he cast a glance at Oscar, his perception of him evidently shifting. At this moment, the only ones left who had not completed the day's class task were Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a pleading expression, as if to say, "Could you refrain from eating?" Tang San smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. The taste is quite good. Just treat it as if you bought it from the street." Xiao Wu, extremely reluctant, was the fifth to step out. She nearly consumed it with her eyes closed, covering her mouth to suppress the urge to vomit before finally swallowing it down. Fortunately, Oscar's sausage would instantly transform into warmth within her body, leaving no aftertaste. Nevertheless, Xiao Wu's complexion still appeared somewhat pallid. At that moment, among all the students, only Zhu Zhuqing had yet to complete today's task, drawing the collective gaze of her peers toward her. Zhu Zhuqing's cold face flickered between shades of blue and white, her delicate teeth biting her lip, yet she remained immobile. Suddenly, Dean Flanders spoke. Zhu Zhuqing, if you wish to one day triumph over Dai Mubai and trample him beneath your feet, hesitate no longer. Zhu Zhuqing paused, glancing at Flander, who rarely displayed a hint of a smile, nodding at her with a meaningful look in his eyes. Dai Mubai was initially taken aback, followed by a look of helplessness, while the rotund boy beside him and Oscar could barely contain their laughter. What surprised everyone was that Zhu Zhuqing's gaze suddenly grew resolute. She strode boldly to Oscar, swiftly snatched the sausage and the small sausage from his hands, and consumed them with a speed that surpassed even Xiao Wu's. Dai Mubai stared at her, momentarily lost in thought. Did she truly desire to defeat me? Zhu Zhuqing shot him a fierce glare, but uttered no words. Flander nodded in satisfaction and said, well, everyone has passed today's lesson. Remember, in the future, when you are together, Oscar will serve as your logistical support. Forget about those meaningless soul spells. Preserving your lives and becoming stronger, unleashing your full potential, even exceeding it, are of utmost importance. Now, each of you shall return to prepare. You have one day to adjust and rest. Tomorrow morning, you will all set off, led by teacher Xiao Wu, to the Stardo Forest to assist Oscar in obtaining his third soul ring. This is not solely Oscar's endeavor, but a trial for all of you. Teacher Xiao will not easily intervene before you encounter the 1,000-year soul beast. Everything will depend on your own abilities. All right, you are dismissed. Through these 2 days of lesson, Tang San discovered that the teaching methods at Shrek Academy were remarkably unique, devoid of the rigid rules and regulations of the previous Nodding Academy, where attendance was mandatory. Instead, they employed special methods to enhance the application of martial souls through more meaningful practical experiences and trials, undoubtedly yielding far superior results compared to the constant instruction of theoretical knowledge. Moreover, he could sense that Dean Flander was not only imparting knowledge tailored to their individual capabilities, teaching them how to become exceptional soul masters, but also imparting valuable life lessons. Oscar, having achieved a notable breakthrough to the 30th level, was visibly exhilarated. It is well known that when a soul master's spiritual power reaches a whole number level, it no longer relies solely on personal cultivation. Upon obtaining a soul ring, the energy it bestows will directly replenish the spiritual power to its current level and facilitate advancement to the next stage. Instances like Tang San's immediate elevation to the 13th level upon acquiring his first soul ring are exceedingly rare, attributable to his innate full spiritual power, or rather, the fact that his Xintian skill had reached a bottleneck. As everyone returned to their respective dormitories, despite being regarded as the promising young talents of their generation, each individual, including the illustrious Ning Rongrong, understood the paramount significance of cultivation. To attain strength, one requires not only a mere 1% of innate talent, but also a staggering 99% of relentless effort. While that 1% may hold greater importance, how could one afford to neglect the remaining 99? Xiao San, tomorrow we embark on our journey to the Stardo Forest. What kind of soul ring do you think would best enhance the auxiliary effects of my sausage? Oscar, no longer needing to cultivate, found himself unable to contain his excitement and eagerly posed the question to Tang San as soon as he returned to the dormitory. Tang San smiled and remarked, it all depends on fate. The variety of soul beasts is extraordinarily diverse, and no one can predict the nature of the soul beast one might encounter. Your first 2 soul rings offer recovery and detoxification. For this third soul ring, it would be beneficial to either introduce an additional supportive effect or enhance the previous 2 supportive effects. Oscar, you must have visited the Stardo Forest. Do share your insights about that place. Chapter 26, The Stardo Forest, Part 2. Oscar nodded and replied, the Stardo Forest is indeed a remarkable place, albeit one fraught with peril. It is the cradle of soul beasts, a favored haunt for powerful soul masters. However, it is also the site of the greatest casualties among soul masters. Tang San inquired, is that the forest where our Tiando Empire raises soul beasts? Oscar replied, certainly not. Those forests designated for the breeding of soul beasts are inconsequential. Encountering even a millennium soul beast there is exceedingly rare. Only soul warriors and soul masters of higher caliber venture into such areas. The Stardo Great Forest is one of the most renowned habitats for soul beasts on our Douluo Continent. Its vast expanse nearly equals that of the Barak Kingdom. Straddling the borders of both the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, with 2/5 of its area situated within our Tiando Empire and the remaining 3/5 within the Xingluo Empire. It is an immense primal forest, characterized by complex terrains that include wetlands and marshes. The soul beasts residing there are formidable. The closer one approaches the heart of the forest, the more powerful the soul beasts become. It is said that even soul beasts of 10,000 years can be found within. Any soul master, provided they possess sufficient strength and a stroke of good fortune, can discover the most suitable soul ring for themselves within. My second soul ring was acquired in the Stardo Great Forest. Tang San's eyes brightened as he realized the situation. He hoped this time would bring better rewards. Oscar chuckled, saying if that were the case, there would be more than enough sausages for everyone to enjoy. After all, they were like family. With only a day to prepare, the group had limited resources. The next morning, after breakfast, as the crowd gathered on the playground, Xiao Wu was already waiting for them. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, the students were momentarily taken aback, torn between laughter and restraint. Xiao Wu indeed appeared somewhat disheveled, with at least 3 visible bruises on his face, particularly the panda-like circles around his, which was quite the sight to behold. While the scene was amusing, it also left the 7 students, including Tang San, astonished at how Xiao Wu had ended up in such a state. Tang San recalled vividly that although he had caused Xiao Wu some trouble that day, he had not left any marks on his face. The injuries Xiao Wu bore were clearly the result of blunt force. With his strength as a soul saint at level 76, combined with the formidable defense of the Titan giant bear, who could have possibly harmed him? Could it have been Dean Flender? However, Flender, possessing a feline eagle martial soul, was a sensitive attacking soul master, making it improbable for him to inflict such damage on Xiao Wu. What are you staring at, you bunch of little rascals? Are you itching for trouble? Upon hearing the term little rascals, Xiao Wu visibly bristled and muttered, why not call us little bears instead? Xiao Wu shot her a fierce glare. Xiao Wu, what are you talking about? Tang San instinctively took a step forward, gesturing to Xiao Wu behind him with a protective demeanor that spoke volumes of his affection. Upon seeing Tang San, Xiao Wu's expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment. He chose not to pursue the matter regarding Xiao Wu's earlier provocation. With a dismissive grunt, he declared, all right, let us set forth. Mubai, you take the lead. Mubai nodded, his demeanor swiftly adopting a serious tone as he addressed the group. The Stardo Forest is no place for frivolity. It teems with formidable soul beasts, known for their aggressive nature and distrust toward humans. Everyone must remain vigilant. He continued, Tang San, you will lead the way. Oscar and Ningrongrong follow closely behind him. Fatty and Xiao Wu take positions on either flank. Zhu Zhuqing and I will guard the rear. Once we enter the forest, it is imperative to maintain this formation and stay alert. Let us begin our journey. Tang San silently admired Mubai's strategic arrangement. Truly, the eldest and most powerful among them, his decisions were impeccably astute. By placing the 2 support-type soul masters in the center of the formation for protection, he ensured a robust defense. Positioned at the forefront, Tang San ranked just below him in terms of strength, while the formidable Mubai would cover the rear, a role often more critical than that of the vanguard. After all, he had the support of Fatty and Xiao Wu flanking him, while Mubai had a considerably larger area to monitor from the back. Xiao Wu merely observed with a detached demeanor, refraining from integrating himself into their formation as he exited the academy alongside the 7 students. Here, of course, there are no carriages. As soon as they exited the academy, the group commenced their brisk march. Not long into their journey, the students began to grasp the significance of the second lesson imparted by Dean Flanders the previous day. Having experienced the events of yesterday and endured the dean's admonishments, their aversion to Oscar's sausages had significantly diminished. With their relentless pace, even the strongest among them, Mubai and Tang San, found their stamina waning. However, with Oscar's sausages to replenish their energy, they were astonished to discover that the fatigue from their exertion was hardly consequential. Consuming a sausage manifested from Oscar's martial spirit every hour, their vitality remained remarkably sustained, allowing even Ningrongrong to barely keep pace with the group. Without practical application, one could never truly comprehend the significance of auxiliary martial spirits. Oscar, owing to the remarkable effects of his sausages, garnered newfound respect from his companions and received the utmost consideration. Since they had not yet entered the forest, the mightiest, Mubai and Tang San, took turns supporting Oscar's arms, alleviating some of his weight, so that he could more easily recover his spirit power and continue his supportive role. Naturally, Ning Rongrong did not receive such treatment. She appeared rather withdrawn, refraining from utilizing her 7 treasures glazed tower to assist her companions, seeming to isolate herself from the small group. The Stardo Forest lies in the southeastern region of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. Soto City itself is also situated in the southeastern part of the Barak Kingdom, merely a stone's throw from the Stardo Forest, at a distance of less than 500 kilometers. Thus, this locale serves as the optimal choice for the Shrek Academy students to obtain their spirit rings. With the aid of Oscar's sausages, they traversed over 400 kilometers in just one day, and as night fell, they were nearing the star. Realizing they could not reach their destination today, Xiao Wu's command for rest was issued, as they had just arrived at a small town, and it was uncertain whether they would find supplies if they continued onward. Upon entering the town, it was far more bustling than Tang San had anticipated. The town's size was approximately 3 times that of the village where Shrek Academy was located. Lacking city walls, it resembled a small city, with streets lined with shops offering a myriad of goods. Tang San meticulously observed that the establishments here primarily catered to the needs of soul masters. There were shops specializing in weaponry, armor, antidotes, restorative potions, and even clothing designed with numerous pockets, ideal for carrying various items required for adventures. Oscar remarked that the saying "one relies on the mountains for sustenance when near mountains, and on water when near water" aptly encapsulated this reality. This quaint town evidently thrived on the bounty of the Stardo Forest, and it was likely that many such towns surrounded the forest. Tang San expressed his surprise, saying, "But this place is nearly 100 kilometers away from the Stardo Forest. Isn't that a bit too far?" Oscar replied with a chuckle. "You must be accustomed to the nation's captive spirit beast forests. The spirit beasts there are generally more docile and less inclined to attack humans. However, the Stardo Forest, as a habitat for wild spirit beasts, is an entirely different matter. The spirit beasts here are not only far more ferocious, but some of those on the periphery frequently venture beyond the forest's boundaries. If a town is situated too close to the Stardo Forest, it could spell trouble." Tang San smiled and nodded, silently reflecting that while reading thousands of books is enlightening, traversing thousands of miles is even more so. Indeed, the truth of this saying was becoming evident to him, as stepping out into the world offered a wealth of knowledge. At that moment, Xiao Wu gestured towards a seemingly ordinary hotel ahead and stated, "Let us reside here. We shall rest for the night and set off at dawn tomorrow. The expenses for lodging and meals will be your own responsibility." Shrek Academy was not affluent to begin with, and figures like Xiao Wu and Flinder had no income, leaving their financial situation rather precarious. In contrast, Tang San and the others benefited from subsidies provided by the Spirit Hall, which sufficed for their daily expenses. The hotel was a modest 2-story building, with a simple dining area on the ground floor and accommodations above. Xiao Wu secured a single room for himself and promptly ascended the staircase. After a brief discussion, Daimubai and the others opted for a 4-person room for the 4 boys and a 3-person room for the 3 girls. "Let us eat first before heading upstairs. After a day filled with sausages, I feel quite nauseated." Ma Hongjun voiced the collective sentiment, earning a nod of agreement from even Zhu Zhuqing. The 7 of them found a table in a corner and settled down. Tang San inquired of Daimubai whether they should invite teacher Zhao to join them. Daimubai shook his head and replied, "No need. Although our teacher would not cover any of our expenses, he would also not accept any favors from us. This is a rule established by Dean Flander." The chubby one chuckled. "Isn't that rather splendid? Everything is clear-cut, and I particularly enjoy the unpretentious atmosphere of the academy." In Chapter 26, The Stardo Forest, Part 2, Daimubai retorted in annoyance, "You glutton, stop the nonsense and order. You are the best at eating." Ma Hongjun readily chimed in. "So does that mean you're treating us today? You're the one with the deepest pockets." Daimubai smiled slightly. "I have no problem treating. It is a stroke of fate that we can study together at Shrek. Since I am the oldest, this meal will be a welcoming feast for Tang San and the others." The chubby one laughed heartily, his round face quivering with delight. "All right, splendid. Rest assured, Boss Dai. I want to hold back." Before long, the chubby one showcased Daimubai's assessment of his eating prowess. He called over the waiter and swiftly ordered a plethora of dishes, many of which Tang San had never even heard of, yet the chubby one was positively jubilant. "Indeed, this place may not be large, but it offers a remarkable variety. I hope the flavors meet a certain standard as well." Daimubai sighed. This glutton spends his allowances not only on women, but also entirely on food. I truly suspect that if you weren't a soul master, you would certainly become a chef. Although the 7 of them were seated together, the atmosphere was not particularly harmonious. Zhu Zhuqing wore a cold expression, and Ning Rongrong was lost in her thoughts, but thankfully the chubby one's antics kept the mood from becoming too tense. The restaurant was now filled to about 70% capacity when suddenly a group of 8 entered, somewhat resembling Tang San's party. At the forefront was a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, rather handsome, with impeccably slicked back hair and adorned in a meticulously crafted moon-white soul master robe, intricately embroidered with silver threads that shimmered with each movement. Following closely behind him were 6 young men and 1 woman, all appearing to be in their 20s. Clad in similar moon-white robes, although lacking the silver embroidery of the middle-aged man. Notably, both he and the 7 youths bore a cerulean circular emblem on their left shoulders, within which were embroidered the characters Tsang Wu in matching hues. Their attire clearly indicated that they were all soul masters, in stark contrast to Tang San and his companions, who were dressed quite casually and appeared more like ordinary individuals. The restaurant owner, upon seeing them enter, hurried over, bowing and smiling with utmost courtesy. As Oscar had remarked, this small town thrived on the business generated by the Stardo Forest. In simpler terms, it depended on soul masters for its livelihood. The soul master is not merely a noble profession, it is also a lucrative one, thus the employer cannot afford to be negligent. The young lady possesses considerable beauty. Die Long, these individuals must surely belong to Tsang Hui Academy. The rotund youth's beady eyes were fixed intently on the soul girl in the group of 8. It must be acknowledged that the girl indeed has a fair degree of charm, ranking above average. Although Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong are lovely, they are all merely around 12 years of age, and when compared to a fully developed young woman in her prime, they appear rather juvenile. For a boy of the rotund youth's age, a more mature girl is evidently more alluring, and coupled with his fiery disposition, his eyes gleamed with interest as he stared unabashedly. Dai Mubai curled his lip, dismissing them as nothing more than a mere Tsang Hui Academy. What a display of arrogance! Neither the rotund youth nor Dai Mubai made any effort to lower their voices. Soul masters possess superior auditory capabilities compared to ordinary individuals. Despite the restaurant's noisy atmosphere, one of the middle-aged men among the 8 turned his gaze toward them, his brow furrowing. Upon realizing that the table from Shrek Academy consisted solely of children, his expression soured even further. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, chuckled softly, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. Tang San cast a puzzled glance at him, inquiring about the intriguing spectacle. Oscar replied in a hushed tone, "This is also a part of our cultivation. Dean Flinder has stated that a soul master who does not dare to stir trouble is not a commendable soul master. Indeed, it is said that avoiding conflict signifies mediocrity. Moreover, provoking individuals from the Soul Master Academy is the safest course of action. At most, it merely results in a brawl." Tang San could not help but chuckle. The collection of quotes from our esteemed dean could easily form a monstrous anthology. Observing their ages, it was evident that Tsang Hui Academy must be a prestigious institution for soul masters. Meanwhile, the 8 individuals from Tsang Hui Academy had settled down, separated from Shrek by 2 tables. Out of the corner of Tang San's eye, he noticed a middle-aged man, clearly a teacher, whispering to a young man beside him. Before long, the young man rose from his seat and made his way towards Tang San's table, directly approaching Dai Mubai. A flicker of disdain danced in Dai Mubai's eyes, which Tang San readily perceived. However, Dai Mubai refrained from acknowledging him. At that moment, the waiter arrived with their first dish. Suddenly, the young man from Tsang Hui Academy hastened his steps, colliding with the waiter amidst a startled exclamation. The dish was poised to topple onto Dai Mubai's head. "Do not waste food," Tang San remarked calmly, his left hand swiftly reaching out to steady the waiter, while his right hand extended to catch the dish. With a deft application of the control crane and capture dragon technique, he managed to absorb the dish without spilling a single morsel, gently placing it onto the table. Simultaneously, he pulled the waiter aside. The young man from Tsang Hui Academy was momentarily taken aback. Obscured by the waiter's presence, he failed to discern Tang San's swift movements. However, a sly smile soon crept onto his face. "My apologies," he said, yet continued forward, seemingly intent on passing by Dai Mubai. In a calculated maneuver, he stealthily swept his foot, aiming a kick at one of the legs of Dai Mubai's chair. It was merely an ordinary wooden chair. Should one leg be broken, Dai Mubai would undoubtedly find it challenging to maintain his balance. Moreover, the young man's actions were executed with remarkable subtlety, leaving his upper body motionless. making it nearly impossible to detect his intent without keen observation. Just as the young man's foot made contact, Dai Mubai sprang into action. Was a tiger known for its good temperament? The answer, of course, was a resounding no. In recent days, Dai Mubai had endured considerable frustration at the hands of Zhu Zhuqing, and he had long harbored a simmering anger within. Faced with provocation, he could hardly let such an opportunity slip away. With a resounding thud, the young man from Songhui Academy felt as though he had kicked a solid iron plate. His entire lower leg tingled from the impact. In the next moment, Dai Mubai unleashed a swift strike. The young man's complexion paled as he raised his hands in a desperate attempt to block Dai Mubai's hand, but to his astonishment, the soul power emanating from Dai Mubai's palm completely overpowered him. The force of the blow landed squarely on his chest, though the youth was of considerable stature. He was sit-reeling backward, his body arching like a weightless scarecrow, colliding with 2 tables before careening toward a group from Songhui Academy. A middle-aged man from Songhui Academy hastily rose, extending his arms to catch the young man by the shoulders, preventing a more disastrous fall. The youth's face drained of color, and with a retching gasp, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, appearing utterly defeated. Dai Mubai straightened his posture, feigning an innocent expression, claiming it was merely an accident. His sinister gaze revealed an air of disdain and arrogance, exuding an undeniable sense of haughtiness. Even those from his own side found his demeanor somewhat insufferable. The restaurant erupted in astonishment, as diners near the tables of Shrek Academy and Songhui Academy hurriedly stepped aside to avoid being caught in the fray. However, most did not immediately leave. Instead, they watched with eager anticipation. After all, witnessing a duel between soul masters typically required a costly ticket to the Grand Solar. Given the rarity of such events, the ordinary patrons were understandably exhilarated, especially since soul masters frequently graced this establishment. The remaining members of Songhui Academy could hardly contain themselves. As the 6 of them stood in unison, glaring fiercely at Shrek Academy's table, they attempted to charge forward but were halted by the middle-aged man, who steadied the injured youth in a chair and sternly addressed Dai Mubai. "Which academy are you children from?" Dai Mubai's eyes glimmered with mischief as he replied, "You are not worthy to inquire." With that, he returned to his seat. The rotund figure among them acted quickly, especially when it came to eating. He had already begun devouring his meal, commenting, "The flavor is passable, though it could use a bit more finesse. I suppose it will suffice." The teacher from Songhui Academy was livid, his face a deep shade of anger. "A group of arrogant brats. Teach them a lesson," he commanded, and the students from Songhui Academy eagerly awaited his signal. Aside from the injured youth and the lone female student, the 5 remaining members charged toward Tang San's table. "Are we fighting? I relish the thought," Xiao Wu exclaimed, springing from her seat without hesitation. With her movement, Tang San naturally rose to join her. A faint hue of purple has shrouded her eyes. Chapter 27. To avoid provocation is the mark of mediocrity. Part 1. Neither party has directly summoned their martial spirits. The 5 young men were taken aback when they saw a remarkably delicate young girl approaching them. Although she appeared youthful, Xiao Wu had already reached a height of approximately 1.70 meters, her large, enchanting eyes blinking innocently, presenting a seemingly harmless demeanor that immediately deflated their imposing aura. Oscar stood beside Tang San and whispered, "You should act quickly. Don't let Xiao Wu be at a disadvantage." Oscar had never witnessed Xiao Wu's true capabilities, and thus remained unaware of her strength. Given that their opponents hailed from a prestigious Soul Master Academy, they should possess a soul power level of at least 20. And there were 5 of them. Tang San did not step forward but merely smiled and remarked, "You two have been deceived by Xiao Wu's appearance. These fellows are in for a misfortune." After years of relentless training, Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes had truly entered a subtle realm, allowing him to perceive far beyond his previous capabilities. The purple extreme magic eyes are categorized into 4 levels: overview, subtlety, seed, and vastness. At the overview level, one can significantly enhance their vision and grasp every detail with clarity. Upon entering the subtlety realm, according to Tang San's memories and the records of the Shantian treasure, the effects of the purple extreme magic eyes should have become even more lucid, with a richer understanding of details. In the subtlety realm, the purple extreme magic eyes can relay everything before him to his nerves at a slowed pace, enabling him to react within the shortest time possible. Once Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes genuinely reached the subtlety realm, he discovered that they had undergone a slight mutation in this world. In addition to their original capabilities, he could now discern the soul power of spirit masters, but with one caveat: he could only perceive the soul power of those weaker than himself. for those more powerful. The purple extreme magic eyes could not unveil their strength. Although he was uncertain of the reason behind this phenomenon, it undoubtedly endowed Tang San with a remarkable ability, at least allowing him to assess whether his opponents possessed greater soul power than he. At that moment, he clearly discerned, through his purple extreme magic eyes, that among the 7 students from Songhui Academy, aside from the female student and the teacher he could not penetrate, the soul power of the other 6 students was quite apparent. The young man who had provoked Dai Mubai and was subsequently repelled possessed a soul power of level 27. Yet the 5 individuals before him did not exceed level 25. Tang San was well aware of Xiao Wu's combat experience, with her possessing a soul power of level 29. He could be certain that she would not find herself at a disadvantage, especially with him standing beside her. The 5 young men halted their advance. But that did not deter Xiao Wu. She blinked her large eyes and smiled. "Hello, brothers." The 5 youths momentarily froze, exchanging glances in bewilderment. Faced with such an adorable young girl blocking their path, their initially aggressive demeanor suddenly faltered, leaving them hesitating and unsure of how to proceed. As they exchanged glances, Xiao Wu sprang into action. It seemed as though she slipped slightly underfoot, propelling herself forward in a fall towards one of the youths. The young man instinctively raised his hand to assist her, only to suddenly witness a sleek black braid flying towards him. Before he could react, his neck was ensnared by Xiao Wu's scorpion braid. In that very moment, she managed to halt her forward momentum, curling her body upward and leaping, her back facing the young man as she propelled her feet directly towards his chest. With his neck ensnared, the young man was already in a state of panic. And upon seeing Xiao Wu's feet approaching, he hurriedly raised his hands to defend himself. Yet, how could he possibly know that Xiao Wu's feet were not intended for offensive purposes, but merely served as pivot points? In a fleeting moment, he was sent flying by a forward somersault initiated by Xiao Wu. Even Tang San, during their first encounter with Xiao Wu's graceful techniques, had suffered a setback. How much more so for the advanced spirit masters from the academy, who were primarily trained in theory and had little practical combat experience. Xiao Wu's movements were incredibly swift, her feet never pausing for an instant. Utilizing the momentum from her forward somersault, she sent one opponent flying while her feet targeted another. At that moment, the remaining 4 young men had yet to fully comprehend the situation, as one of them hurriedly raised his arms to block Xiao Wu's second wave of attacks. He soon realized that her graceful techniques were far from easy to defend against, though he managed to position his arms to intercept her feet. The student from Songhui Academy was astonished to discover that Xiao Wu's feet bore no weight at all, as soft as noodles. With a smooth slide, her feet slipped beneath his arms and firmly wrapped around his neck. In the next instant, her body, defying inertia, transitioned from a forward flip to a backward one, sending yet another opponent sprawling. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Onlookers in the dining hall watched in astonishment as 5 individuals from Songhui Academy were effortlessly thrown aside by a petite girl. The teacher from Songhui Academy, witnessing Xiao Wu's unconventional attack, was equally taken aback. In a fit of anger and surprise, he bellowed, "Fool, use your martial spirit." Meanwhile, Oscar rubbed his eyes vigorously, unable to contain his astonishment. "Wow, she's incredible. Thankfully, I have never crossed paths with Xiao Wu." Tang San smiled silently at this moment. Dai Mubai stood up once more and said solemnly, "Xiao Wu, come back. With us boys here, there is no need for you girls to intervene." In a flash, Dai Mubai had already reached Xiao Wu's side. She turned to look at Tang San, who nodded at her, prompting her to refrain from attacking again and return calmly. The plump Ma Hongjun took 2 large bites, chewing his food reluctantly as he stepped out and stood beside Dai Mubai. His chubby hands pinched each other, producing a crackling sound. Tang San approached Xiao Wu, exchanging positions with her to stand beside Dai Mubai. The trio of youths faced off against 5 young men. And from any perspective, it seemed that Tang San and his companions appeared significantly outnumbered. However, was the disparity in strength truly reflective of their numbers? Earlier, Xiao Wu had refrained from utilizing her martial soul, which meant that the 2 individuals who had been thrown aside, despite their disheveled state, had not sustained any real injuries. As the 5 Songhui Academy students regrouped, their anger reached a boiling point, prompting them to unleash their martial souls without hesitation. They could hardly fathom that as students of a prestigious advanced soul master academy, they could possibly be outmatched by these youths. In an instant, vibrant hues erupted forth as the 5 young men's soul rings, identical in color, one white and one yellow, indicated a 10-year and a 100-year soul ring, respectively. All 5 were undoubtedly battle soul masters, comprising 2 weapon soul masters wielding a spear and a trident, alongside 3 beast soul masters manifesting deer, sheep, and horse. In terms of the martial souls themselves, they were not particularly formidable. Observing their display, a look of disdain intensified in Dai Mubai's piercing gaze. Was this what constituted the disciples of an advanced soul master academy? And they had a 10-year soul ring? Brothers, let us show them our soul rings, he declared. The eldest among the Shrek Academy students, the white tiger with a wicked gaze, had never been one for reason, a fact Tang San had discerned the first. Unless one could earn his respect through strength, Dai Mubai's haughty demeanor would remain unchanged. White tiger, possession. A surge of intense pale light erupted from him as he extended his arms to either side, his chest puffed out. A cacophony of cracking bones echoed as his muscles swelled, stretching his attire to its limits. Each muscle became distinctly visible beneath his clothing. And even the air around him seemed to grow tumultuous. His once golden hair transformed into a striking mix of black and white, with the latter predominating and a few strands of black standing out prominently. Subtle markings emerged on his forehead, 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical, forming a character that signified king. His hands underwent the most dramatic change, expanding to twice their original size. A coat of white fur enveloped his palms. And with each flex of his fingers, razor-sharp claws akin to daggers emerged and retracted, glimmering with a chilling light, each measuring a formidable 8 inches in length. Dai Mubai leaned forward, his eyes morphing into a profound azure, radiating an icy killing intent that exuded an overwhelming aura of intimidation. Beneath him, 3 luminous soul rings ascended in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple, as the swirling energy of his soul power generated a tidal wave of pressure. Perhaps due to the inherent weaknesses of their martial souls, the 3 beast soul masters instinctively trembled and took a step back as Dai Mubai completed his martial soul possession. In the presence of a tiger, how could deer, sheep, and horse not tremble in fear? Especially the millennium-old purple soul ring adorning Dai Mubai, which sent a jolt of shock through the hearts of the 5 students from Songhui Academy. As Dai Mubai unleashed his martial soul, Tang San and Ma Hongjun simultaneously revealed their own formidable powers. Phoenix, embody. A radiant purple-red glow surged forth from the rotund figure of Ma Hongjun. His short hair suddenly elongated and gathered at the center, transforming into a Mohican hairstyle. 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, and long feathers extended from his robust, exposed arms. His hands morphed into claw-like appendages. Chapter 27. Averse to provocation is mediocrity, Part 2. Scorching currents of air swirled around Ma Hongjun's body. And despite his stature being considerably shorter than the Songhui students opposite him, the moment the purple flames erupted from within, his entire aura transformed dramatically, creating an overwhelming pressure in conjunction with Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul, leaving the opponents gasping for breath. Only Tang San's martial soul remained relatively calm. As 2 yellow rings akin to Ma Hongjun's emerged from his feet, and dense blue-silver grass quietly unfurled, enveloping his form and gradually spreading outward. There was no need for confrontation. Merely the emergence of 3 soul rings from Dai Mubai had completely deflated the 5 Songhui Academy students. They were acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength that a single soul ring could signify, let alone the fact that this individual possessed a millennium-level 3rd soul ring, a force they could scarcely contend with. What struck the Songhui students as profoundly disconcerting was the apparent youth of their opponents, who seemed considerably younger, yet displayed prowess that towered above their own. Cease. The instructor from Songhui Academy could no longer contain himself, gesturing for his students to step back. While the students wrestled with their discontent, the instructor himself was deeply astonished. He recognized that the 3 young men before him, particularly the one in the center who appeared to be no older than 17 yet already possessed 3 soul rings, had reached the Soul Master realm, an unprecedented feat in his experience, especially the glaring presence of the Millennium Soul Ring. Being a man of middle age, witnessing Dai Mubai reveal his true strength, he contemplated numerous possibilities. Not only did he realize that his students stood no chance against their adversaries, but even if they could manage to win, he would not allow them to engage further. Some troubles are best left unprovoked. I am Yijiqiu, the director of the External Affairs Department of Songhui Academy. May I inquire which sect you belong to? As Yijiqiu approached the 3, standing firm against the pressure of their unleashed soul power without resorting to his own martial soul, Dai Mubai felt a surge of trepidation. He was certain that this middle-aged man's soul power far surpassed his own. We are from Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun declared triumphantly before Dai Mubai could utter a word. As he spoke, his unabashed gaze fixed intensely upon the sole female student of Sanghui Academy. Yujiqiu was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of contemplation illuminating his eyes. Clearly, he was not well acquainted with the name Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? It seemed unfamiliar to him. Dai Mubai let out a cold snort, suggesting that it was a reflection of Yujiqiu's limited knowledge. Upon realizing that the other party was not a disciple of any sect, Yujiqiu felt a sense of relief, yet simultaneously, a wave of helplessness washed over him. He had always believed that the students of Sanghui Academy were exceptionally talented. Their current expedition to the Stardo Forest was intended to assist a student in obtaining the third spirit ring for their advancement to level 30. Specifically the girl who had been absent until now. However, the presence of these youths before him was profoundly disheartening. Yujiqiu recognized that these three boys indeed possessed the qualifications to look down upon Sanghui Academy. Yet, he could not fathom how they had cultivated such formidable spirit power at such a tender age. They were nothing short of little monsters. Despite the awe-inspiring strength of his opponents, retreating in front of so many patrons would bring disgrace upon Sanghui Academy. The students may falter, but he must strive to restore some honor for Sanghui Academy himself. Resolving this in his mind, Yujiqiu no longer hesitated. A flash of determination sparked in his eyes as he summoned his martial soul, the Black Tortoise. A wave of dark ripples radiated from him, forcefully suppressing the aura of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the portly boy. His limbs retracted by a third, while a massive shell protruded from his back. His entire being shimmered with a dark luminescence, and 5 spirit rings ascended from beneath his feet, swirling around him. These rings comprised 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, revealing that the director of the External Affairs Department of Sanghui Academy was indeed a formidable soul master at the Soul King level, exceeding 50 levels. Although Yujiqiu's spirit rings were not exceptionally powerful for his rank, his 50-plus levels of spirit power alone were sufficient to impose a significant pressure upon the Shrek Academy trio. The restaurant erupted in gasps of astonishment. After all, Soul Kings were a rare breed on the continent and possessed considerable strength. In some kingdoms, they could even hold titles such as Viscount or Count. Dai Mubai's expression shifted, and he glanced toward Tang San, who met his gaze with understanding. Gradually nodding, he slowly raised his hands to touch the strings of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. When faced with an opponent whose spirit power evidently surpassed his own, resorting to hidden weapons seemed to be the only viable strategy, ensuring a precise strike. After all, the opponent was not the Xiao Wuji of the past, and was unlikely to show mercy. Yujiqiu articulated his words eloquently, admonishing the youngsters for their naivety, instructing them to refrain from speaking recklessly and to summon their teacher. The portly boy let out a bizarre cry, retorting, "With you, old tortoise? Do you really think you can meet our teacher? We can handle you yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed spirit masters, I beseech you, refrain from engaging in conflict within this humble establishment. As a proprietor of a modest business, I am compelled to intervene, should this discord persist. I fear the very foundation of this shop may soon be ravaged by a tempest." Yujiqiu, possessing the Xiangui spirit, holds a profound aversion to the term turtle. Initially, he intended merely to intimidate the youths before him, for he had no desire to bear the accusation of bullying the weak, especially as he was unaware of the formidable academies backing these children. However, when the rotund youth unwittingly transgressed his taboo, Yujiqiu's ire ignited, transforming his fury into his sardonic smile. "Very well, I shall take it upon myself to educate you on behalf of your instructor. Let us step outside." With that, he turned and strode towards the exit, the swaying of his dark turtle shell appearing somewhat comical, yet the soul energy he emanated was undeniably formidable. The students of Sanghui Academy followed Yujiqiu out of the inn. Dai Mubai whispered to Tang San, "This old fellow possesses a level exceeding 50. And his Xiangui spirit is quite an impressive beast spirit. Exercise caution. I will absorb his onslaught, but you must act swiftly. I fear I may not endure for long." Tang San remarked, "We may not necessarily be defeated. Although his soul power surpasses ours, there exists a flaw in his martial spirit." At that moment, the others had gathered around, coincidentally catching the tail end of Tang San's statement. Tang San remarked, "His martial soul manifests as the Black Tortoise. I can assert with certainty that he is a defensive-type soul master, possessing a majority of active and passive skills that are primarily geared towards protection. Consequently, while his martial soul may surpass ours in strength, the offensive threat he poses to us remains minimal. A high level of soul power without suitable means of attack does not present a significant danger. Therefore, I propose 2 strategies for dealing with him. Tang San, a disciple of the master, possesses a profound understanding of the theoretical knowledge surrounding martial spirits, far surpassing that of his peers. Merely by observing Yi Zhiqiu's martial spirit, he has already drawn numerous conclusions. The first strategy involves leveraging our own speed to engage him. After all, he is our teacher and possesses significantly greater soul power than us. Thus, he will not impose limitations on the number of combatants. Therefore, I propose that Mubai, Zhuxing, and I undertake this task, for we are the swiftest among us. While we engage him, we must maximize our velocity to ensure that his attacks do not find their mark, while simultaneously seeking out opportunities to identify and exploit his weaknesses. However, the Xian Gui's formidable defenses may hinder our ability to land successful strikes. Given the protective layer of its shell, my blue silvergrass spikes may prove ineffective against him. Hence, I advocate for a second approach. Similar to the first, we shall still be the trio to distract him. The Xian Gui is water-based, which directly counters the phoenix flames of the Rotund One, as water can extinguish fire, just as fire can overcome water. Your unique flames will be employed to launch attacks from a distance, supported by Oscar's sausages, ensuring the sustainability of your offensive. Our objective is to wear him down. Xiao Wu, your role will be to provide support, rotating in for the three of us at the forefront, thus allowing everyone to receive sustenance from Oscar. Although our soul power may not match his, we have Xiao Ao and a numerical advantage, thereby minimizing the threat posed by our attacks. Upon hearing Tang San's counsel, the group erupted in applause, yet one individual was discontent. Tang San, what about me? Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed intently on Tang San. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The reason he had excluded Ning Rongrong from the lineup was due to her fierce temperament, fearing it might create a counterproductive effect. After contemplating for a moment, he stated, "Your martial spirit is unique. Adapt as needed." Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, feeling the peculiar gazes of others upon her, and resolved within herself. She understood that she seemed to have been marginalized by this group, a sentiment that weighed heavily on her heart. Chapter 27. Avoiding Trouble is a Mark of Mediocrity, Part 2. Having spoken, the group simultaneously made their way outside. Bolstered by the confidence gained from Tang San's previous confrontation with Xiao Wujin, they were eager, recognizing that challenging formidable opponents would undoubtedly enhance their own skills. Ning Rongrong trailed behind, when suddenly, a low voice echoed in her ears, urging her to prove her belonging to Shrek through actions. Upon looking up, she found Oscar, now sporting a newly grown stubble, smiling warmly at her. For reasons unknown, her eyes began to well with tears, and she nodded vigorously at Oscar. Soon, they arrived at the outskirts of the town, perhaps due to the conspicuous 5 soul rings adorning Yi Zhiqiu. Their group had garnered quite an audience as they exited the small town. As they stepped out, Yi Zhiqiu's mind had calmed somewhat, observing the 7 boys before him. He spoke sternly, "I shall offer you one more chance. It is not too late to admit your mistake." Dai Mubai grinned wickedly, retorting, "Mistake? What does that even mean? Strength defines right and wrong. Defeat us first, then we shall see." At this point, Yi Zhiqiu could no longer hold back. With a huff of indignation, he declared, "Come at me all together. I shall teach you how to conduct yourselves." The robust fatty chuckled, saying, "Remember, we are not humans, we are monsters." Before Yi Zhiqiu could make a move, Dai Mubai had already surged forward, his second soul ring glowing brilliantly. A blinding orb of white light coalesced and erupted from his mouth, manifesting the second skill of the evil eye White Tiger, the White Tiger's radiant wave. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing deftly maneuvered to flank Yi Zhiqiu, while Tang San charged from another direction. Fatty S. Mohawk quivered as his first soul ring shone brightly, unleashing a stream of crimson phoenix flames. The 4 acted in unison, undeterred by the fact that their opponent was a soul king above level 50. In response to their combined assault, Yi Zhiqiu's body emanated a profound dark light as he let out a low growl. His first and second soul rings shimmered simultaneously, and he rapidly rotated, revealing the protective carapace on his back, while a stream of dark energy, akin to flowing water and imbued with an icy chill, cascaded forth. At the onset of battle, Yi Zhiqiu unleashed both his soul ring skills, the Xian Turtle's protection and the Xian Water's ice seal. His objective was remarkably straightforward, to swiftly subdue these young individuals and impart a profound lesson, thus not only relieving his frustrations but also showcasing the might of Tsanghui Academy. Although the students from Shrek Academy possessed considerable strength, they were still quite young, and their soul power was significantly inferior to his. Yi Zhiqiu was confident that, With his 53rd level soul power, he could unleash the mystic water ice seal to freeze them all in place. The white tiger's radiant light wave detonated behind Yu Zhiqiu. And as Tang San had surmised, the defense of the black tortoise was among the highest ranks of beast martial souls. His soul power far surpassed Dai Mubai's. Making this attack ineffective, Yu Zhiqiu's body remained perfectly still. At that moment, Tang San had maneuvered himself close to Yu Zhiqiu, feeling a frigid aura enveloping him, as if his very blood was on the verge of freezing. Alarmed, he quickly activated his Xiantian Gong to counter the biting cold, halting his advance. Yet, the blue-silver grass martial soul swiftly spread out, encircling Yu Zhiqiu from all directions. It is said that water and fire are merciless, whether cold or scorching. Both have a restraining effect on plant-type martial souls. The pace of the blue-silver grass was noticeably hampered by the influence of the mystic water ice seal. Just then, the plump one's phoenix fire line reached the shell of Yu Zhiqiu. Although the intensity of the phoenix flames was diminished by the mystic water ice seal, the arrival of the phoenix fire line simultaneously weakened the coldness of the mystic water ice seal. The purple-red flames, while unable to penetrate the shell, clung to it as if they possessed a sticky quality. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul was of a mutated nature, defying the typical characteristics of fire. Yu Zhiqiu felt a sudden warmth on his back, startling him. Seizing this fleeting moment, the blue-silver grass had already wrapped around him, binding him tightly. Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal figure silently appeared in the blind spot behind Yu Zhiqiu, and with the activation of her first soul ring skill, ghostly piercing strike, she aimed directly for Yu Zhiqiu's neck. In an instant, Yu Zhiqiu retracted his neck, producing an extraordinary sight as his entire head seemingly vanished into his chest, perfectly evading Zhu Zhuqing's claws. His third soul ring illuminated, and a mist of water erupted from his mouth, enveloping the phoenix flames on his back. Although the phoenix flames were fiercely combustible, Yu Zhiqiu's mystic water was equally formidable, and his soul power greatly exceeded that of the plump one, ultimately extinguishing the purple-red flames upon the tortoise shell. A strong wave of cold surged once more, prompting Tang San to retract his blue-silver grass almost immediately. Had he not done so, the blue-silver grass would have frozen, significantly affecting him as well. With a swift strike of Zhu Zhuqing's paw upon the turtle shell, she propelled herself into the air. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, her right hand had already succumbed to the biting cold. Just then, Dai Mubai arrived, unhesitatingly activating his white tiger guardian barrier. As the brilliance of his first spirit ring illuminated the scene, enormous tiger paws, sharp as blades, surged forth. Aiming directly at Yu Zhiqiu's back, Dai Mubai possessed the strongest spirit power among the Shrek Academy students, and the disparity between a 37th level spirit and a mere 20-something was significantly pronounced. With two muffled thuds, Yu Zhiqiu staggered forward, stumbling a couple of steps. However, he quickly pivoted, his head re-emerging from his chest cavity, and unleashed a torrent of icy black water towards Dai Mubai. This was the third spirit ring technique, Xian Shui Jidang. The intense chill enveloped Dai Mubai, causing him to shiver despite the partial protection of his barrier, which could not wholly withstand the onslaught, given that his opponent's power exceeded his by over 10 levels. At that moment, a second wave of violet-red flames appeared, fortuitously intercepting the black water. A thick steam erupted, and though the flames were suppressed by the dark water, Dai Mubai seized the opportunity to retreat swiftly. The brief skirmish left Tang San in a state of confusion. Had his judgment been flawed? Was the Xian Gui not a defensive soul? No, that was implausible. How could his teacher's years of research be mistaken? The teacher from Tsanghui Academy's martial spirit evidently had not undergone any mutation. Yet, the chilling techniques wielded by his opponent proved exceedingly troublesome. Unbeknownst to Tang San and the others, Yu Zhiqiu's astonishment was even greater. Although the combined assault from the four youths had not inflicted harm upon him, it had certainly posed a considerable challenge. The fiery phoenix flames spewed forth by Ma Hongjun made Yu Zhiqiu acutely aware that these flames seemed to be his nemesis. Had it not been for that chubby boy's insufficient spirit power, his Xian Shui would have been utterly incapable of countering such strange flames. Moreover, the two powerful strikes Dai Mubai had delivered against his shell, infused with formidable spirit power and explosive strength, had caused tumult within Yu Zhiqiu's body, despite the turtle shell's protective nature. After all, the Xian Gui's defense was merely a first spirit ring technique, and while it excelled in protection, its defensive capabilities were ultimately limited. What astonished Yu Zhiqiu the most was the coordination among the four youths before him. Although their teamwork was still somewhat clumsy and lacked seamlessness, their abilities complemented each other remarkably well. One focused on close-quarters assault, another on agile strikes, one on control, and the last on ranged attacks. Together, they maximized their offensive potential. What kind of entity was Shrek Academy, he pondered. Little did he know that the 7 young men and women he observed were the entirety of Shrek Academy's students. At that moment, a languid voice suddenly interrupted the duel. Why are you all out here at this late hour instead of resting? Tang San was momentarily taken aback. His hands, which had instinctively dropped, were now resting beneath the luminous moonlight of the 24 bridges. Dai Mubai, poised to unleash the power of his third spirit ring, halted at the sound, instinctively retreating to widen the distance between himself and Yi Zhiqiu. A towering figure emerged into view. It was Xiao Wu. Everyone, return to your quarters. Xiao Wu commanded, not even casting a glance towards the Tsanhui Academy, as he waved his hand, ordering all the Shrek Academy students back to the hotel. With this interference, Yu Zhiqiu could no longer remain passive. Wait a moment, he asserted. Xiao Wu, turning with a hint of impatience, inquired, what is it? Yu Zhiqiu replied coldly. You are a teacher from that so-called Shrek Academy, are you not? Just now, several of your students insulted our Tsanhui Academy. Shouldn't you provide an explanation? An explanation? Xiao Wu scoffed. What is there to explain? Isn't Tsanhui Academy just a trash institution? Their words hardly qualify as insults. As a figure of notoriety in the spirit master world, Xiao Wu, though not the strongest, commanded respect and instilled fear. Naturally, he would not regard a spirit master of merely 50 levels with any seriousness. Chapter 28, The Millennium Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake, Part 1. Both he and Flinder, the Dean of Shrek Academy, were proud individuals, and in this aspect, Dai Mubai shared a similar disposition. Enraged, Yu Zhiqiu ceased to argue and strode purposefully towards Xiao Wu, his demeanor unmistakably indicating that he was not inclined to let the matter rest. Xiao Wu turned to the 7 young men who had gathered around him, remarking, You are truly useless, unable to handle a mere old turtle. I'll deal with you once we return to the academy. Teacher Xiao, the old turtle has arrived, the plump student cautioned. With a disdainful snort, Xiao Wu reiterated, Get back to sleep. After uttering this command, he faced the approaching Yi Zhiqiu, who radiated an icy aura. Let us let our strength do the talking, Xiao Wu declared arrogantly, not even summoning his martial soul. He raised his right hand and struck towards Yi Zhiqiu. Fueled by indignation, Yi Zhiqiu unleashed the full force of his Xianshui Bing Feng, a frigid wave sweeping towards Xiao Wu as he turned his back, using his shell to block the impending strike. He mused, You are quite arrogant, even if your spirit power exceeds mine, without your martial soul. I shall make you regret this. Alas, it was not Xiao Wu who faced misfortune. The Xianshui Bing Feng, which had previously troubled Tang San and others, proved utterly ineffective against Xiao Wu. In the next moment, Yu Zhiqiu found himself propelled through the air by a single slap, his turtle shell cracking significantly as he was sent flying over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Casting a disdainful glance in Yi Zhiqiu's direction, Xiao Wu then turned and led the Shrek students back towards the hotel. As he walked, he mumbled to himself, relishing the sensation of not employing his martial soul to extract individuals. It was indeed a refreshing experience. It was no wonder that Xiao Wu had observed this earlier when Dai Mubai and the others had provoked the Tsanhui Academy. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, wishing instead to allow these young ones to practice their coordination through real combat. However, witnessing Tang San, Dai Mubai, and others besiege Yi Zhiqiu stirred an unexpected recollection of the recent humiliation he had endured, prompting an irresistible urge to step in. Little did he anticipate that the old turtle would be so fragile, dispatched with a mere slap. Of course, Xiao Wu was not oblivious to the true reason behind this. The opponent had utilized a defensive skill from their first soul ring, with the final 2,000-year soul ring's abilities yet to be unleashed. Nevertheless, having sent Yi Zhiqiu flying with a single blow, he found no inclination to linger with an adversary whose strength was so palpably inferior to his own. At that moment, he felt as if he were once again standing before that formidable figure. With the support of fellow students from Tsanhui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu struggled to rise. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his back weighed down as if by a great mountain, gasping for breath, filled with astonishment. He was acutely aware of his own defensive capabilities. The opponent had not even summoned their martial soul, yet a casual strike had managed to injure him. Even if the adversary was a power-type soul master, the disparity in strength could not be less than 15 levels, perhaps even more. The thought of the opponent's soul master rank sent a shiver down Yi Zhiqiu's spine as he cast a resentful glance towards the departing Shrek Academy members before retreating in disgrace with his fellow students. Among them, a female student glanced back at Dai Mubai as they left. Oscar bore facial hair, while Tang San's appearance was rather unremarkable. Dai Mubai's captivating gaze, however, was undeniably the most alluring, whereas the portly fellow was typically overlooked by the fairer sex. Naturally, Dai Mubai remained oblivious to her attention, not out of any purity of heart, but rather due to his elevated standards, having encountered many beautiful women, far surpassing the taste of the overweight individual. As Xiao Wu made his way back, he grumbled, "You lot are truly a source of embarrassment for me. Remember this lesson. It seems I shall have to subject you to special training once we return." Tang San and his companions exchanged glances, yet none dared to refute. Instead, smiles adorned their faces. It was evident that this unmoved king was protective and reluctant to voice his concerns directly. The fact that soul masters of ranks 2 and 3 could engage in combat with those of 50 and still hold their ground was commendable. It was hardly a source of embarrassment, especially considering the eldest among them was merely 15 years of age. Suddenly, Xiao Wujia's gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong. "Why did you not utilize your martial soul to assist everyone earlier?" he inquired. Ning Rongrong blinked her large eyes and replied, "It was not the right moment. No one knows I am a disciple of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If I were to unleash my martial soul at a critical juncture, its impact would be far more effective and surprising." The others cast puzzled looks at Ning Rongrong, but Tang San nodded in agreement. Surprise your opponent and strike when they are unprepared. The results will be far more advantageous. If Mubai were to suddenly increase his strength and speed by 30% while employing the White Tiger transformation, even that Xian Gui Soul King would find himself at a disadvantage. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wujia nodded in understanding and stated solemnly, "You must remember that since you 7 have entered Shrek Academy, you are a cohesive unit. You are all remarkable prodigies of the Academy, and henceforth, you may collectively be known as the Shrek 7 monsters. You must aid one another with your talents, and if you can coordinate effectively. Overcoming soul masters slightly stronger than yourselves will not be an insurmountable task." "Understood, Teacher Zhao," they replied in unison. Amidst the envious gazes of the common folk, the Shrek Academy group returned to their hotel. A night of silence ensued. As dawn broke the following morning, Xiao Wujia's resonant voice roused everyone from their slumber. Tang San, however, was indifferent. He arose early each day, having long cultivated a commendable routine. Yet for others, particularly someone like Oscar, who was prone to excessive slumber, it proved to be somewhat torturous. Consequently, during breakfast, most individuals remained in a state of hazy consciousness. The sun gradually ascended from the east, causing the delicate hue of dawn to expand, and the sky slowly brightened. Although Tang San witnessed this scene every day, no matter how many times it repeated, the sensation brought by the emergence of light continued to astound his heart. The sun's radiance dispelled the darkness, symbolizing the arrival of a new day. As they departed from the small town, the group quickened their pace. They were now quite close to the Stardo Forest. Everyone exerted themselves in their journey, with Oscar, who was on the verge of obtaining his 3rd spirit ring, the most exhilarated. He was eager to discover what enhancements his 3rd spirit ring would bestow upon him. He understood that Xiao Wujia would undoubtedly ensure that they hunted at least one ordinary 1,000-year spirit beast for him, without needing any reminders. The Stardo Forest lies to the south of the Heavendo Empire, spanning across the borders of 2 great empires. Due to the abundance of spirit beasts, this area features the most indistinct boundary between the 2 nations. On the map, most of the Stardo Forest lies within the territory of the Starluo Empire, although the Heavendo Empire has never acknowledged this fact. As one of the 3 major habitats for wild spirit beasts, it is a place that spirit masters yearn to visit, for each journey here signifies a step towards their advancement. No one can accurately determine how many years the Stardo Forest has existed in Douluo Continent, but upon entering the forest, its dense canopy that obscures the sun speaks volumes of its ancient existence. From a distance, Tang San faintly sensed refreshing breezes wafting towards him, carrying the fragrant aroma of plants that was profoundly soothing. Taking a deep breath of the fresh air, it felt as if all 36,000 pores in his body were unfurling, a sensation of indescribable delight. Activating his purple extreme magic eyes, he gazed into the distance to behold a vast ocean of green. The seemingly endless greenery was breathtaking, and the comforting fresh air originated from this very expanse. At last, they stood before the Stardo Forest, where towering trees exceeded 20 meters in height, and this was merely the outermost layer. The dense forest lacked any visible paths, and shadows of trees obscured the true scenery within. Upon reaching the forest's edge, the air felt even more invigorating, as if the temperature had dropped slightly. The refreshing sensation, infused with the earthy aroma of damp soil, constantly stimulated their olfactory senses. "Stop," Xiao Wu commanded. The group halted, their bodies warmed from the 100-mile trek. Particularly Oscar and Ningrongrong. As support spirit masters, their physical attributes were commendable, yet they could not compare to Tang San and the others. Oscar softly chanted his quirky incantation, distributing sausages to each member. After several days of acclimatization, the group had grown accustomed to his sausages, merely pretending not to hear his chanting during the process. Once consumed, the sausages transformed into a surge of warmth, revitalizing everyone's stamina and elevating their spirits. Xiao Wu, with a serious demeanor, addressed the 7 students before him. "You must clearly understand that the Stardo Forest is not a place where the nation breeds magical beasts. The beasts within are exceedingly dangerous, and you may face attacks from spirit beasts of 1,000 years or even 10,000 years at any moment. Therefore, once we enter the forest, none of you shall stray more than 20 meters from my side. Ningrongrong and Oscar, you two must remain closely attached to me. Without my command, no one is permitted to recklessly engage in combat with the soul beasts. Do you understand?" "Understood." Oscar swiftly recited incantations, and before long, he conjured a substantial quantity of sausages and cured meats in his hands. He distributed 1 sausage and 1 cured meat to each person, stating, "My sausages can sustain vitality for 12 hours in the air, meaning that consuming them within that time frame will yield effects. The sausages restore health while also alleviating hunger, whereas the primary function of the cured meat is detoxification." Everyone carefully accepted them, tucking them away. They understood that Oscar, fearing that he might not have the opportunity to distribute the sausages in times of crisis, had chosen to provide them in advance. The continuous release of soul power rendered Oscar's complexion somewhat pale, though fortunately, his scruffy beard concealed it well. The sausages he conjured proved beneficial to others, yet their efficacy for himself was only a third, balancing out with the consumption of his soul power. Thus, he could only restore his energy through meditation, however. The hunger-sating property of the sausages remained advantageous for him. Xiao Wu surveyed the 7 youths before him, and, seeing that they were all prepared, waved his hand to signal the departure. This time, Xiao Wu instructed Dai Mubai and Tang San to lead the way, while he took up the rear, stepping forward into the Stardo Forest for the first time. Upon entering the Stardo Forest, the most exhilarated was undoubtedly Xiao Wu. She seemed entirely oblivious to the dangers that lurked within, bouncing about with uncontainable joy, which caused Xiao Wu to furrow his brow. However, as Xiao Wu did not exceed the limits he had set, he chose not to voice any further concerns. The terrain within the Stardo Forest was exceedingly intricate. There were no paths to follow, and thus the task of clearing a route naturally fell to Dai Mubai. Utilizing his martial soul, Dai Mubai manifested sharp blades upon his tiger paws, and with a deft flourish of his arms, he cleaved through the thorns obstructing their advance, ensuring that the pace of their journey remained uninterrupted. Tang San closely followed Dai Mubai, heightening both his vision and hearing to their utmost capacity, meticulously observing his surroundings. The master had once imparted essential knowledge regarding wild soul beasts. These creatures are exceedingly aggressive and harbor a profound animosity towards humans who seek to enhance their strength by hunting them. Most alarming is the fact that among wild soul beasts, some exist in clusters, which means they may encounter a formidable group of these beasts. In such circumstances, unless a soul master possesses extraordinary strength, it becomes exceedingly challenging to withstand their onslaught. Hence, the master repeatedly cautioned that once they entered the territory of wild soul beasts, they must exercise utmost caution, leaving no room for error. Otherwise, they could face catastrophic consequences. The reason the master encouraged Tang San to attend Shrek Academy was not merely for the purpose of education, as the master was more than capable of imparting any knowledge Shrek could offer. However, the master was constrained by his own limitations. While guiding Tang San was no issue, he could no longer assist him in acquiring soul rings once he reached level 30. The soul rings that one could endure at level 30 were of the Millennium grade, and such Millennium soul beasts were exceedingly rare in domesticated environments, with desirable attributes even scarcer. The only opportunity to discover suitable ones lay within the habitats of wild soul beasts. Thus, the primary reason the master directed Tang San to Shrek Academy was to leverage the strength of the Academy's instructors to aid him in obtaining an appropriate soul ring. Before long, they encountered a group of soul beasts. Under Xiao Wujia's deliberately lowered voice, the group came to a halt. Tang San was the first to notice this cluster of soul beasts, which consisted of a pack of rodent weasels. These soul beasts were not particularly large, and their attack power was relatively modest, yet their teeth were exceptionally formidable, capable of piercing through metal and iron. Tang San grasped the hand of Dai Mubai, who had previously forged ahead through the thicket, while his other hand gestured behind him to indicate to the others that there was no danger. Drawing upon the wisdom imparted by his master, he discerned at a glance that this group of around 20 to 30 weasel-like creatures were merely 10-year-old spirit beasts. The weasel's sense of smell was remarkably acute, and at such a proximity, they had evidently detected their presence, yet displayed no signs of concern, clearly showing a lack of interest in them. Tang San gestured subtly to the side, and Dai Mubai, understanding his intent, continued to slash through the thorns, aiding their progress. As they advanced, Dai Mubai quietly inquired of Tang San, "Why must we take this detour? Those weasels we encountered earlier were not formidable. We could have simply dealt with them." Tang San smiled and remarked, "They pose no threat to us, so why resort to violence? If every soul master were to think this way, in years to come, would there be any soul beasts left in this forest? Moreover, my mentor once imparted a crucial lesson. Even when encountering low-level soul beasts in the wild, one must never let down their guard. For the moment combat ensues, the scent of blood and the clamor may very well attract formidable soul beasts. It is prudent for us to exercise caution." Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, acknowledging, "Your mentor must be an extraordinarily powerful elder. Such wisdom is indeed invaluable." Tang San recalled the master's helplessness, a bittersweet smile unconsciously gracing his face. The term powerful seemed far removed from the master. This was undoubtedly the greatest regret of his life. The Stardo Forest was exceedingly dense, and the phrase shrouding the heavens and blocking the sun was scarcely an exaggeration to describe it. Glimpsing sunlight within the forest proved to be quite a challenge. After approximately an hour of travel, they had reached midday. During this hour, they had encountered numerous soul beasts, predominantly those of 10 and 100 years. Most of the time, they opted to avoid direct conflict, steering clear of the beasts, though occasionally some unwitting creatures approached, inviting their own demise. Dai Mubai swiftly resolved those situations with his tiger claw. Of course, he heeded Tang San's counsel and refrained from slaying these soul beasts, merely driving them away or incapacitating them. "All right, let us take a moment to rest." Xiao Wujia's voice allowed the group, who had been on edge, to relax. Dai Mubai cleared a circle of thorns around them, creating a space of nearly 100 square meters. The group settled against the trees, taking the opportunity to recuperate. Oscar naturally contributed his sausages. At that moment, no one had the inclination to ponder the delicacies of food, simply consuming Oscar's sausages while sipping on their carried water, momentarily rejuvenating themselves. Xiao Wujia had commanded a 1-hour respite. They were still on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest, where high-level soul beasts were rare, making it relatively safe. Their objective was to assist Oscar in hunting a suitable 1,000-year soul beast, necessitating further exploration into the depths of the forest. However, the deeper they ventured, the more perilous it became, and their rest periods would diminish. Therefore, it was essential to optimize their condition in this relatively secure area. Xiao Wu leaned against Tang San's shoulder. For reasons unknown, her initial exuberance upon entering the forest had waned after their first encounter with the soul beast, leaving her seemingly despondent, as though burdened by unspoken thoughts. Tang San had seized the opportunity to inquire about her well-being, yet Xiao Wu consistently insisted that she was fine. Just as they had been resting for roughly half an hour, unexpectedly, Tang San and Xiao Wujia's gazes shifted simultaneously towards a singular direction. Xiao Wujia bellowed, "Everyone rise. Something is approaching at high speed." Tang San and Dai Mubai instinctively positioned themselves in front of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Xing, and the robust companion stood guard nearby. In an instant, everyone unleashed their martial spirits, including Xiao Wujia's. The rustling sound grew progressively louder, and even the auxiliary soul masters, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, could distinctly perceive the rapid approach of the unknown creature. "Zhu Xing, ascertain what it is," Xiao Wujia commanded in a low voice. Without hesitation, Zhu Xing silently ascended, her claws extending as she swiftly scaled a nearby tree, directing her gaze towards the source of the sound. Cats possessed exceptional vision, even in the darkness of night, let alone in the full light of day. Soon, Zhu Xing's icy voice echoed from the treetop, describing a serpent capable of flight, albeit at a modest height of approximately 3 meters above the ground. Its head was adorned with a fleshy crest, disproportionately large and as crimson as blood. The tail had a unique fan-like shape. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It was a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a rather rare soul beast. The crest upon its head possessed numerous fascinating attributes. "Oscar, you are fortunate," he remarked, though it remains uncertain how many years this particular serpent has existed. Zhu Zhuqing. Keep your focus on its trajectory and report any changes immediately. Understood. It is heading in our direction with considerable speed. However, it appears to struggle with maintaining its balance. Tang San suddenly inquired, "What is the length of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and what is the color of its wings?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, "The wings are a delicate shade of pink, and the length is approximately between 6 and 8 meters. Tang San contemplated briefly and spoke with unwavering certainty. "This is a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Its pale pink wings signify a millennium of evolution. Judging by its length, which ranges from 6 to 8 meters, it is likely between 1,300 and 1,800 years of cultivation. Oscar, this is perfectly suited for you." The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is non-venomous, a rare and formidable constrictor. It employs the method of coiling around its foes, inducing asphyxiation, which, while simplistic in execution, is executed with extraordinary swiftness. Furthermore, its comb harbors a plethora of nutrients that, in times of peril, can grant it a remarkable surge in speed. Should you acquire this soul ring, your subsequent soul skill should undoubtedly pertain to speed. Whether it enhances your velocity or bestows swiftness upon yourself, both options are commendable. Given that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake possesses relatively modest and singular offensive capabilities, specimens over 1,000 years old are exceedingly rare, so you are fortunate this time. Chapter 28, The 1,000-Year Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake, Part 2. Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Xiao San, you are the encyclopedia of the spirit world. Truly impressive." Not only he, but everyone, with the exception of Xiao Wu, including Xiao Wujin, regarded him with newfound admiration. It is well understood that spirit beasts, much like martial spirits, are extraordinarily diverse, and their age and rank are often elusive to ascertain. The fact that Tang San could so accurately discern the type and strength of the spirit beast they were to confront, merely by listening to Zhu Zhuqing, illustrates his profound understanding of martial spirits, an acumen that even Xiao Wujin could not claim to possess. Tang San smiled shyly and remarked, "This is all the merit of my master." Rather than referring to Tang San as an encyclopedia, it is more fitting to describe his master as such. His master has reached the pinnacle of research regarding martial souls, and as his disciple, Tang San possesses not only formidable personal strength but also theoretical knowledge that would suffice for him to become a teacher in any academy. Zhao Wuji could not help but inquire, "Since you are well versed in the soul beast, what is the most effective method for capturing it?" Tang San responded without hesitation, "All serpents are inherently fearful of aggressive avians, particularly those with elongated beaks, such as cranes. While we lack a crane spirit, the plump one's phoenix spirit can be considered the sovereign of birds. The aura of his spirit should exert a certain degree of suppression over this phoenix tail-crowned snake. Though its aggression is not particularly formidable, we must remain cautious to prevent its escape." At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang out, and without the slightest trepidation of facing a 1,000-year soul beast, she descended from the air, her claws and first soul ring igniting in unison as she unleashed her nether strike. The creature before her was a colossal serpent, precisely as Zhu Zhuqing had described, approximately 6 or 7 meters in length, adorned with a vivid crimson crest that exuded a menacing aura. Zhu Zhuqing collided directly with the serpent, her nether strike aimed squarely at its crest. The phoenix tail crown snake demonstrated remarkable reflexes. Despite its rapid charge, it managed to tilt its head just in time, causing Zhu Zhuqing's strike to miss its crest and instead land upon its body, producing a dull thud that momentarily diminished the serpent's speed. Startled, the serpent jerked its head and unleashed a vibrant mist towards Zhu Zhuqing. Simultaneously, its crimson crest shimmered, restoring its momentum in an instant. Dai Mubai, reacting almost instinctively, shouted a warning, "Be careful." Overwhelmed by concern, he immediately activated his 1,000-year soul ring technique, the White Tiger King transformation. His body expanded dramatically as he charged towards the phoenix tail crown snake. 7 treasures, second, speed. Ning Rongrong's melodic voice chimed in at that precise moment, and Dai Mubai felt a sudden lightness, accelerating forward just in time to intercept the enraged serpent. A thunderous crash resonated as he collided with the creature, letting out a muffled grunt as he was propelled nearly 10 meters backward. Yet, the phoenix tail crowned snake's advance was abruptly halted, its massive form twisting in the air before crashing to the ground. The colorful mist it exhaled was merely a ruse, devoid of any venom. Tang San's voice echoed appropriately at that moment, and on the ground, the prepared blue-silver grass surged upward, ensnaring the fallen serpent's body and especially its wings, rendering it incapable of flight. The plump one's spirit exerted pressure with full force. The phoenix tail-crowned snake, perhaps sensing the aura of the evil fire phoenix, trembled momentarily. However, being a 1,000-year soul beast, it was not one to concede easily to its fate. Though temporarily grounded, its ability to move was not entirely hindered. Tang San felt the body of the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake suddenly become slick, as not only did the spikes of the blue-silver grass fail to penetrate its serpentine skin, but the creature, in a frantic writhing motion, swiftly burrowed out from the blue-silver grass. Although it did not take flight, its speed along the ground was remarkably swift, already covering a distance of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Thinking of escaping? Is it that simple? Xiao Wu's deep voice resonated. Accompanied by the brilliance of his third spirit ring, the body of the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake abruptly stiffened, its speed drastically diminishing. This was due to Xiao Wu's third spirit ring ability, gravity enhancement. In quick succession, his fourth and fifth spirit rings illuminated simultaneously. With a sudden leap, he soared into the air, and upon landing, thanks to the positioning and tracking effect of his fourth spirit ring ability, he found himself directly in front of the 1,000-year-old phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake, initiating the gravitational compression. No matter how slippery the phoenix tail chicken-crowned snake was, it found no room to maneuver against Xiao Wu's overwhelming spirit power. Dealing with a 1,000-year spirit beast was effortlessly within the grasp of the immutable king. It appeared as though he had done nothing. Yet the explosive force he unleashed instilled a sense of awe and trepidation in the hearts of the observing students. Tang San finally comprehended how fortunate he had been during his battle with Xiao Wu that day. Had Xiao Wu combined his spirit abilities from the outset, he might not have even had the chance to deploy his hidden weapons. Xiao Wu extended his massive paw, seizing the snake's head and lifting it before him. With a flick of his other hand on the creature's fleshy crest, the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake was rendered unconscious from the sheer force of the Titan bear's power. Had it not been for Xiao Wu's intent to spare its life, that single gesture would have been more than it could withstand. It's done. The collective exclamation of excitement erupted from everyone. Oscar, merely 14 years of age, was brimming with exhilaration, sprinting towards Xiao Wu. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stood beside Tang San, her head bowed, her large eyes filled with a sense of compassion. Must they truly hunt the spirit beasts? Tang San let out a soft sigh and remarked, "The law of survival is indeed one of the weak being devoured by the strong. If this serpent were more powerful than us, do you believe it would spare the food within its grasp?" Xiao Wu remained silent, her gaze cast downward, her complexion still somewhat pale. Xiao Wu retrieved a short dagger from his waist and handed it to Oscar. "The night is long and fraught with dreams. Act swiftly. If you pierce through the flesh beneath its crest, you will breach its brain, and this soul ring shall be yours." Oscar eagerly accepted the dagger, for at that moment, the 1,000-year soul beast before him appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter, and the acquisition of his third soul skill was imminent, causing his hands to tremble with excitement. Just as Oscar was about to plunge the dagger into the creature, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out, "Stop." Immediately, two figures emerged from the direction the phoenix-tailed cockatrice had flown, appearing before the group. One was an elderly woman, seemingly in her 60s or 70s, her hair impeccably arranged in white. Despite her age, she exuded vitality. Her face, though lined with wrinkles, was as rosy as that of an infant. Her eyes sparkled with keen intelligence. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long serpent-headed cane, with 6 soul rings pulsating rhythmically around her. Although her body showed no apparent change, the presence of the soul rings indicated that she had summoned her martial spirit. Undoubtedly, the cane was her weapon. Beside the elderly woman stood a striking young girl, appearing around 16 or 17, with short hair that framed her face, clad in practical attire that accentuated her well-developed figure. Her deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the phoenix-tailed cockatrice in Xiao Wu's grasp. She too wielded a serpent-headed cane, albeit shorter at 2 meters. And her soul rings numbered merely 2, both of a century's age. The appearance of the elderly woman and the girl startled everyone. But relief washed over them upon noticing the 6 soul rings adorning the elder. After all, Xiao Wujia's 7 rings were formidable, particularly the profound black millennium rings that overtly displayed their intimidating power. As Tang San and his companions relaxed, the expression of the elderly woman shifted noticeably. Previously, she had raised her voice to interrupt upon hearing Xiao Wujia's remarks directed at Oscar. However, as she approached, her gaze fell upon the 7 soul rings adorning Xiao Wujia. A soul saint. How could a soul saint appear on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest? The weight of foreboding settled upon her heart, realizing that today might not bode well for them. What is the matter? Xiao Wujie glanced at the elderly woman, his eyes resting upon the serpent-headed staff in her grasp, inadvertently invoking memories of an individual. His tone, though firm, carried an unexpected warmth, leaving Dai Mubai, who knew him well, somewhat taken aback. The unmoved king had never shown kindness to those weaker than himself, especially in light of the apparent intent to claim the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. The elderly woman cleared her throat, attempting to soften her expression. Greetings, esteemed soul saint. You cannot bestow this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake upon that child. Xiao Wujia, holding the snake firmly, signaled to Oscar to wait a moment before turning to the woman. Why is that? At this moment, she seemed to regain her composure, asserting, "We were the first to discover and pursue this snake. Otherwise, how could we have tracked it here?" Oscar, unable to contain himself, interjected. "How can you prove that you were the first to hunt it? When we found it, we saw no trace of you." The elderly woman smiled gently. "Young man, there is no need to rush. Examine the belly of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. It bears 2 wounds inflicted by my staff. There are also injuries beneath its wings. It merely slipped away from me in a moment of carelessness. My granddaughter has just reached level 30 and is in dire need of this soul ring. As you can see, she has inherited my weapon spirit, the serpent staff, and a high-level serpent spirit is most suitable for her." Xiao Wujia lowered his gaze to inspect the belly of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and indeed, as the elderly woman had claimed, the wounds were present. However, believing that this alone could persuade Xiao Wujia to relinquish, it was utterly naive. With a cold smile, Xiao Wujia replied, "Esteemed elder, I have yet to inquire about your name and title." The woman responded, "I dare not impose. I am known as Chao Tianxiang, affectionately dubbed the Serpent Matron by my fellow soul masters. My husband is Meng Shu, known as the Dragon Lord. Our journey to the Stardo Forest is to find a suitable 3rd soul ring for our granddaughter. I observe that the children accompanying you do not seem old enough to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Even though the soul ring of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is somewhat gentler, it may still be beyond their capacity." In the eyes of Chao Tianxiang, among the children before her, the eldest, Dai Mubai, was still younger than her granddaughter. She held great confidence in her granddaughter's abilities, firmly believing that none of these children could surpass her in reaching level 30. Upon hearing the old woman's self-introduction, Xiao Wujia was taken aback, swiftly silencing Oscar, who was about to argue, and solemnly inquired, "Are you indeed the revered serpent matriarch of the renowned dragon and serpent duo?" Chao Tianxiang smiled lightly, acknowledging, "Indeed, I am. May I inquire as to the esteemed name of the soul saint before me?" Xiao Wujia's expression shifted subtly. He had long heard of the formidable reputation of the dragon and serpent. The couple had debuted early on, showcasing extraordinary strength, especially the Dragon Lord, Meng Shu, who had already attained the soul saint level by the time Xiao first learned of him. It would be no surprise if he had since ascended to the rank of a soul Douluo. The Dragon Lord wielded a dragon-headed staff that complemented the serpent matriarch's serpent-headed cane, and together, they possessed an exceedingly formidable martial soul fusion technique that was nearly insurmountable unless one possessed the strength of a titled Douluo. Though Xiao Wujia was merely a soul saint and the serpent matriarch appeared somewhat weaker than him, the mere presence of the Dragon Lord would render him incapable of confronting them. The bond between the dragon and serpent was exceptionally strong, and with the serpent matriarch present, it was clear that the Dragon Lord was not far behind. Xiao Wujia had contemplated eliminating the pair to silence them, but while dispatching the younger one might be feasible, eliminating Chao Tianxiang would prove far more intricate. Although he had one more ring of power than her, if she were determined to flee, he would stand no chance of capturing her, for he was a power-type soul master and lacked speed. Should she escape, he would face the relentless pursuit of the dragon and serpent. "I am Xiao Wujia," he finally declared, his demeanor softening slightly as he revealed his name. Chao Tianxiang's expression shifted subtly as she realized, "No wonder I encountered such a young soul saint. You are the illustrious, immovable king of the soul master realm." Xiao Wu felt a twinge of embarrassment, reflecting that his fame was perhaps more infamous than celebrated. Too kind, he replied with a smile. In my earlier days, I was indeed notorious. However, after years of seclusion, I have taken to teaching students at an academy. I brought these children to the Stardo Forest, partly for one of them to acquire a soul ring, and partly to expose them to the world. I did not anticipate meeting a predecessor such as yourself. Xiao Tianxiang, wishing to avoid further entanglement, directly addressed the matter at hand. As I am somewhat older, I shall be bold and address you as Brother Xiao. This 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent is of great significance to my granddaughter, who has just reached level 30 and requires a suitable martial soul. We discovered this serpent first and inflicted injury upon it, yet it managed to escape due to a momentary lapse. Might I request your assistance in retrieving this soul beast? This favor will be forever etched in my memory, and I shall surely repay it in the future. Xiao Wujia inwardly scoffed, believing that merely a few words would suffice to reclaim the Millennium Soul beast he had secured. Even if the legendary Long Shi was formidable, acquiring it would not be so easy. Moreover, Long Gong had yet to arrive. Xiao Tianxiang was eager to retrieve the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake from Xiao Wujia, and he too wished to resolve the matter swiftly. He did not desire to await Long Gong's arrival, for then the situation would spiral beyond his control. Dear Sister Qiao, this matter appears to be rather troublesome, Xiao Wujia remarked, a perplexed expression adorning his face. The young girl beside Xiao Tianxiang could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "What difficulty is there? This Millennium Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was clearly discovered by us first. Had we not already injured it, would you have so easily laid claim to it? Return it to us at once, or we shall not be courteous." As she spoke, she raised the snake-headed staff in her hand. Xiao Tianxiang furrowed her brow as she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Wujia, saying, "Brother Xiao, does this imply that you have no intention of returning the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to us?" Xiao Wujia smiled faintly, replying, "Sister Qiao, your assertion is flawed. Within the Stardo Forest, all soul beasts are unclaimed entities. Perhaps you indeed discovered and wounded this Millennium Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake first, yet it was ultimately captured by us. To insist that it rightfully belongs to you would be rather unjust. While it may indeed suit your granddaughter well, it is equally fitting for one of my students. This relatively gentle soul beast would greatly assist my student's martial soul." Xiao Tianxiang was momentarily taken aback. "Are you suggesting that among your students, there is one who has already attained the 30th level?" Xiao Wujia nodded. Xiao Tianxiang was astonished. The young individuals before her appeared to be no older than 15 or 16, with most being merely 12 or 13. If one among them had reached the 30th level, it implied a talent surpassing that of her own granddaughter. As this realization dawned upon her, disbelief flickered across Xiao Tianxiang's face, her gaze landing on Dai Mubai, the eldest among them, whose striking features and captivating eyes drew her attention. Xiao Wujia, smiling, added, "If you doubt my words, allow me to have these children awaken their martial souls for your examination. Shrek Academy, activate your martial souls and present your soul rings to this esteemed elder." At Xiao Wujia's command, each individual released their martial souls. Among them, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Tang San unveiled only their soul rings, concealing the nature of their martial souls. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tower possessed methods of concealment, while Tang San opted to keep his blue silver grass hidden, allowing it to lie flat on the ground. As for Oscar's sausages, they would not appear without a soul spell. The remaining 4, being beast martial souls, immediately showcased their power. Simultaneously, the manifestation of their martial souls took place. Suddenly, before the serpent matriarch, Xiao Tianxiang, stood 7 youthful figures, each radiating the brilliance of soul rings. Every individual possessed 2 yellow soul rings, each symbolizing a century of cultivation, while Dai Mubai boasted an additional purple soul ring, indicative of a millennium's worth of power. This sight left Xiao Tianxiang utterly astonished. How could this be possible? This was the foremost thought in her mind. These children, aged between 12 and 15, had already attained levels surpassing that of great soul masters. The eldest among them, surprisingly, had already acquired a 3rd soul ring, and each of their soul rings exhibited exceptional quality, with not a single 10-year soul ring in sight. What does this imply? If one child displayed greater talent than her granddaughter, perhaps Xiao Tianxiang could accept it, but the strength exhibited by these children, when judged by their age, was evidently superior to that of her granddaughter. It could be said that these 7 young individuals were indeed prodigies. Yet, how could so many prodigies appear all at once? Observing the astonishment in Xiao Tianxiang's eyes, Xiao Wu felt a surge of delight within, wearing a smile reminiscent of a cunning tiger, and remarked, "Elder, do my students still catch your eye?" Xiao Tianxiang took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within her heart, and with a forced smile said, "Of course." As expected from the disciple of the immutable king, truly, heroes emerge from youth. I wonder which of these children has reached the 30th level? Xiao Wu patted Oscar beside him, saying, "This lad here has just reached the 30th level. What can I say? My fate is a laborious one, and I can only bring them here." Xiao Tianxiang cast a glance at Oscar, her expression growing increasingly grim. She understood all too well the significance of a good soul ring for a soul master on the verge of advancement. Now, the Millennium Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was in their possession, and extracting it from Xiao Wu would not be an easy task. She had long heard of his notorious reputation. Were it not for the formidable title of the Supreme Dragon Serpent that restrained him, it was likely this young man would have already resorted to violence against her and her granddaughter. However, surrendering so easily was not an option for Xiao Tianxiang. With a shrewd glint in her eye, she devised a plan. Gently brushing her silver hair, a smile graced her face as she proposed, "Xiao, my dear brother, given the current situation, we are both rather reluctant to part with this Millennium Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. How about this? Let us adhere to the customs of the Soul Master community. Allow these two children to decide the fate of the Soul Ring themselves. What do you think?" "Oh, the customs of the Soul Master community? Please enlighten me, Elder." Xiao Wu was not acting out of pretense. He had never considered himself a part of the Soul Master community, living solely by his own inclinations, which was why he had garnered such a notorious reputation. Xiao Tianxiang explained, "It's quite simple. Since they all desire this soul ring, and both parties have exerted effort in capturing this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and now that none are willing to relinquish it, it seems most fitting to determine its ownership through strength, does it not? If your disciple triumphs over my granddaughter, I shall leave without hesitation. Conversely, I must ask Elder Xiao to relinquish the Millennium Phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent." Xiao Wu spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, apologetically replying to the elder sister, "I am afraid this is beyond your wishes." Xiao Tianxiang's expression shifted, her ire evident as she retorted, "Xiao Wu, I have already made concessions. What more do you desire? Are you attempting to take advantage of my elderly relative's absence?" "Humph." Xiao Wu, with a conciliatory smile, responded, "No, certainly not. The matter is this. My disciple is not a battle spirit master. He is merely an auxiliary spirit master, specifically a food-type spirit master. How could he possibly compete with your granddaughter?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Xiao Tianxiang was taken aback once more. "What did you say? He is a food-type spirit master?" The very notion of a food-type spirit master prompted her to regard Oscar with newfound respect. Just as Flanders, the president of Shrek Academy, had stated, Oscar, as a food-type spirit master endowed with innate full spirit power, was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Perhaps no one in the history of the continent had cultivated a food-type martial spirit as rapidly as he had. Xiao Tianxiang regarded Oscar with a warm demeanor, inquiring, "Young man, are you truly a food-type spirit master? May I ask which sect you hail from?" Oscar shook his head, replying, "I do not belong to any sect. The president mentioned that my martial spirit underwent a mutation, resulting in this form. A genius food-type spirit master without a background, and a mutated martial spirit. These factors collectively tightened Xiao Tianxiang's heart. If she could recruit such an exceptional food-type spirit master into her sect, it would be utterly perfect for her granddaughter to have him as an ally in the future." However, before Xiao Tianxiang could articulate her intentions to win him over, another voice interjected, "Teacher Xiao, why not allow me to step in for young Oscar? At level 29, I should not be deemed to have an unfair advantage." The speaker was Tang San. Tang San had been observing the snake lady and her granddaughter for half a day. Clearly, lingering here was not a wise choice, especially since he had gleaned from the dialogue between the snake lady and Xiao Wu that there was an even more formidable figure yet to appear. Should that Dragon Duke arrive, he feared that the balance of power would shift away from him. Moreover, as a roommate of Oscar, and given that the method of obtaining soul rings was proposed by the other party, Tang San was confident in his own abilities. Though the snake lady's granddaughter possessed a higher level of soul power, Tang San did not believe she could best him. As he spoke, Tang San approached Oscar. 29 levels. The snake lady's heart suddenly contracted. She pondered who these children found by Xiao Wu were, each more remarkable than the last. This one appeared younger, likely just a recent graduate from a junior Soul Master Academy, yet he stood here claiming to possess the strength of 29 levels. Such a feat was indeed impressive. Seeing Tang San step forward, Xiao Wu could not help but express admiration, turning to the snake lady and saying, "Senior, what do you think? This disciple of mine is indeed a battle soul master and meets the requirements for combat. I propose he represent Oscar in this duel. If he loses, this Millennium Phoenix Tail Chicken Crown Snake shall belong to you, Senior. Conversely, I ask for your understanding." The snake lady nodded slowly. If her granddaughter could not prevail against a soul master of a lower tier, what could she possibly say? Oscar discreetly gave Tang San a thumbs up, whispering, "Good brother." Tang San smiled lightly. "We are roommates, and also friends, are we not? Rest assured, this soul ring will undoubtedly belong to you." As he spoke, Tang San strode forward, while the girl opposite him had also stepped out. The others slowly retreated, granting them ample space for their duel. "I am Tang San, with the martial soul blue silvergrass, a level 29 two-ring soul master," he declared. The girl replied coolly, "I am Ming Yiran, with the martial soul serpent staff, a level 32-ring soul master." As they drew closer, Tang San noticed the striking beauty of Ming Yiran. At 16 years of age, her physique had developed splendidly, rendering the three girls from the academy somewhat juvenile in comparison. Ming Yiran's large brown eyes, adorned with long lashes, complemented her well-proportioned figure. Her waist, slender as a serpent, swayed gracefully. Although her expression bore a hint of annoyance, it did little to detract from her allure. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves in the forest, while sunlight filtered through the dappled shadows of the trees. Tang San raised his right hand, invitingly, "Please." At that moment, a fierce anger had already ignited within Ming Yiran. The thought of her coveted rare soul ring slipping away was unbearable, and she was eager to eliminate Tang San swiftly to acquire the 1,000-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake and absorb its soul ring for her advancement. In truth, although Long Gong Mengshu was also within the Stardo Forest, he had become separated from Snake Granny and Ming Yiran while pursuing another soul beast, making it difficult to locate him in the short term. Otherwise, had Long Gong truly been nearby, Snake Granny would not have been so accommodating. In a flash, Ming Yiran darted towards Tang San, her 2-meter-long serpent staff aimed directly at his head. Despite her slender frame, her movements were anything but girlish. The ferocity of her aura was palpable, imbued with a domineering spirit. As the serpent staff descended, Tang San slipped his foot, employing the ghost shadow perplexing steps to retreat swiftly, while simultaneously activating his first soul ring. The first skill of the blue silvergrass, Bind, was unleashed. Thick, blue silvergrass surged from the ground without warning, ensnaring Ming Yiran, who sought to pursue him, in a tight embrace. The grass's sharp spikes emerged, and the paralyzing toxin was activated instantly. At this moment, Tang San stood merely 3 meters away from Ming Yiran, observing her ensnared tightly by his blue silvergrass. A faint smile crept across his face. It seems that this contest may very well be coming to a close. Tang San harbored considerable confidence in the blue silvergrass. Against opponents of greater strength, there might still be a chance of breaking free. However, when ensnared by an adversary of equal caliber, escape became nearly impossible. After all, the soul powers were relatively comparable, and the inherent toxins of the blue silvergrass would significantly diminish one's strength, rendering the entire body paralyzed and further thwarting any attempts to break free. This exemplified the advantage of control-type soul masters among their peers of equivalent rank. Particularly when the levels of all involved were not high, the available soul skills were limited, making it increasingly arduous to escape the grasp of a control-type soul master. The blue silvergrass, enhanced by the mandala serpent and ghost vine, both possessing century-old soul rings, was not easily escaped from. After all, not everyone possessed strength on par with Xiao Wu. Ming Yiran, entwined with her serpent-headed staff within the confines of the blue silvergrass, displayed no inclination to concede. With a cold snort, her 2 soul rings suddenly illuminated simultaneously. Tang San was taken aback upon witnessing the brilliance of her soul rings. It was well known that once paralyzed by the toxins of the blue silvergrass, one could no longer mobilize their soul power. This was a crucial indicator of the blue silvergrass's formidable control capabilities. Since Ming Yiran was able to activate her 2 soul rings, it was evident she had not succumbed to the poison. While astonishment filled his mind, Tang San resolutely executed the ghost shadow misty steps, swiftly retreating. As he withdrew, he beheld a bizarre spectacle. Ming Yiran's body, ensnared within the blue silvergrass, contorted as if devoid of bones, her suddenly supple form effortlessly gliding out, akin to oil, while her serpent-headed staff swung directly towards Tang San. A 2-foot-long tongue blade erupted from the serpent's head atop her staff, instantly closing the distance between them. Glimmering with a toxic blue sheen, Meng Yiran unleashed 2 soul skills in unison. The first, Serpent Blade, and the second, Serpent Body. Utilizing the Serpent Body, she slipped free from the clutches of the blue-silver grass, while the tongue blade surged forth with formidable aggression, turning the tide of the encounter. However, at that moment, Meng Yiran appeared somewhat disheveled. Although the spikes of the blue-silver grass failed to inflict the toxins or penetrate her exceptionally slick serpent form, her attire was not immune to the effects of the skills. At this juncture, her once sturdy garments were riddled with countless holes, allowing glimpses of her skin through the perforations. This was why, upon breaking free from the blue-silver grass, she aimed to strike Tang San with lethal intent. Her emotions were now a tumultuous blend of rage and humiliation. Observing the duel, Dai Mubai murmured, "Little San, your blue-silver grass martial soul certainly has its charm. If only you had maintained control a moment longer, your opponent might have conceded outright." Whether it is Dai Mubai or Ma Hongjun and Oscar, their eyes are fixated on Meng Yiran with unwavering intensity. After all, Meng Yiran is an exceptionally stunning beauty, and at this moment, her attire adds an alluring mystique to her charm. While Dai Mubai and Oscar manage to restrain their fervor to some extent, Ma Hongjun, the portly figure, is unabashedly drooling, displaying a rather unrestrained enthusiasm. As he observes the blue-silver grass failing to exert its influence, Tang San cannot help but furrow his brow. The sudden extension of the tongue blade by 2 feet is unexpected, leaving him with no choice but to confront it head-on. With a slight shift of his body, Tang San ceases to retreat, exerting force beneath his feet and propelling himself forward, nearly brushing against the tongue blade. Simultaneously, he employs the control crane technique with his left hand while striking downward with the capture dragon technique from his right, targeting the area just below the snake's head on the serpent staff. If this truly is a snake, then his aim is precisely at its vulnerable point. At this juncture, Tang San comprehends why Meng Yiran is immune to the toxins of his blue-silver grass. Her martial spirit inherently harbors potent venom, granting her a degree of immunity to toxins. It is precisely for this reason that she successfully evades his entanglement skills. With a resounding thud, the serpent-headed staff lifts slightly. Meng Yiran's soul power exceeds Tang San's expectations, and although the staff is repelled, Tang San finds no opportunity to advance. Meng Yiran forcibly retracts the staff, her hands trembling slightly as it transforms into 8 luminous shadows, all darting towards Tang San. These 8 shadows, both illusory and tangible, bear an overwhelming, domineering soul power, nearly enveloping all potential avenues for Tang San's evasion. At that moment, Tang San's eyes suddenly gleam, a deep violet radiance illuminating them. These are the purple extreme magic eyes. Upon witnessing the transformation of Tang San's gaze, Meng Yiran momentarily falters, her movements slowing. The 8 luminous shadows conjured by the serpent-headed staff can be perceived as both real and false, their existence sustained through a continuous interplay of truth and illusion. Even a master like Xiao Wu would be compelled to withstand such an assault without alternative recourse. Yet, in the presence of Tang San's purple extreme magic eyes, the frenetic movements of the serpent-headed staff gradually decelerate. Every trajectory becomes vividly clear within Tang San's mind, illuminated by the power of his gaze. Tang San's hands moved, extending forward without hesitation. The viscous soul power caused the snake-headed staff to suddenly halt, and then, like a divine brushstroke, his right hand darted in with lightning speed, seizing the staff's body right at the location he had previously struck, the 7-inch mark. Meng Yiran felt a tightening in her grip on the snake's staff, and all illusory shadows vanished. Yet, her assault was far from over. The blade-like tongue that erupted from the snake-headed staff suddenly descended with a strange swiftness, aimed directly at Tang San's right hand clasping the staff. The menacing blade glimmered with a chilling blue sheen, and it was evident to all that if it struck, the consequences would be dire. Meng Yiran's reaction was remarkably swift. Almost as soon as Tang San grasped the snake's staff, the tongue blade had already descended upon him. In such a scenario, even if Tang San wished to evade, it was already too late. Should he release his grip on the staff, Meng Yiran would undoubtedly drive it downward, redirecting the blade's target towards Tang San's body. The adage "an inch longer is an inch stronger" held true. And despite the intricacies of Tang San's ghost shadow perplexing steps, evading Meng Yiran's attack appeared nearly impossible. Meanwhile, the onlooker Xiao Wu gasped in alarm, preparing to rush in, only to be restrained by Xiao Wu, who wore a grim expression. He too was troubled. yet understood that intervening in such a fair match would violate the rules of the contest. Moreover, he was confident that Tang San would not be easily defeated. After all, this lad had previously managed to defeat him with hidden weapons. Yet, his most formidable techniques had yet to be unleashed. Faced with the descending tongue blade, Tang San opted for the simplest, yet most perilous solution. He did not release his grip. Instead, his left hand swiftly rose, reaching out to grasp the tongue blade that shot forth from the staff. Xiao Wu gasped again, her eyes squeezed shut in fear, dreading the sight of Tang San's hand being severed. But did Tang San's hand meet such a fate? The answer was a resounding no. With a soft clang, Tang San's left hand had firmly seized control of the tongue blade, his hands now radiating a lustrous jade hue. This was the Tang sect's ultimate technique, Xianyu hand. The Xianyu hand, a skill recorded in the Xiantian treasure record, is an essential discipline for masters of hidden weapons within the Tang sect. In Tang San's previous life, aside from the Tang sect, most users of hidden weapons, particularly those employing poison-tipped projectiles, donned deerskin gloves to avoid injury. If Tang sect disciples were to do the same, it would indeed be a source of ridicule. The Xianyu hand, built upon the foundation of Xiantian gong, hardened the palm to a resilience akin to cold jade, rendering it impervious to toxins. With this technique, Tang sect disciples could employ any hidden weapon without trepidation of self-harm. However, the Xianyu hand too had its limits. Should the force of an attack exceed its capacity, injury would still occur. Yet, at this moment, the limit of Tang San's Xianyu hand was clearly beyond what Meng Yiran could reach. Perhaps it would be more feasible to exchange for the serpent-headed staff of the Serpent Empress. With the blade of the tongue firmly in hand, Tang San tightened his grip with 5 fingers, seizing the serpent staff with one hand and the blade with the other, firmly securing the top of Meng Yiran's serpent-headed staff within his grasp. Each stood at opposite ends of the staff, resulting in an immediate stalemate. The blade of the tongue could be regarded as the quintessence of the serpent staff, as many techniques necessitate its usage. With the blade now held by Tang San, it felt as solid as cast iron. Despite Meng Yiran's repeated attempts to exert her strength, she was unable to reclaim the serpent staff. Nor could she even sever Tang San's suddenly luminous, jade-like palm. Meng Yiran's prowess was intricately tied to this staff, and thus, she could not relinquish her weapon. Tang San understood this principle as well. The serpent staff had become the crux of their fierce contest. Without a moment's hesitation, both simultaneously channeled their soul power through the staff, launching an assault against one another. Tang San's soul power glimmered a vibrant blue, while Meng Yiran's emanated a striking gray. The two disparate hues of light simultaneously manifested upon the serpent staff, unleashing a sudden and formidable collision. At this juncture, their soul skills had lost all efficacy. The disparity in their soul power was negligible. Confronted by the tempestuous onslaught of each other's soul energy, they found themselves unable to engage in any alternative means of disrupting their opponent. Tang San certainly possesses the capability to unleash his hidden weapons. However, he is reluctant to do so. If he cannot triumph over an opponent of comparable strength using his martial soul and combat skills, then all his years of training would have been in vain. Although the control ability of his blue-silver grass martial soul is restrained by his adversary, Tang San is determined to demonstrate that he surpasses his opponent. Consequently, the battle between Tang San and Meng Yiran evolves into a contest of soul power. Meng Yiran's soul power is fierce and domineering, and coupled with the resentment simmering within her, as soon as she and Tang San reach a stalemate, she unleashes a ferocious onslaught akin to tumultuous waves crashing against the shore. Tang San's Xiantian skill is a genuine and superior intersect technique of the Taoist school, characterized by its resilience and unyielding nature. Aware that his opponent's soul power surpassed his own, Tang San refrained from immediate retaliation as Meng Yiran launched her attack. Instead, he concentrated his soul power, fortifying it at 1/3 of his serpent staff, resolutely standing his ground. This conveyed an unwavering message, no matter the ferocity of the assault. He would remain steadfast. As the confrontation between Tang San and Meng Yiran escalated to a contest of soul power, both Snake Lady and Xiao Wu felt a surge of tension. They understood all too well that a contest of soul power is an exceedingly perilous duel, where a single misstep could lead to severe repercussions. Instinctively, they edged closer to the battlefield, prepared to intervene at the slightest hint of trouble. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on the brows of both Tang San and Meng Yiran, each having exerted their utmost strength. Tang San excelled in the flexibility and relentless regeneration of the Xiantian skill, alongside a remarkably swift recovery rate. In contrast, Meng Yiran possessed a higher soul power than Tang San. Should both maintain a balanced defensive stance, it was highly probable that the outcome of their contest would culminate in mutual destruction. However, Meng Yiran's impatience to achieve immediate success led her to unleash an excessively vigorous assault at the onset of their soul power clash, resulting in a far greater consumption of energy than the passive defense exhibited by Tang San. Outwardly, her gray soul power dominated 2/3 of the snake's staff's length. Yet in reality, this only exacerbated her energy expenditure. As time progressed, the ebb and flow of their power shifted, and Tang San's counterattack began to take form, with his blue soul power gradually gaining the upper hand on the staff. The disparity in their strengths was steadily tilting in Tang San's favor. Chapter 30. Oscar's Third Soul Ring, Part 1. No, I cannot afford to lose. Meng Yiran gritted her teeth, desperately holding on as she sensed Tang San's soul power encroaching upon her. Relinquishing her ambitions was not an option, should she falter. The Millennium Phoenix tail coxcomb snake would become her adversary's prize. Raised under the pampering of Long Gong and Xipe, she had never known the taste of defeat. Possessing the Phoenix tail coxcomb snake was imperative for her, and despite gradually finding herself at a disadvantage, she refused to abandon her pursuit, relentlessly tapping into her own potential. Meng Yiran's tenacity astonished Tang San. His recovery rate from the Xiantian skill was evidently swifter than that of the soul power in this realm. After such a lengthy engagement, he had gained the upper hand, yet Meng Yiran persisted with unwavering determination. The contest of soul power resembled a duel of internal energy, and Tang San was acutely aware of the stakes. Should one side exhaust its soul power, the resultant damage would be catastrophic and irreparable, leaving the defeated party grievously injured, with a majority of their meridians severed. A single misstep could cost them their life. He bore no deep-seated enmity towards Meng Yiran, and, from a certain perspective, even felt a twinge of sympathy. He harbored no desire to harm his opponent, but at this juncture, it was no longer within his power to simply let her go. She sighed softly, addressing Xiao Wu, "Let it be. We concede defeat. Shall we join forces?" With Xiao Wu observing closely, Xipe dared not act hastily. To safeguard her granddaughter, she had no choice but to concede. After all, although soul rings were valuable, her granddaughter's life held far greater significance. Xiao Wu, pleased with the prospect, readily nodded in agreement. Consequently, these two formidable beings, possessing the strength of a soul sage and a soul emperor, gracefully emerged from the shadows, positioning themselves behind Tang San and Meng Yiran, simultaneously channeling their soul power. "Release," Xiao Wu commanded in a booming voice. A profound essence of soul energy surged into Tang San's body. He overheard the dialogue between him and Xiao Tianxiang. Under the protective aura of Xiao Wujia's soul power, he promptly released his grip and was led to retreat several steps. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianxiang enveloped Meng Yiran with her own soul energy, grasping her firmly to prevent any further advance. Meng Yiran's complexion turned ghastly pale. She suddenly coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Previously, she had been at a disadvantage, struggling to endure under the pressure of Tang San's soul energy. Now, devoid of the impetus to attack, the potential she had summoned dissipated like air escaping from a deflated balloon, leading her to succumb to the ground. With the assistance of the serpent matriarch, Xiao Tianxiang, she promptly entered a meditative state to recuperate. Oscar swiftly approached Tang San, presenting a prepared recovery sausage into his hands, winking conspiratorially, and said, "Brother, consume this quickly. If you achieve greatness in the future, you shall not forget me." Tang San, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "We are comrades. What is the point of saying such things?" He then accepted the sausage and consumed it, choosing not to seek assistance from Xiao Wu. Akin to how Xiao had aided Meng Yiran. Instead, he withdrew to a quiet corner to meditate and cultivate alone, with Oscar's sausage aiding him. His recovery would not be overly prolonged. Xiao Wu, being the sole powerhouse of Shrek Academy, preferred to maintain his strength. After all, one could never predict the sudden appearance of that Dragon Lord. Xiao Wu appeared quite pleased with Tang San's rejection of his offer for assistance in restoring his soul power. And as he watched Tang San move aside, a smile crept across his face. At that moment, Xiao Wu quickly positioned herself beside Tang San, followed by Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Ma Hongjun, who encircled them, forming a protective barrier. Tang San's triumph over Meng Yiran on behalf of Oscar stirred deep sentiments within them, seemingly drawing them closer together. With a smile, Xiao Wu turned to Xipe and inquired, "Sister Chao Tian, what do you think?" Xipe, unfazed, replied. A bet is a bet. Losing means losing. The Millennium Phoenix Tail Snake now belongs to you. I shall remember today's events. Xiao Wu seemed oblivious to the implied threat from Chao Tianxiang, turning to Oscar with a knowing glance. You rascal, why are you still hesitating? Oscar, filled with elation, hurriedly stepped forward to Xiao Wu, accepting the short blade handed to him. Without hesitation, he plunged it into the vital spot of the Phoenix Tail Snake. With Xiao Wu's soul power locking onto it, the snake, despite its violent struggles, could not escape its fate. Its vitality swiftly drained away, and within moments, it lay still. Feeling the absence of life within the Phoenix Tail Snake, Xiao Wu cast it to the ground. Oscar promptly settled beside the slain creature, raising his hand to summon his grand sausage. Under the soft pink glow, he drew forth the snake's soul ring, beginning the absorption of his third soul ring in his lifetime. Xiao Wu did not relent in his vigilance as Oscar commenced the absorption of the Phoenix Tail Snake's soul ring. His gaze remained firmly fixed on Chao Tianxiang. Although they had previously discussed a wager, who could be certain that this serpent woman would not suddenly retract her agreement and strike? The reputation of the formidable dragon serpent was significant, yet it was not rooted in righteousness. While it might be slightly better than Xiao Wu, it was not vastly superior. Chao Tianxiang remained motionless, silently aiding her granddaughter in her recovery. Xiao Wu observed her, and she too regarded him with wariness, their silent standoff steeping the atmosphere in tension. Before long, Chao Tianxiang withdrew her hand from Meng Yiran and helped her granddaughter to her feet. Though Meng Yiran's complexion remained pale, her spirit seemed to have improved slightly. She cast a fierce glare at Tang San, who was meditating in the distance, and at Oscar, who was absorbing the Millennium Phoenix Tail Snake soul rings. Before looking up at her grandmother, pleading, "Grandmother, you must stand up for me." Chao Tianxiang furrowed her brow slightly. "Let us go. We have already lost. We shall discuss this further once we locate your grandfather." As her gaze shifted towards Xiao Wu, the unmoving king, the verdant mountains remained unchanged, and the flowing waters continued their course, indicating a future reunion. She deliberately emphasized the phrase future reunion, her eyes glinting with a chilling light, evidently harboring no goodwill. Fearing that Xiao Wu might take action, she refrained from aiding her granddaughter in regaining her optimal condition, merely suppressing the injuries, intending to attend to them later. After departing from this place, the serpent matriarch, with her vast experience, was not one to grant Xiao Wu any opportunity to act. Upon finishing her words, Tianxiang took flight with her granddaughter, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Observing the departure of the serpent matriarch and her granddaughter, Xiao Wu secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, Long Gong had not made an appearance throughout the ordeal. Now that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent was finally within reach, even if this couple sought revenge, they would need to weigh whether it was worthwhile. Once Oscar had absorbed the spirit ring, it would be prudent to leave this place swiftly, lest the night stretch on with unforeseen complications. Encountering the formidable long serpent family would indeed pose significant challenges. At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, and the air within the Stardo Forest grew humid, the rich fragrance of the surrounding flora invigorating the senses. Were it not for the omnipresent spirit beasts, this locale might well be deemed a terrestrial paradise. Dai Mubai and the other for encircled Tang San, while Xiao Wu stood guard beside Oscar. Approximately half an hour passed, and it was Oscar, rather than the others, who awoke first after absorbing the spirit ring. Though Tang San had consumed the recovery sausage provided by Oscar, he lacked the assistance of the snake woman, Meng Yiran, resulting in a longer cultivation period. Exhaling deeply, Oscar gradually opened his eyes, and in that instant, the pale pink radiance enveloping him transformed into a vibrant shade of pink, bathing him in its luminous glow. 3 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, in addition to the 2 original yellow rings. 1 brilliant purple soul ring showcased its formidable presence. Oscar had finally transcended the Great Soul Master level, entering the realm of soul respect. A 31st level food system soul master. Oscar, congratulations, little AO. Xiao Wu smiled warmly at him. Upon acquiring his 3rd soul ring, Oscar experienced subtle changes. His stature seemed to have increased slightly, and he appeared more spirited. The most remarkable alteration was in his enchanting peach blossom eyes, which sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the energy released when the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake had intimidated the crowd. Daimu Bai's cheerful laughter resonated. Little AO, you are the second among us to surpass level 30. Congratulations. Now, let us witness the skill of your 3rd soul ring. While Oscar was undoubtedly thrilled to have acquired his 3rd soul ring, the mention of his soul ring skill by Daimu Bai rendered him somewhat disheartened. leading him to awkwardly reply, "Let us just talk about it later." Ma Hongjin chimed in, "What are you afraid of, little Ao? Are you worried we'll mock you? Your third soul skill can't possibly be more ludicrous than the first two, can it? The brothers have put in considerable effort for you. Quickly show us the result." Reluctantly, Oscar nodded in agreement but insisted, "You must promise not to laugh when you hear my soul chant." The group nodded in unison, though their faces betrayed hints of amusement. Oscar raised his right hand and finally proclaimed his third soul chant, "I have a mushroom sausage." Bursting into laughter, nearly everyone erupted in mirth, with the sole exception of Tang San, who remained engrossed in his cultivation. Even Xiao Wu couldn't contain his laughter. Chapter 30. Oscar's Third Soul Ring, Part 2. Oscar widened his eyes at the crowd. "Didn't we agree not to laugh?" This remark inadvertently backfired, inciting even greater laughter among them. Xiao Wu, being the teacher, was the first to regain composure and looked at Oscar's distressed expression. "Little Ao, do share with everyone the utility of your mushroom sausage. The soul skill derived from a Millennium Soul Ring surely holds significant value." With a huff of indignation, Oscar retorted, "Go ahead and laugh. From now on, aside from Tang San, no one shall partake in my mushroom sausage." Humph. As he spoke, he lifted the mushroom sausage, his expression turning somewhat peculiar, and proclaimed proudly, "Mushroom sausage, third soul ring skill. Effect, flight." The laughter abruptly ceased, and all gazes turned to Oscar in astonishment. All of this stems from the simple two words, soaring. Even with the renowned Ning Rongrong, who possesses the most formidable auxiliary martial soul on the continent, her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Oscar. When Ning Rongrong first arrived at the academy, she held the utmost disdain for Oscar, who wielded a sausage martial soul and had rather peculiar soul skills. Despite Oscar's handsome appearance, she always believed that he, lacking offensive capabilities and merely possessing a sausage martial soul, had the least potential. Naturally, she regarded him with a certain contempt, to the extent that Oscar's advances were merely perceived by her as a jest. However, after she rejected him, her perception began to shift as Dean Flinder publicly acknowledged Oscar's worth, and after she tasted the soul sausage he produced, Ning Rongrong's impression of Oscar gradually transformed. A food-type soul master with innate full soul power, he reached the soul respect realm at the tender age of 14 and possessed a third soul ring. This made Ning Rongrong, who often held herself in high regard, feel a twinge of inferiority. She had completely revised her understanding of Oscar. A food-type soul master who had broken through the 30th level was exceedingly rare on the continent, especially at such a young age. If he could join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, his contribution to the sect's future would undoubtedly be immense. Yet, whenever she thought of the possibility of being with him, she immediately dismissed the notion, for deep down, she still could not accept the rather absurd nature of his soul skills. However, at this very moment, when she suddenly heard Oscar declare that his third soul ring skill was the ability to assist in flight, her mind felt as if it had exploded. Among auxiliary soul masters, there are indeed a few who possess the ability to assist in flight. However, such abilities are exceedingly rare, and most importantly, soaring as an auxiliary skill typically appears only at the 6th soul skill level among all the auxiliary soul masters she was aware of. Yet, Oscar had just revealed this as his third soul skill. What did this signify? It indicated that his potential for future development could only be described as boundless. Soaring. How could it possibly be soaring? Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar with a gaze filled with complex emotions. In this moment, she finally realized that among the Shrek students, she might indeed be the least remarkable of them all. Ahem. Oscar observed the astonished expressions of the crowd and felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Clearing his throat, he continued, I haven't finished. My third soul ring skill is soaring for 1 minute. Aside from Xiao Wu, who managed to restrain himself, the others could not help but vocalize their disbelief. Dai Mubai, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "Little Oscar, are you feeling a bit tight and hoping we can loosen you up? Why are you speaking so breathlessly?" Oscar chuckled and replied, "Boss Dai, are you threatening me? Soaring for a minute, what's wrong with that? It's still a rare skill." Dai Mubai scoffed, "A rare yet useless skill, perhaps. What use is flying for a minute? You wouldn't even be able to cross a wide river or a cliff." The resplendent hues in Oscar's peach blossom eyes appeared to have become more pronounced. Is this truly the case? If this fleeting minute of flight were to be measured by the speed of a phoenix-tailed cattlesnake, what then? What? Dai Mubai was taken aback. Are you suggesting that by consuming this mushroom sausage of yours, one could soar at the speed of a phoenix-tailed cattlesnake for a full minute? Is that even feasible? Oscar responded with pride, What is impossible? My third spirit ring is derived from the phoenix-tailed cattle snake, thus my soul skill is naturally related to it. My sensations cannot be mistaken. If you wish to partake in my mushroom sausage, you shall have to plead earnestly. Ning Rongrong, who had just exhaled in relief, was once again astonished by Oscar's subsequent words, although it lasted only a minute. To fly at the speed of the phoenix-tailed cattle snake for that duration could cover an impressive distance. Surely, it would be no less than 2,000 meters, allowing one to escape from danger in a mere minute while disregarding the terrain. The potency of such a skill was undeniably formidable, rivaling that of pure flying support abilities. It is worth noting that typical flying support skills often result in significantly slower flight speeds. Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction, stating, "Finally, our efforts were not in vain. Little Oscar, your third spirit ring is truly remarkable. With your current soul power, how many of these mushroom sausages can you produce?" Oscar pondered momentarily. This mushroom sausage consumes far more soul power than the previous two types. Given my current condition, I can produce a maximum of 10 at once, after which my soul power will be nearly depleted, requiring full recovery before I can create more. Observing the other students, Xiao Wu remarked, 10 is certainly sufficient. As your soul power increases, this number will grow as well. Among food-based auxiliary martial spirits, your sausages can now be classified as exceptional. Now, everyone prepare yourselves. Once Little San awakens from his training, we shall depart immediately for the academy. As he spoke, Xiao Wu stepped towards Tang San's direction. At this moment, Oscar had completed the absorption of his spirit ring. He decided to allow the other students some rest while he took on the role of guardian for Tang San, ensuring they could leave swiftly and avoid any potential troubles. "Teacher Xiao, I fear we cannot leave just yet." Tang San suddenly opened his eyes during his training. Addressing Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu was taken aback. "Cannot leave? Why not?" "Little San, the Stardo Forest is not a place for frivolity. I am the teacher. My word is final. The objective has been achieved, and we must return to the academy swiftly. Otherwise, if any of you encounter trouble, how shall I explain it to Flinder?" However, Tang San, feeling somewhat anxious, attempted to speak but was interrupted by Xiao Wu. "There is no however. Since you are awake, everyone should cease resting. We shall discuss matters after we exit the Stardo Forest. While the daylight has not yet entirely faded, we shall set off at once." "Teacher Xiao, could you allow me to finish my statement?" Tang San rose from the ground, gazing at Xiao Wu with a hint of helplessness. A flicker of cold light flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes, yet it seemed he recalled something, and the chill quickly receded. In times past, who would have dared to defy his will? Surely, his formidable paw would have struck down upon them without hesitation. However, when it came to Tang San, he ultimately refrained from such actions. While Tang San's hidden weapons certainly instilled a measure of caution within him, it was something far more significant that held him back. Without waiting for Xiao Wu's response, Tang San swiftly interjected, "I too require a soul ring. Why not directly seek out a soul beast this time? It would save us the trouble of making another trip soon." "No, you cannot possibly comprehend my words," Xiao Wu replied without hesitation. Suddenly, his body stiffened, and his eyes widened as he fixed his gaze upon Tang San, exclaiming, "What did you just say?" Tang San earnestly reiterated, "I say, I too require a soul ring. Following my recent battle with Mangyuran, perhaps due to the immense pressure she exerted upon me, my soul power has finally transcended the 29th level, reaching the 30th. Therefore, I too need a soul ring to advance. Teacher Xiao, do you think this is permissible?" Xiao Wu's eyes widened as he stared at Tang San. In the midst of his triumphant display with the mushroom sausage, Oscar inadvertently loosened his grip, causing it to fall to the ground. Daimu Bai's strange gaze merged into a singular focus, while Ma Hongjun, the portly figure, gaped in astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor transformed into one of disbelief, and Ning Rongrong's gentle countenance blossomed with two charming dimples. Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, grasped Tang San's arm tightly. Each individual manifested their astonishment through distinct gestures, and the cause was singular. At this moment, Tang San was merely 12 years old. A 12-year-old soul master is, perhaps, an extraordinary existence for an ordinary soul master. Yet, the young men and women present felt no surprise, for they were all part of this exceptional group. However, a 12-year-old soul sovereign was beyond their comprehension. They had never even heard of such a phenomenon. Even Daimu Bai, who possessed an impressive 37th level of soul power, could hardly fathom that his freshly established record at Shrek Academy had been surpassed so swiftly. In this pivotal chapter, Oscar, at the age of 14, had ascended to the rank of Soul Sovereign, while the 12-year-old Tang San was on the cusp of entering this echelon. Surpassing the 30th level signifies the attainment of a new dimension in soul mastery, heralding boundless potential for the future. The acquisition of a third soul ring would usher in a qualitative leap in strength, which is why Ning Rongrong placed such significant importance on Oscar's achievement of surpassing the 30th level. At merely 12 years of age, Tang San astonishingly ascends to such a remarkable level, leaving the gathered crowd in utter amazement. The only individual unfazed by this revelation is Tang San himself. In truth, prior to his departure from Notting Academy, he had already attained the formidable rank of 29 and had maintained this level for an extended duration, surpassing the time he had devoted to any previous rank. Today's duel with Meng Yiran undoubtedly presents an opportunity, yet, in reality, even in the absence of this confrontation, Tang San would inevitably transcend the constraints of rank 29 and enter the realm of rank 30 in a short span of time. Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San with a serious demeanor, inquiring about his exact age, down to the month. Tang San replied without hesitation, 12 years and 7 months. Xiao Wu nodded, directing his gaze towards the others. You have all witnessed this, especially those who have yet to reach the 30th level. You see, Tang San is of the same age as you, yet he is on the brink of entering an entirely different realm. This is the fruit of relentless effort. At 12 years and 7 months, I believe this record will eternally remain enshrined in the annals of Shrek Academy. Forever. Tang San's cohort of students is likely to be the last batch from Shrek Academy, although some of the others are younger than Tang San. Xiao Wu firmly believes that none can surpass him in age when entering the 30th level. Oscar interjected, Teacher Xiao, I must disagree with your assertion. Tang San's breakthrough to the 30th level is not merely a result of hard work. Xiao Wu shot him a glare and asked, Then enlighten me. Why is that? With a chuckle, Oscar replied, Because we are Shrek's students. If we are deemed monsters, then he is the monster among monsters. Upon hearing Oscar's words, Xiao Wu laughed. And the other students joined in. Even Zhu Shiqing wore a faint smile. Brother, congratulations, Xiao Wu whispered in Tang San's ear, excitedly hugging his right arm. But I will catch up to you soon. Tang San had no doubt about Xiao Wu's words. Over the years, even though he consistently broke through first, Xiao Wu, who often appeared less diligent, always managed to reach his level in a short time. Tang San believed that if Xiao Wu were to train harder, her strength would undoubtedly surpass his. Teacher Xiao, do you think we can stay here to find a suitable soul beast for me? Tang San inquired tentatively. Xiao Wu smiled slightly. Of course, you deserve it. Not only will we search for a soul beast to serve as your third soul ring, but we will also find one that is most suitable for you. It seems we will need to extend our time in the Stardo Forest. With Oscar obtaining his third soul ring and Tang San breaking through to the 30th level, everyone was filled with joy. After all, achieving such results on the very first day in the Stardo Forest was enough to satisfy everyone. Even those whose own strength had not significantly improved gained a wealth of knowledge from their experiences in the forest. The bonds among the group continued to strengthen amid this perilous environment. Xiao Wu did not allow the group to rest in place, fearing that the Dragon King might return with the Snake Lady. Although the likelihood was slim, caution was warranted. That evening, he led the 7 Shrek students approximately 10 miles in a different direction. After concealing all traces of their presence, they finally settled down. Xiao Wu's concerns proved unnecessary. The night passed without incident. After a restful night, everyone regained their energy and was in optimal condition the following morning as they resumed their quest for soul beasts. However, this time it was Tang San who would be acquiring the soul beast, rather than Oscar. The master had already devised a plan for Tang San's choice of soul beast for his third soul ring. Therefore, Tang San believed that finding a soul beast would be easier for him than for Oscar, especially since some of the soul beasts outlined in the Master's plan were relatively common. As long as the years of cultivation are appropriate, one can become their own third spirit ring. However, contrary to expectations, 2 full days have passed, and despite Xiao Wu's leadership and the group's meticulous search, they have yet to find a suitable soul beast for Tang San. The previous encounter with the snake woman Chao Tianxiang and her granddaughter has left Xiao Wu with lingering apprehension, compounded by the inherent dangers of the Stardo Forest. Consequently, his strategy in searching for soul beasts has been somewhat conservative. He has refrained from venturing deep into the forest, opting instead to search the periphery with the group. Although they have encountered several thousand-year soul beasts along the way, none have proven suitable for Tang San. The remaining options consist solely of century-old soul beasts. One cannot fault Xiao Wu for adopting a cautious approach to the quest for soul beasts. After all, he is the only instructor on this expedition. While the group can handle lower-level soul beasts, he is uncertain of his ability to protect everyone should they encounter a formidable one. These students are all exceptional talents from Shrek Academy, with several hailing from distinguished backgrounds, and Xiao Wu dares not take risks. A mishap could lead to a fatal outcome. As 2 days have elapsed, although food supplies are not a concern for the group, living in the perilous forest day after day does heighten their mental tension and fatigue. Nevertheless, it is precisely this atmosphere of danger that has fostered a growing synergy among the students. Tang San, Daimubai, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun are responsible for combat when encountering soul beasts, while Zhu Zhiqing scouts within a certain radius. Oscar and Ning Rongrong provide support from the center. Even without Xiao Wuji's assistance, as long as they do not face soul beasts exceeding a millennium in age, their small team remains unthreatened. Mutual understanding is cultivated through constant teamwork in battle, and such a perilous environment serves as the best training ground. Gaining admission to Shrek Academy already attests to these students' excellence. They are prodigies who transform pressure into motivation. Furthermore, under Xiao Wuji's guidance, while their soul power remains relatively unchanged, their practical experience and overall strength subtly enhance over time. As night falls, it is once again time to rest. In the Stardo Forest, lighting a fire is strictly prohibited, although most soul beasts fear flames. A small fraction is particularly drawn to fire, and among these are often lethal beings. Without needing Xiao Wuji's direction, the male students take on the task of erecting temporary tents while the female students gather food. Naturally, Oscar is an exception, as he is categorized with the female students by Dai Mubai and Tang San. The tents are modest in size, insufficient for everyone to lie down and sleep, but it is entirely feasible for each person to sit and cultivate. For them, maintaining an optimal state of readiness for battle is far more crucial than sleep. As the teacher, Xiao Wujia naturally assumes the responsibility of keeping watch. After a hurried dinner, he instructs the others to rest in the tents but calls Tang San to his side. "Little San, are you feeling anxious?" Xiao Wuji gazed at the young boy before him with a gentle smile. Tang San shook his head and said, "The search for spirit beasts is inherently a matter of chance. There is no use in being anxious. Teacher Xiao, rest assured, I possess patience." Xiao Wujia sighed softly and replied, "The Stardo Forest has begun to grow desolate. Many years ago, I can vividly recall the vibrant scenes that once flourished here. Back then, even on the outskirts of the forest, one could frequently encounter spirit beasts of 1,000 years of age. However, now these creatures have become considerably scarce. I wonder if they have retreated deeper into the forest or if there are other reasons for their decline." Tang San said, "Regardless of the reasons, it is ultimately a consequence of our own actions. While the soul beasts may be fierce, humanity possesses a fierceness that surpasses theirs, do they not?" Xiao Wujia was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of such a statement. Tang San remarked, "My teacher once stated that although the number of soul masters is limited, the journey from novice to formidable soul master typically spans only a few decades. During these years, a powerful soul master must acquire at least 6 soul rings, which necessitates the hunting of no fewer than 6 soul beasts. This endeavor includes those of a century, a millennium, or even a 10,000-year caliber. The cultivation of soul beasts is significantly more arduous than that of humans. Otherwise, strength wouldn't be delineated by age. Despite their abundance, the relentless pursuit of these creatures will inevitably lead to a decline in their population, particularly among the more powerful beasts, where each slain individual diminishes their numbers. In the years to come, it may become exceedingly rare to encounter beings over 1,000 years old." Xiao Wujia pondered thoughtfully. Master is indeed correct. However, who among soul masters contemplates this issue? Who does not aspire to enhance their own strength? Even if the spirit hall enforces restrictions, it is unlikely to change anything. Chapter 31. The Forest King, the Titan Giant Ape, Part 1. Tang San remarked, "What is most detrimental is the aimless slaughter. A soul master requires only a maximum of 9 soul beasts throughout their lifetime. However, one must ponder the sheer quantity of soul beasts that a soul master hunts during their existence. Take us as an example, even on our journey. Should we encounter aggressive 10-year or 100-year soul beasts, we cannot help but retaliate. For those who rely on hunting soul beasts for the number of their kills multiplies exponentially. If this continues, the profession of soul master may one day find itself devoid of any available soul beasts." Xiao Wujia interjected, "Enough of such discourse. This is beyond our control. At most, we can only vow to reduce our own slaughters. Little San, I have made up my mind. If tomorrow we do not find a suitable soul beast for you, We shall venture deeper into the inner realms of the Stardo Forest. There must be a soul ring that is befitting for you. Rest assured. Tang San smiled slightly and said, Teacher Xiao, I have never truly worried about this issue. Moreover, I have yet to express my apologies to you. During our previous match, you showed me great leniency, while Xiao Wu let out a bitter laugh and waved his hand at Tang San, saying, All right. Can we refrain from mentioning that embarrassing incident? I have already forgotten it. The two exchanged glances, a hint of amusement surfacing in their expressions. At that moment, Xiao Wujia's smile abruptly vanished. He seized Tang San's shoulder, pulling him close, and an intensely cold aura emanated from him, accompanied by a low growl as he summoned his martial spirit, the formidable diamond bear, which instantly enveloped him. Everyone, leave the tent at once. Xiao Wujia's deep voice resonated within the confines of the tent. After days of coordination, the students had developed a certain level of tacit understanding and swiftly emerged from the tent. Teacher Xiao, what's wrong? Dai Mubai asked. Taking a quick step towards Xiao Wujie, his brow furrowed in confusion. Xiao Wujie did not respond to his inquiry. Everyone, gather behind me. If anything occurs, do not concern yourselves with me. Immediately leave this place and exit the Stardo Forest. Mubai, I entrust the responsibility of protecting everyone to you while I am absent. Neither Dai Mubai, Tang San, nor the others comprehended the gravity of the situation that had rendered the usually self-assured Xiao Wujie so anxious. At that instant, they were met with a bizarre sight. In the direction Xiao Wujie was gazing, two towering trees began to slowly part, and a colossal figure emerged silently from between them. As they beheld this behemoth, it felt as though all breath had been suspended. They finally grasped the source of Xiao Wujie's apprehension. The creature loomed like a mountain, its jet-black fur glimmering faintly under the dim light of the stars and moon. Though it was on all fours, its shoulders exceeded 7 meters in height. If it stood upright, its stature would likely surpass 15 meters. At first glance, it resembled the fusion of an ape and a gorilla. Its body entirely shrouded in darkness save for its lantern-like eyes, which sparkled with a yellowish glow. In the night, one could scarcely discern its form unless it was in motion. The sheer grandeur of this creature was astounding. Its body not only immense but also adorned with muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills. Yet, such a massive being moved without a sound. Not even the slightest whisper of breath escaping it. The first to recognize it was Tang San, as he swiftly identified the creature thanks to the knowledge imparted by his master. It was none other than the Forest King, the Titan giant ape. Even the usually composed Tang San found his voice faltering. The appearance of the Titan giant ape in any soul beast forest signified an undeniable dominance. No soul beast dares to offend it, for the consequence is invariably death. Even a Titan giant ape of merely 100 years can contend with other 10,000-year soul beasts. They possess unparalleled strength and speed, with virtually no flaws in attack or defense. Most terrifying of all, they can wield abilities reminiscent of soul skills. No one truly knows the extent of the Titan giant ape's capabilities, for those who have witnessed these skills have met their demise. Though it is also a 10,000-year soul beast, its power is distinctly unique, rooted in the intrinsic attributes it possesses. The Titan giant ape stands as one of the rare few at the pinnacle of the soul beast hierarchy, casting a shadow of terror that haunts the dreams of all soul masters. Countless soul masters have coveted the strength of the Titan giant ape, hoping to slay it for their own soul ring. Yet, all who harbored such ambitions have vanished from this world. Among the known soul masters, it seems only one has ever hunted a Titan giant ape, and that individual remains singular in this regard. Not only is the Titan giant ape immensely powerful, but it also possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. Within the forest, it reigns as the undisputed sovereign. Neither Tang San nor Xiao Wujing could fathom why this king of the forest, a being that should reside in the heart of the Stardo Forest, had appeared here. Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw at once. Xiao Wujing spoke solemnly. He understood that the Titan giant ape could comprehend human speech, particularly one as formidable as the one before him, clearly surpassing 10,000 years in cultivation. He could scarcely conceive of any soul beast more powerful than the one standing before him. The Titan giant ape disregarded Xiao Wujing's words, making a simple movement that sent a chill down everyone's spines. It took a step forward, though it was merely a single step. The sheer magnitude of its form closed the distance to the Shrek Academy group alarmingly fast. Xiao Wujing's mind raced, and only 3 words echoed in his thoughts. What to do? Indeed, what should be done now? Despite his confidence in his strength, He was acutely aware that the Titan giant ape's terror eclipsed even that of the peerless dragon and serpent duo. He would rather face a tidal Douluo than confront this king of soul beasts, just as Tang San had previously articulated. The indiscriminate slaughter of soul beasts by humans has instilled deep animosity within all soul beasts towards humanity. The king of soul beasts would undoubtedly be no exception. In its presence, Xiao Wu recognized that even his self-preservation was at stake, let alone the protection of others. Yet, at this moment, how could he possibly retreat? Gritting his teeth, Xiao Wu declared, "I will hold it off. You must leave immediately with Oscar's mushroom sausages. I fear I cannot hold out for long. You must act quickly." Casting aside those words, Xiao Wu inhaled deeply, and the 7 rings of brilliance surrounding him flared with resplendence as he charged towards the Titan great ape. The first, second, third, and fifth rings shone simultaneously, and facing such a formidable adversary, the immovable king unleashed 4 of his 7 soul skills. The radiance emanating from the 4 soul rings was nothing short of dazzling. Enveloped by a protective aura, the force of gravity, centered around Xiao Wu was unleashed upon the Titan great ape, compressing its form while simultaneously activating gravity control to exert maximum restraint. His hands swung with might as the powerful Vajra palm surged forth, releasing an overwhelming wave of energy. Xiao Wu, leveraging the strength of a towering tree nearby, propelled himself into the air, arms raised high, recklessly channeling his soul power as he hurtled towards the Titan great ape. "Tang San, shield everyone while I assist Teacher Xiao," Daimubai commanded. Roaring with determination as he launched into a sprint, he was acutely aware of the Titan great ape's strength. He summoned his white tiger martial spirit and instantly activated his most potent 3rd soul skill, the white tiger's diamond transformation. Daimubai's already imposing physique, enhanced by the white tiger spirit, swelled further, his muscles bulging grotesquely as his clothing tore apart, revealing a terrifying muscular silhouette. Strangely, black stripes appeared on his skin, reminiscent of a tiger's hide, and had it not been for the absence of fur, one could hardly distinguish him from a true beast. His tiger-like paws grew even larger, with glistening silver blades protruding, and his entire being was enveloped in a radiant golden light, as if gilded. His crimson eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty gleam, exuding the regal ferocity of a king among beasts. With a sudden surge in both offense and defense, Daimubai unleashed his full sprint, targeting the Titan great ape's forelimbs while Xiao Wu's aim was set upon the creature's crown. "Go ahead. I must assist them and cannot retreat." A soft yet resolute voice resonated as the dazzling 7 treasures glazed tower spiraled forth from Ning Rongrong's palm. Throughout the recent days, her collaboration with the group had been exemplary, devoid of error, and her previously tempestuous demeanor had gradually garnered acceptance among her peers. No one could deny the unique prowess of the 7 treasures glazed tower, for its title as the foremost auxiliary martial spirit was well-deserved. Chapter 31. The King of the Forest, the Titan Great Ape, Part 2. The 7 treasures are renowned for their distinct attributes, the first being strength, and the second, speed. As Ning Rongrong's voice rang out, 4 beams of light shot forth simultaneously, 2 of which enveloped Xiao Wu just as he was about to strike the Titan Great Ape's crown. The most formidable feature of the 7 treasures glazed tower is its amplification that disregards the foundational strength of the target. Presently, Ning Rongrong could provide a 30% enhancement, meaning that regardless of the inherent power of the recipient, the amplification would remain at 30%. At level 37, Daimubai experiences a remarkable enhancement of 30% in both strength and speed, and Xiao Wu's capabilities at level 76 reflect similar gains. Indeed, under the amplification of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed pagoda, Xiao Wu's speed surged dramatically, and the soul power emanating from his bare paws visibly intensified, momentarily exceeding the attack power of 80-level soul energy. Among the 7 students, 2 have already resolved to remain. Will the others truly depart? The days of collaboration have already fostered a profound synergy among them. Tang San said nothing, merely patting the rotund man's shoulder before dashing out. His intention was unmistakable. It was you who should undertake the task assigned by Boss Dai. Tang San's objective mirrored that of Daimubai, both targeting the forelimbs of the Titan giant ape. However, while Daimubai aimed to strike, Tang San sought to ensnare. The blue silver grass surged forth with reckless abandon, directly advancing towards the forelimbs of the Titan giant ape, striving to restrict its movements as much as possible. Tang San understood all too well that the Titan giant ape was not only formidable in offense and defense, but also possessed a terrifying speed despite its massive size. Ning Rongrong fully embraced her role as a support-type soul master, casting 2 beams of light upon Tang San as he leapt into action. The enhancement from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tower was undeniably delightful, augmenting his strength and speed by 30%, a sensation of exquisite bliss. Instantly, Tang San's blue-silver grass flourished, firmly entwining the Titan giant ape's forelimbs, with the grass's barbed spikes striving to pierce through, hoping to inflict some damage through toxins. Zhu Zhuqing vanished as Tang San charged forward. She certainly had no intention of retreating. Instead, she soared into the branches of a nearby tree, seeking an opportunity to launch her attack. Fatty Ma Hongjin muttered to himself, his 2 soul rings radiating a brilliant light as purple flames enveloped him. His second soul ring's ability, the Phoenix of Fiery Flames, not only fortified him but also amplified the first soul ring skill, the Phoenix Fire Line, which erupted from his mouth like a thick stream of fire. However, his target was rather devious, aimed at a vulnerable area on the Titan giant ape's lower abdomen. Unbeknownst to him, he had no knowledge of the Titan giant ape's gender. He merely understood that such a spot was undeniably a critical weak point, regardless of gender. Xiao Wu launched her attack almost simultaneously with Zhu Zhuqing, choosing another tree to ascend. Confronting a titan like the giant ape was not her forte. Yet she charged forward without hesitation, her expression surprisingly relaxed, though no one paid heed to her demeanor in the heat of battle. Oscar, on the other hand, did not rush forward but repeatedly chanted, "I have a mushroom sausage," diligently preparing escape tools for everyone. Boom. Xiao Wujia's mighty golden titan palm, enhanced by 30%, crashed down upon the titan giant ape's head. The instantaneous surge of power and speed left Xiao Wujia immensely satisfied with his attack, confident that he had unleashed his peak strength beyond his 7th soul ring. However, a terrifying scene unfolded the moment Xiao Wujia's palm struck the titan giant ape. His entire body was launched backward like a cannonball. The titan giant ape, seemingly underestimating Xiao Wujia's strength, was propelled backward, and then, this king of the forest unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed through the surroundings. Tang San, with his mystic eyes of the purple extreme, discerned a surge of ominous black energy emanating from the titan giant ape. In the stillness of the night, he alone perceived this dark wave with remarkable clarity. Subsequently, both Dai Mubai, who attacked from the ground, and Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who attempted an assault from the trees, were violently hurled away by this terrifying blast, plummeting to the ground. The blue-silver grass entwined around the titan giant ape shattered effortlessly, providing no resistance whatsoever. Tang San, upon witnessing the emergence of the black wave of energy, reacted with remarkable swiftness. Despite being propelled into the air by the shockwave, he managed to exert control over his body, catching the equally displaced Xiao Wu in the process. Dai Mubai, the second strongest among the group after Xiao Wujia, found himself in close proximity to the titan giant ape and, as a result of the violent shock, could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. The most unfortunate was the plump man, whose malevolent attack with the Phoenix Fire Line was entirely reversed by the black wave. Although he activated his second soul skill, the Blazing Phoenix, he was still forcefully struck by his own flames, tumbling across the ground until he steadied himself with Tang San's assistance. Grateful that the fire was his own and spared him from burns, the Titan giant ape appeared to be enraged as the black wave erupted. Its colossal form finally executed a violent movement. It leapt into the air with a speed that was nearly imperceptible, descending upon the gathered group with immense force. At that moment, Xiao Wujia was still suspended in the air, having been thrust diagonally upward. Even if he wished to intervene, it was far too late. Though Tang San had prepared himself for the Titan giant ape's speed, he still underestimated the terrifying king of the forest before him. Its colossal form lunged forward with an almost ethereal swiftness, instilling a sense of breathlessness in everyone present. In this critical moment, individual reaction times revealed their disparities. The quickest to respond was Tang San. Years of practice with hidden weapons had honed his reflexes beyond the ordinary. He immediately hurled the girl he held, Xiao Wu, upward at an angle, successfully distancing her from the Titan giant ape's attack. Concurrently, he delivered a powerful kick to the ample backside of the stout boy, propelling him along the ground. Utilizing the recoil from kicking the boy, he rolled away, narrowly escaping the Titan giant ape's grasp at the very last moment. The time for Tang San to react was exceedingly brief. Despite his remarkable speed, he could only manage to save Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun in that fleeting instant. Dai Mubai's reaction was a close second to Tang San's. Upon realizing the Titan giant ape was descending upon them, he lacked the same swiftness as Tang San to rescue himself and the nearby Zhu Zhuqing. However, he devised his own strategy. With a sudden extension of his hand, his tiger claw unleashed its sharp blades, extending just enough to draw Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace. Though 3 deep scratches marred her back, there was no time to dwell on them. At that moment, he struck the ground with his palm, creating a deep pit beneath them. As he enveloped Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, he dove directly into the pit. In this life-or-death crisis, Dai Mubai maintained his composure, understanding that no matter how immense the Titan giant ape's body might be, its impact would be spread over a surface area. As long as they were below ground level, they could evade a direct fatal blow. Furthermore, even if misfortune befell him and he were crushed, Zhu Zhuqing, sheltered beneath him, would have a better chance of avoiding injury. Although Zhu Zhuqing was an agile attack-type soul master, her heart was in disarray when Dai Mubai pulled her into his embrace. The sharp pain on her back was accompanied by a sudden darkness before her vision blurred, and a violent shockwave nearly caused her to lose consciousness. Oscar, the slowest to react, was no fool. In fact, he was perhaps even more astute than Dai Mubai. Lacking the ability to break the ground beneath him, he nonetheless lunged forward almost simultaneously with Dai Mubai. While Dai Mubai needed to use his tiger claw to pull Zhu Zhuqing close, Oscar unceremoniously tackled Ning Rongrong beneath him, embracing her as they both fell to the ground. He recalled that the Titan giant ape had previously descended on all fours. If it landed in the same manner, then by simply falling to the ground with Ning Rongrong, they might stand a chance of survival. Even if misfortune struck and he were crushed, at least he would perish alongside a beautiful girl. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a flamboyant ghost. Embracing a beauty from the 7 Treasures glazed tile school while descending into hell is hardly a loss. Ning Rongrong, however, was oblivious to Oscar's thoughts. Her body was not as resilient as Zhu Zhuqing's, and when Oscar lunged at her, she fainted upon impact. With a resounding crash, the Titan giant ape fell to the ground. Oscar was exhilarated, for just as he had anticipated, the Titan giant ape landed on all fours, and their position was precisely beneath its underbelly. Apart from the intense tremors, they suffered no injuries. At that moment, however, Tang San, who had been thrown into a roll beneath the Titan giant ape, felt a chill run through him. He clearly witnessed one of the creature's forelimbs rise abruptly, seizing the fleeing Xiao Wu in its grasp. Chapter 31. The King of the Forest, the Titan Giant Ape, Part 2. Let Xiao Wu go. Tang San's eyes turned crimson upon seeing Xiao Wu captured by the Titan Giant Ape. Without waiting for his body to stabilize on the ground, he propelled himself upward with a powerful kick, using a nearby tree for leverage. His hands swiftly drew forth a flurry of cold light, launching over a dozen gleaming projectiles aimed directly at the Titan Giant Ape's eyes, one of its few vulnerable spots. At this moment, Tang San's heart plummeted. He understood all too well that with the Titan Giant Ape's strength, a mere tightening of its grip would spell doom for Xiao Wu. No matter how supple her body, survival was impossible. Zhao Wujia finally landed as well, witnessing the scene of Xiao Wu ensnared by the Titan Giant Ape. At such a critical juncture, he could no longer hold back. With a furious roar directed at the heavens, the 7th soul ring on his body erupted in a deep black glow. Intense black light enveloped Zhao Wujia's form, and his physique began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Upon merging with the great strength diamond bear, Zhao Wujia's already formidable body swelled like a balloon, exceeding 5 meters in height within moments. His muscles exaggeratedly expanded, and his tawny fur grew wild, transforming him into a true giant bear. As his body fully morphed, the tawny fur shimmered with a brilliant golden hue. Without hesitation, the bear incarnation of Zhao Wujia lunged at the Titan Giant Ape, targeting the arm that held Xiao Wu captive. All be spirit masters. Upon reaching the pinnacle of level 70, acquire a 7th soul skill known as the true body of the martial spirit. Just as level 30 marks a bottleneck for soul masters, level 70 serves the same purpose for those possessing beast martial spirits. The true body of the martial spirit significantly enhances their power, and this skill becomes their ultimate weapon in dire situations. What Zhao Wujia employed now was precisely his 7th soul ring skill, the most domineering and potent skill, true body of the martial spirit. What he demonstrated was the true form of the martial soul, the mighty diamond bear. Upon activation, the true essence of the martial soul permits the user to wield all soul skills below the 7th ring, excluding the true form itself, for a duration of 30 minutes. Amplifying their power to 150% of the original. Furthermore, the true form of the mighty diamond bear is endowed with a terrifying attribute that enhances defense by 200%. This was Zhao Wujia's ultimate recourse. However, Each activation of the true form results in a 50% reduction of the user's attributes, necessitating 7 days for restoration. Thus, unless absolutely imperative, soul masters exceeding the 70th level would seldom employ their true forms lightly. Upon unveiling his true form, Xiao Wu immediately captured the attention of the Titan giant ape. For in this state, he posed a tangible threat. Simultaneously, the Titan giant ape executed a mere simple action that rendered Tang San's meticulously launched hidden weapons ineffective. It closed its eyes. A series of sharp, crisp sounds echoed as all the projectiles aimed at the Titan giant ape's eyes were thwarted by its eyelids. In the next moment, the Titan giant ape abruptly stood upright, seizing the hand of Xiao Wu to evade Xiao Wu's assault, while its other powerful arm collided forcefully with Xiao Wu's body. The impact was thunderous. Indeed, Xiao Wu, having activated his true form, exhibited formidable prowess. With a 200% increase in defense and the embodiment of the mighty diamond bear, he did not get sent flying. Nevertheless, as a strength-type soul master, he remained significantly outmatched by the Titan giant ape. Amidst the resounding clash, Xiao Wu staggered back 7 or 8 steps before managing to steady himself, while the Titan giant ape appeared unfazed, emitting another roar. A black shockwave propelled Tang San, who was fully engaged in releasing hidden weapons along with his projectiles, far into the distance, crashing heavily against a large tree. No! Xiao Wu cried out in alarm as she watched Tang San being blown away. The Titan giant ape lowered its gaze to Xiao Wu, letting out another low growl. This time, it disregarded the advancing Xiao Wu, suddenly leaping into the air and, in a single bound, disappeared into the woods 100 meters away. Xiao Wu called out urgently, wishing to give chase. Yet he realized that his speed paled in comparison to that of the Titan giant ape. The immense force it had just exerted nearly shattered his true form, and now, with his soul power significantly depleted, he understood that even if he were to pursue, it would be futile. As Tang San plummeted from the great tree, his lips were stained with blood, clearly indicating he had sustained significant injuries. The rotund Ma Hongjun, covered in dirt and disheveled, rose to his feet, rubbing his posterior where Tang San had kicked him. Ning Rongrong had regained consciousness after her fainting spell and, with Oscar's assistance, managed to stand, though her head still felt somewhat foggy, leaving her partially leaning against him. Dai Mubai emerged from the considerable pit he had caused, cradling Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. The group exchanged glances, each feeling a profound sense of having survived a calamity. If they had been a team of soul masters, losing only one comrade in the face of the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape, would have been a remarkable stroke of fortune. However, they were not merely a team of soul masters, they were students. Xiao Wu could not accept the fate of his student being captured by the Titan Great Ape, leaving his life in question, and neither could Tang San. Enduring excruciating pain within, Tang San struggled to rise from the ground, attempting to steady himself, only to retch and spew forth another mouthful of blood. The airwaves emitted by the Titan Great Ape conveyed an overwhelming sense of invincible power, despite Tang San's robust physique. The force of the impact had left him feeling as though his very organs had been displaced. Fortunately, the Xiantian skill inherently possessed remarkable restorative properties. Even without his conscious effort, it was swiftly calming the turmoil within his circulating vital energy and blood. Tang San silently approached Oscar. Oscar hurriedly handed him a recovery sausage, wanting to say something but ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Tang San did not hesitate to swallow the recovery sausage. Under the influence of its restorative powers, the injuries within him were alleviated to some extent. Although Oscar's recovery sausage was the first soul ring skill, which possessed certain healing and stamina replenishing properties, it could not instantaneously cure all ailments. Healing required time and also necessitated the body's own ability to recuperate. At this moment, Xiao Wujia's martial soul could no longer maintain its true form, revealing a face ashen with despair. How could a Titan Great Ape possibly appear at the outskirts of the Stardo Forest? I am sorry, everyone. It is my fault for not preventing him from taking Xiao Wu. Tang San, you must grieve quietly. No one believed that Xiao Wu, captured by the Titan Great Ape, still had any chance of survival, nor did Xiao Wu. No, do not blame yourself. It is I who failed to protect Xiao Wu. After rising from the ground, Tang San kept his head lowered, his voice calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Xiao Wu sighed deeply, suggesting, let us take a moment to rest here. Then we shall deliberate in another location. At that instant, a faint yet unmistakably clear voice echoed in Oscar's ears, Little Ao, if you still consider me a brother. Please give me a mushroom sausage. Do not make a sound, and do not let anyone see. Oscar was startled. He distinctly recognized that the voice belonged to Tang San. However, even Ning Rongrong, whom he supported, did not respond, as if this voice was audible only to him. When he glanced at Tang San, their eyes met, and Oscar swiftly raised a hand to cover his mouth, stifling an involuntary gasp. At this moment, Tang San's eyes had transformed into a crimson hue, so vivid that it seemed as if they might bleed, exuding an inexplicable allure. From his gaze, Oscar could profoundly sense an overwhelming chill. Yet, Oscar refrained from summoning his mushroom sausage, fully aware of Tang San's intentions. It was precisely because he regarded Tang San as a brother that he could not bear to let him go to his demise. However, gazing into Tang San's blood-red eyes, he found himself unable to utter a single word of dissent. The mushroom sausage he had previously conjured had been dislodged during the Titan giant ape's eruption of dark energy, leaving him with nothing but the prospect of crafting a new one. Fortunately, the brief duration had spared him from extensive consumption of soul power. A faint voice echoed once more, "Little Ao, if it were your sister being taken, what would you do? Even if there is but a glimmer of hope." "I must attempt it. Consider this my plea. If I do not act now, it shall haunt me for the rest of my life. Provide me with a mushroom sausage. As long as I survive this time, Little San shall forever remember your kindness." With a sigh, Oscar acquiesced. Though he was uncertain if he would act as Tang San did under similar circumstances, he now deeply empathized with Tang San's feelings. As a man, there are certain things one knows to be perilous yet feels compelled to pursue. Gritting his teeth, Oscar summoned his rather timid soul curse for the first time with great difficulty. At that moment, his soft and timid voice rang in Tang San's ears like a melody of salvation. The words spoken by Tang San to Oscar were inaudible to others, however. When Oscar began to chant his incantation, he could not conceal his voice in the same manner as Tang San. In Chapter 32, The Malevolent Slayer, The Faced Demon Spider, Part 1, Ning Rongrong, who was situated beside Oscar, gradually emerged from her semi-conscious state and exclaimed in astonishment, "Little Ao, what are you doing?" Her voice immediately captured the attention of the others, and Xiao Wu, being astute, quickly recognized the impending danger. Alas, they were ultimately a moment too late. Tang San became the first to consume the mushroom intestines, and 6 ethereal wings gracefully manifested behind him. At the very moment Xiao Wu lunged towards him, he ascended into the air, carrying his body with him. "I am sorry, Teacher Zhao. I must seek Xiao Wu. Even if she is already gone, I must retrieve her remains." At this juncture, everyone finally beheld Tang San's blood-red eyes, instinctively understanding the depths of his sorrow and fury. The 7 treasures are renowned, the second being speed. Ning Rongrong's melodious voice resonated, as a radiant beam of colorful light descended upon Tang San, hastening the flapping of his 6 illusory wings. "Xiao San, go quickly. I support you. I shall amplify my soul power. The acceleration effect should persist for a minute after you leave my range. You must find Xiao Wu. She is also my roommate." Ning Rongrong appeared utterly oblivious to Xiao Wujia's murderous glare as she exclaimed loudly to Tang San. Tang San cast a deep glance at Ning Rongrong, refraining from expressing his gratitude, as he was uncertain if he would ever have the opportunity to thank her again. His entire being was propelled rapidly towards the direction in which the Titan giant ape had vanished, buoyed by the flight effect of the mushroom sausage. Xiao Wujie stared at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, his anger rendering him momentarily speechless. Oscar, with a wry smile, remarked, "Teacher Xiao, you too have witnessed the determination in Xiao San's eyes. If we do not allow him to pursue, he will likely chase after it on foot. I can comprehend his sentiments. If you must assign blame, let it be directed towards me." Xiao Wujie retorted furiously, "Blame? What is there to blame? Quickly produce your mushroom sausage. If we are to pursue, let us do so together. If death awaits us, so be it. Let us face it united. Those who wish to abstain may exit the Stardo Forest at once." Though Xiao Wujie's voice was laced with fury, his words elicited resolute expressions from everyone present. Even the stout Ma Hongjun nodded affirmatively. Dai Bai strode over, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand firmly, and simply declared, "Oscar, hurry." Ever since he had emerged from the pit with Zhu Zhuqing in his arms, he had maintained his grasp on her hand. He had witnessed the moment when Xiao Wu was taken and pondered how he would feel if it were Zhu Zhuqing instead of Xiao Wu in that predicament. Perhaps he would be even more agitated than Tang San. Perhaps due to the looming sense of crisis, he steadfastly held onto Zhu Zhuqing's cold hand, refusing to release her regardless of her struggles. Zhu Zhuqing did not resist much. The chill that had once enveloped her visage had dissipated, and she occasionally cast silent glances at Dai Mubai, her demeanor appearing somewhat subdued. The Titan giant ape raced through the forest with astonishing swiftness, seemingly familiar with the entire topography of the Stardo Forest, showing no signs of slowing down despite any obstacles ahead. Its massive form exhibited remarkable agility, with each leap propelling it forward by hundreds of meters. Although the Stardo Forest was teeming with soul beasts of various kinds, all who sensed the Titan giant ape's presence instinctively retreated. Who would dare obstruct the path of this terrifying king of the forest? Although Tang San possessed the assistance of the Oscar flying mushroom sausage, enabling him to advance with the swiftness of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, he was still far too slow in comparison to the Titan gorilla before him. Moreover, the Titan gorilla did not move in a straight line. There was no possibility for Tang San to catch up. If the members of Shrek Academy were to witness the Titan gorilla's progress, they would surely be astonished. At that moment, Xiao Wu was no longer held captive in its enormous grasp, but was instead seated comfortably upon the broad shoulders of the Titan gorilla. Despite its rapid pace, the Titan gorilla's movement was remarkably smooth, and Xiao Wu felt no tremors as she perched there. However, her face was etched with worry, frequently glancing in the opposite direction of the Titan gorilla's charge. Ming, please stop here. Do not go any further. I must return quickly, or they will be anxious. Ming, you truly should not have come looking for me. Remarkably, upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the Titan gorilla came to a halt and lowered its body, allowing her to descend from its shoulders. It shook its head gently, revealing an expression of innocence in its eyes. Xiao Wu murmured to herself, Tang San is injured. You have taken me away, and he must be extremely worried. Tang San, please do not act impulsively. I will return immediately. Ming, next time you sense my presence, observe from a distance before taking action. Do not act rashly, for it could lead to harm for my friends. Encountering the Titan gorilla had been quite unexpected for Xiao Wu, yet in that moment, she could not explain her situation to the creature, only reiterating her plea for it to refrain from causing harm. Nevertheless, she was ultimately escorted away by the Titan gorilla, despite her understanding of its concern for her. The current situation was far from what Xiao Wu desired, especially with Tang San's injury weighing heavily on her heart. It seemed as though the Titan gorilla could comprehend Xiao Wu's words, its lantern-sized eyes glimmering with a gentle light. Xiao Wu looked up at the Titan gorilla and asked, Ming, is Deming all right? The Titan gorilla nodded. That is good to hear. I fear for my companion's anxiety. I must return swiftly. Since you have brought me out, I might as well complete my third spirit ring now, to avoid seeking another opportunity later. I shall begin at once. Please protect me. Forgive me, Ming. While I cannot assist them in hunting spirit beasts, I also cannot impede their efforts. The Titan gorilla, Ming, shook its head and suddenly emitted a deep, resonant growl. Though its voice was not loud, it carried for an entire kilometer, instilling the most profound fear in all spirit beasts within that range, causing them to flee their territories in haste. With her heart heavy with concern for Tang San, Xiao Wu could not afford to waste any time. She sat cross-legged before Ming, her hands forming delicate gestures. The palm of her right hand faced upward, resting on her thigh, while her left hand stood upright before her chest. She began to emit a series of peculiar sounds. Accompanying these strange sounds, Xiao Wu's eyes gradually turned red, and two circles of yellow spirit rings quietly appeared, pulsating rhythmically around her body. Simultaneously, a colossal white phantom gradually materialized behind her, revealing her martial soul in the form of a jade rabbit. A faint crimson glow began to emanate from Xiao Wu, and as time passed, this red light intensified, spreading like blood. The Titan great ape, Ming lay prostrate beside Xiao Wu, his enormous eyes betraying a glimmer of yearning as they beheld her enveloped in the crimson radiance. As time flowed on, a layer of purple light gradually emerged from the vibrant red, transforming into twinkling starlight that coalesced into a distinct ring. This purple ring descended upon Xiao Wu. Initially, it struggled to harmonize with the two other rings, yet as the red light surged, the purple ring steadied itself, revealing itself to be a Millennium Soul Ring. Without a doubt, not even Tang San's mentor, the esteemed master who delved deeply into martial soul studies, could comprehend the miraculous events unfolding with Xiao Wu, nor grasp the reason behind her ability to manifest a soul ring independently. Concurrently, the jade rabbit phantom behind her became significantly clearer following the emergence of the third soul ring. Leaning against a nearby grand tree, Tang San gasped for breath. Oscar's flying mushroom sausage could only sustain flight for a mere minute, despite the assistance of Ning Rongrong's martial soul. Tang San barely soared for less than 3,000 meters before descending. Throughout the flight, Tang San had pushed his purple extreme magic eye to its utmost limit, desperately seeking the silhouette of the Titan great ape. However, contrary to his hopes, despite straining his vision to its limits, he detected no trace of the Titan great ape. Tang San was filled with an overwhelming sense of discontent. He truly could not accept it. As he soared through the skies, memories of the past incessantly flickered through his mind. The vivacious Xiao Wu, with her enchanting grace, who acknowledged him as her elder brother and followed him silently. Her delicate demeanor all pierced his heart like a knife. Tang San had previously harbored skepticism regarding the existence of deities in this world. However, he now found himself a believer, fervently praying for the miraculous survival of Xiao Wu. Although he could no longer soar through the skies, he resolutely pressed on, directing his efforts toward the path he felt instinctively drawn to, hoping to uncover any trace of her. With the assistance of the restorative sausage, his soul power gradually began to replenish, yet his physical strength was waning, compelling him to pause and catch his breath. The crimson hue in his eyes had diminished somewhat, yet it did nothing to alleviate the weight of his sorrowful heart. Xiao Wu, you must still be alive. You must, he repeatedly reassured himself. Chapter 32, The Malevolent Slayer. The Human-Faced Demon Spider, Part 2. Observing the terrain around him, Tang San settled against a large tree, understanding that if he wished to continue his search for Xiao Wu, he must first regain some strength. He retrieved a water pouch from the moonlit night at the 24 bridges and drank deeply, oblivious to the water soaking his attire. As his breathing gradually steadied, he refrained from cultivating, aware that the unpredictable presence of soul beasts loomed nearby. He simply wished to wait until his strength was somewhat restored before resuming his quest. Suddenly, an unusual sound captured Tang San's attention. The rustling noise resembled the sound of someone changing clothes, or perhaps the gentle friction of leaves. Heightened vigilance surged within him as he slowly rose to his feet, cautiously peering in the direction from which the sound emanated. Before long, he beheld the source of the noise. The sight before him was an abomination cloaked in black, inciting a visceral aversion within Tang San. This creature, akin to the Titan giant ape he had encountered earlier, also bore a dark exterior. Yet it was significantly smaller in stature. Nevertheless, it was remarkably large compared to others of its kind. What stood before him was a spider, an extraordinary specimen with a body diameter exceeding 1.5 meters and legs resembling long spears that stretched over 3 meters. Its entire form was encased in a glossy black exoskeleton, and its slender legs silently pierced the ground with each step, a testament to their sharpness. Tang San discovered it, and it appeared to have recognized him as well. 8 long legs moved with remarkable speed, creating a series of phantoms, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived before Tang San. 2 of its front legs were swiftly raised, aimed directly at Tang San's head. The elevation of its front legs inevitably caused its body to rise, granting Tang San a glimpse of its abdomen. It was this fleeting sight that enabled Tang San to identify its species. Tang San rolled to the ground without the slightest hesitation, narrowly evading the attack of the long-legged spider, yet he could not suppress a gasp of cold air. He never anticipated encountering such a creature in this place. Beneath the spider's abdomen lay a series of white patterns, starkly contrasting with its dark body, and these white markings formed the sinister visage of a human face. 8 small eyes, flickering with a ghostly purple light, were affixed to its lower abdomen, though 2 of these eyes appeared to have been mangled, reduced to a gruesome state. Even the exoskeleton in that area bore several cracks. It was nighttime, and had it not been for Tang San's possession of the purple extreme magic eye, he would have struggled to perceive these details. Upon witnessing that malevolent face, Tang San was reminded of many titles associated with this spider. It was known as the Nightmare of Small Spirit Beasts, a life-devouring entity, an object of hatred for all spirit beasts, and a terrifying, evil slayer. These epithets aptly described the long-legged spider before him, known as the Faceless Demon Spider. Within the realm of spirit beasts, it held a reputation for being a dreadful existence. Of course, compared to the Titan giant ape, it was clearly not on the same level. However, this faceless demon spider was a creature that even spirit beasts feared. It possessed a robust exoskeleton, unparalleled speed, and 8 legs that not only had formidable penetrating power but also bore potent venom. Most terrifying of all was its web. Unlike ordinary spiders that spin silk to weave their webs, this one sprayed its web directly. Its threads were not only exceptionally adhesive but also remarkably resilient. Infused with a horrific neurotoxin, spirit beasts like the mandala snake, which formed Tang San's first spirit ring, would find themselves reduced to mere prey in the presence of this faceless demon spider. Moreover, This creature was one of the targets for Tang San's third spirit ring, as guided by his master, who had once advised him that the faceless demon spider was the most elusive to obtain and cautioned him against being overly ambitious. For even a powerful spirit master standing nearby could easily find themselves in peril when faced with the faceless demon spider. The web it sprayed was not only instantaneous but could envelop an area 10 times its own size, rendering evasion nearly impossible. Even a formidable spirit master would require time to extricate themselves, and that brief moment would be ample for the spider to enact its sinister designs. Tang San never anticipated encountering a human-faced demon spider under such circumstances. From its appearance, it was evident that it possessed over 1,000 years of cultivation. The human-faced demon spider could expel its web 3 times a day. Typically, upon spotting its prey, its first instinct would be to unleash its web. However, in this instance, it chose to attack with its long legs, coupled with the injury it bore beneath its abdomen. This led Tang San to contemplate a possibility. The spider had exhausted its web spitting for the day. Faced with a fully intact human-faced demon spider, Tang San knew he would stand no chance. Yet, if it were a wounded one, the situation might be different. After all, the creature's vital weakness was glaringly apparent, its 8 eyes. It was certainly not comparable to the previous Forest King. If he could vanquish the human-faced demon spider before him and absorb the soul ring it would yield, he could almost certainly restore his physical state to its peak and even elevate his strength, making the search for Xiao Wu considerably easier. These thoughts flashed through Tang San's mind in an instant as he rolled away. As he regained his footing, the blue-silver grass binding technique was already set in motion. With countless long grass blades suddenly entwining around the body of the human-faced demon spider, Tang San understood that, with the formidable power of the faceless demon spider, breaking free from the entanglement of his blue-silver grass would pose no challenge. The paralyzing toxin attached to the blue-silver grass was utterly ineffective against it, as it was itself a creature of venom. In addition to its neurotoxin, the faceless demon spider also possessed a corrosive toxin, which accounted for its overwhelming dominance. These traits were precisely what Tang San desired to manifest within his blue-silver grass. Therefore, acquiring the soul ring was of paramount importance to him. With a swift motion, Tang San rose, his left hand now clutching a black box. His right hand deftly manipulated the box, producing a series of intricate mechanical sounds. The actions of the faceless demon spider exceeded Tang San's expectations. The binding of the blue-silver grass evidently incited its wrath. A layer of eerie purple light emanated from its form, causing the blue-silver grass that clung to it to dissolve, or rather, to corrode. Once the blue-silver grass had been eroded to a critical extent, the faceless demon spider easily broke free, lunging once more towards Tang San. This time, its front 4 limbs were raised, clearly intending to strike him down with a single, lethal blow. Tang San gazed calmly at the human-faced demon spider. With swift precision, his right hand swept across his waist, unleashing dozens of beams of white light that shot directly towards the creature's vulnerable underbelly. Indeed, the human-faced demon spider regarded its critical weakness with utmost seriousness. Having already suffered significant damage to 2 of its eyes, it could no longer afford to attack Tang San. Instead, it hastily crawled along the ground, its shell being struck by the concealed weapons, sending forth a shower of sparks. At that moment, Tang San finally completed the mechanism on the black box in his hand. Tang San was now entirely certain that the human-faced demon spider before him had exhausted all its webbing for the day. This millennia-old creature could only expel its web 3 times within a single day, and unless it attained a cultivation level of 10,000 years, this number would remain unchanged. Moreover, given its injuries, Tang San felt even more confident in his deduction. Otherwise, with the spider's notoriously fierce temperament, it would have unleashed its webs in response to his provocation rather than resorting to attacking with its long legs as it was doing now. The human-faced demon spider was thoroughly incensed by Tang San's actions. After deflecting the hidden weapon, the ominous purple light that had previously corroded the blue-silver grass reemerged. And even before coming close, a nauseating stench wafted through the air. Yet, at this moment, Tang San did not retreat. As he watched the 8 long legs of the spider spring towards him with remarkable speed, he met the onslaught head-on. In his right hand, he held the black box that had completed its intricate setup, while his left hand flickered with dark light, revealing a peculiar black hammer adorned with strange patterns, which silently materialized within his grasp. Faced with the imminent threat of life and death, Tang San finally summoned his second martial soul. Although this second martial soul did not possess any accompanying soul ring abilities, with the augmentation of Tang San's soul power, its weight steadily increased. The hammer, while seemingly unchanged in appearance, now bore a staggering weight of 500 pounds. Tang San understood that he had only one opportunity. Given his current physical condition, it was absolutely impossible for him to outrun the face-devouring spider. Thus, fleeing was not an option. Directly attacking with concealed weapons would also be futile against the spider's vigilance, making it challenging to inflict any genuine harm. After all, even piercing projectiles require robust inner strength to be effective, and although Tang San had made some progress with his Xintian skill, he was still far from possessing the necessary depth of power. As dark energy swirled, Tang San's forward momentum abruptly halted, while the four front legs of the face-devouring spider were already raised. This time, its speed was even greater, with corrosive purple light enveloping its elongated limbs. Coupled with its paralyzing poison, even a mere touch could prove fatal for Tang San. As an embodiment of malevolence, the face-devouring spider had undoubtedly consumed countless soul beasts and soul masters who ventured deep into the Stardo Forest. The 6 remaining small eyes beneath its abdomen glimmered ominously. In the instant that the spider's 3-meter-long legs descended like steel spears, Tang San sprang into action. It was his left hand that moved, channeling all 30 levels of his soul power into the black hammer he held. In a heartbeat, the hammer expanded to twice its size, its intricate patterns suddenly becoming vivid, shimmering with a deep blue hue. With all his might, he swung his left hand, sending the hammer soaring towards the chest of the face-devouring spider. The armor on the spider's chest was the hardest part of its entire body. Faced with Tang San's sudden assault, the spider instinctively chose not to defend itself. Soul Masters can sense the strength of Soul Beasts within a certain range, and Soul Beasts can likewise perceive the weakness of Soul Masters. Originally, the face-devouring spider was far superior to Tang San in strength, but due to its injuries, it was not as formidable. Nonetheless, it could clearly ascertain that Tang San's power was inferior, leading it to conclude that his attack could not possibly harm its strongest armored section. Consequently, the face-devouring spider ignored the hammer hurtling towards its chest, continuing its descent with all 8 legs aimed directly at Tang San, intent on making him its meal. For Soul Masters, possessing soul power and soul rings is akin to a rich banquet for soul beasts, capable of enhancing their cultivation over many years. Unfortunately for the spider, this time it miscalculated. After all, it was not an exceptionally intelligent high-level soul beast, and how could its intellect compare to that of a human? With a resounding thud, the face-devouring spider's descending body was abruptly propelled upward, lifted by the impact. The spider's judgment was not entirely incorrect. Although the hammer had concentrated all of Tang San's soul power and weighed an astonishing 500 pounds, it still failed to breach the defenses of its armored chest. The exoskeleton remained utterly intact. However, the force of this strike was indeed overwhelming. The black hammer, infused with all of Tang San's soul power, delivered a blow of tremendous weight, far exceeding 1,000 pounds. Although it could not truly inflict harm upon the man-faced demon spider, it was still capable of propelling its body into the air. This strike was a technique that Tang San had once suffered from during his confrontation with the Iron Brothers on the Soul Arena, where they had executed this move in a desperate gamble that wounded him. Reflecting on this painful lesson, Tang San returned to the academy and pondered the implications of such a high-risk skill. He realized that he too possessed a hammer. Even without the aid of a soul ring, could he not employ this technique? Although he could not endow the hammer with tracking capabilities as the Iron Brothers had with their soul skills, he was confident that his skills in concealed weaponry would ensure his precision was no less formidable than that of the Iron Brothers' desperate gamble. The weight of Tang San's hammer alone reached a terrifying 500 G. Even without drawing upon all his soul power, its projection would undoubtedly serve as an exceedingly formidable hidden weapon. Consequently, following that incident, Tang San had practiced with it on several occasions. Although this black hammer was heavy, he was no longer the child who had just awakened his soul power. Within a distance of 10 meters, he could entirely control the hammer's precision. At this critical juncture, employing this technique, though it drained Tang San of all his soul power, achieved the effect he had envisioned. The upper body of the man-faced demon spider was struck aloft, naturally revealing its lower abdomen. The malevolent visage formed by white patterns instantly loomed large before Tang San, its 6 still open, violet-hued eyes radiating a chilling and terrifying brilliance. Tang San's face remained as tranquil as an ancient well, yet his right hand, which he had held aloft, stirred. What is the paramount advantage of mechanical hidden weapons? It is their ability to deliver formidable lethality without the need for any internal energy assistance. In Tang San's previous life, A person devoid of martial prowess wielded the pinnacle of Tang sect's mechanical hidden weapon, the rainflower needles, effortlessly dispatching a peerless master. This encapsulates the true might of the Tang sect. At this moment, the unassuming black box, merely a foot in length, in Tang San's grasp, was poised to unleash this terrifying power upon the human-faced demon spider before him. With a series of sharp, explosive sounds emanating from his right hand, crackling, dark shadows shot forth with alarming speed. Tang San's wrist made slight adjustments, both to mitigate the recoil from the black box and to enhance his aim. Given his expertise, how could he possibly miss at such a close range? It is worth noting that most of the mechanical hidden weapons crafted by Tang San utilized silent mechanisms, enabling him to inflict injury upon his foes with greater ease. Yet, the thunderous noise emanating from the black box in his hand raises a question. Why such a cacophony? The answer lies not in any deficiency in Tang San's craftsmanship, but rather in his deliberate choice to forsake silence in pursuit of the black box's power, thereby unleashing its most terrifying offensive capability. 16 shadows erupted forth, each meticulously controlled by Tang San, ensuring that not even the two wounded eyes of the human-faced demon spider were spared. 2 shadows pierced each eye, vanishing within its body in the blink of an eye. While the eyes were indeed its vital points, they were not without defense, as they were shielded by a transparent protective layer with commendable resilience. However, in the face of the shadows unleashed from Tang San's black box, this layer proved as ineffective as mere parchment, highlighting the horrifying, piercing power of these shadows. Previously, when confronting the Titan giant ape, Tang San had contemplated using this hidden weapon. However, the rapidly shifting circumstances had precluded any opportunity for its deployment. Although the weapon's might was undeniable, the terrifying propulsion force of the mechanism necessitated a temporary activation each time it was employed. Prolonged tension would lead to its destruction. Thus, he refrained from using it against the Titan giant ape, but now, facing the human-faced demon spider, he finally unleashed the most formidable of all his hidden weapons. A heavy contraption that, despite its modest length, weighed over 30 pounds. Upon completing the discharge with his right hand, Tang San did not hesitate to execute his next maneuver. He swiftly leapt backward, executing a roll that propelled him a distance of over 10 meters. A piercing shriek filled the air, its sharpness resonating with clarity in the night. At the very moment the 16 shadows penetrated the abdomen of the human-faced demon spider, its armored body, cloaked in black, momentarily stiffened before it abruptly convulsed and rolled away. The ground convulsed violently. As a consequence, the nearby flora suffered immensely. The so-called centipede may perish but not decay. Similarly, this human-faced demon spider, devoid of 100 legs, exhibited an equally tenacious vitality. The 16 shadows emanating from its 8 eyes penetrated deeply into its head, yet such grievous wounds failed to bring about its immediate demise. Bathed in purple light and blue liquid, coupled with its robust physique, it writhed frantically upon the earth. Delicate plants were instantaneously corroded, and even the stoutest trees succumbed to its relentless assault, shattering upon impact. Within an expanse of several dozen square meters, chaos reigned supreme, leaving not a single plant unscathed. Tang San, after rolling over a dozen meters, did not linger. He resolutely bore the weakness within him and swiftly retreated from the range of the human-faced demon spider's attacks. He understood that, had it not been for the fatal injuries sustained by this creature, it could have easily located him through the scent lingering in the air, even in blindness. At last, upon reaching a place where he felt secure, his legs weakened, and he could no longer maintain his stance. Collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath, even the black box in his hand felt increasingly unsteady. The flying hammer, lacking the support of his soul power, had dissipated into nothingness, completely depleting his energy. At that moment, he was drained both in soul power and physical strength. Were it not for the unwavering thought of searching for Xiao Wu that sustained his body, he might have already succumbed to unconsciousness. The thrashing of the human-faced demon spider diminished, its exoskeleton now adorned with a layer of bluish-purple radiance, while viscous purple-black liquid oozed from the wounds of its 8 eyes, signaling its imminent demise. Before taking action, Tang San had anticipated that using the black box to shoot at the body of the human-faced demon spider might not breach its exoskeletal defenses. However, targeting its vital spots was a different matter. The defenses at its eyes were not nearly as formidable as those of the Titan giant ape's eyelids. With the composure characteristic of a master of hidden weapons and the finely crafted device he had finally navigated through the immediate peril. As the life force of the human-faced demon spider gradually ebbed, Specks of bluish-purple light began to coalesce above its body, an opportune moment to absorb the soul ring. A 1,000-year soul beast, upon its death, retains its soul ring for 1 hour. As long as one absorbs it within that time frame, it can be claimed. Tang San was not in a hurry to absorb the soul ring formed by the face-snatching spider, as his physical condition was exceedingly poor at that moment. While he could not ascertain the exact cultivation level of this creature, he was certain that it far surpassed a millennium. Soul beasts possess a variety of soul rings. For instance, the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake that Oscar had previously absorbed was among the gentler varieties of soul beasts. Consequently, absorbing its soul ring posed no significant challenge. However, the current face-snatching spider was a stark contrast. It was undoubtedly one of the most malevolent and ferocious entities among soul beasts, although its soul ring offered greater enhancement. The process of absorption was fraught with peril. The soul master absorbing it must withstand the onslaught of its savage energy, should their body or will falter. They could face a potentially fatal backlash. Chapter 33. Meng Iran also employs hidden weapons? Part 1. Although Tang San was eager to rescue Xiao Wu, he had not yet reached the point of losing his rationality. He understood that he must first recuperate to a certain extent before he could absorb the soul ring before him. At that moment, he was too preoccupied to consider the potential dangers, sitting there and gasping for breath, striving to restore his spirit a little before continuing his cultivation to regain his soul power. Just then, the very scenario Tang San most dreaded unfolded. As the soul ring of the faceless demon spider gradually coalesced upon its corpse, 3 uninvited guests swiftly, though they were not the most threatening spirit beasts, the sight of these 3 individuals caused Tang San's heart to sink. Among them were 3 soul masters, 2 of whom Tang San recognized. These were the snake lady, Chao Tianxiang, and the beautiful young woman, Meng Iran, with whom he had recently parted ways. The third person accompanying them was a tall, slender elder, who appeared to be at least in his 70s, sporting a head of silver hair akin to Chao Tianxiang. In his hand, he wielded a silver dragon-headed cane, exceeding 4 meters in length, its dragon head at the top exquisitely crafted and resplendent. His wrinkled face betrayed his age, and remarkably, he bore 8 soul rings that pulsated rhythmically, 2 yellow, 3 purple, 3 black. Although the quality of his soul rings was slightly inferior to Xiao Wujia's, having 1 less 1,000-year ring, the mere presence of 8 soul rings indicated a cultivation level exceeding level 80. Without a doubt, Tang San recognized this individual as the husband of the snake lady and the grandfather of Meng Iran, Long Gong Mengshu. The 3 of them had finally gathered together. Long Gong did not need to project his soul power. The mere sight of his 8 soul rings left Tang San feeling breathless. Not only was he alone in this predicament, but even if Xiao Wujia and the others were present, they would find themselves at a complete disadvantage. As the illustrious Long Serpent family arrived, they did not notice Tang San, who was collapsed on the ground nearby. Their attention was immediately drawn to the dead faceless demon spider, their expression shifting dramatically. Meng Iran gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "No, how could this happen? Why? Who killed my spider?" Clad in a new dark green outfit that exuded vigor, Meng Iran appeared strikingly heroic. However, Tang San found no moment to appreciate her appearance. Listening to her words, he could not help but let out a bitter smile inwardly. Could it be this coincidental? Some encounters may never occur in a lifetime. Yet when fate plays its hand, it can lead one to face 2 such encounters in a brief span. Tang San certainly did not harbor any illusions that this family would fail to notice his presence. With the soul power of the Dragon King, it would take but a moment of focus to discern the rhythm of his breath, even the beating of his heart. Escape was unequivocally out of the question. He had no intention of fleeing. A true man stands firm in his convictions. Ever since Xiao Wu was captured, his mindset had undergone a transformation, alongside his fierce resolve. There lingered a sense of determination. It was I who took the life. At this moment, having just regained a fragment of strength, he leaned against a nearby tree, struggling to maintain his stance. Tang San's voice immediately captivated the formidable family of the dragon and serpent. Upon seeing him in such a disheveled state, Meng Iran was momentarily taken aback, her eyes soon glistening with tears. You, it is you once again." Tang San forced a smile and remarked, "I am unsure why such coincidence occurs. However, it is indeed me once more. Is this man-faced demon spider also one of your quarry?" Meng Iran gazed at Tang San. Her fair visage flushed a deep crimson, clearly a reflection of her extreme anger. Upon seeing Tang San, the serpent matriarch furrowed her brow and whispered a few words into Long Gong's ear. Shortly thereafter, Tang San found himself captivated by Long Gong's gaze. Though the elder appeared quite aged, his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, a brilliance Tang San had never encountered before. Despite the 30-meter distance separating them, Long Gong's presence felt remarkably intimate. "So, you are Tang San?" Long Gong Meng Shu stated coldly, his voice resonating with clarity, wholly uncharacteristic of one belonging to the elderly. Tang San nodded. Meng Shu remarked, "Are you aware that we have been pursuing this humanoid spider for an entire day? Were it not for the repulsiveness of its web, it would have long since become a spirit ring. The humanoid spider is exceedingly rare, as it is shunned by other spirit beasts. Even within the Stardo Forest, it is an uncommon sight, far more precious than the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake." At this moment, Tang San's complexion was as pale as a ghost, devoid of any trace of color, yet he did not betray the slightest hint of fear. He spoke calmly. "I am aware of everything you mentioned. However, I must take measures to protect myself. When a human-faced demon spider suddenly appears before me, should I simply allow it to wreak havoc?" Ming Shu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you claiming that you single-handedly vanquished this human-faced demon spider?" Tang San nodded affirmatively. Long Gong and the serpent matriarch exchanged glances, both astonished by what they saw in each other's eyes. Although the faceless spider was not an exceedingly powerful spirit beast, its offensive capabilities were undeniably formidable within the 1,000-year category. Despite the absence of its web, the fact that this mere boy, scarcely in his teenage years, managed to hunt it down left the elderly couple perplexed. The serpent matriarch had previously held a high opinion of Tang San, but now she found herself compelled to elevate her estimation further. While she had been somewhat dismissive of Meng Yuran's defeat at Tang San's hands, she now recognized that her granddaughter was likely no match for this young man. Long Gong Meng Shu deftly flicked the dragon-headed staff in his hand, casting forth a stream of white soul power that turned the faceless spider onto its back. He instantly beheld its 8 eyes, now shattered beyond recognition, and could not help but nod in silent approval. Although he was unaware of how Tang San had accomplished this feat, the fact that the youth had struck at the spider's vital points revealed his remarkable composure in the face of adversity. Gazing at Tang San once more, Ming Shu's eyes reflected a hint of admiration. "Grandfather, you must stand up for me." Meng Yuran, still a mere 16, could hardly contain her fury as she witnessed the powerful soul ring slipping from her grasp, shattered yet again by the same individual. Meng Shu gently patted his granddaughter's head, signaling her to remain calm. He then turned to Tang San and said, "Tang San, I offer you 2 choices. I, Long Gong Meng Shu, have navigated the world of soul masters for many years and am not unreasonable. In confronting the faceless spider, self-preservation is instinctive. Thus your act of slaying it is somewhat justifiable. However, the fact that you have thwarted my granddaughter's acquisition of a soul ring on 2 occasions cannot simply be overlooked." As Tang San diligently sought to restore his soul power and physical strength, he gently manipulated the black box, approximately a foot in length, that lay in his hands. This black box was not limited to a single discharge. It contained a total of 48 crossbow bolts, capable of being released 3 times. However, each discharge required individual preparation. In Tang San's previous life, this seemingly unremarkable black box was renowned far and wide, known by the illustrious name of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. The rectangular black box featured 16 apertures, allowing for the simultaneous release of 16 tailless bolts, within a range of 50 meters. It possessed the capability to pierce through metal and stone, exuding an overwhelming dominance. At one time, the Tang sect had offended a rival faction, and when they were beset upon, even their inner disciples remained uninvolved. A mere 100 outer disciples, each wielding a Zhuge Divine Crossbow, effortlessly annihilated the enemy, leaving not a single survivor. From that moment on, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow garnered immense acclaim among mechanical concealed weapons. Apart from a select few elite ones like the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, and the Peacock Feather, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow that Tang San held in his grasp was undoubtedly the most formidable. Tang San was acutely aware that the Zhuge Divine Crossbow posed no significant threat to the Dragon King and the Serpent Empress. However, it was an obstacle that Meng Yuran could not withstand. He had contemplated the situation thoroughly and understood that if the pressure from his adversaries became unbearable, he would need to leverage this hidden weapon to secure a safety net for himself. "May I inquire what the 2 options bestowed upon me by my esteemed senior are?" Tang San inquired calmly. The Zhuge Divine Crossbow in his hands was nearly primed for action, with just a moment's delay. He would possess the opportunity to unleash a final counterattack. Moreover, he had other concealed mechanisms at his disposal, making it far from simple to eliminate him. Mengshu replied, "The two choices I present to you are quite straightforward. The first option is to join my family and become a member of our lineage, as you would then be considered family. Your previous transgressions, including the 2 instances of disruption that allowed you to obtain soul rings, as well as the waste of the precious human-faced demon spider soul ring, would be overlooked. Joining the family? While it may seem simple in theory, the reality of such a commitment was a matter of a lifetime. Any soul master who allied themselves with a family would find themselves bound by an oath of loyalty, unable to betray their kin, and their future actions would be governed by the family's dictates. Naturally, the benefits bestowed upon soul masters who joined prominent families were exceedingly generous. Exceptions did exist, but they were contingent upon possessing sufficient strength. Given Tang San's current circumstances, joining a family would irrevocably tie him to that lineage. Mengshu had recognized Tang San's exceptional talent, a rarity indeed. Tang San shook his head and replied, "I apologize, Senior. I have grown accustomed to freedom and dislike being constrained. Furthermore, there is one point in your statement that is inaccurate. Although I did slay the humanoid magic spider, its soul ring shall not go to waste. Had it not been for your sudden appearance, I might have already begun the absorption process." Chapter 33. Meng Iran also employs hidden weapons? What? The snake lady gasped in astonishment, her gaze toward Tang San shifting to one of peculiar intensity. Simultaneously, she discreetly nudged her husband with her hand. Having been together with the formidable dragon snake for decades, Mengshu instinctively understood his wife's implication. "Tang San, you must surely comprehend that without my consent, it would be impossible for you to absorb the soul ring of this humanoid magic spider," Mengshu stated calmly. Although his tone bore little emotional fluctuation, the subtle hint of murderous intent that permeated his words heightened the pressure upon Tang San significantly. Tang San remarked, "If that is the case, then the soul ring of this human-faced demon spider will indeed be squandered." Mengshu replied, "For us, such a remarkable soul ring, even if deemed wasted, shall not be easily bestowed upon outsiders. This, in the realm of soul masters, is already an unspoken rule. Should you join my family, I can not only facilitate your absorption of this soul ring but also provide you with protection. What do you think?" Given the esteemed position of Long Gong, his repeated invitations to Tang San can be considered exceedingly gracious. Both he and the snake lady were genuinely impressed by Tang San's talents. After all, this young boy is still in his formative years, and his future potential is immeasurable. Tang San suddenly spoke, "It is not impossible for me to join your family. However, you must promise me one thing." Mengshu furrowed his brow and replied, "Do you truly think you are in a position to negotiate terms with me?" Ko Xiangxiang gently nudged her husband and eagerly interjected, "What is your condition? Please, do tell." A somber expression flickered in Tang San's eyes. "Previously, we encountered a formidable soul beast that abducted one of my companions. If you esteemed elders could assist me in retrieving my friend, I would gladly pledge my allegiance to your family. Should my friend perish, I would implore you to aid me in exacting vengeance." Nearly hunting down a soul beast? Mengshu regarded Tang San with a hint of surprise. The thoughts of Chao Tianxiang were more intricate than her husband's. Was Xiao Wu not with you? Could he truly be unable to withstand that soul beast? Tang San nodded slightly. Mengshu let out a disdainful snort. "Just because Xiao Wu cannot defeat him does not imply that I cannot either. Moreover, with our fusion technique, how many soul beasts in this Stardo Forest can possibly contend with us?" "Tang San, what manner of soul beast is that?" Tang San spoke urgently. "It is a Titan giant ape, likely of a million-year caliber. Mengshu is the most formidable soul master he has encountered. If he were willing to intervene to save Xiao Wu, it would undoubtedly be far easier than if I were to attempt it myself." How could Tang San let such an opportunity slip away? However, when the couple, the supreme dragon and serpent, heard the words Titan giant ape, their bodies stiffened simultaneously. The dominance and disdain in Mengshu's eyes vanished, replaced by an awkward expression, while Chao Tianxiang furrowed her brows deeply, sighing as she shook her head. Uttering words that plunged Tang San into despair, "We cannot do it. With the strength of the two of you, is it truly impossible to contend with that Titan giant ape?" Tang San asked anxiously. Mengshu retorted curtly, "What do you understand? The Titan giant ape is an ancient aberration of immense power. Not even a titled Douluo would dare claim victory over it. Furthermore, as far as I know, there is only one Titan giant ape in the Stardo Forest. Its cultivation is far beyond merely a million years. It has surpassed 60,000 years. It is the true sovereign of the forest. Moreover, the Titan giant ape has an even more fearsome elder brother. Unless all the titled Douluos of the two great empires gathered here, who would dare to hunt them? Xiao Qianxiang addressed Ming Shu, old man. We must leave this place swiftly. I never anticipated the Titan giant ape would appear on the outskirts. This is not a good omen. Fortunately, it seems to be in a good mood and has not commenced a massacre against the Soul Masters. Otherwise, this young lad would not be standing before us alive. The couple's knowledge of the Stardo Forest evidently surpassed that of Xiao Wu, and Tang San understood that, given his status, he could not deceive himself. Yet, Ming Shu's words brought him closer to despair. His initial assessment of the Titan giant ape had been high, but upon hearing Ming Shu's words, he realized that his judgment was still inadequate. The Titan giant ape was far more formidable than he had imagined, and it had a brother even more powerful than itself. It seemed that only the collective might of all titled Douluos could dare to hunt them down. Was this not tantamount to sentencing Xiao Wu to death? To this day, Tang San could not fathom why such a powerful soul beast would appear on the outskirts of the Stardo Forest. As for his inability to contend with the Titan giant ape, Ming Shu appeared somewhat vexed. Young man, are you jesting with me about the Titan giant ape? I have no time to waste here with you. If you join my family, I will assist you in absorbing this soul ring. Otherwise, you must choose a second path. Leave behind an arm as compensation for my granddaughter, and you may depart. Tang San emerged from his stupor, raising his gaze toward the formidable couple, the dragon and serpent of the world. He was acutely aware of the insurmountable chasm between them, realizing he lacked the standing to negotiate. Yet, in that moment, an indomitable spirit ignited within him, compelling him to refuse any form of compromise. Gradually lifting the Zhuge divine crossbow in his hands, he declared, "Since you cannot assist me in rescuing Xiao Wu, I shall not join your family. If you desire my arm, come and take it." Although his soul power had not fully recovered, his physical strength had improved somewhat, enabling him to wield the hidden weapon without difficulty. Ming Shu, taken aback by the audacity of such a mere great soul master daring to defy him, slammed his dragon-headed staff against the ground, producing a resounding boom that reverberated like an earthquake. Had Tang San not been leaning against a sturdy tree, he might have been overwhelmed by Ming Shu's formidable soul power. "If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish." Ming Shu's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Such a talented youth, if he could not be harnessed for his own purposes, had no reason to remain in this world. Just as Long Gong prepared to strike, a deep voice resonated, "Senior Long Gong, spare him." A flurry of figures rushed forth, led by the unmoved king, Xiao Wu. Behind him, the Shrek Academy's students hurriedly followed, appearing somewhat fatigued after their relentless pursuit of Tang San. The fierce cry of the human-faced demon spider had drawn the formidable couple's attention, guiding them, though they had not been able to pinpoint Tang San's exact location due to the distance. As Long Gong's staff struck the ground once more, it finally offered a directional cue, prompting Xiao Wu and his companions to hasten their arrival. Upon seeing his comrades, Tang San felt a wave of relief wash over him, though his body swayed dangerously close to collapse. Fortunately, Daimu Bai swiftly reached his side, steadying him and preventing a fall. Tang San's injuries from the battle with the Titan giant ape were quite severe. Despite consuming a recovery sausage, he had not fully healed. Coupled with the exhausting journey and the tactical struggle against the human-faced demon spider, his stamina and soul power had been thoroughly depleted. Had it not been for his sheer will, he would have succumbed long ago. Oscar quickly approached, offering Tang San 2 sausages, which he consumed gratefully. The warmth generated by the recovery sausages spread through his chest and abdomen, providing significant comfort. With Oscar's elevation to the soul respect realm, the efficacy of his recovery sausages had also increased, and though consuming 2 did not stack in terms of soul power restoration, it certainly aided his physical recovery more than a single one could. Despite Xiao Wu's arrival, the expressions on Long Gong and Ming Shu's faces remained unchanged. With the dragon and serpent of the world present, they had no fear of Xiao Wu alone. Observing the dragon-headed staff in Ming Shu's hand, Xiao Wu inwardly lamented, especially regarding the 8 soul rings that profoundly impacted him. Previously, he had utilized his martial soul true form, and now he was at only 50% of his optimal strength. Do not speak of Ming Shu. Even the Serpent Empress, Xiao Qianxiang, would find him formidable. This esteemed individual is none other than the venerable Long Gong, whom I, Xiao Wu, have long respected. As the adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Ming Shu cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Wu, saying, "There is no need for pleasantries. You have educated a fine disciple. Do you think the Ming family lacks defenders? The phoenix-tailed coxcomb serpent is one matter, but your disciple has slain my granddaughter's prey, the human-faced demon spider. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Xiao Wu replied. Esteemed senior, I believe there is a misunderstanding. Although I am the teacher of these children, Tang San is not my disciple. He has another master. And I dare not assume such a title. Oh? Mingshu paused momentarily, a shiver coursing through him. He pondered, if the youth named Tang San possesses such extraordinary strength, then his master must be remarkable as well. Xiao Wu, astutely perceptive, quickly detected the uncertainty on Mingshu's countenance and promptly suggested, Venerable Long Gong. Might we converse privately for a moment? Mingshu furrowed his brow slightly, but nodded. At that moment, he held overwhelming power and had no fear of Xiao Wu concocting any schemes. He tapped his dragon-headed staff against the ground and propelled himself 20 meters away. Xiao Wu hurriedly followed, whispering to Long Gong. Initially, astonishment was evident on Mingshu's face, but gradually, his expression darkened. Xiao Wujia's demeanor remained calm and courteous, and soon, their conversation concluded. Mingshu returned to his wife and granddaughter, whispering a few words to the Serpent Empress, who also displayed surprise. When the elderly couple's gazes returned to Tang San, they had transformed into something altogether different. Naturally, Tang San observed all of this keenly. Chapter 33. Is Meng Yiran also employing hidden weapons? What did Teacher Xiao convey to them? Did he reveal that he is a disciple of the Master? However, while the Master is well versed in martial souls, his own prowess does not seem sufficient to instill any fear in the unparalleled dragon serpent before them. Indeed, Mingshu, so you are a disciple of the Master. I did not anticipate that the Master's theories would finally have a chance to manifest. In consideration of the Master today, I shall let you off the hook. However, young man, remember this. Should a similar incident occur in the future, I shall not concern myself with who your master is. We shall take our leave. With that, he turned to depart. Grandfather. At the sight of her grandparents preparing to leave, Meng Yiran grew anxious. Grandfather. He has taken my soul beast twice. Are we to let it in like this? Mingshu cast a resigned glance at his granddaughter and replied. What else would you have me do? At my age, I cannot truly bully the young. It is better to let it go. Meng Yiran, steadfast, gazed defiantly at her grandfather. No, it cannot end like this. What I cannot have, he must not possess either. Since you are unwilling to stand up for me, I will take matters into my own hands. Tang San, if you are a man, let us compete once more. Tang San furrowed his brow. Do you still wish to compete with me? Have you forgotten that you were once my subordinate, defeated by my hand? Oscar's sausage indeed possessed its unique qualities. In a brief span of time, Tang San had regained 30% of his soul power, and his physical stamina had significantly improved, rendering his complexion much more favorable. Meng Yiran nodded resolutely. Indeed, I wish to challenge you once more. Do not assume that your previous victory grants you another. I shall not take advantage of your current lack of soul power. Let us engage in a different form of competition, since you have twice taken my soul beasts. The method of this contest ought to be determined by me. Tang San took a deep breath, feeling a marked improvement in his condition. He stepped forward slowly, pondering the stakes of the wager. If it were merely Meng Yiran at stake, he felt immensely confident. Although his soul power was lacking, he could still wield hidden weapons to contend with his opponent. The Zhuge divine crossbow in his hands was already prepared. And although he understood that after the compromise of the unparalleled dragon and serpent, he could not truly kill Meng Yiran, he had numerous methods at his disposal to incapacitate her using his concealed weapons. Meng Yiran glared at Tang San with a fierce intensity and declared, if you lose, you shall not absorb the soul ring of this faceless demon spider. If you win, it shall naturally belong to you. For Tang San, acquiring the soul ring of the faceless demon spider was of utmost importance. Only by obtaining it could he swiftly regain his strength to search for Xiao Wu. Very well. What shall we wager on? At that moment, the couple, the unparalleled dragon and serpent, paused their departure, standing silently beside their granddaughter in support. They exchanged hushed whispers, the content of which remained a mystery. On the side of Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu furrowed his brow, surprised that Meng Yiran would complicate matters at such a critical juncture. To persuade the Dragon Lord to spare Tang San, he had already divulged certain secrets to Mingshu. Otherwise, how could the formidable dragon and serpent have allowed such an easy exit? As Meng Yiran was about to speak, Oscar, who had been by Tang San's side, interjected. Wait a moment, this is unfair. All eyes turned to Oscar as he confidently approached Tang San. This faceless demon spider was clearly slain by Tang San. Even if you previously targeted it, it can only be considered a shared kill. Now, only Tang San is eligible to absorb this soul ring. Your wager is evidently unjust. A glimmer of malice flickered in Meng Yiran's eyes. Then what do you propose? Oscar chuckled and replied, I don't ask for much. If you lose, you cannot hinder Tang San from absorbing this soul ring. Moreover, shouldn't you also contribute something? Our request is modest. All you need to do is give Tang San a kiss. Xiao Wu admonished, not wishing for the dragon and serpent to be further provoked. Yet, to Xiao Wujia's surprise, the dragon lord, Meng Shu, suddenly spoke. Very well, let it be decided thus. Young people must have a bit of passion. As he spoke, a smile graced his face for the first time, while a faint blush appeared on the countenance of the serpent lady beside him. Unbeknownst to Oscar, the demand he had put forth evoked memories for the dragon and serpent of their own youthful days. When the dragon lord, Meng Shu, first encountered the serpent lady, Ko Xiangxiang, it was under a similar wager that he gained the upper hand, ultimately leading to their union, while various fortuities played a role in their coming together. That initial wager was of paramount significance. At that time, the conditions proposed by Meng Shu mirrored those articulated by Oscar now. In the eyes of the dragon lord and serpent lady, although Tang San's appearance was rather ordinary and could not compare to Dai Mu Bai, his talent, coupled with Xiao Wujia's earlier words to Meng Shu, instilled in them a profound sense of hope for this young man. The elderly couple has already taken precautions for their granddaughter's future. They're also curious to see if, under these circumstances, Tang San can once again triumph over his granddaughter. Meng Yiran cannot help but feel somewhat astonished by her grandfather's decision, yet she refrains from countering it. For she possesses unwavering confidence in the combat method she is about to propose. Tang San was merely eager to acquire the soul ring, showing little concern for other matters. After all, this wager posed no detriment to him. He gestured toward Meng Yiran with a polite invitation. With a sharp glare at Tang San, Meng Yiran finally raised her right hand, revealing a radiant white jade ring glimmering with a soft luster on her wrist. In a flash of brilliance, a long cloth pouch materialized in her hand. Clearly, her ring was also a soul-guiding artifact. The pouch measured approximately 2 feet in length and half a foot in width. As Meng Yiran split the fabric with both hands, it divided neatly in two. When she turned the cloth, everyone could distinctly see several short blades of identical size and style hanging from it. The blades bore no handguards, and through Tang San's discerning eye, they were unmistakably throwing knives. However, the knives in Meng Yiran's possession appeared somewhat rudimentary, apart from 2 blood grooves. They held no remarkable features. Each handle was about 3 inches long, while the blades spanned 5 inches. The material was commendable, shimmering with a subtle glow. I possess 36 soul-piercing knives, 18 for each of us. Shortly, I will have my grandfather shake a large tree 20 meters away, causing leaves to fall. We shall both throw our soul-piercing knives simultaneously, and the one who strikes the most leaves shall be declared the victor. However, irrespective of how many leaves are struck, the soul-piercing knives must remain embedded in the trunk. Those that do not pierce the trunk will not be counted toward the final score. Meng Yiran confidently articulated her method of competition. As she concluded her last statement, she noticed the members of Shrek Academy regarding her with a peculiar expression. The formidable Xiao Wujia widened his eyes in astonishment, blinking incessantly. The sinister-eyed Dai Mu Bai's dual pupils unexpectedly merged into a single gaze. Oscar covered his mouth, struggling to suppress his laughter. Ma Hongju nearly stumbled, teetering on the brink of falling. Zhu Zhuqing's icy demeanor thawed, leaving only a look of bewilderment. Ning Rongrong burst into laughter. Meanwhile, across from Meng Yiran, Tang San's face bore an expression that resembled a smile yet held a hint of uncertainty. Since Xiao Wu had been abducted by the Titan Great Ape, it was the first time he had relaxed his demeanor, even flipping his wrist to return the Zhuge Divine crossbow to the 24 Bridge Ming Wenite at his waist. Have you all lost your wits? Or are you afraid to compete? Meng Yiran glared at the Shrek Academy members, feeling as though she were being mocked, and thus raised her voice in anger. Oscar, closing his mouth with great effort, managed to hold back his amusement and replied, How could we shy away from the challenge? Your method of competition is splendid, truly splendid. At that moment, he was already pondering where Meng Yiran might kiss Tang San later. Even Xiao Wujia's face betrayed a hint of amusement. Unbeknownst to Meng Yiran, who remained oblivious to their thoughts, she turned to Tang San, inquiring, Would you like to rest a bit longer? I wouldn't want you to think I am bullying you. Tang San, lacking the cunning of an Oscar, could only shake his head in resignation and said, As long as you don't claim that I am bullying you later, we can proceed. Shall we begin? If the contest were of a different nature, he might indeed require a moment to recover. However, Meng Yiran proposed a competition in the art of hidden weapons, a domain in which he, as a direct disciple trained in the Tang sect's secret techniques since childhood, excelled. Even if he had not regained any of his soul power, Tang San was confident he would not be outmatched by Meng Yiran. She tossed one of the two cloth pouches in her hands over to him, her confidence still unwavering. Pointing towards a large tree approximately 20 meters ahead, she declared, "Let that be our target." Tang San cast a fleeting glance at the towering tree and remarked, "Very well." In Meng Yiran's hand, the handle of her soul-breaking knife was adorned with a crimson silk ribbon, while Tang San's was entwined with a cerulean one, ensuring no confusion arose. Although Meng Yiran could not discern the expressions of the Shrek Academy students, her grandparents, Meng Shu and his wife, understood all too well. What puzzled them, however, was why these individuals from Shrek Academy appeared so confident of victory. From a young age, Meng Yiran had harbored a fondness for various weapons, particularly short-range armaments. The 36 soul-breaking knives were crafted meticulously for her by her grandfather, Meng Shu. After careful consideration, Meng Yiran held a deep affection for these flying daggers, practicing with them frequently. Within a 30-meter radius, she could achieve a perfect accuracy rate. Naturally, in a short span, she was capable of launching up to 18 daggers simultaneously. The competition she proposed was, indeed, a reflection of her utmost limit. Chapter 34. The Limit Exceeded. The Demon Spider Soul Ring, Part 1. During her previous contest with Tang San, as they swiftly transitioned into a battle of soul power, Meng Yiran had refrained from utilizing her soul-breaking knives. Meng Shu harbored doubts that Tang San, a novice wielding such projectile weapons, could surpass the prowess of his granddaughter. Meng Yiran nodded at her grandfather, signaling, "Grandfather, let us begin." Meng Shu then inquired of Tang San, "Are you prepared?" Tang San nodded slightly. Was there anything else to prepare besides the hidden weapons? Naturally, given his disposition, he would never voice such a thought. Meng Yiran swiftly affixed the cloth pouch she held to her waist, the back of which had adhesive that could bond with any fabric, ensuring ease of use. As she secured her pouch, she deliberately cast a glance at Tang San, only to find him somewhat dazed, holding the pouch in one hand. Looking nothing like someone adept with throwing weapons. This sight inevitably filled Meng Yiran with a sense of triumph. Meng Shu, the Dragon Lord, made his move. He did not shift his position. Instead, he casually swung his 4-meter-long dragon-headed staff. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from the tip of the staff, and the silver cane soared through the air like a living silver dragon, hurtling towards a tree 20 meters away. With a muffled thud, Meng Shu's strength was perfectly calibrated, harnessing the force of the impact without harming the tree itself, causing the leaves to cascade down like rain. Meng Yiran shouted, her hands moving in unison, as glimmers of cold light swiftly shot from the cloth pouch. Her actions were deft, as she hurled all 18 soul-vanquishing daggers in one breath. Perhaps fueled by her fury towards Tang San, she felt invigorated, acutely aware of the remarkable sensation of throwing the daggers today. She was confident that each of her daggers struck their target, with even 2 of them piercing through leaves. While Meng Yiran was intently focused on her throwing, Meng Shu's gaze shifted to Tang San after releasing the dragon-headed staff. The staff, being a weapon spirit, could be recalled effortlessly with soul power after being thrown, without the need for meticulous control. He was curious to see if this young man named Tang San could surprise him once more. Under Meng Shu's watchful eyes, Tang San executed a movement that left the legendary dragon and snake couple utterly perplexed. As the dragon-headed staff was thrown, he turned away, not towards the targeted tree, but with his back to it. At the moment Meng Yiran launched her attack, Tang San's hand holding the pouch also moved. The pouch unfurled instantaneously in his right hand, and then it quivered vigorously. 18 streaks of cold light departed from their original positions almost simultaneously. Meng Yiran's soul-vanquishing daggers shot forth from the front. Yet Meng Shu discerned that the daggers Tang San released followed an arcing trajectory. To throw a dagger in such a manner necessitated considerable skill. Yet Tang San did not even use his hand for direct control. He merely employed the pouch to send forth all the daggers with such remarkable effect. Even as a soul Douluo, Meng Shu was taken aback, closely observing the destination of Tang San's daggers. The sound of blades piercing the trunk resonated densely, and the leaves in the air gradually scattered, signaling the conclusion of the contest. Meng Yiran turned to Tang San, only to see him turning back, and she could not help but exclaim in astonishment and irritation, "You didn't make a move?" Tang San shook the empty cloth bag in his hand and declared, "I have already made my move." At that moment, as Meng Yiran was taken aback, the formidable couple, the Gaishi dragon and snake, had already reached her side. Meng Shu sighed softly and said, Such extraordinary skill. Iran, you have lost. Confused, Meng Iran looked toward her grandfather, but Meng Shu merely shook his head and stated, "There is no need to check the results. Let us depart." No, I refuse to believe it, until she witnessed it with her own eyes. Meng Iran could not accept that her expertise in throwing weapons could possibly be outmatched by the visibly fatigued Tang San before her. Ignoring her grandparents' attempts to dissuade her, she dashed towards the great tree. She simply could not accept the notion of her defeat. Meng Shu sighed again, murmuring to himself, "This will likely be a significant blow to Iran." However, imparting the understanding that there are always those more skilled than oneself is not without merit. Upon reaching the tree, the first thing Meng Iran noticed was her thrown flying daggers, which, as she had anticipated, were all 18 embedded in the trunk, remarkably within a confined area. Each of her soul destruction daggers bore at least one leaf, with the most fortunate even possessing 3. They were, in fact, a notch above her usual standard. Yet, as Meng Iran's gaze ascended, she was rendered speechless by the sight of the blue ribbon soul destruction daggers. 18 daggers with blue ribbons were impeccably aligned on the trunk in 3 neat rows, 6 daggers in each row, forming a perfect character for 3. Each dagger was adorned with a stack of leaves, and the depth to which each blade penetrated the tree was identical. The stark contrast between her haphazardly placed daggers and Tang San's meticulous arrangement was painfully evident. Meng Shu's voice reached Meng Iran's ears. "Child, concede. Tang San's technique is something I cannot even claim to achieve." Simultaneously launched, simultaneously embedded in the tree. Remarkably, there was only a single sound, and each dagger adorned with 10 leaves. Moreover, he executed the throw with his back to the tree, without even glancing in its direction. Such skill can only be described as extraordinary. Slowly, Meng Iran turned to face her grandfather. Though her expression was no longer vacant, she appeared utterly disheartened. Abandoning her own soul destruction daggers, she walked step by step towards her grandparents. Just as Meng Shu had remarked, being bested in her area of expertise was an immense blow to Meng Iran. Within 3 days, she had suffered 2 defeats at the hands of Tang San, each more humiliating than the last, with her soul beasts snatched away on both occasions. Her long-held confidence had been thoroughly shattered by Tang San. Tang San strode towards the tree, his hand sweeping at his waist, from which a steel needle was released, deftly knocking down all the broken soul blades hanging from the branches. The needle followed its trajectory, returning gracefully to his palm, while he meticulously gathered the blades, wrapping them in a cloth pouch. Having completed this task, he hastened to stand before Meng Iran. "Miss Meng, here are your broken soul blades." Meng Iran glanced up at him, her striking beauty now tinged with a hint of pallor. "Have you come to mock me?" Tang San shook his head and said, "No. You need not feel disheartened. I have been practicing hidden weapons since the tender age of 3. Although I have yet to reach my 13th year, I have dedicated a full 9 years to this art. Just now, I exerted all my effort in employing the hidden weapon. That was the most exquisite technique I am capable of at present." The term hidden weapon piqued Meng Iran's attention, drawing her curiosity. Tang San handed the soul-breaking knife into her hands, subtly employing a weapon that demonstrated its efficacy. "I refer to it as a concealed weapon. Concealed weapons should not be used in contests, but rather as a means to secure victory through surprise." When Meng Iran suggested a comparison of concealed weapons with him, Tang San felt a mix of amusement and a sense of fondness. After all, this was the first time he had witnessed the emergence of a concealed weapon in another's hand since arriving in this world. Reflecting on the fact that he had unintentionally caused her some trouble since their first encounter, having taken 2 of her valuable soul rings, he felt a twinge of remorse. With the situation now settled, he could not help but offer Meng Iran a few words of encouragement. He wished for her not to abandon her training in concealed weapons due to today's setback. Meng Iran blinked her large eyes and inquired, "Then why is it that your concealed weapon can be wielded to such an extent?" Tang San remarked, "The practice of hidden weapons indeed requires a certain methodology. In truth, this flying dagger is not particularly suited for you. Its size is somewhat excessive, and its weight is rather burdensome. I believe that if you were to transform the flying dagger into a flying needle, the results would be far more effective. Observe." As he spoke, he raised his hand and brushed it over a piece of jade upon the 24 bridges under the luminous moonlight, revealing a 5-inch penetrating needle that now rested in his palm. Tang San handed the bone-piercing needle to Meng Iran, saying, "I have named this needle the bone-piercing needle. It measures 5 inches in length, tapering from a fine tip to a thicker end, and weighs less than 1/5 of your flying daggers. Nevertheless, It can travel great distances and possesses formidable penetrating power. Due to its compact size, it is also more convenient to carry. Although this may have been a coincidence, I must admit that I inadvertently disrupted your opportunities to acquire soul beasts on 2 occasions. If you are willing, I can share with you a method for training with concealed weapons. You may find it more beneficial than merely honing your accuracy. Meng Yiran was momentarily taken aback. You wish to teach me? She vividly recalled her grandfather's words about severing an arm. When she raised her gaze to meet Tang San's, she discovered that his eyes were remarkably clear, devoid of any deceit. It was evident that he spoke with sincerity. Tang San remarked, "The art of concealed weapons is equally profound and extensive. Are you willing to learn?" Meng Yiran instinctively nodded in agreement. Tang San smiled faintly and said, "Just now, I did not rely on my eyes to aim, yet I was still able to hit my target. This is a fundamental skill in the use of concealed weapons, known as listening to discern position. It involves utilizing one's hearing to locate the target's position. In situations where visibility is poor or the angle is unfavorable, one's eyes may fail to perceive the exact location of the target, making hearing an invaluable asset. By mastering the art of listening to discern position, you will eliminate blind spots when launching your concealed weapons, enhancing their stealthiness." Chapter 34, The Soul Ring of the Human-Faced Demon Spider, Part 2. Listening to discern position is the cornerstone of practicing concealed weapons and is by no means a secret. At that moment, Tang San did not shy away from sharing this practice method with the nearby couple, the dragon and serpent, and briefly explained a few techniques related to concealed weapon training. Initially, Meng Yiran harbored some reservations, but as Tang San elaborated, she nodded repeatedly. Within a short span of time, his words provided her with an entirely new perspective on the world of concealed weapons. If you can master these skills, the assistance of concealed weapons will be significantly beneficial to you. Tang San concluded his instruction to Meng Yiran succinctly. It was not that he was overly protective of his knowledge, but rather that he was eager to absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider in order to seek out Xiao Wu. At this moment, both his physical and soul powers had somewhat recovered, and he felt ready to absorb the soul ring. Long Gong and Shipo watched quietly as Tang San instructed Meng Yiran, refraining from interjecting. The earlier gloom on Long Gong's face, caused by Xiao Wujia's words, had now been replaced with a smile. Meng Yiran cast a deep glance at Tang San, silently conveying, "I will not express my gratitude to you." Tang San smiled faintly, expressing that he had never held high expectations. With a soft chuckle, Meng Yiran laughed, her beauty accentuated by the warmth of her smile, akin to the gentle thaw of spring. "You are merely 12? Truly, you are a small person with a great spirit." As she spoke, she suddenly leaned in and placed a kiss on Tang San's cheek. Tang San was evidently unprepared for Meng Yiran's sudden assault. A wave of warmth washed over his face, and in an instant, not only did his cheeks flush, but even his ears were tinged with crimson. Observing his awkward demeanor brought a sense of delight to Meng Yiran. As she spoke with a serious tone, "Do not entertain any other notions. This is merely the settlement of our wager. A bet is a bet. I shall not resort to deceit. Now, let us depart, and you should hasten to absorb that soul ring. Should we encounter each other again during my hunt for soul beasts and you dare to disrupt me, As she spoke, she playfully brandished her fist at Tang San, though it was evident that this gesture held little intimidation. The Dragon King and the Serpent Lady exchanged knowing smiles and nodded at Xiao Wujia before soaring away with their granddaughter. They needed to find a suitable soul beast for her swiftly and then make their exit, for they were not oblivious to the threat posed by the Titan giant ape. Oscar approached Tang San with a mischievous grin, asking, "So, how does it feel?" Tang San cast a bemused glance at him, questioning what he found so amusing. "Hand me another recovery sausage." Oscar chuckled, "I've got a large sausage here." Under the influence of the lewd soul curse, he handed a sausage directly to Tang San. Turning his gaze towards the corpse of the faceless spider, he noticed a rich purple-black light coalescing above it, marking the optimal moment for absorption. Observing this, Tang San's previously relaxed expression tightened once more, as he remained acutely aware that Xiao Wu was still awaiting his rescue. After consuming the sausage, he seated himself beside the faceless spider, murmuring, "I appreciate your assistance." Xiao Wujia nodded in acknowledgement, gesturing for the other students to encircle Tang San in a protective manner. With their vigilance, Tang San no longer needed to fear threats from ordinary soul beasts, allowing him to wholly concentrate on absorbing the formidable soul ring before him. Raising his right hand, the azure light from his blue-silver, grasped martial soul gradually materialized within his palm. Taking a deep breath, Tang San summoned the soul ring of the faceless spider. The purple-black light seemed to have awaited this moment, rushing toward Tang San as soon as it sensed his martial soul. The dense light enveloped Tang San's body instantaneously, causing Xiao Wu to involuntarily gasp in astonishment at the overwhelming wave of soul power. Just how many years of cultivation did this faceless spider possess? As the individual experiencing this phenomenon, Tang San felt acutely aware of a colossal surge of heat rushing into his body. Before he could react, this heat began to sear him like a blazing flame. The inherent ferocity of the faceless spider dictated the violent nature of the soul ring it produced. The potent aura that entered Tang San's body commenced a forceful transformation, overriding his very being. Although the energy contained within the soul ring lacked consciousness, it was utterly beyond Tang San's control. Under the intense fluctuations of soul power, Tang San felt as if his body was on the verge of bursting apart, the excruciating pain prompting him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Those surrounding him reacted in shock, while they too had absorbed soul rings. They had never encountered such a situation before, their gazes instinctively turning towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu spoke solemnly. This faceless spider's soul ring is exceedingly domineering. Absorbing it is no easy feat. He must rely solely on himself, as external assistance will only yield adverse effects. We can only trust that Tang San can endure and claim it for himself. What Xiao Wu did not articulate was that the more challenging a soul ring was to absorb, the greater its potential benefits would be, given the vast energy it inherently possessed, which would undoubtedly result in formidable soul skills. Meanwhile, Meng Shu and Ko Xiangxiang guided Meng Yiran towards another direction within the Stardo Forest. Ko Xiangxiang had been keenly observing her granddaughter. Ever since they departed from Shrek Academy, Meng Yiran had remained silent, her gaze cast downward, seemingly lost in contemplation. "Yiran, what occupies your thoughts?" Xiao Tianxiang inquired. Meng Yiran was roused from her reverie by her grandmother's voice as she pondered the words of Tang San. "Grandmother, do you think I should use that peculiar bone-piercing needle in the future?" Xiao Tianxiang smiled gently and replied, "If you find it beneficial, then by all means, use it. Though the needle's appearance is rather unique, it is not difficult to have one crafted. I have never seen such a long needle. It measures a full 5 inches. Suddenly, Long Gong Meng Shu remarked, "That boy Tang San is quite remarkable. Not only does he possess great talent, but he is also devoid of any arrogance. He is a rare gem indeed. It is a pity he refuses to join our family. Otherwise, within 20 years, he would undoubtedly lead our lineage to new heights." Xiao Tianxiang sighed softly and said, "The golden dragon is not merely a creature of the pond. When faced with the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Not just Tang San. I find the other children quite impressive as well. I truly wonder where Xiao Wu had discovered such exceptionally gifted youngsters. From what Xiao Wu mentioned, they seem to be from Shrek Academy. I have never heard of this academy before." Meng Shu replied, "Such details are trivial. Although the others appear commendable, I believe they still fall short compared to Tang San. Yiran, what do you think of him?" Meng Yiran hesitated for a moment, her eyes flashing with brilliance, and finally could not help but say, "He is merely a rather mature little boy." Recalling Tang San's serious countenance, she added, "He certainly does not look like he is only 12. Meng Shu smiled and said, "I was inquiring about your feelings towards him." At 16, Meng Yiran was at the tender age of blossoming emotions and, being exceptionally intelligent, began to grasp the underlying implications of her grandfather's words. "Grandfather, you cannot be suggesting a match, can you? I am over 3 years his senior. How could that be?" Having just celebrated her 16th birthday, she indeed was more than 3 years older than Tang San. Meng Shu chuckled, "Age is no barrier. A girl 3 years older can still seize golden opportunities." Meng Yiran's cheeks flushed crimson. "Grandfather, you..." Meng Shu continued, "What is it? Are you unwilling? Do you find his looks too ordinary?" Meng Yiran huffed and said, "He is indeed quite plain. His attire also suggests he is not from a prestigious family. I cannot fathom how he cultivates so swiftly with a martial soul as inferior as blue silver grass." Meng Shu furrowed his brow and replied, "My dear, when did you become one to judge by appearances? That boy Tang San is far from being as simple as you describe. How do you know he does not hail from a noble lineage? Blue silver grass. Have you ever encountered a soul master capable of cultivating it to above level 30? Furthermore, the hidden weapons he mentioned, when considered together, they are ample proof of this child's extraordinary nature." Seeing her grandfather's growing ire, Meng Yiran stuck out her tongue and said, "Grandfather, please do not be angry. Let us discuss the future when the time comes." Who knows if we will even meet him again? Mingshu sighed lightly. Each generation has its own fortune. Your path is yours to forge. However, I believe my judgment remains keen. In life, some opportunities arise but once or are fleeting. If you fail to seize them, you may lose much. Zhao Tianxiang grasped Mingshu's hand, saying, "All right, old man. Let us not speak so gravely. Our immediate concern should be assisting Iran in finding a suitable third spirit ring. Matters of lesser importance can be addressed later. Once we return, we shall investigate this Shrek Academy." At that moment, the atmosphere among the members of Shrek Academy grew notably somber. Surrounded by the group, Tang San sat cross-legged at the center, his form obscured from view. He was enveloped in a veil of pale crimson mist. This crimson hue was not the radiance of spirit power, but rather Tang San's own blood. Moments ago, with the intense fluctuations of his spirit power, his skin began to exude a fine layer of blood beads, which, as the spirit energy evaporated into the air, transformed into this delicate red mist. Tang San's brow was furrowed tightly, his lips pressed firmly together, and his body was incessantly convulsing. The beads of blood emerging from beneath his skin vividly illustrated the excruciating torment he was enduring. In Chapter 34, The Human-Faced Demon Spider Soul Ring, Part 2. The air was thick with fog, intermittently pierced by the ominous crackling of bones, each sound sending a jolt of terror through those nearby. Yet, the third soul ring, which should have materialized with the absorption, remained elusive, indicating that Tang San had yet to fully assimilate the human-faced demon spider soul ring. Dai Mubai, filled with concern, whispered to Xiao Wu, "Teacher Xiao, if this continues, Tang San may be in grave danger." Xiao Wu, equally troubled, replied, "I am aware. However, we cannot interrupt him now. The consequences could be far more dire. We must rely on his willpower. The energy granted by the soul ring should be within his capacity to absorb. But his physical condition is far from optimal. The inherent ferocity of the human-faced demon spider soul ring's energy is exacerbating the situation. Let us hope Tang San can endure this trial, otherwise." At this moment, the anguish that Tang San endured was known only to him. Before the overwhelming energy of the human-faced demon spider's spirit ring, he felt as though his entire being was being mercilessly sliced by countless blades. His internal organs throbbed with pain, while the formidable energy relentlessly tore at his body, leaving him perpetually ensnared in extreme torment. In truth, Zhao Wujia's assertion contained a slight inaccuracy. Due to the rarity of the human-faced demon spider, even the master would find it exceedingly difficult to ascertain its true cultivation level. A spirit master's third spirit ring can absorb energy equivalent to over 1,700 years of cultivation. It is not until the fourth spirit ring that one can absorb approximately 5,000 years of spirit ring energy. The upper limit for the fifth spirit ring is around 12,000 years, while the sixth spirit ring can absorb up to 20,000 years. The seventh spirit ring varies between 30,000 and 50,000 years, depending on the individual spirit master's unique attributes. It is only at the eighth spirit ring that one may have the potential to absorb a spirit ring from a soul beast over 50,000 years old. Finally, the ninth spirit ring alone possesses the possibility of absorbing a 100,000-year-old soul beast. However, among all known spirit masters, none have yet succeeded in absorbing a 100,000-year-old soul beast as their final spirit ring. The human-faced demon spider that Tang San vanquished possessed a true cultivation level that had surpassed 2,000 years. Although it had only recently exceeded this threshold, it had already transcended the limits of what a soul master could absorb from a third spirit ring. This serves as a crucial reason why the master, despite recognizing the substantial benefits that the human-faced demon spider could offer to Tang San's blue-silver grass, was not entirely supportive of his pursuit of such a spirit ring. During the battle, Tang San made a rudimentary assessment of the demon spider's prowess. However, he overlooked one significant detail. The creature had already sustained injuries inflicted by the formidable Long Gong Mengshu. Given Mengshu's exceptional strength, the wounds he inflicted would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the spider's overall capabilities. Tang San's situation differs markedly from that of most soul masters, for he possesses a twin martial soul, complemented by his cultivation of the profound heavenly skill documented in the Heavenly Treasure Record. His physical resilience far surpasses that of an ordinary individual. Under typical circumstances, if he were to absorb a soul ring from a soul beast of a mere 2,000 years, it would pose little challenge, given his inherent physical advantages. However, the human-faced demon spider is no ordinary soul beast. Its ferocity and strength render its soul ring extraordinarily domineering, and coupled with Tang San's suboptimal condition, he finds himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. If one were to calculate Tang San's current state, the inevitable conclusion would be grim. His body could not withstand the energy onslaught of the human-faced demon spider, leading to his explosive demise. After all, that energy exceeds the limits of what he can absorb. Yet, some elements elude calculation, such as willpower and belief. When a person's resolve reaches a certain intensity, or when they harbor an unwavering conviction, miracles often manifest. In this moment, despite enduring unparalleled agony, Tang San's innermost conviction remains steadfast. He must rescue Xiao Wu. Fueled by this indomitable belief, he withstands wave after wave of torment, even as blood seeps from his wounds, defiantly contending with the tyrannical energy of the Soul Ring. From a certain perspective, Xiao Wu being captured by the Titan giant ape has inadvertently empowered Tang San, while transcending one's limits to absorb a Soul Ring presents grave dangers. The potential rewards are equally substantial. The overwhelming energy fluctuations escalate, and the blood mist surrounding Tang San becomes increasingly pronounced. With a faint metallic scent permeating the air, whether it originates from impurities within Tang San or toxins from the human-faced demon spider remains uncertain. Amidst the anxious crowd, akin to ants on a hot pan, a delicate footfall suddenly catches Xiao Wu's attention. His cold gaze sharpens in a particular direction, and his soul power surges in response. At this pivotal juncture, Tang San cannot permit any interruption from either humans or soul beasts. Teacher Zhao. A slender figure emerges from the thicket. Upon seeing her, not only does Xiao Wu freeze in astonishment, but the others are equally taken aback. The individual who has suddenly dashed out from the woods is none other than Xiao Wu. In her current state, Xiao Wu appears somewhat disheveled. Her garments bear numerous tears, and her once neat scorpion braid has become unruly. Yet, her complexion is notably vibrant, suggesting a newfound maturity. Xiao Wu, you're alive? Oscar's exclamation reveals his realization of the insensitivity of his words. Xiao Wu retorts, are you wishing for my demise? What has happened? This mist. Oh heavens. What has happened to Tang San? Upon seeing Tang San amidst the faint red mist, a tightening sensation grips her heart, and she hastens towards him, moving swiftly. She has been delivered by the Titan giant ape, and although the Stardo Forest is vast, the king of the forest would find no difficulty in locating Shrek Academy's party. All soul beasts can serve as his eyes. After escorting Xiao Wu to a nearby location, the Titan great ape quietly departed, careful not to disturb him. He was in the process of absorbing his third soul ring. Xiao Wu hastily blocked Xiao Wu's path. She exclaimed, but how could absorbing the third soul ring lead to this? Turning her gaze toward the corpse of the faceless demon spider nearby, she began to grasp the situation. It was a faceless demon spider, and that was troubling. This particular spider had a cultivation level exceeding 2,000 years. The master had previously stated that the limit for a soul master's third soul ring is 1,760 years. Xiao Wu was taken aback. How do you know this faceless demon spider has a cultivation of 2,000 years? Xiao Wu then realized she had misspoken. The cultivation of the faceless demon spider could be discerned by the length of its legs. Look, the legs of this spider exceed 3 meters in length, which is indicative of a cultivation level surpassing 2,000 years. Are you not aware that every millennium of cultivation brings about distinct changes in soul beasts? Just as century-old soul beasts transform according to their age, so do those that are 10,000 years old. Xiao Wu replied, I must confess, I'm not very knowledgeable about this. I hadn't anticipated your understanding of soul beasts to be so profound. Xiao Wu responded, these are all lessons from the master. Shifting the blame for her gaffe onto the one most knowledgeable about martial souls was clearly a wise tactic. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the doubts of the others were alleviated. Xiao Wu sighed. Xiao San has already begun the process of absorbing this soul ring. At this point, there is no possibility of halting it. We can only hope that he withstands the energy surge of the soul ring and endures this trial. By the way, Xiao Wu, how did you escape the grasp of the Titan great ape? Please, tell us what transpired. Naturally, she could not reveal that the Titan great ape had specifically come to retrieve her upon sensing her presence. Before returning, Xiao Wu had prepared her explanation. With concern etched on her face as she gazed at Tang San, she explained, I'm not quite sure what happened. The Titan great ape grabbed me and ran into the forest. Not far into our flight, a sound akin to a bull's roar echoed from a certain direction. The Titan great ape appeared quite anxious. It glanced at me and then cast me aside before fleeing. A bull's roar? What kind of bull could instill such fear in a Titan great ape? Xiao Wu furrowed his brows. Fear flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes as she recounted. When the Titan Great Ape abandoned me, it let out a roar, and I felt the world spin before I lost consciousness. When I awoke, it was already gone. The scene was terrifying. At least dozens of soul beasts around us were stunned, with the weaker ones succumbing to injuries that caused them to bleed from their mouths and noses. I'm not sure whether to consider it luck or misfortune, but I discovered that my soul power had also broken through to level 30. Xiao Wu was astonished. What? You've also reached level 30? Who is older? You or Tang San? Xiao Wu replied, I'm a few months younger than him. Xiao Wu was rendered speechless. The record recently established by Tang San had already been surpassed. However, the next words from Xiao Wu left him wide-eyed. She said, at that moment, I was filled with fear. Perhaps my rise in spirit power was a result of the overwhelming external stimuli. I fortuitously discovered a Millennium Soul beast that was suitable for me, lying in a state of unconsciousness, and I hunted it to acquire my third soul ring. Is that even possible? The stout one stared at Xiao Wu, his expression akin to that of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Xiao Wu exhibited a look of lingering dread, thinking to herself how fortunate she was to be alive. She had truly believed her demise was imminent. To avoid being attacked by the soul beasts that would awaken around her, she had no choice but to eliminate those that had been stunned by the shock. After absorbing her third soul ring, her strength was restored, allowing her to retrace her steps based on memory. She had come searching upon hearing sounds from this direction and finally found you all. Chapter 35. Tang San's Dominance with the Third Soul Ring, Part 1. Despite the ambiguities in Xiao Wu's account, the fact that she had returned alive fostered an instinctive trust among them. Xiao Wu nodded and said, It's good that you're back. After you were taken, Little San was frantic with worry. He briefly recounted the events that transpired, mentioning how he had sought a mushroom sausage from Oscar to pursue her. Oscar, in turn, timely offered a recovery sausage. Listening to Xiao Wu's words, Xiao Wu's eyes welled with tears, cascading down like a kite set loose from its string. Gazing at Tang San, enveloped in a mist of blood, she murmured, Brother, please be safe. It's all my fault. I should have been more cautious. I caused you worry. You must pull through. As long as you awaken, I will do anything. Xiao Wu felt an immense sense of regret. In her moment of carelessness, she had neglected to conceal her aura, leading to her discovery by Air Ming. Had she not been captured, none of the subsequent events would have unfolded, and Tang San would not be in his current state while absorbing the soul ring. Yet, it was too late for regrets. All she could do was hope that Tang San's will was resolute enough to navigate through this perilous ordeal. At that moment, within Tang San's consciousness, a singular thought resounded. Xiao Wu, I will surely come to rescue you. Driven by this conviction, he endured the immense pain, refusing to let his spirit succumb to despair. In this critical juncture between life and death, the foundation of Tang San's training was laid bare. His physique was already significantly stronger than that of his peers, and his Xiantian skill was a robust and authentic internal martial art. If the energy of the human-faced demon spider's soul ring possessed consciousness, it would surely recognize that its ferocious energy seemed intent on breaking through Tang San's body. Yet, time and again, his resilience held firm at the last moment, repelling that violent force. With each act of resistance, the energy contained within the human-faced demon spider's soul ring was gradually absorbed by Tang San's body. Thus, the ferocity of that energy was incessantly diminished. The most critical challenge that Tang San currently faces is how to integrate the energy of the absorbed soul ring with his own body and the Xiantian skill, as well as harmonize it with his martial spirit, the blue silvergrass. Although the blue silvergrass is inherently feeble and does not exhibit significant resistance to external forces, the energy from the faceless demon spider's soul ring is overwhelmingly domineering, causing even the blue silvergrass martial spirit to hesitate in its absorption. It is this conflicting process that inflicts the greatest suffering upon Tang San. Fortunately, prior to commencing the absorption of the soul ring, he consumed a recovery sausage from Oscar. Otherwise, he would likely have already succumbed to fatigue at this juncture. As Tang San's skeletal structure began to emit a cacophony of crackling sounds, the seemingly subtle noise instilled a sense of trepidation, as if his entire being was on the verge of fracturing. From the surface of his skin, droplets of blood gradually took on a faint gray hue, alongside the absorption of the soul ring. The energy contained within the man-faced demon spider was undergoing an extraordinarily intense process of refining his very essence. The excruciating agony inherent in this transformation was beyond imagination. Ultimately, in the face of Tang San's indomitable will, all the energy within him began to relent, initiating a process of mutual absorption and transformation. The fine droplets of blood ceased to spill forth, and the furrowed lines of his brow began to ease. A subtle blue radiance began to emanate quietly from within him. Xiao Wuji exclaimed in delight. It has succeeded. The most perilous moment has passed. Now begins the process of soul power transformation. This lad truly lives up to his reputation as a miracle creator. He has withstood the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider for 2 millennia. The formidable Longxi and his companions should count themselves fortunate. Had this soul ring been absorbed by their granddaughter, it is likely she would have already burst from the strain. With the release of the blue light, strands of blue-silver grass began to manifest around Tang San, slowly sprouting forth. The size of the blue-silver grass did not undergo significant change. In fact, it appeared somewhat finer compared to when he possessed 2 soul rings. The original blue-black hue transformed into a blue-violet shade, a color of fusion that no longer presented itself in patterned form. At this moment, the blue-silver grass was approximately the thickness of 2 fingers, its most notable distinction being the luster it now possessed, gleaming as if coated in a glossy finish. Xiao Wuji instructed everyone to step back, aware that the newly augmented power was somewhat beyond Tang San's control, leading to an overflow of soul power. Given Tang San's previous physical condition, it would indeed be remarkable if he were able to manage the energy resulting from this enhancement. Just as the onlookers believed the situation was settled, suddenly, Tang San's previously relaxed brow furrowed tightly once more, and a cry of anguish escaped his lips. Seated in a meditative position, his body convulsed violently. His chest surged upward, arching his upper body in a terrifying display. "Brother!" Xiao Wu cried out. Tears streaming down her face, her tightly clenched fists digging into her palms unconsciously. Xiao Wuji, equally alarmed, wondered if another problem had arisen. As the crowd gasped in astonishment, a sound reminiscent of fabric tearing echoed, and Tang San's back garment was suddenly rent asunder. Daimu Bai, standing behind him, clearly observed 4 fist-sized protrusions swelling on either side of Tang San's spine. "What is this?" At Daimu Bai's call, the others turned to witness the transformation occurring on Tang San's back. At this moment, Tang San appeared to be enduring immense agony. As fine droplets of blood began to surface beneath his skin, causing his entire being to convulse violently. Suddenly, 8 protrusions erupted, and intriguingly, the skin on Tang San's back did not retract. Rather, deep purple entities, as thick as a fist, emerged from these protrusions, growing at an astonishing rate. As these 8 protrusions burst forth, revealing the deep purple entities, Tang San seemed to experience a moment of relief, his facial expression relaxing considerably. Though the convulsions of his body persisted, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, these deep purple entities swiftly extended to over a meter in length, continuing their rapid growth. When their length exceeded 1.5 meters, they paused momentarily, sprouting joint-like formations at their tips. As the deep purple entities extended once more, they branched out in another direction from these joints. Ultimately, the 8 dark purple appendages grew to over 3 meters before ceasing their expansion, their surfaces gleaming with a lustrous sheen. The portion nearest to Tang San's back was the thickest, tapering delicately to sharp, conical tips at their ends. Could these be the legs of a faceless demon spider? Observing Tang San and then glancing at the corpse of another faceless demon spider nearby, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the appendages sprouting from Tang San's back bore a striking resemblance to the spider's legs, albeit slightly more slender, with a more radiant sheen and even exuding a faint, sweet fragrance. Xiao Wujia, having witnessed many soul masters absorbing soul rings, found himself utterly astonished by this unprecedented spectacle, momentarily losing his capacity for judgment. The peculiar occurrence was far from over. As the 8 spider legs unfurled from Tang San's back, they began to move rhythmically. The 4 lower legs gradually sank into the ground, lifting Tang San's seated form into the air, as if he had sprouted 8 3-meter-long arms, presenting an extraordinarily eerie sight. Tang San's body finally ceased its spasms, his garments in tatters. Gradually, the previously extended blue-silver grass began to retract, enveloping him like a cocoon. Only the external spider legs moved gently. The members of Shrek Academy were utterly bewildered by this transformation. All they could do was wait. Faintly, they could hear the ominous cracking of bones emanating from within the cocoon. What had befallen Tang San remained a mystery to them. Ma Hongjun could not help but exclaim. Could it be that Tang San is transforming into a giant spider? Xiao Wu shot him a fierce glare, dismissing the notion. It was inconceivable for Xiao San to become a spider. This must be a mutation caused by the soul ring he had absorbed. He would surely be fine. Even Xiao Wu herself was uncertain whether her words were meant to comfort the others or to soothe her own anxieties. Waiting was all they could do now. However, none anticipated that this wait would stretch on for so long. Oscar had completed his soul ring absorption in merely half an hour, yet time seemed to stand still for Tang San, ensconced in the blue-silver grass, with no sign of movement. An hour passed, then two. The sky transitioned from darkness to light and back again. After a full 12 hours of waiting, fatigue weighed heavily upon them, but none dared to relax their vigilance. They could only wait. The sole source of solace was the continuous movement of the 8 spider legs sprouting from Tang San's back, a testament to the flicker of life. Under Xiao Wu's command, the group took turns resting, but Xiao Wu steadfastly refused to leave, remaining vigilantly by Tang San's side. In her heart, she fervently prayed for him to safely navigate this perilous ordeal. A soft groan, barely audible, roused the somewhat dazed Xiao Wu. She quickly lifted her gaze. The elongated blue-silver grass gradually loosened, extending outward and revealing its master within. Chapter 35, Tang San's Dominant Third Soul Ring, Part 2. Tang San was enveloped in a layer of dark brown substance. As the blue-silver grass unfurled, these dark brown objects gradually peeled away from his body, akin to discarded fruit skins, revealing the form beneath. When Xiao Wu beheld Tang San's physique once more, her delicate face flushed crimson with embarrassment. At that moment, Tang San stood completely unclothed, his entire body laid bare. The contours of his muscles became strikingly apparent. Although not exaggeratedly pronounced, they exuded an undeniable sense of strength. Beneath his bronzed skin, a faint purple aura shimmered, and as he hovered in the air, his previously crossed legs had unfolded, with his limbs naturally dangling, bestowing upon him an aura of unsettling intrigue. Amidst Tang San's disheveled black hair, a striking strand of purple hair stood out conspicuously, seemingly emanating a lustrous glow that was distinctly visible to Xiao Wu. The previous moans had indeed escaped from Tang San's lips, and at this moment, his eyes were gradually fluttering open, revealing a gaze filled with utter bewilderment. Tang San himself was unaware of what had transpired. He merely felt as though he had been enduring excruciating pain, steadfastly bearing it all. The unwavering belief in rescuing Xiao Wu sustained his willpower. When the intense agony abruptly ceased, an indescribable sense of relief washed over him completely. Pain was bearable. But with the arrival of the soothing reprieve following such torment, Tang San finally succumbed to a profound slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in the very scene that Xiao Wu had just witnessed. Before him lay a hazy vista, shrouded in a veil of white mist. As various sensations gradually returned to his body, with the increasing clarity of his mind, the surroundings began to sharpen into focus. His body felt indescribably comfortable, as if every cell within him rejoiced. However, there was a peculiar itch on his back, as if something was extending from behind him. He could sense the dampness of the earth beneath him, as well as the gentle caress of the surrounding air, yet Tang San vaguely sensed that something had changed. At that moment, others had also noticed Tang San's transformation. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, upon seeing his bare form, quickly turned away in embarrassment, unable to look any longer. Xiao Wu, though equally shy, prioritized Tang San's safety above all else, suppressing her own modesty as she earnestly gazed at him. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings danced rhythmically around Tang San's body, the purple ring standing out vividly, its brilliance accentuating his exposed physique. Meanwhile, all the blue-silver grasses surrounding him had silently vanished, leaving only the 8 colossal spider legs, each 3 meters long, still extending from his back. Brother Xiao Wu could not help but softly call out. The sudden sound startled Tang San. This voice was all too familiar and deeply yearned for. Instinctively, he turned in the direction from which the voice emanated, just in time to see Xiao Wu gazing up at him. Tang San's body trembled violently as he sought to lunge toward Xiao Wu. However, at that moment, he was suspended in midair, supported by 4 spider legs that were, in essence, a part of his own being. With a mere thought, the spider legs retracted, pulling him upwards from the ground. Unbeknownst to Tang San, this sudden shift caused him to lose his balance, and he plummeted from the sky. "Be careful," Xiao Wu exclaimed, extending her arms to catch him. Fortunately, her strength was considerable. The impact from a fall of over 2 meters was not too severe, allowing her to grasp him just in time. The 8 spider legs behind him lifted simultaneously, presenting a bizarre sight, yet they did not hinder Tang San's movements. The familiar scent wafted into his nostrils, prompting him to instinctively embrace Xiao Wu. "Am I dreaming? Xiao Wu, is it truly you?" Xiao Wu, equally overwhelmed, clung tightly to him, tears streaming down her face. In this moment, Tang San gradually emerged from the haze of his awakening. The essence of Xiao Wu was unmistakable to him. coupled with the warmth radiating from her soft form, he realized that it was all real. Xiao Wu had returned. "Shuh, don't cry. It's enough that you are back. That you are safe," he murmured gently, patting her back, his own eyes misting with tears. In that instant, all his worries dissipated. And the overwhelming sensation of reuniting with Xiao Wu, as if after an eternity, sent shivers through his very being. Compared to the newly acquired third spirit ring, it paled in significance. In his heart, nothing was more precious than Xiao Wu's life. "Brother, it's all my fault for causing you worry," Xiao Wu choked out, her voice thick with emotion. Tang San shook his head. "Fool, it is I who am at fault. It is my inadequacy that has failed to protect you." A cough from beside them abruptly roused the two, ensnared in a blend of sorrow and joy. The cough belonged to Daimubai, who interjected, "Little three. While I concede that your assets are quite impressive, might you first consider donning a pair of trousers? After all, there are other young ladies present." Tang San was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing down at himself, only to realize that he was devoid of even a single piece of fabric. At that moment, Xiao Wu also came to the realization, her delicate face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She hastily closed her eyes, yet remained reluctant to part from Tang San's embrace, burying her head against his chest, refusing to lift it. "How did I end up like this? Who removed my clothes?" Tang San asked, bewildered. Oscar emerged from the side, stating, "No one took your clothes. Who knows how they disappeared?" Tang San reached for his waist and, to his relief, found that the 24 bridges on a moonlit night remained intact. He quickly pushed Xiao Wu aside and hastily donned a set of garments. While putting on his trousers posed no difficulty, he soon encountered an unexpected predicament when he attempted to wear his top. It was then that he became aware of an anomaly on his back. Upon noticing the emergence of 8 spider-like legs with sharp tips, he was momentarily taken aback. His companion, the rotund Ma Hongjun, spoke with an unspoken understanding. "Do not inquire why this is happening. None of us possess the answer. This transpired during your assimilation of the soul ring from the human-faced demon spider. Tang San, could it be that your soul ring has undergone a mutation?" At this moment, Tang San had at least donned his trousers, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing had turned around. After a day and night of waiting, Tang San was finally free from his predicament, yet the peculiar changes he underwent sparked the curiosity of everyone present, including Zhao Wuji, who was no exception. Allowing himself to truly feel the transformation, Tang San stood there and slowly closed his eyes. Typically, after a soul master absorbs a soul ring, they can sense the new soul abilities they have acquired, much like how Oscar immediately recognized his third sausage soul skill after absorbing his third soul ring. Tang San endured excruciating pain during the process of absorbing the soul ring, to such an extent that the latter part of his transformation was spent in a state of unconsciousness. Only then could he steady his mind to truly perceive everything that the third soul ring bestowed upon him. Tang San's meditation lasted for nearly half an hour. When he finally opened his eyes again, his expression had taken on an unusual quality. "What is it?" Xiao Wu asked anxiously. Tang San, filled with perplexity, remarked, "There should be no issue. The spirit rings do not mutate. My teacher once mentioned that only the martial spirits can undergo transformation. Different martial spirits absorbing the same spirit ring will yield varying effects. I have already acquired a skill from absorbing the spirit ring of the man-faced demon spider. Everything appears to be in order. However, the 8 spider legs protruding from my back remain inexplicable." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed, startling everyone, who instinctively braced for an assault by a spirit beast. As they turned towards the source of the scream, they found no immediate danger. The one who cried out was Ma Hongjun, clutching his left hand with his right, a visage of torment etched upon his face. His left hand had turned a deep shade of purple, with the skin seemingly ruptured, dark liquid streaming down, accompanied by a sinister black mist rapidly creeping up his arm. "This is terrible. He has been poisoned," Zhao Wujing bellowed, swiftly dashing to Ma Hongjuan's side. He placed a hand on his shoulder, channeling his robust soul power to suppress the invading toxin within. "Here, take this," he said, as a small, dried sausage was quickly delivered to Fatty's mouth. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group. However, their moment of respite was fleeting. As the sausage was consumed, its detoxifying properties acted swiftly, halting the advance of the black mist that had been coursing up Ma Hongjuan's arm, forcing it to retreat momentarily. Yet, this reprieve was brief. The malevolent energy paused just before reaching the crook of his elbow, only to surge upwards once more. Oscar's countenance shifted dramatically. "This is dire. My sausage cannot counteract such a potent toxin. Fatty, how did you become poisoned?" Large beads of sweat cascaded down Ma Hongjuan's forehead. clearly indicating the immense agony he was enduring. Despite Xiao Wujin's assistance, their combined soul power proved insufficient against the relentless spread of the black mist, and his hand began to show signs of necrosis. In mere moments since his initial cry, the severity of the poison had left everyone in a state of shock. Gritting his teeth in agony, Fatty managed to utter, "I merely touched the spider legs on Tang San's back out of curiosity, and now it has come to this. Tang San, those spider legs are toxic." Tang San paused for a moment, a sudden flash of insight illuminating his mind. "Fatty, do not move. Everyone, step aside. Do not let my spider leg's sharp stinger touch you." Chapter 35. Tang San's Dominant Third Soul Ring, Part 2. As he spoke, he swiftly approached Fatty. Disregarding the fact that Fatty's palm had already begun to decay, he raised his hand and grasped it firmly. In an instant, Tang San's hand transformed into a lustrous jade hue. A wondrous spectacle unfolded, the potent venom that even Oscar, the little sausage, could not neutralize, retreated rapidly upon contact with Tang San's hand, as a faint purple-black liquid streamed into his palm, vanishing without a trace. Within just a few breaths, Fatty's arm returned to normal, and fresh crimson blood began to flow from the wound on his palm. The look of agony on his face dissipated as well. What could possibly be the reason for this? The same question echoed in the minds of everyone present, apart from Tang San. Seeing that Fatty was unharmed, Tang San exhaled in relief. He understood that many questions lingered in their hearts but chose not to rush into explanations. After releasing Fatty's hand, he hastened towards the lifeless corpse of the man-faced demon spider, pressing his hand against it. The corpse, now entirely devoid of life, had turned a dull gray. With a mere exertion of his soul power, a series of sharp cracking sounds resonated as the body of the man-faced demon spider shattered into fragments. "I comprehend now," Tang San thought, connecting the sensations from his earlier meditation. He had finally grasped the sequence of events. From this moment forth, do not touch the spider legs on my back. They contain the lethal venom of the man-faced demon spider. When I absorbed the soul ring earlier, for reasons unknown, I also ingested all of its toxins. The answer to why this occurred can likely only be uncovered upon consulting my master. I may not know the cause, but I have a rough understanding of my current condition. I have acquired the third soul skill bestowed by the man-faced demon spider, which is its most adept technique, the web. My blue-silver grass has likely undergone a certain mutation due to the infusion of the man-faced demon spider's soul ring. As for the extent of this mutation, I will have to experiment gradually. My overall attributes have significantly improved, especially in terms of strength and speed. My soul power has also seen a considerable enhancement, feeling as though I have surpassed the 30th level. Xiao Wujin inquired, "What, then? Is the nature of those spider legs on your back?" Tang San let out a bitter smile and remarked, "It is akin to absorbing the entirety of the venom from the faceless spider. I too am at a loss as to why this phenomenon has transpired. Those spider legs appear unrelated to the spirit rings I have assimilated. I can exert control over their movements, albeit with a degree of awkwardness." Dai Mubai inquired, "Is it possible for you to retract them? It cannot be that you remain in this state indefinitely, for you would surely be regarded as a monster." Tang San, with a sense of helplessness, remarked, "Are we not all monsters in our own right? Let me give it a try." As he spoke, he concentrated his soul power, channeling it into his spine, issuing a command to retract the 8 spider legs. A remarkable scene unfolded. The 3-meter-long spider legs gradually folded, the curved segments aligning perfectly together, and then slowly merging back into Tang San's body. Tang San merely felt a slight itch on his back, without any significant discomfort. During this process, the 3 soul rings adorning him illuminated brilliantly. He could distinctly perceive that his soul power was depleting at an accelerated rate. Evidently, retracting these spider legs required a substantial amount of soul power for support. As his soul power diminished by a third, all the spider legs finally retracted into his back. Tang San could clearly sense that the 8 spider legs had not vanished within him. Rather, they had transformed into 8 peculiar energies, originating from his spine and aligning with his 8 ribs. Being able to retract them is a good thing. Xiao Wujin nodded at Tang San, acknowledging the impressive nature of these spider legs. If they truly possess the same qualities as those of the faceless spider, your strength will undoubtedly increase. These 8 3-meter-long legs, which can be manipulated at will, are akin to 8 spears imbued with lethal venom. Should their toxicity mirror that of the faceless spider? It would likely entail neurotoxic and corrosive properties, potent enough to incapacitate even Xiao Ao's small sausage dog. This underscores the sheer intensity of the venom. Tang San was deep in thought, reflecting on the excruciating process he underwent to obtain the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. Having completed the absorption, the rewards he reaped far surpassed those of an ordinary soul master. Not only did his inherent attributes experience a significant enhancement, but he also acquired the coveted skill he had long desired. Yet, the 8 spider legs protruding from his back left him in a quandary, torn between elation and trepidation. For he remained uncertain about the implications this transformation would have on his future. At that moment, he longed for his master, pondering that perhaps the presence of the great master might have provided clarity to his myriad questions. Resolving to set aside such thoughts for now, he decided to defer all considerations until their return. Xiao Wu gazed at the children before him with a smile, his spirits considerably lifted. Despite the numerous challenges and perilous encounters they had faced, they had ultimately prevailed. Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu had successfully acquired their soul rings, advancing to the rank of soul ancestor, a commendable achievement indeed. It was time to return to Shrek Academy. They were ready to embark on their journey home. The group erupted in jubilant cheers, having narrowly escaped death multiple times, and now all was resolved. They could finally return home. The 7 students exchanged glances, a silent camaraderie blossoming among them. After their expedition through the Stardo Forest, whether they had obtained soul rings or not, their singular desire was to return to the academy and luxuriate in the comfort of their own beds. If there had been any distance among the 7 at the outset of their journey, it was indisputable that their bonds had tightened significantly. Ningrong, once the least accepted among them, had gained the respect of her peers through her actions and, in the face of life and death, had come to understand the true essence of friendship. In the presence of such remarkable talents, what superiority could she still claim? Though some time had elapsed, Xiao Wu, having utilized his martial soul's true form, was operating at merely 50% of his optimal strength. Consequently, the group remained vigilant as they exited the Stardo Forest. Each member was equipped with Oscar's mushroom sausage and restorative sausage, maintaining their optimal defensive formation. As they neared the edge of the Stardo Forest, Xiao Wu reiterated her earlier words to Tang San, sharing the news of her newly acquired 3rd soul ring. Xiao Wu, what is the skill of your 3rd soul ring? Tang San inquired with curiosity. With a playful smile, Xiao Wu replied, it's a secret. I'll tell you when we get back. Tang San, how did you defeat that human-faced demon spider all by yourself? Even a wounded one possesses terrifying attack power, not to mention its venom. At Xiao Wu's question, Tang San suddenly recalled something important. Teacher Xiao, wait a moment. They were now close to the edge of the Stardo Forest, although some soul beasts were visible. They were predominantly of the 10 and 100-year variety, posing little threat. Xiao Wu halted, turning to Tang San and asking, what is it? Tang San raised his hand beneath the moonlit night at the 24 bridges and retrieved the Zhuge divine crossbow. Upon hearing Xiao Wu mention the demise of the faceless demon spider, he suddenly recalled that his crossbow, after being fully prepared for firing that day, had not been discharged. Maintaining the mechanism in a ready state for an extended period could inflict damage on the bow itself. Fortunately, only a little over a day had passed, and he could still release the mechanism in time. Once the Zhuge divine crossbow is fully prepared, it must be fired to deactivate it, which is one of its inherent flaws. Seeing the Zhuge divine crossbow in Tang San's hand, Xiao Wu finally realized that it was the weapon used to slay the faceless demon spider. Indeed, its power is formidable. The creature's eyes would certainly not withstand such force. Xiao Wu's words did not go unnoticed by the others, who, previously consumed by tension, had failed to observe the circumstances of the spider's death. As Tang San began to absorb the soul rings, their primary concern was his safety. It was only upon Xiao Wu's mention that they were reminded of the terrifying nature of the faceless demon spider, and they couldn't help but express astonishment at the sight of the Zhuge divine crossbow in Tang San's grasp. Tang San demonstrated to everyone the purpose of the Zhuge divine crossbow. Following the events in the Stardo Forest, he had come to acknowledge his companions. Mechanisms and concealed weapons were not the true secrets of the Tang sect, and he had nothing to conceal. Raising his hand, he aimed the Zhuge divine crossbow at a nearby large tree and pressed the switch. A series of crisp, resounding clicks echoed, and the group was momentarily dazzled by the spectacle, soon followed by a succession of muffled thuds. The explosive speed of the projectiles caused even Xiao Wu to change his expression. Among the crowd, the fastest was undoubtedly the agile soulmaster Zhu Qing. Yet she knew she could not escape the rapid fire of the Zhuge divine crossbow. The expressions of everyone shifted to astonishment as they exchanged incredulous glances. Approaching the tree, they clearly saw that on the massive trunk, which required 3 people to embrace, there were now 2 rows of 16 small holes, each the thickness of a finger. The holes were translucent, allowing light to pass through from one side to the other. Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiao Wu asked, Tang San, what is this? How did you accomplish this? Tang San presented the Zhuge Divine Crossbow before the crowd, exclaiming, I call it the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. It is a formidable mechanical contraption, a hidden weapon that anyone can wield. It is equipped with 48 crossbow bolts, and once the mechanism is engaged, it can instantaneously release 16 bolts in a single volley. Just as demonstrated moments ago, once the mechanism is set, it must be discharged, otherwise, prolonged tension will damage the crossbow itself. The immense force exerted by this repeating crossbow can easily strain the metal components, which is a significant flaw of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. In the 6th episode, External Soul Bones, Chapter 36, The Arrival of the Master, Part 1, Dai Mubai, puzzled, inquired, Are you saying that what was just shot was a crossbow bolt? But where did your bolts go? Tang San smiled faintly and gestured towards another grand tree behind him, saying, There it is. As he spoke, he approached the towering tree. This second tree stood a distance of 10 meters from the first. When the crowd arrived at the base of the tree, they finally discerned the marks left by the crossbow bolts shot from the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. 16 crossbow bolts were meticulously arranged in 2 rows, wholly embedded within the trunk. Xiao Wu glanced at the tree ahead and then at the one before him, asking, Little San, did your bolts pierce through the previous tree and then embed themselves into this one? Tang San nodded and remarked, The power of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow is formidable. It specializes in piercing through soul defenses. If one's defense is not exceptionally robust, they could be vanquished in an instant. Upon hearing Tang San's elucidation, the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. Such overwhelming penetrating power left everyone present, save for Xiao Wu, acutely aware of their inability to withstand it. Dai Mubai murmured to himself, This weapon is exceedingly tyrannical. Even if I were to unleash the White Tiger's diamond transformation, I would likely still suffer grave injuries. Tang San raised his hand and struck the trunk of the tree. Utilizing the Xiantian skill combined with the dragon capture technique to gradually dislodge the crossbow bolt from the tree's body. The bolts of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow are not easily crafted, and the one that had previously penetrated the body of the human-faced demon spider was obviously no longer salvageable. However, he was reluctant to part with the ones before him. While continuing to strike the tree, Tang San remarked to Dai Mubai, The Zhuge Divine Crossbow is undoubtedly a nightmare for ordinary warriors. Its most notable feature is not its inherent power, but rather the unique stealth and suddenness characteristic of hidden weapons. Once properly prepared, it can be fired without expending any soul power, allowing even an ordinary person to wield it with ease. According to my calculations, for soul masters below level 40, the likelihood of survival upon being struck directly is exceedingly slim. It possesses a formidable restraining effect on non-defensive soul masters. Tang San, did you devise all of this? Ning Rongrong inquired. Tang San paused momentarily, a wry smile gracing his lips as he replied, I suppose so. He could hardly disclose that this technique was acquired from another realm. Ning Rongrong tentatively inquired, Tang San, would you be willing to sell this item to me? You may set any price you wish. As you are aware, I am a support-type soul master, lacking in self-defense capabilities. When the others are engaged in fierce battles, all I can do is assist with a few soul skills, while merely observing the fray. If I possessed this item, I would gain a semblance of offensive power. Tang San smiled lightly and said, What shall I sell? I can simply gift you one later. However, the materials required for crafting this item are quite expensive. You will have to cover the cost yourself. At that moment, he had already extracted the crossbow arrow from the tree, allowing everyone to finally behold the true appearance of Zhuge's divine crossbow arrow. The arrow measured 8 inches in length, devoid of fletching. The rear 4 inches were cylindrical, while the front 4 inches tapered to a sharp point. The foremost 3 inches featured 12 delicate blood grooves, with the tip being exceedingly sharp and glimmering with a faint cold light. Remarkably, there was no sign of wear from penetrating the tree trunk. Tang San, with a deft flick of his wrist at the side of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, opened the arrow chamber and carefully returned the 16 crossbow bolts back into their compartment. At this moment, Oscar had approached, wearing a sycophantic smile. Little San, are we not good brothers? Tang San gazed at him with a faint smile, fully comprehending Oscar's implication. Naturally, it was a promise of reassurance. He would personally provide each of them with a set of Zhuge Divine crossbows, similar to Rongrong. The materials would be at their own expense, while he would take charge of the manufacturing. However, The creation of such an apparatus was exceedingly intricate, and he could only produce one per month. They need not be anxious about it. Furthermore, it should not be employed lightly unless absolutely necessary. Crafting the arrows was also a complex task, and once released, they would be difficult to retrieve. After all, he was but one individual and could not cater to the needs of all. Moreover, the Zhuge divine crossbow was inherently formidable, possessing immense lethality that could easily inflict fatal injuries. Little 3, this will not do, Xiao Wu suddenly interjected. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Why, Teacher Xiao? Xiao Wu displayed a hint of cunning amusement on his face as he glanced at the other students. These individuals are not financially constrained. The crafting of your Zhuge divine crossbow is no simple feat. It should not be undervalued. After all, some are indifferent to monetary concerns. Just estimate a price and sell it to them. Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, saying, I concur with Teacher Xiao. Little San, if you were to sell your Zhuge divine crossbow, what would be your asking price? Tang San smiled and shook his head, indicating that they were all comrades and should refrain from discussing money. Dai Mubai remarked, while it is true that we are all on the same side, it would be unjust for you to bear the burden alone. The fact that such a small mechanism can launch arrows of such tremendous power speaks volumes about its intricate craftsmanship. We cannot allow you to labor without recompense. Moreover, as we will be utilizing this device in the future, we will need a supply of arrows. Should we expect you to produce them for us without compensation? Let us not stand on ceremony. Here's a proposal. Consider this first Zhuge crossbow as a gift to us, and we shall only cover the cost of materials. In the future, should we require more, you must sell them to us. What do you think? Oscar chuckled and replied, Indeed, that sounds fair. After all, our monthly stipends are quite generous. This device could be a lifesaver in critical moments, and if it costs a bit more, that is of no concern. Tang San nodded and said, Very well. Since everyone has shown an interest in mechanism-based hidden weapons, I shall endeavor to help you all arm yourselves. After all, possessing an additional weapon provides an extra layer of security. It was evident that the group was quite fascinated by hidden weapons, largely due to the impressive results Tang San achieved with them. Indeed, on his very first day at Shrek Academy, he had managed to outsmart Xiao Wu, whose soul power exceeded his by over 40 levels, using these very devices. Not only the students, but even Xiao Wu himself felt a stir of curiosity. Finally emerging from the Stardo Forest, although the refreshing air was no longer present, the group felt as if a weight had been lifted, experiencing a newfound sense of ease. Let us push on a bit further. We shall rest once we reach the town, Xiao Wu smiled. Dai Mubai added, If everyone is in good condition, let us hasten our pace. Upon arrival at the town, I shall treat everyone to drinks. Teacher Xiao, you must not decline this time. Without your assistance, we might not have made it out of the Stardo Forest alive. Xiao Wu chuckled. Xiao Bai, I know you have the means. However, I can hold my liquor quite well. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. Teacher Xiao, have you not heard the saying? Problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Their venture into the Stardo Forest had indeed yielded significant gains. Not only had Oscar successfully entered the Soul Sovereign realm, but Tang San and Xiao Wu had also completed the fusion of their third soul rings. More importantly, this experience had fortified the camaraderie and relationships among the group. Shrek Academy had only these 7 individuals, and resolving any conflicts would greatly benefit their future cultivation. The group spent a full 2 days recuperating in the town, while their soul power and physical strength did not require such an extensive period for recovery. The mental strain they had endured necessitated relaxation. With great generosity, Dai Mubai covered all their expenses during these 2 days, and they refrained from any cultivation, instead choosing to drink and revel together. The joy was palpable, with even the usually stoic Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor softening considerably. However, she resolutely refused to allow Dai Mubai to hold her hand again. Dai Mubai did not press her, understanding that she was merely a 12-year-old girl, and he was in no rush. After 2 days, they set off once more, and after a day of travel, they successfully returned to the outskirts of Soto City and Shrek Academy. At last, we are back. The feeling of homecoming is truly delightful, Oscar exclaimed, somewhat theatrically. Xiao Wu shot him a glare. Keep your voice down. Can't you see it's dark already? Now, return to your respective dorms to rest. I must meet with the dean to report on our journey. Having traveled all day, everyone was fatigued and made their way to their dormitories. Tang San, wait a moment, called Ning Rongrong just as Tang San was about to head back to the dorm with Oscar. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Ning Rongrong, is there something you wish to discuss? Ning Rongrong bit her lip delicately and replied, I would like to have a private conversation with you, if that is acceptable. Oscar, standing beside Tang San, momentarily tense before saying, "You two can talk. I'll take my leave." Ever since that fateful day when he had inadvertently knocked Ning Rongrong down during the Titan giant apes attack, Oscar's previously extinguished hopes had begun to flicker back to life. After all, Ning Rongrong possessed a striking beauty, and although she was merely 12, she had blossomed into a captivating young lady, a rare gem of beauty. In recent days, as he had been particularly attentive, Ning Rongrong had ceased to rebuff him and had instead grown considerably more amiable. Yet now, she suddenly expressed a desire to speak with Tang San alone, causing a pang of jealousy to stir within Oscar, though he could not voice his discontent. Xiao Wu, with a hint of curiosity, looked at Ning Rongrong and asked, "Rongrong, what do you want to discuss with Xiao San? Am I not allowed to listen?" Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. Xiao Wu pouted and made a playful face at Ning Rongrong before sprinting back to the dormitory. Daimubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing had already returned to their quarters, leaving only Tang San and Ning Rongrong at the entrance of the academy. Chapter 36, The Arrival of the Master, Part 2. What is it that you wish to discuss, Rongrong? Tang San inquired. Ning Rongrong replied earnestly, Tang San, I wish to engage in a business transaction with you. Business? Tang San responded, surprised by her proposition. He thought to himself, could it be that Ning Rongrong has fallen back into old habits? Ning Rongrong nodded seriously. Although I am aware that you may not be in need of money, I am very eager to complete this transaction with you. However, I cannot make the decision alone. I wanted to first ask if you would be willing. Tang San, through keen observation, discerned that Ning Rongrong was not merely reverting to an old state. Her expression was earnest and tinged with excitement. Just speak plainly. What is the matter? Ning Rongrong replied, as you are aware, I hail from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although our sect is one of the 7 great sects of the present age, enjoying a prestigious standing, the direct disciples within our sect are primarily support-type soul masters. The auxiliary abilities of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower Martial Soul are formidable. However, they are insufficient for preserving our own lives. In the event of a confrontation, we invariably become the primary targets of our adversaries. I believe that your mechanized traps could greatly assist us, at the very least providing my clan with some means of self-defense. Therefore, if possible, I hope to procure a batch of mechanized traps through our sect. Tang San comprehended Ning Rongrong's intentions. However, I have heard that your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has many affiliated sect disciples specifically tasked with safeguarding those who possess the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower Martial Soul. And there are even 2 formidable title Douluo among them. Is that not sufficient? Ning Rongrong responded, that is still an external force, not one that belongs to us. Moreover, one can never guarantee that betrayal will not occur. There was an incident in the past within the sect where one of my uncles was forcibly abducted by a sect guardian. Although numerous regulations have since been established within the sect, they remain merely reactive measures. Tang San said, Ning Rongrong, I apologize. I fear I must disappoint you. If it were merely the few of us, it would not pose much of a problem. I should be able to craft a sufficient number of concealed weapons. However, your sect boasts at least 100 direct disciples. It is simply beyond my capacity to produce such a multitude of weapons. Ning Rongrong replied anxiously. They do not need to be of exceptional quality. As long as they serve the purpose of self-defense, that will suffice. If the quality is somewhat inferior, might it not save us time? Tang San said with a serious expression, Ning Rongrong, please refrain from mentioning such matters again. If I choose to undertake this task, I shall devote myself wholly to producing the finest outcome. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue and replied, then is there truly no other way? Tang San's heart stirred as he recalled the operational model previously employed by the Tang sect. He pondered whether replicating it could yield fruitful results. While there were indeed methods to explore, he realized he needed to reflect thoroughly before providing a response. Ning Rongrong offered a gentle smile and said, that is splendid. Tang San, why not do this? Please give me the first set of hidden weapons you create. I must show them to my father, as only he can decide whether to equip your concealed weapons to his direct disciples. If it truly comes to fruition, ensure you charge a high price. Do not hesitate. With a playful giggle, she added, I must return to rest now. Perhaps I should explain to your Xiao Wu as well. Rest assured, I will not allow her to feel jealous. With that, accompanied by a trail of laughter, Ning Rongrong dashed towards the dormitory. Watching her retreating figure, Tang San's face broke into a relaxed smile. Money was indeed a good thing, and he would not refuse it. For him, The ambition to create more powerful hidden weapons in the future would undoubtedly require financial backing. He resolved to return and contemplate whether he could indeed emulate the Tang sect's past business strategies. After all, the mass production of hidden weapons was not a task he could accomplish alone. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Wu had not yet rested. He lay on his bed staring at the ceiling. As soon as Tang San entered, he hurriedly sat up and asked, "What did Rongrong want with you?" Observing his anxious demeanor, Tang San could not help but chuckle and teased, "It's nothing much, merely a matter of emotional exchange." Emotional exchange? Oscar's voice took on a peculiar tone. "Tang San, is Xiao Wu truly your biological sister?" Tang San shook his head and said, "Xiao Wu is my sworn sister." Oscar replied, "Since you already have Xiao Wu, does that mean you won't compete with me for Rongrong?" Tang San gazed at Oscar with a playful glint in his eyes and remarked, "Did you not already resolve to relinquish your intentions?" Oscar, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Yet. During our recent expedition to the Stardo Forest, did you not notice that Rongrong has undergone some changes? She seems far less disagreeable than before. Moreover, she is still quite young. I firmly believe that her character will surely improve with time." Tang San also lay down on his bed, "And you must strive hard. Rest assured, she sought me solely regarding the matter of the hidden weapon." Oscar rejoiced, "Truly? That is splendid news. Little San, you are indeed a true brother to me." Tang San rolled his eyes, dismissing the conversation. "Hurry and rest. Aren't you tired?" As he closed his eyes, images of his companions from Shrek Academy flashed through his mind. Each of them was a prodigious talent, their maturity far surpassing that of their peers. He found it astonishing that Ma Hongjun, at merely 12 years of age, was already frequenting establishments of ill repute, not to mention the remarkable twin brothers, Dai Mubai and his sibling. Was this what they referred to as precociousness? After a long day of travel, fatigue was inevitable. Now that he had finally returned, Tang San resolved to grant himself a day of relaxation, instead of meditating. He succumbed to slumber, for a constant state of tension could be counterproductive to his cultivation. Adequate rest could indeed enhance the efficacy of his training, a principle imparted to him by his master regarding the balance between work and leisure. In the dean's office, Flinder listened with astonishment to Xiao Wujia's account of their expedition to the Stardo Forest, his expression shifting multiple times. Only when he learned that everyone had returned safely did he exhale in relief. "It appears we were rather complacent," Flinder sighed, a wave of apprehension washing over him. "Next time we hunt soul beasts, I shall join you and bring along 2 more instructors. These children are exceptional talents. Should anything happen to them, it would be a grave loss." Xiao Wujia, seated nearby, expressed an even greater concern. "You cannot fault yourself. Who could have anticipated that the Stardo Forest would become so peculiar, with so many incidents occurring even at the periphery? Not to mention encountering the legendary couple of the dragon and serpent. What perplexes me most is the appearance of the Titan great ape, given its status among soul beasts. It should not venture to the forest's edge. Fortunately, Xiao was lucky. Otherwise, we would have faced significant losses. Frankly, even with 4 teachers to protect these children, an encounter with the Titan great ape would have ended in disaster." Flinder nodded in agreement. "However, the Stardo Forest is the closest soul beast habitat to the Academy. We have no other options. From what you imply, the Titan great ape seemed to harbor no malice and did not attack you. Otherwise, even with your martial soul's true form, you would not have been able to withstand it. Xiao Wu's survival is indeed astonishing. What was that bellow she mentioned? Is there a soul beast in the Stardo Forest capable of resonating with it? That bellow must have belonged to the sky blue bull python." A voice interjected from outside the door. Xiao Wujia was startled. He had previously heard footsteps approaching but had thought little of it, assuming it was merely a faculty member. Now, realizing the voice was unfamiliar, he felt a sense of unease, as no one in the Academy possessed such a tone. It seems someone knowledgeable has arrived. "Xiao Gang, come in." Upon opening the door, a middle-aged man entered. With a rigid face and an upright posture, he appeared somewhat dazed at first glance. Yet his deep black eyes betrayed a hint of urgency. If Tang San had been present, he would have recognized this individual instantly. For he was none other than his teacher, the renowned master within the realm of soul masters. "Come, Wujia, I believe you have not had the pleasure of meeting him," Flinder remarked. "Allow me to introduce you to an old companion of mine, who also happens to be the esteemed mentor of Tang San. You may refer to him as Master, for nearly everyone in the Spirit Master realm addresses him as such." Xiao Wujia was taken aback, gazing at the Master in astonishment. "So it is you, the Master. Greetings, I am Xiao Wujia." The Master's tone remained perpetually calm, his rigid features managing a faint smile. "There is no need for formality," he replied. "You have returned. Tang San must have accompanied you, correct? Is he safe?" Upon arriving at the entrance, he had only caught Xiao Wujia's final remarks about how Xiao Wu had been spared by the Titan Great Ape. The preceding conversation had escaped him. Xiao Wujia chuckled lightly and responded, "Fortunately, we were quite lucky. Everyone has returned safely. This time, it is thanks to Tang San that we are all well. Master, you have indeed trained an exceptional disciple. When did you arrive at the academy?" Flinder interjected to answer Xiao Wujia's question. "He arrived just the day before yesterday. Had it not been for Tang San, he might never have crossed my threshold. Xiao Gang, please, have a seat." Hearing Xiao Wujia's assurance that Tang San was unharmed, the master's expression visibly relaxed, and he unceremoniously pulled up a chair to sit down. It was then that Xiao Wujia discovered the master's true name was Xiao Gang, a name that sounded somewhat simple, yet exuded a robust masculinity. He had heard numerous tales about the master before, although he appeared somewhat frail and lacked overwhelming strength. His temperament was renowned for its steadfastness. He had distanced himself from his family for various reasons, which led him to encounter Flinder and another individual, ultimately forming the formidable Golden Iron Triangle. Chapter 36. The Arrival of the Master, Part 2. Xiao Wujia was intrigued by the master's earlier remarks and eagerly inquired, "Master, what spirit beast were you referring to? One that could attract the Titan Great Ape?" A grave expression crossed the master's face. If Xiao Wu had indeed heard the roar of a bull, it would reasonably explain why the Titan Great Ape suddenly abandoned her. In the Stardo Forest, there exists not only the Titan Great Ape as the king of the forest, but also beings of even greater power. That entity is the true ruler of the Stardo Forest. If the Titan Great Ape is the king, then it is the emperor. This spirit beast is the sky blue bull python. Both Xiao Wujia and Flinder displayed a keen interest, listening intently, while inwardly marveling at the vast knowledge possessed by the master before them. Xiao Wujia finally grasped why he was referred to as master. It is well known that the strength of a spirit beast is determined not only by its cultivation age, but also by its inherent talent. Just as with spirit masters, apart from levels of cultivation and spirit rings, the innate strength of one's martial soul also dictates future potential. Within the realm of spirit beasts, if one were to categorize their talents into tiers, both the sky blue bull python and the Titan Great Ape would undoubtedly belong to the most powerful supercategory. They possess unparalleled innate gifts and formidable physiques, with both beings residing in the Stardo Forest having cultivated for at least 50,000 years. Although they have yet to reach the formidable level of a 100,000-year soul beast, their strength is already sufficient to rival that of the title Douluo among our soul masters. Should they attain a 100,000-year cultivation, they would likely transcend the realm of title Douluo. Xiao Wujin remarked, "Master, I have heard much about the Titan Giant Ape. Yet this name, the Azure Bull Python, is new to me. If it is indeed more powerful than the Titan Giant Ape, what are its abilities?" The master sighed softly, stating that just as no one can comprehend the full array of abilities possessed by the Titan Giant Ape, so too is the true skill set of the Azure Bull Python shrouded in mystery. Once, a title Douluo ventured deep into the Stardo Forest, driven by arrogance and curiosity to discover the nature of its core. His strength was indeed formidable, allowing him to penetrate the depths of the forest and arrive at its center. To his astonishment, he found not a forest, but a modest lake, its waters crystalline, surrounded by trees, resembling a celestial paradise. A lake? Xiao Wujin gazed at the master in disbelief. Flinder, on the other hand, wore a contemplative expression. The master continued, "Beside that small lake, the title Douluo witnessed a soul beast drinking, which was none other than the Titan Giant Ape you encountered." Excited by the sight of this powerful soul beast, he was eager to engage in combat. However, he ultimately did not face the Titan Giant Ape, for in the next moment, he was fleeing in a state of panic. Why? Was it due to the Azure Bull Python? Xiao Wujin's eyes widened in astonishment. The master nodded, affirming that it was indeed the Azure Bull Python. Just as the title Douluo was preparing to strike, suddenly,